Family, it's directly reaching a climax. Uchiha Shen Yu is making a powerful statement in the family shrine, his 3-mo Sharingan instantly transforming into a kaleidoscope, openly challenging the position of the clan leader, and the entire place is in an uproar. This all began when he traveled to the world of Naruto, equipped with an external advantage, ready to make a name for himself in this chaotic era. Let me tell you, the scene just now was incredible. In the Uchiha family shrine, the atmosphere was so tense you could hear a pin drop. Our protagonist, Uchiha Shen Yu, stepped forward, activated his 3-mo Sharingan, and immediately filled the room with his presence. He looked at the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, and the elders, and declared emphatically, "I not only question your decisions, but I also believe that I should be the one to sit in the position of clan leader." Wow, the room fell silent. I tell you, both Shui and Itachi looked like their jaws were about to hit the floor. With all eyes on him, Shen Yu's eyes began to spin, transforming into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The elder jumped up from his seat, his voice cracking. "It's the kaleidoscope, the same eyes as Lord Madara." In an instant, all the Uchihas in the shrine went wild, their Sharingan lighting up one after another like a Christmas tree, all excitedly looking at Shen Yu. He stood there, scanning the room, his voice calm but each word resonating deeply. Most of the Uchiha's power lies here. Therefore, I, Uchiha Shen Yu, will be the clan leader who opposes. Exciting, right? Are you a little dazed? Feeling like you just hit the peak? Don't worry, let's rewind a bit, and I'll tell you the whole story from the beginning. This all started in the 54th year of Konoha, 6 years after the Nine-Tails incident. The village lost its 4th Hokage and was severely weakened, but the worst was yet to come for us Uchihas. Just because a kaleidoscope shadow was reflected in the Nine-Tails' eyes, and with that old schemer Danzo not allowing the Uchihas to intervene, our clan was directly treated as suspects by the entire village, our reputation plummeting. In the clan, daily meetings, constant arguments, the Hawks wanting a coup, the Doves wanting peace, and the moderates muddling through. After years of bickering, the result was that we were pushed to the corner of the village, completely useless. At this critical moment, our protagonist, Uchiha Shen Yu, was sitting in the courtyard under a big tree, contemplating life. I tell you, this guy is ridiculously handsome even in a plain clan outfit. He exudes a high-fashion vibe. But you think he's feeling melancholic? Wrong. He's chatting with his external advantage. Are we starting now, my lord? A blue spectral figure in armor and a straw hat, visible only to him, asked. Shen Yu sighed. Sigh, it's about time. This guy isn't from this world. In his previous life on Blue Star, he died young. And when the underworld checked, they found he had accumulated too much karma over several lifetimes. So they gave him a special pass to cross over with an external advantage. Originally, he wanted to go to a world where he could summon historical figures to dominate, but the King of Hell fumbled and sent him straight to the Naruto world. Alright, since he's here, especially with Hinata around, who wouldn't be tempted? Plus, the external advantage remained, still a guardian spirit that summons historical figures. I thought, wow, isn't this the ultimate fusion monster? Finally, it's my protagonist's turn for wealth and power in Naruto. When he opened his system panel, it practically blinded me. Host, Uchiha Shen Yu, 20 years old, strength at the level of Hokage, equipped with a kaleidoscope. Guardian Spirit, Eugene. A long list of talents, such as Leaf Seductress and the biggest creditor Tsunade. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. What has he been through? Since the system didn't provide resources at the beginning, he could only rely on completing tasks to gain points and grow stronger. During the Third Great Ninja War, he single-handedly took down several missed ninja squads, turning the 7 ninja swordsmen into lucky 3 treasures, earning the title of Azura of Fire, gaining immense prestige in the clan, with a bunch of younger members following him around. Just when he was about to attend the clan meeting that had been contentious for years, Uchiha Shui came to him. Shui, being too naive, immediately said, "Brother Shen Yu, I beg you, since it's your first time at the clan meeting, I hope you can help ease the relationship between the clan and the village." Shen Yu laughed and directly asked, "Shui, did the 3rd Hokage send you to ask this?" Shui wanted to explain, but Shen Yu raised his hand to interrupt him. "Wait, do you think it's the Uchiha who don't want to integrate into the village? Or is it the village, or rather, those high-ranking officials who are unwilling to accept us?" "Brother Shen Yu, the 3rd Hokage told you so many pretty words. Has he done anything real? Is strengthening surveillance over us considered real? Or sending our clan members skilled in fire and lightning techniques to the land of water to die? Is it real that the compensation for warriors is all taken from our clan's pockets? Or watching our police force's reputation rot?" Shen Yu's barrage of words left Shui speechless and dumbfounded. What about internally? Allowing Danzo to play tricks and taking all the village's public resources for his own clan? persecuting the meritorious Shursui. I've shown you those dirty deeds. Do you think the third Hokage will care? Shen Yu locked eyes with him. Since you can't change it, then watch me do it. We Uchihas were the founding elders of Konoha. When did it come to the point where we need to integrate? Shursui looked up, his eyes full of shock and hope. Brother Shen Yu, do you really have a way? Shen Yu didn't say much, just took him along, leaving behind one sentence. Watch with your kaleidoscope, Shursui. Shursui was stunned. How does he know I have a kaleidoscope? Shen Yu's back, paired with a line full of flair. This village is still a child of the Uchiha, after all. Then, we returned to the scene at the beginning. Shen Yu walked into the shrine, where Fugaku was still passing the buck. The elder was so angry he was jumping up and down, and the third elder was trying to mediate. Shen Yu quietly watched this spectacle until Fugaku was about to announce the end of the meeting when he finally spoke up. Wait. With just those 2 words, the whole place fell silent. Why should it be? When those 3 words came out, the air turned cold. Fugaku's face darkened. Shen Yu, are you questioning my decision? Then came that legendary speech. Yes, I not only question your decision, but I also believe that I should be the one to sit in the position of clan leader. He stepped forward, his momentum suffocating everyone. Tell me, after all these years, what have you insects come up with? A coup? Or are you ready to sacrifice yourselves? If there were any result, I wouldn't even bother standing here today. The result of the quarrel is that we are treated as lost dogs, hated by the villagers, watched by the higher-ups, and step by step moving towards the abyss. What the Uchiha needs is not endless bickering, not a clan leader who only knows how to pass the buck, but someone who can lead us out of this predicament. As his voice fell, the kaleidoscope opened, and the crowd erupted. His younger brothers, like Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Ryo, were so excited their faces turned red, leading the charge. I support Captain Shen Yu as the clan leader. With one call, everyone else in the Uchiha clan, even those who hadn't expressed their opinions, didn't oppose. Come on, Uchihas admires strength, a 20-year-old at the level of Hokage, and he has a kaleidoscope who wouldn't follow him? Fugaku also understood that the tide had turned. He knew all too well that his indecisiveness over the years had brought the clan into a pit. He stood up, patted Shen Yu on the shoulder, and directly conceded. The next morning, the news reached the Hokage office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was smoking and his face turned green. He had thought Shen Yu was a good young man with the will of fire, but it turned out he had directly stolen the family treasure. Bang! The door crashed open, and that old schemer, Danzo, rushed in, his cane thumping loudly. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? That kid has Mangekyo Sharingan. He's going to rebel. We must strike first. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm. All right, Danzo, I am the Hokage. But inside, he was calculating. Let Danzo test the waters. If he succeeds, the Mangekyo will be in hand. If not, it would be a good chance to probe Shen Yu's background and weaken the roots at the same time. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. How delightful. And what about our newly appointed clan leader, Shen Yu? He returned home, boasting to his guardian spirit Eugene from the 3 kingdoms. Wanza, did you see that? Unifying the internal matters is much simpler than dealing with Boss Chow. Eugene, also a lively character, replied, I hope the Lord soon obtains the divine warrior body and summons a few more brothers. These foreign tribes must be syncretized by the Lord. I almost died laughing. This guardian spirit is also about cultural export. The next day, Shen Yu directly carried out a major reform of the police department. He announced to all Uchiha, listen up, we are a law enforcement agency, not a neighborhood committee. From now on, anyone who bothers us with trivial matters will be treated as disturbing public duty. We will act according to the law. Anyone who dares to break the law or resist will face heavy blows. The Uchiha below were filled with excitement. Having suppressed their anger for so many years, they could finally let it out. Shen Yu appointed the calm Uchiha Ryo as the captain of the police force, and then invited the former clan leader Fugaku to serve as the vice clan leader to oversee the police department. This move not only gave face to the old clan leader, but also firmly held power in his hands. After handling all this, Shen Yu returned to his office and used a summoning technique to call forth a small flame figure, sending it to relay a message to his summoning beast, Big Fat Sheep. Just then, his secretary Uchiha, Izumi, knocked and entered. She was someone Shen Yu had taken care of since childhood. Brother Shen Yu, 2 Umbu are outside, and it seems that Brother Inaharu and the others are about to get into a fight. Yuki sneered and thought to himself, finally, it's here. The opportunity has arrived. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw 2 root ninjas confronting Inaho and the others. Their attitude incredibly arrogant. The Hokage has an urgent mission. If you delay, do you want to rebel? Shinrain waved his hand to stop Inaho, who was about to explode. The 2 root ninjas directly handed over mission scroll and ordered Uchiha Shinrain, go handle this immediately. Shinrain didn't even look at them. An immense chakra pressure instantly bore down, causing the two root ninjas to kneel with a thud. Only then did Shinrain lean down, look at them, and slowly say, "As weaklings, how can you not understand respect and hierarchy?" He picked up the scroll and saw that it indeed involved the land of hot water, a secret espionage mission. Solo. This script was clearly written by Danzo. He ignored the two root ninjas shouting that it was a solo mission and directly pointed to Kazahana and Ryu, saying the three of them would go together. Inaho was still there, patting the heads of the kneeling root ninjas, sarcastically saying, "We're just going to soak in a hot spring, okay? Haha." The group left the village and hurried through the forest. Shinrain's guardian spirit reminded him in his mind, "Be careful, my lord. There may be a trap." Shinrain sneered inwardly. Don't worry. Don't worry. Let me tell you at that moment, I only had two words in my mind. It's stable. The guy next to me, Liang, was pale and kept babbling about how it was strange and that it must be a tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I thought to myself, why are you so anxious? That old man from the third generation is clever. He is not that stupid. But his subordinates might not be. Just as I was thinking this, a bunch of guys wearing cat and dog masks suddenly popped out of the forest like dumplings falling from the sky, surrounding us in layers. My brothers instantly drew their swords, protecting me in the middle, and Daohua, with his bad temper, started cursing. Another dark faction? Is the village going to go to war with us, Uchiha? I laughed at that moment and calmly told them, "Don't get excited, this isn't the dark side. It's just the roots that can't be put on the table. It's just a cheap imitation." As a result, a strange voice came from the forest. "Oh, the evil little Uchiha actually knows a thing or two. Just right, with 3 more pairs of Sharingan, I will gladly accept it today." As soon as I heard it, I knew who it was, and I immediately lashed out. "Cunning little sewer rat, come out and speak." "Oomph, bring it on, just don't mess up my eyes." With a command from that old dang, those root ninjas pounced on me like crazy dogs. My 3 brothers are also fierce. Without saying a word, the 3 of them simultaneously formed hand seals, and 3 huge fire dragons shot out in an instant. The front line of ninja at the root was instantly melted, leaving not a trace. The ones behind were also forced to retreat repeatedly by the heat wave. But these guys are elite after all, and they reacted quickly, using water and earth techniques to extinguish the fire dragons. As soon as I saw it, I thought, alright, it's pretty tough, so I won't hold back anymore. I'll give them a big one and let them experience what the true value of Uchiha is. I formed hand seals with both hands, took a deep breath, then suddenly exhaled, fire release, great fire annihilation. Let me tell you, that scene was like vigorously rubbing an eraser on paper. The entire forest in front of me was instantly stripped of a large patch. The wall of flames surged forward like a tidal wave. And in the face of absolute power, all the water and earth techniques were nothing but paper. Many root ninjas didn't even have time to run. They just vanished into thin air. My brothers were dumbfounded on the spot, their jaws almost dropping to the ground, their eyes filled with admiration. In the distance, Danzo crawled out of the dirt in a sorry state. His clothes burned to look like a torn fishing net, and more than half of his elite subordinates were taken out in one move. He looked at me, his eyes filled with both shock and anger, and he still wanted to pin a label on me, as expected of the Shura of Fire. "Uchiha Shen Yu, you killed Konoha ninjas. Do you wish to betray the village?" Did I care about him? I didn't. I directly fired a Yama King cannon, and a beam of flame shot out with a swoosh, mainly targeting a physical closure. That old guy reacted quite quickly and dodged with a lazy roll. He sneered, "Danzo-sama, if your mouth is filthy, don't speak. A rat like you, who has lived your whole life in the gutter, is only fit for dirty work like stabbing people in the back." That old guy was so enraged that he started to tremble, unable to speak smoothly. You evil Uchiha brat. Get him. His chakra must be running low." The remaining root ninjas rushed forward with gritted teeth, and my 3 brothers activated their 2 Tomo Sharingan to engage, fighting back and forth. I was even fiercer, facing 4 opponents alone, 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin. With my 3 Tomo activated, the stick in my hand twirled like a wind and fire wheel, knocking them all down in just a few moves. Just then, I suddenly sensed 2 sinister chakras behind me. Shadow technique, heart transfer, wood release, silent killing binding technique. Good heavens. Both the Yamanka clan's mind control and the first Hokage's would release have come. Countless tree roots emerged from the ground, coiling towards me like pythons. My brothers were so scared they froze, exclaiming, "It's would release." I am well aware that this is Tuanzo's trump card. But did I panic? Not all. I shouted, "My lord, do not worry, Eugene is here. A heroic spirit clad in armor appeared directly behind me, and with a swift motion of his blade, he severed all those wooden hands. As for the Mashiro wind that tried to control me, a glare from my Sharingan immediately incapacitated him, causing him to faint on the spot. Eugene, go capture that wood user and the one who fainted alive, I commanded. Tawanzo was completely bewildered. What? What is this? Forget about what this is, old man. The game is over. I instantly appeared in front of him, smashing him to the ground with a staff, then lifted him by his neck with one hand. Mouse, you don't think that with my Mangekyo Sharingan, I would be controlled by your mere mind transfer technique, do you? Eugene had also finished his task, tossing the unconscious Yamashiro wind and the defeated Yamato onto the ground. My brothers had also taken care of their opponents and gathered around, each one excited. My lord, shall we rebel? This village is not worth staying in. I didn't say a word, just gripped harder with my hands. Danzo struggled desperately in my grasp, and then he completely stopped moving. But I didn't leave. I just quietly stared at his corpse. Suddenly, a massive high-pressure wind ball came roaring towards me. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. The next second, with a loud crash, a gigantic golden skeletal giant rose from the ground, directly blocking the attack. Susanoo. My brothers were all hyped up, but what shocked them even more was that Danzo, who had just died, came back to life. Izanagi? I had already anticipated this. It seems you know as well. Danzo's face darkened as he unwrapped the bandages on his arm, revealing. Let me tell you, my family understands, that arm was covered with Sharingan. My brother's eyes turned red, seeing that. Those were the eyes of their clansmen. Ha! You Uchiha are born evil. This power can only protect Konoha in my hands. While shouting slogans, Danzo rushed at my Susanoo with kunai, but with a clang, the kunai broke, and he was sent flying. Another Sharingan closed. He was still not giving up and used would release, but was swallowed whole by the fire dragon from my Susanoo. As the eyes on his arm closed one by one, Danzo finally panicked and started to threaten. Uchiha Shinya, do you dare to kill Konoha's higher-ups? Do you want to defect? Your revival coins are running out. Old man, goodbye. Seeing my killing intent, Danzo prepared to use his ultimate move to self-destruct. I won't let you harm Konoha. You will accompany me. For symbol seal. Not a chance. I had already anticipated this move. Susanoo waved its hand and directly sent my brothers flying to a safe distance, perfectly avoiding it myself. In despair and disbelief, Danzo sealed himself along with a pile of earth, dying on the spot. I was still not at ease. So I had Eugene go up and deliver a final blow to confirm he was dead. Then, I used a sealing technique to suppress the rampaging Hashirama cells in his corpse, collected all the bodies of the root ninjas into a scroll, and carried Danzo's cross-like body, leading my group back to Konoha in a grand procession. On the way, my brothers were curious about who Eugene was, so I explained half-truthfully that this was the power of our ancestors, which was not part of the chakra system. They listened, stunned, and asked me what we should do next. I lifted the Tawanzo in my hand and sneered. What should we do? Let's go back and ask the third Hokage if he still wants our Uchiha clan. Upon returning to the village, the two guard ninjas at the entrance were so scared that their legs went weak, and one hurried to report the news. I ignored them and charged straight in with my people. On the way, I directly ordered Dao, gather all the capable fighters from the clan and come with me to the Hokage building. Liang, go to the police department and call for reinforcements. Feng, go get Vice Clan Leader Fu Yue and bring the elite. Everyone, gather at the Hokage building. Daohua was so excited that he was trembling all over. Clan Leader, are we finally going to fight back? I looked ahead, my tone calm but firm. No, this is not rebellion. This is correcting chaos. Soon, the entire Konoha knew about it. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sat in his office, listening to urgent reports from the Umbu one after another, his face darkening. He immediately ordered the major ninja clans to assemble, sent people to protect the village, instructed Kakashi to find Shursui to persuade me, and even sent a message for Jiraiya and Tsunade to hurry back. By the time I reached the street in front of the Hokage building, a dense crowd of Uchiha clan members had followed behind me. Opposite me stood the third Hokage, wearing battle armor and the Hokage hat, surrounded by ninjas and Umbu from various prominent families in Konoha. What a scene it was! Two large groups of people, a dark cloud pressing down on the city. The air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Uchiha Shursui rushed over, first reporting to the third Hokage, then instantly appearing beside me, wanting to persuade me. Brother Shinju. I interrupted him directly. Shursui, Danzo is trying to assassinate me. If you still consider yourself a Uchiha, then stand behind me. If you think outsiders are more trustworthy than your own clan, then get lost. Use your Sharingan and see how ridiculous your character is. Shirsue's face turned pale at my words, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and walked over to the Hokage's side, saying he wanted to stop me from destroying Konoha. The Uchiha clan members behind me exploded in anger, and if I hadn't stopped them, they probably would have torn him apart on the spot. Before the third Hokage could speak, an old lady named Tsurugi Koharu jumped out first, repeating like a broken record that I was trying to rebel by killing high-ranking officials. I shot back at her. Hey lady, you don't even understand the situation, and your mouth is faster than an AK. If you can't talk properly, maybe you should donate your mouth, okay? The third Hokage stopped her, then looked at me and said in a deep voice, Shinju, what exactly is going on with Danzo? Give me an explanation. Explanation? I sneered, all right, I'll give you an explanation. Shimura Danzo tricked me out of the village with a mission you signed, then led dozens of root ninjas to ambush me halfway. Did you know about this? The third Hokage fell silent for a moment and said, I was not aware. Not aware? I threw the mission scroll over to him, a mission personally signed by the Hokage. And you weren't aware? Danzo led dozens of root ninjas out of the village. And you weren't aware? He suppresses us Uchiha and various other clans. And you weren't aware? You know every detail when we Uchiha hold a meeting, and now you tell me you weren't aware? With each question I asked, the atmosphere grew colder, and the emotions of the Uchiha clan members behind me became more agitated. The faces of the clan leaders from the opposing ninja clans also turned quite ugly as they all looked towards the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, do you know or not? Are you competent or not? I pressed on relentlessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale. This was essentially a life and death question. He struggled to speak, trying to shift the blame onto Danzo, claiming he had been deceived. I interrupted him directly. Haha, you know a lot more. In front of everyone, I unsealed Danzo's corpse. In the next second, the berserk Hashirama cells on his body instantly grew into countless grotesque tree spikes. Would release. All the older ninjas present were stunned. Did the Hokage not know about these things like desecrating the body of the first Hokage and using orphans for human experiments? I also threw out Yamato, who had been captured. As soon as I said this, the opposing ninja faction immediately stirred, especially those elders who had experienced the war. Their gazes toward the third Hokage completely changed. Did you think this was the end? Looking at their shocked faces, I continued to escalate. There's more. I quickly tore off the bandage on Tobi's arm, revealing that arm filled with Sharingan right in front of everyone. In that instant, the Uchiha behind me completely went mad. The cries, curses, and roars erupted into a cacophony. Countless blood-red Sharingan were fixed on the third Hokage, and the overwhelming hatred seemed ready to ignite the entire Konoha. Even the ninja clans across from us gasped in shock, each one feeling the chill run down their spine. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that there was no way to resolve this matter peacefully today. He took a deep breath and finally spoke. Everyone, this is indeed my negligence. He started to play the emotional card, admitting his mistakes, and then announced that after this matter was handled, he would resign from the position of Hokage. This move did regain some people's hearts, but it wasn't enough. He then threw the question back at me. So, who does the Uchiha clan leader think can take on this burden? That old fox was trying to set me up. Did he think I would say myself? Naive. I immediately brought Tsunade into the conversation. Who could be more suitable than Lady Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and immediately agreed. Finally, I looked at him, and at all the Konoha ninjas behind him, and said word by word, you will take back this would release Ninja Kaido. What we Uchiha have always wanted is simply fairness. If any Uchiha is treated unfairly again, I cannot guarantee what will happen. As my words fell, the golden Susanoo behind me flickered and vanished, and the terrifying pressure made everyone present's expressions turn grave. I threw the big over, which can be considered as giving a way out. After this set of combos, let me tell you, even Nara Shikaku on the opposite side, with his bun hairstyle, looked at me with changed eyes, full of admiration. It's done. I'm telling you, this matter is settled. I waved my hand to everyone, signaling to gather the troops. With our Uchiha elite, we headed towards the police department. Let me tell you, the Uchiha brothers behind me stood tall and proud, like they were strutting down a fashion runway. It had been years since we could hold our heads high like this. The way the villagers looked at us had changed. They used to avoid us, but now there was a sense of awe. This is the respect that comes from strength. That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he couldn't keep up appearances any longer. After I left, he started putting on a show, bowing and apologizing, saying he would definitely give everyone an explanation regarding Danzo, and even claimed that he would step down as Hokage once this matter was settled. Goodness. Even when Tsunade tried to interject, He shut her down with a silence, clearly anxious. However, this act, TSK, only fools those without brains. Who would believe him? His umbu immediately followed him back to the Hokage building, not daring to say a word. But he did make arrangements for Kakashi to bring a few people, supposedly to assist me in clearing out the route, but in reality, it was just to keep an eye on me. Kakashi accepted the order, grabbed my guy and Yuhi Kurenai, and headed my way. Let me tell you, Kakashi is as clear as day about how the higher-ups treat us Uchiha, but he always acts indifferent, like it has nothing to do with him. If it weren't for that hot-blooded fool guy pestering him every day, he would have probably turned into a walking piece of wood by now. Well, as soon as I stepped through the front door of the police department, guess what I saw? A bunch of unruly citizens. In the past, when we Uchiha enforced the law, we were quite polite to them, and that just spoiled them. Today, our people were too busy to deal with their trivial matters, and they actually dared to gather a bunch of vendors to block the entrance of our police department and cause a ruckus. Who understands, family? They really took advantage of our kindness. The leader of those troublemakers, clearly lacking a few screws, even had the audacity to point at me and ask, "Are you Uchiha Shinju?" I laughed at that moment, thinking this is a chance to rectify the work atmosphere in Konoha. I shot a glance over, and they were all frozen. Causing trouble in the police department and showing disrespect to the minister is a serious offense. According to the law, take them away in handcuffs. My brothers received the order, and they moved swiftly, locking up all those people and directly throwing them into the station. Next to me, my good nephew Weasel frowned like an old man, probably thinking that I was too brutal. He seemed to want to say something, but held it back. I cleared my throat and shouted at everyone, "Listen up. From today on, we will enforce the law strictly. We are a violent organization, not here to appease anyone. Tolerating wrongdoers is a secondary harm to law-abiding citizens. Do you understand?" Hey, that roar reverberated, making the roof hum. I continued to assign tasks, patrolling the patrols, and then asked Uchiha Ri to take a few teams with me to raid the Root's old home, and also called Uncle Fugaku and Itachi along. But as soon as I finished speaking, everyone didn't move and all stared at the door. I turned around and saw, wow, Uchiha sure sway. My brothers exploded on the spot. Daohua was the first to draw his sword and charge forward. "Traitor! How dare you come back? Stop!" I shouted, and the scene was finally under control. Jishue's lips trembled as he looked at me, wanting to say something but unable to. I waved my hand, signaling him to come over. "All right, stop putting on a sad act here. Don't you always talk about the will of fire? Fine, today, I'll take you to see the root of what you believe in, and just how dark it really is." Just as I was saying this, Kakashi and the others arrived. Kakashi and I have been rivals since our school days. Just nodding acquaintances. With Guy, our relationship is solid. We've known each other since we were kids, and I even learned quite a bit of taijutsu from his father, Uncle Dai. As for Yuhi Kurenai, the atmosphere between us dropped to freezing point. During the Ninetales incident, her father was lost and Danzo interfered. The rumors in the village targeted us, Uchiha. When I went to find her, she didn't say a word, and I was at a loss, turning to leave. This emotional knot has never been unraveled. We just stared at each other, neither of us saying a word. It was Kai, that lively one, who rushed over and gave me a big bear hug, showing off his big white teeth. "Shen Yu, your golden giant is so cool. This is what youth is all about." I shifted my gaze and put my arm around Kai's shoulder. "Is Uncle Dai's health still okay? Don't be reluctant to use the medicinal herbs I sent last time." As soon as Kai heard this, tears streamed down his face, still in a rectangular shape. I've always been curious about how his tears could be so angular. "My father's health is great. Boo-hoo, you're the best friend of my youth." I looked at him, then at the side where Yuhi Kurenai, with red eyes and a resentful expression, was staring at me, and I sighed inwardly. Kakashi sensed that the atmosphere was off and quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "Chakra Clan Leader, we are here on behalf of Lord Hokage to assist you in thoroughly investigating the route." "All right, Kakashi, who are we to each other? No need to call me Clan Leader." I patted his shoulder and looked into his left eye, seriously telling him, "That eye of yours was left to you by a Beto. It is a testament to your friendship. From now on, no one will ask you to return it. The Uchiha clan will protect it with you." Kakashi's usually dull eyes showed a rare flicker of emotion as he softly said, "Thank you, Shen Yu, really, thank you very much." With our relationship maintained and everyone gathered, I called out and led Kakashi, Shursui, and the others straight to the Root's lair. That place was as eerie as a haunted house, hidden underground and never seeing the light of day. As soon as we pushed open the heavy door, a musty smell hit us. "Insect release. insect explosion technique. Earth release, mind-severing technique. Goodness, as soon as we entered, we were greeted by a barrage of attacks from the ambushed root ninjas. Shurikens were raining down like a storm. Unfortunately, in front of my Susanoo, it was like a mere scratching. I activated a golden skeletal frame, blocking all the attacks, then swung my arm, sending the attackers flying in an instant. Danzo's brainwashing technique is quite effective. Even after death, there are still so many willing to serve him. I sneered, let the living live and the dead die. Go! Uchiha Inaho and the others roared and charged forward, with Kakashi and the others following closely. Those root ninjas were fearless, fighting like madmen. One named Oil Girl Toki, covered in poisonous insects, tried to rush at me, but was surrounded tightly by Kakashi, Shursui, Guy, and my newly summoned guardian, Yujin, not even touching a hair on me before Yujin stomped him to the ground. Kakashi and the others looked at my guardian, Yujin, with wide eyes. The massive amount of chakra was like a mobile power source, and the key was that this being had its own intelligence. They must have been wondering how terrifying my own chakra must be if my guardian was this powerful. The battle quickly came to an end. I ordered, quickly take control, pack all documents, materials, and experimental subjects, and bring them back to the police department. Not even a single screw could be left for others. Shursui was working like a madman, probably trying to make up for his past foolishness. There was too much to carry. So while we waited for our clan members to pack, we wandered around the base. Then, we saw the scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Rows of petri dishes filled with the corpses of children. Various horrific records of human experiments. Even Guy, the optimist, couldn't smile anymore, his fists cracking for being clenched so tightly. Kakashi had a serious expression, and Kurenai's face turned pale as she looked at me. Her gaze, besides being complex, held something else. As for Shursui, I tell you, he was completely stunned, standing there blankly, looking at his hands, his worldview collapsing on the spot. Was this the will of fire he had always believed in, the Konoha elite he had been protecting? I dug up something deadly from a pile of documents and handed it directly to Kakashi. Here, this is the green light given by your esteemed third Hokage to his close comrades. Kakashi took it and trembled as he looked. Assassinations, human experiments, selling intel, harming fellow villagers. Each item peeled away the hypocritical facade of the third Hokage. Then, I passed the documents to Shursui. While the clan members were tidying things up, I left 2 teams to continue wrapping things up and took Kakashi and the others back to the police force department. Let me tell you, this wave has made all the accumulated assets of the root for decades mine. A bloody profit. Back in the office of the police force department, Kakashi and Guy bid me farewell, saying they needed to report to the third Hokage. Before leaving, Kakashi deliberately glanced at the unmoving Yuhi Kurenai, his gaze meaningful. In the office, it was just me and Kurenai left. She watched me sort through the documents without saying a word. The sunset streamed through the window, casting a golden edge around her. Finally, she stepped forward and pressed down on the documents in my hands. I looked up and met her remarkably bright eyes. We stared at each other, getting closer. Yuhi Kurenai, what do you want me to call you? Her voice was choked with tears, her eyes filled with moisture. I fell silent. I didn't know. I knew nothing. She hurriedly said, my father's death, the rumors in the village. Why can't you explain a bit more to me? You just left after saying that. Did you even ask for my thoughts? I recalled her father's last words to me. The love of the Uchiha always carries a hint of blood. Kurenai, I said softly, the love of the Uchiha is too heavy. I don't care. She suddenly pressed her forehead against mine. Back then, I wanted to kiss you. But my dad chased me down 3 streets. Now, do you still want to hide? Before I could respond, her lips pressed against mine. The next second, bang, the scene shattered. The door to my office was pushed open, and Izumi carefully walked in with tea. Seeing us so close, her little face turned beet red. Goodness, it's an illusion. I looked at Kurenai, who had a disgusted expression, and smiled. If you really want, you can come again now. She snorted, a blush rising on her face. Another day? After saying that, she quickly pecked my lips, then blushingly smiled at Izumi and ran off. On the other side, the third Hokage was also starting to clean up his mess. After hearing Kakashi's report, he probably almost crushed his pipe. He immediately ordered Kakashi to eliminate the remaining root bases, shifting all the blame onto Orochimaru, raising the bounty, and then throwing out a bombshell, nominating Tsunade to return as the 5th Hokage. Let me tell you, this old man is really good at playing politics, trying to use Tsunade's reputation to suppress this storm. That night, the Uchiha clan was brightly lit, and I convened a clan meeting. As soon as I entered, the room fell silent. I took the main seat. with Uncle Fugaku beside me. I scanned the room. Most people looked at me with fervor and admiration, but there were always a few old folks who couldn't see the situation clearly. Today's meeting had just one matter: to decide the future of the Uchiha. I got straight to the point. I've almost risked my life for the Uchiha, confronting the third Hokage outside. But it seems there are always a few fools trying to stab me in the back, dragging the entire Uchiha down with them. My gaze was like a knife, piercing into the elder's face. Uncle Fugaku immediately stated, "I unconditionally support Shen Yu. If the Uchiha doesn't support its own clan leader, are we supposed to support outsiders?" Inada was even more direct. "Elder, I remember you used to be as timid as a quail. Now that the clan leader has brought us back up, you suddenly have the courage?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. The elder turned purple from being confronted, pointing at me and shouting, "You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan and have the power to rival Uchiha Madara, yet you're so timid. I shouldn't have let you become clan leader." Inada and F were about to curse, but I gestured for them to hold back. I looked at the old man and smiled. "Why do you think having the Mangekyo makes you invincible? I don't deny that the Uchiha is strong, but where do you get the confidence to think our clan can stand against the entire Konoha? Don't you know that overusing the Mangekyo will lead to blindness? Have you counted how many people there are in the third Hokage's faction, Jiraiya, the Inuzuka, Nara, and the entire village's ninjas combined? To use the power of a single clan to start a rebellion? Have you lost your mind?" With that, the whole room fell silent. I tell you, that was just an appetizer. In my next sentence, I'll make that old elder who relies on his age faint right on the spot. I stared at his old face, asking word by word, even if I became Hokage, with Konoha in a weakened state and my eyes on the verge of falling apart, along with just a few members left in the clan, how could I possibly fight against that pack of hungry wolves outside? Good grief, that old man completely froze, stuttering for ages without being able to say a word. Does anyone understand? With this level of competence, his mind is filled with nothing but seniority and hot air. Yet he still sits there giving advice, as if he knows everything. He is simply the most conspicuous burden of our Uchiha clan. I haven't pampered him at all, and I said directly, "With your mediocre qualifications, shallow knowledge, and a mindset as narrow as a needle's eye, relying solely on seniority to become an elder makes you the biggest stumbling block on the family's path forward. I finally took over this mess, and you're still stabbing me in the back. If it weren't for our kinship, I would have left to start my own business a long time ago. Do you believe that?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the clansmen below changed immediately. They had long been fed up with the constant meetings and arguments, while their lives continued to worsen. I press on with the momentum, unleashing all my firepower. A family, 3 voices, and you've embarrassed our ancestors. I'm negotiating with the higher-ups in Konoha while you're at home causing trouble. What are you trying to do, rebel? You're already over 60, half your body is in the grave, and you nearly dragged the whole clan down with you. What face do you have to meet our ancestors? I've never seen such a shameless person. I didn't, Before he could finish speaking, the old man rolled his eyes and collapsed straight down. The second elder quickly went over to check for signs of life. Thankfully, the CPU just overheated. He wasn't dead. The faces of several elders nearby turned pale, probably relieved they didn't follow him to his doom. Fugaku was also startled. This verbal skill is simply lethal. The clansmen below were all as red as monkey bottoms, feeling both ashamed and excited. Suddenly, Uchiha Inahiko couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lord Shen Yu, Bandai!" Boom! The whole place exploded. Bandai! Uchiha clan Bandai! Lord Shen Yu Bandai! The scene was like madness. Anyone who didn't know would think a top celebrity was holding a concert. Itachi was stunned in the crowd, just about to tell Sure Sui that this was too extreme, when he turned his head and saw Sure Sui himself raising his hand and shouting along. Itachi was confused at that moment, unaware that Sure Sui had been tricked by the third Hokage and, having seen the dark side of Konoha, now considered him to be his only path. I raised my hand to silence the noise and directly began my inauguration speech. First, from today onward, the era of elders rising to power based on seniority is over. From now on, Uchiha, those who can will rise to the occasion, and the capable will take their place. Second, the police department must reform. That old fox, Senju Tobarama, gave us this position solely to set us up, making us clash with the villagers every day and becoming the scapegoats of the entire Leaf Village. Fugaku, Sure Sui, you guys take the lead and establish a new law for me, called the Leaf Law. Third, the police department will expand recruitment. We won't just recruit from the Uchiha clan, but also from the civilian ninjas of the entire village. As long as they have the ability, bring them in. Our Uchiha clan members will have their salaries tripled. The newcomers we recruit will also receive high salaries. I lack nothing except for money. Fourth, everyone needs to have children. Those with wives should have more, and those without wives should hurry and find one. All the children born will be considered Uchiha, and I will provide subsidies. Also, the education within the clan has been too rough. From now on, all the children must learn the Uchiha Han style that I created, and we need to correct their worldviews from a young age. They shouldn't always act like a ticking time bomb. As soon as I finished speaking, someone jumped out and pointed at Ji Shui. Lord Shen Yu, I refuse to let this traitor Ji Shui participate in the legislation. I glared coldly, and the knife was drawn with a whoosh, directly pressed against Shi Shui's neck. Shi Shui, they don't trust you, and I can't fully trust you either. You say it yourself. Give everyone an explanation. This pushed Shi Shui to a dead end. He suddenly knelt down with a thud, crying pitifully in front of everyone, revealing his naivety and how he had been deceived by the 3 generations. In the end, he swore an oath, saying that if he ever had a second thought, he would gouge out his Sharingan and trample it underfoot. Good, that's the attitude I wanted. Only then did I put away the knife. Remember what you said today? With a guilty conscience, fight for the family. After the clan meeting ended, I let Fugaku take the lead and withdrew first. Just as I reached the door, I felt a little tail following me. Shi Shui come out. He walked out from the shadows, looking guilty. I patted his shoulder. Don't give me this empty talk. You've really disappointed me. That's a fact. Prove it with your actions. As a result, this kid directly gave me a full prostration, his head knocking against the ground loudly. Brother Shen Yu, please control me with your Sharingan. I can't trust myself anymore. I laughed. I wouldn't stoop to using such means. If you want me to trust you again, prove it with your life. Prove that you still have me as your brother and that you care about the Uchiha. After sending Shi Shui away, I returned to the room where Eugene was already waiting. Without saying a word, I directly opened the system and remelted that Yama's stick. Goodness. With a flash of red light, it transformed into a fiery and handsome tang knife, which I named Ghost Prison Burning Heaven. Then, the main event arrived. I looked at the over 100,000 points in the system and went all in. I spent 40,000 points to evolve into the martial god body. And then I got a Spirit Guardian summoning scroll for 60,000 points, directly upgrading my Uchiha physique to a pseudo-immortal body. With a ding, I felt every cell in my body cheering, and my chakra surged like a dam had burst. The side effects of the kaleidoscope were instantly no longer an issue. Immediately after, a vortex of white flames appeared, and another strong man walked out, holding a shield and spear, clad in white armor, exuding an overwhelming aura. I am Su Huang, at your service, my lord. Goodness, another one of the 5 great generals showed up. Eugene was so excited he was almost in tears, grabbing Su Huang and starting to rant about how unscientific this ninja world is. I ignored them, hugging my warm new knife, and went to sleep happily. The next day, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage stared dumbfounded at the recruitment expansion document I submitted to the police department. His 2 old buddies, Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate Kurenai, were still pondering how to insert personnel into it. The 3rd Hokage shot them down. All right, stop dreaming about those good things. First take care of yourselves. Tsunade isn't as easy to deal with as I am. He probably couldn't figure out what I was up to. He thought the Uchiha's reputation was so tarnished that no one would come. But he never expected that I offered way too much. Once the recruitment announcement was posted at the police department, families who understood it were immediately taken aback. An ordinary genin could earn only about 20,000 to 30,000 Rio a month from hard work. But here, the starting salary was 50,000, plus bonuses and paid vacations. This treatment was far ahead. A group of civilian ninjas gathered around the announcement, drooling, but no one dared to be the first to sign up. At that moment, a conspicuously dressed figure in a green tight suit, Mike Guy, came over, walking on his hands. This is the spirit of youth. Without hesitation, he was the first to rush and sign up. This was someone I specifically invited, a powerhouse of the 8 gates. How could he be overlooked? Before long, Uchiha Itachi personally escorted him out and announced on the spot, Mr. Guy, from now on you are a special patrol officer with a monthly salary of 200,000, plus various allowances. Oh my goodness. As soon as these words came out, the crowd outside instantly went crazy, rushing him like they were fighting for free rice. They all surged in. Those who dared to curse at the entrance were directly taken in according to the new rules, held for 3 days to cool off before being fined. The current Uchiha is all about efficient law enforcement. I stood not far away, watching the scene and smiling. Recruiting civilian ninjas was just the first step. Next, I want the entire Konoha to hear my voice. After a busy day, I returned to the office and continued working on the draft of the Konoha law. There were clauses about false accusations leading to countercharges, and that ninjas could not harm villagers without reason, but malicious troublemakers must be dealt with harshly. I was arranging everything clearly. Just as I was writing, I looked up and found that Izumi, the little girl, was resting her chin on her hand, looking at me with a love-struck expression, almost drooling. I rubbed her head and said, "You've been watching for a whole day, aren't you tired? Take some time to practice more, don't be lazy." The little girl blushed, just ran out, and then peeked her head back in. "Shen Yu, that red sister from last time is here." As soon as she finished speaking, Xie Hong floated in like a gust of wind, directly hugging me from behind and whispering in my ear, You haven't contacted me for so long. Have you forgotten me?" I tapped her hand. "You've been so busy lately. Have you prepared yourself mentally?" She blushed and hit me. "Annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. Hongo has organized a gathering. Will you accompany me? Will you be staying over?" "Depends on your performance." "Then let's go." When we arrived at the izakaya, Hondo, Asuma, and Kakashi were all there. As we walked in hand, the whole place fell silent. Asuma's face turned as green as Guy's spandex suit. Guy was the first to rush over, crying and shouting, "My best friend." Hondo, being a bit of tomboy, directly wrapped her arms around my neck and asked when we were going to get back together. I smiled and said, "I used to be afraid to come here, worried that there would be some dark forces following me." With that sentence, the atmosphere instantly froze. Fortunately, Hong was quick-witted and hurried to smooth things over, pulling me to sit down. The meal was quite subtle. Asuma had a dark expression throughout, looking like a resentful woman. Meanwhile, on either side of me, Hong and Hondo chattered nonstop, while Kakashi alternated between watching the romantic scene and occasionally shooting me a strange glance, as if he thought I had something to say to him. I tell you, just looking at Kakashi's eyes gives me chills. The dinner party ended so quickly. Asuma was the first to drop his chopsticks and leave, probably because his fragile heart shattered into pieces. The others also discreetly slipped away, leaving just me and Hong. We held hands and strolled down the street, with the moonlight pouring down. That atmosphere, it was just beautiful. Hong was like a little cat, particularly content. Saying that being with me made her feel very safe, just that, aside from being a bit fickle, there were no other issues. At that moment, I thought to myself, "Sister, we haven't even started yet." When we reached her doorstep, I teased her on purpose. "We're here. Won't you invite me in for a cup of tea?" Her face flushed instantly, and she pushed the door open and dashed inside. I was just about to turn and leave when I heard a muffled voice from the crack of the door, sounding like a mosquito. "Please feel free." Wow. I almost laughed out loud with a tactical lean back. Isn't this a blatant invitation? That girl inside must have been so embarrassed she wanted to close the door, but it was too late. I swiftly slipped inside. As for what happened next, well, who understands the family matters? The jade stove and ice mat, the mandarin ducks and brocade. It was just a short spring night and the day rose high. From then on, the king didn't attend morning court anymore. The next day when I woke up, the sun was already shining on my backside, almost 10 o'clock. Hong in my arms was sleeping so soundly, soft like she had no bones at all. Every time I moved a little, she would murmur. I thought the police department must be about to issue a missing person report, so I tried to get up. But as soon as I lifted her, she slid back into the blankets, mumbling sleepily, "I won't get up." Sleepy, tired. I couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated. I just gave her a quick kiss on the forehead, hurriedly finished my washing up, and in an instant dashed towards the police department. As soon as I reached the entrance, Liang and the others rushed up to me as if they had seen a savior. "Sir, you're finally back. Kakashi is waiting for you in the office, saying that the Hokage has a mission." Seeing their anxious expressions, they probably thought I had been taken out by the remnants of Danzo's group again. I waved my hand to reassure them, pushed the door into the office, and indeed, Kakashi was there. He held a scroll with both hands and seriously handed it to me. "Chief of the Kamiyu clan, a mission from the Hokage." I picked up the scroll and took a look, and I couldn't help but laugh in anger. Let me tell you, that old man from the third generation is really pushing my buttons. The scroll was filled with such grandiose language, claiming they found Orochimaru's whereabouts in the land of rice, hoping the Uchiha clan would send someone to capture him along with the village's elite. Capture Orochimaru? Does this old man really think I'm stupid? It's clearly a ploy to send me out of the village so he can have a free hand to contact Tsunade. The worst part is that he even used Hong's resignation from the Umbu as a bargaining chip, stating in the scroll that as long as I accepted the mission, he would let her completely leave. I immediately started venting to Kakashi. "I really appreciate it. He's so concerned about my personal life. using my girlfriend as a bargaining chip. He's really doing a great job as Hokage. If Hong found out, how heartbroken would she be? I glanced at the task list, and wow, the three major families of TRU, Shimura, and Mito are all here. It's obvious they're trying to throw a wrench in my plans, not wanting me to finish quickly. I smirked and added, so stingy, even Kai and Tenkazu are unwilling to give one. I just casually teased him, and guess what happened? Kakashi's eternally dull dead fish eyes suddenly twitched. How did he know about Tenzo? I was overjoyed inside. That old man Sarutobi really has no creativity when it comes to naming. I looked at his shocked expression and deliberately spoke in a teasing tone. Don't worry. Our Uchiha clan isn't that idle to control your Umbu with the Sharingan. If there really are traitors, it's just that people's hearts are scattered, and it's hard to lead the team. Kakashi's face immediately showed signs of losing composure. He must have been in a mess inside, as this situation was far more serious than being controlled by the Sharingan. He didn't dare to think further, leaving behind a sentence about gathering in the outskirts of Konoha at dawn tomorrow, before quickly running off to report to the third Hokage. As soon as he left, I immediately had Izumi call Shursui over. I needed to bring my most trusted person into this murky situation. As soon as Shursui walked in, I got straight to the point and told him about the mission. Shursui had also learned to be smart now. He frowned and asked me, Brother Shen Yu, this mission is obviously a trap. Are we really going? I looked at him, feeling incredibly relieved. My good little brother is finally not that mindless boy of the will of fire anymore. I patted him on the shoulder and said, Go, of course we should go. I have a plan. Let me ask you, with our kaleidoscope and Daohua and the others, is it possible to capture a live Orochimaru? As soon as Jishuei heard this, his expression instantly became serious. He hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make up his mind and said to me, Brother Shen Yu, my left eye's pupil technique is called Baishinshin, which can modify others' will, but the cool-down time is very long. When he said this, there was a hint of anxiety in his eyes, fearing that I would be wary of him because of this godly ability. I directly slapped him on the back and jokingly scolded, What are you talking about? Trust those you use, and don't doubt those you trust. I believe in you. Brother, let me tell you, the future I want is a world where the elderly can live out their lives, the strong can contribute, the young can grow, and there is no more war and hatred. Ninjas will no longer be synonymous with darkness and cold-bloodedness. Jishuei's eyes lit up. It was a heartfelt yearning and shock. I looked at him and said word by word, This is the path of the king, and I am the one who will walk on this path. The next morning, I pulled Hong along, with Jishuei and the others following behind, and we arrived at the assembly point on time. That old man from the third generation was indeed up to no good. To get Hong to come along, he even personally went to talk to her, playing the emotional card, saying it was her last mission and that it would be like spending a honeymoon with me. Hong was already upset about being used as a pawn by the third generation, and now, any remaining illusion she had about the Hokage was completely shattered. When we got to the place, we found that Kakashi and the others had already arrived, and even 2 ordinary Jonin were there. But there was no sign of the people from the Uchiha and Nara clans. I don't care about their rules. I just went up to greet everyone and introduce myself. Good morning, everyone. I'm Uchiha Shen Yu, skilled in swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, with me taking the lead. Shursui and the others also introduced themselves, and the atmosphere became lively. Kakashi introduced himself too, and I casually added, My hobby is watching Little Emperor Uncle. The person next to me burst out laughing, while Kakashi had a face full of constipation. After everyone finished introducing themselves, I glanced around and noticed that the people from the Uchiha and Shimura clans hadn't arrived yet. I directly said to Kakashi, Time waits for no one. Let's set off. Kakashi still wanted to follow the rules and looked a bit troubled, but the Jonin from the Uchiha and Shimura clans haven't arrived yet. I laughed at that moment, though. They didn't come when the time was up, and it's my fault. Besides, those 2 upper ninjas who rely on sucking the village dry would just hold us back if they came. Facing Orochimaru, it would just be sending them to their deaths. I'm not waiting anymore. Let's go. As soon as I finished speaking, I took the Uchiha members and left. Kakashi, helpless, could only signal for the others to follow. Later, I found out that those 2 clowns had originally planned to arrive an hour late to give me a hard time, but when they finally got ready to leave, they realized our main group had already set off. They were dumbfounded and could only chase after us desperately. While resting on the way, Inuzuka Kaze's ninja dog, Toma, came over to sniff me. I smiled and explained to Kaze that I had cooked meat dishes for Hong last night, so I had a smell on me. As I spoke, I took out a piece of meat from my scroll to feed it. I then threw out an olive branch with high value. Kaze, when we returned to the village, Our police department plans to order 70 ninja dogs from the Inuzuka clan, and we will take care of all the follow-up maintenance. Inuzuka Kaze was stunned on the spot. 70 dogs. This was a huge order. I didn't pressure him and turned to the other ninjas, saying, if anyone is interested, our police department is always welcoming, and the salary and benefits are absolutely top-notch. With this, the atmosphere in the team became very harmonious. That evening, when we arrived at the border town, I waved my hand and booked the best inn, treating everyone to a barbecue, with all expenses covered by me. The young master of the Uchiha clan, those ninjas, especially the two civilian jonin, were so moved they were almost in tears, considering how the third Hokage had used them. And then looking at me, the Uchiha clan leader, who was considerate and generous. The difference was clear. Winning people's hearts is just a matter of a little bit of effort. The next day, as soon as we entered the land of rice, we encountered those two latecomers, the so-called geniuses. Nara Shikamaru and Shimura Shikaku arrived, looking disheveled and dusty. Seeing us here at ease, they immediately started to complain. Why didn't you wait for your companions? I thought at that time, these two understand how to turn black and white upside down, relying on the idea that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. I directly shot back. It's you who haven't met the deadline. Now, for the sake of task efficiency, we are conserving our energy. Is that wrong? Or do you want us to accompany you two with dark circles under our eyes to go sacrifice ourselves to Orochimaru? I've already drawn the knife with the rice fire and wind here, which is very clear. If you talk anymore, I will cut you. Even Jishuei stood up and told Kakashi that dragging down the mission was fatal. Kakashi was also annoyed and directly told the two of them to rest in place while we go ahead. The two guys still wanted to use the Hokage to pressure him, but Kakashi stood firm this time and said he would write the mission report truthfully. Now, the two of them were completely deflated. We shook off those two burdens and followed Inuzuka Tobarama to track our target. On the other side, in Orochimaru's base, Uncle Snake already knew we were coming and was very interested in my Mangekyo Sharingan. He was already prepared to send us a big gift. We were walking when Toin suddenly stopped and started roaring madly at the front. The ninja from the Hyuga clan immediately activated their Byakugan. There's a huge chakra ahead. There's also one underground. Kakashi shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle." Just as he finished speaking, the ground exploded with a loud bang, and countless white snakes emerged from all directions, opening their huge mouths to bite at us, instantly scattering our formation. I pulled red and jumped into the air, swinging my blade backward. The flaming ghost prison inferno cleaved a white snake that lunged at us in half. Jishuei and Inuzuka also showcased their skills, while Kakashi effortlessly dodged all attacks. However, a few ninjas with weaker abilities found themselves in peril. I flicked my wrist, sending several fire blades to help them out of the tight spot. And just as I was about to say don't panic, I heard a tremendous crash of falling trees in the distance. Kakashi's expression changed. It's here. Amidst the swirling dust, a gigantic purple snake, several dozen meters tall, slowly rose up. On its head stood a man with disheveled hair and a cold gaze. That figure, that aura, was simply overwhelming. "Orochimaru, greetings, everyone from the Leaf Village," Orochimaru said, his voice hoarse and laced with mockery. The giant snake beneath him, the great serpent, greedily stared at us, almost drooling. The sense of pressure was instantly overwhelming. Kakashi's Sharingan appeared, and he asked me what to do. I said directly, "Cut the nonsense. Snake Uncle is entrusted to me. Jishuei, Kakashi, you two take people to deal with that giant snake." As soon as I finished speaking, the massive head of the 10,000 snakes slammed down with a fierce wind. I shouted beast. A gigantic chakra warrior, Su Huang, appeared out of nowhere, wielding a huge shield. And with a bang, he pressed the head of the 10,000 snakes firmly to the ground. Orochimaru's eyes lit up as he jumped off the snake's head. "Oh? Is this the power of your kaleidoscope? Interesting." I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. Surrounded by flames, I charged forward with my knife. Orochimaru spat out the Kusanagi from his mouth, and we clashed fiercely, our figures moving so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. We exchanged various ninjutsu like fireworks, and the battle was incredibly intense. While fighting, Orochimaru mocked me, saying, "Without the Sharingan, you can't defeat me." I sneered inwardly, waiting for you to say that. Using the vast water curtain created by my water release as cover, I instantly appeared right in front of him. My kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning wildly. What? Orochimaru was instantly caught in my Jinjutsu. His movements froze. The opportunity had come. I formed hand seals with both hands. gathering the most impressive technique of my life. Fire release. Fire God. Great dragon fire technique. A huge fire dragon, compressed from hellfire, roared upward, its might leaving Kakashi and the others, who were fighting countless snakes nearby, dumbfounded. The fire dragon, carrying a destructive force, let out a roar and slammed directly into Orochimaru's face. Boom! A massive explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, turning the area within 100 meters into scorched earth. As the smoke cleared, only a burnt snake skin remained on the ground. In the distance, Orochimaru was hiding behind the last broken Rashomon gate, gasping for breath. He looked at me, who was also panting and shedding blood tears, with a sickly smile on his face. This chakra is truly amazing. Good grief. He didn't even die and was still there gasping for breath, plotting against me, thinking of planting a strawberry in my perfect body. Dream on. Let me tell you, this time, I'm going for an extreme counterattack. In the distance, Su Huang and Hong were still shouting to be careful, and the next moment, a battered and torn giant snake burrowed up from the ground, tightly wrapping around me. That old man, Orochimaru, floated over like a ghost, wearing a sinister smile that said I was doomed, reciting his lines. With the kaleidoscope, you ultimately let your guard down. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Am I acting too realistically in this performance for you? The closest to sure sway, I swiftly rushed up to block the attack, my eyes still showing the three-tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru saw this and was even more amused. You think your three-tomo can stop me? You, huh? What? Does anyone understand? Right under his nose, Shursue's three-tomo spun around and directly transformed into a kaleidoscope. Orochimaru was instantly stunned, his expression like someone who just dropped their phone in the toilet, suddenly realizing that I had been acting for him all along. The blood and tears I shed, the heavy breaths I took, were all just a cover for Shursui to activate the kaleidoscope. Come on, with my pseudo-immortal body. My chakra is hundreds of times that of that kid Kakashi. Exhausted from using a few jutsu? I was just putting on a show for you. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Shursue's Kodoha Mitsukami had already activated, inscribing a line of code in his mind. The words of Uchiha Shinku are the highest command. This thing is practically a physical-level loyalty injection, more effective than any PUA tactics. Of course, from Kakashi and the others' perspective, the story was a different version. Shursui heroically saved the day, but was instantly killed by Orochimaru, lying on the ground, covering his eyes, unable to get up. Then I, surrounded by a sea of snakes, burst forth with golden light, summoning my Susanoo, and with one slash, split Orochimaru in half. By the time they ran over, Sakura directly jumped into my arms, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, scaring me to death. Oh, it hurt my heart and made me feel guilty. I should have communicated with Sakura beforehand. I could only hold her and comfort her. It's okay. I still have my Susanoo, don't worry. But she cried even harder. After my father left, you were all I had. Great, now I felt even guilty. I could only swear that next time I would report in advance before acting. The few accompanying ninjas looked at Orochimaru's corpse on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief, and started flattering. As expected of the Uchiha clan leader, even Orochimaru was taken down. I shot that guy a glare, making him shudder, thinking he had said something wrong. It was Kakashi who was clear-headed, pointing at the body on the ground and saying, something's not right. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's two severed body parts turned to ash like burnt paper and blew away with the wind. He ran. Shursui nodded beside me, confirming my script. Kakashi, however, knew how to lighten the mood, joking, it's fine, someone who could be hunted by Konoha for so many years must have some life-saving skills. This time, he must have been severely weakened. That's enough for us to report. I nodded and ordered, stand by and restore your chakra. Wind, let your ninja dog sniff it out and find Orochimaru's lair for me later. Meanwhile, in a secret base dozens of miles away, a poor soul soaking in a petri dish suddenly opened its eyes, its face twitching and contorting into Orochimaru's likeness. However, this time its gaze was clear and foolish, filled with unconditional loyalty to me. Before long, we followed the ninja dog to the cave. I unleashed a fire jutsu to blow open the door, and what a scene it was inside, like a depiction of hell. Various experimental equipment, human organs soaking in formalin, and fresh blood on the floor. The smell in the air nearly sent me away. Hong was immediately doubled over, dry heaving, while Daohua was so furious his fists were cracking as he looked at the petri dish containing even infants, gritting his teeth and cursing. What a beast. Kakashi instructed everyone to split up and search for information. When they did, things went south. A civilian jonin named Iwata Ryota casually picked up a document, and upon reading it, his eyes nearly popped out. It clearly stated, Shimura Danzo has long been providing children from orphanages for Orochimaru's human experiments. His hands trembled like he was sifting flour. How could he be seeing this? Yet the paper seemed to have a magical allure, making him unable to stop turning the pages. On the other side, Uchiha Kaze also found a document, a list of Uchiha clan members used by Danzo for Sharingan experiments, making him gasp in anger. The entire base was deathly silent. All the non-Uchiha ninjas present were left in shock. The Konoha higher-ups, whom they thought were righteous and noble, were engaging in such inhumane acts. The so-called will of fire instantly became a joke. Kakashi also saw the document, his face ashen, looking at us, wanted to say something but unable to utter a word. Finally, I broke the silence, looking at the ninjas who had begun to doubt their lives, and slowly said, Today's events are known only to us Uchiha and Kakashi. No one else knows anything, understand? This is to protect them. The Uchiha clan is large and powerful. We are not afraid. Han counts as half Uchiha, so we are not afraid. But if you small clans, those of commoner origin, dare to leak this, Danzo's backing will make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. The documents, hand them over to me. I looked at Kakashi, the mission report. Kakashi understood instantly. I'll carefully word the report. Everyone go back and keep your mouth shut. Seeing them all looking like they had lost their souls, I clapped my hands and said, All right, mission accomplished. Bury the bodies here. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a meal. Let's go relax a bit. As they went off to get busy, Kakashi leaned over and quietly asked me, What do you plan to do with this evidence? I suddenly turned my head to look at him, my gaze icy. What should we do? Danzo has been killed by me. Sarutobi is about to step down. Will this matter just be forgotten? I want to nail them to the pillar of shame in history forever. Don't be impulsive, Kakashi urged. Lady Tsunade will soon be the 5th Hokage if the Hokage's prestige is damaged. I understand. I interrupted him. But if a village lacks the courage to protect its comrades and face the darkness, then what meaning does this village have? Protecting comrades, Kakashi murmured. Recalling his father, I turned around and walked to the door, not looking back as I tossed out a line. By the way, I found some information about Asadajiro. If you don't want to be confused any longer, the mission is over. Come to the police department. The moment the name Asadajiro came out, Kakashi's pupils trembled. Wasn't he one of the 2 people who led the accusations against his father back in the day? He wanted to ask more, but I'd already disappeared. That evening, I booked the most luxurious restaurant in the capital, and delicacies flowed like a river. After a few drinks, everyone's mood finally lightened a bit. Kakashi even teased me. Chief Shen Yu, you've broken all 3 ninja prohibitions. I glanced at him. You, who hugged the little prince every day, have a nerve to talk about me? Ha 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 ha. The whole place burst into laughter. After a few rounds of drinks, the ninjas I saved came over to toast me. Full of gratitude. One of them, a commoner jonin named H.D. Harui, was about to sit down when I called out to him. Je n'en H.D. Harui. I said with a smile, my fire element tells me you can sign the fire element summoning scroll. He instantly froze, his knees bending in midair as if he had hit the pause button. Beside him, Uchiha Kaze explained with a displeased expression. This thing can only be signed by those with achievements in our clan. I just want to give outsiders a little shock. I looked at H. Kai Jini and continued to raise the stakes. The Burning Heaven Fire Domain, one of the 4 sacred places. Will you sign? If you do, your fire release will take off. This guy was so excited he could barely speak. I'm just a civilian. Lord Shen Yu. I am willing. I'm not in the Umbu. I want to join the police department. From now on, I'm ready to go through fire and water. So understanding. I made the decision on the spot. Report to the police department when you return to the village. Team leader, monthly salary of 700,000 with bonuses and vacation. Good grief, when this treatment was revealed, another civilian ninja, Iwata Rita, couldn't sit still and stood up on the spot, expressing his desire to join as well. I accepted him without hesitation and arranged for Earth Release ninjutsu. Kakashi was drinking beside us, not caring at all. It's only natural for civilian ninjas to join the official departments of Konoha. Why should he stop them from pursuing their future? His mind was filled with thoughts of his father, just wanting to drown his sorrows in alcohol. After a hearty meal and drinks, we all returned to our rooms. As soon as I entered my room, I slipped out through the window. In the forest, a white snake suddenly transformed into Orochimaru, standing respectfully in front of me. I've kept you waiting, Lord Shen Yu. Thank you for your hard work. I sat cross-legged, and those pieces of evidence were well done. Orochimaru also sat down, licking his face with his long tongue. and said with a smile, "It is an honor to serve you." Moreover, those were originally true. I just exaggerated a little bit. I couldn't help but marvel at how overpowered this deity of still water was. I looked at this former boss, now the top research dog, as he began assigning tasks. Secretly return to Konoha, and I'll allocate a piece of land for you to build a laboratory. I need you to develop 2 things, a battery that can store chakra and a phone for remote communication. That's right, it's 2025, and the ninja world could use some technology and tough innovations. By the way, the summoning scroll for the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru obediently handed it over. I also instructed him to keep an eye on the Akatsuki organization and cultivate some Hashirama cells for me, and then I let him go. When I returned to my room, Hong was indeed waiting for me. As soon as I walked in, she hugged me, rubbing against me and complaining that I was too handsome, attracting too much attention. I pinched her face and pressed her hand against my heart. "If I'm not good to you, you can stab me here with a kunai." The little girl was instantly under my control. The next day, we rushed back to Konoha at full speed. As soon as we entered the village, I separated from Hong and the others, pulling the visibly nervous Kakashi straight to the police department office. I pulled out the dusty, top-secret document from the hidden compartment at the bottom of the drawer and handed it to him. Your father's death was, from beginning to end, a political conspiracy. Kakashi's hand was trembling, and he stared intently at the document. After several seconds, he finally opened it with shaking hands. The more he read, the more his pupils constricted. The document clearly recorded the names of Akira Asada and Kyuka Haihara, who had led the smear campaign against his father, with a note in parentheses next to their names, silenced. There was also evidence provided by Orochimaru, written in his tone. Danzo did not want anyone competing for the position of 4th Hokage, and the 3rd Hokage was also worried that the esteemed White Fang would overshadow him. They had tacitly spread rumors, thinking it would only tarnish Kakashi's father's name, not realizing he would commit suicide directly. After his death, the 3rd Hokage pretended to be a good person, while Danzo took care of disposing of the 2 involved parties. At the end of the document, I added my analysis. Your father, the White Fang of Konoha, was driven to death by these 2 old men working together. The 3rd Hokage's care for you is nothing but hypocrisy and guilt after killing your father. Kakashi's hand trembled so much while holding the document that he could barely grip it. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. I stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Tell him not to worry. His father was a hero, and this matter would be handled by the Uchiha clan. If anyone dared to smear his name, I would be the first to oppose it. Konoha had been too lenient with these people. It was like not beating them for 3 days would cause them to turn the house upside down. After hearing this, Kakashi seemed much calmer, simply expressing his thanks before taking the document and leaving alone. Let me tell you, this matter is actually quite funny. Back then, if his father, Konoha Tsukumo, had been a bit tougher, the combo moves of the 3rd Hokage would have been completely ineffective. What a pity, what a pity. As soon as I stepped into the clan's territory, Daohua came over like a radar, asking if the land had been marked. He said it was all set and even arranged for trusted elders to patrol. I nodded and told him to pick a few smart clansmen to learn the ropes. Because in the future, we not only need to conduct research in the clan's territory, but we also have to establish a base right in the center of the village, doing things openly. Daohua looked a bit stunned, probably thinking this should be done secretly, but he didn't ask more and turned to tell me something. Lord Shen Yu, Lord Tsunade, is back today. Wow, Tsunade is back? My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately had Daohua bring back the one called Do from the root in Yakushi no Noyu. Then I opened the system, and wow, it showed that I had received a year-end bonus of 40,000 points for expanding the police department and subduing Orochimaru. I had to spend some of it, right? I waved my hand. System, exchange for wood release. You heard me right, it's the wood release of the 1st Hokage, the one that can stabilize chaotic times. Although I knew that this technique needed to be paired with a sage body to be powerful, the political significance of wood release in Konoha was enormous. Whatever I want to do in the future with this golden signboard, who would dare to disrespect me? The system beeped, indicating the exchange was successful, and it mentioned that this gene could be inherited. I glanced at the inheritance list and thought, wow, Yang release, In release, Sharingan, pseudo sage body. My future child is going to take off directly. It's like the top-tier version of driving test subject 3 in the ninja world, starting 10 blocks ahead of everyone else. Just as I was thinking about this, my stomach growled. Daohua had just said Tsunade was back, and I thought, just in case, I should make more food for dinner tonight. With a body flicker technique, I returned home. Guess what happened next? Just as I finished cooking, Tsunade was already at our Uchiha doorstep, drunk and accompanied by Shizen. Shizen was anxious. Lord Tsunade, We don't have money to settle the bill. What are we doing at Uchiha? Tsunade waved her hand with confidence. Those guys didn't charge me for the drinks. I'm hungry, of course. I'm here to find that little brat who cooks, well, to mooch a meal. Our Uchiha patrol team is quite interesting. We politely invited Tsunade and Shizen inside, only to turn around and block the Umbu following them. The team leader, Uchiha, stood with his hands on his hips, berating the Umbu. Go on. With just the three of you, would it be enough for Lady Tsunade to knock out in one punch? Is there a safer place in Konoha than our Uchiha clan grounds? Just stay put. The faces of the Umbu turned green. But looking at the three-tomo Sharingan in Win's eyes, they could only endure it. This incident quickly spread, causing a stir throughout Konoha. One of the legendary three, Tsunade, entered the Uchiha clan grounds and planned to stay overnight. Win brought Tsunade to my doorstep. Just as I heard the commotion, there was a loud crash, and Tsunade kicked my front door open. Wind was instantly petrified, exchanging an awkward glance with Shizen, and they both understood immediately and slipped away. I took off my apron and came out of the kitchen, seeing Tsunade comfortably seated at the table. I shook my head helplessly. Long time no see. The meal is just ready. Let's eat while it's hot. The master and disciple were really hungry. They sat down and began to eat heartily, with Wind devouring everything in sight. As Tsunade ate, she mumbled her compliments. Shen Yu, your cooking is still so delicious. Bring the wine. I brought out the wine I had prepared earlier. After quickly finishing the meal, I saw Tsunade had already finished the last sip and was comfortably sprawled on the sofa, while Shizen had also had a bit to drink and fell asleep on the sofa beside her. With the atmosphere set, Tsunade's expression turned serious as she asked me, "What's going on with the Uchiha in the village?" I briefly explained Danzo's schemes and the third Hokage's muddled handling of the situation. Tsunade ran her fingers through her hair in frustration. More of this nonsense. I smiled. Aren't you going to be the fifth Hokage? Don't worry. Just like during the Third Great Ninja War, I'll stand in front of you. Upon hearing this, she immediately burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. You were shouting that you wanted to be the man of the fifth Hokage, and now you have no chance, right? I replied seriously, yeah, what's wrong with being the man of the fifth Hokage? Tsunade paused for a moment, realized what I meant, her face flushed, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she kicked at me. Can I hide? I can't. I just caught her with both hands. Wow, this unexpected fortune has really come to me. I felt her feet were a bit cold, so I casually lifted her clothes to warm my belly against her. She stared at me, struggled a couple of times, but couldn't break free, so she just went along with it. As we were drinking, she got sleepy, her eyelids drooping. I can't just let a guest sleep in the living room, right? So I picked her up in a princess carry. She groggily asked, "What are you doing?" I said, "You're too tired. I'm carrying you to sleep." She sighed and didn't resist anymore. I held her close, letting her hear my heartbeat, and whispered in her ear, "If I'm not good to you, just stab me here with a kunai." Then I gently placed her on my bed, covered her with a blanket, and turned to go sleep in the guest room. But before I even stepped out the door, a sudden force hit me from behind, and I was whooshed out the window. Family, who understands? One moment I was being affectionate, and the next I was kicked out the window, experiencing free fall in my own yard. I lay on the lawn, holding my lower back, looking dazed at Uchiha Wind, who looked just as bewildered. I gritted my teeth and squeezed out a few words. "No, you can't say it." Wind immediately turned away and started awkward chatting. "The sky is really dark today. The moon is really round. What a good day." My fist clenched. "You idiot. It's cloudy tonight. Where's the moon? You're definitely in for it." But then I thought, hitting is affection and scolding is love. She has feelings for me. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud in the yard. Inside, Tsunade in the blanket heard my laughter and couldn't help but laugh too, cursing that I deserved it, then fell back asleep peacefully. The next day, the third Hokage heard that Tsunade had spent the night at my place, sighed deeply, and directly issued a resignation decree. The announcement was heartfelt. Summarizing, I'm old and can't do it anymore. I don't know about Danzo's bad deeds, but I'm also responsible. Now I recommend my disciple Tsunade as the fifth Hokage. You all can decide, but it's definitely her. He also subtly mentioned the Nine Tails incident. The villagers were shocked, but the higher-ups and various clans already had an idea. Tsunade's succession was already nodded by the daimyo of the Fire Country, basically just going through the motions. After finishing breakfast, Tsunade came out with Shizen and went straight to the Hokage building, where the third told her that the position of fifth Hokage was already decided. Just waiting for the ceremony. I haven't been idle either. I directly held a general meeting at the police department. After the police department expanded its recruitment, several issues arose. Some people were cowardly and didn't dare to enforce the law after being complained about by villagers. Some were bad, bullying honest people by taking advantage of their power. In front of everyone, I slapped 2 stacks of cash down in front of 2 newcomers who performed well, giving each of them 20,000 on the spot. Then I pointed out 2 connections from the Junin family who were running rampant just because they were related to an advisor, even letting spies into the village. I announced their dismissal on the spot and had the Uchiha members take them away. Those 2 fools even thought they could use Junin Xiaochun to pressure me, which was simply ridiculous. In the end, I declared in front of all the newcomers, once you join the police department, you are my people. Rewards for merit. Punishments for mistakes. You must handle things according to the rules. If anyone dares to find fault and complain, the police department will back you up. I, Uchiha Shen Yu, am your greatest support. I swear by the Uchiha clan that as long as you are not in the wrong, even the King of Heaven can't take you away. At that moment, everyone's spirits were lifted, and they rushed out to patrol, yelling energetically. After the meeting, Shui came to find me with the 3rd Hokage's announcement. We mocked that vague announcement together. Shui also sighed, saying that once Lady Tsunade took office, the so-called rift between the Uchiha and the village immediately disappeared. Simply put, the previous conflicts were deliberately created by the higher-ups. I chatted with him, preparing to take action against the Shimura and Junin clans. After years of draining the village's resources, it was time for them to give back. I also checked on Shui's eyes, advising him to conserve his use, and told him that in a while, he would be able to restore his visual powers. Finally, I assigned him to personally take charge of the security for Tsunade's inauguration ceremony the next day. The next day, at Tsunade's inauguration ceremony, when I walked in with the Uchiha clan members, the atmosphere felt like a gang was taking to the streets. Everyone automatically cleared a path, and the entire venue quieted down significantly. On stage, Junin Xiaochun turned pale, frantically signaling to the 3rd Hokage, who remained as composed as ever, not showing any reaction. As the ceremony began, the ministers of the Land of Fire read the appointment letter, and Tsunade, wearing the Hokage robe, received the Hokage hat from the 3rd Hokage. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere reached its peak. I stood below, smiling more than anyone else. My dream of becoming the man of the 5th Hokage was one step closer. Tsunade also saw me from the stage and shot several fierce glares my way. But her own smile was almost reaching her ears. After the ceremony ended, I dismissed the clan members and was walking with Hinata when Kakashi suddenly appeared. Clan leader Shen Yu. Hokage-sama wants you to go to the Hokage building. I pinched Hinata's face and said goodbye. Hinata smiled sweetly, pinching the soft flesh of my waist, and pointed at her eyes, as if to say, I saw how Hokage-sama looked at you just now. I begged for mercy, and she reluctantly told me to hurry up. I suddenly appeared in the Hokage office. As soon as I opened the door, wow, it looked like a battlefield inside, with piles of documents higher than mountains. Tsunade was sprawled on the table, looking completely numb. When she saw me come in, she suddenly stood up and slammed her hands on the table, shouting at me. How can there be so many documents to process? Seeing her go crazy, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tsunade, furious, rushed over and grabbed my collar. Our faces inches apart. I laughed even harder, and she looked at me, unable to stay angry, and the atmosphere instantly turned a bit ambiguous. Just then, knock knock. Shizune came in. Lady Tsunade, there's still a document here. She looked at our position and froze on the spot. Tsunade turned her head to look at Shizune like a robot. Oh no, the 2-pole stasis field has activated. Finally, it was Tsunade who broke the silence, and the price was me getting punched to the ground. Ouch! I rubbed my face as I got up. It seems I need to learn some taijutsu from Guy in the future, or I might get beaten to death ahead of schedule. Tsunade clenched her fist and forced herself to calm down, saying to Shizune, from now on, knock before entering and wait for my reply. Shizune quickly put down the document and slipped away. In the office, we stared at each other. I teased her. How does it feel to be Hokage? Upon hearing this, her face fell again. Before the old man stepped down, he didn't process a single document, leaving all of it to me. I laughed. That's normal. I handed over the police department's matters to Fugaku and the others. This is called training subordinates. Look at the 3rd Hokage. That wasn't a handover. It was just passing the buck. After hearing that, Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she immediately decided to put it into practice. She pulled me over and directly pushed me onto the Hokage's throne, then grabbed a small stool from the side, leaned on the table, cleared her throat, and put on a little skit. Ahem, Uchiha Shen Yu, I, the 5th Hokage, hereby officially appoint you as my assistant. These documents, you handle them. I was stunned at the time. No, then what are you doing? Can you guess what she said? She confidently replied, the The great fifth Hokage needs to rest. Her assistant should help her relieve her worries. After saying that, she fell asleep in an instant, and drool was almost coming out. What can I do? I can only pamper my own shadow. I shook my head helplessly and took out a pillow from the scroll to prop her up. Looking at the mountain of documents piled higher than the sky, I thought, I can't just let her be a mere mascot, right? She needs to know what she's signing. Suddenly, I had an idea. I found the answer in the wisdom of our ancestors. Drafting. Yes, let's do it this way. I'll write down the processing opinions on a slip of paper, and when she wakes up, she can just copy it and stamp it, and that will be that. So I got to work. I picked up a pen and started processing furiously. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Here I was, a refined Uchiha Jonin, working my fingers to the bone, while beside me, a blonde beauty was sprawled out, completely unconscious. What a sight. Can you eat that? A colleague walked in quietly, and, upon seeing this scene, nearly had their eyes pop out. At my gesture, they tiptoed away, leaving the documents behind. I kept it until the afternoon. Tsunade finally woke up, not naturally, but because she was hungry. Her stomach was growling. She lifted her head, and to my surprise, I had also dozed off at the desk. She initially wanted me to cook, but seeing me asleep, she could only sulk silently, likely filled with thoughts of the dishes I made, like chicken stew with potatoes and braised meatballs. The more she thought, the hungrier she got. She stared at me and even secretly reached out to poke me, but I caught her hand. Let me tell you, even though I was asleep, my vigilance was still intact. I held her hand like a pillow and continued to sleep. She was so frustrated, wanted to pull her hand back, but couldn't, and could only shout at me in a suppressed voice. Have you finished the task? And dare to sleep. I didn't even open my eyes and lazily replied to her. I'm done, my Hokage. Look, the table is all cleared, right? Seeing you sleeping so soundly. I couldn't help myself. Upon hearing this, she couldn't get mad and directly changed the topic, gritting her teeth and saying, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Oh dear, the Hokage can go out to eat, but I, as a subordinate, still have work to do. I teased her on purpose. Are you trying to rebel? Her eyebrows shot up. Well, that wouldn't be impossible. Oh ho ho. I covered my head and leaned back, afraid she might punch me and give me a bump. Seeing that she really looked like she was about to explode, I quickly surrendered. All right, I'll go do it. I've already drafted the documents. You just need to come and approve them. All right, I found some issues with the finances. As soon as work was mentioned, she returned to her carefree demeanor and waved her hand. No need to look. Just go with what you wrote. Trust those who are trustworthy. And don't doubt those you use. As for the financial issues, she was also well aware and directly told me. After we eat, we'll have a meeting to discuss personnel adjustments at the top level. You'll assist me in clearing out those pests. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Are you really making me the assistant? Please let me off the hook. I'm exhausted too. She smiled so brightly, and then said something downright devilish. My dear Hokage assistant, from now on, the village's affairs, my 3 meals a day, and everything about my living will all be handed over to you. I protested, but my protests were in vain. I am a Hokage. Who understands family members? Am I being promoted? Or have I just taken on a job that requires me to serve around the clock? At the dinner table, Tsunade devoured bowl after bowl. I glanced at her, and she glared back at me. What's wrong? Do you think I eat too much? No, I can afford to feed 100 of you. Bah, who needs you to feed me? In the afternoon, in the Hokage conference room, the 2 old advisors, Fukasaku, and the clan heads of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, Shikaku from the Inuzuka clan, and Kakashi were all present. Tsunade really didn't beat around the bush. She sat down and dropped the bomb. I called everyone here today to announce personnel changes. I appoint Uchiha Shen Yu as the Hokage assistant. Before she could finish her sentence, the old lady from the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku, slammed the table. Wait a minute. I don't agree. With that tone, one would think she was the Hokage herself. My father-in-law, Fujitake's face, I tell you, is like riding a roller coaster. One moment he was trembling with excitement at the words Hokage advisor, and the next his face was so dark it could drip water, his gaze almost able to scrape little Sakura alive. Tsunade was furious at that moment, not giving him any face, and shot back directly. What does it matter if you disagree? I am the Hokage. Do I need your assistance? Or do you need it? In terms of strength, is the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan not up to par? In terms of capability, I've already seen how he handles affairs. Little Sakura was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why suppressing the Uchiha was not a traditional skill of Konoha anymore. She frantically signaled Mito Gate Flame beside her, but he just stared blankly, saying nothing. Of course, in a new era, there are new officials. This old lady still hasn't figured it out. I am a Hokage advisor. I have the right to question. She continued to rely on her seniority. Very well, Tsunade sneered, slamming her palm on the table. From now on, you are not. I revoke all positions of Tsunade Sakura as Hokage advisor and head of the medical department. At this, the entire conference room fell silent, and a pin drop could be heard. Tsunade Sakura was petrified on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Tsunade was still not satisfied and directly revealed her background. During her time as advisor, the medical department's funding has gone missing, treating the village's money as her own. If we don't dismiss her, shall we leave her to continue draining the village's resources? Now, this was solid evidence of embezzlement. Who would dare to speak? Everyone lowered their heads, probably cursing that it served her right in their hearts. Having cleared the obstacles, Tsunade swiftly announced the new lineup. I will serve as Hokage advisor and minister of police. She will temporarily manage the medical department. Kakashi will oversee the Umbu, and Kaku will remain the Jonin leader. I quickly gave her a look, reminding her about the financial department. Tsunade understood immediately and announced that Mito Gate Flame would continue as the financial minister. Good heavens, this operation directly won over Mito Gate Flame, who stood up excitedly to bow, almost shouting that he would go through fire and water for her. Once the meeting was over, Tsunade wanted to be hands-off and left me to handle both the police department and the Hokage's office. What could I say? I could only helplessly accept the fate of this free labor while listening to her waving her fist threatening me if I dared to deceive her. On the other hand, the line I had previously planted also returned. Yakushi Kabuto, the most unfortunate spy under Danzo, was called back by a letter I sent. Upon entering the village, he first went to check out the orphanage I had taken over. When he arrived at the door, he was dumbfounded. The previously dilapidated place had transformed dramatically, with a bright and spacious wooden building and our Uchiha Police Department personnel patrolling around. The old man guarding the entrance, Uchiha Han, had even activated his two-tomo Sharingan, showcasing some serious status. Shursui happened to be there and took Kabuto inside for a tour. Kabuto was increasingly amazed. From the cafeteria and dormitory to the training grounds, everything was in order and the children all had smiles on their faces. He excitedly bowed to Shursui at a 90-degree angle. Just then, he brushed past a blonde woman wearing a veil, and both felt a sense of familiarity. But neither recognized the other. He didn't know that she was the director he had been longing for, Yakushi Nanoyu. The tragic fate had been forcefully twisted by me. When Shursui brought Kabuto to my office, it wasn't long before Nanoyu arrived. As soon as Kabuto saw her, tears streamed down his face, and he called out director. However, Nanoyu, misled by the fake photos given by Danzo, couldn't recognize him at all and merely nodded politely. I looked at the two people in front of me, and I started to calculate in my mind. People, if they don't go through some storms, how can they understand how to cherish the happiness in front of them? I stood up, looking at them, as my kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly spun, just as everyone gathered. But how can one seek happiness without experiencing pain? Before they could react, I had already activated my technique. Immerse yourselves in the illusion of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, the two of them stared blankly. Trapped in the world, I had meticulously prepared for them. Shursui watched from the side, looking puzzled, so I simply pulled him in as well. Come in and take a look. Only by seeing others' despair can one truly cherish their own happiness. In the illusionary world, Toby was lying against a rock wall, carrying out his final espionage mission in the rock village, unaware that a tragedy capable of plunging him into complete despair awaited him ahead. I told you. Do just found a secluded spot in the mountains to catch his breath, and he was still contemplating his stealth skills, which could be described as the sea cucumber of the ninja world. How did he get discovered? Just as he was pulling out the pocket watch gifted by the dean, feeling a wave of sentimental literature coming on, suddenly, a shuriken came flying straight at the back of his head. In the blink of an eye, Do instinctively countered with a knife, not even looking to see who it was, thinking to himself, which blind fool dares to ambush me, a former elite of the root? And guess what? The blonde lady on the opposite side took the blow with her body, and blood spurted out like it was free. When the veil fell away, Do was completely stunned, his pupils shaking, and he immediately slid to his knees. The dean, my goodness, that's not just anyone. It's his long-for director mama. Pharmacist Yenoyu. Do was going crazy at that moment, crying and desperately using medical ninjutsu to heal her, shouting, "Director, it's me." But the director, in immense pain, looked at him in confusion and said, "Who are you? Who understands this?" It's like a bolt from the blue. Do thought the director couldn't see clearly. So he took off his glasses and put them on her, but Yenoyu spat out blood again and, using her last bit of strength, asked the soul-crushing question, "Who are you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she went cold in Do's arms. I am Do. Director. I am Do. Do held the cold body, completely breaking down, crying heart-wrenchingly, and shouted a desperate cry to the heavens. He couldn't understand why the closest person didn't recognize him and died at his hands. Just then, a faint voice came from the shadows, because that old fool Danzo never intended for you two to come back alive. Upon hearing this, Do's killing intent surged, and he looked up to see Kamiyu stepping out from the shadows. What do you mean? Kamiyu revealed everything. The photo shown to your director of the route was not your current appearance at all, so of course, she wouldn't recognize you. You two know too many secrets. Once they're used, they're discarded. Understand? As soon as these words were spoken, Do's rationality snapped, and he charged at Kamiyu with shuriken in hand, launching a frenzied attack. And what happened? Kamiyu transformed into a ball of fire, scattering and regrouping, completely unharmed. He looked at the now completely deranged Do and began to output. What's wrong? Are you breaking down already? Afraid to take revenge on Danzo? Afraid to go back to the orphanage? I understand your pain, but living is the only way to have DPS. If you want to prevent tragedies from happening again, the only path is to become stronger. If you have no way out, come with me. I will take you to seek revenge. From now on, I am your family. This was like a ray of light in a desperate situation. Do suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with the desire to grasp at a lifeline. I have nowhere to go. But the next second, let me tell you, the scene changed drastically. Kamiyu smiled slightly. No, the path you want to take in your heart, I have preserved for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world before Do began to shatter like glass, even his own hands turning to ashes. With a buzz, Do suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was still on that rock wall. The intelligence he had overheard became incredibly clear in an instant, and he finally understood. Everything that had just happened was an illusion. He turned around sharply and saw Director Yano Yu looking at him with tears in her eyes, filled with heartache. Good heavens, it turned out the director had been rescued long ago, and in the illusion, she had also witnessed the tragedy that was supposed to happen. Director, Do. The two embraced each other, finally putting an end to their 5-year separation at that moment. Shui, watching from the side, also felt a lump in his throat, cursing Danzo 1,000 times in his heart. Once their emotions stabilized, Kamiyu directly threw the confidential file about Danzo's order for them to kill each other to Do. My kaleidoscope can see your fate. In countless parallel worlds, only here have I saved you. After Do read it, without saying a word, he immediately knelt down. Sir, I am willing to follow you. Kamiyu used chakra to lift him up and also helped Yano Yu, who was about to kneel, arranging everything clearly. All right. Danzo has already been taken care of, and the route now carries the Uchiha name. Yano Yu, you return to the orphanage to continue being the director and come work as my secretary in the police department. As for Do, you need to follow someone to learn some core technology, but I don't trust that person. You understand what I mean? Do instantly understood. This meant he was to act as an undercover agent and learn from him. Kamiyu added, I won't restrict your freedom. You can return to the orphanage at any time. At this point, Do was completely under Kamiyu's control, all about being grateful, and immediately expressed his willingness to sacrifice everything for Lord Kamiyu. Then, Kamiyu had Shui take them to explore Konoha while he returned to the office. Just as he stretched, Izumi walked in with tea. Brother Kamiyu, tea. Kamiyu took the tea and casually said, By the way, Izumi, my office location has changed to the Hokage's office. You'll come with me. Izumi obediently nodded. Okay, Brother Kamiyu. Huh, wait, the Hokage's office. Her little round face instantly turned red, her eyes wide as saucers, her mouth forming an O shape. Brother Kamiyu, what did you just say? Kamiyu was amused by her expression and patted her head. I am now the Hokage's assistant. Hokage's assistant. Izumi felt like she had been struck by lightning. The next second, she excitedly asked, Can I tell Ino and the others about this? Go ahead. With permission, Izumi dashed out like a gust of wind. Let me tell you, that scene caused an explosion in the entire police department. At first, everyone thought something big had happened, but when they heard that Brother Kamiyu had become the Hokage's assistant, everyone was stunned for a moment, followed by a tsunami of cheers. Oh my gosh, Hokage's assistant? Stone, pinch me, am I dreaming? Dream your head. This is more real than any will of fire. What was that Sarutobi before? Now, the Uchiha clan was completely in an uproar. The men were shouting to settle accounts with the Shimura clan, wanting to get back everything they had suffered before. Let's go. Before they relied on their power, now our backer is the Hokage's assistant. The Shimura clan, which doesn't align with the will of fire, should perish. The women gathered together to gossip. Have you heard? The village is saying that Lord Hokage is with our clan leader Kamiyu. Once this news spread, the entire Konoha was shaken. The head of the Shimura clan felt like the sky had fallen. The Inuzuka clan began to seriously consider completely siding with the Uchiha. And the Hyuga clan even called a family meeting, dragging their daughter Hinata in to ask questions, trying to figure out what kind of person this Uchiha Kamiyu really was. The village was in turmoil, while the ninja school remained calm. That day after school, Itachi came as usual to pick up his dear little brother. As soon as Sasuke saw his brother, he immediately shook off the group of chattering fangirls behind him and ran coolly over. Brother. Itachi affectionately tapped his forehead and took his little hand as they walked home. Sasuke puffed out his chest proudly. I'm first in my class. I'm nothing like that dead last Naruto. When they got home, the brothers were surprised to find their usually serious father Fugaku was already sitting inside waiting for them. After Sasuke sat down, Fugaku got straight to the point. Sasuke, your brother Kamiyu is our strongest Uchiha ninja and is now the Hokage's assistant. I want you to take him as your master. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes lit up. That cool and powerful brother Kamiyu, who is now the clan leader, if he could be his master, he would definitely become stronger. Without hesitation, he replied, I'm willing, but will brother Kamiyu be willing? Fugaku smiled confidently. Don't worry, my status will earn your brother Kamiyu's respect. The next evening, Fugaku brought his two sons to Kamiyu's door. When Kamiyu opened the door and saw this setup, he already had a good idea and joked, Fugaku, you're not here just to mooch a meal, are you? After sitting down, Fugaku directly stated his intentions. Kamiyu took a sip of tea, pondered for a moment, and he had actually thought about this long ago. Seeing Kamiyu not immediately agree, Fugaku lowered his stance even more. Kamiyu, your vision and strength far surpass mine. I'm already old and can only cheer for you from behind. I leave Sasuke in your hands. Shen Yu said, you handled this initiation ceremony quite well, and nodded. All right, I will accept Sasuke as my disciple. However, Fugaku immediately interjected, don't worry. If he needs to be punished or scolded, we won't interfere. Shen Yu laughed and said to Sasuke, did you hear that? Your father said so. Sasuke, with a stubborn expression, replied, Brother Shen Yu, I will never tarnish the Uchiha name. Shen Yu stopped Fugaku, who was eager to make Sasuke bow, saying, no rush. Tomorrow morning at 8, in front of the Confucius statue, we will hold the formal initiation ceremony. I will invite Lady Tsunade to be the witness. Upon hearing this, Fugaku was overjoyed that even the Hokage would be there to witness it, and he agreed repeatedly. Little did he know, Shen Yu was already plotting in his mind how to completely reshape this little brother-esque worldview that had been brainwashed by the third Hokage. Early the next morning, Shen Yu's house was all set up. A portrait of Confucius hung on the wall, and he had dragged Tsunade out of bed, dressing her in a stunning hanfu. When Fugaku brought Sasuke in and saw Shen Yu and Tsunade wearing matching hanfu, he was shocked. Wow, this is what it means to be the Hokage's man. The initiation ceremony began, and Sasuke knelt seriously in front of Shen Yu, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Then offered tea. After serving Shen Yu, he noticed there was still a cup of tea on the table and glanced at Tsunade beside him. His little brain worked quickly, and he suddenly understood. He picked up the other cup of tea and respectfully handed it to Tsunade. Just as he was about to call her Hokage, Shen Yu cleared his throat and interrupted him. Sasuke instantly understood and quickly changed his words. Tea for my teacher's wife. The entire room went silent. Tsunade's face flushed, and she shot a half-smiling, half-annoyed glare at Shen Yu, but still accepted the tea and drank it all, muttering, just don't learn your teacher's flirtatious ways. Shen Yu was overjoyed, feeling like he could take on 10 opponents. He cleared his throat and said to Sasuke, you have another teacher's wife. Remember to acknowledge her later. From today on, you are my disciple. After saying that, he took out a flaming Tang Dao and handed it to Sasuke. This is a gift from me to you, very close to the Kusanagi sword. You can name it yourself. Sasuke took the Tang Dao, which was taller than him, and his eyes sparkled like 2 stars. He hugged it like a treasure and shouted excitedly, thank you, teacher. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly pulled his son away, not wanting to disturb the couple's moment. I tell you, as soon as they left, the atmosphere in the room instantly became, But then, Shizen was still standing there, looking like a bright light bulb. And Shen Yu was a loss, too embarrassed to throw Tsunade out again. He coughed a couple of times, finding an excuse, Tsunade, the documents in the Hokage's office are probably piling up. I'll go handle that first. Before he finished speaking, he used body flicker to escape. Tsunade's gaze was meaningful. Shizen was stunned for a moment before finally managing to say, Lady Tsunade, you look really good in this outfit. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Let us go to the Hokage's office. Shizen was confused. Huh? Didn't Lord Shen Yu already go? Tsunade's aura was fully unleashed. And Hokage. On the other side, Fugaku stopped Sasuke midway. Son, let me take a look at that sword. Sasuke was unhappy. His little face scrunched up like a bun. It's mine. My sword. Fugaku glared. What? Can I not take yours? Hand it over. Poor Sasuke had no choice but to reluctantly hand it over. I tell you, when Fugaku drew the sword, a wave of heat hit, distorting the air. The blade looked like it was flowing with lava. What a good sword. Much better than mine. Sasuke, you must learn well from your teacher. Sasuke took the sword and began to ponder. Such a cool sword must have a name that matches it. Got it. I will call you Flame Shining Fawn. Time flew by, and half of the autumn of Konoha's 54th year had passed. I tell you, Tsunade realized that after sitting in the Hokage position, Konoha was practically an empty shell. On the surface, it looked like the #1 ninja village, but in reality, it was weak and only bullied places like Sunagakure and Kirigakure, which had their own issues. One third Kazekage was taken out by his own genius, and the other was even crazier, killing each other, entering a blood mist survival mode. Tsunade was troubled, and when she pushed open the office door, she saw Shen Yu already there, looking surprised when she entered. Tsunade was furious inside. This bastard, does he think I'm that lazy in his eyes? She casually picked up a document, flipped through a couple of pages, and got annoyed, bluntly saying, Shen Yu, the foundation of the village, is too thin, right? Shen Yu didn't even look up. Tsunade instantly exploded, throwing the document at him. Can't you wait for me to finish? Wrong, wrong. Attempted murder of her husband. You keep talking nonsense, and see if I throw you out of this building. Tsunade's face turned red. If this got out, how would her Hokage dignity hold up? Shen Yu noticed he had crossed the line and quickly got back to business. Tsunade, I checked the accounts. Your teacher, the third Hokage, allocated too much money to the root. The entire village's finances are nearly emptied. Moreover, the number of ninjas is severely insufficient, and their quality is also lacking. Let me give you a heads up. Your teacher, the Sarutobi clan, occupies nearly 1/5 of the village's ninja population. My Uchiha clan, claiming to be the largest clan, only has about 900 people when you count the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Listening to Shen Yu's detailed data, Tsunade felt overwhelmed, scratching her head furiously, no longer caring about her image, and directly approached Shen Yu with a whining voice. Stop talking, stop talking. If you keep going, I'll quit. You have to help me. Shen Yu couldn't stand it, and helplessly stood up to help her tidy her hair. Tsunade obediently led him. First, you need to ask your famous relatives for money and land. Then, hold people accountable. That old lady, Kirin Chikage, must be dealt with. As for the third Hokage, it's not good for the image. Leave that to me. I'm not his disciple. I'll be the bad guy. Tsunade was deeply moved, thinking, although this man is flirtatious, he is reliable at critical moments. As for recruiting refugees and orphans, how about the finances? I'll pay. Uchiha will also contribute. The money I made back then when I followed you, I've made it grow, and now the village's casino is all ours. Gamble freely. Shen Yu was smug as he said that. Tsunade suddenly became serious. Shen Yu, thank you. Shen Yu stepped forward and hugged her. If you really want to thank me, give me a child, and then the rest still you gal, right? You think too highly of yourself. Hokage assistant, have you finished processing the documents? Shen Yu turned around and saw the documents piled up to the ceiling, instantly deflating. Just as he sat down, he felt something wet on his face, turned his head, and saw Tsunade had pecked him on the cheek, then pretended to pick up the documents, her cheeks flushed. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work. Aren't you teaching Sasuke this afternoon? Uchiha Shen Yu burst into laughter. At dusk, in the training ground, Shen Yu began to give Sasuke extra lessons after school. You are still young, and your chakra and body aren't sufficient, so you can't train too hard, or you'll ruin your foundation. So, teacher, what should I practice? Practice control, climb trees, walk on water, and master the transformation technique and Uchiha swordsmanship until they are second nature. Don't underestimate the basics. Sometimes the simplest techniques are the most crucial. As he spoke, he let Sasuke start climbing the tree. The result was as expected. He fell countless times, his back getting red from all the falls. Sasuke, feeling wronged, had red eyes but gritted his teeth in silence, stubbornly climbing up again and again. Shen Yu watched with a pained heart, but didn't intervene until Sasuke was about to fall, catching him in time. Listen, I am your guide, but you must walk your own path. If you want to become stronger, you must first learn to taste bitterness. As he spoke, a green light shone, and the wounds on Sasuke's back healed instantly. Under the guidance of Shen Yu, Sasuke finally, before nightfall, wobbled his way to the top of the tree. At that moment, looking down at his teacher, the sense of achievement in Sasuke's heart instantly surged. Jumping down from the tree, arms crossed, he forced himself to appear calm. "Teacher, I did it." His little voice was trembling. Shen Yu picked him up and threw him over his shoulder, laughing heartily. "Good, good, good. My Sasuke is the best." "Humph." Sasuke acted proud, his nose almost pointing to the sky. "Let's go home for dinner. Don't keep your teacher's wife waiting." Shen Yu began to swiftly dart across the rooftops with Sasuke on his shoulder, and the wind filled Sasuke's mouth, leaving him unable to speak. When they arrived home, Tsunade and Shizen hadn't returned yet. Shen Yu led Sasuke to the kitchen. "Come, let's cook." "Huh? We have to learn to cook too?" "Of course. Cooking can calm your mind and let you feel the changes in fire attribute chakra." As he spoke, Shen Yu revealed an extremely twisted smile. The next moment, a deafening noise erupted from the kitchen. "Sasuke, you idiot. The fire is too big. This dish is ruined again." I'm just a beginner. Baka, still dare to argue back." What are you doing?" "I want to go home, Wa." Just as Tsunade and Shizen walked in, they heard Sasuke's wailing. The two pushed open the kitchen door, and what a scene it was. Sasuke was covered in dirt, crouched on the ground, trying to blow fire into the stove, while Shen Yu was cooking beside him, occasionally kicking Sasuke's backside, leaving footprints all over. Who understands the family's plight? Using a 7-year-old as a human flamethrower. Upon seeing Tsunade, Sasuke rolled and crawled over. "Teacher's wife, help. Master is not human." After finally finishing a meal, Sasuke was almost out of tears. But then Shen Yu called him over again. "Come, learn some knowledge." "Huh? More learning?" When Sasuke dragged his exhausted body back home, Fugaku asked him what he learned today. Sasuke weakly replied, "Learn to climb trees, learn to blow fire while cooking, and also learn 2 sentences." "What sentences?" "Virtue is not lonely. It must have neighbors." And, "The petty person fears power but does not harbor virtue. The gentleman harbors virtue and does not fear power." The next day, Shen Yu did not go to the Hokage building, but took Shursui and Kaze straight to the Inuzuka clan. They had agreed to visit after capturing Orochimaru, and today was the day to fulfill that promise. The Inuzuka clan was extremely nervous, with clan leader Inuzuka personally waiting at the door with his daughter Inuzuka Hana. Let me tell you, Shen Yu is now the Hokage's aide and the Uchiha clan leader. His visit is not just a visit, it's an inspection. Before Shen Yu even arrived, his subordinate Kaze began to grumble. "Clan leader, this Inuzuka clan is too ungrateful. The reception is so small. How about I grab those 2 women in front and bring them back as concubines for you?" Shen Yu immediately slapped him. "If you don't start using your brain, don't follow me in the future." Upon meeting, Shen Yu was extremely polite, and being handsome, the Inuzuka clan members instantly felt a surge of goodwill. After some small talk, Shen Yu got straight to the point. "Inuzuka clan leader, Konoha is about to undergo a reform. I plan to continue purchasing ninja dog from your clan to allocate to the police department and our Uchiha clan. Money is not a problem." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka understood immediately. This was the Uchiha clan trying to win them over, now that the old clans like Sarutobi and Shimura were no longer involving them. The Uchiha clan was a new support, and it was personally offered by the Hokage's aide. How could they not embrace it? It was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. She immediately agreed. "Shen Yu, you are too polite. The Inuzuka clan is also part of Konoha, and it is our honor to contribute to the village. As for the ninja dogs for the Uchiha clan, we are friends. Talking about money would hurt our feelings." I'm telling you, the essence of Shen Yu's approach is all about the bigger picture. Friends are friends, business is business, and we can't let friends suffer. The 2 sides hit it off immediately, and the atmosphere instantly heated up. Inuzuka's pa took advantage of the moment, saying his daughter Inuzuka Hana was about to graduate and was worried about her teacher. Shen Yu understood immediately. This was just sending a hostage. He arranged for Uchiha Ryo to be the leading teacher on the spot, and also slipped in a girl from the Uchiha clan, locking the relationship firmly. After the discussions were over, Shen Yu took everyone and left, as there were still a lot of matters to attend to at the Hokage building. In the following days, Shen Yu and Tsunade were almost overwhelmed with work. The land and funds approved by the daimyo had arrived, and the plan was officially set in motion. Near Konoha village, Shen Yu clapped his hands, and with a mighty rumble, earth-style, 4 pillars house technique, rows of neatly arranged earthen houses sprang up from the ground. Those displaced by the war finally had a home. The land, once owned by nobles who had committed crimes, was now under Konoha's management. The common people could eat and wear well, working tirelessly. Of course, when the population increased, so did the issues. Some old villagers attempted to bully the newcomers, only to be promptly arrested by the police department. There were also spies that were rooted out by the Yamanaka clan. One day, during dinner, Shen Yu gathered all the new villagers to give them a pep talk and paint a bright future. He stood on a platform, cleared his throat, and announced, "I am Uchiha Shen Yu, the Hokage's assistant of Konoha." Before he could finish, the new villagers below suddenly knelt down in unison, like a row of dominoes falling. They were all crying out, expressing their gratitude to the great ninja, pledging to be as loyal as oxen and horses. The scene was incredible. The Umbu and police department members beside me were rendered speechless. They had seen those emaciated commoners when they took over the territory and compared them to the fat, pompous nobles of the Fire Country, and their perception of the old system had been shattered. Shen Yu had no choice but to shout, "Get up! From now on, you are all citizens of Konoha, and no one will drive you away." Then he emphasized the rules. Once you enter Konoha, you must follow the rules. If you are bullied, go to the police department in these uniforms. If there's danger, run toward that fan symbol over there. That's my place, and I, Uchiha Shen Yu, will protect you. Goodness. He even swore an oath. I tell you, for the common people, nothing is more reassuring than a simple oath. This declaration stabilized their hearts completely. Next, Shen Yu was incredibly busy, practically Konoha's #1 workhorse. The police department was short on staff. Expand the recruitment. Even 6th grade ninja school students were pulled out to work as child labor. The Uchiha clan, having their land nearby, all became flexible employees, working as extra members of the police department. You wouldn't believe it. While the Uchiha's reputation outside was terrible, here among the new villagers, their prestige skyrocketed. The proud weirdos in the clan didn't say anything, but inside, they were overjoyed and their work ethic improved. There were also many matters within the village. Shursui managed the orphanage, while Narashikaka brought his highly intelligent family to help Tsunade with financial planning, which nearly burned out their brains. I tell you, Nara's operation was top-notch. They sold medicinal materials to the village for a huge profit, while also donating a portion of the earnings as political donations. They got both the substance and the appearance, a win-win. No, they won twice. Even Orochimaru was being drained by Shen Yu, locked in his laboratory every day, working himself to the bone, coming up with a phone that resembled a brick, and the battery was expensive. When I went to see him, good heavens. The room was full of Orochimaru's shadow clones, all sporting dark circles under their eyes, looking at me with a resentful gaze, as if to say, "You brat. Do you think I'm a donkey for the production team?" Even the retired 3rd Hokage, upon hearing his eldest son's report about the new atmosphere in the village, could only silently light a cigarette and sigh. I guess I really am old. After several days of being the top dog, Shen Yu finally caught a break. In the evening, he took Shursui to the ninja school gate, saying he wanted to pick up his precious disciple Sasuke after school. I tell you, that wasn't just after school. It was like a top-tier superstar going out. Sasuke walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, looking all cool and aloof, while Sakura and Ino chattered excitedly beside him. Following them was the lovesick Naruto, and behind him were Shikamaru and Choji, a large crowd trailing behind them. The scene was grand, but Naruto's mouth was relentless, shouting "Stinky Sasuke," which made Sasuke explode with anger, and they immediately started arguing. Upon seeing Shen Yu, Sasuke ditched his entourage and rushed over, sweetly calling out "teacher." Ino, upon seeing Shen Yu, was starstruck, probably screaming internally, "How can he be even more handsome than Sasuke?" Then she quickly switched to a ladylike mode, greeting him in a high-pitched voice. Shen Yu smiled and patted Ino's head, executing a head pat so charming it made the little girl swoon. Just as the moment was harmonious with brotherly love and youthful crushes, Naruto's loud voice came again. "Stinky Sasuke, why are you running?" Sasuke immediately blushed and charged at Naruto, and the two little boys rolled on the ground, fighting right in front of everyone at the school gate. Shen Yu couldn't bear to watch anymore. He grabbed each of them, lifting them like little chicks. But the two weren't satisfied and leaned forward, trying for a headbutt showdown. Shen Yu originally wanted to separate them, but unexpectedly, they overexerted themselves, and I tell you, the annual explosive moment occurred. Smooch! Time froze. The air thickened. Anyone who understands family knows I was petrified on the spot. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, then simultaneously vomited on the ground, heaving and rolling. After they finished, they still wanted to fight, but Shen Yu kicked them away. How embarrassing. How disgusting. Just as Shen Yu was about to lose his temper, he turned and saw Hinata standing not far away, looking both cute and pitiful. His anger dissipated instantly. He dashed over and picked Hinata up. The little girl turned beet red, burying her face in his chest, nearly passing out from the embarrassment. Shen Yu squeezed her little hand, knowing she hadn't eaten enough, and immediately decided, "Let's go. I'll take you for ramen." The Hyuga bodyguards nearby were almost crying, saying the clan leader was still waiting at home. Shen Yu glared. "You go back and tell Hyuga Hayashi that I'm taking his daughter out for a meal. Does he even know if his own daughter is full? If he doesn't like it, he can come and fight me." Now, that was imposing. Hinata hurriedly covered his mouth, not wanting him to get into a fight with her father. In the end, it turned into Shen Yu carrying Hinata and Ino, who also wanted to be held, with Sasuke in one hand and Naruto, who was trying to sneak away, in the other, followed by a long line of little ones, marching grandly towards Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto, feeling a bit insecure, quietly said, "Big brother, I'm a nine-tailed fox." Upon hearing this, Shen Yu burst in a loud laughter, so boisterous it was outrageous. Then he pressed down on Naruto's head and said seriously, "Nine-tailed fox? Nonsense. From today on, I declare if anyone dares to say that again, they are going against me. Uchiha Shen Yu, you are the descendant of heroes. Your parents sacrificed themselves for the village. This is non-negotiable. I tell you, Naruto couldn't hold it back on the spot, tears streaming down his face. The group arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, and Shen Yu ruthlessly waved his hand. "Uncle, let's start with 15 bowls of the ultimate combo." While eating, he pulled out a huge stack of money and shoved it into Naruto's hands, as if to say, "I'm so poor, all I have left is money." After they were full, he arranged for someone to send the other kids away and directly grabbed Naruto. "You, come home with me." Irika-sensei was dumbfounded, wanting to stop him but too afraid, so he could only follow them to the Hokage building. When they arrived at Shen Yu's home, Tsunade was already there. Naruto, being honest, immediately called her Grandma Tsunade. I watched as Tsunade's expression changed from sunny to cloudy, then to stormy. With a bang, Naruto flew out with a big bump on his head. Shen Yu quickly held back the furious Tsunade, managing to calm her down after much persuasion. After the commotion, Shen Yu was ready to get down to business. He looked at Naruto and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm taking you to meet an old friend." Then, with a glare, he activated his Sharingan and pulled Naruto into the mental world. Once inside, wow, a huge iron cage, and inside was the big fox, the Nine Tails. The aura, the roar, was overwhelming. As soon as the Nine Tails saw Shen Yu in his Uchiha clothing, it exploded. "Damn Uchiha. Get the hell out of here." Shen Yu remained expressionless. "I'm here to communicate with you. If you don't cooperate." As he spoke, the Sharingan began to spin. Let me tell you, when the Nine Tails saw that eye, its DNA reacted. It recalled the fear of being treated like a pet by Uchiha Madara and a tool by Obito, and it crashed into the cage wildly. Shen Yu directly pulled it into a Genjutsu for an online PK, and when they came out, the Nine Tails was instantly subdued, lying in the cage like a big orange cat, grumbling, "Communication, fine, just don't use that damn eye." Only then did Shen Yu start explaining to Naruto, telling him that this was the Nine Tails, that his parents were heroes, and that he was a monster. Naruto burst into tears, crying heartbreakingly. But after crying, he suddenly wiped his tears, lifted his head from Shen Yu's arms, clenched his fists, and stretched his hand out towards the cage. "Kai-bye. You won't be lonely anymore. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will be your second partner." Wow. The main theme was companionship, and it completely stunned the Nine Tails, which stared blankly at Naruto's outstretched fist. Guess what happened next? The proud old Nine Tails, while saying humph, was quite honest with its body. Under my deep gaze from the Sharingan, it reluctantly extended a paw and bumped fists with Naruto in a historic moment. After that, I directly withdrew from the consciousness space, leaving the Nine Tails there, reflecting, "Minato, you've raised a good son." Then it closed its eyes and pretended to sleep, but that annoying chakra was indeed retracted. When I woke up, I found myself leaning against Tsunade, and it was so soft that I thought I might as well stay a little longer. But then Naruto suddenly jumped up, shouting excitedly, "Tsunade, sister, I made friends with the big fox. Hey, why is big brother still asleep?" Tsunade looked at me, her fist cracking, and smiled, saying, "Your big brother here might be dreaming of flying." As soon as I heard that, I thought, well, I can't keep pretending anymore. I quickly got up and chuckled. Ahem, Naruto is awake. Not bad. Woke up earlier than I did. Then I hurriedly changed the subject, suggesting that Shizen take Naruto to wash up and change his clothes since he's still at school tomorrow. Once they left, I looked at the dishes on the table and immediately went into praise mode. "Wow, did you make this? It looks and smells amazing." After saying that, I picked up my chopsticks and started to devour the food. Tsunade was stunned, thinking to herself, When did my cooking skills become so impressive? She also took a bite, but then spat it out. She grabbed me and looked at me in disbelief. It's so bad, and you're eating it so quickly? I still had food in my mouth and mumbled, we can't waste it. It's quite delicious. Delicious, my foot. If it's so good, I'll make it for you every day. All right, I'll wipe my mouth, and I'll eat the food my wife makes every day. My words left Tsunade speechless. Her face turned red, and she glared at me angrily. But her gaze softened. After I finished all the biochemical weapons, I lay on the sofa, rubbing my belly. When I turned around, I found her eyes were red. Wait, why are you crying? Who is crying? She was quite stubborn, but after a while, she still asked softly, do you think it's worth it? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Looking at her seriously, I chose it myself, so what does it matter if it's worth it or not? Once the atmosphere shifted, Tsunade actually felt a bit shy and quickly changed the subject, asking where Naruto was sleeping at night. I said he could sleep in my room, and then she hesitated and said, then you sleep on the sofa. How could that be? I directly acted spoiled, saying there's no reason for the boss and the boss lady to sleep in separate rooms. Oh, I'm so tired. I need to go to sleep quickly. After saying that, I slipped away. When I finished my shower and came out of my bathrobe, they were all asleep. I quietly tiptoed into the master bedroom, lifted the covers, and quickly burrowed in. Tsunade's body stiffened at that moment, and I could feel her trembling. I gently hugged her from behind, and then I just stayed still. I told you, I just breathed steadily there, emphasizing respect. After a while, Tsunade's tense body slowly relaxed, and she turned around to quietly look at me under the moonlight. She must have had mixed feelings inside. This man on the battlefield acts like a madman, yet is incredibly considerate in daily life, but he shares his heart with several women, and I just happen to fall for this. In the end, she blushed, quietly leaned over, and kissed me on the lips, then curled up in my arms like a little cat, contentedly falling asleep. Who understands this extreme tug-of-war among family? It's a high-level game. Early the next morning, when I woke up, Tsunade was almost hanging on me. I gently kissed her forehead, preparing to get up and make breakfast for the big and small at home. However, as soon as I moved, she sleepily grabbed my hand. Where are you going? To cook, take the kids, handle official business. She rubbed against me, and only reluctantly let go. Then you go ahead, I'll sleep a little longer. I just finished making breakfast when Naruto rushed out like a little cannonball. This kid rummaged through the wardrobe for a while, and finally picked a shirt with the Uchiha fan emblem on the back to wear. I have to say, he looked pretty cool. At the dining table, Naruto was eating with such gusto. His mouth seemed to be smeared with honey. The food that Brother Kamaya made is so delicious. Sister Tsunade and Sister Shizune are really lucky. After finishing the meal, seeing that we were almost late, I just said I would take him, and Tsunade stood up too. Wait, I'm going too. As soon as Shizune heard that, she immediately followed. Then I'll go too. Naruto was overjoyed, bouncing up happily, holding my hand in one and Tsunade's in the other, while Shizune beamed behind us. Let me tell you, that scene was a little shockwave for the whole of Konoha. Just as we left the clan area, we ran into Fugaku, who was taking Sasuke to school. When he saw our little family trio, his eyes widened, and he quickly came over to greet us. As soon as Naruto spotted Sasuke, they started their usual banter, arguing again. When we arrived at the entrance of the ninja school, it was truly sensational. All the parents dropping off their kids were wide-eyed. Can you believe it? The 5th Hokage and the Hokage's assistant, both dressed in Uchiha clothing, hand in hand, bringing that little demon fox to school. Wow, that little fox. Shut up. Can't you see the assistant is staring at you? The people who used to bully Naruto turned pale, and they probably had to prepare fruit baskets to apologize by tonight. I squatted down and pinched Naruto and Sasuke's cheeks, encouraging them to get along. Watching these two little guys push and shove each other while walking to school, the feeling of bond was truly unmatched. But good times didn't last long. Trouble soon came. Yamato was targeted by spies from various villages. Tsunade had hidden him to protect him, but that became a clue instead. Kakashi had even gone to check on him that day, and just as he left, the attack began. With a loud bang, the assassination started. These people were clearly there to test the waters, to see just how strong Yamato's wood release really was. Although Yamato managed to block a few attacks with his wood release, compared to the first Hokage, his strength was simply youthful. The Umbu got entangled with the enemy, and Kakashi was held up by Cloud Ninja. These spies coordinated perfectly. Once they got the intel they needed, some of them fought desperately to cover their comrades' retreat. In the end, while we took down most of them, 2 managed to escape, taking the most important information with them. Now, with that information spread, the entire ninja world knew. The new wood-release ninja from Konoha was a paper tiger. The 4th Raikage A from the Cloud Village and Inoki from the Stone Village. both hot-tempered, turned red-eyed upon hearing the news. They immediately called for troops, and without further ado, marched their armies straight towards the land of fire. The next morning, intelligence from the front lines reached the Hokage building. War had suddenly erupted. Tsunade was a bit flustered, pacing back and forth in her office. As her hemophobia hadn't gotten better, I pulled her into my arms and told her, "What are you afraid of? I'm here." Konoha had finally started to flourish, and anyone trying to ruin it would have to answer to my fists. She leaned against me, her voice weak. "I have hemophobia. I might not be able to go to the battlefield." I laughed at that moment. "Your grandpa is still alive. You just stay in the village and serve as my strongest logistic support. As for the guys like Reikage and Tsuchikage in front, leave them to me. It's time for the ninja world to remember the fear of being dominated by me, Uchiha Shura, draw troops from each clan proportionally, and with the addition of civilian ninjas, form a large army to head north and fight them. But before that, I definitely need to sort out my family matters first." I directly pulled Tsunade and highlighted the key points for her. "Let me tell you, those three from the pig, deer, and butterfly family, along with my uncle Uchiha Fugaku, are all fierce fighters who are going out with me to take down enemies. But don't worry, I've left you 2 trump cards at home, Uchiha Shursui and Itachi. Yes, you heard me right. Both Shursui and my uncle are Mangekyo users. With them around, those brats from the Mist Village won't dare to show their faces. They'll come back with nothing. As for the Sand Village, the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya are holding the fort, so that S stable too. Oh, and I've also left you a little genius named Yakushi Kabuto. This kid is quick-witted, and he's also skilled in medical ninjutsu, so let him be your advisor. Just in case there is something we can't handle, Orochimaru is still locked up with me. That guy is quite obedient now, doing research in my Uchiha dungeon every day, making good use of waste." Man, Tsunade was dumbfounded at that time. She looked at me like I was an alien, mouth wide open. "Wait a minute. Didn't Orochimaru run away? When did Shursui and Fugaku activate their Mangekyo? Just how much are you hiding?" I rubbed her hair and thought to myself that I hadn't told her I could use would release yet, afraid it might scare her. Tsunade, that woman, don't be fooled by her loudness. She's truly reliable in critical moments. She interrupted me directly. "All right, Kakashi, you can take him too. Don't underestimate me. I'm one of the legendary Sannin and the 5th Hokage. Always having you protect me makes me feel like a vase. I'm the Hokage, and you're my support. Hey, I love this little temper of hers." I nodded in agreement, but then her mood plummeted again, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt. After fidgeting for a while, she finally managed to say, "Hey, no. You have to come back alive, okay? If you do come back, then what?" I teased her. "Then I'll go with you. To send our child to school." I felt a rush of warmth in my heart and pulled her into an embrace. "Don't worry, I'm tough. But don't you have any actual gestures?" I winked at her, and she didn't dodge, coming in for a kiss. Just then, Jingyin was outside knocking on the door. "Hokage-sama, Assistant-sama, the clan leaders are here." Only then did Tsunade blush and break free from my arms, taking a deep breath, taking off her Uchiha uniform, putting on the Hokage's ceremonial robe, and donning the Hokage hat. In that moment, her aura was fully unleashed. She grabbed my hand and pushed open the conference room door. Wow, let me tell you, that scene was like the all-star lineup of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage, Mito Gate Flame, the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. The old stubborn from the Hyuga clan, as well as representatives from the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans, all packed into one room. Tsunade sat in the main seat, lowered her hat, and got straight to the point. "Everyone, no time to rest. The armies of Iwagakure and Kumovikure are at our doorstep. From now on, Konoha is in a state of war. I announced the establishment of a temporary war department, with the overall leader being my husband, Uchiha Shen Yu." I stood up and scanned the room. "Since the Hokage trusts me, let's get one thing straight. In battle, anyone who dares to pull tricks behind my back or hold us back, don't blame my Uchiha blade for being ruthless. I will personally lead the team to deal with Iwagakure and Kumovikure. Inuzuka, Nara, Akimichi, Fugaku, Kakashi, follow me." Meeting adjourned. Everyone, get moving for Konoha. The room erupted with cheers. The momentum was incredible. Once the meeting was over, the whole of Konoha sprang into action like a well-oiled war machine, clanking and whirring into motion. The first batch of vanguard troops, led by Kakashi and my own Inazuma, went straight to the front lines. At this moment, the funniest part happened. My reckless subordinate, Uchiha Kaze, swaggered in front of the Shimura clan's gate with a bunch of his police force brothers. The new clan leader of the Shimura family, what was his name? Tikai politely asked, "Captain Kaze, what brings you here?" Uchiha Kaze pulled out a scroll from his pocket, slapped it open with a bang, cleared his throat, and in his rough voice declared, "By the order of the Hokage, the Shimura clan is powerful and embodies the will of fire. Thus we are requisitioning 500 ninjas to contribute to the village." T-Kai's face turned pale. 500? Are you joking, Captain Kaze? Our entire clan can't muster 500 ninjas. At most, 300. He was about a hand over the list of clan members. And guess what happened? Uchiha Kaze swatted the list away with a slap, glaring and shouting, "Don't show me that crap, I can't read. 500 means 500. What? You don't want to contribute to Konoha. Where's your will of fire? Huh? Is it not strong enough? Let me tell you, without the will of fire, the village won't approve. Let me tell you, Uchiha Kaze is well-versed in PUA. He directly learned Tobi's tricks, mainly using the same methods to turn them back on him. Shimizu T-Kai was so angry he shook all over, but he didn't dare say a word. Who told him his family, Tobi, caused so much trouble? In the end, he could only grit his teeth and reveal everything. After dealing with Shimizu, Uchiha Kaze went to visit Naruto and used the same method to arrange things with her as well. In just a few hours, an army of nearly 6,000 had gathered at the village entrance. The send-off crowd was packed, with Tsunade and Hinata standing at the very front. I instructed them one by one, telling Tsunade to take good care of the police department and encouraging her to check on Naruto more often. I also pushed Kabuto in front of them, suggesting they listen to this kid's advice. Finally, I pulled Tsunade and Sakura into my embrace, while the surrounding ninjas held their breath, their eyes wide open, openly watching the scene unfold. Tsunade punched my chest, saying, "You promised me. You must come back alive." Sakura was more direct, grabbing my arm and saying, "I have no other family besides you. Who understands what family means? Going out to fight." I was immediately hit with 2 debuffs. I felt a mix of emotions. Suddenly, Sakura kissed me on the cheek, tears streaming down her face. "If you come back alive, I'll have your child. If you die, I'll go with you." I haven't reacted yet, and the other side of my face is also wet. It's Tsunade. She bites her lip and says, "If you die, I'll live as a widow for you." My heart was pounding at that moment, and I was even more afraid of dying. I raised my head and shouted to the 6,000 brothers behind me, "Brothers, you have wives and children behind you. The enemy wants to smash our pots and steal our children. Can we tolerate this? I, Uchiha Shen Yu, declare this today. If anyone falls on the battlefield, I will take care of your children. If I die, please take good care of them for me. We vow to protect Konoha with our lives." The 6,000 men cheered like a tidal wave. The army set off, and on the way I called Uncle Fugaku to my side. "Uncle, do you know why I brought you out? Staying in the village all the time will make you dull. When we reach the battlefield, don't hide your Mangekyo. Take the opportunity to control the tailed beasts on the opposite side, and let the ninja world hear the name of Uchiha Fugaku." Fugaku's eyes lit up at that moment. Not long after, Nara Shikaku came over with a map. I directly summoned my external help, Guardian Spirit Yujin and Su Huang, and held a roundtable meeting in front of Shikaku. The 2 generals exchanged words, analyzing the situation thoroughly, leaving Shikaku stunned, probably wondering if the matters regarding Han Kingdom were real. While we were formulating plans, intelligence from the front line also arrived. Kakashi was engaging with the vanguard of a Wagakure, Akatsuchi. Wow, Kakashi was incredibly clean and decisive. With a glare from a Sharingan and a quick Chidori, he instantly took out 2 IWA ninjas. Akatsuchi wanted revenge, but a bunch of Konoha ninjas suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, scaring him to retreat in a hurry. On the other side, at the border of the land of hot water, my family's Inazuma and veteran Maru Hashikage also encountered the vanguard of Kumogakure. This kid Inazuma had learned to be smart. Instead of charging head-on, he listened to the old veteran's advice and directly set up an ambush. The Uchiha were particularly emotional in battle, unleashing fire release like it was free. As they fought, 2 young ninjas suddenly opened their eyes, and they hammered down on the Kuminin, almost giving a guy named Omoi a psychological shadow, forcing him to retreat in disgrace. The intelligence gathered to me, and I exchanged glances with Shikaku, smiling. The plan was a success. I instructed Yamato to take a group of Earth-style ninjas to create some chaos, then personally led the army straight towards the main force of a Wagakure in the northwest. By the time Inoki, that old man, brought his main force to the front line, his son KT had already led over 1,000 men charging towards Kakashi's position. Kakashi, however, was calm and collected. He pulled out the walkie-talkie I gave him. "Hello, Shikaku, can you hear me? The enemy is coming. Where are you guys?" "Almost there. Almost there. Retreat as planned. We're getting ready to make dumplings." "Received." With a wave of Kakashi's hand, he said, "Brothers, fight while retreating. It's time to walk the dog." KT thought he had found an opportunity and rushed to chase, but soon realized something was off. Why was there not a single bird call in this forest? Huh? Where did the people in front of me go? Why are there fewer and fewer? His heart sank, and he quickly shouted to stop. Too late. As soon as he stopped, hundreds of red-eyed Uchiha emerged from the surrounding woods, followed by a massive black army, completely surrounding them. And I stood at the very front. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. I spat out a mouthful of flames, and that guy, the firewall, almost shot up to the sky. The rock ninjas on the opposite side were instantly stunned, probably thinking, did this guy poke the den of the fire god? They desperately raised earth walls. But it was completely useless. As the sea of fire passed, the front row of rock ninjas was directly roasted into charcoal. Immediately after, our side's lightning-style ninjas surged forward, chopping down those rock ninjas whose chakra was almost exhausted like cutting vegetables. Huangtu's eyes turned red, but there was nothing he could do. Just when he was about to despair, a furious roar came. Enough. That old man, Noki, finally arrived with a large army. And a massive Earth-style, Earth Dragon bullet scattered our formation. I waved my hand, and the Leaf ninjas quickly retreated. The battlefield instantly quieted down, with both armies facing each other, swords drawn and bows bent. The old man, Noki, floating in the sky, had a face as black as a pot bottom. I could feel his anger from 800 miles away. The troops he worked so hard to bring were burned down to almost nothing by my flames. How could he not be angry? He hovered in midair and immediately opened fire on me, saying something about how there were no Leaf ninjas left and how they sent a kid like me to assist as Hokage. I couldn't help but laugh and retorted on the spot. Take it easy, old man. Don't hurt your back floating up there at your age. Family, who understands? Arguing with such an old guy is simply a waste of breath. I didn't waste any more words with him. I glared, and the three Tomo directly transformed into a giant fan. Goodness, a golden skeletal frame suddenly emerged from my back, muscles and armor all set. Susanu's second stage, directly deployed. The old man immediately cowered when he saw my stance. He knew very well that there must be Cloud Ninja spies nearby watching. If we really fought to a mutual destruction, wouldn't that just be sending our heads to those muscle-bound Cloud Ninjas for free? He was too shrewd for that. Besides, he had been psychologically scarred by Madara's blue Susanoo back in the day, so now seeing my golden one probably triggered his PTSD. So he gestured, and the Rock Ninja army began to retreat in defeat. He still talked big, saying that next time I wouldn't be so lucky. I thought to myself, fine, next time we'll definitely settle this. Once they completely disappeared from view, I let out a sigh of relief and told Riku to quickly find a place to set up camp. After this battle, my reputation in the Leaf skyrocketed, especially that conspicuous guy who bounced over like a spring, shouting and asking what that golden giant was. It was too youthful. I was overjoyed inside. With Guy here, it was all good. This was my final trump card, the legend of the 8 gates of Duinjia, and it hadn't even begun yet. I just set up camp here, and as the camera shifts, we return to Konoha village, where there's an undercurrent of tension. Jiraiya, that old pervert, said he was going to gather material, but it's been ages since the war started, and he just sauntered back. As soon as he walked in, he cheekily called Tsunade, only to be shot down by her glare. Please call me Hokage-sama. The atmosphere was so cold it could freeze icicles. Tsunade, being decisive, immediately called a meeting to assign tasks. Old man, third Hokage, stop enjoying retirement in the village and hurry up to support the god of rain. Jiraiya, you go keep an eye on those broke guys from Sunagakure. As for Shursui, he has already taken Guy and the others to deal with Kirigakure. Don't be fooled by Tsunade's strong exterior. She is actually quite anxious inside, worrying about me every day. After all, I'm going to take on 2 opponents, one being a Jinchuriki and the other the Raikage, so the pressure is immense. She even doubts whether the 8 gates technique I mentioned to her is reliable. Then Jiraiya brought up the topic of Naruto, which made Tsunade explode. You, as a teacher, and Kakashi, as a senior, who has looked after Naruto since Minato left. That one sentence left Jiraiya speechless, and he left in a huff. On the other side, Shursue's situation escalated as well. As soon as he arrived at the front lines, he received outrageous intel. It was said that the commander of Kirigakure, named Sujetsu H. Zuki, actually sold out his own people's whereabouts to us. This move could teach a masterclass in workplace betrayal for 2025. Without a second thought, Shursui took IBI and the others to intercept. Among the Kirigakure ninjas, there was a rather inexperienced Kisame Hashigaki. That group was in such disarray that before they even started fighting, they were already arguing among themselves, threatening to kill teammates and not seeing eye to eye. I have to tell you, Sure Sui is simply a killing machine. Once the Sharingan is activated, with a set of Jinjutsu and 2 swift strikes, a mist ninja is gone. Kisame tried to sneak up on us, but Sure Sui blocked him with a body flicker. Kisame was stunned, thinking to himself, this guy can take me out in an instant, yet he goes to save his teammate? This idea completely fried his CPU. In the end, surrounded by us, Kisame realized he couldn't escape and did something extremely ruthless. He turned around and killed his own teammate along with the mission target. To avoid leaking information, he was more merciless to his own people than to us. Standing on the edge of a cliff, Sure Sui told him, teammates are meant to be protected, not abandoned. After hearing this, Kisame was stunned for a long time, then laughed heartily and jumped off the cliff, saying that in his next life, he wanted to be reborn in Konoha to experience what it feels like to have companions. The scene cuts back to me, and the real main event arrives. The 3 parties are at a standoff, and no one dares to move. I was waiting for this opportunity. I directly sent Yamato with a team to take out a few rock ninjas, then staged the scene to make it look like they were killed by Cloud Ninja's lightning techniques and swordsmanship. Then, these guys would disguise themselves as rock ninjas and directly ambush the Cloud Ninja Patrol team. ISNT that going to create chaos? As soon as the signal flare went off, everyone rushed over. The rock ninjas saw it and exclaimed, damn, the Cloud Ninjas killed our people. The Cloud Ninjas saw it and cursed. Damn it, the rock ninjas are ambushing us. And just like that, a fight broke out. The skirmishes escalated into a full-blown military confrontation. When the news returned, the Raikage, with his explosive temper, crushed his chair and charged forward with Killer Bee. On the other side, Onoki initially wanted to sit back and watch the fight, but when he heard I was leading the Konoha army to press forward, he was completely dumbfounded. The Cloud Ninjas saw us moving and immediately launched their entire forces, forming a 2-to-1 situation against us. Fugaka was still asking me why we were teaming up with the stronger Cloud Ninjas. I told him, aren't you seeing the bigger picture? That old fox, Onoki, wants to wait for us and the Cloud Ninjas to weaken each other, while that reckless Raikage wants to swallow us whole. I plan to use Raikage's greed, make him my gun, and kick the troublesome Onoki out of the game. Once we take down the rock ninjas, the reinforcements from the 3rd Hokage should be arriving, and then it will be our decisive battle with the Cloud Ninjas. On the battlefield, the Raikage was like a human-sized Gundam, radiating blue light, rampaging through the rock ninjas, unstoppable. Onoki was anxiously stomping his feet in the sky, and with a dust release, original world separation, he shot it over, but good grief, I dodged it, while the few Cloud Ninjas behind him were directly disintegrated into atoms. When the Raikage saw his brothers gone, his eyes turned red, and he charged even harder. But the rock ninjas were not pushovers at Onoki's command. Rows of earth walls rose up, embedded with explosive tags. As the Cloud Ninjas charged in, boom, they were blown sky high. Following, there was a storm of rock missiles raining down, causing the Cloud Ninjas to cry out in despair. Just when they were in the heat of battle, we had the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails, Han, join the fray, spewing forth boiling vapor that was highly corrosive, instantly taking out several Konoha ninjas. I made a big breakthrough that dispersed the fog, brandishing my Tang Dao and charging forward, kicking him away. A few rock ninjas tried to stop me, but come on. I was enveloped in a flash of lightning and directly showcased my ancestral lightning release sword technique, Uchiha style, ready for a fierce battle. Just as I was about to draw my sword for a quick strike against that kid Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails, a big guy suddenly charged out from the group of rock ninjas. Oh, it was Tsuchi, right? Without saying a word, he hit me with Earth Release, Sandwich, slamming 2 large stones together and trapping me in the middle. When the 5 Tails Jinchuriki saw his teammate gone, his eyes turned red, and he let out a roar, activating some steam technique, charging at me like a runaway high-speed train. The rocks just happened to move aside, and his powerful punch landed right on my face. Let me tell you, I retaliated with a punch. Our Senju clan's brute strength isn't to be underestimated. With a loud bang, the shockwave sent everyone around us flying, and we both staggered back 800 meters, temporarily creating some distance. At that moment, who understands the situation? A green light flashed, and my dear sun guide dashed in with the 8 gates opened. With a Leaf Village's strong fist whirlwind, he spun and jumped with his eyes closed, kicking the still-dazed Han and making him spit blood. Before that guy could react, my Uncle Riku's shadow imitation technique pinned him down, seamlessly connecting to Uncle Boar's heart turn technique, executing a combo that kept him completely immobilized. Kakashi also understood the cue, using Lightning Body to block Tsuchi, who was trying to rescue him, and the two immediately started fighting. The opportunity arose. I directly opened my Mangekyo Sharingan, ready to implant a Trojan horse in his mind, causing him to betray us on the spot. But guess what? He transformed into his tailed beast form. The Jinchuriki has an absurd resistance to Genjutsu. My eye power was simply insufficient. Leaf Village ninjas, you have angered me. When the Five Tails Moo King emerged, his five tails whipped around like a fan. Angered me? Let me tell you, just saying those two words from his mouth shows his courage. I immediately activated Susanoo. A golden muscular warrior rose up, and I unleashed a barrage of punches on the five tails. The scene was like a Gundam beating a small monster, with one hand pinning its head down while the other rained down blows, rubbing it into the ground. What, its tail hitting me? That's just a massage. As soon as my eye power recovered, Susanoo was fully revived. Seeing my ferocity, the Leaf Village brothers' morale skyrocketed, and they charged forward shouting. The Five Tails, realizing he couldn't win, attempted to secretly gather chakra for a tail beast bomb. Dream on. I quickly formed an 8-sided sword, slicing off the two tails he was preparing to use. It howled in pain and took the chance to escape. Those two tails are valuable, so I quickly sealed them away with a scroll. Then I clapped my hands and performed the summoning jutsu. Fire will fill the sky. Hundreds and thousands of fire giants and fire beasts erupted from ground, directly breaking through the rock ninja's line. Just as I was enjoying the battle, a beam of white light shot over, and half of my Susanoo was obliterated. What the heck? Dust release. Turning around, it was that old man Onoki. He saw the situation and knew he couldn't win, so he ordered a full retreat. He must be cursing both the Raikage and me in his heart. This time, it was a case of losing more than gaining, with thousands of men lost in the process. Onoki fled with his remaining troops, and we didn't pursue because the Cloud Ninja scouts had already reached our flank. As the Rock Ninjas retreated, only we and the Cloud Ninjas remained on the battlefield. Over 9,000 Cloud Ninjas faced off against over 5,000 Leaf Ninjas, and the final showdown was about to begin. On the other side, Onoki returned to the village, his face darker than a pot bottom, and immediately called for a criticism meeting. While he was scolding, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, returned. Let me tell you, these two stubborn old men started bickering the moment they met. Why weren't you there? You can't win and blame me? Do you have no shame? By the end of the argument, Onoki directly told Old Purple to get lost, and Old Purple, with a fiery temper, turned and left. The Rock Village was severely weakened, facing both internal and external troubles. The scene shifted to the Leaf side, where I had Orochimaru and the others studying a white Zetsu I had casually captured earlier. That thing is like a walking USB drive, specifically designed to infiltrate villages and steal intelligence. Thankfully, I was one step ahead and had the Hyuga clans be a Kugen team patrol around the Uchiha clan territory. That thing's disguise was like running naked in front of the Byakugan, and it was captured on the spot. That kid Kabuto showed some talent. Looking at the white Zetsu cells, he was mulling over whether he could achieve limb regeneration. When Orochimaru heard this, he got so excited he licked his tongue, wanting to take him as a disciple. But then Kabuto turned the tables. Lord Shinju told me to keep a close watch on you. Orochimaru's expression at that moment must have been something like, "You two are really something." At this moment, the decisive battle with the Cloud Ninjas officially began. Both sides formed their battle lines, a sea of people everywhere. The fourth Raikage brought his brother Killer Bee, along with the two tails Jinchuriki Waimori, with their whole family in tow. My side also had an all-star lineup. The Inoshikacho trio, Fugaku, Kakashi, Guy, all present. I started with a pre-battle rallying cry. Just one sentence. I'll charge to the front. Kill. With AS command, both armies clashed like two tidal waves. I activated Susanoo and charged in to clear the battlefield, while Raikage, the brute, charged in to trade punches with me without hesitation. His brother Killer Bee wanted to join in for a 2-on-1. Dream on. I summoned my guardian spirit, Zhao Zilong from Changshan. Right here, General Zilong wielded a silver spear, directly nullifying Killer Bee's flashy seven-sword style. The spear was longer than the swords, you know? In just a few moves, he was left with only one sword. On the other side of the battlefield, Guy also faced off against the two tails Jinchuriki Waimori. Youth has no price tag. With one punch, he knocked the two tails down. Guy opened the sixth gate, his speed skyrocketed, and with one strike, he hit Waimori like a firework, forcibly knocking him out of his tailed beast form. As soon as the two tails emerged, Guy unleashed a flurry of punches on him. Fugaku seized the opportunity, rushing forward to try and use his Mangekyo to control the two tails. But guess what, everyone? He got stuck. His Mangekyo didn't seem to be very effective. After a long output of eye power, his eyes were almost bleeding. Yet the Two Tails was still struggling madly, completely unmanageable. As soon as I saw Fugaku was about to be overwhelmed, I knew this couldn't go on. I braced myself against Raikage's attack, using the momentum to retreat and charge towards the Two Tails. Let me tell you, the brothers from Konoha were truly fearless, risking their lives to buy me time against Raikage's pursuit. Just when Fugaku was about to collapse and Guy was ready to open the next gate, suddenly, a multitude of thick wooden vines burst from the ground, wrapping around the struggling Two Tails like a giant python. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. Even Yamato, who was fighting nearby, was dumbfounded, his face full of question marks. This with style. Isn't I doing? Let me tell you, that guy who released the skill is none other than Shen Yu himself. He was holding back for a long time, probably turning purple in the face. And suddenly he burst into laughter as if he had broken a seal. He slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Open for me." Goodness. Wood style. Advent of the tree world. Have you ever seen a scene like that? The ground seemed to come alive, and countless trees grew wildly, trees growing on trees, vines growing on vines. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield transformed into the Amazon rainforest. Those cloud ninjas were doomed, entangled by the vines. And in just a few seconds, they were drained into husks, all their chakra sucked away and fed back to the forest, making it grow even more exaggerated. We from Konoha were like fish in water inside, and the vines even helped us block skills. It was just so considerate. On the other side, Raikage was almost steaming with anger. He was about to catch Shen Yu, but was blocked by this forest. He's a tough guy too. He directly activated some lightning-released chakra mode, full power form, with his hair standing on end, looking like a blue Super Saiyan. His speed so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't keep up, charging forward desperately. At that moment, my heart sank. It was over. The God of Rain was just a few steps away from the Two Tails, but the Raikage was even faster. What should I do? Just at that critical moment, a green light flashed. Family, who understands? That familiar figure, that watermelon head, youth brother, my guy, he has arrived. He charged directly in front of the God of Rain and shouted back, "God of Rain, you go ahead, I'll handle this here." Then he struck that classic pose, and my heart was in my throat. Grandma knocked on the door open. 7 gates. He directly opened the 7 gates. Let me tell you, that chakra was like a volcanic eruption. Green steam surged around him, and he looked like a blazing green flame. In the sky, a blue lightning bolt and a green meteor charged straight at each other. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up to watch these two gods fight. Trembling lightning. Super heavy flow burst. Bang. There was a huge explosion, and I almost went deaf. The two beams collided, and a shockwave blasted everyone within dozens of meters away like a missile. Once the dust settled a bit, a cloud ninja pointed inside and shouted, "It's Lord Raikage. Lord Raikage has won." Our hearts sank halfway, and guess what happened? The smoke completely cleared, and Thunder Shadow AI was standing there, but one hand was tightly gripping the wrist of the other hand, his expression so serious it could drip water. Opposite him, the green glowing Kai Emperor stood like a god of war, with his wrist clearly broken, hanging limply, but his gaze was absolutely disdainful of all life. A tie? No. Kai won. With one hand, he forced Thunder Shadow AI to a halt, buying the most precious few seconds for the divine rain behind him. Just then, a huge cloud of dust erupted from the Two Tails side. When the dust settled, we were all stunned. Divine Rain was already firmly standing on the head of the Two Tails. And that Two Tails, which had just been so fierce, now had eyes that had turned into Divine Rain's signature windmill kaleidoscope pattern. Let me tell you, just a few seconds ago, Shen Yu directly poured the Eye of Perception into Susanoo like it was mineral water. A complete Susanoo, clad in golden armor, with huge glowing wings on its back and a stunningly cool Han sword at its waist, rose up from the ground. It was dozens of times taller than the Two Tails. Then, with both fists together, it delivered a heavy blow that smashed the Two Tails' head into the ground. Next, it grabbed the little cat's neck face to face, eye to eye, and directly gave it a mental imprint. But that's not all. The most outrageous move came next. Shen Yu directly used this shining Susanoo as a set of armor, perfectly fitting it onto the Two Tails. Family, a Gundam on a kitty, fully equipped skin on the Two Tails, who can withstand that? Then, let's continue to fight. Shen Yu's arrogant voice echoed throughout the arena, followed by a low shout. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden giant dragon, bigger than the Two Tails, spiraled up and coiled around the Susanoo armor. Goodness, 3 layers of buff stacked up. This configuration was simply far ahead. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Tail beast balls were sprayed like they were free, and Raikage AI fought desperately to stop it, but could only watch helplessly as his troops fell in droves. Our morale in Konoha exploded. Everyone charged forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting for Lord Shen Yu, killing madly. In the end, Raikage AI completely broke down, punching the ground and howling at the sky. Heaven is unfair. Why does Konoha have so many geniuses? He wanted to fight desperately, but was firmly held back by his subordinates. If they continued fighting, the foundation of the Cloud Village would be completely wiped out. Retreat. With Raikage gritting his teeth and giving the order, this battle was thoroughly concluded. We won. Everyone was stunned in place, then erupted into thunderous cheers. But soon, everyone quieted down, their gazes fixed on the figures standing in the sunset, slowly dispersing the Susanoo. At that moment, the prestige of Shen Yu reached its peak. He calmly said, "Everyone, we won. Let's take the bodies of our brothers and go home." At that moment, I truly admired him. He used wood release to create coffins, letting the fallen brothers walk in front. After returning to the village, he explained to everyone that his wood release was a product of the combination of water and earth, completely dispelling everyone's doubts. But at that moment, Kai came over to support him, and we realized that Shen Yu's eyes had turned completely white, and he could hardly stand. Continuous use of his ultimate technique would be too much for even an Iron Man to bear. And guess what happened? While he was resting with his eyes closed on the way, he directly opened the system, angrily smashed 90,000 points, in exchange for the sage body on the spot. I tell you, in an instant, his previously withered chakra was instantly replenished, his ocular power surged, and he was fully revived on the spot. This was simply outrageous. However, did you think this was the end? Just after we had won the battle, something happened at home. That masked, mysterious person, Uchiha Obito, took advantage of the village's emptiness and actually came to steal from us. He rushed into the Uchiha clan's secret base, killing anyone he saw. Orochimaru and Kabuto fought desperately to resist, but Obito's space-time ninjutsu was too tricky. He was like a phantom, untouchable and unreachable. Just when Orochimaru and the others were about to collapse, Uncle Snake, he actually performed the seals and used that forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation. 2 gigantic coffins rose from the ground, engraved with the numbers 1 and 2. The coffin lids opened, and out walked none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. I was stunned at the time. Good grief, we got into a fight and directly summoned our ancestors. The first Hokage was still in a daze. Where is this? Wasn't I in the Pure Land? The second Hokage, next to him, crossed his arms, looking smug. Brother, this is my technique, the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru quickly explained that someone had invaded Konoha and asked the 2 lords for help. Upon hearing this, the first Hokage naturally agreed to help. But the second Hokage turned around and saw the Uchiha fan behind Obito, and his DNA reacted on the spot, ready to spit out. It's indeed the evil Uchiha brat. As a result, the first Hokage shot back at him. Look at the corpses on the ground. It's obviously the Uchiha who were attacked. Obito was also arrogant, completely dismissing these 2 weakened versions of Hokage. But as soon as they exchanged blows, he suffered losses, getting kicked away by the second Hokage and chased by the first Hokage's would release, having to awkwardly dodge while phasing out. The second Hokage, being a master of forbidden techniques, saw through Obito's phasing limit at a glance. He had to materialize when attacking. Just as they were preparing to work together to take down Obito, Tsunade arrived with the Umbu. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Obito used Kamui to escape. Next came a large-scale family reunion. Tsunade looked at her 2 grandfathers and was dumbfounded. The first Hokage was quite cheerful. "Oh, Tsunade, you've grown up." Then the most explosive moment came. In front of everyone, the first Hokage started pressuring Tsunade about marriage. "Tsunade, you're already this old. Do you have any offspring?" Tsunade's face instantly turned red, stammering, "I have someone I like." The first Hokage's eyes lit up. "Oh, who is it?" "It's the one mentioned in the letter just now, Uchiha Shen Yu." As soon as the words fell, the second Hokage exploded on the spot. "Nanny, Uchiha, my beloved granddaughter from the Senju clan has actually been deceived by the evil Uchiha." I almost died laughing. The first Hokage quickly hugged his younger brother and said, "I told you not to have biases against the Uchiha." Then he turned to Tsunade and said, "Uchiha Shen Yu is a good kid, worthy of my granddaughter, huh?" The second Hokage probably felt his heart shatter, looking very unwilling. After some commotion, Both Hokages realized the village was strong now, and Shen Yu was incredibly powerful, so they felt at ease to prepare to leave. Before they left, the second Hokage reminded Tsunade, "If that evil Uchiha dares to bully you, just reincarnate me." Once the souls of the two Hokages ascended, Tsunade finished dealing with the base matters and went to the village entrance to welcome us. Thus, the scene at the beginning occurred, when Shen Yu led a long line back to the village entrance. He was greeted by the cheers of the entire village and the long-awaited Tsunade and Hong. Shen Yu was not polite at all. He walked over and naturally hugged each of them. "You didn't get seriously hurt, did you?" The two beautiful women looked at him with concern, touching him all over. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Shen Yu smiled and then deliberately asked Tsunade, "How's everything in the village? However, I feel that these matters will soon have nothing to do with you." Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. "I've already told the daimyo that you're going to be the next Hokage. This position is reserved for you, this ambitious man." Shen Yu grinned and leaned closer to whisper in their ears. "Then it's settled. From now on, you two must change your surname to Uchiha." Hong immediately pinched him, and Tsunade gave him a playful punch. "Stop joking around," Tsunade said, both amused and exasperated. "Hurry up, there's a meeting at the Hokage building, and a bunch of things to deal with." "Okay," Shen Yu nodded and turned to Nara Shikaka behind him, ordering, "Shikaka, notify Kakashi and the others to come to the Hokage building in a moment." Shikaka's reaction was something else. I tell you, he used to respectfully call Tsunade Lady Tsunade, but now he doesn't even use a prefix and directly listens to me. Tsunade didn't mind. She was never the type to cling to power. As long as her man loved to stir things up, she would fully support him. Just as we were talking, suddenly, two little whirlwinds rushed over. Naruto was jumping up and down, shouting, "Brother Godrain!" "Sister Tsunade!" Sasuke just stood there coolly, calling out, "Master! Mistress!" I teased the two of them. "How's it going? Are you behaving lately?" Naruto, with his loud voice, replied, "I've learned everything Irika-sensei taught me." Sasuke immediately raised his head and looked up at a 45-degree angle, acting all proud. "Teacher, I can already walk on trees, and now my brother is teaching me to walk on water." When Naruto heard this, he couldn't help but retort. Conceited Sasuke, "What's so great about climbing a tree?" Goodness, Sasuke is already showing off at such a young age. And he shot back, "What do you know? Last place. This is what the teacher taught me about refining chakra. Such a superficial view, you can't carve a rotten wood." This left Naruto completely dumbfounded, "Huh? What is that? Superficial?" Hong rubbed Naruto's little head to explain, and I exchanged a glance with Tsunade, thinking, well, mystery solved. This guy Naruto hasn't even looked at the stuff in my notes. The textbooks of this ninja school must still be stuck in ancient versions. Tsunade shot me a glance, meaning, when you become Hokage, you can deal with it yourself. All right. Hurry up, Do. Take these two obvious troublemakers back. We have a meeting to attend. When Tsunade, Hong, and I stepped into the Hokage building, good grief, Kakashi and Jiraiya were already sitting there. That old man Mito Minion looked at me with a mixed expression. TSK? It was quite complicated. I bet he was already calculating whether the future of Konoha would belong to the Uchiha clan. Ino started reading the documents right away, summarizing for us, casualties, 3,000, compensation must be maximized, and those who made contributions can directly exchange for S-rank ninjutsu. Then there's the issue with the two neighbors. The Mist Village wanted to take advantage, but got beaten up by Sure Sway, and now they don't dare to make a sound. Sanagekyo is even sneakier, pretending to be allies but stabbing in the back, only to be slapped back by Jiraiya. And now they're sending people to say, "Oh, it was a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding my foot. I directly interrupted them. I think, that this move by Sanagekyo is purely seeking their own demise. And we must show that Kid Raza a thing or two. As soon as I said this, the air in the room froze. Those old guys from the Mito clan were probably thinking, "Are you crazy, buddy? We just finished a battle, and you want to start another one?" But guess who was the first to react? Nara Shikahisa. This guy is really quick on the uptake. He stood up and asked me, "Lord Shen Yu, your intention isn't to destroy Sanagekyo, right?" I laughed. Destroying them is too boring. What I want is to make them kneel, demand land and reparations, and send all the next generation ninjas to Konoha to study. From now on, Sanagekyo will be our military ally. As soon as I said that, I felt the air conditioning in the conference room drop several degrees. Tsunade seemed a bit worried. "Hey, that guy Risha may not be much, but he still has some strength." I'm throwing out the big card. Do you know why the first generation was so powerful? His wood release can absorb chakra. But what is really impressive is his physique. I paused, looking at everyone. Coincidentally, I have that same physique. Let me tell you, The expression on Lejuna's face instantly changed from an old man on the subway looking at his phone to one of disbelief, like wow. Newton's coffin can't hold me down. He must have started modeling at the speed of light in his mind. I can use would release to turn the desert into an oasis, expand the territory of Konoha directly, and conveniently take over the land of rivers. Wow, he couldn't even dare to think further. Looking at his shocked expression, I couldn't help but laugh inside. Good brother, from now on, you'll be my top strategist, and your descendants will work for my family. Others didn't think as far as he did, but their faces all showed the return of the god of the ninja world, and the rise of Konoha starts today. Their faces flushed with excitement. I knocked on the table and said, "All right, stop daydreaming. The dust release of Inoki, the speed of the fourth Reikage, and that group of monsters from Akatsuki are enough to keep me busy. Now, does anyone have any objections to this proposal?" "I have no objections." "Me neither." Before Tsunade could say anything, it was already passed unanimously below. She had a speechless expression. "Great. I can't stay as Hokage for even a day. When you come back, just take over directly." I stood up and said, "All right, assemble the troops." With a whoosh, everyone except Tsunade and Hong stood up, all in perfect unison. I'm a bit helpless. Listen up, this is a surprise attack. We need to be fast. End the battle within 2 days. Don't send anyone below Elite Chunin. They won't keep up. Kakashi, pick people from the Umbu. Hong, draw from the police department. Mito Gaidon, gather supplies. Call the third Hokage, and Jiraiya. Shizen, come back to guard the home. I'll leave a few with clones. Tsunade, you stay at the main base. Send out the message now, saying there will be a memorial for the fallen ninjas in 2 days as a cover. Is that clear? We set off in 2 hours. Yes. At the command, everyone rushed out like they were on adrenaline, leaving only the 3 of us in the meeting room. Hong came up and kissed me before running off, leaving just me and Tsunade staring at each other. She asked softly, "Are you the Hokage or am I the Hokage?" I touched my chin and said, "It seems like, who are you?" By evening, a 300-man elite force was already rapidly moving through the forest. Just as the ninjas returned home, they hadn't even settled down before being urgently assembled, not even knowing what the mission was, and they just followed me, sprinting towards Sunagakure. Jiraiya, that old guy, came over to talk to me about peace, and I almost rolled my eyes to the sky. Dude, peace is fought for, not begged for, you get it? I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. It was all business, and I had to follow through. When we reached the border, it was almost dark. I called Kakashi, the third Hokage, and the others over for a final briefing. Listen, we will move day and night, directly penetrating their weakest defense. I'll lead the charge. You all follow me. Gaara and the fourth Kazekage are my responsibility. Chiyo and her brother Hans, third Hokage. You and Jiraiya take care of them. Maki, Kakashi, you go with that to handle it. Su Huang, you go take out their ninja academy. Zhao Yun, you're in charge of the rear, intercepting all reinforcements. 10 minutes later, we strike with me. Yes. With the order given, the adrenaline of over 300 people surged. If we managed to raid a ninja village with 300 people, it would be a story to brag about for a lifetime. As soon as we moved, the Sand Ninja Patrol team on the border didn't even have a chance to react before being skewered by the wooden spikes that emerged from the ground. Like candied hawthorns on a stick. We had to be fast, so fast that by the time their command center discovered the patrol team was missing, we were already at their doorstep. After a night of rapid marching, the dilapidated outline of Sunagakure finally appeared before us as dawn broke. I stood on the mountaintop, looking at the tired but fiery-eyed brothers behind me. I pointed at the sand-hidden village below and shouted to them, "Do you see that? The extraordinary achievement is right there. I promise, for those who are alive, there will be plenty of money. I will share the land, and I will give you ninjutsu. Even if you want to become the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, that's fine. If you fall, I will take care of your family, ensuring that your descendants are well taken care of." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of over 300 people turned red, and they roared as they rushed down, all driven by their thirst for battle glory. I laughed heartily. Brave people enjoy the world first. Let's charge in. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Wood release, wooden man technique. Summoning technique, flame giant. With a loud boom, a wooden man towering over several stories, a roaring wooden dragon, and a giant engulfed in flames charged towards Sunagakure. The third Hokage and Jiraiya were wide-eyed, probably thinking, this scene is just like the first Hokages back in the day. Remember, don't kill civilians. Kill anyone who resists. Yes, the defenses of Sunagakure crumbled like paper in front of my giants, shattered with a single blow. The ninjas of Konoha followed behind, killing gods as they encountered them. The wooden dragon paved the way, toppling buildings along the way. I had a clear target, heading straight for the Kazekage Tower. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. The ground instantly transformed into a rainforest, leaving the sand ninjas dumbfounded. Who understands being tied up by vines in the desert? That kid Raza came out with dark circles under his eyes, looking at me as if he had seen a ghost. He was about to head to the Kazekage Tower when my wooden dragon crashed into it. Magnet release. Sand gold shield. He desperately blocked the wooden dragon, but my wooden man's big stick followed through, and with a huge bang, the Kazekage Tower collapsed. Raza jumped away in a panic, looking up at me, both shocked and angry. Uchiha Shen Yu, are you trying to start a war? I stood on top of the wooden man, sneering. Oh, are you saying that you have a reason for betraying the covenant? Seeking death. Magnet release. Sand gold. The sky was filled with sand gold trying to entangle my wooden man, but countless spikes suddenly grew from the wooden man's body, directly pushing the sand gold away, and its size kept increasing. The surrounding sand shinobi couldn't organize an effective resistance at all, suffering heavy casualties. At that moment, Chiyo and Ebizo also arrived with their team. When the old lady Chiyo saw Kakashi, her eyes turned red, probably mistaking him for her son, and she shouted angrily, "Kakashi Hitaki, you bastard who killed my son. Take your life." Puppet technique. White's secret technique. Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. Enraged, Chiyo launched her ultimate technique, sending 10 puppets to attack Kakashi. The third Hokage quickly stepped in front. "Your opponent is me, old friend. Let me tell you, the third generation was incredibly fierce." He grabbed the golden staff, transformed by the Monkey King, and smashed a puppet away with a bang. That old lady Chiyo wasn't to be underestimated either. Her 10 shinobi guards were flashy as hell, and their fire style couldn't even get close. The scene instantly turned into chaos. On Kakashi's side, he found Maki, and Jiraiya saw that the old man on the opposite side, named Zuki, was clearly the commander. He immediately launched a great fireball to clear the way, aiming to capture the leader first. Guess what happened? Zuki didn't want to fight. He dashed away, heading straight for Gaara. My heart sank. I thought, oh no. Sure enough, he reached Gaara and, who knows what technique he used, but can you believe it? With a shout, Gaara vanished, and a huge yellow-skinned raccoon appeared in his place. Shikaku was out. Does anyone understand? That thing came out and was completely uncontrollable, its tail flailing everywhere. Not caring whether it was sand shinobi or leaf shinobi, anyone nearby was dead, turning the entire battlefield into a disaster zone. On the other side, our God Rain was in an intense battle with the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Raza was also a sly one. He intentionally showed a flaw, took a hit from God Rain, and then countered with a sand gold burial, wrapping God Rain in several layers of sand and gold, burying him alive. He must have thought he was safe, even starting to contemplate life, believing that with this move, Uchiha God Rain was definitely dead. What happened next? Let me tell you, the next second, the entire arena went silent. With a loud boom, that thick mound of sand and gold was blown apart like a dirt pile by a 100-meter-high golden giant. Complete Susanoo. Raza's expression was one of disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out, and he muttered, "How is this possible?" God Rain's voice came from within the giant's body, calm and collected. "Is your vision limited to just Shikaku? I've had enough fun." Goodness, this was just the beginning. Suddenly, a halo appeared behind the golden giant, and it started shooting lasers like in a video game, clearing out the small fry in no time. Then, God Rain clapped his hands, and a wooden giant Buddha, even larger than Susanoo, rose from the ground, merging with the two giants. With one slap, Raza was sent crashing from the sky to the ground, stuck and unable to get out. With the other hand, he grabbed a massive sword, and with a single swing, the Sand Shinobi didn't even know where to run. They could only kneel and wait for death. Nearby, Shikaku, who had just been released for 2 minutes, was completely stunned. What the heck is this? It sensed extreme danger and turned to run, but the giant Buddha reached out a hand and grabbed it, its little short legs flailing in the air, looking utterly ridiculous. God Rain smiled at the little raccoon in his hand and said something incredibly profound. "Should I say that your power is too great and must be sealed away? I told you, Shoha crashed at that time. It knows those lines well. That lunatic from decades ago caught it like this. It was just about to curse." And then the kaleidoscope in Shen Yu's eyes spun again, and there you go, another one formatted. 2,000 sand ninjas, under the big Buddha's few slaps, suffered more than half in casualties. Shen Yu grabbed the half-dead Rasha back again, and Rasha still wanted to be tough. "Aren't you afraid of other ninja villages attacking together?" Shen Yu couldn't be bothered to argue with him. The kaleidoscope spun again, And there you go, the 4 Kazekage also happily reset to factory settings. Surrender, sign the treaty, and leave you a way out. As soon as these words came out, all the sand ninjas were stunned. And looking at the 4th Kazekage held in the big Buddha's hand, Granny Chiyo couldn't fight anymore. She still wanted to encourage everyone to continue fighting, but her brother, Hai Laozong, pulled her back and shook his head. His eyes seemed to say, "Sister, stop struggling. If we keep fighting, the village will be gone." Granny Chiyo sighed deeply. And finally, under everyone's gaze, the already controlled Rasha expressionlessly uttered 4 words. "We surrender." At this point, the entire Sunagakure was completely under control. Shen Yu directly used would release to create a negotiation table on the spot. Right on this ruins, you say, isn't this damaging? It's simply stepping on others' faces. And they still have to say thank you. Our Konoha people were all restless, mainly wanting to laugh but not daring to, feeling very uncomfortable. Family. Who understands this feeling of being a strong person for the first time? It's so refreshing. Even the 3rd Hokage was watching with a smile, feeling like he had wasted decades as Hokage. Shen Yu crossed his legs and tossed over a piece of paper. "Come on, take a look, let's sign it." The controlled Rasha respectfully took it. Granny Chiyo was so angry her face turned green, but the other sand ninjas all lowered their heads, typically thinking, "As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassed ones are others. Anyway, it's the Kazekage signing. We're all being forced." Granny Chiyo snatched it to take a look and immediately exploded. "Impossible. Ceding land? Compensation? You also want to hand over the students of the ninja school? Uchiha Shen Yu, do you believe that I could take a few of you down with me before I die?" Shen Yu waved his hand, infuriating. "Oh, madam, don't be so agitated. Let's talk nicely. You didn't say a word when you surrendered. Now you jump out to be a hero. Even your Kazekage hasn't said anything." Once these words were said, the surrounding sand ninjas looked at Granny Chiyo differently. "Right, were you just now?" Rasha, Shen Yu version, slammed the table and began his performance. "Enough. Uchiha Shen Yu, we won't sign these conditions." Then he started bargaining, saying things like the territory can only be half given, tasks split into 2 portions, students not given. "But I can give you my son." Shen Yu just replied, "Tasks 40%, territory unchanged, otherwise no deal." This move from Rasha highlighted the performance aspect. Seeing the Kazekage even handing over his own son, the sand ninjas behind were moved and wanted to stand up and resist. But Rasha raised a hand to stop them. "Enough. Everything is for Sunagakure." In an instant, Rasha seemed to age 10 years. The sand ninjas behind cried out, "Kazekage, we're sorry." Shen Yu almost laughed out loud watching. "So touching, much better than that old hag, let's sign." So, Rasha bent down and signed this treaty of village destruction and national humiliation. Shen Yu snatched it away, casually picking up the handball and Kanjiro brought by Maki. And those 2 little ones looked at their father's cold eyes, their hearts shattered. Shen Yu turned around and left, leaving a sentence. "Quickly get off Konoha's territory, or next time you come, Sunagakure will be gone." After we left, the group of sand shinobi still knelt before Raza, each one filled with guilt, swearing to repay Raza with their lives. Chiyo and Ebizo also came over to express their commitment to assist him well in the future. They thought the sand village was about to see a new beginning, but little did they know, the kaleidoscope hidden deep in Raza's eyes had quietly activated a plan named Blood Sand. On the way back, Guy was as excited as a monkey, eager to look at the treaty, and a group of people gathered around as if they had won the lottery. Jiraiya was still there arguing with me about being the child of destiny. And I thought to myself, "Brother, just look at this big Buddha in front of you. Isn't this better than destiny?" Soon, we returned to the newly designated territory, and Shen Yu directly used would release, Birth of the Trees, turning the desert into a forest in the blink of an eye. He methodically began assigning tasks, sending Kakashi to handle the water diversion in the Land of Rivers, and instructing the 3rd Hokage to create a lake using water release. When the 3rd asked how to explain it to the daimyo, Shen Yu simply replied, "This is a deal between the Sand Village and the Leaf Village. What does it have to do with the Land of Fire?" So dominating. Meanwhile, this news spread throughout the ninja world like it had grown wings. In the Stone Village, Inoki angrily threw the intelligence report on the ground, cursing Raza as useless while pacing back and forth, fearing Shen Yu might next launch a surprise attack on his village. He immediately ordered to contact other villages, insisting on forming an alliance, and to quickly retrieve the Four Tails Jinchuriki. In the Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage smashed a fist through the table, cursing and agreeing to ally with the Stone Village. They were still troubled by the capture of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, and someone even suggested simply trading hostages with the Leaf Village. In the Mist Village, the fourth Mizuki Jigura looked at the intelligence with a frown, sensing a major shift in the ninja world, and decided to accelerate the cleansing of bloodline limit families within the village. Within the Akatsuki organization, Obito and Pain were also analyzing the situation. Obito claimed it was nothing to worry about, but he was probably panicking inside. Pain, however, remained calm and decided not to activate the beast capture plan for now, letting the 5 major villages fight among themselves while they sat back and profited. At this moment in the Leaf Village, when Tsunade posted the announcement, the entire village erupted. At first, everyone was hesitant to believe it, rubbing their eyes and looking again. Defeating the Sand Village? Returning the One Tail? Ceding territory? When a Hyugan ninja confirmed it with the Byakugan, the news instantly set the village ablaze. The Leaf Village was in an uproar. Ninjas cheered in the streets, especially the Uchiha clan, who were so proud they could almost lift their noses to the sky. The Inuzuka clan also felt they had made a great investment. Narashikaku held the intelligence, trembling with excitement, muttering to himself, "We really did it." In the police department, Red hugged Izumi, both proud and amused, teasing her. "Look at how happy you are. Your face is all red. Who are you thinking about?" Only in the ninja school did things seem out of place with the celebrations outside. Irika-sensei still didn't know what was happening and was arranging practical combat matches. Next up, Naruto versus Sasuke. Sasuke was acting all high and mighty, saying, "How can you defeat me? My teacher is the strongest in the village, and the Hokage is my mentor. We Uchiha are the greatest clan in the Leaf." Naruto jumped up, "You arrogant Sasuke. My brother is also the strongest in the village. I call the Hokage's sister, and I have a big fox." Haha, is that the big fox that the teacher caught in one glance? The two of them were bickering. While Ino was pulling Hinata aside to complain, "Was I ever as infatuated as Sakura?" Shikamaru, in the back, lazily chimed in, "Not just that, you two are the loudest." Ino immediately exploded, turning to scold Shikamaru, then leaned over to Hinata and whispered, "Hinata, when we have time, I'll take you to play with Shen Yu, okay?" Hinata's face turned red, her fingers fidgeting as she quietly said, "But my father?" "Oh, don't worry about your father. Just say it was me looking for you, and we could go together." Hinata nodded, her face full of anticipation. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke had already formed their opposing hand seals. The next moment, the two of them bolted out like unleashed huskies. Sasuke launched a series of wooden shuriken, and surprisingly, Naruto dodged them, performing a backflip in a stylish manner. Sasuke was stunned. "Oh, the bottom-rank kid has improved, huh? Let me tell you, these two are going at it, throwing punches and kicks back and forth like pure elementary school kids in a brawl." Naruto seized an opportunity and threw a punch at Sasuke's face, but with a duong sound, he hit a wooden post instead. Shadow Kurun technique. Before he could react, he was kicked hard in the back, landing face first in the dirt. Immediately, 2 shurikens flew past his head, and Irika-sensei raised his hand, ready to call a stop to it. But Naruto rolled and scrambled back up, shouting, "Damn it, Shadow Kurun technique." Suddenly, dozens of Narutos popped up, surrounding Sasuke completely. Sasuke, being a little genius, quickly identified the real one and charged in, stabbing with a shuriken. And what happened? He stabbed at nothing but air. It was a fake. Now he had stirred up a hornet's nest. The surrounding Narutos swarmed him, throwing punches and kicks in a sneak attack. Sasuke was getting beaten up so badly he started to doubt his life choices and quickly jumped out of the encirclement. Then he heard Naruto's triumphant laughter. "Haha, stinky Sasuke. Can't find me now, can you?" Sasuke's face turned dark as he gritted his teeth and said, "Umph, you're the one who pushed me to this." At that moment, I felt something was off. I saw him quickly forming hand signs with his small hands, and beside him, Shikamaru's face turned pale as he shouted, "Oh no." The next second, Sasuke puffed out his cheeks and yelled, "Fire style. Fireball jutsu." I was dumbfounded watching from side. "Dude, are you practicing like elementary school students, or trying to send the other side straight to cremation?" Luckily, Irika-sensei was quick and extinguished that little fireball with a water jutsu. In the end, there was no doubt that Sasuke won. The two of them were making hand seals for reconciliation while bickering about how they would definitely defeat each other next time, and how even if he learned it, he still wouldn't be able to beat me, and so on. On the way home from school, the big news came. Itachi himself came to pick them up. Sasuke asked, "Hey, why does it feel like the new year outside? Everyone is cheering." Itachi patted his head and dropped a bombshell. "Oh, Lord Jiraiya soloed Tsunagekyo yesterday. Took out the 4th Kazekage in an instant, and conveniently captured Shikaku as well, forcing Tsunagekyo to give up a large piece of land. Naruto and Sasuke were instantly stunned. Shouting in unison, "Nanny? Wasn't Sensei brother in the village?" Itachi replied calmly, "Oh, the one in the village is a wood clone. I tell you, those two little brains just overheated like a CPU on the spot. The teacher's clone was playing with us in the village, while the real one has already taken down the neighboring village. This battle power is just outrageous." 1 second, the two were still arguing, and the next second, they were boasting together. "That's my teacher, the strongest in the ninja world. Brother Shen Yu is so amazing." Then they started arguing again about who boasted better. It's really something. On the other side, our main character Shen Yu is currently greening up the newly acquired land, standing on a wooden dragon wherever he goes. The desert directly turns into an oasis. The scene is like he has activated God mode. The sand ninjas left behind are watching at the border. On the other side is a land of flowers and birds, while on their side, it's nothing but endless yellow sand. Who understands the pain of their families? Their eyes are almost turning red with jealousy. Shen Yu is also holding 3 little captives, Shikamaru, Kankuro, and Gaara. These 3 kids look as if they've been abandoned by the whole world, especially the 2 older ones. Their biological father said he didn't want them, and their hearts are completely cold. Gaara is even more of a heavyweight, looking like he has lost his soul. After all, he is a monster. It's the same wherever he goes. Shen Yu looks at them and pours a bowl of chicken soup down their throats. "Don't be so glum. Our village has someone who has been through the same thing as you. Once you get to Konoha, you'll have friends. Your dad doesn't want you, but we in Konoha do. We in Konoha never abandon our comrades." Gaara heard the voices of others who had gone through the same experiences, and there was finally a flicker of emotion in his hollow eyes. Without Shikaku holding a concert in his mind, he could finally get a good night's sleep. After calming down the spoils of war, Shinju opened his system backend, thinking, "I need to check how many points I scored this time. System, check my balance. Ding. Host. Congratulations, you have earned a total of 80,000 system points. Wow. Exchange 50,000 for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and max it out. When I tell you." Shen Yu felt a warm current rushing through his eyes. It was so comfortable. In the next second, the kaleidoscope directly upgraded to the eternal version, with unlimited ocular power. It felt like he had changed to a superconducting battery. Moreover, the system also informed him that because of his good foundation, with the combination of the and the eternal eye, he would automatically evolve into the within 5 years. Shen Yu smacked his lips. "Only 5 years? I thought I could level up instantly." Then he cheekily asked the system, "Hey, does your system sell tail beasts?" The system fell silent for a moment. "Yes." "Damn, you sneaky old man." Shen Yu almost spat out his drink. "So I work hard to snatch them, and you're the source manufacturer? Huh?" But then he thought, "Forget it. I'll wait for that group of Akatsuki workers to gather them for me, and then I'll swoop in and take them." Just as he was thinking about this, Kakashi came to report, "Lord Shen Yu, the team is assembled." Great. Back to the village. The large group returned to Konoha, and the scene was bustling, with drums beating and firecrackers sounding. The red carpet almost laid out to the village entrance. Tsunade led a group of high-ranking officials to personally welcome them. Naruto finally squeezed out of the crowd, wanted to rush up and hug a thigh, but was pulled back by Sasuke. "Idiot, can't you see the teacher's wife is here? Are you going to be a third wheel?" The two started bickering again. Shen Yu walked up to Tsunade and immediately started with some flirtatious banter. "Do you have anything to say to me?" "My Tsunade." Tsunade's face turned red, like a little wife, brushing off some dust from him, and softly said, "Congratulations on your triumphant return, dear." The onlookers erupted into cheers upon hearing this, creating a commotion. Shen Yu, however, was even more audacious, lifting Tsunade onto his shoulder with one hand and picking up Hong with the other, shouting to everyone, "I'm carrying back 2 beauties." Oh, the crowd went wild. Blessings poured in like they were free. The entire Konoha set up a banquet. Just like the New Year, Kai was there eating heartily, while Kakashi found Naruto, patting his head, insisting that Naruto call him brother. Naruto looked confused. "Who are you, masked man?" Kakashi got anxious. "I'm your dad's disciple." "My dad?" Naruto was stunned. "Who exactly is my dad?" Just as Kakashi was fumbling for words, Shen Yu directly lifted Naruto onto his shoulders and, using an amplification jutsu, his voice echoed through the village. "Today, I'm going to make things clear. Naruto's father is the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He is the hero who protects the village. His mother is Kushina Uzumaki. He has never been any fox spirit. Shimura Danzo, who spread rumors behind his back, is already dead. I'll say it here today, if anyone dares to gossip again, Don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. I was right next to him, and it gave me goosebumps. The whole place was silent. And then those villagers who had bullied Naruto lowered their heads in shame and began to apologize one by one. Naruto's tears fell at that moment, but he held them back and shouted from his spot, "I'm not a demon fox. I have parents too. I'm the son of the 4th Hokage. I will become Hokage in the future." Sasuke was the first to run over, handing him a tissue and proudly saying, "Hey, stop crying. If anyone dares to say anything about you in the future, I'll help you beat them up." Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji all rushed over as well. The 3rd Hokage also came over to apologize, saying that they had sealed the information to protect him. That night, Naruto resolved years of heartache. Later, Shen Yu coaxed Naruto to sleep, and just before turning off the light, the little guy quietly said, "Thank you, brother Shen Yu." Shen Yu smiled and closed the door. Turning around, he entered Tsunade's room. As for what happened next, the family knows it was that kind of moment that needed the lights off, with dry wood and fierce fire, close contact, and sweet nothings turning into actions. The result was that both of them overslept the next day. Shen Yu woke up, opened the curtains, and saw the sunlight just right. Well, the bed was warmer than outside, so he shrank back to continue hugging Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at the clock and exclaimed, "My goodness, it's past 10. Shen Yu, hurry up. There must be a long line at the Hokage building. I won't get up." In the end, Tsunade forcibly pulled him up. By the time Shen Yu lazily made it to the Hokage building, it was nearly noon. When he opened the door, wow, the reception room was packed with people. Kakazu, Ino, Kakashi, Kabuto, it looked like a line for medical treatment. Shen Yu innocently greeted them. "Hey everyone." Inside, everyone was thinking, dude, it's almost lunchtime, and you're still saying hey? Then came the assembly line-style work reports. Kakuzu reported on the ceremony for the new Hokage. Ino asked how to deal with those 3 kids from Sunagakure, and shyly mentioned that he had an eye on a girl, which Shen Yu urged him to propose to quickly. Kakashi reported on the situation in the Land of Rivers, and Shen Yu casually promised to clear his father's name once he became Hokage. Finally, it was Kabuto's turn. This guy was a research fanatic, starting off with reports on Hashirama cells and the progress on White Zetsu research, even pulling out an old-looking device, claiming it was a prototype communication device that could make calls and send texts. After Shen Yu dealt with everyone, he finally sighed in relief, picked up a cup of tea, and wanted to take a break. But then the door opened, and Izumi and Konoha walked in, each carrying a stack of documents taller than themselves. "Sir, these are the ones that weren't finished yesterday afternoon." Shen Yu grimaced. He was in trouble for letting Kakuzu leave early. "Just put them here, and bring me lunch later. I'll handle the matters here." Yes, in fact, many of those matters were trivial, and with Konoha growing larger, it was going to be a waste of energy if it continued this way. "Sigh, just hold on for a few more days until I become Hokage." After dealing with some affairs, Tsunade and Sakura walked in hand, sitting down to help Shen Yu with the paperwork. "You still have a conscience? If you keep talking, I'm leaving." At least Sakura understands me." "Oh, don't go." Sakura giggled, sticking close to Tsunade, while Shen Yu sat them down, one on each side, earning himself Tsunade's glare and Sakura's embarrassment. Regardless, at least he had some help, right? Plus, it was nice to flirt a bit and enjoy the view. Chapter 63. Succession Preparation. Kisame Hashigaki. As the days went by, the villagers dedicated a lot of energy to Shen Yu's Hokage succession, with Kakuzu personally taking charge. Due to Shen Yu's reputation in the ninja world, especially the unique significance of wood release in Konoha, it was clear that many people's hearts were invested in this. Representatives from a Land of Fire had arrived days ago, and the representatives from Sunagakure and Mito's clan had also come. The location for Shen Yu's succession had already been chosen, and surrounding buildings were constructed. Tsunade had started preparing days in advance, and there was plenty of time. As for Shen Yu, he was spending his days alternating between Tsunade and Sakura, sometimes accompanying the 2 girls and sometimes teaching the younger Uchiha clan members, living quite comfortably. With a brief peace having arrived, the border didn't require such a large military presence, so participants for the ceremony were gradually being recalled. Individuals like Shizune and Hinata were brought back to the village. These people would attend Shen Yu's succession ceremony. The various ninja clans in the village also began discussing how to find their place after Shen Yu became Hokage. It was evident to everyone that Shen Yu had great ambitions and had not mistreated his people. If they could leave their mark on Shen Yu's grand vision, it would indeed be an honor. Moreover, if they could pass on Shen Yu's genes through inheritance, it would absolutely be a profitable venture. The Uchiha clan was busy preparing for Shen Yu to become the 6th Hokage, with smiles on the faces of both the young and old. Konoha's ninjas and villagers also witnessed the proud smiles of the Uchiha, some looking dazed, others awkwardly shy. in any case. It was a stark contrast to their previous domineering and cold demeanor. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were not in a hurry at all. While Kakuzu felt a bit anxious, he believed he still had merits and status with Shen Yu, and as long as Shen Yu became Hokage, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans would certainly thrive. As the only ally of the Uchiha, the Inuzuka clan felt they had hit the jackpot, as Shen Yu had received the MVP award, making them the lucky dogs. One person achieving greatness meant the whole clan would rise, and the Inuzuka clan gained a protective backing and attention. Meanwhile, the Shimura and the Nara clans entered a low-profile stage. The Shimura clan was all right. After consolidating their family business, the Uchiha clan no longer targeted them maliciously, and life was manageable. The Nara clan, however, even with Mito's persuasion of his old friend, still had many hidden ninjas who were exposed, waiting for Shen Yu to take responsibility after he took office. Now, Nara Koharu was anxiously scrambling for connections, but even Mito didn't help. Who could she turn to? The ninja school would also have a day off on the day of Shen Yu's succession, allowing students to attend the ceremony for the 6th Hokage. Meanwhile, as a member of the Uchiha Police Department, Might Guy was running around Konoha, as usual. With the village growing larger, it took him longer to make a round. But he was very happy. Ever since he and Lee showcased their skills on the battlefield, no one dared to openly criticize him anymore. Those who had previously spoken against him came to apologize voluntarily. Who would have thought that this former Konoha genin would have a connection to the soon-to-be Hokage? The Uchiha clan leader? Of course. He was no longer a Konoha genin, but a special jonin of Konoha. Many people wanted to learn the 8 gates technique from him, but almost everyone couldn't even handle the basic training, so there was no need to disturb Shen Yu. Some even said he was deliberately not teaching, but they were quickly taken away by police department members, and he didn't care about the rumors. Guy was very satisfied with his current life, patrolling around Konoha, as usual. Bang! The faint sound of an explosion reached Guy's ears as he was upside down. He immediately lay on the ground to confirm if it was real. When the second sound came, he no longer hesitated, pulling out his phone to open the internal system of the police department while sprinting towards the sound. The police department had been equipped with phones, specialized ones. Pressing the relevant buttons would alert nearby police department members and provide their location. The Uchiha Police Department headquarters would also send members to assist. As Guy got closer, the sound became more pronounced. The sound of water crashing, and clearly the fog was getting thicker ahead. It was likely a mist ninja. Damn it. How dare you wreak havoc in Konoha? I'm crazy, and I bet my youth I will never let you go. Kisame Hashigaki, you really colluded with Konoha? And when you were found out, you ran towards Konoha. Not bad, betraying the mist village. Then you should die. A mist ninja, wielding a long knife, hid in the mist technique and slashed at Kisame. How could Kisame, familiar with the mist technique, let the mist ninja hit him? He leaned back repeatedly to dodge the blade. Now we are very close to Konoha. Let us go all out and take him down quickly, or we'll be finished once Konoha reacts. All right, Kisame gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the injuries all over his body from jumping off the cliff, with his upper limbs unable to exert strength and his lower limbs severely injured, these few people wouldn't stand a chance against him. He had run all the way, but where are the Konoha ninjas at the border? He couldn't even find a place to defect to. Water release, water chaos wave, water release, water fong bullet. The 2 mist ninjas unleashed their water techniques, rushing towards Kisame, just as he resigned himself to his fate. Leaf Gale. Kisame opened his eyes, and a green light blocked the 2 water techniques for him. Might Guy. Seeing Might Guy, Kisame knew he was saved. His nerves finally relaxed, and he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. After a long trek, with his body full of bruises and cuts, and even his head having taken a blow, he couldn't endure it anymore. Go. He asked just one person. After saying that, the 2 mist ninjas quickly approached Guy, wanting to finish him off quickly. Hey, he can kick away the water technique. You guys are 2. Before the mist ninja could finish his warning, he stared in shock at the body that was kicked over. The spines of the 2 mist ninja corpses had been completely broken, and he hurriedly shouted, "Enter the mist. Our mission is to kill Kisame Hashigaki, and after killing him, we retreat." The remaining 2 mist ninjas hid within the mist technique and under the cover of thick fog. Might Guy lost his line of sight, as Kisame couldn't take the initiative to attack yet. Guy stood on top of Kisame, arms crossed. Since he had no visibility, he wouldn't need his eyes. Guy carefully listened to the sounds in the mist, deflecting several water bullets with his fists. Seeing that ninjutsu was ineffective, the 2 had no choice but to prepare for close combat. Guy didn't pay attention to the probing sounds from the 2, and suddenly, he heard the sound of two blades slicing through the air, opening the sixth gate. Guy instantly opened the sixth gate and kicked while spinning. Leaf Great Whirlwind. One of his kicks hit a person's arm, which broke instantly, and their body was flung away. The other was kicked in the body, directly shattering bones and crashing into a tree, dying instantly. Out of caution, Guy didn't strike again. He felt that since the Mist Ninja wanted to kill the person beneath him, that person might have greater value. Moreover, the police department ninjas should be arriving soon, so there was no need to worry about an enemy who couldn't escape. A Mist Ninja with a broken arm was sweating profusely. He couldn't handle such strength, too fast, too powerful. Suddenly, a voice from outside the mist put him in an even worse situation. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind blew away the thick fog, revealing Uchiha members on the surrounding trees. In a panic, he wanted to attack, but as he looked up, he fell into a Jinjutsu. Guy, are you alright? I'm fine. Tetsuhira, you came quickly. As the green light faded, Guy looked quite exhausted. Tetsuhira came over and patted Guy on the shoulder, teasing him. You took down 3 Mist Ninjas and captured one. You can earn a reward and take a paid vacation. Haha, it's my duty. At least I didn't let down the youth that Kamaya entrusted to me. By the way, all 4 of them were trying to assassinate the Mist Ninja beneath me, and I think it's necessary to inform Kamaya. You can rest assured. I'll handle this matter. Okay. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Building's Hokage office, Kamaya looked at the document in his hand with a strange expression. Tsunade, the pressure horse that Shursui pursued. No, Kisame Hashigaki didn't die from jumping off the cliff. And the Kage of the Watermelon Mountain deliberately didn't kill the already severely injured Kisame. Then he sent a team of Mist Ninjas that weren't his trusted subordinates to chase Kisame, hoping our people would kill them all. And he'd help him in the future. Amazing. 2 years later, Kisame Hashigaki killed the Kage of the Watermelon Mountain and joined the Akatsuki. Now the Kage of the Watermelon Mountain has turned to Konoha, relying on Konoha to eliminate his enemies. It turns out that there were more than 4 people chasing Kisame. More than 10 were taken out by Ibiki's team, and then Ibiki sent a message to Kamaya. Not only that, this letter from the Kage of the Watermelon Mountain expresses his intention to ally with you. It seems your reputation indeed resonates throughout the shinobi world. Did you leave too great a psychological shadow on it back then? Let me see. Kamaya took the envelope from Tsunade's hand, and a look of joy appeared on his face. In the original story, the Kage of the Watermelon Mountain was already colluding with Konoha. Here, after Kamaya turned the 7 ninja swordsmen into auspicious treasures, with Kamaya's reputation in the shinobi world. This guy even expressed that he could engage in deeper cooperation in the future. This is good news. Send a message to Ibiki and help the Kage of the Watermelon Mountain eliminate his enemies. In the future, we can also negotiate terms, making it much easier to unify the Land of Water. Tsunade looked at Kamaya, realizing this guy really intended to unify the shinobi world. What about the Land of Fire? Kamaya could tell what Tsunade was thinking. Don't worry. If your grandfather knows his lord can still continue to serve. Tsunade sighed in relief, while Kamaya was thinking of the story of safeguarding the nation. Of course, he must be tactful. If he isn't, then he'll write it all down and die of illness. At this moment, an Umbu ninja came in to report. Sir, the police department's guy killed 3 Mist Ninjas outside Konoha and captured 2 Mist Ninjas, one called Kisame Hashigaki and the other. Kamaya and Tsunade exchanged glances. Speaking of the devil appears. Bring Kisame Hashigaki. Chapter 64. Assist and guard Kisame Hashigaki. Bring Kisame Hashigaki here. The other one should be locked up first for interrogation. If we can't get anything out of him, send him to Toby. Understood. The Umbu ninja accepted the order and left. Shortly after, Kisame Hashigaki, who had undergone simple treatment and regained consciousness, walked in, his arms hanging limply at his sides, his body purple and blood oozing from the still unhealed cuts. He looked up and recognized that the man should be Kamaya, and the woman should be Hokage Tsunade. Out of respect for the strong, and because he was indeed exhausted, he bent his knee and fell to the ground. Hokage-sama, Kamaya-sama, it's good to see you again. Tsunade looked at Kamaya, as she hadn't met Kisame before, so it must be Kamaya. Her eyes inquired when he had met Kisame Hashigaki. Yes, back in the battlefield of the mist, I let you slip away once. Now, do you understand the meaning of your existence? Kisame Hashigaki lowered his head, silently kneeling on the ground, as Kamaya continued. Kisame Hashigaki, a jonin of the Mist Village, skilled in water release, swordsmanship. and with a talent that grants you a vast amount of chakra, can be considered a tailed beast without a tail, and your strength is quite formidable. But no matter how strong you are, now you are like a shark abandoned by the times, unable to find your place. Meanwhile, I, in Konoha, led the Uchiha out of isolation, defeated the Rock Village, the Cloud Village, and attacked the Sand Village, shaking the shinobi world. And I am about to become a village Kage. Yet you, despite your numerous achievements in battle, ended up being hunted by your own kind. After all these years, why haven't you made any progress? The Mist Village, a place where everyone is isolated due to slaughter, how have you coped with your situation? Kisame Hashigaki remained silent, not knowing how to refute, as the person who was isolated due to slaughter was indeed him. Do you know why you're being hunted? Hearing this, Kisame lifted his head. Although he had already guessed something, he wanted to hear Kamaya's explanation. Because Suigetsu H. Zuki sold your information. Because the higher-ups of Kirigakure are eliminating dissenters and fighting among themselves. Because the Mizukage is implementing the blood mist technique. Because the citrus arrow store has been controlled by an Uchiha trader. Do you understand? Tsunade frowned slightly. The Uchiha trader. Is that the one who caused the Ninetales incident? And Suigetsu H. Zuki's situation was revealed like this. But she only thought about it in her mind. She would ask Shen Yu privately later, and Wu Ti confront her man directly. Meanwhile, Kisame Hashigaki accepted all of this with a slightly dazed expression. Was he being betrayed again? Why? Why can't Kirigakure value comrades like Konoha and other villages do? Is a village that betrays its own people worth his care? His feelings for Kirigakure were extinguished, followed by confusion. How can a person independent of the world survive? An empty, corrupt village, a village where even the Mizukage is a puppet. What meaning does his actions hold then? Are they not just emotionless tools in someone else's hands? The blood mist technique is merely the work of those with intent, but is also a victim of the great powers games. And you, confined within the village, seem unable to find your place in this ninja world. So, do you plan to go to the new world to find a place that belongs to you? New world? Kisame looked up and saw a blood-red windmill spinning with purple starlight. As he raised his head, the pain throughout his body vanished, and the endless fields exuded the fragrance of wheat. On the dirt road between heaven and earth, several children were playing, and the pillars of their families were sweating in the fields. Although tired, they were all smiling because they were sowing hope and wouldn't go hungry next year. This illusion is simply impossible to resist. Is the gap in strength really this large? Come on, what are you thinking about? Shen Yu waved his hand, and Kisame stepped forward to follow his pace. The scenes kept changing. The prosperity of the shopping streets in Konoha, people joking with each other. The love elders show to the younger generation. Even two pairs of strangers seem to have mutual feelings. When did such scenes appear in Kirigakure? Young man, step aside. Don't bump into me. An old man was pushing a cart full of grain up a slight slope, and the effort made him sweat profusely. Kisame knew this was an illusion, but he instantly made a decision, helping the old man push the cart up and even to his home. Oh, thank you, young man. Would you like to come to my house for a meal? My wife cooks quite well. No, old sir, where are your children? It's not easy for someone your age to be doing this. For the first time receiving care, Kisame was actually a bit stammering. My son left decades ago because of the war. It's just my old wife and I relying on each other now. Life is not easy, but as long as one is alive, one must look forward. Otherwise, what is the point of living? Look forward. Young man, come on, don't be polite. No, old sir, I have things to do. I must leave now. Oh, you child. After Kisame left, he looked back at the old man and his old wife, then turned to see Shen Yu. How do you feel? There are many such old men in the ninja world. War. Sir, do you think it can be stopped? Shen Yu waved his hand, and a map of the ninja world appeared in midair. I plan to unify the ninja world and govern it myself. I will divide the ninja world into dozens of counties, each governed by a lord that I will personally oversee. I will select capable and loyal people for the positions and also establish a system of inspectors to prevent them from oppressing the common people like the current feudal lords. Furthermore, it has been proven that a one-nation, one-village system only leads to greater wars. The three great wars have already proven that without unification, it is impossible to instill the concept of the world community in people as hearts. Kisame stood frozen in place. Unifying the ninja world? He had never thought of such a method, but Shen Yu's words made him realize his own insignificance. Unifying the ninja world? With his strength, it seems. This land was once a country thousands of years ago, the Han Dynasty. Don't believe me, look. The scene changed rapidly, and on a ninja world map, there is only one color, with a large Chinese character in the center. irrigation projects, thousands of acres of fertile fields, the Great Wall built along the mountains. Overcoming vast deserts, the spirit of self-improvement. Under Shen Yu's control, Kisame saw scenes of the ninja world that people couldn't see. Look again. The land of water consists of islands large and small. According to the terrain, it will be divided into 3 counties along with the land of rain. Kisame stared blankly at the land of water on the map. No, it can be divided into 4 counties. So, are you interested in changing the decayed land of water? Naturally, yes. Sir, I am willing to serve you. Kisame had made his choice, intending to devote his life to this. Since there was no turning back, he might as well find his own meaning in the future. Coercion and compassion shattered Kisame's last remnants of confusion. You could say he had feelings for Kirigakure, but they had already been brutally worn away by the village. Comrades? In Kirigakure, has there ever been such a thing as comrades? Who treats comrades as enemies? Kisame is not just a tool that obeys Kirigakure. He can think for himself. Otherwise, how did Obito trick him into leaving and sacrifice himself for the Akatsuki? Among so many people in the Akatsuki, Kisame was one of the few who could die for the Moon Eye plan, and Obito's ideal goal could still become Kisame's belief. So how could he refuse the maturity and beauty that Shen Yu could offer? When the shadow of a village extends an olive branch, there's no reason not to accept it. Then Kisame, you can serve as an assistant and bodyguard for now. Just in case, keep an eye on him so he doesn't go wild. Yes. Kisame struggled to stand up, and Shen Yu stepped forward and placed a hand on Kisame's shoulder. A green light surged forth, starting to heal Kisame. A bit of yang power helped Kisame recover a bit faster, and soon his wounds returned to normal, with the rest needing rest. Kisame didn't expect that Shen Yu would also have medical ninjutsu. Itachi, assist the Lord. Take Kisame around to understand the village. Yes. Itachi, who entered from the door, looked at Kisame. After Kisame bowed to Shen Yu, he walked out, with Itachi following closely behind. Rain, this Kisame. I will keep an eye on him. This guy can still be useful. He still yearns for comrades, and seeks to find his own value. And what about that Uchiha traitor? Do you know something? Shen Yu went over and hugged Tsunade, resting his head against her forehead. I'll tell you, that guy is... Huh? Kisame and Itachi walked silently through the streets of Konoha. The two were over 10 years apart in age, and seemed to have nothing in common at first glance. Itachi, right? You look like you're in your teens, and can already join the Umbu. You must be quite strong. Not bad. Thanks to the favor of Lord Hokage and Lord Assistant. You seem to have a lot on your mind. Konoha seems much better than Kirigakure. Is your worry caused by happiness because of Lord Shen Yu's strength being top-notch in the ninja world? Itachi paused and looked back at Kisame, who showed his steel teeth. His small eyes also looking at Itachi. Let us go. I'll take you around. Kisame smiled. This youth was quite interesting. I see your attire is from the Uchiha clan, right? We should have a spar sometime. Another day. Chapter 65. Gathering after obtaining Shen Yu's permission. Today a group of small strong ones came to visit Shen Yu. Brother Shen Yu. Slow down, slow down. As Ino dragged Hinata over, Shen Yu had to reach out to catch the 2 stumbling girls. Behind them followed a group of kids with various expressions. Shikamaru helplessly slapped his forehead. Choji was munching on snacks, Naruto and Sasuke were arguing, and Sakura was helping with the argument. Sorry to disturb you, Lord Shen Yu, Shikamaru said as he patted Choji. It's fine, let's just treat it as a day off. The Nara kids are indeed clever. Shen Yu patted Shikamaru's bun head and then the little chubby one's spiky hair. After school today, Ino had already planned to bring Hinata along to follow Sasuke and Naruto to Shen Yu's house. They must have communicated with their parents to allow the kids to build good relationships with the next generation of Hokage, which could be considered a roundabout way to save the country. Luckily, Shen Yu had expanded his house several times using wood release, and there was an empty training ground just right for the little ones to have a barbecue. Kisame, Itachi, Shursui, come help clean up. Yes. The 3 quickly went over to help tidy up the area. I didn't expect the first thing I do for the adults is to watch the kids. Yeah. Just like I didn't expect we'd be partners today. Shursui stood next to Kisame and said, having fought against him before, but now having a good relationship instead. How many days until you take over as Hokage, Lord? It's already decided for the day after tomorrow. Teacher, I've been feeling something's off with my swordsmanship lately. Brother Shen Yu, I have ninjutsu. Seeing Sasuke take the lead. Naruto and the others were also not shy about it. There was still some time before dinner, so they took the opportunity to ask about their training doubts. Oh, let me take a look. Shen Yu created several wood clones. One of them picked up a wooden sword and gestured for Sasuke to attack, drawing everyone's attention. Sasuke took a deep breath. He couldn't lose face in front of so many people. Sasuke lunged fiercely, but was hit by Shen Yu, pain radiating from the impact site. Too slow. In a battle, who will give you time to think about how to strike? Sasuke's face turned a bit red as he swung the sword again, taking a few hits, but finally dodging the first strike, sending the wooden sword flying out. Don't care about others' gazes. The Uchiha sword technique emphasizes dancing on the tip of the blade, with practical combat as the priority. Elegance is not a deliberate performance, but a natural result of swordsmanship reaching its peak. What's with the flashy nonsense? Listening to Shen Yu's reprimand, Sasuke focused and attacked again. Itachi, is your brother's teacher Lord Shen Yu? Yeah. TSK, how lucky. Someone's feeding him techniques. In the Mist Village, it's a matter of life and death to try and fail. Coming through life and death. But it seems like the adult's true form is with that Byakugan girl. Kisame. Sure Sway stopped Kisame. He didn't know why Kisame liked to pick on Itachi so much. Itachi was not easy to bully. Thankfully, Itachi was currently watching Sasuke. However, while watching Sasuke, Itachi was also thinking whether Shen Yu was going to target the Hyuga clan. As Sasuke continued to be hit, he learned a bit more and would surely improve with more practice. Meanwhile, Naruto, what do you want to ask? When Sasuke and I sparred, I found my chakra control isn't as good as his, and he already knows ninjutsu. Did you really study the hand seals well in class at the beginning? It was Naruto's turn to feel embarrassed as he scratched his head. At that time, I was disturbed by the big fox, so I fell asleep. So, the foundational teaching in the ninja school was written by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, including the basic concepts of the body flicker technique, sealing techniques, and body techniques. All very detailed and easy to understand. For chakra control, can you climb trees? I'm not very good at climbing. It's too troublesome. There's no such thing as getting something for nothing. Sasuke also fell countless times before succeeding. Practice now, and when you learn it, I'll take you guys to go water walking. Once your chakra control is good, I'll teach you your father's Rasengan. Huh? Rasengan? Oni-chan, is that something to eat? Shen Yu tapped Naruto's head and extended his hand. Look carefully. This is the most basic Rasengan. A large amount of chakra gathered in Shen Yu's palm, forming a spherical chakra mass through high-speed rotation. Shen Yu glanced around and stomped his foot on the ground, causing a giant tree to appear. Rasengan, the giant tree exploded, and the wooden pieces flew everywhere, but Shen Yu blocked them, dragging the fallen wooden stumps underground. I want to learn this. This is amazing. Once I learn this, Sasuke won't be able to beat me, and Sakura will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Hey, why are you hitting me? Shen Yu was speechless. Why was this kid still thinking about Sakura? Giving his child fantasies was too lewd. Go climb trees for me. Dinner will be ready soon. Hurry up and practice. Okay, I got it. Several wood clones were interpreting the kid's questions, while the real body was practicing gentle fist. Your strength is too small. You need to eat more later. Hinata's face turned red as she practiced, feeling shy about being teased. With her Byakugan activated, she realized that only her brother in front of her was real, which made her quite happy because it meant Oni-chan cared about her, right? You see, the acupoints you hit using Gentle Fist combined with your Byakugan can block chakra. You need to control the strength well. Gentle Fist not only has offensive capabilities, but also has strong defensive and counterattack abilities. As Shen Yu spoke, he noticed Hinata was listening attentively, and he activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan and punched a tree. Is Shen Yu and Anakin using Gentle Fist? Could it be that Shen Yu and Anakin learned it just by watching a few times? Your starting stance and punching still have issues. You're lacking practice. And you need to have courage. Hinata. I understand. Oni-chan. Seeing Hinata curl up, Shen Yu helplessly sat down. Come take a break. Achievements are not made in a day. Hinata obediently sat down. Rain, Tsunade, Kurenai, come sit down. Tsunade, Kurenai, and Shizen returned, and as the clones brought the kids back, everyone gathered around the table to start eating, with Shizen and the 3 guards helping to pass the food. To ensure warmth and light around, Shen Yu summoned several fire element spirits. Shen Yu sat at the head of the table, next to Tsunade and Kurenai, with Shizen, Hinata, and then the kids, while Kisame and the other 2 also squeezed in. Yummy, yummy. Naruto was eating and wiggling his butt, irritating Sasuke beside him, who kicked Naruto's bench, sending him to the ground. Sasuke, Naruto, sit down. Shen Yu scolded, and the 2 who were about to fight quieted down. Shen Yu served food to everyone, giving a little extra to Hinata, leaving only one for himself. Rain, you only have one left. Is it for me or for Tsunade-sensei? Hearing Kurenai's teasing, Tsunade also smiled at Shen Yu. Shen Yu calmly finished his bite, only to have his sides pinched by the two. As time passed, the sky began to darken, and Shen Yu started arranging for the kids to leave the Uchiha clan. Sure, Sui, Kisame, you two go make arrangements. Yes, don't worry, Lord. Goodbye, Shen Yu and I can see you. As the kids left, this meal came to a perfect end. Let's go, my two wives, home to make babies. You should still take a break these days. Don't show up with dark circles under your eyes when you inherit the Hokage position the day after tomorrow. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm weak? Weren't you the one crying yesterday? Today, I'll make you cry again. Chapter 66. The sixth Hokage. The sky was dimly lit as the alarm clock next to them rang. Hong, still in a light sleep, reached out a fair hand from the covers and slapped it. Although she was reluctant to leave the warmth of the blanket, she sat up, and Tsunade also woke up and sat up, while Shen Yu lay in the middle, still asleep. The reason the two were sharing a bed was that today was the succession ceremony for the sixth Hokage, and last night Shen Yu had said they would do nothing and just sleep together. As the two were about to get up and prepare, Shen Yu pulled them back, with each of them lying half on him. What time is it? Why get up so early? You're becoming Hokage today. Shouldn't you hurry and get ready? Right? Don't sleep anymore. Your clothes and hairstyle all need to be taken care of, or you'll embarrass yourself. Do I even care about that? Besides, my wife is beautiful even without any grooming. Sharp-tongued, they pinched Shen Yu's face, which felt surprisingly good, and both started to get dressed. With nothing else to hug, Shen Yu couldn't fall back asleep either, so he got up to tidy up and went to another bathroom to take a shower. Hong helped Shen Yu blow-dry his hair while also letting it down. Do you want to put on some makeup? Tsunade, what makeup would a big guy like me need? Don't you think my looks can withstand anything? Cut it out. Here's your Hokage robe, designed as you requested. Okay, come here, Hong. I'll blow-dry your hair and then tie it up. Shen Yu took the hairdryer and started blowing Hong's hair. Her strands were very soft, falling on her face without pricking, which was quite comfortable. Don't ask how Shen Yu knew this. Meanwhile, Tsunade was changing clothes, putting on her own Hokage robe. What did Guy want from you yesterday? I remember Shizen told me he looked for you once. Tsunade and Shen Yu were stopped by Guy when they were returning home yesterday, and it took a long time to come back. That guy said congratulations on my upcoming Hokage position. After I become Hokage, can I still compete with Kakashi as freely as before? So he wanted to have one last match with me. Did you see the white flowers outside? That is a testament to the friendship between Guy and me. So how did you respond? Hong looked up, her big eyes watching Shen Yu. Shen Yu bumped his forehead against Hong's, then kissed her and began to gather his already dried hair to tie it into a high ponytail, replying, I said this wouldn't be the last time. As long as you have youth, I'll always be your eternal rival like Kakashi, improving together through sparring. Besides, to be honest, having Guy around makes me genuinely feel at ease, so I said to keep guiding me in the future. I see, you two really get along well. But just talking, wouldn't that take so long? After finishing Hong's hair, Tsunade sat over, and Shen Yu continued to help Tsunade blow-dry and style her hair. He recalled the dazed look of the elderly Guy and didn't want the youthful Guy to end up like that in the future. Can you really be laughed at by a bunch of kids for not having youth? To reassure him, he had no choice but to go out and spar with Guy. Even in a spar, Guy's taijutsu could teach him something. Is that so? Now you have the Mangekyo Sharingan and would release, along with your great-uncle-esque physique. How do you compare with Guy? Tsunade raised her eyes curiously, and Shen Yu smiled wryly, kissing Tsunade's forehead. He remembered what the online commenter said about Night Guy's kick that concluded everything. Perhaps, if he uses all his strength, I wouldn't be his match. Nanny? So our hidden card in Konoha is Guy? Both were shocked, realizing the terrifying power of their man. Guy actually. After all, Guy is the one who opened the 8 gates and fought perfectly with the 4th Raikage A on the battlefield. Don't forget, he has one more gate. I understand now. So what else with that faint purple light in your eyes? The two women looked at Shen Yu's eyes, which were already deep and mysterious. Now, with an eye-catching purple glow. Is it that obvious? Then I have to hide it. This is one of my trump card for the future. My eyes are evolving towards the Rinnegan of the Sage of 6 Paths. If we're lucky, our son or daughter might have these eyes too. Rinnegan? Is that true? Those are the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. The two leaned in to observe Shen Yu's eyes, which indeed had a purple starry glow. Was the legendary eye really about to appear on Shen Yu? So if we really have a child, is it possible they could have Rinnegan? Alright, I'm done. Let us go. Shizen should have cooked by now. Okay. Shen Yu put on his Hokage robe, with 6th Hokage written on the back, while Tsunade said 5th Hokage. And she held the Hokage hat in one hand. As Shen Yu pushed open the door, Naruto rushed in. Oni-chan, you're about to become Hokage. That's way faster than me. Naruto had been waiting at the door for quite a while, unable to sleep since last night. Now seeing Shen Yu in the Hokage robe, he kept looking around excitedly. Haha, let us go. Shizen should have made breakfast. After we eat, we'll head to the Hokage building. Yash, I want to become Hokage in the future and contribute my strength to the village. Have the two Hokage adults not arrived yet? I don't know. They should be here soon, right? Narashikaku was a bit anxious as the succession ceremony at the Hokage building was about to start, and only one Hokage had arrived. The least important one. The crowd below was already packed, dressed in white with a fire symbol on the back. The villagers and ninjas gathered below, especially the Uchiha clan, with some eager ones waiting since last night, which was a bit too fanatical. Fortunately, the arrival of Shursui relieved Shikaku, as someone who often guarded Shen Yu. Shursui brought good news that the two Hokage adults were on their way. The later arrivals, Kisame and Itachi, stood among the crowd. Itachi, the Hokage succession ceremony in Konoha is really lively, Kisame said to Itachi beside him, finding Itachi amusing and wanted to tease him, even though Itachi didn't respond. Looking at the cheering villagers below, Itachi was a bit shocked. In just a few months, they had achieved this level. The decision to make Shen Yu the clan leader a few months ago was indeed a stroke of luck for the Uchiha. Yeah, otherwise you'd have killed them all. Hokage, Tsunade's arrival lifted the atmosphere in the venue rapidly, looking at the densely packed villagers and students from the ninja school. She felt a surge of emotion. So many people. U.S. reputation is impressive. Behind her, Hong was continuously helping Shen Yu adjust his Hokage robe, occasionally fixing Shen Yu's hair. As family, she could stand on the stage, while many clan leaders could only stand below, proving her worth. All right, you've made it perfect. Shen Yu hugged Hong and kissed her. Hong was actually the most excited among the three, having slept the latest and gotten up the earliest. It's different. Soon you'll be Hokage. Haha, me becoming Hokage means you're my wife, right? Ah, you'll be the woman of the 6th Hokage from now on. Ha 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 yo. Yui Hong laughed, lightly punching Shen Yu's chest. Below, a group of elderly Uchiha rushed over early, dragging their juniors to snag a good spot. All dressed in white without a single stain. With trembling hands full of excitement, they stood together, appearing calm on the surface but with serious expressions, forming a face paralysis zone. Additionally, there were ministers sent by the Land of Fire to attend the ceremony, trusted aide Maki from Sunagakure, and other envoys and ninja from smaller countries. The young kids had long gathered together, asking what Naruto looked like in the Hokage robe, and Naruto stole the show, chattering nonstop. Meanwhile, their elders, such as Hyuga Hizashi and Yamenka Inoichi, were gathered together, quietly discussing the village's policies. Hyuga Hizashi felt a bit anxious about the future. After all, they had various collaborations with Shen Yu, but he had no direct contact with Shen Yu, and the head of the Hyuga clan had previously offended Shen Yu. So he frequently glanced at his shy daughter, whose relationship with Shen Yu was surprisingly the best among the Hyuga clan, and he thought he needed to find a way to improve their relationship. At that moment, the words of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, indicated that the ceremony was officially beginning. The 6th Hokage succession ceremony is now starting. A round of cheers interrupted Tsunade's next words. Helpless. Tsunade adjusted her Hokage hat and continued after the cheers died down. I, the 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju, will be the host. Please take care of me. After saying this, Tsunade glanced at Kakashi, who nodded, and then she extended her right hand and continued. Next, please welcome the hero of Konoha who defeated Iwagakure, Kyomogakure, and Sunagakure. The man who is about to become the 6th Hokage. Shen Yu walked over at the right moment, looking at the crowd below. This is our familiar Uchiha Shen Yu. As Shen Yu's name was announced, cheers erupted from the audience, enveloping the entire venue. The Uchiha clan, no longer reserved, shouted wildly, and even the older generation of Uchiha were moved to tears. He actually defeated 3 of the 5 great ninja villages. No wonder he is Lord Shen Yu. Only with Lord Shen Yu as Hokage will I accept it. No, you should think this way. Since he can defeat 3, the outcome with Kirigakure is already determined. That's true. The children were much more innocent, shouting crazily. Lord Shen Yu, that is the leader of our Uchiha clan. That is my teacher. That is my brother Shen Yu. Naruto, Sasuke. Lord Hokage is so handsome. Lord Hokage, I want to have your children. Seeing the bizarre comments from the audience, Tsunade gritted her teeth and pressed down her hat, taking it off to look at Shen Yu, her anger dissipating. Facing her man, she couldn't feel any anger at all. Shen Yu, from now on, you're the Hokage. Shen Yu smiled and slightly bowed his head, and after a pause, Tsunade personally placed the Hokage hat on Shen Yu's head and adjusted his clothes. Wow, Lord Hokage is so loving. Ah, they are so loving. What? Lord Hokage is taken? You bunch of superficial people. How could Lord Hokage like you? Who said that? Sisters, beat him up for me. After Tsunade placed the hat on Shen Yu's head, she took a few steps back, leaving the stage to Shen Yu. Shen Yu looked down at everyone, and the previously noisy crowd quieted down, astonishing the guests present with such prestige, especially the envoy from the Land of Fire, who knew that the newly ceded territory was under Konoha's control and not handed over to the Land of Fire. The guarding ninjas in the daimyo's mansion had been incessantly chattering. I'm a 6th Hokage of Konoha Gakure, Uchiha Shen Yu. I thank you all for your support in entrusting beloved Konoha to me. I will carry out the will of fire that belongs to me, burning away the darkness within Konoha, and allow the true will of fire to be passed down in Konoha. In the coming time, I will share weal and woe with you all, for Konoha. For Konoha. The crowd shouted in unison, their voices soaring into the sky, with everyone present shouting. Even the outsiders were shocked. Even after Shen Yu left, the crowd did not disperse entirely, reminiscing about that moment. Was at the shadow of a village, the Hokage of Konoha? Chapter 67. Position changes. Wearing the Hokage robe, Shen Yu directly entered the Hokage building and began to summon the high-ranking officials. Originally, those who assisted and protected him, like Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, had also become the Hokage's guards, which surprised Kisame. Was this what trust felt like? The pressure was immense. In fact, it felt like the people he could summon hadn't left at all. When Kakashi ordered the Umbu to find people, they all walked in from outside. Tsunade, Senju, Yuhi Karina, Mito Gate Inn, Nara Shikaku, Hataki Kakashi, and others entered in succession, while the 3 guardian spirits also took their seats. Once the high-ranking officials were seated, the heads of the various ninja clans looked at Shen Yu. Their hearts raced as they speculated on what Shen Yu would say and how the village's positions would be adjusted, wondering if it would affect them. Shen Yu knew what they were thinking, so he placed the position adjustments at the end of the list. Hyuga Hizashi was the last to arrive, not realizing there was still a place for him, and as he took his seat, Shen Yu began his first order as the new Hokage. This first order stunned everyone. The first matter concerns Kakashi Hitaki's father, the Leaf's white fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, who committed suicide. I hereby conclude this matter. Everyone knows the story. Tsukumo Senpai sacrificed his mission to protect his comrades and was scolded and slandered by the people, ultimately leading to his suicide. Among them were Shimura Danzo, whom I've already killed, and figures from the route he led. They were the main perpetrators. However, the then 3rd Hokage also had a problem of negligence, which ultimately led to Tsukumo Senpai's death. The few who publicly criticized Tsukumo Senpai's actions have been eradicated by root, and their corpses have long since turned to dust. Therefore, to restore Tsukumo Senpai's reputation and make this matter public, I will write it into Konoha's history, and it will be studied by students of the ninja school. Relevant compensations will be provided by the village. In the conference room, when Shimura Dan-K, the head of the Shimura clan, heard the name Danzo, he knew it was over. What the hell had they done this time? Among so many people, he was only sitting with the Uchiha clan, and since Uchiha Koharu had stepped down as clan head, they had found 8J Nin from within the clan to take her place. He felt foolish. If he had known, he would have done the same. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kakashi Hitaki stood up and bowed deeply to Shen Yu. After Shen Yu waved his hand, Kakashi sat back down, finally seeing his father's death vindicated, and his name would no longer be criticized. Regarding this matter, I have already ordered the Uchiha Police Department to legislate. From now on, anyone who spreads rumors will be punished severely. Understood. The second matter concerns the village's compensation for the deceased. All compensations will be increased, and the descendants of those who have made contributions will be supported by the village, with free tuition for the ninja school. A sufficient amount of compensation will be provided each month and will continue until they become a genin for 6 months. And those without ninja talent will receive support until they turn 15. Anyone who dares to take advantage of this, don't blame me for cutting off their entire family. Understood. Mito Gate and wiped the sweat from his brow. He had already noticed the unusual glances from others. He believed Shen Yu could follow through on his words. With the combined reputation of the 1st Hokage and Uchiha Madara, and no one daring to speak against him, as long as Shen Yu wanted to do it, no one would dare refuse. The third matter concerns the construction of the Kawaguchi district. Kawaguchi? People with quick minds, like Nara Shikaku, have already thought about what the river district is, but they were also shocked. Shen Yu really intends to incorporate the territory of the Wind Country, which was ceded, into Konoha. In the future, if Konoha were to fall out with the daimyo of the Fire Country, would Konoha need a daimyo? Regardless of Shikaku's wild thoughts, Kisame had already unfurled the map. Hey, as a newcomer, he felt a strange thrill doing this. The map unfolded, and the area that originally belonged to the River Country had now been combined with the ceded territory of the Wind Country, becoming a single name, River District. Therefore, I will establish the position of District Chief of River District to be responsible for the public security and development of River District. I will set up the position of District Captain to protect the safety of River District. I will appoint a District Inspector to patrol River District on my behalf and examine all injustices within the district. A system of checks and balances? Who will take the first position? Everyone's thoughts were different. The emergence of new positions meant some of them might become part of it. Thus, Eugene will serve as the District Chief and District Inspector of River District, while Bayun will serve as the District Captain. I will send the relevant responsibilities later. Yes, Lord. Eugene, can the Chakra Giant of the Hokage also hold a position? However, there are rumors that it was a general from 10,000 years ago, which is also possible. The fourth matter is the expansion of the ninja school. As the village's territory has grown, the number of students attending school will undoubtedly increase. So we need to expand the ninja school. Additionally, we will establish a scientific academy to provide education for both ninjas and ordinary people, with the village offering positions afterward. It can be understood that the established base stations and the smartphones already on sale have made them aware of the anomalies. A small iron box can actually communicate from a distance at a reasonable price. The issue is that such a product, which everyone needs, means that the Hokage must be as rich as a country. The fifth matter concerns the personnel changes in the village. The main event has arrived. Everyone present, except for Hong and Tsunade, is focused on Shen Yu. I appoint the Hokage assistant, Nara Shikaku, to help me handle relevant administrative affairs. Hokage assistant, Senju Tsunade, to help me handle relevant administrative affairs. Umbu head, Hataki Kakashi, to help me manage the Umbu. Hokage bodyguard team, Uchiha Shursui, Hashigaki Kisame, Uchiha Tachi, Uchiha Kaze, Uchiha Naka, to protect my safety. Medical minister, Senju Tsunade, to help me manage relevant medical affairs. Uchiha Police Department, Uchiha Fugaku, to help me manage relevant police matters. Finance Department Minister, Mito Gate On, to help me manage Konoha's finances. The Temporary War Department is abolished and replaced with the Strategic Department, which I will concurrently oversee, responsible for external strategies. Research and Development Department Minister, Yakushi Kabuto, responsible for developing related technological weapons. Education Department Minister, I will concurrently serve, temporarily assisted by Hataki Kakashi and Yakushi Kabuto. Hokage Secretary, Yuhi Kurinai will be the lead, with members including Kato Shizun and Uchiha Izumi, responsible to me. Hokage Advisor, the advisory positions of Akimichi Cho Wind and Mito Gate and are abolished, with Uchiha Fugaku assuming the role. River District, Eugene Bayun. Other relevant departments will be established and announced by the village. As Shen Yu finished speaking, some were happy while others were worried. Some couldn't even secure a department, while others took a big step forward. For instance, the Inazuka clan, who had aligned early, had already progressed from being invisible to elite ninjas and held positions in the police department. Nara Shikaku was enveloped in joy. The abolition of Akimichi Cho Wind's advisor position was inconsequential, as the old man often didn't show up for work. It was normal for Shen Yu to be displeased, and moreover, he was now the Hokage assistant. There were also some, like the inspection department as Yamamoto Hachi, who weren't listed but just needed to be announced by the village. The Perceptive had already noticed that Shen Yu's concurrent positions were related to war and education, and the future direction was becoming clear. If so, you can take up your positions now. The village will notify you of any matters in the future. Hi. As the crowd lined up to leave, only a few remained with Shen Yu. Lord Hokage, please take care of us in the future. Me go first? Let Shizen help you get familiarized. Yes. After Shikaka left, only Tsunade, Kurinai, and Shen Yu remained. Kurinai mentioned that handling the affairs of the police department was quite challenging. With her identity as Shen Yu's wife, no one dared to make things difficult for her, but she still explained her situation to Shen Yu. Shen Yu also wanted Kurinai to help him out. Hey, why am I Hokage assistant, with 2 Hokage assistants? There will be more in the future. The village's territory is getting larger, just giving a heads up in advance. I still don't know you. How come I never saw you gamble after returning to the village? Tsunade pouted. You bought out all the casinos in the village. There's no fun in gambling. I'll accompany you to gamble after I finish my business. It won't take long. Really? Really? Then I might as well help you out. Then let us go. Chapter 68. Condolences after Shen Yu took office. It was too late to proceed directly with reforms. The village was still in a period of adjustment. Adjusting the team now would lead to more efficient work in the future. Moreover, with over a month until the new year, snowflakes were drifting down from the sky, and the ninja school would soon have a holiday. Shen Yu planned to take this opportunity to expand the ninja school using would release, of course, claiming the credit for himself. While he had the ability, that didn't mean it was a free pass, right? The effortless acts of the strong cannot become excuses for the weak to take advantage. So this precedent cannot be set. However, before the new year, one thing was most important: condolences. Shen Yu was currently handling this matter with Tsunade and others. Grandma Saki, have you received the village's condolence payment? Oh dear Lord Hokage, please sit, please sit. I have received it, and this large sum of money will be enough for my grandson and me to live for several years. Grandma Saki hurriedly took out a stool. The not-so-large room was crowded, and a timid young boy was watching this scene. Please forgive me, Lord Hokage. This is my grandson Saki Shoyuta. No problem. Since he fought alongside me in Sunagakure, I will naturally take care of his offspring. Shoyuta, which grade are you in at the ninja school? I'm in the 4th grade of the ninja school, but although Shoyuta is obedient, his talent for being a ninja isn't as good as his father's. Is that so? Then what do you think, Shoyuta? Do you want to continue being a ninja? Shen Yu shifted the topic to Saki Shoyuta, who clearly seemed a bit shy and replied quietly. I'm very interested in ninjas, but I'm not interested in becoming a ninja. This child, what does it mean to be interested in ninjas but not want to become one? Shen Yu chuckled. There really is such a thing. After the 4th grade of the ninja school, there will be another path for those without ninja talent. At that time, the ninja school will have promotions, and you can decide whether to go or not. Additionally, Kisame, Hoshigaki Kisame, handed a bag wrapped in paper to Shen Yu, who then passed it to Grandma Saki. Lord Hokage, what is this? This is too much. As she spoke, she was about to refuse, but Shen Yu held her wrist. This is the village's condolence payment. I wish you a happy new year. Furthermore, if anyone dares to bully you, you can come find me at the Hokage building, go to the police department, or the Uchiha clan. I will stand up for you. The tuition fees for the ninja school will be completely waived in the future. And I have also added a bit to this money. Since he fought alongside me several times, I will definitely take care of his child. Shoyuta, in the future, you must take good care of your grandmother like your father, and if anything happens, come find me. Do you understand? I understand, Lord Hokage. That's good. I have confidence in Shoyuta. Grandma Zoki, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Things are indeed a bit busy. All right, Hokage-sama, you're busy. I'm already very happy that you could stay here for a while. Shen Yu patted Shanta's head, turned to say goodbye, and walked outside with a few people, while the two of them accompanied Shen Yu until several dozen meters away. You can go back now. No need to see me off. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. After Shen Yu declined several times, the pair watched as Shen Yu and his group walked further away. Grandma Shanta touched the thick wrapping paper and sighed. Hokage-sama is just as approachable as Lord Hashirama. This is much better than before. This sum of money will last for several years, and we won't lack for anything during the new year this year. Meanwhile, little Shanta, who was next to Grandma Shanta, kept staring at Shen Yu's figure. Being introverted, he wasn't good with words, but he remembered that person's face, name, and silhouette in his heart. Shen Yu led the group towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Many Uchiha ninjas had also died, and how should he face this? Until now, I think of Xiangyu, unwilling to cross the Yangtze. I have no face to see my elders. I'd rather die at Geisha. Shen Yu was puzzled as to why no one was speaking. When he turned around, he saw Tsunade looking a bit downcast, so he understood what she was thinking and comforted her. Don't worry, I won't forget their sacrifices, nor their descendants and families. Konoha will also erect monuments for them. You often say that the will of fire is a legacy, and isn't this the same? Although they are gone, they still live on in our hearts. I will definitely cultivate Shanta well. Hearing Shen Yu's reassurance, Tsunade hugged his arm tightly. Zen, I just feel that the village used to treat them. Don't worry, I am here now. Once these children grow up, this village will be no different from what I envisioned, and it can also pave the way for our descendants. Hokage-sama is truly benevolent. Such things wouldn't happen in the Mist Village. Kakashi, with his feelings stirred, had been following Hokage-sama for almost a day now. Initially, he thought there was no need for him to personally attend such matters, but now he seemed to understand. So, the Mist Village has lost you, and will lose even more people in the future. After Itachi finished speaking, he caught up with Shen Yu, while Shirzei patted Kakashi's shoulder. Seeing that Itachi, who had always been teased by him, had retorted, Kakashi was a bit confused but quickly chased after. All right, I suppose you have a point. Hello, Hokage-sama. Lord Shen Yu. Even after becoming Hokage, Lord Shen Yu still thinks of his clan. As Shen Yu and his group walked through the Uchiha clan, everyone they passed greeted him respectfully, and Shen Yu smiled back. He was very approachable with the villagers of Konoha and had no barriers with his own clansmen. This time, the matter concerned Uchiha Ryo's grandfather, Uchiha Sosuke, as Ryo had died in battle alongside him. Shen Yu didn't know how to face his grandfather, especially since Sosuke had treated him well in his childhood. When Shen Yu saw Sosuke, he was lying on a wooden chair, sleeping. Upon noticing Shen Yu's arrival, he quickly waved his hand. Grandpa Sosuke, are you resting? Shen Yu gestured for him not to move. This old man had come from the Warring States period and was already over 70. His health was naturally not as robust as before. So, Shen Yu sat down on a stone brick beside him, and the others followed suit. Shen Yu, you become Hokage, fulfilling the hopes of our clan. At that time, the clan leader Madara didn't even become Hokage, haha. Thanks to everyone's support. You're too humble. You're completely different when fighting. You're so busy. What brings you here today? What do you mean? Can't I come if I have nothing to do? But there is indeed something this time. Sosuke had already guessed and gestured for Shen Yu to continue. It's about Ryo. As an Uchiha, to die on the battlefield is his honor. Now that I'm 70, my only regret is not having died on the battlefield back then. As a result, I'm now burdened with extra weight and can't even fight anymore. There is no need to be sad about Ryo. It's all fate. Just call out, and I have 4 grandsons who can go to the battlefield with you. If you don't mind me, I can also go and fight. As he spoke, Sosuke became a bit excited, looking at the crowd and opening his Sharingan to show off. Shen Yu was startled and quickly grabbed Sosuke's hand. I believe you, old man. Quickly close it. Don't strain yourself. Do you have any other requests? I'll do my best to fulfill them. Sosuke coughed a couple of times and closed his Sharingan. He was old and couldn't handle it much longer, but dying wasn't scary. Losing face was. He thought for a moment and wanted to call Izumi over. Without Shen Yu saying anything, Izumi had already taken Sosuke's hand. The old Uchiha Sosuke had lost the pride of the young Uchiha and became a kind, elderly man. Shen Yu and Izumi had both received his help. Cough. Actually, I do have a request. You've married a girl from the Senju clan, and she is Hokage, and another from the Yuhi clan. But still, the clan needs someone who isn't from those families. I don't believe no old buddies have told you. Look at Izumi, she is so nice, gentle, and considerate. Izumi's face had turned red, and she couldn't speak. After all, Lady Tsunade and Lady Kurenai were right here. Shen Yu's lips twitched a bit, and the soft flesh behind him had already turned twice. The only one speaking was Sosuke, and no one else could get a word in, especially Kakashi, whose face was particularly interesting, revealing his sharp teeth. Shen Yu later realized why Kakashi enjoyed the fun so much. This shark was truly a person who enjoyed entertainment. Old man, you keep the money. I have a lot of things to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Shen Yu got up and walked out. The others followed suit after saying their goodbyes. Hey, Izumi, you need to talk to Ayu. Shen Yu looked at the teasing expressions of the 2 girls, while several guards had already tactfully left. That's what Grandpa Sosuke said. You can't not let me get into bed. Are you daring to say you haven't thought about it? Having followed Shen Yu for so long. Tsunade and Kurenai knew very well that their man appeared flawless, but had a hidden lecherous side. Lady Tsunade, Lady Kurenai. Izumi also ran out, her face still red from what Sosuke had just said, feeling a bit flustered in front of everyone. Fortunately, Kurenai held her hand, providing her with some relief. Izumi, what do you think of this scoundrel? Tsunade knew that the voices within the Uchiha clan were very loud. When Izumi spoke with a combination of timidity and determination, she knew another girl had fallen into the pit. Lord Shen Yu is not a scoundrel. All right, Uchiha Shen Yu, you're quite popular with the girls. Tsunade rubbed her forehead. Although her relationship with this guy wasn't deep, she still had to blame him. Shen Yu held Tsunade's hand, looking firmly at her. Tsunade and Kurenai, who were familiar with him, understood his meaning, as long as the 2 of them were unwilling. Sigh, no matter what, Izumi is only 12. I'm willing to be the little one. Tsunade helplessly pulled Izumi, whose eyes were red, and patted her head. What was so good about Uchiha Shen Yu that one after another liked him? Kurenai had actually already given her a heads up privately. It didn't really matter. She didn't think Shen Yu would lack affection for anyone because of this. She just felt it was unfair to Shen Yu. Just as Shen Yu was looking for an opportunity to open the situation, Kakashi rushed over with good news. Hokage-sama, The Land of Thunder has sent people wanting to sign a peace agreement to exchange for the two tails. Really? Let us go. Take me to see. With Kakashi clearing the way, Shen Yu hurried towards the Hokage building, leaving Shirzei to guard Tsunade and the others, while the cold duo also followed Shen Yu. Chapter 69 Negotiation. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Shen Yu walked straight to the office. Hokage-sama? Kakashi hesitated, thinking that the Hokage might have taken a wrong turn. Wasn't that the conference room? Hearing Kakashi shout, Shen Yu paused slightly and continued walking while speaking. The person coming is just an ordinary jonin, showing no sincerity at all. Inform Narashikaku to go handle it. I don't have time. It seems Hokage-sama was right. Kakashi had no choice but to notify Hokage's advisor, Narashikaku. Once Shikaku received the order, he went to the conference room to meet the envoy from the Cloud Village. When he pushed the door open, he found there was neither tea nor anything else in front of the Cloud Village envoy. Shizen wouldn't he do this, would she? Just when he was puzzled, a Cloud Jonin spoke up, making him understand. Where's your Hokage? Let him come talk. Who are you? Narashikaku's expression instantly turned cold. You don't know, and you think you're the victor? You probably think Sarutobi Hiruzen is still in power. Just as he was about to retort, the conference room door was kicked open, and Kakashi, along with Kisame Hashigaki and others, blocked the entrance. Hokage-sama has ordered. Please leave the Hokage building for negotiations. Copy Ninja Kakashi? The Cloud Jonin's expressions turned tense upon seeing Kakashi, as he had severed the arm of the Tsuchikage and was quite famous in the Cloud Village. Let's have a proper discussion. I am still from the Cloud Village. Hey, the Hokage said to get out, and if you don't, I won't be gentle. Kisame drew his sword. He was a warrior and preferred to exert pressure rather than engage in words. You. Enough. Let's go outside to talk. One Cloud Ninja still wanted to express his anger, but was stopped by the leading Jonin. Their mission this time was not to fight, but to test Konoha's attitude. If they could negotiate, they would. If not, they would prepare to give Konoha a hard time. So after achieving their goal, even if it meant humiliation, they had to preserve their strength. It seemed that Uchiha Shinyu's Konoha had a very tough attitude. Kakashi said something to Shikaku, who turned to leave, thinking he wouldn't serve these fools. There were many ways to test, yet they chose the most foolish one. Narashikaku was most annoyed by talking to people who weren't very bright. It was a hassle. When the Cloud Jonin leader reached the entrance, just as he was about to talk to Shikaku, he found Shikaku hadn't come out. He then tried to speak to Kakashi, but Kakashi had already gone inside. Wait, Hatake Kakashi. He was about to grab Kakashi when a blue figure blocked him. Hey, I'm the Hokage's guard, Kisame Hashigaki, and I'm the one you'll be talking to. Just tell me what you need. Kisame grinned at the Cloud Jonin, which made them inexplicably irritated. Well, let us talk then. We hope to exchange for the two tails. Would Konoha be willing? Sure. What conditions can you from the Cloud Village offer? Kisame's response left the Cloud Jonin momentarily speechless. Huh? Konoha is that easy to negotiate with? Could it be that Konoha is quite empty during the Great War? His spirits lifted. If they could return alive, that would be the best. We can negotiate like during the first 5 Kage Summit, using silver to purchase the two tails. And we are willing to sign a peace agreement with you to bring peace. That is great. How much silver are you thinking of? Seeing Kisame agree so quickly, the Cloud Jonin's brain raced. This price couldn't be too high. Otherwise, they would lose out, so they should lower it. 3 million Ryo. Our Cloud Village can only offer that much, with a maximum of an additional 100,000. Even Kisame, who was just teasing, felt his mouth twitch slightly. This was really a fool? Suddenly feeling a bit guilty, he thought, 3 million Ryo? That's like giving alms to a beggar. No way, Hokage-sama will scold me. It has to be at least 4 million Ryo. The Cloud Jonin, who believed they had the upper hand, forcibly suppressed their joy, putting on a look of loss. You Konoha. Sigh fine, it's not easy for you Konoha either, so we'll go with 4 million Ryo. Call your Hokage to sign the agreement. What agreement? The peace agreement we just discussed. What do we agree on? The Cloud Jonin looked at the already restless Kisame and the Konoha ninjas, finally realizing he seemed to have been tricked. You tricked me, Ow. Before he could finish cursing, he was thrown several meters away by Kisame. Feeling that teasing fools was no longer interesting, Kisame grimaced and instructed the Umbu to take them back to the envoy's reception area while handing over a set of harsh terms, then turned back to enter the Hokage building. No wonder this task fell to him. Were these brutes brainless? Really speechless? Damn it. The Cloud Jonin was filled with rage, but seeing several times the number of Umbu ninjas, he reluctantly calmed down. After returning to the envoy's residence, he opened Konoha's terms with his subordinates. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Cloud Jonin threw the terms on the ground, They were asking for land and reparations. And the Cloud Village would definitely not sign. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Under the Cloud Jonin signal, another Cloud Jonin in charge of intelligence stepped forward. If we want to capture someone to exchange for Uchiha Shen Yu as hostages, we must capture someone of value. And that person must be easy to catch. Therefore, Tsunade, Yuhi Kurenai, and Hitaki Kakashi are all out. Their value is too high for us to handle. So the only options left are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Shen Yu's disciple Uchiha Sasuke, and a certain Hinata Hyuga who is inexplicably favored by Uchiha Shen Yu. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are often escorted by Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Shursui. One is a Jonin, and the other is a formidable force, making them untouchable, especially with Umbu backing them up. However, they initially thought that after capturing Hinata Hyuga 3 years ago, it would be difficult to catch her again. Now, they found out she was only being escorted by a Chunin. Other clan leaders' children were at least special Jonin, but Hinata was paired with a Chunin, which was just perfect. All right, get ready. We're going after Hinata Hyuga. I want Konoha to pay the price. Yes, the Cloud Ninjas responded enthusiastically. A Chunin could be dealt with in no time. It was simply a golden opportunity. At this time, the Two Tails had already been imprisoned in a secret underground prison near Uchiha Shen Yu's residence. Shen Yu had never gone to see her. The Two Tails, already under the control of the Sharingan, had no interest whatsoever. At most she could serve as a maid at home, cleaning, or helping Tsunade a bit. Speaking of the Two Tails, Shen Yu suddenly remembered he still had 2 tails of the 5 tails to find someone to stuff in. Moreover, the Cloud Jonin shouldn't team make any trouble, right? You should go check it out. At this moment, Hong brought a cup of tea to Shen Yu, just as she was about to leave. Shen Yu pulled her into his arms. What are you doing? Dealing with official business is too dull. Sit here and keep me company. Aren't you too old for this? Stop throwing a tantrum. With no choice, Hong had to accompany Shen Yu, helping him fill in the gaps. Hey, don't move around. Chapter 70, still need to be a scapegoat. Shen Yu was furious. Has class ended already? If so, dismiss. Yumino Irika looked at the time and shouted to the students below. Great, class is over. Sasuke, hurry up and go. Why are you in such a hurry? You are running faster than me. Watching Naruto and Sasuke interact, Irika felt quite pleased. When he heard the news that Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage, he was stunned for quite a while. Fortunately, he had followed his heart earlier and didn't do anything that would harm the hero of Konoha, which he would have regretted. Now that he saw Naruto getting along well with his classmates, he felt relieved. Moreover, Naruto was learning things very quickly now and no longer slept in class like before. Was this the talent of the Hokage's son? Hinata, let's go. There's only a few days left until the break. Have you thought about how to spend it? Ino shouldered her backpack and took Hinata's hand. Their relationship was very good now. Without Sasuke, there were no more arguments with Sakura. However, without a common goal, she and Sakura had run out of topics to talk about, leading to a long period without interaction. I don't know, maybe my father will ask me to practice gentle fist at home. Ino was surprised and covered her mouth, then indignantly said, What? You can't be training every day, right? If that's the case, I'll come and find you. I don't believe your father won't let you out. Ino, I'll ask again later. If it doesn't work, I'll ask my brother to come find you. Is the Hokage? Ino, my brother, as Hokage, is also very busy. Sai, this is really troublesome. Should I call you again? I don't have a phone. Although mobile phones were not yet widely popular, they were among the first to experience new things. Ino felt a bit down, and Hinata lowered her head, truly feeling sorry. When Ino heard someone calling her name, she looked up and saw Shikamaru and Choji waiting to go home with her, so she bid farewell to Hinata. Hinata, I'm leaving first. I'll think of a way when I get home. Gun. Watching Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji leave, Hinata also walked towards her home. Mississippi Hinata nodded. It seemed that Ino's father was very lenient with her, while her own father was quite strict. Hinata, Hayashi noticed Hinata's low spirits and didn't dare to say much. Escorting her towards the Hyuga clan's compound, a mission target appeared. It was troublesome to avoid Konoha's Umbu ninjas. A Cloud ninja shrugged, although only a few came to act. Facing a Chunin was indeed overwhelming. It seemed they had relaxed in the village. This Hyuga ninja hadn't even activated his Byakugan. Yes, because maintaining the Byakugan consumed chakra, and the Chunin Hinata Hayashi didn't activate it while in the village. Alright, let's move. We're already far from Konoha's center and getting closer to the Hyuga clan. Yes. The group of Cloud ninjas began to approach Hinata and Hinata Hayashi with weapons, while on a higher branch. Lord Hokage this. Don't worry, Kakashi. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Shen Yu coldly observed the scene before him, surrounded by murderous Umbu ninjas. Did they really think they could act in Konoha without consequence? They truly didn't know how to survive. Kisame, standing at a higher level and seeing everything is really enjoyable. I just need to take action. When the group of cloud ninjas was less than a dozen meters from Hinata, Hayashi finally sensed something was wrong and activated his Byakugan. Hinata, run. Head towards the clan. If you run a bit further, our ninjas will see you. Hearing Hayashi shout, Hinata turned back and saw several cloud ninjas charging towards her. Miss, don't worry about me. Run. Hinata knew that staying here would only be a burden, so she hurriedly ran towards the clan. Hinata Hayashi steeled himself and charged towards a group of cloud ninjas. Split up the chase. I'll handle this Chunin. The cloud ninjas immediately scattered. Hinata Hayashi wanted to block more of them, but he was powerless and even got slashed by a knife due to his distraction. Lightning release. Lightning ball. A ball of lightning shot towards Hinata Hayashi. With only some gentle fist techniques, Hinata Hayashi could only stretch out his hand to block the lightning ball, instantly leaving his hand bloodied and his body stiff. The cloud ninja, fighting him, took the opportunity to slash down. Clang. What? Hey, not bad for strength. Kisame deflected the blade, and the airborne cloud ninja hadn't reacted yet before being swept away by the water flow. Then he was easily stabbed by Kakashi, as the Konoha ninjas stopped hiding and began to team up to eliminate their enemies. A few cloud ninjas still wanted to resist and delay time, but under Kisame's water sharp bomb technique, the battlefield was quickly divided and resolved by the Konoha ninjas. Hinata, go save Hinata! Hinata Hayashi shouted despite the pain. The Hokage has already gone. You can rest assured. After hearing this, the paralyzed Hinata Hayashi felt relieved and lay back down. Meanwhile, Hinata was running towards the Hyuga clan's compound, but her speed was far too slow compared to the cloud ninjas. Coincidentally, Hinata Hayashi had planned to deepen his relationship with his daughter today, as Hinata might become the bridge for communication between the Hyuga and Shen Yu in the future. Therefore, he personally came to the entrance to greet Hinata, but witnessed this scene. Father, damn, cloud ninjas. Furious, Hinata Hayashi moved quickly, closing in on the somewhat panicking Hinata, gathering power in his palm to repel the cloud ninjas. Oh no, the cloud ninja gritted his teeth, realizing it was now or never. Disregarding Hinata Hayashi's attack and lunging for Hinata. Hinata Hayashi was stunned to see the cloud ninja disregarding his life. He remembered his brother Hinata Hayashi sacrificing himself for him. If he killed the cloud ninja, the village. But this hesitation meant that the power he had gathered failed to reach the cloud ninja. The moment the cloud ninja grabbed Hinata, he was overjoyed to the point of madness, throwing the unconscious Hinata behind him due to his excessive force. Blackwood Cage. Catch the chip. The Blackwood Cage also jumped up to catch Hinata. If he could catch Hinata, he could threaten Konoha to hand over the two tails. If Uchiha Shen Yu was unwilling to surrender, it would surely cause a rift between the Hyuga clan and Konoha, leading to instability in Konoha, allowing him to coerce Hinata into safely leaving and becoming a hero of the Cloud Village. The distance that seemed so close was painfully long in the eyes of the Blackwood Cage. Almost there, almost there. Oh, a golden hand descended from the sky onto him, and when the hand left, the Blackwood Cage had already turned into a puddle of flesh in a several-meter-deep pit. Another cloud ninja was also pinned to a tree by Tang Dao, spitting blood. Susanoo, truly unmatched power. A giant golden figure stood hundreds of meters away, and Shen Yu, wearing the Hokage cloak, caught Hinata and hid her under his cloak. Lord Hokage. Hinata Hayashi hurriedly saluted, but Shen Yu paid him no mind as the Umbu ninjas behind him moved to eliminate the captured enemies. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi saw that Shen Yu didn't hand Hinata over and couldn't help but say, Lord Hokage Hinata, is a clan head hesitant to kill the cloud ninja because he is worried I'll hand you over? Or is it that Hinata isn't worth mentioning to you? Hinata Hayashi's pupils dilated, but he didn't dare to say anything as Shen Yu's presence on the battlefield was too powerful. Now, besides a few who could speak softly, no one dared to oppose Shen Yu. Shizuku, Lord Hokage. Shizuku half knelt on the ground, knowing well what to call him at what time. Go! Bring all the clan leaders and ministers here. You personally call for the third Hokage. Yes. Shizuku didn't hesitate at all, even if Shen Yu was friendly. He didn't dare to provoke him at such a time. Itachi, take people to the Hyuga clan and bring Niji out. Understood. Itachi turned and left, while Kisame chuckled and followed. The already emerged ninjas of the Hyuga clan looked towards their clan leader, trembling in the face of the 100-meter Susanoo, wondering if they could stop Uchiha Itachi. After all, Niji Hyuga was a ninja from the branch family. Hyuga Hayashi's expression kept changing, but in the end, he remained silent. When the hundreds of meters tall Susanoo appeared, it was like a signal flare, and members of the Uchiha police force had already gathered nearby. More ninjas from Konoha kept appearing in the distance, and when Tsunade arrived with Shizen, she immediately understood what had happened upon seeing the scene and walked over to grab Shen Yu. Can you turn off the Susanoo in our village? Shen Yu nodded, and the Susanoo transformed into golden light and dissipated. Lord Hokage. Before the Umbu ninjas arrived, the various clan leaders had already gathered their teams and rushed over, bowing immediately. Seeing Shen Yu's dark expression, they dared not speak and retreated to the side. Inuzuka Kiba led a large group of Uchiha to cooperate with the police department to surround the area completely. The moment Susanoo appeared, he began to call for people. But since the Uchiha clan was too far from here, it took some time for them to arrive. Third Hokage, Lord Hokage is calling for you. Sure, Sway, what happened? Sarutobi Hizashi, who was already armored and ready to support, asked. But Shursui remained silent, making Sarutobi Hizashi feel a bit awkward. He thought to himself whether it was another backup plan left by Danzo. What a sin, Danzo. How could you still affect me even after you're dead? Lord Hokage, everyone is here. Narashikako bent down to speak next to Shen Yu, and Niji was also brought out by Itachi. Since everyone is here, there is something I need to say. It's also my fault for not thinking of it immediately. Today, the Cloud Ninja attacked Hinata. The head of the Hyuga clan could have dealt with the Cloud Ninja who wanted to harm Hinata, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. I think he was afraid that I would do to him what the third Hokage did, handing him over to the village of Kumogakure as an apology. Do you all think that I, the sixth Hokage, am equivalent to the weakness of two third Hokages combined? Hearing this, the Uchiha who had already surrounded the area all turned their blood-red eyes towards Hyuga Hayashi and the Hyuga ninjas, who unconsciously gulped. At such a moment, anyone who dared to speak would become the target of everyone, hated by the Hokage, so no one dared to respond. But precisely because no one spoke, the atmosphere became terrifyingly silent, even though there were plenty of people present. The tension dropped to freezing point, and the surroundings became completely still. The ninjas nearby could even hear the sound of breathing and heartbeats. Everyone felt their heart pounding in their throats. Tsunade and Sakura exchanged glances, and each of them subtly tugged at Shen Yu's sleeve. Today, in front of everyone, let us bring up an old matter, the death of Niji's father, Hayashi Hyuga. It seems that what makes you all distrust me is that I didn't see any courage from you back then. What do you think, third Hokage Sarutobi Hizashi? Understanding what was happening, Niji stood beside Itachi, glaring at Sarutobi Hizashi with his fierce Byakugan. His father still didn't have a proper explanation, and the Hyuga main family had the third Hokage as an accomplice. Nara Shikaku struggled to breathe, looking at the third Hokage with suppressed anger, while Akimichi Choji's stomach was churning. It's over, it's all over, it's going to explode, let it explode. Even Sarutobi Hizashi was trembling, thinking that if they couldn't get past this hurdle today, no matter if they did, their reputation would be ruined. This matter at that time, I was also left with no choice. At that time, Konoha had— Wait, Shen Yu interrupted Sarutobi Hizashi's lament. At that time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama brought the Uchiha and Senju clans to establish this village. Your parents joined this village. What was their purpose? It was to ensure that children would no longer experience war and could grow up safely. It was to protect everyone in the village so that they wouldn't live in fear. It was to protect Konoha and everyone in this village, even at the cost of their lives. So what about you? Senju Tobarama knew there was a mirror, and the Uchiha could do whatever they wanted. What did you learn? Is it that internal defense is more important than external defense? You're always in the Umbu, doing nothing serious, just wandering at the Uchiha gate. During the Third Great Ninja War, even Shimura Danzo knew to go to the battlefield. And what about you? After winning, aren't we the victors? Your victory pays reparations to others? Your victory hands over people to others? Why don't you dare to fight him? We're empty, but isn't he empty too? Are you a child with polio? If you can shout a little, I'll think highly of you. But in the end, when Kumogakure scares you, you're so scared that your pants fall off? Isn't that embarrassing? Sarutobi Hizashi's hands trembled, and Mito Kanzuya wished he could bury his head in his clothes. Tsunade was also shaking Shen Yu's sleeve. Her man was throwing a huge fit, and she didn't dare to stop him. But no one on the field could intervene. While her heart raced, she still tugged at Shen Yu's sleeve, and Sakura also pulled on it. Shen Yu took a few deep breaths and shouted towards Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto, Yes, my lord. Kabuto quickly knelt to listen. Take Niji Hyuga back. Think of a way to remove that curse mark, and from now on, Niji Hyuga will be under my personal care. Yes. Kabuto took Niji from Itachi's hands and was just about to take him down when Niji suddenly struggled free and forcefully slammed his forehead against the ground. The force so intense that it moved everyone present. Kabuto hurriedly grabbed Niji and pulled him down, using medical ninjutsu to heal his injuries. The matter of Hayashi Hyuga was thus concluded. It was the village and the Hyuga clan that owed him. Damn it. The mess the previous Hokage made is all on me. There was already Hatake Tsukumo, and now there's Hayashi Hyuga. If you didn't know better, you'd think I was the one in the wrong. This has nothing to do with me. Don't you feel ashamed to let the Hokage take the blame? What kind of Hokage is that? Isn't it embarrassing? I find it embarrassing to sit in this position. As long as I'm here, this kind of mess will not happen. Kisame, capture all the cloud ninjas that came here and send them for human experimentation. Yes. Kisame rushed to leave the scene with a team of ninjas, and it was a great stroke of luck to be able to leave at this time. Led by Kakashi Hatake, with Might Guy, Uchiha Inazuma, Uchiha Shursui, and Aburame Shino participating. All clans must mobilize their elite ninjas to eliminate all cloud ninjas from the land of soup, the land of rice, and the land of moon. Let it go back to Withmangekyo. If he doesn't comply, let him come find me. I'll personally bring Shikaku, Nibi, Kyubi, and Susanoo to find him. Yes. Wait. I want to go too. Sarutobi Hizashi couldn't hold it in anymore and quickly said, although no one paid attention to him. He still mobilized the Sarutobi clan's ninjas. Narashikaku hurried to prepare the list of ninjas to be dispatched, and Kakashi also went to mobilize the Umbu ninjas. They understood Shen Yu's intention very well. It was to give Withmangekyo a lesson. But if Withmangekyo dared to gather a large army, the situation would be different. Shen Yu would immediately lead his army north and fight to the death. Shen Yu, holding Hinata in his arms, turned to leave. Lord Hokage Hinata. Shen Yu glanced at Hyuga Hayashi, his eyes slightly spinning with a blood-red Sharingan. Tsunade quickly covered Shen Yu's eyes. Sakura pulled Shen Yu away, while Tsunade turned to Hyuga Hayashi and said, just consider it as me taking Hinata out for a couple of days. I'll bring her back another day. Speaking of which, I really do like this child. Hyuga Hayashi fell silent, startled by the earlier Sharingan. Once the three left with a group of Uchiha, the Hyuga ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, and the elders of the Hyuga clan finally revealed themselves. Rizu, listening to Hokage's intention means finding a way to lift the caged bird curse seal from Niji. We cannot allow this. You should go and, if you have the ability, go say it. Hey, I'm not the clan leader. You are the clan leader. As far as I know, only the clan leader's line can be without the caged bird curse seal. What are you doing? Rizu, how dare you speak to me like that? What about my daughter? What if a girl gives her eyes to Hokage? Slap. Rizu Hyuga slapped the elder of the main house. You. Rizu kicked the elder of the main house repeatedly, and the other Hyuga ninjas dared not intervene. The elder of the main house wanted to resist, but could not do so in front of Rizu, with kick after kick, seeing that he was about to lose consciousness. Rizu finally stopped. It seems I've been too good to you, a bunch of dogs who bully the weak and fear the strong. Rizu returned to the Hyuga clan with a dark face, and only after Rizu left did the clan members dare to come forward to help. Just now, the clan leader's gaze was too terrifying. Rizu walked to the spirit tablet of his younger brother, Riku Hyuga. The relationship between the two brothers was very good. Otherwise, Riku would not have sacrificed his life for him. Brother, why didn't I dare to be a bit tougher back then? Rizu's eyes were filled with tears, and his heart was full of regret. The help he gave to Niji now seemed trivial in retrospect. Everything that had just happened made him feel fortunate. Fortunate that the Cloud Ninja did not harm Hinata. Otherwise, he did not know how to face himself and how much he would regret it. He was glad that Kamiyu arrived in time to save Hinata. Did he harbor any resentment towards Kamiyu? Almost none. On one hand, Kamiyu saved Hinata. On the other hand, his brother was vindicated. Kamiyu's strength was not something he could resent, especially since it was due to his own weakness. Elder of the Main House. Chapter 71. Bluster. A few days ago, the not-so-big snowflakes had melted, making the already cool weather even colder. Kamiyu adjusted Hokage's robe to make Hinata more comfortable in his arms. No matter how cold it was outside, Hinata inside had flushed cheeks. Rain, you're not still angry, are you? Tsunade and Kurenai each held one of Kamiyu's arms and shook him. Angry about what? You shaking me has made me lose all my anger. Kamiyu smiled helplessly. It was rare for both of his wives to act spoiled together. Who could stay angry at that? What are you planning to do about the Hyuga clan? Let the bullets fly for a while. Saving them in advance won't earn me any gratitude. They might even resent me for meddling. As you say, you are Hokage. Tsunade only cares about her loved ones, as she has only one loved one. Hokage, clearly carrying a flame, yet unable to burn away the filth attached to it. Hearing Kamiyu's sentiment, Tsunade felt a bit uncomfortable. When did Konoha become like this? Kurenai comforted. Then let us take the essence and discard the dross. Aren't you doing just that? Exactly. Tell me about the Han Kingdom, especially your 3 generals. They all call you Lord. You can pick a group to call you Lord in the future. Call me Lord? That is indeed a method. All right. Then I will tell you 3 about the story of the Han. On this continent, 10,000 years ago. After telling the history all the way, the 4 of them slowly meandered back to Kamiyu's residence. Hinata, it's time to get up. Let your sister Kurenai help you freshen up, and then we can continue chatting. Kamiyu untied Hokage's robe. Hinata had actually woken up long ago, probably when Kamiyu was cursing. But she obediently said nothing in his arms, and Kamiyu naturally saw no need to expose her. Come on, Hinata. Kurenai took Hinata from Kamiyu's arms. Hinata's face was flushed red. Naruto had long returned to his room to sleep, having played with Sasuke all day and was naturally tired. Kamiyu also went to wash up with Tsunade. The few of them were quite engrossed in the stories, mixed with some harem secrets that made them feel relatable. After lying in bed, Kamiyu began telling stories again, and after a few fell asleep, he quietly left. Just as he left, Tsunade and Kurenai simultaneously opened their eyes. Exchanging worried glances, even Hinata was wide-eyed with concern. Although they knew Kamiyu was powerful, they still worried. Summoning technique. A wave of spatial fluctuation. Kamiyu arrived at the Burning Heaven Fire domain, surrounded by a group of fire elements welcoming his arrival. The Flame Mage, a fire god guard, bowed to Kamiyu and drew a few circles with his staff, connecting to the reverse summoning technique. This is troublesome. There is no need for you to be so formal. Just summon me if needed. Kamiyu stepped in, instantly appearing at the border between the land of fire and the land of soup, where hundreds of Konoha ninjas were resting. Upon seeing Kamiyu arrive, they all woke up. Hokage-sama. Let us move. After dealing with the cloud ninjas from the 3 nations. Retreat. Yes. Taking advantage of the night, hundreds of Konoha ninjas headed towards the land of soup and the land of rice, with Kamiyu personally leading the charge. Relevant intelligence on the cloud ninjas had already been secretly sent back by Konoha spies. Therefore, all that needed to be done was to encircle and kill. In just a few hours, most of the cloud ninjas dispatched by Cloud Hidden Village had been slaughtered, with only a few clever and strong ones managing to escape. Does he think we, Uchiha Kamiyu, are a weak village like Sunagakure? Does he want to launch another surprise attack? Before dawn, the news reached AI, who got out of bed and summoned the high-ranking officials of Cloud Hidden Village. Mabu rubbed his eyes and analyzed for AI. Raikage-sama, we have long been prepared for Uchiha Kamiyu's surprise attack. He will not succeed again. However, this time his purpose seems more like giving us a lesson. I suspect that our envoy's plan failed and angered Uchiha Kamiyu. As one of the advisors to the 4th Raikage, Mabu provided the correct answer. A lesson? He is giving us a lesson? Gather the ninja army for me. I want to seek justice. AI crackled with lightning, forming flickering blue light behind him. But unexpectedly, Mabu pressed his voice down and said, Raikage-sama, our previous losses were indeed considerable. If you gather the army. With Uchiha Kamiyu's personality, he will definitely not back down, even if it means fighting us to the death. Moreover, they have 3-tailed beasts, which is 1/3 of all tailed beasts. Under Uchiha's control, they can fully engage us in battle. So, just like we discussed before, we can only wait for the major villages to recover and launch an attack on Konoha together with the other 3 ninja villages to minimize our losses. That damn Uchiha. How can there be such bloodthirsty beings in the ninja world? So you mean to say we should do nothing? AI's hand on the table did not move, but the table had already shattered. If Raikage-sama insists on mobilizing the army, then let me report the situation of Cloud Hidden Village to you. One-armed Tukadai stepped forward and reported to the Raikage about the situation in Cloud Hidden Village. We originally had 18,000 ninjas, needing to guard against Mist Hidden Village and Sand Hidden Village, so we gathered over 10,000 troops to attack Konoha at that time. But after the war failed, we directly lost nearly 5,000 ninjas. These 5,000 ninjas need the village to provide compensation afterward, making the village's finances somewhat thin. If we gather our entire strength to wage war, it would be gambling with the strength accumulated by our Cloud Hidden Village for decades, Reikage-sama. Moreover, we previously attacked the Hidden Stone Village alongside Konoha. The conflict between lightning and earth has been ongoing for decades and has become even more severe now. Even if we form an alliance, you know how fragile such alliances can be. When Sachikage spoke, everyone present realized that the relationship between lightning and earth was fundamentally poor. Alliances have been torn apart by everyone before. What credibility do they have? Moreover, Konoha is also recovering from a war and is currently focused on developing itself rather than fighting to the death with Konoha. We cannot allow the Hidden Stone Village to benefit from this situation. This is also why Shen Yu has not engaged in direct confrontations with the other Kages. Without strong external pressure, other ninja villages will not unite against Konoha. If Shen Yu reveals his strength, it would truly become a 1v4 plus the Akatsuki, which would be somewhat of a burden for him. And the main issue is that Konoha cannot withstand it. Not to mention that there is also the Sage of Six Paths lurking in the background. His goal is to prevent his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, from emerging while keeping an eye on the peace of the ninja world. How does he view this peace? Therefore, Shen Yu's plan is to wait until a new batch of Konoha ninjas can be deployed to the battlefield, successfully activate his Rinnegan, and then keep a backup plan against the Sage of Six Paths before taking action. Reikage. Just as the conference room fell silent, a guarding ninja entered, holding a kunai and a piece of parchment. This was left by Uchiha Shen Yu. Ace threw away the kunai and picked up the parchment, reading it. After clenching and unclenching his fists several times, he coldly said, after weighing the pros and cons, "You are right. It is not wise to conflict with Konoha now and let Noki take advantage of it. ISNT Uchiha Shen Yu, now setting up a river county, causing the daimyos to be quite anxious. Let us negotiate for him to provide more financial support. I want to vigorously develop the Hidden Cloud Village and compete with Konoha in a few years." Yes, Ace, who could no longer sleep, stood up and left. He needed to find a place to vent his anger and work hard to improve his strength so he could personally take Uchiha Shen Yu's head next time. After Ace left, Sachikage and the others picked up the parchment, which read, "The Hidden Cloud Village has sent delegations to Konoha twice to capture our ninjas. Ace, if you can't manage your subordinates, don't blame me for cutting you down. Other ninja village delegations come to negotiate, but your Hidden Cloud Village is special. You come to cause destruction. You pride yourself on loyalty and straightforwardness, but you are just thick-skinned and leaky as a sieve. Starting today, the Hidden Cloud Village is not allowed to send envoys to Konoha. A bunch of brutes. If the Cloud Ninjas dare to enter the Land of Fire, Konoha will consider it an act of war. As for me, I am currently waiting at the border. If you have the guts, gather your troops by dawn to face me, and then send me 8 tails. Lastly, you uncivilized barbarians are getting into schemes? Isn't that laughable?" They exchanged glances. Is the boss being played? Uchiha Shen Yu. No, the Uchiha clan indeed has many crazies. Since Reikage has already made a decision, dare we send a reply to Konoha? How should we reply? Darui raised his head. What can we say? Just write that we at the Hidden Cloud Village only learned about the delegations after you notified us. The actions of the delegations are personal and have nothing to do with the Hidden Cloud Village. We deeply apologize and will impose strict punishment on the delegations. Darui understood. This was a way of saving face for the Hidden Cloud Village. After all, the envoys basically wouldn't return. What punishment could there be? The sun finally began to rise, slightly raising the temperature in the ninja world. Lord Hokage, it seems the Hidden Cloud Village is not resisting. Inuzuka Hana stood beside Shen Yu, gazing into the distance, where only a few cloud ninjas were monitoring them. I thought there would be a great battle. If not, I should hurry back home. Nanao is still waiting for me. They bully the weak and fear the strong, my lord. Kisame Hashigaki said with a smile. Surrounded by high-ranking officers, everyone understood who he was referring to. After all, it was the third Hokage. Shen Yu could afford not to give face. Kisame was not from Konoha. He was allied with Shen Yu, not Konoha, so he could speak freely. However, others who had worked under the third Hokage could not say much. Hokage-sama. This is the response from the Hidden Cloud Village. Kakashi Hitaki handed over the envelope. After Shen Yu read it, he passed it to Kisame, and a group of people gathered around. Haha, it seems the Hidden Cloud Village has softened up. The Hokage-sama is impressive. I thought we would have to fight again and teach the Hidden Cloud Village another lesson. After one battle, there were basically no losses. They had killed 100 cloud ninjas, and the free merit made them overjoyed. Let's return. After we go back, the village will reward according to merits. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Konoha ninjas shouted in unison, no longer retreating at the sight of the Hidden Cloud Village. Encountering a strong and resilient Hokage, they straightened their backs. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sigh. The retreat of the hidden cloud village raised Shen Yu's reputation while branding them with the label of weakness. It seems I was wrong back then. Just as Shen Yu was leading the team back, this news quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Chapter 72. Konoha Jonin, Bayun Zhaochen. When Shen Yu led the team to ambush the cloud ninjas from the countries of Tang, Yu, and Tian, this news was soon received by Noki. Given Reiki's temperament, he would inevitably clash with Uchiha Shen Yu, leaving him unable to manage us. Send a small team to investigate the river county set up by Konoha and notify the Sand Village. I don't believe they won't take any action. Tsuchikage-sama, do we need to gather a large army? Noki paused while looking at the map, then turned to the IWA ninja who reported to him. Gather a large army? We haven't recovered much energy yet. It's just a small team to investigate and settle in. Yes, I understand. The IWA ninja turned and left. Soon after, a small group of IWA ninjas passed through the Land of Rain and was about to enter Konoha River County. On a high stone slope, Bayun Zhaochen stood with a ninja knife, looking into the distance. Zhaochen, do you think the IWA ninjas will really come? A chubby ninja from the Akimichi clan asked. Bayun Zhaochen slightly leaned forward and replied to his subordinate, I don't know. Let us take turns monitoring. If they don't come, that would be even better. Understood. Watching his subordinates leave, Bayun Zhaochen fell into thought. The Hokage had told him to not worry about the Sand Village, but to pay attention to the Hidden Stone Village. Now that the Hokage was leading the team to clear out the Cloud Ninjas, the IWA ninjas should also be acting. Moreover, they had been stationed for several days, and the Sand Village had not shown any small movements. Could it be that they were truly frightened by the Hokage? Caw! Disturbed by the sound of birds, Bayun Zhaochen looked up and saw a flock of birds scattering in the distant forest. Zhaochen, we have a situation. I see. Enter a state of alert. Shuji, prepare the traps. Everyone, follow me. Yes. Prepared in advance, Bayun Zhaochen led dozens of Konoha ninjas to investigate. The vanguard team of IWA ninjas was speeding across the flat ground when they suddenly heard the shout and stopped in alert, with the leading IWA ninja placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready for battle. I am Bayun Zhaochen, the county lieutenant of Konoha River County. Which country's ninjas are you? This is Konoha's territory. If you advance further, you will be considered enemies. The leading IWA ninja saw Bayun Zhaochen, but did not answer him. Instead, he charged forward with his men. Bayun Zhaochen frowned and signaled to Shuji, who nodded in response. The IWA shinobi team was all restrained by steel wires, and blood marks were cut into every place that came into contact with the wires. If you don't stop talking, we will take action and eliminate all of you. Bayun Zhaochen placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and issued the final ultimatum. The leading IWA shinobi, ignoring his injuries, suddenly drew his ninja sword and slashed at the surrounding steel wires. Bang! The wires connected to the explosive tags triggered an explosion, engulfing the entire IWA shinobi team. Before the smoke could clear, a number of kunai and shuriken flew out from within the black smoke. Doton Dori Heki. A Konoha ninja released Doton, and the erected earthen wall blocked all the kunai and shuriken, after which he also retreated. Sure enough, as the earthen wall shattered, dozens of IWA shinobi's attacks landed in the empty space. The leading IWA shinobi instructed his subordinates, the enemy is very cautious and difficult to deal with. Come with me. Yes, IWA Kage's Jainin Winya was the captain leading the team stationed in Hujuan. It was he who had just shattered the earthen wall with a punch made of rock. He noticed that Bayun Zhaochen was experienced and cautious in his actions. There were at least 20 IWA shinobi, sending signal flares, retreating to lure them into the next trap. Bayun Zhaochen fought while retreating, maintaining his composure even if some of his comrades were accidentally left behind. You guys retreat first, I'll hold them back. Hearing Zhaochen's arrangement, the remaining Konoha ninjas continued to fall back. Doton, Jid Saku. 2 IWA shinobi formed hand seals, and the ground spikes attacked from beneath Zhaochen's feet. Sans signe danger. Zhaochen jumped up, and with a tremble of his eyes, Winya took the opportunity to attack. Take this punch, Doton. Kingon. Winya's strike missed as Bayun Zhaochen's body turned into leaves and scattered in the wind, reforming in the distance. Meanwhile, Winya's squad had unknowingly fallen into another trap. Not good. Explosive attack. Boom. Under the manipulation of Hanjun, the explosive tags buried earlier exploded all around, sending IWA shinobi's severed limbs flying. But the Konoha ninjas, used to such scenes, did not show much reaction. Bloodshed was a common occurrence in the ninja world. Did we succeed? No, not yet. As the smoke cleared, indeed 4 or 5 IWA shinobi laid dead on the spot, but a square earthen wall in the center shielded them from the explosions. Many of Winya and the IWA shinobi within had sustained minor injuries from the blast. Gritting his teeth, Winya began to form hand seals. Doton, Iwa Haden, utilizing the square earthen wall, all transformed into missiles and rushed toward the Konoha ninjas. Dodge! Although the missiles were fast, the Konoha ninjas, already prepared, jumped up to evade all the missiles. However, Winya's mouth curled into a grin. The crucial part of the rock missiles was not the missiles themselves, but the explosive tags attached to them. The sudden explosion directly killed 2 Konoha ninjas, and the flying debris injured many others. The IWA shinobi were relentless, throwing shuriken once again. Bayun Zhaochan, seeing many of his subordinates injured, unleashed the anger he had been holding back. In the name of my Konoha Jainin, you won't escape unscathed. Vacuum blade. Bayun Zhaochan's vacuum blade was not just a sword technique. It was a combination of wind release and swordsmanship, and a large number of wind blades blocked all the enemy's shuriken. The ninja sword drawn in reverse pierced through an IWA shinobi's heart. Bastard Doton, Tsuchiseki, Doton Tsukasana. Several IWA shinobi coordinated with Winya, unleashing ninjutsu that attacked Bayun Zhaochan from both the sky and the ground. F-ton, Daitapa. The wind controlled by Zhaochan blew the sand rain off course as he began to evade the attacks of the stone spikes. But he couldn't maintain this indefinitely while also focusing on blowing wind. Just as he thought, he would have to take a hit from the earth spikes to escape. The spikes beneath him turned into a rising rock platform. Doton, IWA Kaisaku. The first batch of Konoha reinforcements built a platform for Bayun Zhaochan from a distance. Although this exposed him, it allowed him to escape from his previous predicament. Nearby, the injured Konoha ninjas had also risen to engage the IWA shinobi in battle. Sir, Konoha has sent reinforcements. Just 2 small teams, Winya replied. Doton, Teiriedan. It nearly hit Bayun Zhaochan, leaving Winya quite frustrated as the earth dragon descended from above, charging at Bayun Zhaochan, who stood on the platform. Bayun Zhaochan would not just stand still. He lightly jumped off the platform. To his surprise, Winya's control over the earth dragon was strong enough to change its direction in mid-air, charging at him once again. But Bayun Zhaochan transformed into leaves once more, avoiding the impact and closing in on Winya to engage in close combat with his vacuum blade. Winya dared not refuse the blade and could only endure the wind blade scraping against his armor, leaving numerous bloody marks. As a Konoha elite Jainin with extensive experience, Bayun Zhaochan's close combat ability was formidable. He could challenge 20 ninjas and win, and Winya couldn't keep up in a blade duel. Damn, this guy's sword is so fast. I'll take your life as a tribute for my fallen comrades. The blades of the two transformed into afterimages, the clanging sounds echoing as they alternated using body flicker techniques, changing positions constantly. Winya was being pressured, but fortunately, he had more IWA shinobi nearby to relieve the pressure. However, the number of Konoha ninjas arriving to assist was increasing, and the casualties among the IWA shinobi were also rising. Winya's face was drenched in sweat as he focused on dealing with Bayun Zhaochan, becoming increasingly flustered, completely unaware that someone was approaching from behind him. A cold gleam flashed from behind Winya, startling him. It's over. Bakutan Dariken. The IWA shinobi Jainin, Sho, caught the blade with his hand wrapped in rock and soil. The explosion sent Yujin flying back, but he lost 2 fingers in the process. Sho, you should worry about yourself first. Konoha flow, swordsmanship, wind. Bayun Zhaochan swung his sword, and Winya had no time to dodge, barely managing to turn sideways, losing an entire arm and half of his foot in the process. The IWA shinobi led by Sho rushed to support, causing the situation to fall into a stalemate once more. Originally, Noki had sent Sho, who specialized in Bakutan, to lead a team, while Winya led another team, attacking from the east and west sides of Hejuan. However, Sho was repelled by Yujin and had no choice but to seek out Winya. Sho caught up with Winya, and the IWA shinobi on the field surrounded them. The IWA shinobi still had a numerical advantage, but it was limited. No, Winya, we need to retreat. We have over 20 small teams and nearly 100 people. But Konoha has quite a few ninjas on guard. Sunagakure definitely hasn't attacked. These cowards have lost their courage. All right, then let's retreat. Winya, biting back the pain, spoke through gritted teeth, not knowing that Konoha had deployed so many ninjas in this area, and that the strength of the Konoha ninjas was not weak either. After the IWA, Shinobi used a large-scale joint ninjutsu to hold off the Konoha ninjas. They quickly retreated. Yujin and Baiyun Zhaochen continued to pursue from behind. With the corpses of fallen IWA, Shinobi left in their wake as proof of their accomplishments. "Stop! We're close to the border of the Land of Rain," Yujin commanded, halting the pursuit. He learned from Kamiyu that there was an Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain, and the strength of their ninjas was comparable to his. With 5 or 6 of them being even stronger, they were not to be provoked. Yujin. The Konoha ninjas present saluted Yujin, and Baiyun Zhaochen also slightly bowed, as he was of a similar rank to Yujin, but Yujin was still a notch higher. Baiyun I. Gather the bodies of our brothers. I will report your merits to the Lord and ensure that not a single ninja who died for the Lord's cause will have their blood spilled in vain. Then I will trouble you, Yujin. It's okay. Your strength is impressive in the morning. No wonder the Lord often praises you, saying that if all the Jonin in Konoha were like you, they wouldn't fear anyone invading Konoha. Baiyun was a bit surprised. The Hokage actually remembered him and recognized his strength. He originally thought he got this position because he was a Jonin with rich experience. But it turns out the Hokage had been paying attention to him all along. Not all. Lord Yujin's strength is also formidable. Ha ha ha. No need to be polite. You can also handle the military camp in the north. I still need to check the situation on the southern coast. Good. Indeed. The reason why Hajuin's strength is not weak is entirely because Shen Yu implemented a military camp-like approach here. He temporarily allocated land to the Konoha ninjas who raided Sunagakure, allowing them to cultivate wasteland while also guarding the border, making full use of everyone's abilities. Of course, Shen Yu would not treat them poorly in terms of harvest and rewards. Yujin and Baiyun began to tally the casualties and achievements from this ambush, which will be sent to Konoha later. Lord Suchikage, Sho and Winya stood in front of Inoki, feeling somewhat guilty. Many brothers were injured and killed this time, but the damage was significantly less than the losses. It's not your fault. In peacetime, who would have known that Uchiha Shen Yu would guard against us so heavily? There are so many ninjas stationed along such a long border. And Sunagakure didn't even reply to a letter. Inoki felt a bit pained. His ability to assess the situation hadn't diminished, and he had supported Sunagakure. So why didn't they strike? Even if they didn't attack, at least they could reply to the letter. It really is foolishness. Lord Suchikage at this moment. Hwanta walked in. Inoki thought it was a reply from Sunagakure and hurriedly said, "Bring forth the letter from Sunagakure." Hwanta paused and continued, "Father, this is not a letter from Sunagakure. It is a letter we obtained at the cost of our spies' lives. It states that Sunagakure has begun to abolish the puppet technique on a large scale and is using ninjas to kill each other to select new ninjas. For powerful ninjas, they fulfill all their desires and have closed the country, implementing a policy similar to that of Kiridakure." What? Hearing Huangtu's words, Inoki, who already had a headache, felt even worse. Are there so few normal people besides him? One blood mist village, and now another blood sand village. Is Luo Sha's mind muddled by Uchiha Shen Yu? Chiyo and Hailao Zong aren't stopping this at all. Sigh. It seems we can only be honest for a while. I originally thought we could take advantage when Uchiha Shen Yu fights against the Cloud Ninjas. In the end, we gained nothing and suffered a small loss. They're not even as good as those barbarians, who at least have some brains. Forget it, as long as the final target of the attack is Konoha. The other ninja villages can collapse even more. Headache. Chapter 73. Blood Sand Village Kazekage. The puppet technique is the foundation of Sunagakure. How can you abolish it? Chiyo forcibly broke through the guards at the door and rushed in, shouting at Luo Sha. Luo Sha ignored Chiyo, who didn't even address him properly, and coldly looked at the trembling guard at the door. The guard was sweating profusely, unable to move a muscle as he lowered his head. After Chiyo called out several times, he slowly turned his head. Can a few little puppets solve Uchiha Shen Yu's hundreds of meters tall Susanoo? His would release. And the three-tailed beasts, 1 tail, 2 tails, and 9 tails? Can Elder Chiyo's secret technique, the puppet master technique, deal with a wooden man from Uchiha Shen Yu? Isn't it a waste to have sand ninjas practice the puppet technique for decades without any progress instead of cultivating powerful ninjas who can train to confront Uchiha Shen Yu? Moreover, the puppet technique that they painstakingly practiced can be easily defeated by others. Chiyo was rendered speechless, just when she didn't know what to do. The late-arriving Hai Laozong pulled her sleeve. Lord Kazekage, my sister was rude, but the puppet technique has been passed down in our village for a long time and has become our secret art. This shows it has its reason for existence. Just like my sister's puppet master technique also made significant contributions in the Third Great Ninja War, right? Hai Laozong, as the intellectual support of Sunagekyo, spoke with great skill, using polite language and tactfully suggesting while recalling past achievements. Even Luo Sha found it difficult to maintain a stern expression. Out de Hai Laozong. Your sister's puppet techniques have indeed made significant contributions to the village, but our current opponent has changed. It is Uchiha Shen Yu, who can match 1,000 men. We have already failed in previous wars. We must make changes to ensure the continued existence of Sunagekyo in the next war. Moreover, I have not completely prohibited the study of the puppet technique. As long as there are talented individuals who can show results, I allow sand ninjas to learn it. I do not want any more children from Sunagekyo to be taken away. The last sentence was shouted by Luo Sha, who was panting heavily. Chio lowered her head, feeling that her earlier attitude might not have been appropriate. Hai Laozong also coughed a few times and sincerely said, I understand Lord Kazakage's thoughts. It was my sister's carelessness. I truly apologize. My sister and I will take our leave. Luo Sha breathed heavily and waved his hand. After Hai Laozong bowed and left with his sister, Luo Sha once again looked coldly at the guard standing at the door. The Sand Ninja guard, whose clothes were already soaked, suddenly knelt down and hoarsely pleaded for mercy. Lord Kazakage, I really couldn't stop her. I was wrong. There won't be a next time. Please spare me. Luo Sha moved forward, grabbing the guard's neck and tightening his grip. Spare you? You can't even keep watch. What use are you to me? Am I the Kazakage, or is Chio the Kazakage? Or do you not take me seriously at all? Not even drawing your sword? The Sand Ninja guard struggled in vain, wanting to speak, but could only stammer without being able to get the words out, his face turning red from lack of oxygen. Finally, his legs dropped freely, his head tilted, blood oozing from his face and neck as he lost consciousness. Luo Sha threw him to the ground, and the hidden Sand Ninjas immediately came up to handle the corpse. They were already used to it. These people were all traitors to the Kazakage and deserved to die. Only by obeying the Kazakage's orders could Sunagekyo become strong again. In fact, when Chio and Hai Laozong came earlier, they had already surrounded the Kazakage building. As long as the Kazakage gave the order, even the two elders would be killed without hesitation. This is our will of sand. Maki, I'm here, Lord Kazakage. Hearing Luo Sha call him, Maki hurriedly responded. Luo Sha had promoted him personally, and even entrusted his 3 children to him, which shows Luo Sha's trust in him. Although Maki had some differing views, he obeyed Luo Sha's orders and was also furious about the 3 children being taken away from Sunagekyo. How are the ninja school and the ninja assessments going? We have already selected calmer and stronger ninjas. However, dozens of ninjas have died, and many others are seriously injured. Training often involves bloodshed. It's about surviving on the battlefield. Weakness itself is a sin. Since death is inevitable, whether early or late, why not dedicate one's life for Sunagekyo? After hearing this, Maki lowered his head even further, paused, and said again, Lord Kazakage, recently, there have been civilian casualties, and the civilians are very panicked. Should we, the current focus is on cultivating powerful ninjas. The lives of some civilians are of no concern. Yes. Maki's voice trembled slightly. It seemed that Lord Kazakage's mental state was a bit off. Was he affected by that ambush? However, there is nothing the village can do. They can only obey Lord Kazakage. Not daring to say more, Maki retreated. Lord Kazakage, the sand shinobi hiding in the shadows, knelt before Raza. Several people were assigned to monitor Maki. Yes, the sand shinobi accepted the order and left. In fact, Raza had already dealt with dozens of ninjas, creating a team that obeyed him. To prevent this team from rebelling, Raza implemented strict surveillance and promoted cold-blooded ninjas widely in the village. After handing over their offspring to Konoha, with the guilt of the sand shinobi, no one dared to speak against Raza, and by the time they reacted, it was already too late. Sister, you are too reckless. After all, he is the Kazakage. Ebi Zong and Chio walk along the road, with Chio's face wrinkled in displeasure. The puppet technique is the hard work of several generations of ours. How could it be abolished just like that? Moreover, ever since Uchiha Kamiyu's attack, his policies have been too radical, and Sand Shinobi have frequently killed their comrades. How can this be allowed? Do you think he was controlled by Uchiha Kamiyu's Jinjutsu? It shouldn't be. I haven't heard that those eyes can control the Kage of the 5 great villages. If that were the case, Uchiha Madara would have controlled all of us back then. Furthermore, Raza's strength is definitely not weaker than ours. Sister, haven't you and I already investigated this? I think Raza was affected by those 3 kids, but his heart is still in Sunagekyo. After hearing her brother's explanation, Chiyo also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Raza said that the geniuses among the Sand Shinobi would still learn the puppet technique, so she couldn't say much against that. If it really came to it, with their siblings' prestige, they could intervene if something happened. Currently, Sunagakure was implementing the same closed-off approach as Kirigakure, isolating itself from the outside world. Yes, Raza used the excuse of preventing another surprise attack from Konoha to enforce a policy of isolationism. The reason Chiyo didn't mention concentrating resources on combat was because of this. Sunagakure's finances were already poor, and the feudal lord of the Wind Country did not allocate funds, making the financial situation even more difficult after closing the borders. If they didn't close off, Konoha would still attack Sunagakure, which would be impossible to guard against. The Wind Country is too vast, and there are too few ninjas to protect the long border. Not to mention, after ceding territory, the boundary with Konoha is quite extensive. Therefore, concentrating the remaining resources on the geniuses of Sunagakure was a forced choice. Chapter 74 Land of Grass. Lord Hokage, do we have a mission upon arriving in the Land of Grass? At the border of the Land of Grass, Kamiyu did not return directly to Konoha, but instead circled around from the border of the Land of Fire to the Land of Grass. New information had come in that the Grass Ninja Village was capturing and abusing Konoha ninjas. What? Lord Hokage, give the order, and we will rush in and destroy them. Yes, Lord Hokage, give the order. A small place like the Land of Grass dares to provoke us Konoha? If that's the case, Konoha's Azure Beast will make them pay the price. Kamiyu turned around. Those who had shouted first were naturally the ones who had accompanied him to raid Sunagakure. Those who had only participated in the battlefield of fire, lightning, and earth were fine, but those who had participated in the raid again had transformed into proud and strong warriors. This group had gained benefits, witnessed larger and more shocking scenes, and their horizons had expanded considerably. Most importantly, this group held immense respect for Kamiyu. They shouted about destroying the Land of Grass. And under the leadership of these individuals, the other ninjas followed suit. Shimizu, you take the lead. Kakashi, lead the team to surround the Grass Ninja Village. Inform the Grass Ninjas along the way that we are here to seek justice for the Konoha ninjas. Yes, Yamanaka Shimizu was a bit surprised. A small village like the Grass Ninja Village was practically free rewards. A large number of parasites flew from his body, heading towards the Grass Ninja Village ahead. Who are you? This is the Grass Ninja Village. Are you Konoha ninjas? We have a pact with you. You cannot attack the Land of Grass. A Grass Ninja hurriedly invoked the pact, knowing that a weak village like the Grass Ninja Village had no capacity to resist Konoha. Another Grass Ninja ran towards the village, wanting to report to the leader of the Grass Ninja Village. You Grass Ninjas captured and abused our Konoha ninjas. We are here to seek justice. Get out of the way or be killed. The Grass Ninja hesitated, unsure whether to step aside, but Yamanaka Shimizu would not hesitate. If he hesitated, how would Kamiyu view him? The parasites landed on the obstructing Grass Ninja, instantly tearing him to shreds, followed by more parasites appearing. The Konoha ninjas moved forward, and upon seeing that Konoha was serious, the Grass Ninjas hurriedly stepped aside to let the Konoha ninjas pass. Leader, it's not good. Leader, it's not good. Kusaka heard the shouts from outside and panicked. Was there going to be another battle? Why can't he just live in blissful ignorance every day? Is Awadikure and Konoha going to war again? Hurry up and gather people. For my money, we need to run. No, it's not that the two are going to war. It's that Konoha is coming to attack us, saying we abuse Konoha ninjas and demanding we hand over. Kusaka's eyes widened. Isn't Konoha a peaceful village? They're attacking us and abusing Konoha ninjas. Where do they get the courage? Kusaka, as the leader of the Grass Ninja Village for decades, maneuvering between two major ninja villages, though not particularly competent, still had some ability. Who is coming? It's the Hokage. Quickly, follow me to welcome him. Kusaka was the first to run out and saw Kamiyu standing at the door, with Konoha ninjas coldly watching him. The surrounding Grass Ninjas were all gathered there, watching him. Kusaka was startled. Damn, that was fast. Lord Hokage, I am Kusaka, the leader of the Grass Ninja Village. What brings you here? Is there some misunderstanding? We would never dare to provoke Konoha ninjas. Kusaka said with a forced smile. Hand over the mother and daughter of Keirin. Upon hearing Keirin, Kusaka paused, then quickly regained his composure. It was impossible. He had hidden Keirin very well. Keirin? Lord Hokage, we don't have a Konoha ninja by that name here. Kusaka began to feign ignorance, only to be grabbed by Kamiyu by the neck. Leader, a small group of close Grass Ninjas couldn't help but shout, but the blade of the Konoha ninja was pressed against the Grass Ninja's neck. Ah, fire, fire, hand over, cough, 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 cough. Once released, Kusaka fell to the ground, coughing wildly, breathing in fresh air, and lowering his head to hide the resentment in his eyes. I must make a Wagakure settle in the land of grass to— Someone, bring those two over. Leader, those two are— The grass ninja who spoke was cut down by Uchiha Inahibe before he could finish. Stop talking and hurry up. Scared by Inahibe, several grass ninjas hurriedly brought K-Rin and her mother forward under the watchful eyes of the Konoha ninjas. K-Rin tightly held her mother's hand. K-Rin's mother was already on the verge of death, covered with a piece of cloth. Seeing so many people here, K-Rin was very nervous. Her mother couldn't be bitten anymore. You don't bite my mother anymore. You can bite me, please. K-Rin rolled up her sleeves, revealing numerous bite marks on her arms. Kakashi recognized the red-haired girl and had an idea of what was happening. But when he and the Konoha ninjas saw the dense bite marks on K-Rin's body, these beasts, she's just a child. My guy felt a discomfort in his heart, feeling like he was about to explode, and the grass ninja he was holding was being choked by his grip. Kamiyu stepped forward to pull down K-Rin's sleeve again. K-Rin was still a bit afraid upon seeing Kamiyu, but Kamiyu's chakra told her there was no threat. The power of the sun gathered in his hands, one hand placed on Xianglin and the other on her mother. Another person who was owed by Konoha during the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen, from the Hitaki clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and Uzumaki Naruto. The power of the sun pulled Xianglin's mother back from the gates of death, but her constitution was too weak, and she wouldn't wake up for a while. Shen Yu picked up Xianglin, and the wood dragon technique rose beneath their feet, carrying her mother. I've changed my mind, Kakashi, not leaving anyone alive. No, you can't treat the land of grass like this. Iwagakure is right next door. You can't. Uchiha Inahibe was the first to strike, and the leaf ninjas, who had long accumulated anger, were merciless. The weak grass ninjas couldn't even put up a fight. The ground was littered with the bodies of grass ninjas. Kakashi nodded slightly at Yamanaka Shikaku, and Yamanaka Shikaku understood Kakashi's meaning, with parasites appearing on him to start the cleanup. Shen Yu held Xianglin and watched this scene. While Xianglin saw the grass ninjas who had bitten her being killed one by one, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Shen Yu used his Hokage robe to wipe Xianglin's tears. I will take you away. My wife is also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and my descendants are also from the Uzumaki clan. I will personally treat your mother. No one will dare to treat you and your mother like this in the future. Listening to Shen Yu's words, Xianglin did not speak, as people are often unable to say anything when they are in extreme sadness. But Shen Yu felt a response from the tightly held body. Several wood dragons rose again, carrying all the leaf ninjas heading towards Konoha. Chapter 75, The Uzumaki Clan, Gift Update. This operation was small in scale, so the village did not arrange any related ceremonies. Only the high-ranking officials of Konoha came to welcome them. When Shen Yu led the team back, they immediately disbanded. Shen Yu held Xianglin, and the woodman carried Xianglin's mother, meeting Tsunade, who had come to welcome them. Hokage-sama. Shen Yu nodded, and the high-ranking officials left space for Shen Yu and his wife. The one in your arms, with red hair? Is she from the Uzumaki clan? Shen Yu nodded, and Xianglin, who had just fallen asleep under Shen Yu's robe, woke up and was taken by Tsunade. What happened? Why is her life force so weak? Tsunade said as she placed her hand on Xianglin's mother, using medical ninjutsu to continue treating her. Shen Yu explained the situation to Tsunade. I kept infusing her with the power of the sun on the way. The situation has stabilized, and at least her remaining life force is no longer depleting. Next, I will continue to use the power of the sun to nourish her until she can recover on her own. How dare the grass ninja village treat the Uzumaki clan like this? How did you handle it? They must not be spared. Don't worry, I killed them all. Tsunade nodded. This was the first time she didn't persuade Shen Yu to spare lives. The bite marks on both of them made her understand what they had suffered over the years. The Uzumaki clan. I plan to search for the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world and offer a bounty at the bounty office. Speaking of which, this is something from your teacher S-Time, the Senju clan as well. Tsunade also showed a rather helpless expression. When the Uzumaki village was attacked by both the Cloud and Mist villages, Konoha remained indifferent. When the Uzumaki clan was about to be destroyed, the only person sent to assist was Kushina, simply to make her the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. At that time, Uzumaki Mito was still alive. The long-standing alliance between the Senju and Uzumaki clans became a joke after the Senju clan disappeared, exposed by Konoha. Don't you see that even the orphans of the Uzumaki clan, after their destruction, have not come to Konoha even when wandering outside? Ah, I feel like my term as Hokage is just cleaning up after the previous Hokages, leaving behind a lot of messes. Tsunade comforted Shen Yu with a hug. Once this mess is cleaned up, it will belong to you. I will vouch for you. This is all your achievement. You're called Xianglin, right? I am Senju Tsunade, and my grandmother is Uzumaki Mido. We could be considered relatives. Just stay in Konoha, and I will help treat your mother and take good care of you. Perhaps because of their shared lineage, or perhaps because she sensed that Tsunade meant no harm, Xianglin nodded obediently. I will arrange for them first. Shikaku and the others have things to discuss with you. Okay, Xianglin, go with your sister Tsunade. The woodman carried Xianglin's mother and walked towards the Uchiha clan's territory, while Shen Yu looked on for a while before heading to the Hokage building. First, he went to the north to clear out the Cloud Ninjas, and after resting, he went to the Land of Grass, spending nearly 2 days. However, as the end of the year approached, Hokage's matters also began to increase. Hokage-sama. Shikaku had already returned to the Hokage. Shikaku, please summarize the recent matters. The first thing is that the ninja school is on break, and during the break, there are expansions and budget allocations for the school and the purchase of related facilities. In order to cultivate scientific research talents, we are bringing in Uchiha Rito, who has been studying under Orochimaru, as a teacher, and we also need to purchase some practice equipment. Have Mito and Enki draft a plan for me to review. There's a production line for equipment at the Uchiha clan, so there's no need to buy from outside. The holiday dates for the ninja school can be set as you've written. As for the expansion, I'll just send a woodman over. What is Yamato doing now? Yamato is building houses for people, charging by the building. Good grief, Yamato is also getting into real estate, which suits him well. Shen Yu wouldn't take his job. In fact, Shen Yu's residence is located in a relatively remote area of the Uchiha clan, and for this reason, he's been expanding outward. The areas given by the Land of Fire are being built, and those not given are also being built. What I build is mine, and no one dares to say otherwise. Moreover, with the current large number of Konoha villagers, the business street built with wood release is not only prosperous, but over 100 streets belong to Shen Yu. Just from rent alone, the money collected in a year could pile up into a small mountain, making him the richest in the ninja world. With wood release, it's wonderful. This also shows that if ninjas engage in production, productivity can multiply. There are also various plans drafted for next year. Based on the content and framework you provided, Hokage-sama, I've elaborated on some details. Shen Yu took the thick stack of documents, which included plans for tomorrow, such as re-evaluating ninja ranks and classifications, preferential policies for the first batch of research students at the ninja school, restructuring the Konoha ninja army, and developing chakra weapons. Due to the increasing number of Konoha villagers, the ninja school will expand its enrollment, and the subjects at the ninja school will undergo detailed adjustments. The content also includes history and scientific knowledge of the ninja world, and graduating ninja students can choose a low-level ninjutsu for free, although the graduation requirements have also been raised. It can be seen that Konoha's next focus is largely on the ninja school. Shen Yu is quite dissatisfied with both the quantity and quality of Konoha ninjas. As Shikaku wrote these, he grew more and more impressed with Shen Yu. Hokage-sama has many ideas, which are indeed not something ordinary people can think of. If these can be implemented, he cannot estimate how powerful Konoha will become. While Shen Yu read the documents, he inquired, "Don't let the border troops be treated poorly during the new year. Don't be stingy with their rewards. The rotation will take place 7 days after New Year's Eve, and clear a street for them to celebrate." "Yes, Hokage-sama, don't worry. I will take care of it immediately." After Shikaku left, Shen Yu hastily finished reviewing the documents and marked and read the areas that needed to be changed. Right now, no one in the ninja world wants to fight. No one wants to cause trouble, and everyone has begun to focus on development. But when it comes to development, when have the farming-savvy Huaxia people ever lost? He wrote the order to search for the Uzumaki clan, and he felt no headache at all explaining it. Since it was the fault of the third Hokage, let him take the blame. Who caused him to take the blame? The shadow of the pot has left, and you, Sarutobi, can only bear it yourself. Kakashi. Hokage-sama. A figure instantly teleported in. Kakashi took the orders written by Shen Yu with both hands, bowed, and walked out. After placing the documents in the drawer, the sun had already set after finishing his business, and Shen Yu stretched lazily. Home, eat, sleep. Chapter 76. Ninja School is on break. The current situation of the Root Ninja. Additional update. Vortex Kanai, the mother of Kagaya, has awakened after treatment. And with the infusion of Shen Yu's yang power, her vitality is no longer depleting. After resting, she is now able to take care of herself. After understanding the situation, She expressed her gratitude to Shen Yu, and the mother and daughter no longer have to be blood bags for the grass ninjas, covered in scars. It must be said that the Vortex physique is indeed quite powerful, and Vortex Kanai's physique is even stronger. She recovered quickly after being able to care for herself. After discussing with Tsunade, Kanai is now doing some manageable tasks at Shen Yu's residence, such as cooking and washing clothes. Hokage Building, Hokage's office. Shen Yu is concentrating on the documents, which contain the recent troop movements of various ninja villages. After receiving support from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, withMangekyo began to vigorously develop domestically and actively train ninjas. The Wagekyo has quieted down, continuing to methodically work on its ninja army. Sunagekyo has implemented the blood sand policy, and in a few years, they will reap the fruits of victory. Meanwhile, intelligence from the spies of Kirigekyo and the Suigetsu revealed that Kogetsu Yagura is cleaning up the bloodline limit ninjas. However, he cannot directly eliminate them. He can only send members of the Kagaya clan out to battle, letting them die on the battlefield for Kirigekyo. This time, the Kagaya clan suffered heavy losses, with only about 30 to 70 of the returning ninjas. Other clans, like the Mizuno Kuni clan, also lost many members. Shen Yu lay in his chair, closed his eyes, and sipped tea while pondering. It would be a pity if Kirigekyo's bloodlines were lost like this. Orochimaru could steal a few, so why can't I? Then would Kogetsu Yagura dare to come find me? Shen Yu placed his hands on the armrest, drank a couple of sips of tea, then put the cup down and pulled Hong to sit down. Where's Tsunade? Sister Tsunade went to gamble at your place. Taking the opportunity, Shen Yu lay on Hong's lap. Didn't she say it was boring? This is more interesting than handling official business, right? Sigh. My Hong is the best, staying here with me. Hong shot Shen Yu a glance, recalling how she had just thought of him. Was she going to lose her face? Is today the day when the ninja school is on break? Yes, I was planning to pick up the kids from school later. Let's go. I've finished handling my affairs, and it's been a while since I picked up the kids. Shen Yu sat up, took Hong's hand, and slowly made their way to the ninja school. It had been snowing in Konoha for the past few days, and snowflakes were still falling from the sky. But the snow on the road had been cleared, and the houses on both sides were painted white. Hokage-sama. Hello there. Oh, Hokage-sama and Lady Hong are here to pick up students? Yes, we're here to pick up Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto-sai, that's Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, I'm. Along the way, Shen Yu responded with a smile to those who greeted him. Usually, he was quite gentle. Hong, are you cold? Hong was wearing Uchiha clothing today, with a white scarf and a neat high ponytail. Hearing Shen Yu's words, Hong tightened her grip on his hand. Not cold. Suddenly, Shen Yu's face slowly moved closer to Hong. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Yukaheim Hong was blushing from Shen Yu's sudden action, her face turning red, while those around watched in surprise, some already showing amused smiles. Is this the love of Hokage-sama? Oh. The same word changed from a second tone to a first tone, fully reflecting the feelings of the crowd who hadn't gotten any gossip. Shen Yu tightened Hong's scarf, brushed the snowflakes off her face, and put her hat back on. We'll kiss again when we get home. Everyone's plans have fallen through. Ha ha! A cheerful atmosphere surrounded the entrance of the ninja school, breaking the previously stiff atmosphere caused by Shen Yu's arrival. Seeing how approachable he was, many approached to chat. Soon, the gates of the ninja school opened, and the long-awaited ninja students rushed out like us, eager to escape school. Some sharp-eyed students had already spotted Shen Yu standing among the snowflakes. Look, it's Hokage-sama. Really? It's the real Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama is so handsome, and Lady Hong is so beautiful. With a pure white background, adorned with falling snowflakes, the handsome couple, surrounded by a group of green leaves, along with innocent and cute children, formed a beautiful picture. A group of students surrounded Shen Yu, blocking the way, and he helplessly smiled, interacting with the children who had recently enrolled, most of whom had seen him during the orientation period. A few minutes later, their parents began to pull their children away, saying that Hokage-sama still had business to attend to. Seeing the children being taken away looking a bit dejected, Shen Yu also smiled and waved goodbye to them. Zen, that's Naruto and the others. Hong reminded him, and Shen Yu looked over to see Naruto hopping in place, trying to get his attention, while Sasuke was happily watching him. Naruto, Sasuke, Kagaya, Sai Hinata, Niji, and Shin. A series of names left those around a bit stunned, and Shen Yu also doubted the names he just called out. When did he manage so many kids? Kagaya had only just enrolled a few days ago, and Hinata was living with him, while Niji now lived in the Uchiha compound. Sai was retrieved from Root by Shen Yu, along with his brother Shin. The root ninjas captured were heavily brainwashed by Shimura Danzo. Except for the children and those who weren't deeply brainwashed, the rest had been released. Those like Yamanaka Ino and others would have to work for the Uchiha until they grew old, becoming Shen Yu's shadows, handling various other matters for him. As for Sai, Shin had always been with him, and Shin was currently at the Uchiha base, plus Shin Yu wanted to cultivate them, so they temporarily lived at the Uchiha. Shin Yu had sent a bunch of kids to Do's care, and there was nothing he could do. Those capable should do more work. Other little ones also gathered around. Shin Yu rubbed his nose, regretting coming here when he knew it would be so troublesome. Long time no see, Inai-chan. Long time no see, Ino. Why are you so cute? Shin Yu poked Ino's nose and picked up Hinata. Seeing Shin Yu poke his nose, Hong knew her man was in trouble and started to smile as she helped to break the crowd. After saying goodbye to the little pig, dear butterfly, and a bunch of students, they hurried home, either holding hands or carrying 7 children. Don't get me wrong, many of them don't live in Shin Yu's house, but are either at the orphanage or living in the Uchiha compound. Oni-chan, I almost defeated Sasuke in the practical training at school. When are you going to teach me that ninjutsu? Before Shin Yu could respond, Sasuke became anxious. It was hard for the teacher to come pick me up, and you, the tail of the crane, come to slander me. You're full of crap, teacher. I clearly defeated him. This tail of the crane will never beat me in his life. You're the one being full of yourself, Sasuke. When I grow up, I want to inherit Hokage from brother Shin Yu, and you just watch. Impossible. I'm the teacher's disciple. I'm the one who will become Hokage. Sasuke. Naruto. Shin Yu didn't understand why these two guys never got tired of arguing every day. Is this the bond between Indra and Azura? Shin Yu gently touched Sai's head. Sai and Shin had matured tremendously due to their experiences at the root. Feeling the warmth on his head, Sai looked up at the person who had brought him out of the abyss. Why does he always radiate warmth like the sun? Both he and his brother Shin had benefited from him. Brother Do told us he was also saved by an adult. What could he give back to the adult? The only thing he could offer was what little he had. Meanwhile, the other children were with Hong, being questioned one by one about what they learned at the ninja school today. Although the weather was cold and snowflakes fell on them, the warmth in their hearts was genuine. Perhaps helping the children grow up happily could be considered the will of fire burning brightly. Chapter 77, Meeting Orochimaru. I've finished eating and I'm going to find Sasuke, Naruto shouted as he dashed out. With only a few days left until New Year's Eve, the Hokage building was also preparing for the holiday. Hinata had been sent back to the Hyuga clan, and the entire Shin Yu household was left with the Uzumaki Kana and her daughter, Shin Yu, along with Naruto. They all lived in separate buildings. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to have children. Xianglin, why aren't you going with Naruto? Xianglin looked up from her bowl, confused, and replied, I don't want to go. It's too noisy with him and Sasuke together. Shin Yu was a bit surprised to see Xianglin not swooning over Sasuke. In reality, Xianglin, like Ino, had seen better and thus had developed immunity against the allure of someone who was merely good-looking. Tsunade reclined on the sofa and asked Shin Yu what his plans were for the upcoming new year. Plans? After the new year, I plan to have a few more kids and spend more time with my wife. Uzumaki Kana had already covered her mouth and was secretly laughing, while Xianglin, with her big watery eyes, indicated that she didn't understand anything. Hong looked at Shin Yu with a knowing gaze. Tsunade attempted to kick Shin Yu lightly, but restrained herself. Instead, Shin Yu caught her foot and placed it on his stomach. Feeling the warmth from her foot, Tsunade said irritably, Rain, speak properly. Shin Yu leaned against Tsunade, and she had to adjust her position to make him comfortable. As for me, I plan to invite Kakashi, Guy, Uncle Dai, Kisame, and Shizen. The place is big enough, and it wouldn't hurt to have a lively atmosphere, right? Tsunade thought for a moment. A livelier gathering would be good, but shouldn't be unfair to anyone. The people Shin Yu mentioned were either alone or had very close relationships, so as family, she couldn't let him embarrass himself. What about Do and Yano? They will spend New Year's at the orphanage, and I will take you all there later. There's no need to put him in a difficult position. He understands me, and one team misunderstand me. Shin Yu smiled. Do was indeed very reassuring. He was also someone who had read all of Do's notes and understood what kind of world Shin Yu wanted to build. Tsunade suddenly remembered something, looking somewhat troubled. I have to meet Orochimaru for a moment. I'll go ask him. Shin Yu already knew what was troubling Tsunade without her saying it. He got up and put on his coat, and Hong helped to tidy up his clothes. You all tidy up first. Buy whatever is missing. Discuss it among yourselves. I'll leave the internal matters to you. Okay, don't worry. As one of the mistresses of the house, I naturally can't hold the men back. I'm off, Kisame. All right, my lord. The dry persimmon Kisame had already changed his tone, getting up to closely follow Shen Yu. Uchiha clan territory, hidden base. Orochimaru was busy with several shadow clones, while the surrounding Uchiha ninjas were assisting. However, with New Year's Eve approaching, they had begun taking their leave in succession. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, causing him to pause. My lord, my lord. Uchiha ninjas filed out one after another, and Kisame stood at the door, closing it behind them, leaving only Shen Yu and Orochimaru in the vast base. Orochimaru stopped his movements and respectfully called out to Shen Yu, my lord. Shen Yu responded and looked around at the equipment. The new generation of chakra batteries couldn't be mass-produced due to high costs. However, Orochimaru then put a thin layer of chakra metal on top to store chakra, significantly reducing the cost. Now, smartphones were all the rage in Konoha, and Orochimaru's research capabilities were indeed top-notch. For him, upgrading smartphones further was quite simple. The phone now had a display screen, and although it only had the capabilities to make calls and send messages, it was very practical. Moreover, the precautions taken meant that even if it leaked, it wouldn't be comprehensible for a while. Currently, base stations were only established in the bustling areas of Konoha. The profits from calls and messages were all earned by Shen Yu, making him the #1 in the ninja world's e-commerce. Shen Yu redirected his attention to Orochimaru, who was bowing his head submissively, showing no other intentions. Shen Yu went straight to the point and said, you know, right? My lord, what do you mean by no? Orochimaru still kept his head down, but his gloomy voice carried a hint of excitement. Orochimaru, you know what I'm talking about. Shen Yu always had a good attitude towards fun matters, playfully engaging in word games with Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised his head, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. My lord, I understand. Are you interested in coming back? Does my lord mean that there is still a place for me? Orochimaru had already discovered the other heavenly gods, but his subconscious couldn't make him respond. The thought of resistance couldn't even arise. This illusion was terrifying. Why wouldn't there be room? The future has already given me the answer. What do you mean, my lord? Can your eyes predict the future? If looking at it feels boring, and not looking at it makes you curious, then will you look? Orochimaru remained silent for a moment. Just as he raised his head, he was pulled into an illusion. As long as we make eye contact, there's not even a chance to react. Then what decision can you let me make? Outside for a moment, inside for a lifetime. Shen Yu selectively crafted a half-true, half-false life for Orochimaru. However, since it genuinely aligned with Orochimaru's behavioral traits, he had already believed it 9/10. The overwhelming mental impact caused Orochimaru to cover his head and sit down, but he still asked his question. Why? Why is there no you in here? That SA world without me. How does it feel? Orochimaru's mind spun rapidly. It seemed Shen Yu's kaleidoscope technique allowed him to see the future. But this future didn't include him. Otherwise, it would be two against the heavens. In a few days, it will be New Year's Eve. Tsunade asked me to invite you to participate. How about it? Tsunade? Orochimaru didn't expect Tsunade would still remember him, hesitating a bit. I'm now the 6th Hokage. I've already killed Shimura Danzo, cleared the names of Ataki Sakumo, Hyuga Hayashi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose reputation has also become terrible. The former will of fire was merely rhetoric, but for me, it's the truth. You help me research some things, and I'll provide you with resources and materials. It's that simple. There are many reasons why Orochimaru defected. The death of Rope Tree made him pursue immortality, and he conducted forbidden experiments for power, which Konoha could not tolerate. Additionally, the dark side of Konoha's higher-ups was exposed during the two great wars, which conflicted with his ideals. At that time, Orochimaru was almost set to become the 4th Hokage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to Orochimaru's closeness to Danzo, turned to support Minato. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen also had ideas about wanting to maintain power, coupled with the restrictions on Orochimaru's experiments in Konoha, led to his defection. However, the fact that he could return in the end indicates that he still had ties with Konoha and perhaps feelings of reconciliation, benefit, and other complex emotions. In short, after the 4th Great Ninja War, he was allowed to return to Konoha. When the godly reign satisfies him, he will stay for the sake of profit. Then, using emotions to slowly ensnare him, until even other gods are unnecessary. My lord, I have no reason to refuse, but Orochimaru gasped and stood up. You could use illusion techniques to control me further. Why not? Illusions? Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru looked at the godly reign with confusion as he laughed. What significance does the world of infinite Tsukuyomi have? Although he didn't know what infinite Tsukuyomi was, he understood that it was definitely a powerful illusion. He also grasped the meaning behind the godly reign's words. disdainful of using illusions to control people's hearts. My lord, I am willing to work for you. The godly rain smiled and put his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder. Go out and see the world often. I have long rescinded your status as a traitor. After saying this, the godly rain walked out, needing to find Kabuto. If Kabuto wasn't at the base, he would be at the orphanage. Orochimaru watched the godly rain leave, his expression quite complex. When did this character appear in the ninja world, and with such a broad mind? He thought again about the future the godly rain showed him. Well, it could be considered a way to avoid several decades of detours, ultimately returning to the roots. But that future cannot trap me now. Chapter 78. Dragon Cave, my lord, did you call for me? Kabuto smiled and bowed his head, and the godly rain put his arm around his shoulder and ruffled his hair. So smart. Even changing your tune when the ghost shark does? Kabuto smiled shyly, and the ghost shark behind him chuckled. The ghost shark remembered Kabuto. The lord treated him like family, so he couldn't slack off. Go back and rest well. Look at your dark circles. Have you kept up with your training? My lord, rest assured, I balance all three. Kabuto was very confident. He had the confidence to back it up. He hadn't neglected research, ninjutsu, or politics, and if worse came to worst, the godly rain had his back. The godly rain shook his head helplessly. Ever since Kabuto saw the notes he wrote about the incident with the Chancellor, he had been like a shot of adrenaline. Learning everything and mastering all. My lord, what do you need me for? I need to resolve your Dragon Cave scroll and acquire the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Sage arts? Isn't that too troublesome for you, my lord? Don't be polite with me. The godly rain took out the Dragon Cave scroll and used summoning techniques to call forth a larger snake. Reverse summoning technique. In the blink of an eye, the three arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Cave. To enter the Dragon Cave, 3 trials must be passed. But trials? What trials for the godly rain? If they dare to test, he dares to smash the venue. At that moment, inside the Dragon Cave, 3 snake maidens stood before the white snake sage. It seems like a newcomer has arrived. This chakra is so fragrant. The Tianshin goddess looked infatuated, and the Shichikajima maiden also caught the scent, unable to resist, swaying her snake body in preparation. Wait a moment, let them come in directly. The White Snake Sage's command made the 3 pause, confused. Why? Lord White Snake? According to the rules, shouldn't only those who pass the trials be allowed to meet you? Unexpectedly, the White Snake Sage snorted coldly. Trials? Do you dare to test him? If you want to die, go ahead, but don't implicate the Dragon Cave. The White Snake Sage said warily, and the Snake Maidens were very puzzled. Even someone as strong as Orochimaru had to obey the Sage's orders, right? That guy is the summoner of the Burning Heaven Fire Domain, and he even brought the Fire Domain with him. Nanny? The Snake Maidens recalled that day when the White Snake Sage's skin was charred, saying it was that god who saved his life. Boom! A golden giant hand emerged from the collapsing rocks in the distance, and then the golden giant filled the cave, with 3 people emerging from below. Lord White Snake, living in this cave is not comfortable at all. Would you like me to find you a new place? The fire god joked, not knowing why you came here. But if I can do it, I will certainly help. The godly rain looked at the White Snake Sage, puzzled about what the fire god had done to be so well-liked. Then I will speak directly. This brother beside me, Kabuto, has the physique to cultivate the sage arts of the Dragon Cave, and I request you to teach him the sage arts. Furthermore, summon the green snake and the 10,000 snakes to become my summoning beasts. For the sage arts, I am willing to teach on the basis of your respect for the fire god. As for the summoning beasts, you still have to ask them. Tianshin goddess, summon the 2 snakes. Yes, Lord White Snake. The Tianshin goddess immediately went to summon the 2 snakes, while the White Snake Sage began explaining his sage arts to the 3. Fire god, my sage arts are not something just anyone can learn. Are you sure this child can? The godly rain smiled and patted Kabuto's head. Don't worry about learning. If it's not suitable, I will take you to the Burning Heaven Fire Domain for a bath, and if it is suitable, I will wash you again afterward. In that case, you shouldn't be affected by anything else. Thank you, my lord. Kabuto understood what this meant. Such an opportunity was not something 999 of people could encounter. Fortunately, the Lord granted him that 0.0001 chance. No need for excessive gratitude. I will bow and serve my lord. The White Snake Sage looked at Kabuto with a complex expression. This guy was really lucky, starting to explain the key points and precautions for cultivation to him. Kabuto certainly wouldn't learn right now. He still had to go back for the New Year's Eve, so he could only find time to come again. The godly rain brought him here just to say hello. Is 2 giant snakes slithered over. It was the 10,000 snakes and the green snake. They first greeted the White Snake Sage. Lord White Snake, this fire god requests that you both become his summoning beasts, guarding his descendants for generations. Are you both willing? Summoning beasts? Ha 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 ha, I, the 10,000 snakes, am unwilling. I'm also a snake god. The 10,000 snakes was very arrogant. Being the leader of the snakes outside, naturally proud, while the green snake did not speak, but revealed a look of refusal in its eyes. Is it you? This weak human who wants to... Have I seen you before? The 10,000 snakes turned to stare at the godly rain, realizing it seemed familiar. Aren't you the one who fought against Orochimaru? You even fought me. Today you dare to come and ask me to become your summoning beast, causing trouble in my territory. Do you want to die? As the 10,000 snakes spoke, it moved its head closer to the godly rain, and both the ghost shark and Kabuto drew their blades, wanting to act, but were stopped by the godly rain with one hand. Truly, you don't know how to live. Susanu's giant hand clutched the head of the 10,000 snakes. It tried to struggle, but its head was immovable, thrashing its tail at the godly rain. A flash of cold light appeared, and the 10,000 snakes was sliced in half by the golden giant. Roar! The 10,000 snakes cried out in pain. With its body and scales, how can anyone cut it? But soon it couldn't even scream. The golden giant's sword, controlled by the godly rain, pierced the head of the 10,000 snakes, and with the infusion of ocular power, the giant's sword kept growing longer and larger. The intense pain making the 10,000 snakes struggle continuously, its eyes revealing a plea for mercy. The godly rain's grin sent chills down the spines of the other snakes. Calling the 10,000 snakes was just to set an example. Your value is to die. No matter how the 10,000 snakes' eyes changed, its body was gradually sliced away. Blood spraying everywhere, blocked by the ghost shark's water technique. For dirtying the Lord's clothes, it deserved to die. In the end, the 10,000 snakes couldn't even scream, being dismembered and left on the ground. The godly rain looked at the green snake with a cruel smile. The green snake had already fallen to the ground. To become your summoning beast is my honor, my lord. I am willing. Quite quick, aren't you? Well then, I will give you a gift. Shen Yu placed his hand on the head of the green snake, and the green snake felt a burning sensation coming from its head. The pain made it want to cry out, but it didn't dare. In the end, a flame mark was engraved on the green snake's head. The green snake raised its head in confusion. Don't say I mistreat you. After you infuse chakra into this flame mark, you will gain fire attributes and more powerful strength. An explosion, an enhancement. The green snake tentatively injected chakra and found that it was indeed true, so it was completely convinced. A man who could act in front of the White Snake Sage and still offered benefits surely wouldn't bring harm. The green snake signed a contract with Shen Yu, and anyone who signed above could summon the green snake to fight. Shen Yu was satisfied and gave the green snake a gentle rub. The goal had been achieved, and it was time to leave. Well then, White Snake Sage, I'll take my leave first. Green Snake, you must take good care of me. Why come back to train in sage arts? Don't let me hear that you are making things difficult for him. Don't worry, Fire God, I understand. Then I will send you all out. The summoning technique took effect again, and Shen Yu and the others returned to Konoha, throwing the gathered chakra sphere into the snake's mouth to send it back. You two, please sign here. Pay attention to your safety later. Dry Persimmon Zabuza was taken aback. This was too precious, and did he also get a share? After seeing Do sign, he only signed under Shen Yu's urging. Thank you, my lord. Well, work hard from now on. All right, Do, I have other matters to attend to. You and Director Yano have to take care of the orphanage's New Year's Eve. I will allocate the funds. Understood. Just after Shen Yu left, Yano, you walked in. Do, where's Lord Hokage? Director, he just left. Was it a bit rude? I wasn't in the... Seeing Yano, you feeling somewhat guilty, Do comforted him. The Lord won't mind. He just mentioned the orphanage's New Year's Eve matters and said he can allocate the funds, but the celebration must be done well. No need for that. It's always a hassle for Lord Hokage. The orphanage still has plenty of funds now. We really owe him more and more. Do smiled but did not reply. The more they owed, the better. Does the Lord lack this little money? What the Lord lacks is people. Chapter 79. Can you play music? Photographing. There was one day left until New Year's Eve, and Shen Yu had completed all his tasks, including comforting the orphans and matters regarding the orphanage. There were also some interactions between families, and, as Hokage, Shen Yu's care for his subordinates was handled by Tsunade and Kurenai, distributed in his name. Now, besides the guards, there was no one else in the Hokage building. Everyone in Shen Yu's house was cleaning up in preparation for the New Year's Eve tomorrow. While cleaning, Kurenai saw a pile of what looked like music instruments at the door and asked Shen Yu, are those music instruments? While helping Tsunade change the decorations indoors, Shen Yu glanced over and realized they were the instruments he had prepared. I had someone make them. Didn't you know I can play music? I knew. But I haven't heard you for many years. Huh? Big brother Hokage can sing too? Street punk Naruto, didn't he go looking for Sasuke today? Instead, he was cleaning at home. Now he poked his head out from another room after hearing Kurenai shout. The mother-daughter duo of Karui and Shizen paused their cleaning tools and looked curiously at Shen Yu. I plan to record some songs to put on a mobile app, including uplifting songs to bring some joy to those feeling down. Consider it a gift from me as Hokage to everyone. Shen Yu placed the decorations on the wall, used wood release to bring the piano next to him, and formed a wooden bench under him, allowing him to sit down. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Shen Yu as he gently pressed the keys of the piano, and beautiful melodies flowed out. Everyone just enjoy. I'll learn to not be down all day by myself. Let me get drunk and sing to entertain myself. I began to doubt whether I was defeated by love. There's nothing I can do about it. Tsunade, right? If he doesn't use chakra, he.s. not good at drinking. He gets drunk easily. But could it be that he also uses drunkenness to relieve his worries? Kurenai, when Shen Yu was alone before. He must have been very lonely. Although their thoughts were different, both felt they owed Shen Yu something, one due to an inability to let go of status, and the other due to having wasted time. After Shen Yu finished singing and turned to look, Tsunade pursed her lips and changed the subject. Your singing is so beautiful. Why didn't you sing for me earlier? I have sung before. Tsunade looked at Shen Yu in confusion, wondering when she had heard it. During the battle against Withmangekyo, you fell asleep while I was singing, and you slept so soundly. Tsunade's face instantly turned red as she remembered. It seemed that there really was such a thing. Oh no, this is embarrassing. I really owe you an apology. I'll punish you in the next life. In the next life, you will still be my wife. Tsunade bit her lip and patted Shen Yu's shoulder. This rascal, she was now immune to showing affection in front of everyone. Lord Hokage and Tsunade are so affectionate. Karui and Shizen tilted their little heads, and the precocious ones were already fantasizing about their future lives. Come on, help me record a bit. They will come to visit later. Okay, I'll help. Naruto rushed over to assist Shen Yu. Once the song was recorded, everyone was still savoring it when Kakashi, Kai, and his son, along with Fugaku and his two children, Shursui, and others came to visit. Kakashi, Guy, and Dingzai, have a seat. No need to be polite. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Shen Yu chatted casually with the three on the sofa, while Shizen served them tea and snacks. My lord, another group of people just arrived outside. Uzumaki Karen came over to report to Shen Yu, and then Kakashi, Guy, and their sons, along with Fugaku and two children, Shursui, and others all walked in. Shen Yu rubbed his forehead. Why is everyone coming together? Fortunately, Shen Yu's house was large, and the group sat in the living room, aside from Sasuke. Everyone felt a bit awkward. Well, since everyone is here, how about we take a photo? Tsunade's suggestion received Shen Yu's approval. He hadn't taken a group photo since becoming Hokage. Everyone began to arrange themselves in the yard, with Shizen sending out a shadow clone to take the photo, and everyone started positioning themselves. A bunch of people stood around Shen Yu. All of them were the pillars of Konoha and the foundation of Shen Yu's current power. Because Shen Yu had killed Shimura Danzo, the only villain of Hokage, and with Shen Yu becoming Hokage, most of these people could survive and realize their ambitions. Kakashi Hatake, Fugaku Uchiha, Might Guy Might Due, Shursui Uchiha, Zabuza Momochi, Inazuka Kiba, Itachi Uchiha, Shino Aburame, Inazuka Tsum, Tsunade Senju, Kurenai Yuhi, Shizen Kato, Izumi Uchiha, Naruto, Sasuke. If Danzo were still alive, there would hardly be any Uchiha left. After the visit, everyone dispersed one by one. Kakashi and Guy had to go home to prepare. They couldn't come empty-handed tomorrow. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and a new year for Konoha is about to begin. Chapter 80, New Year. The New Year's Eve of our daily lives is our Spring Festival, and after our New Year's Eve is the Spring Festival. While they refer to it as New Year's Day, customs are learned from us, and some are similar. Kakashi and Hong took the kids out early in the morning to clean up again, then let Naruto run wild outside. Sasuke was too shy to call him, so he could only go call the annoying Sasuke. They played snowball fights and ninja games with a bunch of Uchiha kids. Shen Yu had no intention of making the two practice more. Sasuke's swordsmanship, chakra control, and ninjutsu had all improved significantly, and Naruto was doing well too. Without the interference of the Nine Tails, the talents that originally belonged to his parents were now showing. So in these couple of days leading up to New Year's Eve, there were no strict requirements. It's New Year's, after all, and it's not like they shouldn't let the kids play for a couple of days. Outside was already covered in heavy snow, and Kana had used a broom to clear the snow in front of the door to make way for guests invited by Shen Yu. Shen Yu was sitting under a big tree, enjoying the snowy scenery while drinking tea. He had originally wanted to help, but was chased out and not allowed to participate in internal matters. Kakashi was the first to arrive, carrying a gift box, and after greeting them, he walked in. He hadn't expected to be invited by Shen Yu to celebrate New Year's Eve, but he didn't think of refusing, as Naruto, his teacher's son, was with Shen Yu. Hokage-sama. Oh, Kakashi. Hong took the gift box, and Shen Yu teased. Is there a book you often read inside? Why not give me a couple? What? Do you want to read about the little prince too? Tsunade pinched Shen Yu's shoulder, looking at her incredulously. Tsunade-sama. Kakashi awkwardly greeted her, wondering if his little hobby had spread everywhere. Tsunade nodded and left space for them, so Kakashi sat down on a wooden bench. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sai came running back. Because the orphanage was built right next to the Uchiha clan grounds, you could see an Uchiha kid running wildly with a group of orphans, pretending to be ninjas in a mock battle. Teacher, Hokage-sama. Nachon. After greeting, Naruto spotted Kakashi. Ah, Kakashi Ajisen. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, do you look that old? Hearing Shen Yu's teasing, Kakashi felt helpless. Why did his teacher's child inherit his wife's carelessness? Just when Naruto scratched his head, thinking he had said something wrong, Shen Yu waved his hand, and Naruto and the other kids began to build a snowman on the ground, while Sasuke crossed his arms, looking at Naruto with disdain, which annoyed Naruto a bit. Sasuke, hurry up and help. You want me to join you in that childish snowball fight? It's better to have another fight to train your resilience. Baka. Sai looked confused as he watched Naruto pick up a snowball that was the same size as him and throw it at Sasuke, who was pretending to be cool with his eyes closed, only to have his head buried in the snowball. Ha 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 ha. Annoying Sasuke. Naruto jumped around happily, and Shen Yu couldn't help but laugh. This was treating Sasuke like a Japanese person. Ah, no, besides Shen Yu, everyone here is Japanese, and Shen Yu is wearing. Sasuke, whose head was blocked by the snowball, seemed unable to think straight or was just frozen in confusion about what to do. The Might Guy father and son happened to arrive just then. Guy laughed loudly as he entered, intending to greet Shen Yu, but was taken aback by the sight of a snowman. I haven't seen a snowman in years. Shen Yu, whose youth is this? Might Guy's words stabbed into Sasuke's heart again. In front of his master and mistress, in front of his peers who were together all day, he actually embarrassed himself. Shame and anger built up in Sasuke's mind, and his eyes suddenly turned red. The snowball cracked, startling Might Guy. So is Sasuke. Why is he wearing a snowball? Is this a new way of expressing youth? Sasuke didn't care about Guy. He angrily charged at Naruto, shaking his fists. Naruto, I'm going to kill you. Lightning attribute chakra gathered in his hand. Although it wasn't ninjutsu, it was more than enough to increase his damage. Sasuke. Just as he was about to reach Naruto, Kisame grabbed Sasuke with one hand, and after Sasuke struggled and got hit on the head by Kisame, he finally calmed down. Guy leaned in to take a look. A Sharingan was spinning in Sasuke's eyes. Shen Yu, did Sasuke awaken his eyes? Yes, he did. Shen Yu clicked his tongue. It seemed that getting Sasuke to awaken his eyes still required Naruto. Even a massacre didn't help much. Once he calmed down, Sasuke felt the different sensations his eyes brought him, and he realized that he had unconsciously used chakra just now. No wonder his teacher told him to practice chakra control diligently. Ha! Naruto, with my Sharingan, you are unbeatable. Ha 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 ha. The joy of awakening temporarily made him forget about the embarrassing moment. Come on, let's go outside and duel. I want you to know why the flowers are so red. Help me, Sai. A group of kids was playing together, while Niji went to the training ground after greeting them. Sai, Guy, after Niji graduates, you take him. Guy suddenly paused. Nanny, I have to take students too. Then you can rest assured to leave Niji to me. I will use youth to inspire him. And Uncle Dai, Guy, I plan to hire you to revise the physical training at the ninja school after the new year. We should know in advance what the students at the ninja school are good at and cultivate them in classes. Dying Guy, although their 8 gates technique wasn't suitable for ordinary people to learn, their long-standing experience in physical training was a treasure. Since it's your request, Guy, and I will naturally take it on. Shen Yu nodded, then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, next year you will be responsible for the evaluation of the Jonin. Those who have made achievements can exchange for ninjutsu and taijutsu, but cannot use their merits to upgrade their headbands. Without enough strength, becoming a Jonin is of no benefit. Then let Jonin review Chunin, and Chunin review Genin. For Jonin, we cannot only require strength, but also team-leading ability. If someone can't even reach the level of a new Genin, then we will open a class for emergency training. If another war breaks out with their strength, The only outcome on the battlefield will be death. Yes, Hokage-sama, don't worry. Just as they were speaking, Shui also walked in. Hokage-sama. Shui, no need for formalities. Komisit. Yes, Shen Yu and I. Shen Yu pointed at Shui and said to Kakashi, I will send Shui to help you. Shui, you will be responsible for the evaluation of the Jonin. Okay, alright, it's New Year's Eve. Why are we still talking about official business? Come inside and eat first. There are still dishes in the back. Hong's voice came from the doorway. They had been busy in the kitchen for quite a while. Let us go, let us go. Hong and the others should be almost done. Let us agree. No need to be polite later. Ha 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 ha. Betting on youth. I'm going to eat everything. Guy, leave some for us. Youth should be shared. I got it. Sharing is part of youth. Shen Yu and the others were already accustomed to the two, with very calm expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Kisame looked at the two men in green spandex, his face twitching. One saved him and had the strength to beat multiple Mizukage, and the other, a blue beast, could actually fight evenly with the Reikage. But why did they look so abstract? Although it was snowing outside and the weather was cold, it was very warm inside the house. Several fire elements floated inside, sleeping. Some even stayed in the kitchen, needing only to burn some chakra as wages. They could live there for a lifetime, very durable. Various foods, such as traditional red bean cake, buckwheat noodles, and Chinese cuisine, were laid out on a large round table. The children were at a quiet table, with Xiangnai in charge, while the adults sat at another table with Shen Yu in the upper seat. Tsunade and Hong had prepared all morning to showcase their culinary skills, but I was more than willing to share. After hearing this, Kai picked up some food with his chopsticks and took a bite. Oh, so delicious. Shen Yu laughed. Is there anything better than Chinese food in the world? As the alcohol flowed, the atmosphere became more joyful, though Shen Yu didn't drink too much. Once everyone finished eating, they all took their leave. This lunch was an invitation for Kakashi and the others, but the evening belonged to Shen Yu, Tsunade, and Hong. I'm so tired. It's my first time cooking. After everyone left, Tsunade sank into the sofa, and a fire elemental being floated past her, which she caught with her hand. This isn't the first time. I ate everything you made last time. Hearing Shen Yu's teasing, Tsunade shot him a few glares, recalling how bad it was but still eating it. Can you take us to worship the gods later? Hong asked, as it was customary for them to do so. Worship the gods, right? The Uchiha also needs to pay respects to their ancestors. As the clan leader, I and my clan leader wives need to be present. Besides, I've added a few deities to the ancestral shrine and Konoha. Nanny? Added deities? Do you understand theology? Hong was quite puzzled, wondering how Shen Yu could know about gods. Don't forget, the kaleidoscope told me about the temple that suddenly appeared north of the clan land, housing my heavenly court. The current gods are just wild gods. Really? Then let's go worship them together later. Hong suggested, but she didn't know that after their trio worshipped, the Uchiha clansmen would follow, the villagers would follow, and the ninja clans would follow. Thus from now on, they would worship the heavenly court. Alright, I'll take you all there later. Shen Yu readily accepted, and in the future, he wouldn't necessarily notice who in Konoha worshipped him or not. But he would remember clearly who didn't. You could decide that. So what are we having for dinner? Tsunade leaned against Shen Yu, her lazy voice escaping her red lips. Shen Yu adjusted his posture to make Tsunade more comfortable. Just us. What we eat doesn't matter. It's not for outsiders. Yeah, when it's just family, why hide it? Tsunade closed her eyes peacefully. Hong was massaging Shen Yu's shoulders, hesitating to speak. What's wrong, Hong? Do you have any gods that, take care of children? Hong's voice became softer, almost shy. It had been almost half a year, and there had been no movement. Tsunade also opened her eyes. Yeah, I still have my period. Why hasn't there been any sign? Oh, I'm not worried at all. Don't worry, our bodies are fine. It's just a matter of luck. If you say there are gods, like by Xia Yuan Jun and the others, that will give you peace of mind later. But actually, I think we could do more of that. Shen Yu squinted his eyes, unable to stop smiling broadly. Tsunade and Hong exchanged knowing glances, causing Shen Yu to feel a bit embarrassed. Let's go see the children at the orphanage, then I'll take you to worship the gods, and then we'll come back for the surprise I prepared for you. There's a surprise? Shen Yu was already very busy, and they were quite satisfied just to have him spare some time for them. The two got up to their bedroom to get a few storage scrolls. These are the New Year's money for the children at the orphanage, and for Naruto and Ino. They are all playing at the orphanage, so I brought them along. You're really well prepared. Shen Yu opened his arms, and the two pursed their lips, each grabbing one side. Let's go. Shen Yu walked in front, leading the two out openly for the clansmen to see the clan leader's wives. Clan leader, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Yin. Yuzhen, you've all grown so big. Keep growing well. The Uchiha will rely on you in the future. Hey. Yin and Yuzhan, praised by Shen Yu, smiled like innocent children, making Tsunade laugh as she patted their heads and took out 2 red envelopes from her pocket to hand to them. The two looked at Shen Yu. What are you looking at me for? My wife gave it to you. You little brat better accept it. The two hurriedly accepted the red envelopes, feeling how thick they were, definitely not a small amount. They were a bit anxious and wanted to say it was too much, but were interrupted by Shen Yu. Are you still being polite with your clan leader? Use this money to buy some ninja tools, eat well, drink well, and practice ninjutsu and taijutsu well. Help out more with clan affairs. Don't let down the intentions of your clan leader and clan leader's wife. Feeling Shen Yu's emphasis, the innocent Yin and Yu Zhan's eyes became very determined. Like little ones watching a public service advertisement, never having done anything wrong in their lives. I will practice hard. Thank you, clan leader. Thank you, clan leader's wife. For Uchiha, for the clan leader's wife, for the clan leader. Ha 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 ha. Shen Yu patted their shoulders, making the two little guys' eyes turn red with excitement. Shen Yu led Tsunade and Hong, giving out red envelopes to every Uchiha child they met and introducing the two women to every elder they encountered. This way, if something happened in the future and Shen Yu was in the clan, the two could still mobilize the Uchiha ninjas. Moreover, once these little ones grew up, they would belong to Shen Yu. They arrived at the orphanage, where Do was already waiting for them. Strangely, there was also Uchiha Tiewa. Adults, Lady Tsunade, Lady Hong. Tiewa, what are you doing here? I came here to play adults. Here, Do, this is your red envelope. Tiewa, do you want one? No, Lady Hong. I feel too embarrassed to take it. I'm already 25, married with children. Do looked at the red envelope Hong handed over with mixed feelings, suddenly remembering he was only 12, still a bit away from 13. Your sister-in-law gave it to you, just accept it. In our eyes, you're a part of the family. I told you that day, from now on, treat me like an older brother, like family, take it. Do suddenly felt his face heat up, his nose tinged with a bit of sourness, and hurriedly lowered his head to hide it, accepting the red envelope. He had never had a childhood. What good kid. Damn you, Shimura Danzo. Let's go. I want to see how you take care of the children at my orphanage. If anything's wrong, I won't spare you. You can rest assured, adults. Do led the way inside. Many children had seen him, and among them were Uchiha children who rushed over. Look, it's Lord Hokage, clan leader. It's the clan leader. Master, whoa. Why is there a little baby too? Shen Yu picked up the toddling child, whose clan emblem indicated he was a Uchiha. This is Tiehua's child. He showed up here to brag as soon as he learned to walk. Really? What's his name, Tiehua? His name is Yintu. Tiehua scratched his head with a smile. Shen Yu didn't expect Tiehua to have a good relationship with Do. Compared to his younger brother, Inawo, Tiehua, though simple-minded, knew better whom to rely on. Indeed, those who are transparent in heart can feel the hearts of others more. Shen Yu was playing with the little baby, while Tsunade and Hong had already distributed the red envelopes to everyone. Naruto and Ino also stepped forward, ready to leave together. All right, in the future, the funding for the orphanage will increase, so don't let them down. You can rest assured, adults. Goodbye, Hokage brother. Goodbye. Shen Yu waved his hand, signaling Do not to see them off, handed Yinta back to Tiehua, and turned to leave. By the time they finished worshipping the gods and returned home, it was already dark. Why sit on the roof? Because it has a certain ambience. Shen Yu holds a flaming fan above the heads of the three. You say, I think we should hold a wedding. A wedding? We're already an old married couple. That won't do. We have to let the whole ninja world celebrate our marriage. But for that, we need to wait a bit. Just as Tsunade was about to speak, Shen Yu pointed at the sky. Look, it's starting. Fireworks rose from various places in the Uchiha clan's territory, and all kinds of fireworks filled the sky above the Uchiha clan. There were people in Konoha setting off fireworks too, but those from the Uchiha clan truly amazed the entire village. The Uchiha clan is really flourishing. Tsunade and Hong's eyes sparkled with firelight. Konoha is truly prosperous now. Just a few months ago, the village almost didn't exist. In just a few months, it was able to achieve this. Shen Yu, lying on the roof, felt Tsunade and Hong nestling into his arms after they couldn't find anyone else. If only we could stay like this forever. No wonder they say comfort can destroy a person's ambition. Naruto also watched the fireworks outside the window, but he still couldn't quite understand. Aunt Kana, why don't we find Nichan to watch together? Kana smiled and said, because adults need a rest too. Naruto was still a bit confused, and Kagaya couldn't take it anymore, directly explaining. What are you doing? Are you trying to be a third wheel? Don't disturb my mood for watching fireworks. Kisame also leaned against a wooden post watching the fireworks, feeling the happiness of others as a lonely person. This is what I want to pursue. A village like Kirigikure shouldn't exist. Everyone was immersed in joy, looking forward to the arrival of next year. Chapter 81. King of Hell in the Ninja World? Shen Yu stretched on the bed. It was still dark outside, and his biological clock woke him up. Since it was a holiday, he decided to continue sleeping, pulling the two girls closer to him. It was a bit cold with the draft in the middle. However, feeling the skin of the two girls, Shen Yu was a bit too impulsive to fall asleep. After tossing and turning for half the night, the benefits of the sage body were showing. Moreover, he was truly infatuated with women. He went to bed so early yet only fell asleep around 1 or 2 in the morning. Later on, he was purely offensive and not defensive. Unable to sleep, Tsunade slightly raised her head and made eye contact with Shen Yu, and seeing his bright eyes, she knew what he was thinking. I'm too tired. I'll sleep a bit longer. After saying that, Tsunade climbed up and hugged Shen Yu's neck, falling back into a deep sleep. Great. Now Shen Yu couldn't sleep either. He had to be a pillow. He decided to check the system. System, let me see how much I've grown. Host, you currently have 26,000 system points, including the cloud ninjas you pulled from the land of the moon, the land of soup, and the land of rice, your subordinate Baiyin Zhaochen, and the repelling of a small team from a Wagakure, plus the development of the village. He was now confident in his strength. When the time came to collect tailed beasts or visit the dragon vein, he could probably reach the level of 6 paths. But he was afraid that the Sage of 6 Paths might misunderstand that he wanted to release his mother, who knew what tricks a guy still had, and the Pure Land should belong to him, not the Sage of 6 Paths system. I remember I have a scroll anchor point related to souls. What is that for? The system fell silent for a moment, its voice seeming to come alive. Host, that scroll can serve as an anchor point to summon another world similar to the Pure Land. Shen Yu suddenly thought of something and was somewhat taken aback. Are you talking about the underworld? Host, you can summon people from the underworld to fight for you in the Pure Land against the Sage of 6 Paths. Rest assured, they will obey your commands. Am I going to become the king of hell in the ninja world? How strong will those who come be? Due to the balance of this universe, after you obtain the Rinnegan, you can only wrestle with the Sage of 6 Paths, ensuring he won't disturb you. That's enough. Shen Yu felt a bit excited, while Hong, dissatisfied, found another position to lie on him. System, do you have some connection to the underworld? The system fell silent again for a while. Host, this scroll can be exchanged for system points. Originally, it only required 50,000 after the discount, but you got it for free. Moreover, the underworld is currently packaging and selling soldiers. The bull-headed and horse-faced are very cheap due to a lack of job positions. All right, I'll use it. Let them settle in the Pure Land, slowly devour it, and once I have the Rinnegan, I can compete with the 6 Paths. Yes. After using the system, Shen Yu felt a very strange sensation, as if he was controlling those soldiers, bull-headed and horse-faced, that came through the rift. They saluted Shen Yu from across the Pure Land and began their work, working diligently as if they hadn't eaten in years. Shen Yu felt relieved. Without the disturbance from the Sage of 6 Paths, he felt very secure. Moreover, he had long coveted the souls in the Pure Land. It didn't matter if people died, as long as they worked for him afterward. Emptying his mind, Shen Yu felt as if his soul had unsheathed and arrived in the Pure Land. A group of soldiers, bull-headed and horse-faced, instantly appeared before him and knelt down. Your Majesty, you can actually speak. Can you go to the ninja world? Your Majesty, not yet. You haven't unified this world, and our strength cannot restrain the master of this place. We can only wait until you are strong enough for the bigger guys to come. All right, I understand. You all gather more souls in the Pure Land. Rest assured, Your Majesty. After gaining a rough understanding, Shen Yu moved his consciousness back to his body. Blinking, Shen Yu's eyes were already half occupied by a faint purple starlight. When he went outside, he could only wear a black belt to block others' sight. In Konoha, no one dared to probe him. He just needed to wait for Konoha to recover its vitality, for the Rinnegan to fully awaken. Then he would conquer the ninja world, switch to the reincarnation eye, and compete with Otsutsuki for this universe. As for now, Shen Yu, still on holiday, was very lazy. He would work hard when it was time to work and rest well when it was time to rest. He buried his head in the softness and went to sleep. On the border of Kirigakure, dozens of figures were chasing a ninja. The pursued ninja wielded twin swords, had long black hair, thick eyebrows, and sharp teeth. With his upper body wrapped in bandages and wearing a black vest. Black Scythe Rhea, are you going to betray Kirigakure? For a village like that, what does betrayal matter? Would you be willing to serve Ki Yagura under such tyranny? You shall not insult Lord Mizukichi. Water release, water bullet, water release, water chaos wave. Several water cannons attacked Rhea under the control of the Mist Ninja. As a member of the auspicious trio, his strength was not weak. The lightning blade, which he wielded, was one of the 7 ninja swords of Mist Ninja, a twin sword with the fastest blade infused with lightning, possessing both offensive and defensive effects, and capable of creating and attracting lightning to unleash even more powerful force. He cut through the water cannon with his blade, lightning flickering across the blade, engaging in close combat with the nearest Mist Ninja, severing the kunai and splitting the Mist Ninja in half. Damn it, altogether, mist concealment technique. The thick fog was created by several Mist Ninjas working together, and for them, after training, they were most adept at fighting in the fog. Mist concealment technique? Ha ha. As for assassination techniques, I am your senior. Although he boasted, he still stood ready. The village's elite forces were at the Konoha border, and even if he was injured, he couldn't die here in a miserable way. Several short blades attacked simultaneously, and Rhea danced with his twin blades, relying on his familiarity with the mist concealment technique to engage in a duel with the pursuing Mist Ninjas in the fog. Hiss! After a fierce battle, several bodies of Mist Ninjas fell to the ground, and Raiga was also panting heavily with wounds from blades on his body. The pursuing Mist Ninjas were elite jonin trained by the 4th Mizukage himself, accompanied by a group of fearless subordinates. Injured, he was too strained. He couldn't hold on any longer. With a command, the Mist Ninjas launched another round of attacks from all directions, aiming for a decisive victory. Lightning release, thunder armor. Lightning enveloped Raiga, helping him withstand several blade attacks, while the electricity traveled along the blades, paralyzing their wielders. Seeing that all the Mist Ninjas were in a paralyzed state, Raiga was also temporarily unable to move, and the hand seals he formed were just completed. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon shot up from the ground, soaring into the sky and crashing straight down towards Raiga. But even if it hit, the Mist Ninjas close to Raiga would suffer severe damage. The water dragon slammed solidly into Raiga, and the remaining water flowed outwards from the center. Has it been resolved? The Mist Ninja Jonin moved forward to retrieve Raiga's body, but was stabbed in the chest by a blade. Got you. Lightning release, heaven-splitting thunder serpent. Raiga first fused with his lightning blade to transform into a lightning form, then quickly formed hand seals, releasing hundreds of small serpents surrounded by lightning that swiftly slithered towards the Mist Ninjas, delivering hundreds of electric shocks. After electrocuting this group of Mist Ninjas, these hundreds of serpents would transform into hundreds of lightning swords, stabbing the Mist Ninja Jonin from different angles. Dozens of elite Mist Ninjas all perished at the hands of Raiga, who was gasping for breath. Blocking the water dragon bullet with thunder armor was still too strenuous, and coupled with the numerous wounds all over his body, having consumed a large amount of chakra, Raiga collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, blood pooling around him. Ha ha ha! This is truly a perfect funeral. Ha 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 ha! Isn't it your funeral? As expected of a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Luckily, I kept a backup plan. A sudden voice made Raiga feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was over. It was truly over. He no longer had the strength to resist, and Raiga closed his eyes. In the next life, don't let me be born in the hidden Mist Village again. The approaching Mist Ninja revealed a vicious smile, raising his blade, about to strike down. Kamui, the head of the Mist Ninja, was twisted off, leaving only a headless corpse to fall on Raiga. Nanny? Raiga used all his strength to lean against a tree and looked up. A masked person was sitting on the tree, resting his chin on his hand. Your strength has passed the test. Being able to escape under the Mizukage's nose and kill nearly 20 Mist Ninjas is quite impressive. Who are you? Raiga, using his regained strength, bandaged himself. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well chat. Otherwise, there would be no need for the person to save him. Me? I'm Uchiha Obito. Obito? Raiga chuckled. If Obito were still alive, he would be in his 70s or 80s. How could he be so young? But then the masked man's eyes transformed from 1 Sharingan to 2, and finally to 3, coalescing into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, you. That's right. This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Today I come to invite you to join my organization. Organization? Raiga asked with confusion, but he had lost the ability to resist. If he was truly invited to join, he would have to comply. That's right, the Akatsuki organization, a group aiming for peace for the Moon Eye Plan, for the peace of the ninja world. Peace in the ninja world? Like an ordinary ninja, when the word peace in the ninja world was mentioned, he felt a tremendous ambition. Afterward, Obito explained to him what the Moon Eye Plan was, that the tyranny of the Hidden Mist Village was due to the actions of Kagaya's descendants, and after the plan was successful, he would be allowed to change the Hidden Mist Village. Unlike Kisame, If Obito said that he was the one who caused the troubles in the Hidden Mist Village, Raiga might explode in anger. It was only by letting him board the pirate ship that he would have no way out and would have to follow him to realize the Moon Eye plan. Unsurprisingly, Raiga agreed and joined the Akatsuki organization. Let me give a decayed Hidden Mist Village a perfect funeral, allowing it to be reborn. Chapter 82, Ninja Reassessment. Expansion of Ninja School. The holiday always passed very quickly, and the higher-ups of Konoha had to ensure the operation of Konoha earlier, thus returning to their posts sooner. Of course, except for Shen Yu, the Hokage. Tsunade, Shikaku, and the others have already started working. Aren't you going back to your Hokage duties? Shen Yu, I'm the Hokage. I make the rules. Come on, I'll take you all out to have some fun. Tsunade, you will accumulate a lot of work. You will regret it, Shen Yu. Shen Yu, Tsunade, I am the Hokage. Kakashi, who couldn't he avoid a bang? Taking advantage of the holiday. Shen Yu had Kanai take care of Naruto, while he took Tsunade and Kurenai out to tour around the Land of Fire. They visited hot springs, admired the scenery from cliffs, sang while reveling, desiring a larger world. They went to the beach to gaze at the ocean, broadened their horizons, and filled their souls with vastness. They observed the common people of the Land of Fire, empathized with the people's feelings, and in the end, Shen Yu brought back a child to give to Kabuto. That child was Lamuru, the child adopted by Raiga, possessing the red-eyed bloodline limit. Weak in constitution since childhood and orphaned early, he could only live indoors, knowing little about the outside world, relying on the villagers to survive. Having a bloodline limit, he was discovered by villagers due to his abilities and was subsequently ostracized by the people in the village. When Shen Yu found him, he was hiding indoors, being scolded. The weak commoners finally found an underwhelming genius to bully, believing he was an anomaly. After Shen Yu drove them away, he took the child back. The red eyes, a type of ocular bloodline limit, are a natural enemy of the Byakugan, capable of seeing through objects, sensing power, detecting danger, and utilizing chakra to create images to interfere with the Byakugan, having even stronger capabilities in observing chakra. Indeed, only by walking more can one discover more talents. Red eyes, you will stay in Konoha's Uchiha clan. When Shen Yu finally returned to the Hokage position, many documents were piled up together, and Shizen looked at him excitedly while holding a pile of documents. Lord Shen Yu, you have finally returned. Ah, Shizun, call Kurenai and Tsunade over to help me, and let Shikaku handle some minor matters. Yes. Shizun sorted the documents and handed them to Shikaku for assistance. Quite a lot, but for me, it's just a matter of time. Shen Yu rubbed his wrist and began handling these affairs. Meanwhile, Kakashi was reassessing the lists of Jonin and Elite Jonin. The purpose of the Hokage establishing the Elite Jonin position was probably to prepare for future positions like county magistrates, right? Kakashi's political instincts were quite sharp, and he guessed correctly that future county governors will be selected from the Elite Jonin. So why has such a heavy responsibility fallen on me, Kakashi? Forget it. Let us get this done quickly. Guy Kurenai, Shursui, Fugaku, Asuma, and I. Kakashi held up the documents, and in an instant, an Umbu ninja was ready to take the documents. Call all the Jonin listed here. I will reassess them. Yes. The Umbu ninja complied, while Kakashi sat in his chair, pondering. The Hokage said that those who were unqualified would be demoted to Chunin, but they would be compensated later, and he needed to see Shikaku to re-establish the merit system. Shen Yu specifically drew out the merit system. It must be calculated by designated individuals, as military merits are very important. Then the Jonin would reassess the performance of the Chunin in war. Mistakes must be minimized, or else the Hokage would really be angry. Minister, the upper shinobi have been arriving one after another. All right, I will go out for a personal inspection. Kakashi stood up and walked out. He also needed to find a place for himself in the future, and fortunately, he now had the fighting spirit. The expansion of the ninja school is due to the fact that, on one hand, the children of newly joined villagers in Konoha need to enter the school for learning, and on the other hand, the orphanage has also been newly established, with children there also needing to learn ninjutsu. Moreover, in the future, there will even be a tentative recruitment of ordinary people to learn scientific knowledge. Wow, why is the ninja school so big now? Ino looked at the ninja school, which was several times larger than before, and couldn't help but exclaim, while the parents around who were sending their children to school were also amazed at the enormous ninja school. Yakushi Kabuto stood at the entrance of the ninja school, where a group of children from the orphanage had already been sent inside by him, including Lamuru. He was now responsible for managing the ninja school. I am Yakushi Kabuto, the Vice Minister of Education in Konoha and a Jonin. Students of the ninja school, the original students, should just go to that position. The new batch of transfer students looked at the directory next to me to find their names. Upon hearing Kabuto's call, the noisy crowd quieted down. Some parents took their children to the sign to find their classes. Due to the large number of people, Kabuto even dispatched teachers to maintain order at the entrance. Ino, Hinata, Naruto, and the others directly entered the ninja school, observing the newly appeared wooden equipment and buildings. I haven't seen Big Brother Hokage come to the ninja school specifically. How was it built? Naruto curiously touched the large wooden building, with many wooden training grounds and experimental bases in the distance. How can a dumb person like you understand the teacher's strength? Sasuke, who had opened his eyes and felt invincible, had already awakened before the age of 7. He was a genius of the Uchiha clan. I'm a fool. I don't know who has been made a fool of during the new year. As soon as Sasuke heard that his embarrassing stories were about to be spread, his eyes turned red, and Naruto hurriedly waved his hands to change the subject. Hey, aren't you Gaara? Hello, Gaara. Gaara sat in his seat with his eyes closed, ignoring Naruto. Gaara? What? In the orphanage. After interacting with Kabuto and the other children, Gaara had already felt warmth but didn't know how to respond. After all, back then, when he held a bouquet and wanted to give it to a child of the same age, he was rejected at the door and called monster. Gaara's response was not spoken by Naruto yet, but Sasuke was unwilling. I can scold my little wife, but who are you? Just a captive of a teacher. He was about to speak when Naruto interrupted him. Gaara, we are not like Sunagakure. I have gone through what you have experienced. But now, Konoha will not laugh at us like they do. When the time comes, I will go to Sunagakure with you to seek justice. Naruto patted Gaara's shoulder, and the sand seemed to have a spirit, not blocking Naruto's hand. All right, everyone, go back to your seats. Class is about to begin. Irika Yumino, who had been watching for a while at the entrance, walked in, thinking that Naruto had really changed a lot. Konoha had also changed a lot. Chapter 83. The daimyo of the Land of Fire. In the following time, Konoha crazily absorbed the citizens of the Land of Fire, frantically built infrastructure, expanded the enrollment of a ninja school, and the Uchiha Police Department also needed to expand. The workload of the Hokage, Shen Yu, increased several times directly, and this series of policies caused dissatisfaction among some people. At this moment, Shen Yu was sitting with Tsunade on the wooden dragon heading towards the capital of the Land of Fire, with the wooden dragon accompanied by a guard team led by Uchiha Kazuki. Rain, wait a minute, after all, he is my grandfather, but I stand by your side. You handle it as you see fit. Tsunade, who didn't know what to say, felt embarrassed. Originally, Shen Yu hadn't planned to come, but was persuaded by her. The ministers of the Land of Fire came to invite Shen Yu to meet the daimyo, but Shen Yu ignored them. When the daimyo summoned Shen Yu, he still ignored them. The ministers of the Land of Fire even sent Tsurutobi Hiruzen to persuade Shen Yu, who left with a bitter smile after being driven out. None of the other high-ranking officials, such as Kakashi Hatake, Mito Kazan, and Uchiha Fugaku, said anything to persuade him. No one under Shen Yu's command expressed loyalty to the Land of Fire. Now, they were all protecting Konoha and being loyal to the Hokage. That was even a relatively euphemistic way of saying it. Some direct people shouted loyalty to Uchiha Shen Yu. Now it was the Konoha River District, not the Land of Fire River District. With no other options, the daimyo secretly sent a message to Tsunade, asking her to bring her husband to meet Shen Yu. Tsunade did not know that the daimyo was at a loss. If it weren't for Shen Yu telling her, she would still think, don't worry, as long as he doesn't flip the table, I won't draw my sword. Shen Yu reassured Tsunade, having already seen the thoughts of his subordinates. Except for those old stubborns like Tsurutobi Hiruzen, basically everyone was loyal to him. But he couldn't rush it. He needed to wait a bit longer, let the newly educated children grow up, and let them see the miserable lives of the people living under the Land of Fire, allowing the new villagers to see clearly whose words mattered in the Land of Fire. Behind a wooden dragon, Kisame looked at the scenery below and chatted casually with Shursui and Itachi. Shursui, look, how come that person is still whipping people? Shursui and Itachi looked down and saw dozens of emaciated citizens being whipped by a fat man, with no one resisting. Wait, hey, what are you doing? Kisame wanted to form hand seals, but was caught by Itachi. Itachi had already realized what Kisame wanted to do. If you kill him, those citizens won't live because of it. Martyrdom is their last outcome. In that case, it would be better to live in humiliation. Kisame, don't create unnecessary trouble. This is not Konoha. What you're doing will cause trouble for Lord Hokage. Shursui also stepped forward and grabbed Kisame's shoulder, saying something that shocked Itachi. Even if you kill him, there are countless others like him in the Land of Fire. Wait a little longer, and we will definitely kill them all. When did you become so radical, Shursui? He just felt that it would cause trouble for Lord Hokage. After all, this is the territory of the Land of Fire. And listening to Sui's words means, you really suit my taste, Sui. Hurry up and come that day. I am already fed up with this ninja world. At that moment, Itachi felt like a third party. What were the two of them talking about? As Sui's close friend, why couldn't he join in? Just as Itachi was questioning life, they arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire, where countless shocked citizens and nobles looked up at the giant wooden dragon flying by. Is that a wooden dragon? How can it fly? No. Look quickly, there are people on top. Who are they? Look, it's coming down. Under Shen Yu's control, the wooden dragon descended, allowing the people of the capital of the Land of Fire to truly feel their own insignificance. Is that the Hokage robe? It's the Hokage. And the one beside him, is it the princess? The Hokage is actually that strong? Of course, otherwise, how could he defeat the ninja villages of the earth lightning and win countries? Lord Hokage is so handsome. Hey, your focus is off. Compared to the shock of the commoners, the nobles, seeing such a stunning scene combined with Shen Yu's actions, couldn't help but tremble inside. What exactly does this Uchiha Shen Yu want to do? Is he trying to give us a warning? Why doesn't the daimyo cut off the financial input to Konoha and choke him? Would he still be so arrogant? In fact, even if the daimyo didn't give money, Konoha now already had the ability to be self-sufficient. Moreover, if he doesn't give money, does that mean I should take the Konoha ninjas with knives to demand an explanation? As the wooden dragon flew smoothly towards the daimyo's mansion, a ninja from the 12 guardians stepped forward, trying to block it. How could the Hokage avoid a mere guardian ninja? Without the slightest hesitation, the wooden dragon continued to soar forward, unwilling to back down. If they didn't want to step aside, they would have to pay with their lives. The guardian ninja, drenched in sweat, watched the wooden dragon charge at him, terrified. How could Uchiha Shen Yu dare? No matter what, preserving his life was more important. The guardian ninja and his team had no choice but to quickly dodge, as several wooden dragons swept past them and continued onward, ignoring the guardian ninja completely. The latter's face was filled with humiliation and anger. How dare he disregard me? I am the guardian ninja of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The Hokage should not exist. The wooden dragon finally landed back into the earth within the daimyo's mansion, as Shen Yu descended with Tsunade. The mansion was much larger than the Hokage building, but the Japanese-style architecture felt a bit too modest. He had no intention of building something like that in the future. Immediately, someone came to guide Shen Yu and Tsunade to their destination, while Kakashi and the others followed behind Shen Yu. A servant attempted to stop Kakashi and his companions, but none were detained. Ultimately, he grabbed one person's clothing and was thrown out instead. The daimyo was already waiting inside, inviting them in. Kakashi opened the door for Shen Yu, who stepped in, meeting a group of arranged ministers from the Land of Fire. Shen Yu didn't even glance at them. He condensed wood release into a chair, sitting down, followed by Kakashi. A group of kneeling individuals looked up at the seated figures. Compared to the ministers, the elderly daimyo had no displeasure on his face, smiling warmly as he spoke to Shen Yu. Tsunade, it's been a long time. This is the newly appointed Hokage of Konoha. Indeed, a handsome young man. Tsunade is quite fortunate. A minister chimed in. Yes, no wonder our princess of the Land of Fire has taken a liking to you. What kind of nonsense is that? If you can't say anything nice, just shut your mouth. Am I marrying him beneath my station? It would be an understatement to say it's an equal match. The minister's ambiguous remarks made Tsunade quite displeased. Looking down on her man was essentially looking down on herself. Bang! Wind! Hearing Shen Yu's reprimand, Uchiha F put down his sword, his gaze fixed sternly on that minister, sitting back down. The other ministers were startled. Was this the time to draw swords? What a bunch of brutes. The affairs of the Hokage are busy. If the daimyo has no other matters, I must take my leave. Shen Yu expected some kind of scene, but it turned out to be the daimyo trying to play the good guy, while the ministers tested the waters. How boring. If it weren't for Tsunade, he could have just used a Sharingan to sort things out. As Shen Yu stood up, everyone from Konoha also rose, prompting the daimyo to quickly call out to him. Hey, Hokage, please, you all go out. Let me have a word with this Hokage. Daimyo. One minister hesitated. They were supposed to probe about the issues in the river country, and now they were leaving. Go out. Yes. Seeing the daimyo had given the order, several ministers had no choice but to exit. Shen Yu waved his hand, and everyone except Tsunade left, leaving just the three of them. The daimyo spoke first. I have met Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama, and I have also met Madara. They each have their strengths and weaknesses, but you give me the impression of being a combination of the two. You combine their strengths, Madara's ideas, and Hashirama's methods. Now, Tell me about the river country situation. The daimyo of the wind country wrote to me, and Konoha has been expanding outward. What should we do about this? Tsunade looked at Shen Yu. Whatever decision he made, she would support it. I know there's no choice. If I cooperate, it will be convenient for you. You should leave something behind to benefit your descendants. Aren't you quite aware of this? The common people of the land of fire do not live well. The daimyo responded with a bitter smile, sitting in this position. It's not just me who makes the decisions, and I have my own selfish motives. Look into my eyes. I will not erase your consciousness. But you must cooperate with my actions, otherwise the consequences will be on you. The daimyo helplessly looked up at Shen Yu, who had marked him with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Just then, a loud noise from outside startled them, causing the ministers outside to rush in, pushing the door open in a panic. Tsunade grabbed Shen Yu's hand, and he squeezed hers back to reassure her not to panic. What a small temple with so many troubles. Daimyo, you really need Uchiha's ninjas to protect you. Not long before, several guardian ninjas had quietly gathered outside. Chapter 84. Attempted assassination of the Hokage and Ma. Do we really have to do this? That asked the daimyo. So what if he asked the daimyo? We can just replace him, but this is the best opportunity to assassinate the Hokage. As the radical leader of the 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire, Ma had always believed that the Hokage was an unnecessary existence, and the military power of the Hidden Leaf Village should belong to the daimyo. You might think of him as a loyal warrior of the daimyo, but in the original story, he attempted to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The so-called concern for the daimyo was just a facade. He was merely trying to use extreme personal ideas and a misunderstanding of the power structure to alter the balance of power in the ninja world. At that time, Minato used the dead demon consuming seal to seal the Nine Tails into his son, Naruto Uzumaki. And Ma gathered a large amount of chakra, releasing it when the Nine Tails went on a rampage. It took 5 years to seal it into his son. And just as Kei was beginning to feel a mental connection with Naruto, and Ma was using Kei's power against Konoha, only to be killed by Asuma. Moreover, just having been ignored by Shen Yu, and Ma was already filled with rage. Now, guarding the daimyo were him, the 4 lightning release users, and his subordinates. With his strength and that of his followers, combined with the lightning release, Lightning Dream Thunderman, it was sufficient. He believed that once they killed the Hokage, they could allow the daimyo to seize control of Konoha, then take out one batch after another, ultimately gaining control of Konoha. You all go set up. I will attract their attention. All right, East Egg, West Capital, South Noon, North Z, move to your positions. As the 4 departed, Ma led F, Urine, and the others inside. A crow perched on a treetop, watching the scene, blinked and flew away. When the crow returned to Itachi's shoulder, he nodded to Kakashi, sure sway, and F, transforming into a crow and flying off. A fight is about to break out. I'm feeling the pressure. Kakashi pulled out a large scale that Shen Yu had forged from the Inferno Fire Domain, which not only had weight, but also flexibility. This was truly exciting. Send someone to inform the Lord. We'll head out to face the enemy first. Understood, let's go. The distant roar also caused them to pause. A small mound of earth rose up, filled with the stench of corpses, as people began crawling out of the soil. Some ordinary ninja guards were killed by them, and the wall in front of them was shattered by the immovable earth release. It was indeed Ma's ultimate earth release, dead soil, which could resurrect corpses from the soil filled with the scent of death, turning them into puppets of the caster. As the puppets charged forward, F swiftly unleashed the Phoenix Fire technique, sending several fireballs flying. Although Kakashi was outnumbered, he revealed a cruel smile, showing no sign of retreat. Ordinary people playing with fire could not compete with his water. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive waterfall surged forward, instantly turning the fireballs into mist and scattering the puppets. It turned out these puppets were quite weak, so Mist Iden technique. A thick fog enveloped the daimyo's residence, and the wind retreated, gathering with the stillness. The fog was so dense that they couldn't see their enemies. However, for the awakened Uchiha, it was as if they had X-ray vision. Under the guidance of the wind, Uchiha ninjas were harvesting the lives of their enemies. How could there still be someone at the Hokage's place who was proficient in the mist concealment technique, and their chakra levels were surprisingly high? The Uchiha had the Sharingan. They couldn't fight in the fog. Blow it away. The wind nodded. There was no other choice. Wind release, flower dance. The wind released a small tornado forward, mixed with flower petals. The range was wide, and the power was average, but it was enough to buy them some time. Not good behind. Earth release, ultimate creation technique, soil of the dead. The unmoving one turned part of his body, or even his whole body, into a petrified form, becoming larger and extremely hard, withstanding several strikes from Kisame Hashigaki and engaging him in battle. The wind wanted to help, but was stopped by Shui, who instantly severed his waist with a blade, but the wind returned to its original state in an instant. This feeling is like mud. Instantaneous body technique? Shui wouldn't answer his question. He charged forward with a katana in hand. Lightning release, land walk, water release, mouth of evil. The combined ninjutsu of water and lightning enhanced the attack's effectiveness, but Shui was not to be underestimated. After all, he was known as Shui of the body flicker technique. With a boost from the Sharingan, he approached the wind without a scratch, engaging in close combat, the clashing sounds of kunai and katana ringing out. Damn, this guy's swordsmanship. Lightning release, lightning rod. The wind quickly covered itself in lightning to prepare for the upcoming close combat, but the sound of slicing air from behind startled it. When? This time, Shui aimed directly at the heart, but the wind transformed into mud again, reassembling its humanoid form not far away. I must control him. Otherwise, the released earth release, mud master and water release. Turbulent steam can't hit him. With a 3-tomo Sharingan, it only takes a moment. How did it turn back to mud again? My body is failing, my heart is failing, then there's only one left. Earth release, mud master. Water release, turbulent steam. The mud surged towards Shui, who was about to defend, but noticed the wind, which had been hiding from his Sharingan, raised its head. Binding technique. The 3-tomo of the Sharingan correspond to insight, copying, and illusion, not just those abilities. It enhances the main aspect after acquiring each tomo. The binding technique is a high-level illusion. With 3-tomo, it also takes just a moment to activate. That moment was what the wind aimed to seize. Even if controlled, the released ninjutsu would still hit Shui. But was Shui a 3-tomo Sharingan user? The 3-tomo of Shui spun continuously, transforming into a kaleidoscope Sharingan, and in an instant, the wind was controlled by Shui. The overwhelming offensive was easily dodged. Susanoo seemed not to require activation. The unmoving one excelled in earth release, while Kisame excelled in water release. Though earth defeats water, Kisame could also use earth release and was not to be taken lightly, trading blows back and forth with the unmoving one. Earth release, rock pillar spear. The spike from the ground wasn't even noticed by Kisame, as it was broken when piercing down and charged toward the unmoving one. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth blocked the spike, and Kisame smashed through it, aiming for the unmoving one. The unmoving one, still in a state of earth transformation, engaged Kisame once more. Earth release, ultimate creation technique. Soil of the Dead had once withstood Rock Lee's primary lotus, being incredibly hard. This shell, how could it be so hard? This guy's earth release strength shouldn't be underestimated. The effectiveness of his water release techniques was minimal, and neither could do anything about the other. But this fighting could go on indefinitely. I won't let you go easily, ah. Tsunade emerged and punched the unmoving one deep underground, a wooden dragon swallowing him up, coiling into a deadlock before going silent. Kisame felt a bit awkward. He hadn't managed to take down his opponent. Tsunade waved her hand and looked into the distance. Uchiha Wind was lifted high by a wooden hand, covered in wounds, his face filled with shame. The surrounding Uchiha cleared out the attacking puppets and enemy ninjas, while Uchiha Wind approached Hama. The 3-tomo Sharingan made Hama reluctant to meet his gaze directly, being pressured by Uchiha Wind's attacks. Wind's volatile personality caused his swordsmanship to be exquisite, yet his attack angles to be very extreme, often disregarding pain. Hama's Japanese style cane transformed into a chain whip to battle Wind, who with his 3-tomo could see all the directions of the chain's attacks, dancing on the edge of a blade, bouncing back and forth on the chain. After knocking Hama's kunai away, he aimed to decapitate Hama, but didn't expect Hama to have another weapon, the 4-blade iron claws, which injured Wind while simultaneously triggering Hama's sealing technique. It's well known that Hama's sealing technique is quite profound. He could seal the chakra of the 9 tails, and Wind fell into a dangerous situation. Just when Hama was laughing, believing he had won, penetrating Wind's heart with the chain, a giant wooden hand wrapped around Wind. Wind, you let your guard down without knowing all of your enemy's trump cards. If you don't change, I'll have to suspect you. Seeing Shen Yu appear, Hama controlled the puppets to charge at Shen Yu, leaving the daimyo and the Fire Country's ministers dumbfounded. But several wooden dragons shot up from the ground, crashing down towards Hama. Hama urgently used hardening techniques and dodged, using earth release, underground movement to hide underground, but the impact of the wooden dragons severely injured him. Damn, earth release, rock coffin. Hama formed seals to create a rocky coffin, trapping Shen Yu inside. However, the emergence of a 100-meter golden giant, breaking through the rocks, left him bewildered. The Hokage. Is he really this strong? Is this even human? The ministers of the Fire Country had never experienced such a scene. What could ordinary people like them do against this 100-meter giant? No wonder the Hokage had invaded some land. Who hadn't done that? But if I had such strength, I would be the one sitting in the daimyo's position. The golden giant Susanoo grabbed Hama and brought him before Shen Yu. You intend to assassinate me? You, don't be arrogant. I have already. Hama, gripped tightly by Susanoo, couldn't utter a word, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. At that moment, Itachi returned with 4 corpses. They were the Lightning Release 4. The combined ninjutsu of the Lightning Release 4 was powerful, but that didn't mean they were individually strong, and they were taken down one by Itachi. The last scene Hama saw was the corpses of the Lightning Release 4. He had failed. Konoha was so strong. After Hama's death, Shen Yu looked towards the daimyo, who surprisingly had a good attitude along with the ministers. The 12 guardians of the land had become unnecessary. Konoha ninjas would protect the daimyo's safety. Wind, you stay here and reflect well. You have underestimated the enemy far too many times. If your reflection doesn't improve, there's no need to see me again. Yes, my lord. I will definitely change. Shen Yu slightly moved his hand, and the injuries caused by the battle were restored to their original state by wood release. Sure, Sway, Hama's son Sora. You will take him back to Konoha. Yes, my lord. Since the objective has been achieved, Shen Yu did not linger, pulling Tsunade by her hands and feet, stepping on the wooden dragon to leave the capital of the Fire Country. The daimyo and the ministers looked at each other, while Uchiha Wind angrily scratched his hair, wondering why he had underestimated the enemy yet again. The Lord's intention is clear. If I don't handle this well, he won't consider using me again. I must do this job well. Uchiha Wind, right? I am Uchiha Wind. I will be responsible for your safety from now on. You may continue with your tasks. I will assist you. All right. Daimyo let out a sigh, and his next goal was to look at his ministers. Caught a cold, headache, body aches, and a bit of writer's block. I typed nearly 6,000 words in a day. Recently, the temperature has been fluctuating wildly. Everyone be careful not to catch a cold. It's really uncomfortable. Chapter 85. New subjects. I'm so tired. There's so much more to learn after school started. Ino was slumped over her desk, tugging at her hair. Having just finished a physical training class, beads of sweat pooling on her forehead beneath her blonde hair. It seems that there are indeed fewer classes on the Wheel of Fire than before, and everything taught in each class is applicable. Choji was munching on potato chips, occasionally sharing some with Naruto and Shikamaru. Yeah, sometimes the previous lessons were really superficial, but now they're definitely more practical. Shikamaru sat in his chair, chatting idly. The courses on the Wheel of Fire, which were watered down by the third Hokage, have decreased, leaving behind the essentials from the God of Rain's Wheel of Fire. And other ninjutsu introductions have been significantly streamlined. Moreover, I heard that the new physical training was revised by Might Guy, who could compete with the fourth Raikage, improving the techniques and practicality. Simplicity, efficiency, and practicality are the 3 characteristics of the current ninja school. The pressure is slightly greater than before, but you can learn more. It's incredibly convenient. Sigh, just following along is enough. Sakura, what's the next class about? Naruto didn't have so many thoughts and asked Sakura, who was sitting next to Sasuke, what the next class was about. Ever since the God of Rain lifted Naruto and announced his identity as the descendant of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto has not been slandered in the ninja school, and he has made many friends. Haruno Sakura's attitude towards him has also changed, from disdain to a mix of various complex emotions. Now Naruto doesn't have to play pranks to get others' attention. He can understand the lessons the teacher gives and learns very quickly, which surprised Sakura a bit. Originally, Naruto received a lot of attention, but now much of it is focused on himself. Although it is Naruto's matter, she feels a bit uncomfortable about it. History. What is history class? Naruto scratched his face, and Sakura, who had been holding back, clenched her fists, but a male voice behind her made her quickly put on a smile again. History. It's about explaining things from the past. Naru, your cultural literacy has turned out like this. I will tell the teacher later. Sasuke, don't keep bringing up the Hokage brother. When I become Hokage in the future, just wait and see how powerful I am. Seeing Naruto explode in anger, Gaara snorted coldly. Whenever he encounters that woman, Naruto acts like a fool. And whenever he meets that man, Naruto loses control and gets physical. Boring. The main thing is he actually neglected me. Gaara, Do you think I will become Hokage in the future? What? What Hokage? I am the one who will become the 7th Hokage. Hearing Naruto talk about becoming Hokage, Inuzuka Kiba lifted his head, and the Akamaru on his head barked twice. The two bumped their heads together, and Naruto said confidently, Kiba, do you want to compete with me for the Hokage position? Naru, the Hokage position is mine. The others in the class were already used to it. After spending so long together, they had quarreled more than once. Just as the two were arguing endlessly, a force separated them. Sasuke grabbed Kiba's hair with one hand and Naruto's hair with the other, coldly saying, stop arguing. As long as I'm here, you won't have a turn. Sakura and the support team's eyes turned into hearts. Sasuke is so cool. Ino watched this scene, her throat slightly rolled. She twirled her hair and leaned towards Hinata, whispering, was I like this before? Hinata's face turned red, and she nodded, trying to suppress a laugh. Oh! Ino buried her head in Hinata's stomach, shaking it back and forth. Don't mess around, Ino, it tickles. After a while, Ino pulled her head out, thinking about her once glorious reputation. No, the God of Rain brother probably hasn't seen it before. When Iruka walked in, the three were still arguing. But at least they were being somewhat restrained, their movements were small. All right, everyone back to your seats. Upon seeing Iruka, the three obediently returned to their seats. This lesson was on the history of the ninja world, and I will introduce you to the Warring States period before the establishment of Konoha. Huh, was there a Warring States period before Konoha? Hearing Naruto's surprised voice, Sasuke shot him a disdainful look under Naruto's glare. This idiot doesn't like to read at all. He doesn't know anything. Naru, you can't interrupt the teacher's speech, got it? Yes, I understand. Naruto scratched his head, realizing that it was indeed quite rude. Teacher Iruka treated him well. Seeing that Naruto recognized his mistake, Iruka didn't pursue it further. When he got this book, he studied it carefully for a long time. The history of the ninja world is probably recorded by various ninja clans, but commoner ninjas like him could only know fragmented history. The Hokage publicly revealed this history, which made Iruka feel a heavy sensation wash over him, a feeling that was hard to describe. But if he had to, it felt like the downstream water had found its source. In the Warring States period, there was no ninja village system yet. They survived in the ninja world in family forms. They fought fiercely for resources, land, and population, resulting in countless deaths among ninjas and commoners, with some children even having to go to the battlefield at 6 or 7 years old. Teacher Iruka, why couldn't they develop together? Naruto timely raised a question that was also on the minds of others, and Iruka took a deep breath. Naru, that kind of thinking is too naive. Each ninja clan hopes to make their clan stronger, to have more land, more resources, and stronger ninjas. Only by having more land and resources can the clan become stronger, which leads to continuous fighting, and fighting breeds hatred. Moreover, some people do not want ninjas to stop killing, allowing ninjas to develop thoughts that should not exist. When he spoke the last sentence, Iruka hesitated a bit, but still said it. He had pondered in the office for a long time and seemed to understand who those people were. However, he felt a bit anxious. Was this something he should be thinking about? This was contrary to the hierarchical views he had received in the past. What? Who are those people? Naruto's inquiry made Sasuke rub his forehead. This idiot. Shikamaru, on the other hand, looked thoughtful, while Ino poked his clothes, wanting to know what he was thinking. Let's continue. You'll know who those people are later. Iruka jumped away from the topic and chose to continue explaining. And at that time, the most powerful ninja clans near the Land of Fire included the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and others. The Uchihas in the room straightened up, attracting the attention of all the other students. Did you hear that? The most powerful Uchiha, Uzumaki Naruto, also gained some attention. The Uzumaki clan, is that my mother's clan? Among them, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan fought against each other for 1,000 years, resulting in countless casualties. But everyone knew that it was Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage who established Konoha together. Since there was a family feud, why did they unite to establish the Hidden Leaf Village? This all began when our first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was 7 years old. At that time, the first Hokage met Uchiha Madara, the future leader of the Uchiha clan, by the river. History is always fascinating, especially since no one in the ninja world has organized these events, making every class of ninja students listen intently. It turns out that the ninja world has such a history, because Uchiha Madara's brother, Uchiha Izuna, was killed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It led to a great battle between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Ding, ding, ding. Iruka stopped his explanation. and many little ones looked at him pitifully, making him smile. Class was over, and he decided to tell them more next class. The group of students had to pack their bags and prepare to go home, many of them immersed in the history they had just heard, speculating about what would happen next. I guess the first Hokage must have one. Otherwise, where would Konoha come from? My Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan is not to be underestimated. Fugaku rarely came to pick up Sasuke, along with Karen and Naruto. Sasuke, do you know who made the ninjas fight? Fugaku looked at Naruto in surprise, wondering what kind of question that was. What surprised him even more was Sasuke's answer. Idiot. I already said to read more books. Those people are just feudal lords and their nobles. How can a group of ordinary people control us ninjas? Only by making us fight each other can they become the judges, and we ninjas will become their tools. Fugaku's mouth twitched slightly where the little ones couldn't see. It seemed very reasonable. Am I less perceptive than child? Forget it. I'll ask Sasuke when I get back and study further. In every household with children in school, their kids were explaining the history of the ninja world to their parents. While there is no common topic in ninjutsu or taijutsu, discussing this kind of thing is interesting, allowing even ordinary people to participate. Chapter 86, New Innovations. Rock Lee after Shen Yu returned to Konoha. Kabuto informed him that the ninja school had already started teaching the history of the ninja world, and he also reported the students' reactions. Now in Konoha, you might see merchants and villagers often gathering to discuss some history. Some people who experienced the 3 great ninja wars were very dissatisfied with the first Hokage, Shen Yu Hashirama, for sending the tailed beast away. If he had been more decisive back then, along with Uchiha Madara and the 9-tailed beasts, there should only be Konoha in the ninja world now. There wouldn't be so many casualties. However, others pointed out that it was impossible to control such a large territory, which led to deep contemplation. Some believed that the first Hokage, Shen Yu Hashirama, was not wrong. It was just that the balancing effect was somewhat lacking, and it didn't hold up. Who is right and who is wrong? Everyone has different opinions, and thus Uchiha has indeed gained more attention in Konoha. The Shen Yu clan has already become civilianized, and the 2 elders who founded the village are left with Uchiha, evergreen. Now the Uchiha clan leader is even the 6th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage's suppression of the Uchiha has completely backfired, and because of the 3rd Hokage's governance style, a group of ninjas have already developed differing opinions. The more they compare with the current Hokage, the more they wonder if the 3rd Hokage was. Hokage building. Sir, the research department has already developed items like televisions, trains, and cameras. After months of hard work, we have succeeded. Really? What about chakra weapons? Orochimaru said that would take some more time. We really don't have enough manpower, and we also need to allocate time to educate students. Kabuto is also in a difficult position. The only ones who can truly advance are Orochimaru and him. The others have only learned for less than a year and can only help out a bit. No rush, there's still enough time. You should also pay attention to your rest. There is no need to rush with a Rigakud. Okay, sir, rest assured. Since the television is ready. Should we sell it? But about the channels. Shen Yu paused his pen. Just buying a television without channels is pointless. Nowadays, mobile phones rely on a base station to amplify signals, to transmit signals over distances and connect with another phone. Shen Yu profits from collecting call fees and invests some of the money back into the research department. Kabuto, how's the mobile phone coming along? Now it has calling, texting, playing music, and a few mini-games. With these functions, we can't develop further without more manpower. Shen Yu stretched his back. The research department is lacking manpower. Various biological bloodline tests are being conducted simultaneously, and Orochimaru's dark circles are worse than Kabuto's. Let's prepare the advertisements first. We will shoot our shops and play a movie for everyone during the new year this year. For the movie, it will serve to unite people's hearts. Yes, sir. After Kabuto left, Shen Yu stretched and picked up a document to read, which reported that Hinata Niji's teacher wanted him to skip a grade. As for Niji, Shen Yu pondered that for geniuses, they should be taught more in advance. Even if they graduate early, it wouldn't be impossible to form a small team. The rules could be modified to allow 5th graders with a solid foundation to undergo the Genin evaluation early and assign them J-Nin mentors. If they are unsuccessful, they could try again for another year, and if they fail again, they will have to stop. The allocation has already been discussed with Guy, including Lee and Ten. Izumi. Hearing Shen Yu's call, Izumi jogged in after pushing the door open. Hokage-sama. Her voice was soft. Ever since that day, Izumi blushed whenever she saw him. Ah, Izumi. You call me Hokage-sama? Shen Yu opened his mouth in pretended surprise, causing Izumi to turn as red as a steam engine. Her face flushed as if she could hardly breathe. Just as Shen Yu was about to help her out, a weak voice reached his ears. You, Maru. Shouldn't he call me Shen Yu and I? Maru has learned from Tsunade and Kurenai. Maru, I can only let it be. Shen Yu's old face flushed. He couldn't say anything to dampen her spirits. Within the Uchiha clan, that old man Uchiha Kai spread the news about Izumi, and the entire Uchiha clan thought it was only natural. Izumi and Tsunade, Kurenai, seemed to have tacitly accepted this, and if he were to deny it, this little girl could jump off and activate her Mangekyo Sharingan in a second. Mangekyo Sharingan? I have an idea, but I'm afraid of the Yandere. Izumi, please bring me the information on Lee Rock and 1010, and also have an Izuka call guy over. Okay, you. Izumi's cheeks were flushed, unable to hide her excitement, and she boldly called out again before running out. Shen Yu was amused by her cuteness. This is youth, and of course, it is also my youth. Not long after, Izumi came back, holding files in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. After gently placing it on the table, Izumi didn't leave, but stood behind Shen Yu, massaging his shoulders. Just when Shen Yu's shoulders felt a bit tired, he lay down after finishing reading Lee and 1010's files. Izumi, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Wake me when Guy arrives. I understand. With the massage, Shen Yu fell into a dream, while Izumi looked at him, her eyes shimmering with hope for the future. Just let it be like this for a lifetime. A knock at the door interrupted Izumi's thoughts. She gently pushed Shen Yu, and he yawned as he sat up. Kumin. After Guy entered, Izumi closed the door and walked out. Hokage, did you call me here, duel? I bet my youth, this time, I won't lose to you. Ha ha ha. Guy, we'll settle the duel at the training ground later. You have never lost, okay? Sit down, sit down. Today I want to discuss Niji's situation with you. Upon hearing Niji's name, Guy perked up. During the new year, Shen Yu said he would take care of Niji. But is it too early? Oh, isn't Niji only in the 2nd grade? Isn't it too early now? His teacher told me he is preparing to skip a grade. And, Guy, I found a young man full of youth, just like you. Oh, Shen Yu. I also want to tell you that I recently discovered a young man full of youth. Shen Yu handed over the documents. It seems Rock Lee has already met Guy. What Shen Yu doesn't know is that Guy became famous on the battlefield of the Cloud Village for his taijutsu against AI, which greatly inspired Rock Lee and made him a role model. It turns out that through hard work, one can also become a powerful ninja. Because of Rock Lee's persistence, Guy often encounters this young man and has even guided Rock Lee a few times. Yoshi, no wonder you're my best friend. Your taste is exactly the same. So, I'll hand Rock Lee over to you as well. If you need any medicinal herbs for practicing the 8 gates, just let me know, especially you, Guy. Don't leave too many injuries. Guy sat still, and Shen Yu curiously patted his shoulder. Shen Yu. When Guy lifted his head, 2 streams of rectangular tears flowed down. Oh, don't cry. It's just some medicinal herbs. They aren't worth much to me. Aren't we supposed to fight? Come on, let's go out and fight. To Shen Yu, who is well off, those herbs aren't worth much, but to Guy, he has never missed any healing herbs from Shen Yu since he was young, including his father's. This kindness is something he can't repay. By the way, Guy, do you have a girl you like? Ha! I think Uncle Dai should hug his grandson now. Guy wiped his tears and stood up. Shen Yu, let's go out and fight. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 87. New arrangements after sending Guy away. Shen Yu returned home and rested early. So tired. Tsunade slumped onto Shen Yu, panting heavily, while Hinata had long fallen asleep. Shen Yu could only quietly hold both of them to rest. Ever since the new year, when he let Shen Yu indulge for a time, Shen Yu has kept the two from leaving. When asked, Shen Yu said he was thick-skinned and forced them to stay, and Tsunade and Hinata found an excuse to go along with him. By the way, Tsunade, the cells from my granduncle have a restorative effect on the power of a Sharingan. There are still a few samples from Orochimaru. I want to use them on Shursui, Fugaku, and the others. If that doesn't work, then mine. Before Shen Yu could finish, Tsunade covered his mouth with her hand. Whatever, the cells from my granduncle are already rampant. Yours are unnecessary. Tsunade knew that the whitish substance was the product of her granduncle Hashirama's cell fusion. Who knows what else is mixed in? Since they all have it, there's no need to harm Shen Yu anymore, and she also can't accept the spread of Shen Yu's cells. The thought of her man's cells being in someone else's hands is just unsettling. Alright, by the way, do you know about that new research TV? I plan to film something about our village's founding to help unite the new people of Konoha. Tsunade became interested. The granduncle and Uchiha Madara? That won't be easy to act out. Then why don't you act? One shadow clone on each side should be fine, right? That sounds interesting. Do you know the story between them? Shen Yu smiled and nodded at his own eyes. Tsunade understood. This guy knows everything. Then let's sleep. Not yet. It's too early. Rain, Let me go. At the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Kisame and Itachi knelt before Shen Yu, awaiting orders. Itachi, Kisame, do you understand what I said? Understood, Hokage-sama. After Itachi and Kisame saluted together, they slowly retreated, heading towards the direction of the hidden mist village outside Konoha. This time, they received Shen Yu's orders to assist Suigetsu in eliminating dissenters and capture any bloodline limit ninjas that could be useful to Shen Yu. The hidden mist village implements the policy of blood mist, and one of the reasons it has not collapsed is that the Mizukage is a perfect Jinchuriki with strong power. However, if there is someone stronger than the Mizukage who allows these bloodline limit ninjas to survive, there will definitely be bloodline limit ninjas with ulterior motives. Even if not, the remaining ninjas will oppose the hidden mist village out of hatred. That is their purpose. Kisame curiously looked at Itachi, because the afternoon before receiving the order, Itachi had been summoned by Shen Yu to meet with Shui and Fugaku. Normally, he wouldn't be curious, but after coming out, he felt Itachi was more resolute than before, and the aura of danger around him was stronger. Itachi ignored Kisame's gaze, still recalling the scene Shen Yu had shown in the night before. At that time, Shui and his father stood by. Shui was killed, and he ended up going down that extreme path personally. Itachi, you actually killed your clansmen. Itachi, how could you be so extreme? Speaking of which, this has to be blamed on clan leader Fugaku, right? Huh. What kind of good father leads his 4-year-old son to battle? Itachi was a smart child who thought too much. He was misled by the third Hokage and influenced by Shui, and then affected by you, and he went astray. All right, no matter what, that's something that hasn't happened yet. Itachi suddenly shook his body, touching the spinning Mangekyo Sharingan due to his emotional agitation, giving Kisame a scare. He thought this kid was affected by him, right? None of that has happened. I didn't massacre my clan, I didn't kill my parents with my own hands, Shui is still alive, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has stepped down. Yes, I haven't been deceived, and I didn't leave Sasuke all alone. Yes, with the capacity of the clan leader, he must see what I can't see. I want to see. Thinking this, Itachi increased his pace and charged forward. Kisame helplessly accelerated to keep up. This guy must have something wrong with his head. In the Uchiha clan's experimental base, Shui was lying on the platform, operated by Orochimaru's shadow clone, with Kabuto assisting beside him. Shen Yu was chatting with Orochimaru. Sir, how did you persuade Tsunade? You don't understand. This is called love. When are you getting married, Orochimaru? Orochimaru was speechless at Shen Yu's teasing about marriage. He knew that Konoha was encouraging childbirth, but why was it directed at him? But if that's the case, does that mean he also has to? Seeing Orochimaru in a daze, Shen Yu continued. Didn't they leave you a place above? Why are you still here? Orochimaru licked his face with his tongue and hoarsely replied, Sir, it's too glaring up there. I need to get used to it. Suit yourself. Shen Yu waved his hand. He had no intention of probing into Orochimaru's peculiarities. Orochimaru then joked, Sir, why not call Jiraiya back to help? We have different philosophies, but I can't understand why he won't come back to take care of Naruto. Haha, that's just the kind of person he is. He wanders because of the prophecy of the destined child from the Toad Sage, and his interactions with people are as fleeting as clouds. It seems like he does well, but it's never complete. Sometimes casual, sometimes serious, leading to many things done but left unfinished, leaving regrets that can't even be lamented. Insightful. Sir, it's done. Kabuto's voice came, and the two looked at the platform, where Shui slowly sat up, carefully sensing his power. How does it feel? Upon hearing Shen Yu's inquiry, Shui quickly jumped down from the platform. Brother Shen Yu, my eye power is indeed slowly recovering, and it seems I have also mastered wood release. Shui opened his palm, and a piece of wood grew out from his hand. The Uchiha clan is truly a gifted clan. Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim. Back then, so many experimental subjects only succeeded with Yamato, but now Shui can also master it, and in the future, more Uchiha ninjas will be able to do so. Alright, Shui, try not to reveal this matter in the future. Just use your eye power. I understand, Brother Shen Yu. Shui felt a bit eager to try. Now he could use Susanoo in battle without worrying about going blind, and his Susanoo seemed to be green. Shen Yu nodded and turned to walk outside. Since it was already successful, he would head back. He was worried about any accidents, which is why he was here watching, but now that it was successful, he needed to return to manage the direction of Konoha's development. The next period would belong to Konoha's rapid development, and he needed to grasp the direction well. Yes, sir. Shen Yu took Shui back to the Hokage building and began to handle official business. Chapter 88. The new image of Konoha after Shen Yu returned to Konoha. With the mark of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the daimyo no longer dared to play tricks. Collaborating with the Uchiha Wind, they started purging some ministers for plotting treason and betraying the Land of Fire. Those with brains quickly fled to Konoha, while the foolish ones were physically eliminated. The territory directly governed by Konoha expanded 3 to 4 times, and the population doubled, with more citizens from the Land of Fire continuously flocking to Konoha. When these citizens arrived, they were like kindling, causing many ninjas to curse the so-called nobility. As news spread that it was possible to survive, even more people came to Konoha, and these newcomers informed the villagers about the actions of those noble daimyo. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Many didn't realize how fortunate they were. The once high and mighty reputation of the Land of Fire's nobility was thoroughly tarnished in Konoha, and the daimyo's perception also worsened significantly. Shen Yu planned to digest this first. Food, land, housing, diplomacy, and daimyo matters all needed to wait for a while. Outside Konoha, rows of wooden houses sprang up, looking spectacular from a distance. To avoid chaos and for future transportation convenience, Shen Yu replanned everything. With a single order, Konoha began large-scale construction. The first was the ninja clan's territory, funded by the village, with some relocation to make space for the Hokage building and ninja school expansions. The second was civilian housing. Some obstructive to transportation were funded by the village, torn down, and residents were compensated and relocated. The third was the Hokage's institutions, creating space for laboratories and other organizations. At this time, because the Uchiha clan's territory was on the outskirts, their residents remained untouched. Shen Yu designated an area within the Uchiha territory for future expansion. Why designate? Shen Yu had already poured countless finances into Konoha, and besides, under heaven, all land belongs to the king. This was just the beginning of construction, and there would be more in the future. The existence of mobile phones greatly improved communication and survival rates for Konoha ninjas. Sometimes, leisurely listening to music. Shen Yu planned to have Konoha's songstress sing a piece when the opportunity arose. Spies from other villages also worked hard to bring this back, and after several attempts to locate the inside tracker, they suffered heavy losses. Shen Yu intentionally assigned some village affairs to Kakashi, Shursui, Guy, and Kabuto to handle, with Kabuto being the most satisfactory to Shen Yu, if not for his heavy burdens and the need to find time to train in sage art of the Dragon Cave. Shen Yu would have considered appointing him as an advisor to the Hokage early on. As for qualifications, it was just a matter of Shen Yu's word. Shen Yu's Hokage rock was also nearly completed, situated beside Tsunade, resembling a couple. Other ninja villages, upon hearing of Shen Yu's actions, began intensifying their training of ninjas. Ei and Inoki shared the same understanding that Uchiha Shen Yu and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, were not easy to deal with. The wars they instigated in the past could very well be initiated by Konoha next time. Shen Yu only needed to grasp the direction well to ensure Konoha's development didn't go awry, and that was enough. Shen Yu often stood at a high place overlooking Konoha, which was growing larger day by day. The days passed like this, one after another. Chapter 89. Niji's Promotion Application. Hayashi's determination as the days passed. Niji's classmates at the ninja school noticed he was starting to develop dark circles under his eyes, studying advanced knowledge during class, and studying frantically after class. Rock Lee and Tintin wanted to persuade Niji, but Niji countered them with a single line. My father is still waiting for me to prove myself. Even Lee was moved by Niji and began training frantically in taijutsu, while Guy thought this was a youthful explosion and started training vigorously alongside them. Kabuto, who was responsible for Niji, reported to Shen Yu that Niji was still preoccupied with his father's matter and was studying very hard recently, which was both a good thing and a bad thing. Moreover, Kabuto had studied the cage bird with Orochimaru, and there was no way to resolve it in the short term. The cage bird that could be inherited for thousands of years indeed had its complexities and defenses. Kabuto had also chatted with Niji, but their time together was short and the effect wasn't very good. Not long after, Niji's teacher submitted documents to Shen Yu for Niji's promotion. He wanted to skip a grade, having only completed less than half of the school's curriculum. Shen Yu still needed to ask Niji about his thoughts in person. Coincidentally, Hayashi Hyuga also arrived at the Hokage office regarding Niji's matter, and Shen Yu asked him to wait a moment. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Creak. The door to the Hokage office was pushed open, and Izumi entered, nodding at Shen Yu, followed by Niji. Upon entering, Niji noticed that there was not only the Hokage present, but also the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga. Hokage-sama. Sit down. At Shen Yu's gesture, Niji sat down. Niji, Have you decided to skip a grade and graduate early? Yes, Hokage-sama. I will complete the school's curriculum early before graduating. All right, since this is your decision, I believe you can do it, so shall be. Work hard. If you can graduate early within 2 years, I will reserve a position for you in the Umbu. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Niji was very grateful. Since Shen Yu became Hokage, more people left the Umbu than entered. The current Umbu was truly composed of elites, and some ninjas from the village would be specially trained to take up important positions in the future, and sometimes they would also serve as Hokage-sama's guards. Receiving guidance from Shen Yu. No need to be so polite. Regarding your father's matter, there were indeed issues with the previous village. As for the village, I will take charge. I will exempt you from some jutsu and expenses. The Hyuga clan is also willing to teach you some clan-specific taijutsu, such as Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams. In return to heaven, Hokage-sama, don't rush to refute. Learning these will be very useful for you. Moreover, it was indeed Hizashi who willingly sacrificed himself for Hayashi. Before his death, he expressed that he made the sacrifice to protect his brother and the village, not out of obedience to the main family system, the caged bird. I'm not saying the Hyuga clan is good, but there are some facts you should understand. You shouldn't remain trapped in these matters. Hayashi indeed feels quite guilty. He came to find me voluntarily and had some words to say to you. Shen Yu tilted his head to look at Hayashi, signaling him to speak, and Hayashi exhaled and began to speak. Niji, it was my fault for not taking care of you before, but I have made up my mind. Come back to the Hyuga clan with me. I will train you as my successor and hand over the position of clan leader to you. I am an incompetent person who cannot change the current system of the main and branch families in the Hyuga clan. At that time, I hesitated and was unable to protect my brother. But I assure you, I will never cherish his life any less just because Niji is from the branch family. I also intend to change the system of the Hyuga clan, and I want Niji to be a witness. I asked Lord Hokage to help me. Do you want to change the Hyuga clan? This has already been made clear by Kamiyu, as a member of the main family and the clan leader. He is a vested interest holder in the Hyuga clan. He is willing to make sacrifices to let Niji understand the sincerity of this clan leader uncle. Kamiyu smiled. This was a win-win situation for Hyuga Hizashi, as it could eliminate Niji's misunderstandings, protect his 2 daughters, and most importantly, gain his goodwill and obtain some resources from him. You have to understand that if the Hyuga clan does not make changes, there will be no place for the Hyuga on this giant ship of Kamiyu. The attitude of Kamiyu toward the main and branch family system of the Hyuga clan is evident to everyone in the village. Rather than letting Kamiyu find an opportunity to take action, it would be better to propose it proactively, which can also be considered a win-win situation, right? After Hizashi's words, it was Niji's turn to respond. Sitting in his position, Niji unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes with his fists. The death of my father. The death of Hyuga Hizashi is the result of the weakness of the village, the higher-ups of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the weakness of the Hyuga, the main family of the Hyuga clan. This matter has already been analyzed with Niji. Niji loosened his grip on his clothes and first looked at Kamiyu. Lord Hokage, I am very grateful to you. Thank you for everything you did for my father. As his son, I want to express my gratitude to you. The actions of those people back then have nothing to do with you and the current Konoha. I also love Konoha and my companions, which my father loved. Then, Niji looked at Hyuga Hizashi. Before there is a distinction between the main and branch families in the Hyuga clan, I will not return to the Hyuga clan. I also do not care for the position of the Hyuga clan leader that relies on primogeniture. I will definitely drag down those who use that system to enslave the clan members into the abyss. I will. Looking at the determination in his nephew's eyes, Hyuga Hizashi was somewhat dumbfounded and then felt a bit sour in his heart. His realization was not as good as that of a child. Fortunately, it didn't matter whether Niji recognized the Hyuga or not. At least he recognized him. Hizashi, all right. I will remember the matters of the Hyuga clan. From now on, those in the Hyuga clan who have not been branded with the cage bird seal should stop, and the reason is what I said. As for the Byakugan, Kamiyu thought for a moment. Without the protection of the caged bird, regarding the Byakugan, both the Byakugan and the Sharingan are bloodline limits of the eyes. The Sharingan can also be transplanted, but the user may end up in a situation like Kakashi, who cannot turn off his Sharingan. To be fair, as an elite Jounin, does Kakashi really have a low amount of chakra? But under the strain of the 3-tomo Sharingan, he became known as a famous kidney-deficient man in the ninja world. As for the Byakugan, users will also face some restrictions, but compared to the limitations of the Sharingan, it is negligible. The Sharingan focuses on combat, while the Byakugan focuses on reconnaissance. After someone steals it, There's no need for the higher-level skills of the Byakugan and the corresponding gentle fist and 8 trigrams. Simple reconnaissance can cause a lot of trouble, and AO is an example of this. Speaking of AO, should we intimidate him? But Kamiyu feels that Obito over there would love to start a fight, which would not be worth it. It would just alert the enemy and serve as an excuse to declare war later. How about this? Regarding the protection of the Byakugan, Hisashi, you gather a group of Hyuga ninjas skilled in sealing techniques and curses. I will instruct Orochimaru, Kabuto, and others to create a sealing technique to protect the Byakugan. If that doesn't work, I will go to the Burning Sky Fire Domain to find a solution. Let the Fire God figure out a curse for burning the eyes of the dead. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Hisashi also fell into thought. It seems doable. All right, Lord Hokage, I will take care of it. Hinata has a big appetite. Don't let her go hungry. She has lost weight. Don't be too strict either. I remember Hanabi is almost 2 years old, and Tsunade really likes Hinata. Bring her over one day to let Tsunade have a look. Yes, I will have my wife take the little girl to visit the 5th Hokage and Lady Sakura. Well, that has settled. Kamiyu raised his teacup, took a sip to indicate he was sending off guests, and it was time for Izumi to come in and change the tea. Yes, after the two left, Izumi walked in and replaced Kamiyu's cup of tea. The three of them often needed 1 or 2 people to accompany Kamiyu in handling documents, because Kamiyu often said that handling documents was too boring and needed someone to keep him company. Izumi, where's Tsunade? Hee, Lady Tsunade went to gamble again, and Lady Sakura went to the police department. At the casino, Tsunade, Chu, who is thinking of me again? Forget it, continue gambling. After all, it's not wasting money. I'll find comfort after I finish gambling. Tsunade, just let her be. Kamiyu, he shook his head, and Izumi sat down beside him to organize documents, while Kamiyu thought about whether there was anything he missed. None of his people were really idle. Eugene was in the River County. Su Huang was secretly training his troops, and Zilong had been sent out. He didn't know if he could join the Akatsuki organization. As for Kabuto, there was no need to mention him. The horse that almost killed him, Itachi. And Kisame had also been sent out, and many of the Umbu ninjas were currently working part-time to maintain order in Konoha. It was still necessary to wait. To wait until the number of Konoha ninjas increased several times more to be safer. To wait until he completely possessed the 6-path strength before getting rid of Jigen, Otsutsuki Ishiki, and also to solve the problem on the moon. Meanwhile, the uncle and nephew who had already left, Hisashi looked at Niji, who left without looking back, and said, Niji, I hope the mistakes of our generation will not affect your relationship with Hinata and the others. Niji paused his steps and replied from ahead, grievances have a head. Debts have a master. Chapter 90. Sasuke and Naruto's training. The weather gradually became hot, and summer had arrived in the forest by the river on the outskirts of Konoha. Ready? Water release. Water shockwave. Wait. Kamiyu ignored Naruto's shout, and high-pressure water flowed from upstream straight into the river surface, creating huge waves that surged down. With nearly 100 experiences of getting soaked, these two little geniuses had mastered the technique. The normal chakra water shockwave could no longer make them fall into the water. Compared to Sasuke's calmness, Naruto was still all over the place, but he provocatively shouted, Haha, Hokage brother, this is too easy. The expression on Sasuke's face turned green. Damn it, a teammate as foolish as a pig. Hey, you dare provoke me? Kamiyu raised a mysterious smile, a mix of danger, coldness, mockery, and a hint of a smile. Water release, super waterfall technique. Kamiyu didn't even use the river as assistance and directly created dozens of meters of giant waves with water release, rushing toward Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them were dumbfounded. How could they dodge this? Splash, gurgle, 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 splash. Ha. After Kamiyu finished laughing, he raised his hand, sending both of them flying up. Cough. Hokage brother, this is not water release. This is clearly sea release. Kamiyu shook his intentionally wet hair and crossed his arms. This is just my water release. It's just that there's a little more chakra. Sasuke choked on a few mouthfuls of water and punched Naruto on the head. The teacher's chakra is indeed a lot. But Naruto, your mouth is really reckless. In the end, I persisted longer than you. Why are you hitting me? That was just a mistake. You have to listen to my explanation. Shen Yu smiled as he watched the two start teasing each other again. Perhaps not having experienced the night of their clan's destruction, Sasuke's personality was actually quite likable. His surface aloofness highlighted his own cuteness. Sasuke kicked Naruto away, coolly turning his head, then asked Shen Yu, Teacher, I heard Niji is skipping a grade? Shen Yu ruffled Sasuke's hair, which was a bit prickly. It was already starting to stand up, unlike his own, which Tsunade and the other said was smooth. Yes, he has already skipped a grade. Then can I? Sasuke continued, thinking he couldn't let down his teacher or the Uchiha name. He was the stronger genius. Do you also want to skip a grade? Yes. I want to, but can you take me along? Seeing Naruto's shy demeanor, Sasuke already knew what he was thinking. He snorted coldly. All you think about is those things all day. Becoming a ninja and helping the teacher is the real business. And by the way, becoming Hokage, I don't have time to play love games. That Naruto, Sasuke, Neji wants to skip a grade because he has something to prove. He needs to work hard. The knowledge from ninja school won't confine him, and of course, it won't confine you either. But I, as your elder, can provide you with enough to learn a lot. His, or rather the Hyuga's, is very limited. Neji's relationship with the Hyuga clan has soured. I can help him, but that's because I am Hokage and an elder. However, I can't help him every day. Moreover, the environment of ninja school is suitable for your growth. There are many peers there, and as Hokage, I can only find opportunities to ensure Neji's growth. Sasuke lowered his head, lost in thought. So, the teacher had to consider so much? As for Naruto, he was a bit thick-skinned but understood his meaning, and that was enough. Suddenly, Sasuke raised his head and said to Shen Yu with determination in his eyes, "Teacher, I also have things to prove. I want to protect you, my parents, my brother, my comrades." Shen Yu felt somewhat gratified. "Sasuke, have you really become so sensible?" Beside him, Naruto quickly added, "Hokage big brother, I also want to become Hokage and protect my brother, the village, and everyone in the village." Sasuke shook his head inwardly. Being Hokage wasn't important. What mattered were his teachers and those he cared about. Besides protecting everyone, he only protected those worth protecting. Shen Yu ruffled the hair of the two kids hard. "You little brats think so much? I'm only 20. I can support you for decades. You're still under 7 years old. You should enjoy your childhood well. Just like when you came to find me back then, cough, cough." Shen Yu coughed twice and began to chant. Big brother, you've already sent me away. Sensei, why don't you play with me?" Sasuke was pacing back and forth in front of Shen Yu. "Sasuke, I don't have time." After hearing this, Sasuke puffed out his cheeks. No time, always saying no time. Only knows how to handle official business, and forgets his disciple after having a wife. "Come here." Sasuke paused for a moment, then joyfully ran over. I'm here, ouch." He got hit on the head by Shen Yu. "Ha! Sasuke, you're so embarrassing. Sensei, huh? Stop talking. Naruto, not daring to confront the teacher. Sasuke started a duel with Naruto again. A moment later, he obediently treated the swollen injury in front of Shen Yu. "You two, Sasuke, don't act recklessly." "Naruto, don't you have enough embarrassing moments? Do you want me to remind you of them? Is it embarrassing to wet the bed?" "Nanny, that was really water." "Water." Looking at Sasuke's teasing gaze, Naruto's face turned red with anger. Now he couldn't wash it clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. And he couldn't wash it at all. "That day, I drank too much water, and I slept too comfortably, feeling too safe. A child's bladder isn't fully mature. So an accident happened. Now, both have a handle on each other, so I'm not afraid of it getting out. All right, you've all mastered the basic techniques. Later, when you return to the Uchiha training class, you'll be fed techniques along with the Uchiha youths. Now, I'll continue to teach you ninjutsu. Sasuke has learned the great fireball technique and some basic lightning techniques. As for you, Naruto, you're a bit slower since you're catching up. You only know the wind blade for now. Next, I'll teach you some other ninjutsu." After a pause, Shen Yu directly outlined the direction for both of them. "Sasuke, you have the Sharingan, good fire release talent, and excellent lightning release talent. So you should develop in the direction of combining swordsmanship, lightning release, fire release, Sharingan, and summoning techniques in the future. As for you, Naruto, you don't lack chakra, and your wind release talent is also decent. As a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you need to build a good relationship with the Nine Tails. Plus, with the Shadow Clone Technique, Rasengan, and its chakra attribute changes, you can become a renowned, strong figure in the ninja world. I will also share my insights with you from other aspects. By the way, Naruto, how is your relationship with Kurama?" "Kurama, our relationship is pretty good. He says I'm a bit like Ashura." "Who is Ashura?" Shen Yu rubbed his forehead. "Of course. Kurama's chakra is in Naruto's body. How could it not be similar? Later, I'll extract the things that influence your personality and only keep the chakra's effect, or split it into several parts to leave for others to use together. Hokage big brother, he said he wants to meet you. Just in time. I also want to meet him. Sasuke, let us take you to meet the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails." Shen Yu's eyes revealed the Sharingan, and the kaleidoscope transported all three into Naruto's mental space. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, he was somewhat surprised. A huge iron cage enclosed the massive body of the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails swayed slightly, creating gusts of wind. This chakra, is this the tailed beast? Teacher, how powerful is it? Hokage, my Kurama is indeed the most powerful among the tailed beasts. I love to hear you talk. TCH, how could such a powerful big fox be defeated by Hokage brother? You, Naruto, are you standing over there? Damn Uchiha, damn it, cough cough. Facing Shen Yu's eyes, the Nine Tails followed its instincts, knowing that silence could avoid disaster. It wasn't fear. Sasuke frowned. A damn Uchiha? Why have that pair of eyes? I will personally. Speak, Kurama. Do you have something to say? Hey, Hokage, did you control that idiot Shikaku? And what about the two tails? Also, why do I feel something's off with your eyes? You seem familiar. Shen Yu rolled his eyes. The dog's nose was really sharp. Kurama, are you here for fun? Aren't you bored? Shen Yu then thought if the Nine Tails could release some chakra to scout for malicious intent in Konoha, that would be good. Now, Kurama's attitude had improved quite a bit, so it seemed the transformation was working. Besides, the village had developed a basic understanding of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. If it really came to it, it wouldn't cause much trouble, just familiarity would be enough. Bored? You don't know Naruto. It's not impossible. I'll open a gap for you to release some chakra as a clone to help me scout for malicious intent in Konoha, and let Naruto use the Nine Tails chakra. You've also seen it in Naruto. You know the current Konoha's view of tailed beasts. As long as you don't cause trouble and stay under my watch, I can let you release a bit of chakra. Aren't your conditions too greedy, Hokage? Kurama was already tempted. Konoha was indeed quite tolerant now. And being in a cage was too boring. Do you agree? I agree. Let us shake on it. Shen Yu's small hand collided with Kurama's large hand, and Shen Yu subsequently opened a way out, bringing Naruto and Sasuke out of Naruto's mental space. Kurama's chakra condensed into a small, juvenile version of a Nine Tails, who perched on Shen Yu's shoulder. Wow, Kurama, you're actually quite cute, huh? Ha ha, this bastard. Kurama disdainfully covered his face with his tail. Hey, Kurama, you really are quite cute, and you can even talk to me, Sigwa-e. Of course, it's perfectly normal for me to multitask. Seeing Kurama's proud and arrogant demeanor, Shen Yu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, they had split into two Nine Tails of Yin and Yang. All right, Naruto, Sasuke, let's start practicing ninjutsu. Yes. Hokage ni. Yes. Teacher. Chapter 91. The God of Guns from the Land of Thunder. Zilong enters Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. Akatsuki Organization. Pain stood at the front, followed by Konan, Haiden, and JZ. Kakuzu, did someone really beat you up that badly? JZ asked, voicing everyone's curiosity. He was now in the Akatsuki, codenamed Nan. The same as the original character, Hashigaki Kisame. The newly joined Haiden, being one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, teamed up with JZ, and his codename was Zhu, the same as Uchiha Itachi's. Speaking of this matter, Kakuzu's expression darkened as he recalled that icy glint of the gun barrel. Common ninjutsu was utterly ineffective, and every attack felt like a bubble being popped by a bullet. He had lost 4 of his 5 hearts, all because that guy hadn't taken seriously. That guy has a bounty of 10 million Ryo from the Land of Thunder's Kimobikure. I thought it would be an easy job, just like usual, so I got careless and lost 2 hearts. Fortunately, he didn't know me well, and I retreated quickly. I think the leader can recruit him. He doesn't have any headbands from any ninja village and has offended Kimobikure. Most importantly, that guy seems to want to compete with Uchiha Shen Yu's chakra giant. Pain slightly raised his eyes. This was getting interesting, especially since Akatsuki's members weren't fully assembled yet. Konan sensed that Nagato was intrigued and asked, "Are you sure he's not alone?" Kakuzu answered without hesitation, having already considered this question. He should not be. That guy has lightning attributes and is just an ordinary person. He reportedly appeared from the high mountain forests of the Land of Thunder and is heading toward the Land of Fire. I saw him in the Land of Moon. Right now, he should be in the Land of Hot Water. If his target is Uchiha Shen Yu's guardian spirit giant, I think we can recruit him. And we need to do it quickly. If he really gets to Konoha, he might be taken in by Uchiha Shen Yu. After Kakuzu finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to Pain. After exchanging a glance with Konan, Pain nodded slightly. All right, I'll go recruit him. No, I'll go personally. If that person could defeat Kakuzu, then sending Konan wouldn't be safe. Nagato planned to go himself. Konan looked a bit worried. Nagato's health had been declining, and he had lost weight. Noticing Konan's thoughts, Nagato controlled Pain to nod at her, signaling her not to worry. Konan, stay in Akatsuki to maintain normal operations. Okay, be careful. Pain nodded and flew away. In the Land of Hot Water, several teams wearing Kimobikure headbands were rapidly pursuing a man wielding a spear. The leader was Karui. Wincho, You dare to harm our cloud ninja? You won't escape this time. Zilong ignored his shouting. Every time he heard someone call him Wencho, he wanted to laugh. He initially wanted to call him Zhang He, but remembered that he was working with Eugene and Su Huang, which would be a bit rude. A Kimogakure ninja intercepted Zilong from the side, and after using body flicker technique, he slashed at Zilong with a ninja blade. Zilong, already prepared, sidestepped and pierced through the ninja's chest with a spear. These ninjas' attacks were okay, but they were as fragile as paper. No wonder the Lord said that ninjas had high attack but low defense. Damn it, lightning release. Lightning dragon bullet. A lightning dragon roared toward Zilong, who was unable to dodge because he had just killed a Kimogakure ninja. Additionally, surrounding Kimogakure ninjas began using ninjutsu to bombard Zilong. Lightning release, earth walk. Lightning release, thunder strike. As the lightning dragon's electrical attacks swarmed like missiles, they struck Zilong directly, creating a massive cloud of dust. The Kimogakure ninjas landed in the trees, watching the ninjutsu hit and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling joyful. Karui-sama's lightning dragon bullet is so powerful. That guy named Wencho is definitely finished. Indeed, and we also used our joint ninjutsu. I infused all my chakra into Thunderstrike. Anyone would be injured by lightning as thick as an arm, right? This bastard, he deserves it for killing over 20 of our comrades. Karui wasn't so optimistic. She stared intently at Zilong's location, wanting to know whether he was dead or alive. A spear crackling with electricity shot out from the dust, and Karui quickly dodged, but the Kimogakure ninja standing behind her wasn't so lucky and was directly pierced through by the spear. What? Zilong brushed off his clothes. This outfit was armor he had condensed with chakra. He had mostly used the spear to defend against the lightning dragon bullet, while he had taken the other lightning techniques head-on. It only resulted in a few holes in his clothes, and as for the paralysis effect, he had no physical body. So how could he be paralyzed? Karui's eyes widened as she stared at Zilong, astonished that he was completely unharmed. This was clearly beyond her capability to handle, and she made a quick decision. Retreat. Karui-sama, we must kill him to avenge our comrades. I said retreat. Previously, there had been elite Jainin skilled in taijutsu and kenjutsu who had tried to surround him but failed. She recognized that Jainin. Her taijutsu and kenjutsu were on par with his, and her ninjutsu couldn't harm Wencho, so what was the point? If they kept fighting, they would soon reach the land of fire. Under Karui's orders, the Kimogakure ninjas began to retreat, but Zilong wouldn't let them go so easily. With a slight grip, the spear returned to his hand from a distance. Lightning chakra erupted from the spear. He indeed possessed wind attributes, but the spear was of lightning attributes, and he had fully absorbed the Eight Tails lightning. Zilong's pursuit left only 5 or 6 of the nearly 20 Kimogakure ninjas scattered and fleeing back. Oh, I thought after running for so long, there would be many left. This is far fewer than Changban Slope. Zilong rested the spear on his shoulder. The Lord said he had shadow-level strength, so ordinary people wouldn't be his match. It had been nearly a year since he came out, so why hadn't Akatsuki found him yet? He had purposely not used wind attribute chakra. He should not be discovered, right? Even if they did find out, they should have come to surround and kill him. Why was there not a single sound? Under Shen Yu's orders, he had gone to the land of thunder, pretending to be someone who had just come out of the mountains, and after killing several who wanted to take him back to Kimogakure, he had been pursued all the way to the land of hot water. Zilong shook his head, securing the spear at his waist, and walked toward the market of the land of hot water. Just a few steps later, he encountered a strangely dressed person who had come because of his commotion. Hey, are you the one who killed several cloud ninjas? Fight me. I want to offer you to the evil god. It seemed this was the Haiden the Lord mentioned. An immortal? Zilong readied his spear, preparing to battle Haiden. Moments later, Haiden, full of holes, lay on the ground, and Zilong squatted beside him, watching. You actually can't die? Ha ha ha. This is a gift from the evil god. Too bad I can't collect your blood. Otherwise, I would definitely offer you to my god. Fade Wan, who couldn't defeat Zhao Yun, resigned himself to his fate but refused to back down verbally. He used every means at his disposal, yet he couldn't even touch this guy's clothes. Fade Wan was only 12 years old now, although he had undergone the forbidden techniques of the evil god cult. His combat skills were still too immature, and he was still 6 or 7 years away from joining the Akatsuki. What is the evil god? The evil god is the greatest deity, and we must commit extreme acts such as killing and self-harm to please the evil god, who protects his followers and grants strength to devout believers. Hearing Zhao Yun's inquiry, the young Fade Wan's face was filled with fervor as he introduced it to Zhao Yun. It's hard to imagine that Fade Wan, who came from the village known for forgetting war. The Ti-no Kuni ninja village was so eager for battle. This is understandable. However, this led to a sense of restlessness in the peace-loving Ti-no Kuni ninja village, which caused him to notice the evil god cult that preached, "You must kill everyone around you." He mistakenly believed he had received a blessing, while his immortality was a curse. The power of that curse continued with each kill. Is that what the evil god does? You dare to disrespect my god. I will definitely kill you in the future and offer your blood to my god. Fade One could not tolerate anyone blaspheming his deity, and in a mad struggle, he was pinned to the ground by Zhao Yun's spear. Since you trust your god so much, shouldn't your god have granted you and your devout followers an immortality like yours? If I kill them all, will I be able to see the evil god? What do you mean? Fade One was somewhat stunned, as if he were the only one with immortality? Is it because he is the most devout one? Zhao Yun remained silent, shouldering his spear and walking forward, with Fade One caught on the spearhead. "You damn bastard, slow down." Fade One spat out blood. He indeed had an immortal body and was used to pain, but bleeding all over with multiple wounds was still very painful. Because of the existence of the evil god cult, the entire village believed in it, and those who did not were captured to be offered to the evil god. When Zhao Yun reached the altar, a group of people were kneeling in front of the evil idol, banging their heads until blood flowed without concern. And some died on the spot, being used as sacrifices placed on the altar, in the room where the sacred ceremony was held. Offering the blood of sacrifices would allow the evil god to grant him immortality. Great evil god, you are the master of death and suffering. Look, this fresh blood flows. It is our devout offering. Please bestow upon me strength. Zhao Yun silently threw the inexplicably fervent Fade One away. He saw a group of 5- or 6-year-old children almost bled dry by the worshippers on the altar, eventually dying. Hearing the commotion, nearly 100 evil god cultists turned to see Zhao Yun, charging at him madly. "You can all die." These 100 cultists were indeed stronger than normal people, but their strength was very limited. Aside from a few leading ninjas, they were all quite weak. Facing Zhao Yun, they had no resistance capability at all, and in no time, they all lay dead on the ground. Zhao Yun freed these sacrificial children, who looked at him timidly, making him feel very heartbroken. Zhao Yun approached and held the idol of the evil god in front of Fade One, shattering it before Fade One's almost mad gaze. "Fade One, where's the evil god? Let him come out, let him come out. Unforgivable, unforgivable." "Forgive you?" Zhao Yun pinned Fade One's head to the ground with his spear and turned to see a group of children following behind him. "What now? I can't return to Konoha and take care of a group of children, can I?" A little girl secretly tugged at Zhao Yun's clothes, tears streaming from her eyes. "Can we go with you? We have very little to eat." Zhao Yun looked at the group of children who were gazing at him with hopeful eyes, let out a deep sigh, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by a voice. "I can adopt them on your behalf, but the premise is that you join our Akatsuki." Zhao Yun looked up and saw Pain flying in the sky, looking down at him, while the group of children hid behind him in fear. "Akatsuki? My goal is to go to Konoha to challenge that gun-wielding person. That's why I came out." Hearing Zhao Yun's reply, Nagato roughly understood that this guy must have come from some secluded place. And combined with the fact that he had just wiped out the evil god cult, he tagged Zhao Yun as a kind-hearted, naive, and powerful gunman. It might be simpler to reason with someone like this, and with that in mind, Pain began his persuasion. "The person you want to challenge is the 6th Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Kamiyu's chakra giant. Konoha has great strength. He won't let you duel that gunman alone. If you go alone, you will only return empty-handed. And what about the children you saved? Will you let them fend for themselves?" Zhao Yun showed a hesitant attitude and said honestly, "Is that so? That's troublesome. No, join me in the Akatsuki, and I will give you that opportunity later. Moreover, you also hate the evil god cult. Our Akatsuki's plan concerns the peace and stability of the ninja world, which also respects your inner feelings." Zhao Yun looked at the children, then at the gun in his hand, and made a decision. "Okay, I will join the Akatsuki. Don't forget our agreement. Your code name will be 3. This ring can contact the other members of the Akatsuki." Hearing Zhao Yun's agreement, Pain threw the ring to Zhao Yun, who put on, and then lifted Fade One into the air. In his view, Fade One would also be useful. "What do you mean? Are you still taking this thing away?" Seeing the disgust on Zhao Yun's face and picking up his spear again, Pain fell silent for a moment. He was sure that if he said he wanted to take Fade One, Zhao Yun would turn against him. "I will keep an eye on him." "No, we can't work together if our paths are different." Pain fell silent again. He would have to turn back and capture Fade One again. The urgent matter was this one, Cho. He raised his hand, aiming at the still shouting Fate One. The evil god will not let you go, evil god. Bitter heaven's seal. Fate One turned into minced meat, bursting from the sky, completely obliterated. Zhao Yun's expression became gentle again. I will personally raise these children. Whatever you want, I will provide the funds. No need. I have my own. Looking at the delighted children, Zhao Yun patted the little girl's head. This group of children should have all become orphans. And after raising them for a while, he would hand them over to the Lord. Shall we go? Let us go to your Akatsuki. From now on, I will be known as Codename 3. From then on, the Akatsuki had Pain, Nagato, Konin, Datara, Haiden, Zetsu, Winsho, Zhao Yun, and the hidden Uchiha Obito, without disguise, excluding Orochimaru's 10. Zhao Yun and his group followed Pain away. Pain originally intended to turn back to capture Fate One again. But as soon as they left that night, the Konoha ninjas lurking in the land of soup collected the minced meat one by one. An immortal body. Kamiyu is also quite interested. Chapter 92, Visiting Kamiyu's House. After finally finishing his business, Kamiyu left Rikuju and returned to Kamiyu's house early. On one hand, it was indeed finished, and staying there was meaningless. Wouldn't it be better to take Hong home early? On the other hand, he heard that this afternoon, besides those clan leaders' wives, Hinata Hisashi's wife, Hinata Ayari, was going to visit Tsunade and the others. Hong wanted to return early, and he also wanted to meet Hinata and her sister Hinata Hanabi. So tired, come hold me, comfort me. Tsunade lazily lay on Kamiyu's lap, holding the remote control while watching TV, while Hong sat beside him, leaning against Kamiyu. Thanks to Orochimaru and the others, Shen Yu approved the establishment of a related television station, assigning Hong to be in charge of it. This included some advertising investments, various entertainment programs, and inviting some famous actors, which received a good response. Additionally, there would occasionally be ninja performance shows. What Shen Yu didn't expect was that Kazuhana Yukino also came here. She was only 10 years old now. Kazuhana Yukino was originally the princess of the Land of Snow. After her uncle, Kazuhana Nuteo, killed her father, Kazuhana Zazuki, and seized her father's position as the daimyo, she wandered to other countries and eventually arrived in Konoha. 6 years later, Naruto and Team 7 helped Kazuhana Yukino reclaim the Land of Snow, succeeding her father as the daimyo and implementing a geothermal heating system, making the Land of Snow spring-like all year round. However, that was the past. Shen Yu's territory would not let the Land of Snow off easily. Additionally, plans for the Land of Demons needed to be made early, as the Wraith Legion and Shine's prophetic abilities were firmly in his mind. What are you tired of? Instead of helping me with the affairs at the Hokage building, all you do is gamble. Shen Yu teased Tsunade with a smile, poking her soft cheek with his finger. Tsunade smiled in annoyance, playfully grabbing Shen Yu's finger and leaning forward. Well, my husband, I do help out, you know. It's not like I'm always gambling. There are a lot of things in the medical department, too. Hong secretly laughed beside them, knowing her man would easily yield to such softness. If you're really bored, why not play cards with Lady Riku and the others? Shen Yu playfully wrestled with Tsunade, thinking that if Hinata and the others didn't arrive soon, someone would be in trouble. Sure, that sounds good. Playing cards with them is much more interesting than at the casino. Tsunade laughed brightly. Since the casino belonged to them, losing wouldn't cost them anything, and it was better to play with Hong and the others. Of course, the stakes wouldn't be too high, so it wouldn't trouble Shen Yu, even if he didn't mind. Perhaps influenced by love, Tsunade lived carefree like a little girl every day, enjoying her time with her beloved. Konoha was growing stronger, and the younger generation was thriving. All that was left was for her and Shen Yu to have a love child to make it perfect. La 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 la. Muwa Lord Shen Yu, Lady Tsunade. Lady Hong, what a coincidence. In walked Ino, who saw Tsunade being playful and Shen Yu embracing her. Hong was fine, but Tsunade's face immediately turned red, burying her head in Shen Yu's embrace. Maruyu, how embarrassing, huh? What is so embarrassing? I'm your husband, and you're my wife. It's only natural, Shen Yu said, tightly hugging Tsunade with a smile, finding her incredibly cute and fun. Hong could only shake her head and ask Ino, did Ayam and the others come? Or is there something else? It's Lady Ayam bringing Hinata and her sister Hanabi. Quick, let them in, Shen Yu instructed, without needing Shen Yu to remind her. Tsunade had already gotten up to straighten her clothes. Just as she was ready, Ayam walked in holding Hanabi and leading Hinata, followed by the maid Hyuganatsu. Lord Hokage. Lady Tsunade, Lady Hong. Even though she was older than Hong, Ayam respectfully greeted them. The saying a wife is honored by her husband was indeed true. Ayam, please sit. Hinata, you've become even cuter after not seeing you for a few days. Is this your sister Hanabi? She looks just as adorable as you. Ino, quickly pour some tea. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade leaned down to pinch Hinata's cheek, and Hinata responded with a bright red smile. Hanabi, seeing her sister being pinched, shyly called out sister. Hong took Hanabi from IM's arms and hugged her, but since Hanabi was a bit shy, she struggled a little, making Hong feel a bit flustered. It was her first time holding a child. This child might be a little shy, IM quickly explained. Tsunade also excitedly hugged Hanabi, who reacted the same way, and then gently handed her over to Shen Yu, who was sitting on the sofa with Hinata. After Shen Yu took Hanabi, he placed her on his other leg. Perhaps because Hinata was beside him, Hanabi surprisingly didn't look distressed, her big eyes curiously looking at Shen Yu. Hanabi, call him brother. Shen Yu and Ayakin. Nichan, Oni-chan. Under Hinata's guidance, Hanabi curiously called out a few times, making the adults laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. You're quite popular with kids. Tsunade teased, resting her head on Shen Yu's shoulder. Shen Yu kissed Hanabi's little face. It seems you really likes kids. I need to compete with Hong to make sure no one looks down on him. Ayam happily watched the scene, knowing that her little daughter would not be bullied by anyone. Speaking of which, Lord Hokage and Tsunade are so in love. Since their marriage, my own husband has been a hard-won block. I'm envious. Ayame, there. Thank you. Ayam took the teacup that Ino handed her. The cup was as white as jade, and the Uchiha clan really was quite wealthy. The Uchiha clan was indeed very rich. But what she didn't know was that Shen Yu was even wealthier. Only rich people could spend money lavishly to keep the money circulating, right? Hinata, have you been keeping up at school lately? Your father hasn't been. I've been keeping up. Father hasn't been pushing me to learn the gentle fist so much. He has been very busy these days. Those clan uncles are arguing with him, but the branch family uncles are helping him. Shen Yu understood, since he ordered that the newborns of the Hyuga clan would no longer be treated as caged birds. The main family had been quite upset. They didn't dare to cause trouble for Shen Yu and could only force Hizashi to negotiate with him. But Hizashi had sided with Shen Yu, and with Niji's situation, they naturally wouldn't let the main family act recklessly. Shen Yu initially thought the main family would punish the branch family Hyuga ninjas with the caged bird seal, which would provide him an excuse to intervene. However, the Hyuga main family wasn't foolish. They didn't leave him that opportunity, and, as Hokage, he needed an excuse to step in. Of course, Shen Yu could choose to intervene without an excuse, but it would have a significant impact. He didn't want any hint of wariness in the lord-subject relationship, and if he intervened rashly, the Hyuga branch family wouldn't be very grateful to him. While Shen Yu was chatting with Hinata, Tsunade and Hong were chatting with Ayam about everyday matters. You have such a good relationship with Lord Hokage. Hizashi isn't so easygoing. Hey, you let us two take it easy. Of course, I and Tsunade will take care of him. Hong smiled at Shen Yu. Not only that, Shen Yu didn't need to use seriousness to maintain his nobility. He handled clan and village affairs with ease, and within the Uchiha clan and the village, no one dared to go against his words. This was determined by Shen Yu's own strength and his prestige on the battlefield. Enough about him. Since we're just sitting around at home, how about I and Hong invite Mikoto, Yoshino, Riku's wife, and Kiba to come here, and we can share our insights? Ayam naturally wouldn't pass up such an opportunity and readily agreed. Then it's settled. I'll send someone to call for you. Okay, Lady Tsunade. The group chatted for a while longer, and as night gradually fell, Ayam proposed to take her leave. Lord Hokage, it's getting late. I'll take Hanabi and the others home. All right, take care on the way back. Sure, Sway. See Hinata and the others off. Yes, brother Shen Yu. Hanabi, sitting in her mother's arms, waved her little hand at Shen Yu, who smiled in response. Gana. Jinshur escorted Ayaka and the others out of sight, and Tsunade hugged Shen Yu's arm and asked with a smile, do you really like Hanabi that much? Don't you think Hinata and Hanabi are both very cute? Facing Shen Yu's response, Tsunade and Hong tilted their heads adorably. They're cute, but I think our daughter is cuter. Now that you mention it, I'm feeling energized. Hee hee. You should come. Chapter 93. Current situation at the River County border. Many residents of Sunagakure switch sides. At the border between Konoha and the Land of Wind, one side is filled with swirling sand, while the other is lush and green. Such a stark contrast can only be found here. The wood release that Shen Yu planted in the past is firmly anchored underground, preventing the sand of the Land of Wind from assimilating into the territory of River County. Amidst the obscured sands, several groups of people often appeared, dragging their families toward River County. Some managed to enter and were protected by the ninjas of Konoha, while others were mercilessly killed by their former companions just a short distance from River County. This way, over here. I'll register you. We made it. We finally escaped. My son-in-law, Baiyun Zhaojian, and Eugene stood on the trunk of a towering tree, watching this scene unfold, both feeling a bit emotionally stirred. What had Sunagakure done to cause people to risk their lives to flee to Konoha? Such scenes had never been witnessed in their past experiences in the ninja world, nor had they occurred in history. Eugene, the number of people fleeing has been increasing recently. I'm a bit worried there might be spies from Sunagakure among them. There won't be. The mountain clans have screened them, and Rasha wouldn't dare do that. It seems Sunagakure is losing the people's support. The verdict on who the true ruler is has already been decided. Eugene was not surprised. Such events are common in history books. Rasha allowed his subordinates to kill each other, disregarding the lives of civilians and common ninjas, and it was only right that it ended this way. But for Baiyun Zhaojian, seeing such scenes in this cruel ninja world was also a rare sight. Shashua Jia, a chunin from Sunagakure, was running stealthily toward the village outskirts in the dark of night, fully armed. Father, mother, I will avenge you. His father, Shashua Hayabusa, and mother had been killed by 8 Jane Nin from Sunagakure, indeed by his own comrades. He had sought out the Kazuke Rasha, but was told, those without strength have no meaning in life or death. This statement left him in despair. Was this really something a village leader would say? He had once fought desperately against that Jane Nin, almost losing his life until a friend of his father saved him, but he ended up bedridden for several days. When he finally got up, all his relatives and close friends had been killed by that Jane Nin, including civilians and even children. He wanted to seek justice from Elder Chiyo and Elder HZ, but their reply was that weak people didn't deserve to live in this world, which left him utterly hopeless. Just the day before yesterday, a friend of his father's found him and said that the Jane Nin who had wiped out his family would come to kill him tomorrow night. He was powerless and was given some money to run to Konoha's River County, where the presence of the 6 Hokage would deter Sunagakure ninjas, allowing him to survive. He was aware that many civilians were fleeing recently and knew the reasons behind it. However, he loved his village, while the village did not love him back. If that was the case, what was the point of staying here any longer? After a brief moment of confusion, revenge filled his heart. He must use the power of Konoha to destroy this ridiculous Sunagakure, to eliminate Kazakage Rasha, Chiyo, HZ, and that Jane Nin. Then he tightened his clothes, prepared to set off, and charged toward the village exit. Why are there so many guards? This is troublesome. Shashua Jie circled around a few times and used the wind and sand to sneak out through a small path. The changes caused by Shen Yu's attack on Sunagakure also altered the terrain, and his father's friend had informed him of this route. Finally escaping, Shashua Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Now he just needed to run toward Konoha's River County. As he ran, he encountered several groups of civilians in the desert, who were also secretly making their way toward Konoha's River County under the cover of night. Upon seeing him, they were startled and quickly knelt down, pleading for mercy, hoping he would spare their lives. Was this the reputation that Sunagakure ninjas had now? He ignored them, simply stating that his goal was the same as theirs, and continued to speed along. He had heard that the Hokage had transformed the desert into a forest, and the forest into farmland, distributing it to ninjas and civilians who had made contributions. Many citizens of the Land of Wind were heading there. Even though there were ninja patrols at the border, death was inevitable, so it was better to fight for a glimmer of hope. The rampant killings, theft, and disdain for comrades by Sunagakure ninjas had already seeped into their bones, and it had only been a little over a year since Shen Yu attacked Sunagakure. While the civilians of Sunagakure might still have feelings for their village, the ninjas and civilians of the Land of Wind would not, especially since the relationship between Sunagakure and them was already one of water and fire. Shashua Jie continued to push forward, but suddenly spotted a Sunagakure ninja in the swirling sand. Who? Damn it, they actually caught up to me. Damn Sunagakure ninja die. Wind release, air bullet. Several air bullets shot toward Shashua Jie, who hurriedly used Earth Wall to block the attack. The Sunagakure ninja cursed at him, which was quite ironic. Wait, Shashua Jie sensed something was off and wanted to stop the fight, but the Sunagakure ninja had already swung his blade at him. Left with no choice, Shashua Jie picked up a kunai to resist. Clang! Shashua Jie and the Sunagakure ninja fought to a standstill, and it seemed the opponent was also at a similar chunin level. Wait, I'm also defecting to Konoha. Who would believe you? The chunin remained silent and continued to attack fiercely. Shashua Jie suddenly pushed him back, took off his forehead protector, and slashed it in front of the ninja. I am now a rogue ninja from Sunagakure. Do you believe me now? The chunin fell silent, took out his own forehead protector, and slashed it as well. The two figures ran desperately in the swirling sand, heading toward Konoha. My name is Akasuna Hayato. Like you, I have no living relatives. I personally killed 3 companions I spent every day with. It was my mother begging for mercy that allowed me to survive. I swear, no matter what method I use, I will make Sunagekyo pay the price. But I'm too weak. As a chunin, what damage can I really inflict on Sunagekyo? I discovered a spy from Konoha, but I didn't expose him. He told me that seeking revenge on Sunagekyo is simple. Just join Konoha. Their Hokage, 1T, allows Sunagekyo to survive in a few years. Moreover, that day, the Hokages would release and Susanoo were simply unstoppable. I had no choice but to. As Shashawa Jie and Akasuna Hayato chatted, they rushed madly toward River County. Along the way, they encountered numerous citizens of the Land of Wind heading toward Konoha. My feelings for Sunagekyo have been completely depleted. All I have now is the thought of destroying it. Likewise, with Konoha's backing, I will continuously eliminate the Sunagekyo forces at the border until I kill Rasha. With such thoughts, they finally reached the border. The patrol forces at the border were numerous, with nearly 1/3 of Sunagekyo's ninjas gathered here. On one hand, it was due to Rasha's sensitivity. On the other hand, there had been too many defections from Sunagekyo and civilians that needed to be eradicated. Find an opportunity. After the Sand Ninja Patrol team passed, the two immediately set off. Let's go. There are only a few minutes left to Konoha River County, and a feeling of exhaustion surged in their hearts, making the injured Shashu Jie's legs almost give way. He was carried by Akasha Hayato to continue on their way. Who is it? Quickly kill them. However, they were ultimately discovered by the Sand Ninja Patrol team. Jie told Hayato not to worry about him. Hayato gritted his teeth. Joking? This is a comrade, not some damn sand ninja. Wind release, wind blade. The pursuing sand ninja controlled chakra to form wind blades that attacked the two. Hayato tried his best to dodge, but lost half his body. Oof. You can't escape now, right? The cruel smiles of the sand ninja were right in front of them. Just as the leader of the sand ninja was about to strike, his head was knocked off by a sword. What? The sand ninja were terrified. They didn't care about the leader's life or death. They knew that the leader was a jonin, and they were only chunin. Could they survive? Before Hayato and Jie fell unconscious, they saw Baiyun Zhaochen draw his sword. Your sand ninja's blades have crossed the border. I, Baiyun Zhaochen, have reason to kill you all. You, Baiyun Zhaochen, we are just pursuing the rogue ninjas. We have now signed an alliance. Vacuum sword. Hayato and Jie had only one thought in their minds. It turns out that this group of cruel sand ninja can also be afraid. Chapter 94, Ninja School. Preparing for movie filming time flies, day after day. Half of the 55th year of Konoha has passed, and there are only a few months until the new year again. The new 4th grade students at the ninja school have already begun to choose their new paths. Teachers in each class analyze the students based on their performance, deciding whether they should continue to be ninjas or if they could become researchers through study. Don't think that if someone has slightly less talent for becoming a ninja, the research department will take them all in. For the time being a ninja is still the main pillar. Only a very few students from the ninja school can become research students after passing strict tests. The proportion is outrageous in the previous 4th grade. Now in the 5th grade, there are only a handful of students who entered the research class, and among those 6 people, all were ninjas from the Naruto clan, with 3 from the Uchiha clan, and only 1 was a civilian ninja. Even so, Orochimaru indicated that he did not need 6 or 7 of them. So those with lesser talent had to do some menial work. Moreover, due to the policy changes in the village, civilians always benefit a little later. They still think being a ninja is better. Becoming a ninja, even if just a genin, to carry out missions is still better than other chaotic jobs. However, being a genin in the current ninja school is not easy. This year, nearly 200 students were supposed to graduate from the ninja school, but in the newly established genin assessment, less than half passed. Among those who passed, the number of civilian ninjas was very small, and many failed in physical techniques, transformation techniques, and other projects. The newly established genin assessment not only randomly checks transformation techniques, but also requires proficiency in transformation techniques, physical techniques, throwing ninja tools, and basic knowledge, etc. The school has taught these subjects, and the teachers have warned the students. Some civilian ninjas just don't take it seriously, thinking they can pass, daydreaming about life as a ninja, only to find they have to retake everything. Shen Yu has no way to help. The worldview of these Konoha civilians is limited, and it won't change overnight. At first glance, these subjects do not seem difficult, but they are not tested individually. They are integrated for preliminary testing. The ninja responsible for the assessment is Yamamoto Katsuchi, who was called in by Shen Yu, which shows his importance. In the future, those responsible for graduation assessments will be figures of this level. Training ninjas is too important, and Shen Yu also established a rapid training class for ninjas. The requirements for the rapid training class are stricter, with the same courses being studied intensely every day, placing greater emphasis on physical techniques. After becoming a genin, although called a genin, there is a separate mark on their records unless they participate in assessments like those in school. Naruto and the others are no longer first-grade elementary students, but second-grade elementary students, and Niji has jumped to the 4th grade, learning knowledge approaching the 5th grade. After some minor official matters in the Hokage Tower were handled by Kakashi, he asked Tsunade and Hong to help him check. Shen Yu only takes care of major matters. Otherwise, even a lost pig might end up on the Hokage's desk. In the past, the Hokage was indeed like a village chief. But now the Hokage of Konoha resembles a monarch. Tsunade and Hong helped Shen Yu finish the official duties, and according to past practice, they were about to go home to rest. However, Hong brought up the movie project. Weren't you going to shoot a movie about the founding of Konoha? I've already arranged it. Hearing Hong's reminder, Tsunade, who was resting her chin on Shen Yu's arm and leaning on the table, lifted her head. That thing from Great Uncle? Let's go. I want to see it too. Have you thought about how to shoot it? Don't some ninjas need to be prepared? Shen Yu pinched Tsunade's cheek, and she pouted in dissatisfaction. Just bring a few Umbu and use shadow clones. There are quite a few Uchiha ninjas in the current Umbu, and they're all Jonin level. The selection level of the Umbu is very strict. To enter, aside from some talented individuals who are specially approved by Shen Yu for training, the rest must at least be elite Chunin level to qualify, with other conditions being strictly enforced. As for those who were eliminated from the Umbu, most became part of the Uchiha Police Department, as the village has grown several times larger and needs many ninjas for patrol duties. That's right. Don't pinch me anymore, okay? Although she said not to pinch her anymore, Tsunade still pouted and let Shen Yu do as he pleased. Unconsciously, Shen Yu leaned down and pressed his lips against her red ones, making Hong feel a bit jealous, and then he received a fair share of affection from Shen Yu. A girl who can act cute and charming to her husband, who loves her, is something only those who love her would know. And a husband who dotes on his wife is also something only those who love her would know. Let us go. I still want to get home early for dinner. Oh, don't kiss me at home. Under the urging of Tsunade and Hong, Shen Yu reluctantly took the two to meet with the people responsible for the filming and other matters. The filming and so on were all people and equipment personally selected by Hong, and with Shen Yu's permission, some were directly hired to become the Hokage's specialized technical staff. When Shen Yu brought the two women there, everyone was very excited, not expecting that some actors and the film crew would actually meet the Hokage. This is the Hokage. Moreover, Shen Yu's prestige is so high that meeting him is truly an honor. He has defeated 3 of the 4 major villages over the years. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. Tsunade happily waved her hand in response, while Shen Yu and Hong nodded. Among the crowd, a girl of about 10 was blushing, standing on tiptoe to look at Shen Yu. She had the fortune to see Shen Yu when he succeeded as Hokage, amidst the shouts of tens of thousands. Plus, Shen Yu was only 20 and already a powerful ninja in the ninja world, controlling the most powerful Hidden Leaf village. If the Hokage could help her, even if it meant paying some price, then the Snow Country. Asema Sanfu looked at his princess, shyly gazing at the Hokage. Boys admire strength, and girls adore heroes. That is the Hokage. If the princess really gains favor, then the Snow Country will surely return to the princess's hands. However, beside the Hokage is the granddaughter of the first and second Hokages, Tsunade, one of the legendary 3, and the other is also a childhood friend. How could the Hokage possibly be interested? Lords Hokage and Red, these devices have all been prepared. The research department received them from Lord Do, and according to your instructions, Lord Red, I have also found some actors. After you review them, we can start on a chosen day. Also, the person in charge of this matter is an old man named Takuya Suzuki. Lord Red found that he has been in this field for many years and has impeccable morals, so he was hired. Takuya Suzuki is very attentive in introducing every important matter. He is currently assigned to the Hokage building, so, in our words, he is not just a nobody. He is doing work for the government, and the treatment is quite good. He has already planned to work for the Hokage until he dies. We don't need that many people. I will select a few, and the remaining ninjas will be dispatched by me. Hearing this, Takuya Suzuki was somewhat astonished. Such a big move. Are we really mobilizing a large number of ninjas? Truly worthy of the Hokage. Yes, I understand, Lord Hokage. Shen Yu nodded and began to speak with Red, while Tsunade secretly leaned closer, and Takuya Suzuki tactfully stepped outside. Red, did you see that pretty girl outside? Find an excuse to hire her too. Red tilted her head in confusion. Shen Yu couldn't possibly be interested in such a girl. Could there be some deeper meaning? You're not going to abandon me and Red for a little girl, are you? Tsunade hugged Red and Shen Yu with both hands, resting her head on Shen Yu's shoulder, looking very much like a betrayed lover, as if to say she would fight back if he dared to agree. Oh, Shen Yu tapped Tsunade's head, teasing her. What are you thinking? I've already poured my heart out to you too, and you're still overthinking. Hee, just joking. Shen Yu picked up Tsunade like a child and continued to discuss matters with Red, ignoring the playful Tsunade. That girl is the daughter of the previous daimyo of the Land of Snow, Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue. Her uncle usurped the position and became the daimyo of the Land of Snow. I am interested in the geothermal heating devices left for her by her father and for the Land of Snow. Do you understand, Tsunade? Tsunade bit Shen Yu's neck, mumbling. She didn't care about that. I understand, leave it to me. Red then went out to give instructions. Seeing that there was nothing else, Shen Yu hugged Tsunade and moved to another place to wait for Red to finish up, and they would return home together. Still biting me. Just wait and see how I deal with you when we get home. When we get home, I'll bite you to death. Chapter 95. The competition between Kisame and Itachi. Border of the Land of Fire, Kirigakure. When Marino Ibiki found Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi, Kisame was dealing with the last Mist Ninja. The Mist Ninja was already too weak to resist, but still shouted defiantly, undoubtedly a loyalist of Kirigakure. Kisame picked up his oversized sword, which was bigger than a whole person, and in front of Ibiki and under the terrified gaze of the Mist Ninja, he smashed the Mist Ninja into a meat pie with a single strike. Consider this land as fertilizer. Itachi ignored him and turned to look at Marino Ibiki with a questioning gaze. Marino Ibiki was obviously shocked, with the Sage of Six Paths above. This truly isn't human. When there were Shursui and Might Guy, it wasn't obvious how powerful this guy was, but now it was clear. What he didn't know was that in this year in Konoha, Kisame had made significant progress, and his battles with Shursui and others had improved his strength, especially after acquiring new weapons, which was like adding wings to a tiger. Itachi, there's new intel from the area of Suigetsu and the pufferfish. The conflict between the Kagaya clan and the Mizukage in Kirigakure is getting worse, and with the Kagaya clan's hot-headed and warlike nature, the Kagaya ninjas are about to launch a rebellion. I understand. Seeing that Itachi had comprehended, Marino Ibiki took his leave. Both of them were cold and fair-minded, being Hokage guards, and it wasn't easy to deal with them, so there was no need to deliberately befriend them to avoid counterproductive outcomes. Watching Marino Ibiki leave, Itachi slowly spoke to Kisame. Kisame, let us go see if we can bring back a few from the Kagaya clan. Those Kagaya ninjas are all like madmen. It doesn't matter. With Jinjutsu, Itachi wasn't worried at all. After leaving Shen Yu, Kisame had somewhat revealed his warlike nature. We've already been into Kirigakure several times. There's no rush on this. I'm actually curious about you. Curious about me? Itachi raised his eyes. The existence of his tear troughs made him always look tired and lacking in spirit. One must understand their companions to ensure the mission goes smoother, right? What do you think? 1 against 7. Kisame had already raised his big sword with a smile. This wasn't infighting. He genuinely wanted to spar with Itachi. Itachi had always been confident beside him, and he was very curious as to why that was. Looks like I can't avoid this. Itachi drew his ninja sword from behind. He didn't like meaningless battles, but it seemed that this one had meaning now. All right, finally, he didn't refuse me. If Itachi didn't agree, it would be awkward for him to make a move due to face, but now it was okay. But it also confirmed that Kisame genuinely considered himself a companion of Itachi, not just a disposable meat shield like the Mist Ninjas. Kisame raised the big sword and launched a tentative attack on Itachi. The force of the big sword was immense. The quality of the ninja sword in Itachi's hand was quite good, and although he would retreat after several clashes, he could withstand it. Unfortunately, the big sword given to me is fire attribute. If it were water attribute, that would be more suitable for me. Yes, how could the big sword forged in the blazing heaven fire domain be of water attribute? Therefore, every time Kisame used the big sword, he couldn't incorporate chakra into the attack. Itachi remained silent, only continuing to launch attacks. The power of the big sword was indeed formidable, but Itachi's frequency of using the ninja sword was higher, cutting the hem of Kisame's clothes, which resulted in a bruise on his hand from blocking the big sword. Kisame knew that if it were a real battle, he might suffer some minor wounds, but those wounds would heal instantly. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A fireball resembling a phoenix flower erupted from Itachi's mouth, accompanied by shuriken. Kisame blocked them all with the big sword, but he suddenly leaped, and the fireballs and shuriken behind him were left behind. The shuriken behind. Itachi, your throwing is quite exquisite. Even in midair, Kisame couldn't help but compliment. He actually believed himself to be a higher level, so these words of praise were understandable. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Itachi didn't speak. Kisame had already predicted the spot where he would land, and he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, forming a fire dragon that charged forward along the ground, with a very wide attack range. Kisame increasingly admired him, quickly forming seals in his hands, and water began to gather to envelop him. Water release. Water prison technique. The fire dragon collided with the water prison, creating a billowing steam. Kisame immediately used the mist technique without forming seals. In front of the Sharingan, the mist technique was ineffective, so why waste time forming seals? Hoping Itachi wouldn't activate his Sharingan. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, Uchiha Itachi should be heading this way. And Kisame smiled as he suddenly slapped his hand on the ground. Water release. Rain 4 sharks. Kisame instantly created 4 shark-shaped water bullets with chakra, flying down toward Itachi. He guessed correctly. Itachi had activated his Sharingan and entered the mist, seeing the flying sharks and attempting to retreat to dodge the water bullets. But the shark water bullets were charging straight toward him. Since then, Itachi casually threw a kunai with an explosive tag, which collided with the 4 shark water balloons, triggering an explosion that turned the water balloons into streams of water cascading down from the sky. At this moment, the mist had dissipated, and Kisame smiled even brighter. He still had a backup plan. The streams of water transformed into tiny sharks, seemingly small, but extremely sharp. Itachi instinctively wanted to use the great fireball technique to evaporate the water, but Kisame wouldn't let him succeed. Charging forward with his big sword, Itachi had no choice but to transform into a crow and fly away, reassembling behind Kisame to launch a surprise attack. Kisame countered by blocking Itachi's attack with the back of his big sword and threw Itachi away. Water style, water shark bomb technique. Faced with the shark's attack, Itachi breathed fire again to block the water shark. The mist once again enveloped the area. Just as Kisame was about to act again, Itachi appeared behind him, holding a ninja blade against his neck. It seemed it was the end. Was it? The Kisame in front of Itachi transformed into a puddle of water on the ground, while the real Kisame held his big sword against Itachi's shoulder. Itachi-san, your strength is still not to be underestimated, but just as Kisame was about to deliver his victory speech, Itachi's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he turned into a crow and flew away. It seemed Itachi-san still had a trump card. Kisame stepped back, planning to continue the fight, only to find the scenery in front of him sucked into a vortex. He stood still, his big sword firmly on his back, as Itachi walked over from behind a tree. He had just gone to the restroom. What? That was an illusion? How is that possible? Why didn't I feel it? Itachi nodded and introduced himself. I have awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan and possessed the Susanoo just like Lord Hokage. Please take care of me. Kisame felt a bit of sweat on his forehead. After all, the kaleidoscope Sharingan belonged to Uchiha Madara, capable of controlling tailed beasts with illusions. He might have unknowingly fallen under an illusion. The shark man had become more honest. You're so strong. Why are you so low-key? How powerful must the Lord be? The ninja world is full of schemes. It seems it's not something a ninja from a remote area like me can understand. If Uchiha Itachi also has the kaleidoscope Sharingan, plus Sure Sway, Itachi's father Fugaku, and the Lord's, that would be 4 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan. Additionally, there are Might Guy and his father, as well as Kakashi Hitaki and others who are also definitely not weak. Damn, it seems I can't even rank among the Lord's peers. Well, if the Lord can't unify the ninja world, who can? I know the Lord's pressure is growing stronger by the day. Hearing Itachi's words, Kisame calmed his emotions and replied seriously, Itachi-san, please take care of me as well. Chapter 96. Movie. The founding of Konoha. Regarding the filming of the movie, Shen Yu did not draw too many people. He selected several Uchiha ninjas from the Umbu, using shadow clones and transformation techniques to portray multiple Uchiha clan members. He also gathered several other ninjas to play the Senju clan in the same way. Shen Yu wrote out a rough outline of the plot from the original work. After all, there weren't many affairs on Hokage's side, so he handled it personally. Tsunade, in the name of guidance, followed closely behind Shen Yu, watching as he created wooden clones to portray his great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Make the face a bit smaller. Yes, that's perfect. So similar. A smaller version of Senju Hashirama appeared, with a watermelon head and white-green clothing, while another clone formed into a smaller version of Uchiha Madara, with a spiky hairstyle and a deep blue outfit with black accents. Shen Yu and Tsunade sat aside watching the shadow and would clones adjust their costumes. Each clone being directly controlled by Shen Yu, multitasking effortlessly. Shen Yu fondly watched Tsunade excitedly shouting, while Sakura remained calm, but he liked them both. The plot began with the introduction of the feud between the Uchiha and Senju clans, starting with Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma leading their respective teams into battle. Then a transition to Senju Hashirama's childhood encounter with Uchiha Madara, explaining their desire to establish a village, only to separate due to family factors. After several battles, both became clan leaders, with Senju Hashirama marrying Uzumaki Mito, forming an alliance between the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Then, Senju Tobirama killed Uchiha Izuna, Madara's brother, leading Uchiha Madara to rage and lead the Uchiha clan into a great battle against the Senju clan. After failing, Hashirama's heartfelt confession made Madara reconsider. At this point, Tsunade was curious why they made Hashirama hold a kunai aimed at his heart in front of Madara. Shen Yu subtly changed the topic, stating that it was a symbol of their love to get through it. Behind the scenes, Shen Yu wiped away non-existent sweat, relieved that he hadn't thought of including the scene of Hashirama committing suicide with the kunai, feeling that something was missing. The following plot depicted Uchiha Madara leading the Uchiha clan and Senju Hashirama leading the Senju clan, along with other clans, to establish Konoha. The village was named Hokage after Uchiha's proficiency in fire style, and named Konoha after Senju Hashirama's expertise in wood style. Then came the 5 Kage Summit. The distribution of tailed beasts, the suppression of the Uchiha clan, Madara's defection, and the battle against Hashirama, known as the Valley of the End battle, concluding with Hashirama's heartfelt remarks. After reading the script, Sakura and Tsunade hesitated. Common folk generally didn't know about these matters. Would it have any negative impact? For instance, how would Uchiha ninjas react to Madara losing to Hashirama, Madara's defection, and so on? Shen Yu expressed that he didn't mind. History should be presented in its entirety for future generations to judge right from wrong. Everyone in Konoha should understand what is right and what is wrong. Using Madara's perspective to explain why the Uchiha were marginalized and whether Hashirama's refusal to agree with Madara's ideas was right or wrong at the time. To put it broadly, this movie was Shen Yu's preparation for future wars, prompting villagers to think about whether they would face endless battles or find a permanent solution. Let's start filming. I will control the shadow clones for the shoot. Inari will lead the people behind Uchiha, and Yamato will lead the people behind Senju. Yes, the Yambu ninjas nodded in agreement. Yamato felt a bit regretful, having thought he would portray the first Hokage, but his wood style was purely embarrassing. All these ninjas were delighted to learn about the founding of the village and excited to portray these past strong figures. Most importantly, nearly everyone reflected on many things during the performance. They understood the strength of the Uchiha and Senju clans during the Warring States period, the personalities and encounters of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and the differing thoughts between Madara and Hashirama, questioning who was right and who was wrong, why the Uchiha clan faced suppression and surveillance, and why only Tsunade remained from the Senju clan. They pondered whether the Uzumaki clan should have been saved or not, and whether the Konoha of the past truly aligned with the original purpose of establishing the village under the leadership of the third Hokage. These thoughts made them reflect on matters they had never considered before, especially in the segment where Senju Hashirama married Uzumaki Mito. Shen Yu personally portrayed Hashirama, while Tsunade and Sakura enthusiastically played Mito, both looking stunning in wedding dresses. Seeing the two women so happy, Shen Yu felt a bit guilty, always saying he would let the ninja world celebrate his marriage, but it would take a long time. Tsunade and Sakura, who spent every day with him, keenly sensed Shen Yu's emotions. Tsunade cheerfully hugged Shen Yu's arm. What's wrong? What are you thinking about again? Why think so much? You've been the happiest these past few years. Exactly. Isn't thinking too much just asking for trouble? What I like is you as a person. What does it have to do with others? With a red sticker on Shen Yu's back, I rested my head on Shen Yu's shoulder, and the surrounding dark part ninjas silently turned their heads away, saying nothing, as they were used to it. Men hate that no one loves them, and women hate that it isn't themselves. Shen Yu momentarily didn't know what to say. In 2 lifetimes, having a wife like this, what more could one ask for? They should be made the most noble women in the world, making all women envious. Hurry up and take the picture. We're almost done. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. Okay, only the Battle of the Valley of the End remains, and it's time to invite the special guest, Kurama, played by Kurama, while Shen Yu plays Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. When the small Kurama jumped onto Shen Yu's shoulder and learned what he was supposed to do, the whole beast was dumbfounded. You want me to play that disgraceful role? Impossible, absolutely impossible, I won't. When it saw Shen Yu's eyes slowly spinning, the three Tomo reconnected, emitting a faint purple glow. It stopped talking. This guy, could it be that guy's eyes? How is that possible? Could he be the one who, as the sage of the six paths said, will free the tailed beasts from their long suffering? The more Kurama thought about it, the more it felt it was right. Shen Yu had no prejudice against the tailed beasts, and the people in Konoha gradually no longer found it strange. Some bold children even dared to come up and offer food to this great lord, and the one-tail Shikaku and two-tail Matatabi were treated as decorations in Shen Yu's home. It actually forgot one aspect. For the strong, the weak are treated equally. But saying it like that wasn't wrong either. Kurama, I am informing you, not asking you. Shen Yu's cold voice interrupted Kurama's thoughts, causing Kurama's heart rate to spike. This bastard won't get angry and stuff me back, will he? You bastard, I agree. Isn't that enough? I'm doing this to help free the beasts, not because I'm afraid of Uchiha Shen Yu. Right, something like the Sharingan doesn't scare me at all, because fear is useless. The filming officially began. To facilitate the shoot, Shen Yu clapped his hands, forming a forest, and everyone watched from a distance. Under Uchiha Madara's control, the Sharingan-eyed Nine-Tails charged in, while Uchiha Madara, holding the Uchiha fan, stepped on the Nine-Tails' head and launched an attack on Senju Hashirama. Hashirama! Madara! Senju Hashirama tore open a scroll, and a giant vine sprang out to block the Nine-Tails. Seeing the Nine-Tails hindered, Uchiha Madara jumped off several tails and engaged in battle with Hashirama. Hashirama's would release attacked Madara, who fanned it away, and a smile crept onto his face. Uchiha rebound, but he wouldn't be smiling for long. The Sharingan's Jinjutsu was ineffective against Hashirama. Relying solely on Taijutsu, he could only fight Hashirama to a standstill. And he even accidentally got stabbed. Wounded, Madara became somewhat clear-headed and ordered the Nine-Tails to launch a tailed beast bomb attack, while Hashirama also used wood release to erect a giant wooden figure. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon sprouted from the wooden figure's arms, greedily devouring the entire tailed beast bomb. Susanoo. When the Susanoo enveloping the Nine-Tails appeared, the ninjas who had retreated even further stood dumbfounded. Is this kind of battle something a human can achieve? The Nine-Tails, wrapped in Susanoo, once again battled Hashirama's wooden figure, and the fight raged from dusk till dawn, with both exhausted warriors gasping for breath while holding their weapons. The Valley of the End had cracked open, with several streams of water flowing down from above. The final result was brought to a close by Hashirama's action, ending with himself getting bitten once and killing Madara. Madara, I never intended to be your enemy, but for the sake of the village, I had to do this. Chapter 97. Hidden Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi, Haku. It's been so long, if I stay any longer, it'll be New Year's. The adults say this New Year's will be much more interesting than last year's, and I don't want to miss it. In the Hidden Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi and Itachi lay resting on a tree branch. Zabuza impatiently said to Itachi. The two had secretly infiltrated the Hidden Mist Village for several months. As a native of the Hidden Mist Village, Zabuza was quite familiar with it. The situation in the Hidden Mist Village was indeed tense, almost to the point of explosion. But the problem was, it just wouldn't explode. Itachi hadn't manipulated a few mist ninjas to cause trouble. But these people were used to killing their comrades and wouldn't trigger a larger rebellion. The village's situation was unique among the 5 great shinobi countries. Of course, the two weren't idle either. They had secretly killed over 100 mist ninjas, and any more would risk detection. They had also investigated the current situation in the Hidden Mist Village, and there were numerous groups in conflict with the Mizukage. The Kagaya clan was already preparing for rebellion, and some individual ninjas, like the demon Zabuza Momochi, were also secretly preparing. They noticed Zabuza because of Haku. The two realized Zabuza seemed very dissatisfied with the Mizukage's blood mist policy. Because Buwako Tenzo hadn't died, the decapitation blade hadn't returned to the Hidden Mist Village, meaning Zabuza currently didn't have the decapitation blade. And because he felt his strength was insufficient, Zabuza hadn't acted as early as in the original work. Itachi didn't respond to Zabuza's words. He tugged at his collar, lowered his head, and closed his eyes to rest. He also wanted to return to Konoha. It had been more than half a year since he last saw Sasuke. Had he grown taller? Had he been happy? Had he caused trouble for his teacher and parents? And the village, was it thriving? But he was on a mission and couldn't think too much. Itachi-san, I really admire you sometimes. Why bear so many thoughts alone? Share them with me. Let me analyze them for you. Zabuza turned to look at Itachi, who always liked to bury his inner thoughts. Did he have to guess by himself? Why didn't the adults send Shursui to me? If not, then Toby would do. That fool Wind is more fun than him. Itachi helplessly raised his head. He had only comforted Sasuke. Now he had to learn to comfort Zabuza. I was thinking about Sasuke. Just as he was about to continue, Itachi suddenly stood up and looked towards the core area of the hidden mist village, noticing some movement. Zabuza happily shouldered his big sword, finally ready to fight. Let's finish this quickly and go home. Let's go, Itachi. With that, Zabuza left first, and Itachi nodded and followed. In the hidden mist village, not far from Mizuki's office, the Kagaya clan's ninjas fought fearlessly against the hidden mist dark part ninjas. An injured Kagaya ninja fervently unleashed all his chakra. Dance of the early ferns. Countless sharp bone spikes shot up from the ground, instantly killing several mist ninjas, and the remaining attacking mist ninjas retreated, forming a forest of bone spikes in place. The Kagaya ninja, having used all his chakra, laughed heartily, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fighting, frenzy, fearlessness of death, and recklessness were the labels of their Kagaya clan. But the powerful bloodline limit that made them strong also served as their death warrant. Kagaya ninjas wouldn't live long, often dying young. The Mizuki actually wants us dead, then he shouldn't expect to live either. With that, the surviving Kagaya clan, regardless of gender, continued to charge at the mist ninjas, attempting to kill the fourth Mizuki. Kagaya Yagura. In the distance, Zabuza caught sight of this scene and looked at the pondering Uchiha Itachi. Seeing he didn't react, Zabuza was about to get up when Itachi pulled him back. Let's go to the Kagaya clan's territory. If I remember correctly, Kagaya Kimimaro is seriously ill and not participating. Itachi recalled seeing someone named Kagaya Kimimaro in the eyes of the god of rain, whose corpse chakra was the strongest, but he suffered from a severe blood disease. However, the god of rain told him that the target was Kagaya Kimimaro, and he wouldn't consider anything else. Then let's go. Itachi and Kisame headed towards the Kagaya clan's territory, while new developments occurred in the battle on the Mizuki side. Zabuza bypassed the mist ninja fighting the Kagaya clan, showing intent to rush to the battlefield behind the Mizuki. Watching the frenzied Kagaya ninjas die one by one, leaving only a few dozen making their last struggles, he revealed a contemptuous smile. A bunch of fanatical fools. It's a miracle they managed to succeed. After speaking, Zabuza calmed himself and quickly approached the fourth Mizuki. The Mizuki was quite confident, having sent the surrounding mist ninjas to besiege the Kagaya clan, leaving only 2 mist ninjas to act as messengers. They thought Zabuza was going to help the mist ninjas besiege the Kagaya clan, even nodding to him. Kid, they're here to take your life. And you're still nodding. Almost there. Zabuza was less than 10 meters from the Mizuki, throwing 2 shurikens straight at him, no longer hiding his intentions. The 2 mist ninjas fell in response, and Zabuza swung his blade at the Mizuki. The Mizuki reacted quickly, dodging at the moment the mist ninjas fell. But Zabuza was not slow either. His speed was unparalleled, especially during his fight against Kakashi in the original story. The Mizuki had no choice but to block Zabuza's attack with his coral staff, but Zabuza's frequent position changes were all blocked by him. Zabuza Momochi, are you going to betray the village? Upon hearing the Mizuki's angry reprimand, Zabuza became furious as well. Does this executioner of the Mist Village deserve to be angry? Can't you see that with your policies? You expect me to serve you? Oomph. At the same time, the Mizuki pushed Zabuza back. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water violently struck Zabuza, but he quickly formed hand seals to create a water prison to block the attack. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Mist ninja technique. Zabuza released several water dragons attacking the Mizuki, then formed a thick fog with his hand seals, confident in his silent killing technique. The Mizuki might not be stronger than him in the mist. Water release. Water barrier. A wall of water appeared, blocking the water dragon's attack. The Mizuki looked around in the mist. He knew Zabuza, the infamous silent killing technique user, so he was naturally on guard. Clang. The Mizuki used his coral staff to block several attacks. Although there was no sound, he could barely defend himself through his sense of danger. Oomph. Zabuza coldly snorted. Let us see how you dodge my omnipresent attacks. Water release, water severing wave, water release, water dragon bullet technique. After releasing 2 attacks, he charged out again with his blade. Facing attacks from 3 directions, the Mizukage remained calm. After all, he was a host for 3-tailed beasts. The appearance of 3 tails shattered the 2 ninjutsu and injured Zabuza. The thick fog dissipated, and a tailed beast ball fell at Zabuza's original position. As the dust settled, Zabuza, with tattered clothes and blood all over, barely avoided the center of the explosion. But he didn't escape the full power of the tailed beast ball. The Mizukage's 3 tails waved behind him, starting to lash out at Zabuza. Zabuza struggled to dodge while attempting to counter with his ninjutsu, but the 3 tails gradually solidified, and his attacks couldn't create a single ripple. The power of the 3 tails, you simply can't resist. Zabuza contemplated retreating. The mist ninja technique activated again, and the great waterfall surged towards the 3-tailed Isabu, while he quickly withdrew. But before leaving the mist village, he needed to take Haku with him. The Mizukage wouldn't let Zabuza escape easily, under his control. The 3-tailed Isabu pursued Zabuza. He had already seen Terumi Mei and the supporting dark part mist ninjas, confident that the remaining Kagaya ninjas had no way out but death. Thus, he resolutely chased after Zabuza, wanting to kill this traitor. In the marketplace, Haku saw the injured Zabuza rushing towards him and shouted in worry, "Zabuza-sama, run!" Zabuza grabbed Haku and began fleeing towards the border, with Isabu closely following behind. Zabuza was sweating. He had not left behind a backup plan, but seemed too late. "Zabuza-sama, let me go and escape." "Shut up." In response to Haku's plea, Zabuza only replied with "shut up." He didn't know why he didn't abandon Haku like usual. Haku was someone he had taken in, but he hadn't raised him for long. Facing Haku's meetings, he was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. "This is bad." Isabu's numerous attacks nearly hit Zabuza. Haku spoke again. "Zabuza-sama, I said shut up." Zabuza tightened his grip on Haku's clothes. If he had his decapitation blade, he wouldn't be so helpless. He was very suited for the decapitation blade. However, after it was taken away by Kazashitaka, it hadn't been returned, or else. Zabuza felt resigned, bowing his head to look at Haku, who was also looking at him. "I'm sorry, Haku. I should have brought you along." Zabuza didn't speak, but Haku understood his heart and hugged him tightly. Amaterasu, a black flame engulfed Isabu, causing him to scream in pain. The Mizukage attempted to extinguish the fire with water, but it was ineffective. "What?" Zabuza looked over. 2 people had blocked Kazashi. Kazashi's tail attack was repelled by Kisame's sword. A tailed beast ball came flying, and Kisame used all his strength to swat it away, also being thrown back. Damn it, that was too much for him. Isabu, engulfed in Amaterasu, lost the will to pursue. It hurt too much. What kind of flame is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Moreover, the guy in front of him, Kisame, was not easy to deal with. It seemed Kisame had also betrayed the village, and he immediately retreated. Zabuza was saved. He looked at the 2 people, Itachi holding a child who looked like a Kagaya, and the other one, Kisame, the demon Zabuza? Really in a predicament, ha ha ha. "Kisame, do you want to die? Really? You're still making noise when you're in such a situation? We just saved your life. Who asked you to save me?" As fellow mist ninjas, they only knew each other's names. Zabuza would never give in to defeat. He looked at Haku, and the recent life-and-death situation made him realize Haku's importance in his heart. Haku also looked at Zabuza, then at Itachi and Kisame, who would determine their fate. Itachi slowly spoke, "I am a ninja from Konoha. I now invite you to join Konoha. We will provide you with protection." "Hey, I'm a mist ninja. How could I possibly join Konoha?" "Not anymore, and besides, you hate the policies of the mist village, don't you? Moreover, Haku also needs a place to grow up well." Kisame added, "As a mist ninja, you should be a tool, but you have different feelings for Haku. How is your situation any different from mine? Do you really agree with the idea of having no comrades? Besides, if you choose to refuse, I will kill you. If it weren't for Haku. If Haku hadn't pleaded for you, I would have killed you long ago." I raised his head. He had been in contact with the 2 for a long time over the past 6 months. They wanted to take him away from this sorrowful land. His father didn't love him, his mother died because of the bloodline limit, and the villagers, along with his father, wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to kill them. He didn't like this land at all. He only pleaded with the 2 to take Zaibujan with them. Zaibujan had adopted him for a long time, and he guessed what Zaibujan wanted to do recently. He didn't want Zaibujan to die. "Zaibujan, if you refuse, I will die with you." I held Zaibujan tightly. Hearing Bai's words, Zaibujan's heart trembled. Was he really that important in Bai's heart? He realized he was being used as a tool. Bai. Zaibujan unconsciously embraced Bai tightly. He had nothing else left. He now saw clearly into his heart. He only had Bai, and he only cared about Bai now. I will go with you and join Konoha. Looking at the tears in Bai's eyes, Zaibujan impatiently wiped them away. Everything is for myself, not for Bai. On the other side, Kiyagura, hit by Amaterasu, painfully severed the burning chakra of the Three Tails to save his own life. Injured, he hurriedly distanced himself from Itachi and his companion, joining the Mist Ninja. Lord Mizukichi, Terumi Mei and her group respectfully called out. She originally wanted to secretly protect a few ninjas from the Kagaya clan to safeguard the unique corpse bone of Kirigakure, but none of the Kagaya clan surrendered. They would rather die in battle. She was at a loss, and Zaibujan's defection surprised her as well. Kirigakure had become extremely weak. First, from members of the Seven Ninja, swordsmen died at the hands of Uchiha Shen Yu, and now only Suigetsu Zuki remained in a significant position. Not to mention that there was still a traitor in the background who had long since belonged to Konoha, because of the existence of the Blood Mist. Elite ninjas like PPJZ, Kurwa, Momochi Zabuza, and Kisame Hashigaki had defected one after another. Indeed, Kisame's high-profile actions in Konoha had already been fully known in Kirigakure, but there was nothing they could do about it. Even the village of Kimogakure had begun to learn from this and secretly accepted defected Mist Ninjas as foreign ninjas. Kiyagura looked at the Mist Ninjas, finally fixing his gaze on Terumi, Mei, and the others. Why are you all so late? The village has been in battle for so long, and you just noticed? The unwarranted calamity fell upon Terumi Mei, causing her to lower her head. She increasingly speculated about why the Mizukichi mentality had changed so drastically. The older generation of ninjas had said that Kiyagura was a person who loved the village, so why had he become like this? That thought grew stronger in her mind, but she could only respond at that moment. We discovered the situation and rushed over immediately, but we couldn't make it in time. Please punish us, Lord Mizukichi. If there's another time, I will definitely punish you severely. The Mizukichi snorted coldly. A bloodline limit ninja actually dared to rebel. They truly had disloyal hearts and needed to be suppressed even more harshly. These geniuses also needed to be suppressed, especially those like Zaibujan who dared to question the village's policies. He would monitor these geniuses more closely. After the Mizukichi left, Terumi Mei raised her head and exchanged glances with Ao. Ao was somewhat confused, wondering why Terumi Mei kept looking at him. Did she have a crush on him? Little did he know that in the future, he would be shocked by Terumi Mei, but that was a story for another time. Whether there would be that opportunity was still uncertain. Chapter 98. The young generation of Konoha. In Konoha, the streets were lit up, marking the arrival of the 55th year since the village's establishment, and Konoha was about to enter its 56th year. A white-haired boy, a gray-haired boy, and a boy wearing a small cat-like hood with strange patterns on his face were walking together. The white-haired boy suddenly stopped, staring blankly at the lively scene around him. The gray-haired boy and the cat-like boy took a couple of steps and noticed their companion was missing, turning back together. The gray-haired boy asked Kamihiro, "What are you waiting for?" Kagaya Kamihiro came back to his senses. It had been several months since Itachi brought him back to Konoha, and he still felt a bit dazed. The pain he felt in Kirigakure was overshadowed by the attention and affection he received from Lord Shen Yu, as well as from Brother T, Principal Nan, and everyone else. The drastic change in his surroundings often left him in a daze. It turned out that the world was not only about fighting and killing, but also about companions worth protecting with one's life, and about the Hokage who valued him. Kankura hugged Kagaya Kamihiro. Hey, don't space out. The Hokage's concern for you makes me very envious. He, along with Shin and Kamihiro, were all third-year students of the Ninja Academy, and as outstanding students at the top of their grade, they were always drawn to each other. Thus, a bond formed among the three of them, and they often acted together. It was Lord Shen Yu who placed Kamihiro in the third year of the Ninja Academy. Kamihiro was not arrogant in front of Shen Yu, but had been quite proud at the beginning of his time in the academy. It could be said that he was proud, but in reality, it was his protective shell, carrying a sense of loneliness and vulnerability. Yet he was indeed loyal and did not betray the goodwill of others. Moreover, his bloodline disease was also something Lord Orochimaru was trying to find a solution for. If Orochimaru really had no way, he would have to resort to the cells of Hashirama and the Realm of Flames. I won't disappoint Lord Hokage, even if it costs me my life. Don't talk about life and death recklessly. Lord Hokage definitely hopes me, and hopes everyone in Konoha can live well. But when it truly comes to sacrificing my life, I won't back down. Shin, as the leader among the three, patted Komihiro's shoulder. He and Sai were the ones saved by Shen Yu from the roots, and he was clear about who this life of his belonged to. Komihiro looked into Shin's eyes and nodded seriously. Kankor scratched his head, feeling that if he didn't say something, he wouldn't fit in. Although I'm from Sunagakure. When they abandoned me, I belonged to Konoha. There's a saying from the adults. If you were born but not raised, you can repay them with a severed finger. If you were raised, you can repay them with a severed head. If you are nurtured without being born, it's hard to repay even after 100 generations. I hope in my next life, I can come directly here without having to go through it all again. Meeting you two is also my fate. The three smiled at each other. Birds of a feather flocked together. None of them were cowards afraid of death. Shin put an arm around each of them and urged, "All right, let us hurry up. Lord Shen Yu is waiting for us. We can't be the last ones. Let's go. My sister should have arrived long ago. You guys have no idea how she feels about Lord Hokage." When the three arrived at Shen Yu's residence, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others were already there, helping out. This gathering was a banquet hosted by Shen Yu for this group of students, including some trusted aides. This was the foundation for the years to come, and he needed to take good care of them. Indeed, it was a blatant favoritism. Kakashi also brought his children to participate, along with some notable successors. Thankfully, Shen Yu's residence was very large, accommodating so many children. Are you really a boy? Naruto stood in front of Bai with a cloth in hand, staring at him in disbelief, unwilling to believe this, and repeating the question. When Naruto first met Bai, he blushed uncontrollably, almost falling for him. But when he realized Bai was a boy, he felt like the sky had fallen. How could such a handsome Bai be a boy? Of course, I'm a boy. Bai covered his mouth and smiled, gently patting Naruto's head with his other hand. Zai Bujan beside them wore a somewhat complicated expression. This bastard Bai is mine. Why does he always come over to bother Bai? Since arriving in Konoha, Shen Yu has arranged for him to stay by his side, as usual, and formed a team to watch over him. After he completes his probation period, he'll be sent out to carry out missions. It has been proven that the title of Ghost Man is not given lightly. Every mission assigned to him by Shen Yu has been completed perfectly. That Naruto guy is really rude. Sakura clenched her fists and turned to Sasuke, who was breathing fire to stabilize the stove. He was already quite skilled at it. Moreover, Itachi was right beside him, and Sasuke felt he couldn't embarrass himself. The new generation of Inoshikacho was also helping out, with almost all the girls in the kitchen assisting Shen Yu and Kurenai in preparing ingredients, while the boys were outside cleaning and tidying up tables and chairs. "Shin," Sai called out as he ran over to greet him. Shin patted Sai's head, and Sai continued to greet Kimimaro and Kankuro. "Hello, Kimimaro, Kankuro." Sai. Kimimaro looked at the two brothers who were close and felt a bit envious. He also wanted to have a younger brother and be a brother complex. Kankuro, noticing his thoughts, leaned closer to Kimimaro and whispered, "It's not always like that. Look at my little brother. I wouldn't dare provoke him." Kimimaro glanced at Gaara, who was sitting alone on a bench, indeed looking quite lonely, as he had few people to talk to. Hey, where are you going?" Kimimaro gradually walked towards Gaara, and Kankuro gritted his teeth and followed. "Hello, Gaara. I'm Kagaya Kimimaro." Gaara looked up in surprise, spotting his brother and a white-haired boy. Is this Kagaya Kimimaro that Naruto mentioned? It seems the situation is also quite tragic. Hello, I'm Gaara. Gaara turned to Kankuro and nodded symbolically, and Kankuro returned a smile. Gaara seems to have changed a bit. Kakashi, Zabuza, and Itachi were setting the table one by one, while Shursui was still helping at the orphanage, leaving only the three of them. "Oh, hey, Zabuza. That Naruto guy went to look for Haku again. If you want to fight, just say it. TCH, you can't beat me. You." Zabuza was left speechless, glaring at Kakashi, having tried a few times and indeed unable to win. The problem was among the guards often accompanying Shen Yu. He was at the bottom. Kakashi often said such things to provoke him. "Oh, little brother, your arrival saved my face," which made him extremely angry. Just kidding. Little brother, you want to turn red? Will you?" Itachi was not concerned with the increasingly playful Kakashi. He looked at the little ones in front of him. These children are the future pillars of Konoha. When Ino was the first to come out with the dishes, the gathering began. Kurenai and Shizen smiled as they arranged for the girls to help, with Ino, Hinata, Temari, and others joining in. As for Tsunade, she was busy in the kitchen with Shen Yu. When Shen Yu brought Tsunade out, all the children's eyes turned to the two of them. Shen Yu, with a big smile, patted one head after another. These are all the future of Konoha. Hinata blushed when patted, and Ino happily hugged her arm, while the cold-faced Temari secretly showed a hint of a smile. As for boys like Sasuke, they looked at each other coldly, with their eyes constantly clashing. Not convinced? Then let's have a little bump. There's nothing a fight can't resolve, and if there is, then 2 fights. Everyone, try my cooking. It's been a while since I cooked, so I might be a bit rusty. No way, Hokage-sama's cooking is delicious, okay? Exactly, adult. As time passed, the gathering reached its conclusion. Kakashi and Zabuza were engaged in their own battle at the dining table, while Itachi counted carefully. The 12 young elite, plus Sai, Shin, Kimimaro, Temari, Kinkaro, Gura, Haku, and Karui. The next generation will completely belong to Konoha. Chapter 99. New Year's Eve Gala on New Year's Eve of the 55th year of Konoha. The atmosphere was at least several times more lively compared to previous years, reflecting Konoha's rapid development throughout the year. Fireworks were displayed in various forms inside and outside the village, and children were running joyfully in the streets. With the current strength of Konoha, there was no need to worry about children getting lost. In Konoha, any form of human trafficking is intolerable. Once caught, the punishment is a lifetime of torment, and they might even be tortured in the Pure Land. After watching the fireworks, Tsunade and Kurenai were hugged by Shen Yu as they returned home, lying on the sofa while listening to the sounds of fireworks exploding. Tsunade turned on the TV and happily exclaimed, "Great, I can finally rest. When do you not rest? Don't expose me." Tsunade pounced on Shen Yu like a hungry tiger, her unbound hair falling onto Shen Yu. Shen Yu helped Tsunade up, stood up, and brought water and fruit to Kurenai. "You're just lazy." Tsunade pouted and said, "Why should I be so clear-cut with Kurenai?" Kurenai laughed and changed the subject. "You, isn't there that program today?" "Oh yeah, I remember you put that movie on to watch during the New Year." Shen Yu sat down with Kurenai, explaining that the Spring Festival Gala was pre-recorded and he had no time to attend. Isn't it better to stay at home with his wife? "It's time. Let's take a look." The 3 of them sat on the sofa, with Tsunade and Kurenai each finding a comfortable spot, while Shen Yu lay down. Kakashi and the others were dispatched to nearby houses, serving as their guards. Kakashi ran to Shirsue's place, Zabuza and Haku were together, and at the orphanage, there were Diyu and Nan, while Naruto had Kakashi. In short, everyone had someone to accompany them on New Year's Eve. As Kakashi's voice came from the TV, the villagers were drawn in. "Hello everyone, I am Hatake Kakashi. Welcome to the special program for Konoha's 55th New Year's Eve." "Huh, Kakashi Naiken?" Naruto jumped up from the sofa, surprised as he looked at Kakashi, who was covering his face with a book. "This is all the Hokage's orders." Some Umbu ninjas also focused on their captain, not expecting that the vacant spot that day was actually because the captain was filming a program. It was quite amusing. It was just a pity that the captain didn't take off his mask. The upcoming program included song performances, student performances from a ninja academy, ninja duels, Konoha's changes, crosstalk, and finally, a movie segment. "Haha, you look at Kakashi, he looks so funny." Tsunade laughed heartily in Shen Yu's arms. Kakashi on TV maintained a smile. His eyes turned into slits, and while it was fine for a short time, over a long period, it became particularly abstractly humorous. Shen Yu affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair. When she was happy, he was happy too. Tsunade pouted at Shen Yu, feeling that after being in a high position for so long, he might have forgotten something. You're only in your early 20s, don't? What? This is just a husband's affection for his wife. If the rakage were here, that would be my arrogance. Got it. The TV program continued, and several songs began to play. Since mobile phones could play music, many singers emerged. And Konoha also introduced regulations to ensure the prosperous development of this industry. Shen Yu also occasionally wrote songs, singing them for Tsunade and Kurenai, and if they wanted, they would transfer them to their phones. The next program featured students from a ninja academy who prepared performances for New Year's Eve. Fugaka sat up straight, unconsciously, as he watched his son on TV. "Look, that's my son, one of the ones standing at the front." A few outstanding civilian students also made their parents proud. Then came a ninja duel, featuring Uchiha Inahoko and Marahoshi Kogai. After forming the opposing seals, the two quickly retreated, creating distance. Why were these two chosen? Because one represents fire and the other water, their clash would be visually impressive. The two swiftly formed seals, their hands moving so fast they seemed to leave after images. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A massive dragon made of flames spiraled and charged forward from the sky, while a similarly formed water dragon collided head-on. Onlookers, including merchants and villagers, stared wide-eyed at this scene. Was this the power of ninjas? Both the fire dragon and water dragon were the size of several adults, their might astonishing, allowing them to feel the strength of the Leaf Village ninjas. The center of the collision created a thick mist, and once it cleared, the two engaged in close combat, their high-speed clash thrilling those watching on television. After the duel, Inahoko used the Phoenix Fire technique to enhance the spectacle, but all were blocked by Maruhoshikogai's water prison technique. Ultimately, the battle concluded with a giant ninjutsu confrontation, followed by the formation of the Reconciliation Seal. Next came a comedic skit by the Nara clan ninjas, whose quick-witted humor had everyone in front of the television laughing heartily. Tsunade even lay on Shen Yu, laughing so hard she could barely breathe, while Hong laughed more subtly but still couldn't stop chuckling. Finally, it was time for the highly anticipated movie segment. During the Warring States period, on the land of the Fire Country, there were two powerful clans with sheer cliffs. One was called Uchiha, and the other was Shen Yu. Both possessed the strength to deploy thousands of elite ninjas. And because of their power, they couldn't coexist peacefully, leading to decades of conflict. The scene then shifted to a team of Uchihas who accidentally encountered Senju clan ninjas during their march, and the two opposing clans instantly began to battle, which sparked a fight led by Uchiha Taijima against Senju Hashirama. Father, was the Uchiha clan really that powerful in the past? Shikamaru asked his father, Nara Shikuka, who sighed. Not just in the past. Even now, they're incredibly strong, beyond our comparison. Who could rival Hokage? Not to mention Shursui, Itachi, Fugaku, Ryo, Inahoko. Even after decades of village establishment, despite internal conflicts and issues within the Uchiha clan, and even with the third Hokage continuously undermining them, the Uchiha clan remains the most prominent clan in the Leaf Village. The Hyuga clan claims to be on par with the Uchiha, but since Shen Yu became Hokage, they haven't mentioned it again, and the Hyuga ninjas have tacitly accepted this fact. Are you suggesting that Gentle Fist and Bagua Palm should fight against Susanoo? It's easy to understand why the villagers hold the Uchiha clan's ninjas in high regard. If they had such a long lineage, they'd surely be even more arrogant than the Uchihas. Right now, the Uchihas are merely being coy, which is quite humble, and it's no wonder they were so resentful during the third Hokage's time. The scene then shifted to a conversation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, revealing how the first Hokage and the then Uchiha clan leader came to know each other. The villagers burst into laughter, realizing that the once feared Shura of the ninja world had moments of vulnerability, and the first Hokage seemed a bit naive as well. Madara, I hope to establish a village, a place where villagers can avoid war, where children can grow up happily without having to participate on the battlefield. Their shared vision left the villagers in silence, realizing that the first Hokage had such grand ambitions even at a young age. The next scenes depicted their separation, how they each grew into the leaders of the Uchiha and Senju clans, Izuna's death, Hashirama's confession, and the establishment of the village. You excel at fire style, so let's call our village Hokage. Hashirama smiled slightly, and Madara took a leaf, smiling back. You can use with style, so our village shall be called Konoha. The two clans reached an agreement with their handshake and jointly established the Hidden Leaf Village, subsequently attracting a large number of powerful ninja clans, finally finding their place in the ninja world. Then came the Five Kage Summit, the distribution of tailed beasts, and the ideological split between Madara and Hashirama, leading to the Uchiha clan's non-response to Madara, culminating in the final battle at the Valley of the End. So, the reason our village leader is called Hokage is because of the Uchihas. Yeah, I thought it was due to the first Hokage's will of fire. Is Konoha called that because of its style? Actually, I think Madara is right. History has shown that after the distribution of tailed beasts, we fell into an unending war. Are you suggesting that the first Hokage was wrong? I immediately state in facts. The battle at the Valley of the End, is that something an average person could accomplish? It actually changed the terrain. Indeed, two giants clashing like that. Absolutely, we must go see it next year. The airing of the movie allowed the villagers of Konoha to grasp the origins of their village, firmly rooting it in their soil. This rooting is historical and won't change due to external forces. It also achieved Shen Yu's goal of unifying the people's hearts while preparing for future unity. Shen Yu stood up, carrying the drowsy two girls back to the bedroom, letting time take its course. Chapter 100, Genin Examination, Konoha Year 59, 5,000-word major chapter. Time flies. And 3 years have quietly passed, bringing us to Konoha Year 59. The traces of 3 years ago can only be found in the corners of Konoha today. As Shen Yu, Tsunade, and Hong stood atop Hokage Rock looking down. The expanse of houses seemed endless, and in the distance, patches of farmland were faintly visible. The original Konoha was enclosed by a wall, but now Konoha has instead enclosed that wall. With Konoha's development, that wall has become increasingly inconvenient. It still serves some purpose, hence several more gates were opened. Under Shen Yu's planning over the past 3 years, the main roads, secondary roads, building constructions, base stations, and divisions of the police department are all neatly organized, reminiscent of the Tang Dynasty's Chang'an. The insightful Fire Country daimyo has allowed Konoha to develop without reservations. Konoha's territory has expanded threefold compared to 3 years ago, and tenfold compared to 4 years ago, which is even more than Tsunade's time as Hokage. The population has also more than quintupled, with a ninja school, police department, and patrol units expanding repeatedly. To monitor the larger Konoha, the police department has had to establish multiple branches for patrolling, and the Umbu has selected more elite ninjas to serve Shen Yu. This year's enrollment in the ninja school has surpassed 1,000, and the school has hired more teachers, not counting ninjas trained by various clans. The research department has made breakthroughs, but until there is unification, Shen Yu must encourage a martial spirit. And certain equipment cannot be easily revealed to prevent other ninja villages from becoming wary. Shen Yu sat on his statue, while Tsunade and Hong rested their chins on their hands, staring blankly at the current Konoha, with Shursui and other Hokage guards by their side. Tsunade and Hong, resting their chins, took in both Shen Yu and Konoha. No wonder Rain wanted to bring us to Hokage Rock. Konoha is truly vast now. Has Konoha really transformed like this in just a few years? Shursui and the others gazed into the distance. Konoha was now too expansive to be fully seen with just their eyes. Shursui remarked, "Just follow the Hokage. As long as I don't think too much, I won't make mistakes." Weasel, questioning, understanding, becoming, and surpassing the stillness. This is the caliber I should possess. Kisame, soon, I will kill my way back to the hidden mist village. Zabuza, this is the meaning of my existence. Ha! How ridiculous it is in this blood mist. Tsunade tugged at Shen Yu's arm, breaking this quietness. Rain, isn't today the lower ninja exam for Naruto and the others? Aren't you going to take a look? What is there to see? Which of these little brats can't pass? Shen Yu spread his legs, the gentle breeze lifting his hair, his eyes beneath the black headband, revealing a mysterious purple, captivating attention. Still little brats? Sasuke is already 11, and at your age, you've already made a name for yourself. The situation is different. I am here. I don't want to fight, and without me, there wouldn't be any fighting in this ninja world. Shen Yu spoke confidently. The Wagakure and Kimogakure are indeed developing rapidly, but in terms of resources, finances, and support from the daimyo, they can't compete. Moreover, they still have to consider some vested interests in their villages, unlike Konoha, where years ago, no one dared to refute anything. Now, well, there is no need for special guidance. Everyone will follow Shen Yu. Plus, Tsunagakure has been feeding Konoha, and because of Shen Yu's reputation, most of the mission requests go to Konoha, creating a positive cycle, leading to a cluster of Konoha ninjas. Currently, Konoha can mobilize over 20,000 ninjas, and if they were to drain everything, there could be even more. On paper, only a selfless collaboration between a Wagakure and Kimogakure could exceed this number. Tsunagakure and Kirigakure, two blood-stained places, after 3 years of mutual slaughter and constant defections, can barely gather even 10,000 ninjas, sitting at the bottom tier of the 5 great hidden villages. To put it bluntly, there aren't 5 great hidden villages, only 3. Yes, my husband is the strongest. Shen Yu didn't laugh out loud, but the corners of his mouth had already crooked up. Look at him so happy, haha. Hong elegantly tilted her head, smiling as she looked at him. Shen Yu stood up and hugged the 2 women in the midst of their puzzled gazes. Neither of them struggled, wrapping their arms around Shen Yu's neck, and Hong asked, "Have you arranged for their teacher?" "I've arranged it. So what are you going to do now?" "Well, you're right. I want to shake up the husband-s affairs again." Tsunade rolled her eyes, drawing circles on Shen Yu's chest. "You can forget that. You haven't even handled your Hokage duties today. I'll talk about it later." Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Yumino Irika called out from a list, with his class's students waiting at the door, and Sasuke walked over. The ninja school's graduation assessment is now also the lower ninja examination. After the assessment, the Hokage will dispatch Jonin to lead, and sometimes, due to an excess of graduating students, experienced elite Chunin and special lower ninjas may also serve as leading teachers. Sasuke followed Irika into one of the assessment locations, where a total of over a dozen sites were conducting lower ninja assessments simultaneously. Once inside, Irika sat down, with two other Chunin examiners present for the assessment. Uchiha Sasuke, 5th grade student, class teacher Yumino Irika, participating in the graduation assessment. Yes. Next, please demonstrate the transformation technique. Shadow clone technique, 1 ninjutsu, and taijutsu. I will score you, and once all are qualified, you can proceed to the next step. Please begin. As the voice fell, Sasuke quickly started his demonstration. Transformation technique, shadow, clone technique, body flicker technique, Uchiha ninja tool, throwing, fire release, great fireball technique, and Konoha taijutsu. As expected of the Hokage's disciple, he's as smooth as flowing water. Isn't that obvious? I feel like he could take us both down easily. Yeah, in all the time we've been testing, there hasn't been a weak Uchiha, truly deserving of being one of the founders of the village. In just a few moments, Sasuke completed the preliminary assessment with full marks. Next, you will duel with a lower ninja. I must clarify beforehand, winning, drawing, or losing doesn't matter. What's important is to see if you can combine the ninjutsu and taijutsu you just demonstrated. Do you understand? Sasuke nodded as a lower ninja, sitting at the side, stood up, preparing to face Sasuke in a ninja duel. To prevent these lower ninjas from accepting bribes and Chunin examiners from being bribed, Shen Yu employed a system of student teachers, with 2 unfamiliar examiners and randomly selected lower ninjas for mutual checks and balances. If this participating lower ninja loses multiple times, they might be stripped of their lower ninja status, ensuring the quality of the lower ninjas. Moreover, participating in the assessment is also considered a well-paid C-rank mission, which is very enticing for the selected lower ninjas. This way, it helps avoid having someone who lacks strength become a lower ninja. However, with a large village, there are all kinds of characters, and the bad ones have been weeded out by Shen Yu as a lesson. For example, Mizuki, who was caught 2 years ago, dared to reach for the Hokage's pooled funds and ninjutsu, and became an example. Mizuki initially wanted to build a good relationship with Naruto and Sasuke, but the Nine Tails indicated that this person's chakra fluctuations were disgusting, and he was immediately apprehended by Naruto and the others. The Hokage's Shen Yu's now resemble the Jinyui of the Ming dynasty. Only now, they are Konoha's Jinyui, Shen Yu's Jinyui. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that the quality of the villagers has generally improved over the years, and illegal activities have decreased significantly. After all, if someone dares to commit a crime, the police department is not to be trifled with. Fines, prison labor, and restitution are all in place. The lower ninja preparing to duel with Sasuke sensed the difficulty of Sasuke through experience. After forming the sign for the duel, he first distanced himself and threw several shurikens as a test. Sasuke flicked his hand, and the originally empty hands produced 8 shurikens, which he threw out. Clang! Sasuke's shurikens not only knocked the lower ninja's shurikens away, but also altered the attack direction in midair, continuing to fly towards the lower ninja. What? The lower ninja had no choice but to draw his sword to deflect the shuriken. As Sasuke charged at him with his sword, he initially wanted to meet him head-on, but as a seasoned lower ninja, he suddenly felt something was off. Body flicker technique. The lower ninja chose to trust his instincts, and several shurikens landed in front of him, revealing the reflective wire. At this moment, Sasuke had already charged over with his sword. After a brief probing, he had discerned the upper limit of this lower ninja strength. Upper, middle, and lower. He was roughly at the upper level among lower ninjas. Bang! After a few exchanges, Sasuke's sword was already at the lower ninja's neck. The lower ninja smiled wryly and said, "You've won. This is quite exaggerated. I didn't even get to release any ninjutsu. My Konoha-style swordsmanship couldn't last a few rounds against you. How embarrassing. I'll have to practice more when I get back." The Chunin examiner came over and patted the lower ninja's shoulder, offering comfort. "Hey, this is Uchiha Sasuke, our Hokage's disciple. How can he be weak? If I could last a few more rounds, that would be pretty impressive. It's an honor to compete with you, haha." Sasuke didn't join in the laughter, but spoke to the lower ninja. "Your Konoha-style swordsmanship is quite proficient when taken individually, but it's not smooth when switching techniques." And I seized the opportunity. The lower ninja was taken aback and nodded. "I've learned something." Sasuke turned around, and the Chunin examiner announced that Sasuke had passed the assessment. "Uchiha Sasuke, you have passed the lower ninja assessment. Congratulations, you have become a lower ninja." Irika stood up, smiling as he handed the lower ninja forehead protector he had been holding in both hands to Sasuke. "Congratulations, Sasuke." Thank you, Teacher Irika. Sasuke took the forehead protector and looked at it for a while, feeling both excited and emotional. He had finally become a genin. 3 years ago, Hyuga Niji became a genin, and a year ago he became a chunin, joining the Umbu and gaining his teacher's favor. At that time, Sasuke felt a bit anxious and wanted to ask his teacher for an early graduation, but he was scolded for a long time. He still remembered his teacher scolding him like this. What do you want to graduate for? Do you think I lack a genin like you? What help can you offer me? Niji needs to prove himself. What do you need to prove? Have you mastered the fire jutsu I taught you? Can you use the Sharingan? Have you trained in summoning techniques? Do you understand governance? Do you know how to handle affairs? Have you been on the battlefield? Others have nothing, but I, the clan, your parents, and Itachi all have a lot. Have you learned all that? Sasuke was stunned by the scolding, and he finally began to think. In the ninja school, he had been learning advanced knowledge, which did not hinder his progress and strength. Moreover, he now understood that the close friends he had made would become his strongest support in the future. Naruto, Sakura, Nara Shikamaru. Is this what Kimimaro and the others refer to as bonds? Don't mention it. I have always felt guilty for not being able to teach you some practical things, and merely reaping the reputation of a genius teacher. No, your character and teaching ethics have already influenced us. I think this is more precious than anything else. Looking at Sasuke's serious expression, Irika felt a bit emotional and hurriedly changed the subject. Go find Naruto and the others. They have already completed their assessment before you. Okay, Irika-sensei. Remember to come back to class tomorrow. You'll be assigned a guiding teacher. Understood. As Sasuke turned to leave, the Chunin examiner placed a hand on Irika's shoulder. Irika, you truly are an excellent teacher appointed by the Hokage. Nearly all your students passed. Sai, thanks to the Hokage's favor, my students are all outstanding. Listening to Irika's humble words, the Chunin examiner smiled, but remained silent. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's son, Naruto Uzumaki, faced much disdain before his father became Hokage. He had a teacher who treated him very well. That teacher's parents also perished during the Nine-Tails incident, but he did not vent his anger on the Nine-Tails host. Naruto Uzumaki. What was that teacher's name? His name was Iriki Yumino, currently serving in the Ministry of Education. Also the grade director of the ninja school and the homeroom teacher of the genius class. The Hokage recognized and valued him, and the clan leader was willing to place his child in his class. The Hokage's son, Naruto Uzumaki, liked him too. He remained humble, willing to help others, and deserved to be valued. When Sasuke came out, Naruto and the others were still waiting at the door. Sasuke. Naruto, wearing a Konoha ninja forehead protector, waved at him, and Sakura was also waving. Sasuke walked over. Ino hung her forehead protector on her waist, whispering with Hinata and Karen. Karen, do you have any new news? Shen Yu and the others are all lovey-dovey, and Tsunade-sama calls Sakura. Sigh, I wish I could be 10 years older. Hinata, don't you think so? Huh? Hinata, who was called out, blushed instinctively. If she were 10 years older, she'd be 20, and Shinju would only be in his 20s too, right? It seems like it could work. Shinju is just over 20. Huh? Shinju, Hinata, what's wrong with you? Tell me quickly, is it... Stop it. No, I'm ticklish. Ignoring the three girls' playful banter, Choji quietly ate snacks nearby, and occasionally Shikamaru would take a few pieces. Nara Shikamaru covered his eyes with his forehead protector and lay lazily on a chair. Kiba was admiring his forehead protector when Akamaru barked and snatched it to wear on his head, leading Kiba to start a tussle for the forehead protector. Sasuke, do you think we'll be assigned to the same team? Sakura asked Sasuke with great anticipation. Facing Sakura's inquiry, Sasuke felt a bit complicated. He understood Sakura's feelings and indeed had some unexplainable emotions for her, but right now, he only wanted to be of help to his teacher. Maybe, since you excel in medical ninjutsu, you might end up on my team. I definitely want to be on a team with Sasuke. Please, God of Love, make sure to tie the red thread between me and Sasuke. Seeing Sakura clasp her hands in prayer, Sasuke found it amusing but was also somewhat touched. Even if she prays to the God of Love, she doesn't ask me to help her find a teacher? Sakura has a very righteous heart too. Compared to the original story, Sasuke's family is now complete, with a master, mistress, parents, and brother's love, and he has companions he can trust with his back. His worldview has grown very positive. Sakura, what are you talking about? Naruto interrupted, receiving a light punch from Sakura. Don't disturb me while I'm praying to the God of Love, you idiot. An insincere, heart one to be effective. God of Love? Who is that? Could it be? Naruto, don't disturb Sakura. Let us go. Didn't we agree to gather? Sakura looked up at Sasuke. Was he speaking for her? Naruto, having been interrupted, also remembered their promise. Let us go, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, we're gonna gather. Today everyone became Chunin, and I'll treat you all. I also bought gifts for you. How about I treat? My sister gave me quite a bit of money today. Damn, Sasuke, are you trying to compete with me? No way, today it's on me. Inuzuka Kiba? No, Kiba, I'll treat. Naruto, I'll treat. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead. No one was short on money, so it didn't matter who treated. Let us go. Choji is following closely behind me. Shikamaru, who do you think will be assigned to as our guiding jounin? Shikamaru shook his head. The Inoshikacho trio will definitely be together, and the guiding jounin will surely be closely related to the Hokage. It will definitely be someone trusted by the Hokage. Listening to my dad, although the chances are slim, if the Hokage personally teaches us, that would be a great honor. I just wonder if the Hokage will. Forget it. No need to think about it anymore. Let us eat first. Let us go. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kiba. We're coming. The young ninjas of Konoha gathered noisily and headed towards the restaurant, while Itachi appeared behind them, watching. This is the bond that doesn't exist in the Mist Village. Itachi-san, what are you thinking? Kisame followed Itachi to this place, while Shursui and Zabuza were following the Hokage's orders. Itachi insisted on coming to see his brother, coming here just for some entertainment. Sasuke, you've grown up. Itachi watched Sasuke and the others grow more distant, feeling somewhat gratified as he touched his own eyes. This is 1,000 times better than what the adults showed me. The so-called Mangekyo Sharingan, the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan has never been a clan of hatred. These eyes are meant to protect. Let us go, Kisame. I'll treat you to a meal. Oh, the sun has risen in the west today. Are we going? Let us go. Chapter 101. Inoshikacho, all in. Tomorrow will be the ceremony for the new batch of students at the ninja school to be assigned to classes. And these new genin are eagerly anticipating who will be their guiding teacher. Will it be a powerful jounin, a jounin with a special skill, or a jounin famous in the ninja world? However, what they look forward to, their parents worry about. Uchiha clan, Sasuke's home. Sasuke, come here. Father. Hearing Fugaku shout, Sasuke ran over, his forehead protector still on. After examining him for a moment, Fugaku nodded. Sasuke is also a ninja. Then Fugaku paused for a moment of hesitation before continuing. If there are class divisions tomorrow, will your instructor be the Hokage? I don't know, but that's not important. I'm just the teacher's disciple. That's right. I was overthinking it. Fugaku shook his head. He had asked Itachi for his opinion and received the same answer as Sasuke. Sigh. I still can't help but think about these things. It's better to be pragmatic. Some so-called tactics are simply useless in Konoha now, only adding to the ridicule. Forget it. As long as I don't delay the kids, that's enough. As for me, I'll just work hard. The God of Rain will see it. Inuzuka clan. Mother, who do you think my teacher will be? I don't know, but I believe Kiba's teacher must be very strong. Really? In response to Inuzuka Kiba's inquiry, Inuzuka Tsum gave a vague response. She knew what Kiba was imagining. If the Inuzuka clan were a powerful family, there might be hope, but the reality is almost impossible. Kiba's teacher is likely a high-ranking Uchiha or a trusted aide of the Hokage, but the Hokage is nearly impossible. Kiba, don't worry too much. I understand, Mom. I'm going to bed now. I have to get up early tomorrow. Good night. Good night, Kiba. Hyuga clan. I'm full, Father. Hinata put down her bowl and chopsticks. Seeing her sister finish eating, Hanabi opened her mouth slightly, just about to say she was done, when her father, Hayashi Hyuga, interrupted. Wait a moment, Hinata. I have something to say to you. Hinata showed a puzzled expression and sat back down. Father? How does the Hokage treat you? Very well. The Hokage treats me very well. Hayashi fell silent again. He didn't know what else to say. Looking at Hinata's expression, the Hokage seemed to truly dote on her. He originally wanted to ask about her instructor, but thought better of it. Asking wouldn't be of any use. The Hyuga clan wants to maintain a relationship with the Hokage, not through him as the clan leader, but through his daughter, Hinata. Under the command of the God of Rain, the newborn Hyuga children, including both daughters, were not marked as caged birds. The main family was very dissatisfied with this, and recently became increasingly intense, fearing retaliation from the Hokage if they pressed him, wanting to test the Hokage themselves. After all, he is the leader of the Hyuga clan, and his position wasn't earned through competition like the God of Rain, but inherited from his father. It was precisely because of the existence of the caged bird that this leadership fell upon him. It has now been decided to join forces with the Hokage to abolish the caged bird, and the pressure he faces is immense. If that group from the main family truly intends to drag him down with them, he fears that his daughters will be marked as caged birds to threaten the Hokage. This is, after all, a matter of the clan's ninja, and he needs to find an excuse. Thinking of this, Hayashi looked at Hinata, who was almost 11 and growing into a young lady. Hinata, what do you think of the Hokage? What do I think of the Hokage? The Hokage is very strong, very gentle, cares for others' feelings, is handsome, and treats me well. As she spoke, Hinata's fingers unconsciously pointed up, and a blush appeared on her face. Hayashi took a deep breath. This seemed off. Forget it. Let us see who Hinata's teacher is tomorrow before deciding what to do next. Go, play with Hanabi for a while. You don't need to practice gentle fist today. Sister, let us play. The god of rain had returned to his residence, and to his surprise, neither Sasuke, Naruto, nor Karen came to ask him about tomorrow's events. It seems they all know to avoid suspicion. What do you mean by avoiding suspicion? Tsunade, eating fruit and wearing freshly changed pajamas, came over, while Red went to take a shower. I mean, Sasuke and the others didn't come to ask me for teammates. Hee, that means the kids trust you. The god of rain shrugged, non-committal. You let Red take students. Are you planning to take students too? Just as he was about to answer Tsunade, Karina walked in from outside. Lord God of Rain, Nara Shikaku has come to visit. Shikaku? The god of rain and Tsunade exchanged glances. Tsunade stood up and returned to her room. Let the god of rain handle the brain-burning matters. Karina, let him in. Yes. Soon, Nara Shikaku entered, changed in his slippers prepared for guests, and Karina poured tea and stepped back a bit. Hokage. Shikaku. Is there something you need at this late hour? Shikaku took a slight breath to calm his racing heart. What do you think of the three kids, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji? Interesting. The god of rain sat up slightly. Are you going all in? These three kids are very outstanding. Shikamaru has inherited your wisdom. Ino is as attentive as you, and Choji's talent in yang release secret arts is not to be underestimated. You flatter me. In terms of yin release, genjutsu, and yang release, you are the strongest in the ninja world. The god of rain smiled, waiting for the next topic. Shikaku took a deep breath. Lord, I heard that General Eugene and General Su Huang call you Lord. What does Lord mean in the Han Dynasty thousands of years ago? In the Han Dynasty, Lord is the title for a monarch from their subjects. Thousands of years ago, there weren't so many countries, just one. Su Huang and the others don't have the kaleidoscope abilities. They are generals who have achieved merit and can inherit from their monarch and protect the heirs of this lineage. So, I'm indeed a monarch, right? Hearing this, Shikaku, who had his head down, trembled slightly. Monarch? A country? Shikaku lowered his head even further, speaking in a deep voice. Then, Lord, what about Konoha? That is not in conflict, is it? Just right that the Han Dynasty is of fire virtue. What do you think? I see. Then I have no more doubts. Have you thought it through? I've thought it through. Lord, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans will follow you. Ha ha ha. Shikaku, I understand now. Then I'll take my leave. The god of rain waved his hand, and Shikaku bowed before leaving with Karina. Red peeked her head in, and after Shikaku left, she moved closer to the god of rain. Aren't you letting Tsunade-sensei take a few students? I already have Shizen. Tsunade leaned over the railing on the second floor, looking down at the god of rain and Red. That Sakura girl has a pretty high talent for medical ninjutsu. She should be able to learn your Baika. We'll see. What did Shikaku want from you? Have you decided whether you'll take students? I'll take a few. It's just a pastime. Especially since the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are all in. After saying this, the god of rain picked up Red and stepped toward the second floor to return to his room. Seeing this, Tsunade also prepared to return to her bedroom, but inexplicably felt a bit nauseous. This feeling passed quickly, and she didn't pay it much attention, jumping onto the god of rain's back as they returned to the master bedroom. Let us watch some TV, talk a bit, and then sleep. Shikaku, what did the Hokage say? It's settled. In the Nara Shikaku household, having just taken a sip of water, Shikaku gave a response to the waiting Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji. You two won't regret it, right? How could we? Among the three of us, you're the smartest. The pig deer butterfly has always been one entity. Have you really thought this through? Rikuji shook his head. This was to make himself speak again, to boost their spirits. Okage-sama. No, I should call you Lord. You've never thought about being satisfied with just being the Hokage. Unifying the ninja world may have originally just been your idea, but now it's something that everyone under your command knows about. It's the thought of every Konoha ninja, and even as it spreads, the earth, lightning, water, wind, grass. These other countries have come to this idea as well. What does this mean? It means that if someone can dominate the ninja world, there will be those who will submit to him for this purpose. Sai, Hachi, Dingzwa, and as your Hokage assistant, I know too much, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. And besides, we need to find our own positioning in the future. For the sake of our 3 clans, I have long wanted to find an opportunity to completely pledge allegiance. There is no better opportunity than these 3 little ones looking for a mentor. Rikuji smiled slightly bitterly, but his eyes revealed more curiosity and yearning for the future. Don't worry, Rikuji, we will definitely support you. Hachi is right. We will support you. Haha. Is this the bond between the 3 of us? Haha. Chapter 102. Class Division Ninja School, Sasuke's class. When Irika arrived, a group of students wearing forehead protectors were excitedly discussing among themselves, with several having dark circles under their eyes, like Kiba, who seemed to have been too excited to sleep last night. After all, when he became a genin, facing the future ninja life was also full of passion. Irika-sensei, Naruto, you actually came so early this time? I come early every day, okay? Sasuke crossed his arms, thinking that he could finally help the teacher step by step. At that time, Niji Hyuga had already been assigned to Lee Rock's team, which was made up of Team Guy, led by Might Guy as the guiding jounin. Kimru, Kenkaro, and Shino formed a small team, guided by Yakushi Kabuto. Hanamaru, Temari, and Haku formed a small team, guided by Uchiha Shursui. Who would I be with? Irika-sensei, hurry and announce it. We can't wait any longer. Alright, then I'll announce it. Once I announce it, you'll know your small team, and then your guiding jounin will come and take you. Got it, Irika-sensei, hurry up. First class. Class 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Awesome. Irika was interrupted, looking at Naruto with a black line on his forehead. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head, while Sakura's eyes had already turned white, wondering how she ended up in the same team as Naruto. Class 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Great. I'm in the same team as Sasuke. Irika was interrupted again, looking at Sakura, who had covered her mouth. Some girls in class looked at Sakura with envy and jealousy. Why isn't Sasuke in the same class as me? Class 8, Yamanaka, Ino, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata. Class 9, Gaara, Sai, Uzumaki Karui. Class 10, Nara Shikomu, Yamanaka, Ino, Akimichi Choji. Class 11. Kiba looked at Hinata. She's a good teammate. But who else will come? Hinata politely nodded at Kiba and started looking for Shino, only to suddenly find Shino right behind her, scaring her. Shino, you scared me. Please take care of me in the future. I will also take care of you. At least you could find me, while Kiba still hasn't found me. Gaara also looked up at his companions, nodding at Sai and Karui, although he felt a bit regretful that Naruto wasn't his class. He could get along well with Sai and Karui. He met Sai through Naruto, and Karui had no discrimination against Jinchuriki, so Gaara had a good impression of them. The old teammates, Pig Deer Butterfly, had no fluctuations. Only Shikamaru was deep in thought, wondering what his father and uncles had been discussing all night. They had a gathering without their mothers, so something must have happened. If something did happen, it was likely related to him, Ino, and Choji. So, what about his guiding teacher? As the guiding jounins arrived one after another to take their students away, the arrival of Yamato caused an uproar. Look, it's Jounin Yamato. He is the only one besides Hokage-sama who can use would release. Hearing the praise, Yamato proudly lifted his head. It's just a pity that would release can't be compared to Hokage-sama's. Yamato Jounin, Irika-sensei, I'm here to take my students. Kaora, Sai, Uzumaki Karui, let us go. My guiding jounin is Yamato. Hearing the call, Karui stopped her whispering with her friend and said goodbye to Ino and Hinata. Bye. I'm leaving first. Alright, you go ahead. Then, the arrival of Shinji with Hong and Kakashi made the remaining people go crazy. Nani? Hokage-sama? Hello, Irika. Hong nodded and called out to the few remaining people. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, come with me. My guiding jounin is actually the Hokage's wife. Oh yeah, Kiba jumped up, dancing and making Hong laugh, while Hinata and Shino moved closer to Hong, who patted their heads. The original Hong might not have such an exaggerated reaction as a guiding jounin, but now that Hong is Shinji's wife, her status and significance are different. The Inazuka clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Yamanaka clan would all be satisfied with this. Hokage-sama, I'll be leaving now. Seeing Shinji nod, Kakashi, who had not been late this time, smiled and called his students. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, my class 7, follow me. Yes. Teacher, I'm going first. Hokage brother, I'm leaving too. Go ahead. Kakashi is one of Konoha's best ninjas. Study hard, don't be willful. Yes. Kakashi led the 3 away, leaving only Irika, the younger generation of Pig Deer Butterfly. and Shinji in the classroom. Under Irika's surprised gaze and Ino's ecstatic expression, Shinji called his students. Let's still go through the process. Narashika, Amanaka, Ino, Akimichi Choji. Follow me. Oh yeah, my teacher is actually the Hokage. It's Brother Yu. Teacher. Ino excitedly bumped into Shinji, while Shikamaru trembled as he adjusted his forehead protector. As expected, after finding all the inconsistencies, even if the final answer is unreasonable, it is still the correct answer. Choji's hand, which was eating snacks, froze in midair. Nanny? Let us go, my students. I'll take you out for a stroll. Hurry up, Shikamaru, Choji. The teacher brother is calling you. Quickly, quickly. Shinji tapped Ino's forehead. This girl is quite clever. You're already 11. Unable to communicate. Chapter 103. 6 Strong versus Hokage. Shinji took the 3 little ones to the training ground, where Hong was already leading Hinata and the others in a bell-grabbing exercise. You. It's Hokage-sama. Sure enough, following Teacher Hong, we can definitely meet Lord Hokage often. Inuzuka Kiba had a look of anticipation, while Shino pushed up his glasses, feeling a bit excited to see the Hokage. Hinata. Ino rushed over to hug her good friend, and Hinata nodded in response while secretly glancing at Shen Yu. Hinata, Kiba, Shino. Lord Hokage, why be so polite? Shen Yu patted Hinata and Ino on their little heads, while Shino was still touched that Shen Yu noticed him. As expected of Lord Hokage. Has he forgotten me? Boo-hoo, I'm so moved. Aren't you going to take the kids to grab the bells? Saying this, Hong cheerfully took out 2 bells and shook them at Shen Yu, asking if he had prepared any bells. Hong, they've all grown up under our watch. How could they go astray? That's true. Hong instinctively tilted her head cutely, and Shen Yu also unconsciously touched Hong's head and lips. Oh. Lord Hong and teacher are showing off their love again. The 6 little ones looked at them with curious eyes, making Hong blush as she lightly hit Shen Yu a few times. There are students here, what are you doing? Shen Yu smiled at Hong, used to it. Shen Yu turned to look at the little ones again, and the 4 little ones tactfully turned their heads away, leaving only Ino and Hinata staring wide-eyed at Shen Yu and Hong. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a loving couple before? Shen Yu raised his hand, wanting to tap Ino on the head. Ino, who had just spoken, sensed something was wrong and hid behind the innocent Hinata. Hinata looked at Shen Yu and Hong with her big, innocent eyes, making the two feel a mix of amusement and reluctance. If you're not going to grab the bells, then let us just test the kids' abilities. I'll do it, you all join in. Teacher, do we join Hinata and the others? Ino asked in surprise as Hinata's class looked on. As Hokage. If I have something to do, my family Hong will definitely help me. Sometimes, maybe others will help me take care of you. I see. The Hokage does have a lot of things to take care of. Shikamaru and the others accepted this answer. Now, let me feel what you've learned 5 minutes. And then we'll all come together. Shen Yu waved his hand, and Hong knowingly tossed him a kunai. Shen Yu held the kunai, pointed it at the 6 little ones, and then sat next to Hong, waiting for them to discuss their strategy. The 6 little ones instinctively formed a circle. Shikamaru, you're the smartest, you decide the strategy. Then I'll humbly obey. Shikamaru began to think of a plan. Although the chances of winning were slim, they had to do their best. For me, I have Shadow Clone Jutsu, Ino has Mind Transfer Jutsu, Choji has Expansion Jutsu, Hinata has Gentle Fist and Byakugan, Kiba has Fong over Fong, and Shino has Parasite Jutsu. There is nothing here that can threaten Lord Hokage. We can't even think about fighting back, right? I'll just use the strength of Genin. Shen Yu shook his water bottle, while Hong fed him water, saying, the Hokage is so relaxed, even as a Genin. A single Sharingan and a bit of wood release are not something we can handle. Shikamaru scratched his head, forcing himself to start explaining tactics to his teammates. It seems Shikamaru is just like his father, a strategist type. The Nara clan can actually brand their intelligence. They must have something special. When it comes to the Wise clan, the Konoha ninjas will definitely first think of the Nara clan. This is their reputation and credibility accumulated over hundreds of years. Hey which kid do you think is stronger? In terms of combat power alone, they can't be considered strong. Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi work better as a whole. For Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, it's Hinata, Shino, Kiba. Kiba is relatively strong among ordinary ninjas, but really his offensive skills aren't high against powerful ninjas. Let them be. We can guide them to the door, but their true training must rely on themselves. Shen Yu stretched and stood up. Transparent. Then I'll move around a bit. Don't discourage them too much. But don't underestimate them. They're the future pillars of Konoha. Oi, are you ready? Use your full strength. But if you fail, you'll have to go back to school for remedial classes. Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances. They didn't go back for remedial classes, and they didn't think the Hokage was joking. He doesn't make empty promises. The 6 of them lined up and charged in from multiple angles. As usual, they threw their ninja tools. Several of them took kunai from their tool bags and threw them at Shen Yu from various angles. The throwing of ninja tools was decent, but there was no coordination. It was too chaotic. In battle, you might need to coordinate with an unfamiliar partner at any time. The most basic tacit understanding is still necessary. Shen Yu moved a few steps, slightly waved the kunai, and blocked all the kunai, even causing the attacking kunai to collide with each other. Kiba was the first to engage in close combat, but after being blocked by Shen Yu, he was kicked away. Are you aware of the disconnect? This is a bit irresponsible to yourself and your teammates. Choji and Hinata attacked from the left and right, while the sneak-attacking Shino used his parasite jutsu from behind. Shen Yu threw a kunai to push Ino back and caught the punches of the two. One punch was powerful, and the other used finesse. With his battle experience, Shen Yu easily subdued the two, and Shikamaru quickly joined the attack, but they were all repelled by Shen Yu. Facing the approaching parasite, Shen Yu used a fireball jutsu to scorch all the parasites while spinning to push everyone back. Shield! Shikamaru threw out a scroll to block the residual fire, and Kiba used 4 legs technique to charge in again with Hinata. The 4 legs technique increased Kiba's speed, agility, and attack power, allowing him to finally match Shen Yu for a few moves. What surprised Shen Yu the most was Hinata's gentle fist. Her mastery of it was higher than he expected. When facing a more powerful ninja, you can't think about directly hitting his chakra points. You can't reach them. In that case, coordinate with your teammates. Create some false visuals and deceive a bit. If the strength gap isn't too large, he won't let your attacks go unchallenged. Just like this, Shen Yu pulled back the kunai with wire, pushing back the rest of the group and leaving scratches on them, creating space for himself and Hinata. Shen Yu attacked Hinata, who instinctively tried to defend, but Shen Yu instantly changed direction and struck her chakra point. Not this way. When defending, if you're not sure about the enemy's attack method, you must be prepared to counter it. Hinata blushed and gritted her teeth, knowing how rare this opportunity to receive guidance from Brother Yu was, and she didn't want to disappoint Shen Yu. So she defended with all her might, but why does Brother Yu's attack feel a bit like Gentle Fist? Over here, a bit more forceful. Gentle Fist uses finesse, but it doesn't mean you don't need to exert strength. Each person's chakra point are different. For the Hyuga clan, Gentle Fist has the advantage of Byakugan for locating chakra points, making it easier to find others' chakra points, but it doesn't mean others can't master it. Gentle Fist and Bagua Palm are both forms of attack, you see. Hinata, who was struck at her chakra point, could no longer resist and could only watch Shen Yu deal with her 5 companions. Facing the attacks from the 5 little strong ones from all directions, Shen Yu quickly spun his body, evenly distributing chakra throughout, forming a spherical defensive barrier. Returning heaven, Shikamaru and the others were starting to feel the pressure. How the hell were they supposed to fight? Complaining was one thing, but when it came time to act, they still had to do it. Shikamaru began to quickly form hand seals in secret. It wasn't the 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. This was ultimately just a method of attack. With a proficient grasp of chakra, the ordinary could sometimes be transformed into the extraordinary, and many techniques stem from this. However, most people nowadays merely inherited techniques rather than developing them. Speaking of which, Shen Yu recalled Kakashi Hatake, who had no bloodline limit yet could compete with Konoha's White Fang, earning the title of Hokage and being called Senpai by Tsunade and others. Tsunade even indicated that encountering him was a reason to abandon a mission. What level of swordsmanship and ninjutsu development could he have achieved to become a Kage? Unfortunately, that damned Danzo Shimura was bothersome even in death. Forget it. He could work for him from the Pure Land later. Facing the ninjutsu attacks from the others, Shen Yu raised an earth-style wall to block them all. Just as he was about to take action, he realized he couldn't move his legs. Finally making a move? Huh? Shikamaru. Shikamaru ignored the sweat on his forehead and looked at his companions. Ino's mental consciousness entered Shen Yu's body, intending to prevent Shen Yu from reacting. In a mental realm, Shen Yu suddenly knocked Ino on the head. What are you doing, sensei? Be gentle, it hurts. You idiot. Part of you should come in to feel the enemy's mental world and then plan what to do next. If you throw all of yourself in, what if you can't win? Got it, sensei. I'll be more careful next time. Ino lowered her head, and Shen Yu helplessly rubbed the spot he had just hit. Well, does it hurt anymore? Remember what to do next time you get hurt. He understood. Seeing Ino smiling again, Shen Yu knew what the little ones were thinking. This technique only works on those close to you. That's a method too. Shen Yu ignored her. He was nearly wrapped up by the parasites. Flames erupted around Shen Yu, and unable to fully wrap him, Shino had no choice but to detonate the nearby parasites. But Shen Yu had already vanished from sight. The flames gathered again, and Shen Yu's form re-emerged, but his shadow was cleverly caught by Shikamaru's extended shadow. Shadow imitation technique. Body flicker. Secret technique. Insect board. Fong through Fong. Facing the three powerful attacks, Shen Yu smiled. His mastery of the family secret techniques was all qualified. Although none were perfected, they were all at least partially mastered. Bang! After a few collisions, a curved vine hung with 6 gourd babies. Seeing the others a bit deflated, Hong Bai shot Shen Yu a glance and walked over to praise them. You all did very well. I wasn't as good as you at your age. The final attack even forced Shen Yu to use would release. Shikamaru, your timing was spot on. The initial probing and the 3 planned moves were very clever. Ino, your timing was also excellent. Your angle in throwing the ninja tools was the most tricky. Choji, your multiplication technique is the best among several secret techniques mastered. Hinata, your gentle fist even impressed you. Shino, your parasites made you have to take time to deal with them. Kiba, your combat ability is the best among the 6. Keep it up. After all, your Hokage has participated in several wars, and you all have experienced less. Losing is nothing to be ashamed of. As she spoke, Hong nudged Shen Yu, signaling him to say a few words since the little ones were all looking at him. Under the expectant gazes of the 6 little ones, Shen Yu began, Hong is right. You all have strengths, but you also have weaknesses, and I won't elaborate further since I've already mentioned them. Thinking Shen Yu was done, the 6 lowered their heads, unable to help but chuckle. However, your cooperation is unmatched, even by a few chunin, so you all pass. Huh, we passed. Great, we passed. Kiba excitedly hugged Shino, thinking about how if they had to redo school, his mom would kill him. After working hard to master Fong through Fong, he finally saw results. By the way, where's Shino? Aminos. Ino pulled Hinata up, giggling as they ran to Hong, making faces at Shen Yu, while Hong joked with the students and Shen Yu. Let's go. The sun is high in the sky. As a reward for passing, I'll treat you all to a meal. Let's go, I'm hungry. Choji was straightforward. Shen Yu wrapped an arm around Choji and took the others along with Hong to eat. As for Tsunade, she was already waiting for them. Shen Yu didn't use the method of grabbing the bell, but Kakashi and Yamato did. During Kakashi's duel with the 3, he almost fell into a trap. Naruto's wind release was not to be underestimated. He had already used the basic Rasengan. Sasuke employed fire release, sword techniques, and his single Tomo Sharingan, which scorched Kakashi's hair. While Sakura was a normal person, but still much stronger than an average genin. Sasuke had seen through the bell-grabbing intent at a glance, and cooperated with Kakashi to test the other 2. Naturally, Sakura and Naruto would not abandon their teammate. And Kakashi happily announced that the 3 had passed the test. On Yamato's side, although it was his first time as a guiding jonin, a position he had long desired, he used all his abilities. Gaara's sand, Sai's in release, and Karui's massive chakra. He had to exert considerable effort to win, thinking to himself, damn, are the genin nowadays that strong? They're my students, so there's no problem. Let's go, my students. As the top, second architect of Konoha, I have a little treasury. Today's expenses are on me. Yay, Yamato-sensei. Karui jumped up excitedly, ready to go shopping. Yamato-sensei. Sai also shouted, knowing about the orphanage's establishment and how Yamato often visited the orphans. He was a truly good teacher. Finally, Yamato looked expectantly at Gaara, who met Yamato's gentle and sincere gaze. Gaara recalled that day when he was called a monster by other children and was attacked by relatives sent by his father. Mother, will I also be treated so sincerely? The sand spread around Gaara, seemingly encouraging him. Yamato patted his head and cheerfully said from now on, you will be my student, my subordinate, my family, someone I will never abandon. I don't care about those rumors. I only care about you as a person. Gaara felt as if sand had gotten into his eyes, rubbing them, just as Yamato was about to change the topic when a small voice reached his ears. Yamato, sensei. Chapter 104. Tsunade is pregnant. Big. Tsunade, transformed into another appearance using the transformation technique, waved her hands, hoping to win. Small. Beside her, a red-eyed person was also cheering. If she won this round, it would be a substantial sum of money, enough to enjoy for a long time. Although they were cheering, no one dared to approach her, knowing that the 5th Hokage, as the wife of the 6th Hokage, had a gambling habit. They feared that one day on the way home, she might suddenly disappear, so they were cautious of anyone who frequently lost bets to avoid desperate actions. Also using the transformation technique beside Tsunade was Shizune, who held a pig while watching her sensei's bold demeanor with mixed feelings. Sensei, the money that Lady Tsunade earns isn't from thin air. Is it okay to gamble like this? Thankfully, I used the transformation technique. Otherwise, if others found out that the Hokage and the Hokage's secretary were gambling, it would have a negative impact. Lady Tsunade, well, since her husband dotes on her, what can we do? It's a pity for little Chan-Chan. Tsunade boldly grabbed Shizune's shoulder. Don't worry, this time we won't lose. No one here would dare to cheat. Unlike before, when she gambled outside the village just for leisure, spending money without caring about cheating, now she attributed her losses to cheating. Although she had already lost a few small bets, she remained confident. Roll. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 points. It's small. Oh. Thank you, God of Wealth. I must offer incense to you later, God of Wealth. What? There's still a God of Wealth? Hurry, tell me. I want to pay my respects too. Shizune, let's go. Nanny? Shizune, pulled by Tsunade, was dazed. I have to run outside the village. And now you're the Hokage. I'm the Hokage's secretary, and I have to run too. Is this Konoha a wasted trip? For Tsunade, this was just a more exciting, intense part after gambling. Baka. They actually ran away, chased them. Bang. The person cursing was slapped by a casino ninja. We don't allow foul language in our casino. Didn't you know? Sanglang owes money and won't pay. Throw him in. Yes. Kurita Sanglang, terrified, turned around on the ground and crawled to the ninja's feet to beg for mercy. Wait, I have money. I won. Do you know how much you owe? For million Rio. Not enough. You really have no shame making your daughter so young earn money for you. Take her away. His daughter was taken over by the orphanage. The gambler's father lost his wife early, and the child had to earn money for her father. If Uchiha doesn't save her, who will? That's my daughter. I have the final say. Ninja, do you have your eyes on her? Name your price, sir. The Uchiha ninja slapped him again. Although he was tasked with managing this place, he hated those who neglected their families for gambling. Moreover, if the Hokage found out, wouldn't he be in trouble? With that slap, Sanglang's jaw dislocated. Soon someone took him away. He was part of the batch that needed to be dealt with anyway. And since the recent incident had occurred, it was better to handle it early. Regarding gambling venues, they were originally legal in the ninja world, and Shen Yu closed them all. To support Tsunade, all of Konoha's casinos have been bought off to provide a leisure place for ninjas. However, gamblers weren't worthy of pity. To avoid harming the innocent, the Joint Police Department often sent them in. Lady Tsunade, they didn't chase us. Stop running. Looking at Shizune panting heavily, Tsunade turned back and saw that they indeed hadn't been pursued. Oh, I forgot. All the casinos in Konoha belong to you. Didn't chase us? That's boring. I won't come here again. The smell there is really awful. It's better to find you to play at home. Tsunade glanced around and saw a chair, then sat down to rest for a moment. She had been feeling a strange nausea these past few days. In the casino, with the terrible stench she hadn't noticed while gambling, but now the more she thought about it, the more nauseous she felt. The problem was, she and felt sick before, so what was going on? Plus, she had just run quickly, so she needed to catch her breath more than usual. And a wave of nausea surged into her mind, making her vomit. Ugh, Lady Tsunade! Shizune panicked and patted Tsunade's back. She hadn't even drunk alcohol. So why was she suddenly vomiting? Shizune placed her hand on Tsunade, a green glow lighting up in her palm as she checked for the cause. This is fine, right? Is it because of wrong food? Wait, what? This is... Shizune, what are you doing? Tsunade regained her composure and saw Shizune's eyes widen in shock. And she couldn't help but chuckle. Shizune, what's wrong with my body? Tsunade began to check her body. There shouldn't be any life-threatening issues, right? But why did Shizune look so dazed? My sense of smell and taste have become more sensitive. Maybe I've eaten too much good food? Hormone levels have changed. That's normal. Who doesn't have hormonal changes? My gastrointestinal tract, isn't great. Tell you not to make spicy food, eat something good for the stomach. Speaking of which, your stomach isn't very good either. In the past few days, my emotions have been a bit volatile. Could it be psychological factors? Tsunade's hand slid to her abdomen, and just as she was about to pull away, she felt something was off. What is this? Tsunade's hand trembled slightly, and she felt a strange weakness in her body. Shizune's brain finally kicked back in, and she suddenly supported Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I can't be mistaken, can I? It seems I'm not mistaken. Am I pregnant? The two looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement and nervousness, and Shizune cautiously glanced around. feeling that there wasn't a good person in sight. Lady Tsunade, we need to tell the Hokage quickly. Let us hurry. No. If we panic and a spy shows up, what should we do? I came out to play today without bringing umbu. Tsunade felt a bit tense, constantly rubbing her belly. It had been over 4 years, and finally having a child, nothing could go wrong. Both of them felt their intelligence dropping. Tsunade didn't dare to move, and Shizun didn't dare to walk, afraid that a spy, which was almost impossible, would cause even the slightest problem for the child. Shizun frequently turned her neck, her mind turning to mush, and then she suddenly saw Guy's team passing by and joyfully shouted, Guy, come here. I tell you, youth is all about burning brightly. There should be no regrets. Don't regret in the future. Reflect on the harm caused to companions in the past. Got it, teacher Guy. Lee Rock listened the most attentively, while Niji had a blank expression and Tintin looked helplessly annoyed. Although it was reasonable, was it really that boring to explain every day? Shizun's shout caught Niji's attention, and he quickly grabbed Guy. Teacher Guy, it's Lady Fifth Hokage and Secretary Shizun calling for you. Huh? Guy also heard the shout and saw Shizun waving anxiously, quickly leading his team members over. Shizun, is the Hokage not feeling well? As Guy approached, both of them finally felt their minds could work again. There was nothing that Shen Yu had guaranteed that could stabilize their nerves better than Guy's strength. No, it's a shadow clone jutsu. You hurry and tell the Hokage. On the way, Shizun mistakenly formed the wrong hand seals, but hurriedly formed the seals correctly to create several shadow clones. Seeing several shadow clones of Shizun leave together, Guy was a bit confused. At that moment, the police patrol also passed by, and Shizun called them over with one sentence. You all stay here for protection. I will inform Fugaku about the patrol mission. Yes, a group of police officers hid nearby, leaving Guy even more confused. Hokage-sama, is there an external enemy invasion? No, Guy. I'm pregnant with Yu's child. Yu's child? Huh? Nanny? A sea child? Shen Yu's child? Shoo, lower your voice. Although the voice was low, the 3 members of Guy's team heard it. Niji silently scanned the surroundings with his Byakugan. Tintin looked stunned, while Lee Rock still hadn't realized what was happening. Guy was a bit at a loss, sweat pouring down his forehead, unsure where to put his hands, so he crossed his arms over his chest, ready to open the 8 gates at any moment. Betting on youth, I will definitely protect you and the child, Hokage-sama. Several of Shizun's shadow clones arrived at the Hokage building almost simultaneously along different routes. Hey, Sister Shizun. Facing Izumi's inquiry, Shizun, without time to explain, pulled Izumi and rushed to the Hokage's office, and Izumi also began to sprint. What happened, Tsunade? Is there an enemy invasion? No. Lady Tsunade is pregnant. Lady Tsunade pregnant? Bang. The pen in Shen Yu's hand dropped helplessly as he reviewed documents. Is it little Tsunade? Hokage. Lady Tsunade is pregnant. Bang, bang, bang. Shizun and Izumi looked in confusion at Shen Yu, who had flown out of the office. The door and 3 walls had already been broken through, and they became anxious again. Wait a minute, I haven't gotten in the car yet. I haven't gotten in the car. Hurry, Izumi, come with me. You go ahead, I'll call for people. Okay. Meanwhile, Shen Yu was searching for Tsunade in midair, and he could already use part of the Rinnegan's abilities. It wouldn't take him less than a year to complete it. He could still apply basic forces like gravity and repulsion. Found it. Shen Yu quickly flew forward, and the people on the ground thought they were seeing things. How could there be a person in the sky who looked quite like the Hokage? In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Bang! Shen Yu landed in front of Tsunade, picking her up and checking on her condition. Rain. Finally, when Shen Yu arrived, Tsunade felt relieved. She remembered that she was one of the legendary 3. And how could she suddenly be a loss? If she had to say, she was already so grown up over 4 years and finally had a child. She had been overly worried. Shen Yu, Hokage, you finally came. Kai felt a sense of relief as he wiped his forehead. If something went wrong, how could he face his dear friend Shen Yu? Kai, thank you. Hey, what are you talking about? Call me whenever you need me. The Azure Beast will be there in an instant. At that moment, the Hokage's guard team composed of Shursui, Itachi, Kisame, and Zabuza rushed over, along with a large group from the police department and Umbu gathering nearby. Kisame, tell Izumi not to mobilize so many police members. Itachi, let the Umbu return and inform Kakashi and the others that there is no need to move. Nothing has happened. Kai, I'll leave first. The rest come back with me. Yes. Shen Yu held Tsunade and left, leaving Shizun and the others to cover their retreat. Shursui, sir, you and Zabuza take one team. Itachi and Kisame take another, and also pull Uncle Dai from the police department to team up with Uchiha Itachi, while F and T take one team, and Kakashi and Maru take another. Arrange the security for Tsunade in the future. Be careful of that pair of kaleidoscopes during the Nine Tails incident. And recruit another batch of Byakugan ninjas for Konoha's security forces. Rest assured, sir, I will take care of it right away. After Shursui left, the Hokage's office was left with just Shen Yu and Tsunade. Tsunade lay quietly in Shen Yu's arms, rubbing her belly. Do you think it's a boy or a girl? No matter what, I will like it. That's more like it. Do I need to avoid certain foods? What clothes should I wear in the future? Should I not sleep on you anymore? Shen Yu didn't interrupt Tsunade, gently brushing her hair and quietly listening to her words. He could understand Tsunade's feelings. After all, there was a new life in her belly. Tsunade and Sakura had always been concerned about this matter, and Shen Yu was worried it might be due to her health, but after checking for a long time, it should just be morning sickness. The door to the Hokage's office was opened again, and Sakura rushed over after hearing the news. Shen Yu, Tsunade, is it true? Seeing Tsunade's smiling face, Sakura also relaxed and smiled, leaning over to touch Tsunade's belly. I never noticed Tsunade's belly was big before, but now I can see it because of my change in perspective. She didn't envy them. Instead, she felt happy for the two. Tsunade is older than her and has always taken care of her. She still has over 20 years to go. It's amazing, Shen Yu, Tsunade's safety. I've already arranged it. I will often stay with her, and Uchiha's kaleidoscope will always be with her, not giving Obito a chance. Hey. I just got carried away. I'm also one of the legendary three and the Hokage. I can't protect the child. Tsunade, your blood phobia. Don't worry. It's already cured, and it 1T relapse. You don't know, but he gives me a lot of security. Ha. Sakura leaned on Tsunade's belly, seemingly feeling the child move. Is the baby moving? Sakura, I don't even have a big belly yet. How could it move? Chapter 105 Team 7 Durang missions are really boring. It's just catching cats and dogs all day long. Naruto held his hands behind his head, walking along the road with Sasuke and Sakura, while Sasuke shook his head, holding a kitten. We are genin. We can gain experience from D-rank missions without danger and turn theory into practice, thanks to the village's support for us new graduate genin. There are so many genin in Konoha. Everyone is eager for the non-dangerous missions, when you're able to take on more difficult tasks. The mission center will not let you take D-rank missions anymore. Besides, ISNT, this also a training of the mind. Sasuke is right. Sakura's eyes sparkled as she looked at Sasuke, who was indeed clever enough to think of so much. Hey, I'm just complaining. I'm not refusing to do it. We've been doing this for over half a year already. I just want to get stronger quickly so I can protect the village. I want that too. So, Kakashi-sensei, when can we take on some missions to eliminate bandits? Kakashi, who had been hiding nearby, finally revealed himself, sitting on a branch. Oh, Sasuke, you even know about eliminating bandits. It is indeed time to find some bandits for you. Really, Kakashi-sensei? Then let us hurry and deliver the kitten to the old lady and go take on a mission, Naruto said with an excited face, hands on his cheeks. Naruto snatched the kitten from Sasuke's hands and was about to dash out when Kakashi interrupted him. Don't be in such a hurry. You want to be able to take on bandit elimination missions. When Konoha was expanding, do you know what the Hokage's first task was? Nanny? Naruto looked puzzled, and Sakura also looked at Kakashi, while Sasuke began to ponder, touching his chin. It seems my brother also took on a lot of missions at that time. Is that so? That would be eliminating bandits. The bandits from the Land of Fire, the robbers from surrounding countries, spies, and murderers were all cleaned up thoroughly without leaving a single one. At that time, this task had earned quite a bit of merit, and everyone was eager to do it. Later, there even emerged a phenomenon where everyone scrambled to eliminate a certain group of bandits. However, we still need to see some blood, right? Sasuke asked Kakashi, who shifted his gaze back to the little kitten. Just wait, there will be missions. The Hokage is already prepared and ready to show his fangs. Don't worry, there will be plenty to fight when the time comes. Seeing Kakashi change the subject, the three had no choice but to continue their task, delivering the kitten back to its original owner, an old lady. Thank you, children. You're welcome. Sasuke carefully placed the kitten into the old lady's arms. The kitten had just been with Naruto, but had run back to her arms. The reason was simple. The Uchiha still had some experience with kittens since the Nico clan was a frequent visitor to the Uchiha. Let us go. Let us train. Upon reaching a training ground, Kakashi began his guidance. Sakura was on the path of a medical ninja, and if her talent was indeed sufficient, he planned to report it to the Hokage. Naruto has mastered quite a few other ninjutsu, but when it comes to the Rasengan, he still falls short. Therefore, Kakashi plans to teach Naruto the basics of the Rasengan while working on adding other elemental chakra to it. As for Sasuke, Kakashi looks at him and acknowledges that Sasuke's fire release is indeed strong, but according to the Hokage, his talent in lightning release is superior to that of fire release. Kakashi has performed lightning release well himself and considers Sasuke to be a good disciple who has inherited his lightning release techniques. Moreover, since both he and Sasuke use swords, Sasuke, with his Sharingan, is the only one among his 3 disciples who can truly learn everything from him. Next, your learning progress will differ. And so will what I teach you. Naruto, I will continue to explain the Rasengan ninjutsu and the changes in chakra attributes. Sasuke, I will keep teaching you swordsmanship and lightning release ninjutsu. Sakura, I will train you in multiple areas, and you should also put an effort into medical ninjutsu. I will find relevant books for you, and make sure to tell me if you have any questions. Understood. Seeing his 3 disciples nod, Kakashi rolled his eyes, reminding them to also prepare for teamwork awareness, relevant theoretical introductions, and task arrangements when on missions, etc. The Hokage's plan will probably start next month. This plan is a trial for the genin of Konoha and can be seen as preparation for the future. Kakashi-sensei, I remember there's a new movie in Konoha. It seems. Naruto raised his hand, somewhat hesitant to speak. That's right, it's about my father, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi's father, whom even his master praised, was a powerful ninja. The Sand Village even issued an order that if they encountered him, they could abandon their mission without punishment. Is that so? Kakashi smiled. The Hokage made a movie about his father, in which his father was played by him personally. Plus, now that the Konoha Ninja Academy has cleared up the misconceptions caused by Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's favor has not yet been repaid. In fact, not only that, but Minato did not have any bloodline limits, making him a great example among those without bloodline limits. You see, it's not only those with bloodline limits who can become strong. Figures like Minato, Kuratsuchi, Kakashi Hitaki, and Might Guy have all become renowned ninjas through their mastery of ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and taijutsu. This further stimulates the desire for achievements among civilian ninjas. When the training ended, the day came to a close. The alternating of training and missions can indeed feel monotonous, but training promotes progress, and missions foster growth, which is better than doing nothing. With that said, Team 7, see you tomorrow. Kakashi issued the dismissal order, and the 3 of them returned to their homes. Sasuke even specifically visited Tsunade with Naruto. Tsunade treated him well, and soon the child in her belly will call him Big Brother. Speaking of which, he has an older brother, but no younger siblings. When the baby is born, he must protect them well to live up to his master and mistress. Tsunade's belly has grown quite large after a few months. Ever since she found out she was pregnant, she has been closely followed by Shen Yu, who has been by her side at all times. Master, mistress, is that Sasuke? Finished training? Yes. Sasuke chatted with Shen Yu and Tsunade before saying goodbye, as it was already dark, and he didn't want to worry his mother and brother. You know, Sasuke's character is really nice. Shen Yu chuckled upon hearing Tsunade and Kurenai praise Sasuke. If you knew what the original Sasuke was like, you wouldn't say that. One can only say that the happy Sasuke hasn't gone astray like in the original story, with Shen Yu as a role model, and Itachi often teaching him about Han culture. Yes, that Han. What Shen Yu didn't expect was that besides Kabuto, the one who understood and longed for Han the most was Itachi. He thought too much. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Han, a culture vastly superior to the ninja world, is now what he is responsible for teaching to the Uchiha youths. Kabuto is in charge of the orphanage. So now, both the Uchiha and the orphanage are Shen Yu's trusted confidants, at a higher tier than ordinary confidants. Whether in terms of spiritual culture or ninjutsu, summoning, scrolls, etc. They are all intricately linked to Shen Yu. People often say that one can tell which faction a person comes from by their methods of attack. And these people are no exception. You and I teach well. So what do you think about our child? Our child will definitely be the best in the world, inheriting our bloodline and having the best parents in the ninja world. Hee. Tsunade chuckled, while Kurenai bit her lip. One hand on Tsunade's belly and the other on her own. Kurenai, don't let him out of bed tonight. Don't worry, I'll exhaust him tonight. Since Tsunade already has won, I must work even harder. Tonight, I must die in Shen Yu's embrace. Shen Yu felt a pain in his lower back. It was too wild. Sasuke, father, brother, Fugaku, and Itachi were waiting for Sasuke to return in the living room. Yes, it's Sasuke. Itachi had just returned as well. He and Kisame have been swapped out. Tsunade's guards are quite luxurious, and as the day of her delivery approaches, the guards have grown more numerous. and information has started to become restricted. Guy and Dai, Itachi and Shursui. If Shen Yu is not by Tsunade's side, then one of them must be next to her. Make sure to do your best on the missions in the next few days. I understand, father. The upcoming mission is probably the one Kakashi-sensei mentioned, and both brother and father should already know about it. So all he has to do is perform well. Your mother often accompanies your master, so you should visit her frequently. Don't worry, father. My master treats me like family. I will definitely protect her well. Fugaka nodded in agreement, feeling proud of Sasuke. And Itachi was also very pleased. Sasuke has not gone down the wrong path like I did. Chapter 106. New turmoil in the ninja world compared to the pure training of Team 7. Other teams have some additional meanings involved. For example, in Team 8, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba are being guided by Kurenai. If it were just 8 Jainin, it wouldn't carry any other meaning, but since she is the Hokage's wife, especially with Shinju holding significant power in Konoha, it naturally brings some other implications. Tsunade will not serve as a guiding Jainin as she has her hands full. Most people in Konoha believe that Shinju is unlikely to take on more disciples, especially since he already has Sasuke as a student. Only Kurenai remains, and many believe that her students would include Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara. When the results came out, many were indeed surprised. Shinju took on disciples, and they are the modern-day Inoshikacho. Kurenai also took on students, but they were not Sasuke or Naruto. Instead, they were Hinata from the Hyuga clan, Kiba from the Inuzuka clan, and Shino from the Aburame clan. Naruto and Sasuke were taken under Kakashi's wing, while Gaara and the Uzumaki clan's Karen were guided by Yamato, who uses would release. Some perceptive individuals secretly praised the arrangement. The Hyuga clan, having Hinata as Kurenai's student, no longer dared to mention giving one of Hizashi's 2 daughters the title of Caged Bird. Hizashi was quite moved, realizing that the Hokage truly dotes on Hinata. The Inuzuka clan, represented by Kiba, is the first ally of the Uchiha clan. Kiba's sister is a student of Kurenai, making the 2 children of the clan closely tied to the Uchiha, which the Inuzuka clan is pleased to see. The Oil Woman clan received the news that Shino had become a student of the Hokage, and on that day, Oil Woman Jiwei found Kamiyu, expressing that the Oil Woman clan had long admired Lord Hokage and hoped to form an alliance with the Uchiha clan, stating that the entire clan was willing to obey the Hokage's orders. Kamiyu smiled and accepted, showing Jiwei the modified Oil Woman Toraijin and Oil Woman Ryoma, indicating that he would not mind past events. The Sarutobi clan, once claiming to have 3,000 ninjas, had a lot of exaggeration in that number, as many were civilian ninjas seeking refuge, and not all were related by blood. In recent years, they had been split apart, and their influence was not what it used to be. As for the Uchiha clan, it goes without saying that with the presence of Uchiha Danzo and the ongoing war, they had declined significantly. The Nara clan had become notorious, but Nara Koharu was ultimately forced to deplete her family's wealth to fill the gaps. And it was said that there were still ninjas within the clan who did not understand her, causing chaos. The expansion of the ninja school rapidly increased the number of ninjas in Konoha, and now the proportion of ninja clans was quite small, which was a good thing for the Hokage. After several years of recuperation, the originally peaceful situation in the ninja world began to show signs of fluctuation. Peace is merely a lull between wars. At least in the ninja world, Konoha's rapid development naturally attracted the attention of other ninja villages. There was no need to send spies. Konoha's expansion and the increase in the number of ninjas were impossible to conceal. Konoha was building outward every day, and mission requests frequently shifted from various major ninja villages to Konoha. This made the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki and the 4th Reikage quite anxious. They wanted to replicate the Hokage's actions, but after careful study, they found that the main factors could not be replicated. Territory, finances, and the cooperation of the Fire Country's daimyo were all unconditional. They suspected that the daimyo had been controlled by the Sharingan, and they used this uncertain information to intimidate the daimyo of the 2 countries, who naturally complied and allocated more finances and a little territory, which was completely incomparable to Konoha. When they wanted to ask for more, the daimyo of the Lightning Country granted more finances. But the daimyo of the Earth Country gritted his teeth and refused, citing their own difficulties. Yes, the Earth Country was indeed not as prosperous as the Fire Country and not as wealthy as the Lightning Country. But how much had they contributed? Moreover, what did it mean to secretly recruit ninjas? Do you really think I don't know? I tried to scare you with Uchiha Kamiyu, and you ended up being wary of me? This made Inoki sulk for a while. But the problem was that he was a daimyo and could not do anything about it. Look at Raza. The daimyo of the Wind Country even forced him to mine for gold himself, and he didn't dare to say a word. Without money, they could not support ninjas. And without supporting ninjas, the village's combat readiness would increase slowly, allowing Konoha to catch up. Therefore, after Iwagakure recovered from the pain of the last war, they immediately dispatched troops to the Land of Grass. To avoid being the only one hurt, they also pulled in Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Kumogakure readily agreed, but kept a lookout, only sending troops to the Land of Moon to draw fire. Sunagakure's agreement made Inoki overjoyed, and even Raza wanted to ally with Iwagakure to resist Konoha, which Inoki gladly accepted. In the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki organization also spent money to find people to settle in the Land of Grass, and they accepted the commission. Faced with this favorable situation, Inoki breathed a sigh of relief. If the rain, wind, lightning, earth, and water countries all attack Konoha, that guy Uchiha might not be able to withstand it, right? In the Land of Rain, at this moment, the members of the Akatsuki organization were all by Pain's side. Currently, the Akatsuki team consisted of Kakuzu and Haiden, the artistic duo of Deidara and Sasori, Pain and Konan, and finally, Obito disguised as Uchiha Madara. "Leader, will you accept the commission from Tsuchika Jinoki?" asked Hozuki SHZ, who had just completed a mission. "Of course. It's going to put in a little effort and take the money," Kakuzu chimed in. "Just grind the foreign workers, take the money, and run. It's foolish not to earn money. What can Inoki do to him?" Pain, controlled by Nagato, remained silent as Hozuki SHZ continued. "If we could get them to fight, that would be even better." "No, they won't fight," Pain spoke up, and Konan, Zhao Yun, and others turned to look at him. "This is just a test from Inoki. No one wants to be the first to go to war with Konoha." Pain looked at his subordinates. "For this commission, Kakuzu, Haiden, Deidara, and Sasori you forego. I will let Zetsu." "Wait." Pain looked at Zhao Yun, who had interrupted him. Kakuzu tugged at Zhao Yun's sleeve. The two were a team and got along reasonably well. Zhao Yun ignored Kakuzu and raised his head to meet Pain's gaze. The previous mission was to punish evil and promote good. Accepting it was fine, but what is this? "I'm not going." Pain's sleeve swelled with wind as he coldly stared at Zhao Yun, who lowered his eyes and placed his hand on the gun at his back. Sasori watched the fun in silence, while Haiden didn't care about these things. He only cared about his own funeral. Hozuki SHZ was surprised that someone dared to resist the leader. As for his teammates, Kakuzu and Konan were a bit anxious. "What are you doing?" Konan stood half in front of Pain, and Kakuzu grabbed Zhao Yun's hand that was reaching for the gun. "Pain, Haiden." The situation became somewhat tense. Pain believed that as a member of the organization, Haiden should not dare to disobey his orders, but Zhao Yun also stood his ground, caught in a dilemma. "I will go with Haiden to make money for the organization. Let Hozuki SHZ take care of the mission." "All right, leader, I'll go. Let Haiden take a break." After a moment of thought, Nagato realized he couldn't really give up Zhao Yun, a shadow-level combat power. Moreover, a way out had already been paved. He had no choice but to have Pain nod in agreement. Since Hozuki SHZ, Konan, and Kakuzu had all pleaded, then it would be so. Subsequently, Pain flew away, leaving the others looking at each other. Since the order has been given, let's all go back and prepare. Konan's words ended this somewhat discordant meeting. Zhao Yun and Kakuzu walked out together toward a residence in the Land of Rain. "Haiden, you were too impulsive. That's our leader. If it really comes to blows, how could you possibly match the Rinnegan?" Kakuzu said. "Zhao Yun, doing meaningless things is not worth wasting time on. One shouldn't numb themselves with vague excuses." Zhao Yun patted the storage scroll on Kakuzu's body, which contained ninja tools he bought for the children. Kakuzu impatiently swatted Zhao Yun's hand away. "You're preaching to me again. The fact proves that you listened, didn't you? Dare you say you didn't see me as a companion?" Zhao Yun smiled at the stubborn Kakuzu, who turned his face away. "I don't need companions. It's not that you don't need them, Kaku. The people of the Land of Water and Takigakure don't see you as a companion. So why trap yourself in the pit of betrayal relying on money? If I remember correctly, the child that Xiaoxue likes the most is you. Your mouth is really poisonous. I'm not talking to you anymore. Let's hurry up. We still have missions to do." "Ha ha." Zhao Yun pushed open the door to a residence, and the children he had saved back then rushed over, cheering. Some hired staff also bowed respectfully, smiling at the scene. "Uncle Kakuzu, Uncle Haiden. Can you stop calling me Uncle Kakuzu? It sounds terrible. Where did you even get that title, Haiden?" "So what? From now on, you'll be surnamed Kakuzu, and Xiaoxue will take your surname, calling her Kakuzu Xiaoxue. Get lost. I don't have time to raise a child." Zhao Yun pulled out the scroll from Kakuzu, and a pile of kunai and shuriken fell out. "This is a gift from your Uncle Kakuzu." "Thank you, Uncle Kakuzu." A group of children hurriedly thanked Kakuzu with smiles. For years had passed, and the oldest among them was only 10 years old. Oof. Kakuzu turned his face away, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth without him realizing it. At that moment, he felt a tug at the hem of his clothes and looked down. A little girl with black hair, her arms wide open and big eyes staring at him, was looking up. This was the girl named Xiaoxue. Kakuzu hesitated for a moment, noticing that Zhao Yun was talking to other children and not looking this way. So he bent down and picked up Xiaoxue. He wasn't devoid of humanity. In the original story, after Haiden was buried, he tried to rescue him, indicating that he didn't disregard his companions. It was just that now his humanity had grown larger. Thinking that Zhao Yun hadn't seen, Kakuzu was unaware that Zhao Yun, with a smiling face, was secretly watching the scene out of the corner of his eye. This guy is still somewhat cute. He can still be saved. I'll find a chance to relay this news to the Lord later. After thinking this, Zhao Yun looked back at the children gather around him. He had already hired reliable rain ninjas to teach them, and he wondered if Kakuzu would also teach them ninjutsu, while he himself would teach them marksmanship. At that time, he could bring it all to the Lord. Long live the Lord. Chapter 107. The plan. Meanwhile, in Konoha, as time passed, Tsunade's belly grew larger, and she became increasingly dependent on Shen Yu. Next to Shen Yu, she felt at ease. In this ninja world, as long as she was by his side, no one dared to harm her. Under Shen Yu's command, Konoha didn't stop moving forward. In the Hokage building's conference room, beside Tsunade, all the higher-ups, some clan leaders, and renowned ninjas were gathered. And Orochimaru had been pulled back by Shen Yu. Hokage-sama. In response to the crowd's calls, Shen Yu shifted slightly, signaling Rikuju to explain the plan. Rikuju nodded after receiving the information, picked up the documents, stood up, and walked to a large map of the ninja world. The Lord has called everyone here to discuss matters regarding the land of waves, the land of rice, and the land of grass. The land of waves has been smuggling drugs and contraband, endangering Konoha's safety. Recently, a batch of contraband was seized at the border, and they have significant ties to the Mist Village. As for the land of rice, everyone has witnessed Konoha's development in recent years. After licking their wounds, the land of earth and the land of lightning have harbored ulterior motives towards us. But we are not the same as we were 4 years ago. Regarding the land of grass, after mistreating the Uzumaki clan and being punished by the Lord, Iwagakure has been quite unstable recently. It is said that Sunagakure is also involved, and they are not very peaceful at the border either. The information conveyed in these 4 sentences was immense. Figures like Hyuga Hayashi, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Yamanaka Shikaku, who were not hearing this for the first time, felt a significant impact. Hyuga Hayashi swallowed hard and scanned the room with his Byakugan. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans, along with Umbu head Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Police Chief Fugaku Uchiha, Finance Minister Mito Menyen, Hokage Secretary Yui Kurinai, and Education Minister Yakushi Kabuto showed no surprise at all. They must have discussed this beforehand. He felt some regret about not being part of it. The Hyuga clan had become too detached from the village. If Sarutobi Hizashi were still Hokage, he wouldn't be afraid. An overly conservative person is not worth worrying about. However, the continuous changes made the overly conservative Hyuga feel anxious and fearful. Because if one is not dignified, when Shen Yu returns victorious and the Hyuga clan is no longer needed, he would ensure they are treated with dignity. Sitting below, Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes seemed barely open, showing only a slit. Unlike Hayashi, he noticed that Rikuju called not for Hokage-sama, but for the General Shen Yu. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans now pledge allegiance not only to the Hokage, but also to individuals. Moreover, Orochimaru was also present, which complicated his feelings. Orochimaru's gaze toward him was filled with mockery, as if to say, "Old man, I'm back, and I'm part of Konoha's high ranks. Your darkness is what I will expose." He hadn't intended to come. He even passed the clan leader position to his eldest son, Sarutobi Shino, thinking it would be nice to stay home with Konohamaru. What was there to go out for? His reputation wasn't particularly good anywhere, and he had experienced how Danzo felt. Now, even if something significant happened, he no longer had a solid foundation to return to the field. The Sarutobi clan had completely declined, and the disgraceful result of Sarutobi Koharu had removed her from the historical stage. Danzo died early, and Mito Menyen was no longer on the same path as him. He chuckled. He hadn't realized how honest, loyal, and diligent Mito Menyen was. Thankfully, in the history books, Shen Yu did not negate his contributions, which preserve his last bit of dignity. But since Shen Yu specifically called him to attend, it was clear that he had his eyes on this old bone of his. Well, He had a chance to leave behind a better legacy. So he chose to remain silent and obey. He had already fallen behind the times. Having read so many books recently, he increasingly felt like a product of the old era, but it had only been less than 5 years. In just 5 years, Konoha had become so powerful. In 5 years, he couldn't understand any of Konoha's policies. In 5 years, Konoha had even taken the initiative to strike back. He felt pride for Konoha and questioned his past. The name of a ninja hero, was it a hero or a bear? After Rikuju finished explaining, he turned and sat down. The middle-ranking Kisame couldn't help but chuckle. Lord, WithMangekyo dares not enter the river country, and took a long detour to the land of grass. They must have learned their lesson. The upper-ranking Kabuto agreed with a smile, as he was one of those who knew the most about Shen Yu's plans and did not take WithMangekyo seriously. Having returned from the Dragon Cave, he had mastered Sage Mode. And now he was appearing as Yakushi Kabuto, Sage Mode, aspiring to become the Kong Ming of the ninja world. Lord, I will attack the Land of Waves. It would be great to fight against the Mist Ninjas, Zabuza hurriedly requested. He knew that although he might not become the leader with his strength, he could still be a small leader. Lord, I want to go too. Let me go. If I don't succeed, I want to come back. Kisame didn't want to fall behind either. He was willing to fight the Mist Ninjas, confident in the ocean. Zabuza coldly looked at Kisame. Competing with me again? When I'm stronger than you, I'll beat you every day until your mother doesn't recognize you. For now, he chose to endure and avoid confrontation. Lord, Yakushi Kabuto is ready to go. Hokage-sama, the Umbu has prepared everything. My lord, the assembly order list has been written. Seeing the young people eager to fight, Uchiha Fugaku was anxious that his 2 young sons were not speaking. What were Uchiha Itachi and Shursui doing? This was the time to make achievements, yet they were silent. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha Police Department is also ready. A group of people had no worries about war in their eyes, only desire. And this was the case from top to bottom. After 5 years of preparation, today's propaganda finally bore fruit. Shen Yu raised his head, and an indescribable pressure came upon him. Everyone instantly fell silent and looked at Shen Yu, and the once slightly noisy conference room became solemn and serious. Usually mild-mannered and agreeable, at critical moments, no one dared hold back. This time, the enemy was not strong. All guiding jonin should pay attention to lead their subordinates. Yes, in a land of waves, Kakashi Hitaki is in charge. Zabuza Momochi and Ibiki Marino will assist you in killing Kato, while Zabuza will be responsible for the subsequent defense of the Land of Waves to ensure the safety of Konoha there. In the Land of Rice, Orochimaru, you are in charge of eliminating the Cloud Ninja and consolidating the Rice Ninja. I'll have Ino and Shursui help you with the follow-up. In the Land of Grass, Kabuto will take the lead. Additionally, Itachi, Guy, Shizune, and Marisuke will assist you. Also, I will assign other people and teams to go. This time it will be a long-term deployment. Understood? Yes. The few people who were named stood up and nodded in agreement. Shizune clenched her fists. For Shino, she had to work hard too. As a member of the transparent clan of Konoha, she had previously entered the medical department and the police department, and now with Shino, she felt that her progress was rapid, making it somewhat unreal. Shino is now a disciple of the Hokage's wife, and she too is being valued. So she must work hard. She couldn't let the Hokage down. Kakashi Hitaki and Kabuto were not surprising to be named, but Orochimaru's mention surprised everyone present. It seems Orochimaru is quite to the liking of the Hokage. Orochimaru licked his lips. He was actually being valued again. The Hokage's generosity was truly remarkable. So he would do his part, which could be considered a way to repay the Hokage. Seeing that everyone accepted the order, Kamizuki continued, Kakashi, this time your side has more students, but they are just wandering ninjas, and they also have their guiding jonin, so just pay extra attention. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will be careful. In that case, go down and prepare. Yes. Chapter 108. Mission. After the meeting, Kamizuki returned to the Hokage's office. Tsunade was lying inside, bored. And when she saw Kamizuki return, she immediately smiled and rushed over. You're back. Slow down, my dear aunt. Kamizuki carefully picked up Tsunade, touching foreheads with her, and then sat in a chair a few steps forward. Seeing Tsunade's belly slightly moving, Kamizuki's heart almost jumped out, regardless of whether it was big or small. Every movement made him want to cry. Hee, I know. Tsunade smiled unconsciously, lying in Kamizuki's arms, listening to his heart racing from nervousness. If you know, then be careful. People usually become more cautious as time goes on. Why are you becoming more relaxed? I'm just used to it. This time, are you going or not? Your students are inside. I won't go. I'll stay at home with you until the baby is born. As for Ino and the others, let Kurenai help me. And Kisame can also assist. All right, you decide. Tsunade touched her belly again. She could feel the fetal movements a few weeks ago, and now she was almost 6 months along. Do you think our child will inherit your wood release? Also the Rinnegan, Sharingan, fire release talent, Yang release talent, plus your generals. Kamizuki leaned close to Tsunade. Since Tsunade became pregnant, she had been sticking close to him. Of course, our child will have those abilities. Hearing Kamizuki's reassurance, Tsunade nodded. Whether or not they have those abilities doesn't matter. As long as they can grow up happily and safely, that's enough. I hope this child won't feel pressured like Shinjiro because of their father. Kamizuki silently hugged Tsunade tighter. In fact, the inheritance of talent came not only from him, but also from Tsunade. He had asked the system, and if their child really inherited his divine warrior physique, even if it was a regressed version, they would still be born with a protective spirit to guard them. As for the other talents, they would have to wait until the child was born to see. But as Tsunade said, with him around, the child only needed to focus on growing up safely and happily. Outside, classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 gathered again. Hey, everyone is here. Naruto scratched his head and walked into the training ground, a large area where their classes often came to practice. Ah, it's Naruto. Choji waved in response, and the others nodded in agreement. Sakura, Ino, and Hinata were huddled together whispering, but they often followed Sasuke. Sakura only really talked to Ino, while Karen and Hinata were not as lively. Naruto stood among the boys and asked Sasuke, Sasuke, where's Kakashi-sensei? He went to a meeting, not just Kakashi-sensei, but also the master, Kurenai-sensei, and Yamato-sensei are not here. I see. Shikamaru continued the conversation, talking to Sasuke and the others. Well, I see you all are well prepared. Are you ready? Oh, Shikamaru, do you have news? Everyone's gaze shifted to Shikamaru, who waved his hand and then shook the prepared scroll he had brought. Sasuke had already brought his sword, and everyone had their ninja tools and weapons on them, and their headbands were also worn on their heads. Although headbands are good, they aren't worn every day. Only during missions or special occasions are they worn, so some things could be seen. Moreover, Kurenai-sensei had told them to bring their ninja tools and similar items. After Shikamaru finished speaking, Ino raised her hand and continued, Yeah, Kurenai-sensei really did say that. So Kurenai-sensei meant that? Kiba looked puzzled and thoughtful, making Shino shake his head helplessly. Since Kurenai-sensei said that, we will definitely be going on a mission. But with Naruto's teacher, Kakashi Hitaki, and Gaara's teacher, Yamato, all gone, could it be something serious? Hey, Ino, didn't you all go to study with the Hokage? We did. But sometimes the teachers are busy, and we will be taught by Kurenai-sensei. Sometimes we also accompany Lady Tsunade and help the teachers. If Kurenai-sensei has something to do, we and Hinata will receive training from the Hokage's guards. That day, Uncle Jiku also came. What? Ino, I feel like you're showing off. Oh, stop it, Karen, itchy. Don't you also live with the Hokage? Karen and Ino started to mess around, with a helpless Hinata being pulled back and forth between the two. So exaggerated. Sakura felt a bit numb. All the strong figures mentioned made her wonder if this was necessary for a good teacher. Sakura felt mixed emotions. She turned to see that the others were not envious either. That made sense. Sai often saw the Hokage at the orphanage. And Karen and Naruto lived close to the Hokage's place in the Uchiha clan, while Sasuke was the Hokage's student. Gaara and the others, like Sai, could also see the Hokage often at the orphanage. It turned out that everyone had been together for so long, seemingly without any gaps, but in reality, they had so many differences behind the scenes. She wasn't pessimistic. Even if their identities were different, she could feel that everyone truly treated each other as friends. So why should she belittle herself? Being with Sasuke, having Kakashi as a teacher, and occasionally seeing the Hokage, she believed she could carve her own path. So do we just wait for news? Naruto asked. Gaara nodded. Let's wait for news. Since so many people went to the meeting, Yamato-sensei should be here soon. Everyone waited for a moment, but they didn't waste the time waiting. Sasuke began practicing his swordsmanship, and the others exchanged experiences and practiced what they were learning. Within an hour, a figure appeared in the distance, and everyone turned to look. Yamato's figure emerged. Everyone is here. That makes it convenient. Yamato-sensei. Sai. Yamato smiled and patted Sai on the shoulder, while Ino eagerly asked, Yamato-sensei, where's our red sensei? The others also turned their gazes towards Yamato, wanting to know what had happened. Everyone, gather your things, prepare your ninja tools and scrolls. We will meet at the Eastern Ninja Gathering Point in half an hour, where your respective guiding jonin will take you on missions. Gaara, Sai, and Karen, you will come with me. Red-sama and Kakashi-sensei will meet you there. Yes. Finally, a mission. Naruto waved his hand, only to be elbowed by Sasuke with the hilt of his sword. Stop shouting and get moving. Shikamaru and the others have already left. After saying that, Sasuke and Sakura sprinted away. Naruto glanced around and found himself alone in an instant, so he took off running as well. Wait for me. Chapter 109. Border the land of waves, count the numbers. Leader, Red-sama. Everyone is here. Kakashi looked at Red, who nodded. Kakashi no longer hesitated and waved his hand to give the order. Let's go. Hundreds of ninjas rushed eastward, with reconnaissance ninjas from the Hyuga clan leading the way, followed by the guiding Jonin teaching their small teams. Naruto stared blankly at Kakashi, who looked back at him with a strange expression. Naruto, what's wrong? Just now, Kakashi-sensei really gave an order like a boss. Naruto mimicked Kakashi's grand gesture, as if commanding hundreds of ninjas to move. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. One idiot. Sasuke rolled his eyes. It's not just about being impressive. There's also responsibility. Naruto wanted to retort after being called an idiot, but Sasuke interrupted him again. Kakashi-sensei, what's the mission this time? Finally someone remembers to ask me, Kakashi replied. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, if we don't ask you, are you not going to tell us? Sakura shot back. Kakashi knew there was no malice in her words and smiled before introducing the mission. Due to the influx of drugs and contraband from the land of waves into Konoha, which is secretly linked to the Mist Village, Konoha has suffered losses and is severely threatened. Our goal is to eliminate the leader of that multinational corporation, Kato, and establish a military presence to guard against the land of water, preventing them from causing damage on our territory. Kato, for the land of waves. Isn't that too many ninjas? Don't underestimate the enemy. The land of waves has mist ninjas lurking and many rogue ninjas. Moreover, I won't intervene. You'll be free to act. Naruto was somewhat confused and paused on a tree branch. Kakashi-sensei, you won't intervene? That depends on whether there's anything worth my intervention. Alright, this mission includes traveling, mapping, combat, and submitting mission reports, etc. As for who will do what, you will discuss it among yourselves. If you don't meet the standards, I'll take your forehead protectors. Hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke tightened his grip on his sword Inma. It was clear that this was a training exercise for them, and the beginning of making a name for themselves. I can't let the senseis down. At the front of the team, Red led Team 8 and Team 10, personally instructing them. Zabuza stood by, acting as a bodyguard to ensure their safety. Watching Red teach the 6 young ninjas, Zabuza felt a chill at his neck and touched it. If something goes wrong, I'll be the one to pay the price. Hinata, allocate chakra and stamina wisely, ensuring the Byakugan can be used effectively. Shino, you're responsible for reconnaissance in the 2nd tier. Once Hinata spots the enemy, your parasites should take over the battlefield. Kiba, pay attention to the scent distribution. Akamaru, you must react quickly to any danger. After finishing, Red turned to Team 10, consisting of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Originally, Red wanted Kisame to assist, but she didn't let him come, as someone needed to be close to take orders. And Kisame was already familiar with it. You 3 will temporarily act alongside Hinata's team. From now on, Shikamaru will take command. I want to see your teamwork, understood? Yes. The 6 young ninjas responded in unison. Red nodded and stepped aside. 2 female Uchiha ninjas followed her. They were Red's capable subordinates. Red-sama, Red-sama. Ino said she also wants to train her students. Is that so? I'll mention it to you later. Red smiled at the somewhat embarrassed Ino. There's a prerequisite, though. Ino is currently only an elite chunin. You need to reach Jonin status like you as soon as possible. Don't worry, Red-sama, I'll work hard. Red turned her attention back to the lower ninjas who were on the move. Shikamaru was doing a great job with spacing and positioning. Everything was in order, which put her at ease. I miss you and Tsunade already. In the past, she could see them whenever she wanted, but it had been a long time since she was out. Now, she finally understood what it meant to feel like time apart was like a season of separation. Red touched the warmth of the fire element ring on her hand, while you felt the heat dissipating from his ring. Looks like he still thinks about me. Get things done quickly and get home soon. The Land of Waves is located in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, facing the Land of Fire across the sea and flanked by the Land of Water. This place is quite important, with some ninjas from the Cloud and Mist Station there. Compared to the Cloud, there are more Mist ninjas. Sometimes it serves as a transit point for Mist ninjas attacking Konoha. But the Mist has not occupied the Land of Waves. Kato runs his shipping company there. Although it's called a shipping company, it's actually involved in drug smuggling and trafficking contraband, attempting to invade other companies and countries. He was also puzzled. Does this guy really want to invade other countries? Isn't that just asking for trouble? One person uses wealth and violence to control all maritime transportation in the land of waves, becoming a wealthy magnate in the ninja world. You didn't plan to let this opportunity slip by, with Kato smuggling drugs into the land of fire and colluding with mist ninjas to wage war on Konoha, disrupting Konoha's maritime trade and harming the people of the land of waves as an excuse. They aim to eliminate Kato and establish a military presence in the land of waves. As for the truth of the excuse, whether real or not, it had to be treated as real. After all, weren't the people of the land of waves indeed living in dire straits? Kakashi led the ninjas after several breaks and approached the border of the land of fire by midday the next day. During the break, Kakashi, Red, Zabuza, and Yamato reconfirmed the specific procedures. After crossing the river, we will first occupy several docks, then directly eliminate Kato and his men and clean up the company personnel. At that time, Yamato, you will be responsible for constructing the bridges on both sides of the land of waves. Leave it to me. I'm the second-in-command architect of Konoha. Yamato patted his chest confidently. Not just the bridges. The distance across the sea between the land of fire and the land of waves isn't far. It takes only 2 hours by boat. You also need to build a bridge for easier deployment. Okay, I understand. Kakashi then turned to Zabuza. Zabuza, after the mission is completed, the Cloud and Mist ninjas will definitely send people to investigate the situation. That will be your responsibility. A portion of ninjas in the team will be assigned to follow your orders for the follow-up. Yeah, I won't let a single Cloud or Mist ninja through. I'll stake my reputation as the demon of the mist on it. Don't push yourself too hard. If there's a problem, seek help from Ibiki-sensei, who is stationed at the border. All right, I get it. According to Zabuza's usual character, he would be quite impatient. But the experiences of these past years had taught him that he needed to maintain respect until he could overpower the enemy. Zabuza has been looking for fights again, and he has been defeated by a dozen people back and forth, which is quite honest of him. If he can't win in Konoha, at least he can handle the rookies in the Mist Village. Since that's the case, the ships are ready. Boarding the ship, they will enter the land of waves in 10 minutes. Chapter 1, 10 Land of Waves Excited. That is the thought of the lower ninjas who participated in almost all the missions this time. Naruto on the ship has stopped making noise, constantly looking around. Sasuke tightly grips his sword, occasionally drawing it out to familiarize himself with the feeling. After disembarking, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura follow the group straight to Kato's shipping company. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I understand. On the other side, Hong also informs Hinata that they will directly attack Kato, and other docks will naturally be occupied by others. On the coast of the land of waves, Kato's rogue ninjas and wandering ninjas guard the docks. Weak citizens of the land of waves toil desperately at the docks, and those ninjas don't value their lives. If they don't work hard, they get beaten, and being whipped is considered mild. It's not uncommon for them to be killed outright. 2 rogue ninjas from a mist village stand by the docks, watching the citizens of the land of waves work. The pursuit of rogue ninjas by the mist village can be seen from Zabuza and his group. A village that has already inflicted many wounds upon itself has weakened its military power to the extreme, not to mention that the mist ninjas have been provoking war, being slaughtered batch after batch by the likes of Suigetsu and the others. Coupled with the cover from Kato and the land of waves, they are truly rampant. Life outside the mist village isn't bad, and the feeling of controlling others' lives is even better. Ah, is that what you mean? A rogue ninja lightly drags his knife across a person's body, blood oozing and soaking through their thin clothing. The person's eyes are filled with fear, too afraid to cry out in pain, and they drop to their knees, constantly begging for mercy. How boring. You don't even dare to resist. You can't even show a look of indignation. It's really not interesting. The rogue ninja from the mist kicks away the injured citizen of the land of waves, showing a look of disinterest, then turns his gaze to the sea, licking the blood off the tip of his blade. I still somewhat miss the days of licking blood off the blade. Well, as you wish. A ninja knife pierced through the body of the rogue ninja from the mist from behind. The rogue ninja turns around, realizing it's one of his own comrades, confused. Why? I'm really sorry, that person is long gone. The comrade cancels his transformation technique, revealing another face. You are just an ordinary Konoha ninja. Kamizuki Izumi pulls out his blade, and the rogue ninja from the mist collapses. As a colleague of Marino Ibiki, Kamizuki Izumi is responsible for intelligence infiltration against the mist ninjas. After receiving the message from Kakashi and the others today, He immediately set out and found the opportunity to eliminate several ninjas at this dock. Although Kato recruits a good number of ninjas, their strength cannot be considered too strong. After all, what cards can Kato play? The Hokage sent so many lower ninjas here to gain experience, which is fine. Thinking this, Kamizuki Izumi gazes out at the sea. The time should be about right. Ah, here they come. The ships appear, and the Konoha J-Nin, led by Kakashi, have already arrived at the scene. Stepping on the water's surface, Izumi, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi nods, turns to Zabuza, who understands the signal, and leads some Konoha ninjas to disperse and take control of other regions in the Land of Waves. As for the base where Kato is located, it will be left to Kakashi and the other J-Nin to guide their students in practice. Yamato, lead the team forward. Yes. Yamato waves his hand, leading his class to charge ahead, with the others following suit, unwilling to be left behind. Kato's shipping company. A short and stout man is sitting at the top, flipping through his account books, with several fierce-looking ninjas guarding below. This short man is Kato, who 2 years later will obstruct the bridge construction by Tizuna, which will be named the Naruto Bridge. Kato, wearing glasses, puts his short legs on the table. As expected, this is the quickest way to make money. Free labor, monopolized business, and illicit goods that can't be displayed, which are all high profits. I just need to recruit some ninjas. What can ordinary people do to me? Ha 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 ha. Kato lies back in his chair, closing his eyes, fantasizing about his business expanding, invading other countries, and ultimately establishing a nation of his own. Little does he know, danger is already approaching from outside. It's noon, and the sun is blazing hot. The ninjas are unwilling to endure such hardship for no reason, except for some rogue ninjas who still maintain their daily training. Many wandering ninjas no longer practice regularly, focusing instead on enjoying their power. And this has become one of the reasons for their untimely deaths. Under the scorching sun, Konoha's ninjas swiftly harvest the lives of Kato as subordinates. Inside the front room, there are 3 ninjas. Hinata reports the situation, and Shino-S parasites have already flown out. Now the noise is too loud. They have already reacted. Then let us take action. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji exchange glances, and several of them simultaneously pull out kunai with explosive tags attached, throwing them to shatter the glass and cause an explosion in the room. This explosion seems to act as a signal flare, with explosions occurring one after another near Kato's company. Kato, sitting in his office, is jolted awake, looking nervously at the ninjas below. What happened? Is there an enemy attack? The ninjas below exchange bewildered glances, and a rogue ninja from the mist steps forward to explain the situation to his boss. Lord Kato, our men have gone out to check. Results should come soon. We have plenty of ninjas outside. It shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing this, Kato regains his composure. Right? I have many ninjas under me, including several rogue J-Nin who have defected from the Mist Village. There's no need to worry too much. But then the office door bursts open, and the news that comes and makes him feel like he's fallen into an ice cave. Bang! Lord Kato, it's Konoha ninjas. Nanny? On the other side, Team 9 is engaged in battle with the enemy. We have to charge in. Gaara's sand defense blocks the attacks from Kato's ninjas, leaving the enemy ninjas confused. This sand can actually block a ninja blade? This is not surprising. This technique can withstand Sasuke's Chidori and Lee's 8 Gates attack. The sand covers the enemy ninja's body, and as the ninja tries to pull out his blade, that very action prevents him from escaping. Sand burial. The quicksand gathers together, entering through the 5 holes of the enemy ninja, instantly burying and killing him. Gaara, be careful. Temari's voice calls out, and Gaara turns to look. 2 enemy ninjas form hand seals and unleash a water technique, the highly compressed water stream rushing toward him like bullets. Gaara understands that they want to use water to penetrate the sand and increase its weight. But clearly, the enemy underestimated his sand defense. Increase the sand's weight? This kind of water technique doesn't qualify to make me absorb water with sand to reduce its power. Thus, under Gaara's control, the density of the sand increases, blocking the attack. Super Beast Imitation Painting. Fierce Tiger. Sai injects chakra into his brush, drawing a tiger shape on the paper, and a tiger jumps out, charging towards the enemy ninja at his command. What is this? How is it possible? Where did this tiger come from? Don't worry about so much, just kill them. Can 3 young boys really kill us? After saying that, an enemy ninja rushed forward with a kunai in hand. Gaara pushed forward. The enemy ninja couldn't break through his defense, but Gaara could attack recklessly. Leaf Village Whirlwind. With one kick, the enemy ninja couldn't dodge and was hit, leaving a dent in the spot where he was struck. The enemy ninja behind began to form hand seals to release ninjutsu, but was interrupted by Sai. Ink flow. Sai infused chakra into the ink and shot it out like bullets to attack the enemy. The ninja didn't give up on forming seals and jumped to evade the ink bullets. Ink clone. Sai created ink clones that charged at the enemy ninja along with his main body, but the enemy ninja had already prepared their jutsu. Water release. Water bullet technique. A high-pressure water cannon came, scattering the ink clones, and Sai had to retreat, but someone had already reached his side. Huh, when did that happen? Kinshiki kicked down from above, hitting the enemy ninja who was spitting out saliva, causing his neck to twist and fall dead on the spot, unable to stand up again. Meanwhile, on Gaara's side, the corpse of the enemy ninja lay on the ground, with sand flowing back to Gaara's side in dense streams. The three regrouped, and Sai spoke first. So, do we need a rest? No need, my chakra is still sufficient, and it's a race. I don't want to be outdone by Naruto and the others. Kinshiki grinned and grabbed the shoulders of the two. Gaara is right. I also don't want to lose to Ino and the others. I will supply you with chakra. Then let us go. Gaara secretly smiled and walked in front with his big gourd, but he suddenly looked at the wall on the right. The sound of an explosion came, and the wall was broken open, with two ninja corpses flying out. Naruto maintained a forward-facing palm gesture, and Sasuke and the others stood behind him, with dozens of enemy ninja corpses lying on the ground. Further back, the Leaf Ninja had broken through the blockade and were gathering towards this side. Hey Gaara, do you want to walk in front of me too? I want to lose to your big gourd. Then catch up to me first. Sai skillfully drew an eagle, carrying Kinshiki to keep up with Gaara's pace. Hey, riding an eagle is a bit too much. Naruto jumped in place, while Sasuke and Shikamaru shook their heads and moved forward with the other strong ones. Here we go again, wait for me. Naruto frantically chased from the back of the group, while Kakashi and the others on the building smiled at this scene. The essence of this mission was to train Naruto and his peers, but there are many ways to train, including border patrols and counter-espionage. Ultimately, they had caught up at the time, seen many things, and the methods of tempering were even better. Kakashi-senpai, how are my students doing? 3 people, 3 ch. Dealt with it neatly. Facing Yamato's bragging, Kakashi was unwilling to back down. My students aren't bad either. Sasuke has already mastered Chidori, and Naruto took down 2 ch with Rasengan with ease. Which underclassman is that powerful? Gaara didn't even use his full strength. And Kinshiki hasn't used any sealing techniques yet. If you say that, then Naruto also has the Nine Tails, and Sasuke has the summoning technique from a Hokage. Hong watched the two tease each other and secretly thought about her own students. My 8th squad relies on me to locate enemies, while Naruto can hit thanks to my 10th squad, whose students are weak. But she didn't participate in the teasing. Instead, she said to the two, since the ch exams can no longer test them, ISNT, there's still a few j at Kado? Lady Hong, ISNT that a bit too forward? Yamato was somewhat uneasy. After all, the students were all underclassmen. Naruto and Sasuke. What is wrong with underclassmen? Underclassmen can save the ninja world. No, with us around, they want to be harmed. Let them try it out. Kakashi's lazy tone revealed confidence. Ever since the god of rain restored his spirit, his strength hadn't stagnated. Seeing Kakashi so calm, Yamato accepted the proposal and followed, ready to protect the students at any time. Hong and Kakashi followed as well, with several leaf ninjas accompanying them to help divide the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kato and the company had completely panicked, packing his precious items and trying to escape. This can't be lost. That can't be lost. This must be brought. And this too. Oh my god. Why is the Leaf Village coming to mess with me? I didn't smuggle anything from the Leaf. And what the nobles of the Land of Fire want has nothing to do with you, Leaf. After packing for a long time, without getting ready, Kato became increasingly anxious, and the sound from outside grew closer, making him more frantic. When the explosion sound came from downstairs, he knew he couldn't escape anymore. 3 j under Kato were gathered together. 2 of them were defectors from the Mist Village, and 1 was a rogue ninja claiming to be a j but was also at the bottom. Damn it. If you want to kill, then kill. If you're not going to fight, what are you doing? Damn Leaf. One of the Mist Ninja defectors kept cursing the Leaf, while another picked up a scratched Mist Village forehead protector and examined it. If my village were that good, who would betray and escape from the village that raised me? What time is it now? Still feeling sorry for myself. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck, causing one of the Mist Ninjas, holding a ninja sword, to block it. The slight paralysis from the current didn't affect him much, but he was surprised to see that there was already a notch on his ninja sword. indicating that this boy's sword was not simple. Sasuke swung his sword, causing the flames on Enchanted Fong to spread out in a fireball shape toward the Mist Ninja. As a J-nin, the Mist Ninja was no pushover. He swung his sword several times to break all the fireballs. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water barrier. The fireball's momentum was blocked, and the other two J-nin reacted, feeling furious that they were being treated as training partners. Training partners? Then let us leave all of you behind. The two held kunai and planned to attack Sasuke together, but dozens of kunai fell, temporarily blocking their path. Figures began to appear behind Sasuke. Naruto, Gaara, Shikamaru, Choji, and other strong ones were watching the three from various heights. Gaara's eyes moved left and right, coldly staring at the three. 3 J-nin. Sasuke has already taken one down. It seems that it's not enough to share. TC, if you want to use us as stepping stones, you better see if you have that ability. The 3 J-nin leaned forward, preparing to attack. Gaara, Sasuke, and Naruto stood in front as the strongest three among their respective squads, naturally shouldering the flag. All right, looks like we're going to fight side by side again. Naruto clapped his palms together. As the son of the Hokage, and having been taught by his Hokage brother since childhood, he certainly wouldn't tarnish the reputation of his elders. Stop whining. 2 Naruto suddenly sulked, looking just like Senju Hashirama when he was downcast. Meanwhile, Gaara's sand was restless, as if it would rush toward the enemy and bury them on the spot at any moment. Sasuke tightened his grip on Enchanted Fong. The blue lightning and red flames intertwining, exuding a powerful aura. Shikamaru and the others were also ready to attack, but before that, Naruto wanted to test the difference with the J-nin. Restored to his state, Naruto widened his eyes. So, are you ready? Go. Chapter 111. Complete victory. Sasuke faced off against the Mist Ninja Defector with a sword, while Gaara faced another Mist Ninja Defector, leaving the last one to Naruto. During the battle, the three slightly opened up the distance to avoid sudden cross attacks. This also aligns with the thoughts of the 3 enemy ninjas. They noticed that the 3 boys in front of them wanted to fight one-on-one. If they got too close, the other boys might not be able to resist attacking. Keeping a little distance would confuse them about who to support, but not too far, so they could quickly gather in case of any changes. Sasuke faced off against the armed rogue Mist Ninja. Sasuke aimed for the enemy's vital points, but as a Jonin, the Mist Ninja had his own set of sword skills. Although Sasuke's swordsmanship was sharp and skilled, his timing and the variation of his moves appeared somewhat immature, while the Mist Ninja's sword techniques were simple and effective, honed from countless battles. At first, the Mist Ninja had the upper hand against Sasuke, but gradually his advantage was quickly neutralized. Sasuke had learned techniques from the Uchiha swordsmanship, the Konoha swordsmanship, and the swordsmanship of Shen Yu. The Mist Ninja's sword techniques were merely a simplified curriculum from the Mist Village, supplemented by his own combat experiences. The Uchiha swordsmanship had been passed down for hundreds of years, while the Konoha swordsmanship was created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and Shen Yu had over a decade of immersion in swordsmanship. Using these techniques, as Sasuke began to unleash his own shadow, the reality of him gradually being overpowered became apparent. Bang! The Mist Ninja's heart raced with increasing shock. This guy's swordsmanship was becoming more fluid, and he couldn't continue like this. However, Sasuke was getting more and more into it, and the natural combativeness possessed by most members of the Uchiha clan began to manifest in him. Lightning. Sasuke leaned in and charged up, the lightning attribute chakra crackling on his enchanted blade, which was already exceptionally sharp. With the addition of the lightning release, combined with Sasuke's buildup of power, he swung his sword with such speed that the Mist Ninja had no choice but to raise his sword horizontally to block the attack. However, the quality of his ninja blade had already suffered from previous battles, and Sasuke's strike shattered it. The Mist Ninja, frightened, pushed the enchanted blade away using the handle, but Sasuke's horizontal slash was much stronger than his frantic defense. Bang! The place where the Mist Ninja had been standing was replaced by a wooden post, the upper half of which was sent flying. Substitution jutsu? Sasuke placed his sword across his body to prevent an attack, his gaze once again searching for the enemy. The Mist Ninja was already sweating profusely, his broken blade left behind with no need to retrieve it, especially since Sasuke was rushing toward him. Damn, brat, your swordsmanship is indeed sharp, but after such a long battle, your chakra must be greatly depleted, right? Then, water release, water bullets. Several water cannons came rushing in. Sasuke, empowered by lightning, dodged continuously, but he sensed something was off. These water cannons were intentionally forcing him into a corner. What is this? Kid, you can't escape now. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The mist ninja poured nearly all his chakra into summoning a thick water dragon that soared into the air. Sasuke tried to evade, but the water dragon's massive attack range and tracking made it impossible to escape. Since he couldn't dodge, he decided not to. A smile crept onto Sasuke's face. Yes, his chakra amount was average, but that depends on who you're comparing with. With the Uchiha bloodline, his nearly 12-year-old chakra was not small. Moreover, he could borrow. Is this your final strike? Really, is this all you can do? Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique, Fire King, assist me. A vortex spun behind Sasuke, summoning a fire elemental creature, its body larger than Sasuke's, with flames reaching 10 meters high, flickering and forming intense heat. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Under Sasuke's guidance and chakra infusion, several giant dragons surged up to combine with the water dragon, forcefully shattering it, with water crashing down and fog enveloping the area. What? The mist ninja gasped for breath, shock written all over his face. What was that fire behind him, right? The Konoha Hokage Uchiha Shen Yu had used a similar summoning technique on the battlefield against the lightning and earth nations. It was probably that. This little guy in front of him might just be a young genius of the Uchiha clan. No way. If he really is a genius of the Uchiha clan, how could the ninjas of Konoha let him go unchecked? Don't they fear the Hokage's reprimand? I can't fight anymore. I have to run. The rising fog gave him a glimmer of hope for cover. I'll run first, then use the mist concealment technique. Making up his mind, the mist ninja quickly dashed out into the fog. The guy in front of me hasn't used the Sharingan. He must be too young and hasn't. Hey, you're running away just like that? What about your dignity as a jonin? Hearing that voice, the mist ninja felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. When he saw Sasuke's two-tomo Sharingan, he already knew his death was imminent. His chakra was nearly depleted. He had lost his ninja blade, and his tool pouch was empty. The outcome was clear. But why? Anger surged within him. Why? Why didn't you use the Sharingan before? You don't deserve it. The enchanted blade swept across, and blood marks appeared on his neck. The rogue ninja's body fell to the ground. Sasuke glanced at the blood on the enchanted blade, flames igniting on the sword, burning away the dirt. Naruto, Gaara, I've already reached the other side. Gaara was facing another mist ninja rogue. Unlike Sasuke's battle, Gaara's control over sand made his opponent curse. The mist ninja threw a flurry of shurikens at Gaara, then charged in with a kunai. But Gaara would not let him approach that easily. Teacher Yamato and his friends Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy are all jonin. Their strength is formidable. This mist ninja is also a jonin, so I should be cautious. After all, Yamato's would release often managed to break through sand, and he only had one life, so it was best to be careful. However, Gaara overlooked one thing. There are differences even among jonin. Gaara straightened his right arm, his palms slightly curved. Sand shuriken. Shurikens made of swirling sand flew out, intercepting all the kunai aimed at him. But that wasn't enough. The mist ninja was still charging toward him. Gaara raised his left arm again, his palm slightly curved. Sand rain. Gaara spread the sand into the air, then concentrated it to lock onto the mist ninja, causing it to rain down continuously. The mist ninja did not stop, dodging while continuing to rush toward Gaara. The quicksand repeatedly striking the ground and forming pits. Despite his constant evasion, he eventually got close to Gaara. The mist ninja revealed a cruel smile. Daring to get close to him? Then, what? The mist ninja showed a look of astonishment. His kunai was stuck in a shield made of sand, and his right hand was also trapped inside. He tried to pull his hand out, but it wouldn't budge, and he felt his feet were wrapped in quicksand. Is it the falling sand from earlier? Very few people can break through my sand shield. At least you can't. Besides, it seems you can't use ninjutsu now. Gaara slightly raised his head, his eyes coldly watching the now panicked mist ninja. Damn it, I can't pull it out. The mist ninja struggled incessantly, using his remaining hand to draw a kunai for a long-range attack. But it was all blocked by the sand shield. With a determined heart, he swung the kunai in his left hand toward his right hand, cutting it off to free himself. Gaara was somewhat taken aback. How could he be so ruthless to himself? Even if he could escape without one hand, how could he use ninjutsu? Can you form hand seals with one hand? Moreover, your legs are already trapped in quicksand. Even if you were to cut them off, can I, Gaara, let you go? But for the rogue mist ninja, it's like encountering a cup of poison in the desert, knowing it's toxic, yet having no choice but to drink. Your actions have touched me, and I will allow you to leave more quickly. Sand coffin. The sand that forms the shield of sand, the falling sand, the sand shurikens, and the newly emerged sand from the gourd wrapped around the rogue mist ninja, the immense pressure causing him great pain. However, the quicksand entering his mouth only allows him to make muffled sounds, which are further muffled by the thick sand. No one hears him. Sand funeral. Greater pressure builds within the sand coffin, instantly stilling the flowing quicksand, bringing it back to my side. This ninja, who didn't even have a chance to use his jutsu, has met his end without even touching the hem of my clothing. That was resolved quickly. Naruto and Sasuke should still be fighting, right? Let Naruto witness my strength. Following Sasuke all day long is less impressive than competing with me. The ninja Naruto faced was not a rogue mist ninja, but a wandering ninja from a small village with a mixed skill set. Naruto first engaged the enemy ninja in close combat, leaving footprints on each other's clothing after several exchanges. Subsequently, Naruto used momentum to roll backward, landing on top of a building, and began forming hand seals. The enemy ninja would not let Naruto form his seals unimpeded, spinning a kunai on his fingers. He activated body flicker technique to quickly close the distance. Naruto dodged the kunai's slash at an angle and retreated a few steps. Multiple shadow clone technique. Hundreds of Narutos appeared, leaving the enemy ninja dumbfounded. Is this shadow clone technique? How can a boy who looks to be just over 10 years old create so many clones? What is his chakra capacity? Is he even human? The noise generated by the crowd of Narutos made the enemy ninja furrow his brows uncontrollably. We're in. Charge. Don't hesitate, all together. For the leaf. The enemy ninja continuously repelled or killed the incoming shadow clones, but prolonged fighting quickly drained his stamina. His eyes scanned the hundreds of Narutos. That little brat's real body is here. Some are retreating, but could also be a diversion. No, this kid's taijutsu is quite good. He's consistently wearing me down. I need to break the deadlock. The enemy ninja spun in place, kicking away an advancing Naruto clone. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A strong wind blew, sending nearby Narutos flying, and the force of the wind caused scratches on Naruto's body, even severing the carotid artery of the one in front. After clearing some space, he continued to use wind release. Wind release. Vacuum wave. A massive ball of wind shot from the enemy ninja's mouth towards the surrounding Narutos, consuming a significant amount of chakra and finally clearing a number of them away. Damn it. Who can't use wind release? Watch closely. Wind release. Wind blade. Numerous wind blades formed a small tornado at the center, forcing the enemy ninja to use earth release to create a circular barrier around him to defend against the wind blades. Inside the circular earthen wall, the enemy ninja kept cursing Naruto's chakra capacity. With so many shadow clones and wind techniques, hasn't he run out yet? I've used a vacuum wave and consumed a lot of chakra. This little brat is simply endless. No, I need to attack his real body directly. If that doesn't work, I'll run. The wind blades outside stopped attacking, and his hand seals were complete. This was the only advanced jutsu he had mastered. Earth release. Rock lodging collapse. The tall buildings and rocks on both sides collapsed with a thunderous sound, clearing many of Naruto's shadow clones, some of which instinctively moved closer to the real body. Found you. Earth flow spear. Frustrated that he had been discovered, Naruto dodged the spikes that emerged from the ground. But the enemy ninja was already approaching him with a fist wrapped in rock. Damn brat, my chakra is almost gone. Let this genius accompany me back to the Pure Land. He never intended to escape. Would the leaf ninjas let him go? Impossible. It would be better to kill a genius and make them regret it. A punch landed on Naruto, but found no real body. Just as he was puzzled, he heard Naruto's voice. The Hokage said to replace when needed. Do you want to hit me? Turning around, two Narutos came charging with a glowing sphere. Super high-level jutsu. Let me show you my father's jutsu. Rasen Shuriken. Bang. The Rasen Shuriken hit the enemy ninja squarely, causing an explosion that split his body apart, sending debris from the walls flying everywhere. Done. My Naruto is truly destined to become Hokage, defeating a Jonin. Naruto, hands on his hips, laughed at the sky. Sasuke and Gaara must not have. Hey Naruto, what are you laughing about? Nanny? Naruto looked toward the source of the voice, where two figures stood on the wall. Sasuke, Gaara, when did you guys arrive? How could it be so fast? TCH, there are more than just you who are powerful. Are you surprised? Let us go find Sai and Karen. Gaara stood up just as his companions arrived. You guys really defeated a Jonin, Suigetsu. Sakura overpraises. It was just a piece of cake. Sasuke, you weren't hurt, right? Naruto. Naruto instantly felt cold, exaggeratedly lowering his head and drawing circles. No injuries. After Sasuke replied to Sakura, Gaara patted Naruto's shoulder. This guy, as soon as he sees Sakura, becomes immobile and still needs others to comfort him. What? Gaara. Hey Sai, where did you guys go? Yamato-sensei said that Lady Tsunade and the others were watching over you. We teamed up to fight others. Now, Kato from the Land of Waves has been captured and brought back to the Leaf for interrogation. The Land of Waves has already been occupied by us, and the mission is complete. That's good. The three of them relaxed, and Naruto smacked his lips, thinking of another idea. So what should we do now? Wait for orders. Return to the village. As Sasuke, why are you in such a hurry to go home? Missing your mom and dad? Naruto teased Sasuke with an abstract expression, and Sasuke punched him. Idiot, the sensei is about to give birth. I need to go back and protect her. I can't let my little brothers and sisters get hurt. Baka, let me do it. Naruto, do you want to fight? Sasuke's not backing down. Come at me. Everyone watched the two argue, helplessly rubbing their foreheads, while Shikamaru and the others pondered that Lady Hokage, Hokage-sensei, Tsunade was about to give birth, and they should be by her side as well. Oi, Captain Kakashi, how is my guard doing? Not bad, but I have too. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, causing Yamato's smiling face to twitch a few times again, then turned to Yugao. Yugao, the next task. Kakashi, Yamato, let us finalize the appointments for Zabuza and the Land of Waves. Then we'll wrap up and head back. I'll report the youngster's performance to Tsunade, and we'll see if we can get the rewards and Chunin headband approved. All right, Yugao. Yes, Lady Yugao. After that, the Land of Waves no longer existed in the ninja world. Only the Leaf S-Wave district remained. What? You say why? The people of the Land of Waves are willing to join Konoha. The very few who are unwilling have already been dealt with. The persecution of the Land of Fire by the Land of Waves poses a threat to the safety of Konoha, which justifies self-defense and punishment. Most importantly, it is about strength. The gratitude of the Konoha Hokage is something the villagers of the Land of Waves can never repay. Chapter 112. The Land of Rice compared to the Land of Waves. The Land of Rice has no power to resist Konoha at all. Before Orochimaru's arrival, there were no hidden villages. Only a greedy daimyo of the Land of Rice barely ruled over the commoners here. However, due to its proximity to the Land of Fire, it became a place where Cloud Village sent spies and established bases. After the incident where Hinata was captured for the second time, Kamiya led a team to eliminate the Cloud Ninja in the northern Land of Rice and the Land of Hot Water, bringing stability for a period of time. But now, the changing situation in the ninja world has led Cloud Village to once again send ninja spies into the Land of Rice. And Orochimaru's purpose for this trip is to clear out the Cloud Ninja. As long as the Land of Rice is occupied, it can sever the land connection between Rock Village and Cloud Village, preventing them from communicating and responding in a timely manner. In a certain base of the Cloud Ninja in the Land of Rice, no Cloud Ninja managed to escape under the siege of dozens of Konoha ninja. All were captured. Among them, several Uchiha ninja suddenly exhibited markings on their bodies during the battle, significantly increasing their strength, chakra amount, and speed, instantly breaking the resistance of the Cloud Ninja. Orochimaru and Shursui, who had just sheathed the sword, watched this scene. Orochimaru smiled and instinctively flicked out his tongue, while Shursui frowned slightly. Shursui-san, how do you find the cursed seal amplification I developed? Facing Orochimaru's hoarse voice, Shursui responded somewhat awkwardly. The amplification is indeed impressive, but it seems to have side effects on the body and mind. Haha, after all, how can one gain greater strength without paying a price? Seeing Shursui looking somewhat worried, Orochimaru continued, Are you afraid I might be doing something shady? Shursui paused for a moment before tilting his head and smiling in response. It's not that. Hokage-sama trusts you. And I do too. I'm just concerned that the ninja might suffer irreversible harm. Orochimaru keenly sensed Shursui's moment of hesitation regarding his directness. Indeed, while Hokage-sama is willing to use himself, it is understandable that those below him may not feel as secure, especially Shursui, who played a major role in capturing him. Orochimaru chuckled a couple of times and explained, this curse seal was developed by Kabuto and me together with Sage Chakra. It will indeed cause irreversible harm. So it cannot be used continuously, but it can still serve as a trump card for a ninja. Hokage-sama selected some outstanding Uchiha ninja for initial testing. Each of them bears the mark of the Burning Sky, Fire Domain. Whenever they wish, when they can no longer withstand the backlash of the cursed seal, they can trigger the mark to burn the cursed seal, so you can rest assured. There were a few things Orochimaru didn't say. Since Kamiyu can place the Burning Sky Fire Domain mark on everyone, does he have a similar, even more powerful curse seal? That remains unknown. Orochimaru felt that Kamiyu's complete trust in him did not solely come from the effects of the Konoha Mitsukami. It was also a confidence in his own strength and psychological grasp. Sigh. When facing your Uchiha ninja, who knows what is real and what is not? The Uchiha clan is truly a gifted lineage. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Shursui glanced over and saw Orochimaru's expression of sentiment. He did not say much, but instead looked towards the students who were coming from afar. Unknowingly, I have also become a guiding jonin, and it has already been 2 years. Teacher, you all did well, actually uniting together to defeat a jonin. Shursui smiled, extending his right hand to give a thumbs up while his left arm went around Lamuru's shoulders. Lamuru shyly smiled and lowered his head, while Shikamaru stood aside watching this warm scene, holding his weapon. In fact, Shursui is only 5 or 6 years older than them. When he first started as a guiding jonin a few years ago, he didn't notice it. As time passed, the relationship felt less like that of a teacher and students and more like that of an older brother with his younger siblings. Shikamaru waved his weapon and asked Shursui, Teacher, will we still be fighting next? Shikamaru was the oldest among the 3 when they first came to the village and was also the one most severely injured by Rasha, but after fighting together, he had integrated into this group. Shikamaru's straightforward and honest personality made it very comfortable to be around him, and he even had quite a few friends in Konoha. It shouldn't be. The Cloud Ninja in the Land of Rice have already retreated and don't seem to intend to confront us head-on. Speaking of which, Lord Orochimaru, have the Cloud Ninja given up on the Land of Rice? Orochimaru shook his head at the question. Yes and no. We have occupied the Land of Rice. But unless we deploy a large number of troops after the outbreak of war, the only option left is to retreat. It will depend on Hokage-sama's subsequent decisions. Occupying the Land of Rice does indeed block the land route between the Rock Ninja and the Cloud Ninja, but the covert infiltration will not decrease. Especially since the sea route from the Land of Moon to the Land of Waterfall is not slow either. While we test the Cloud Ninja's attitude, we must ensure our intelligence advantage over them and provide timely feedback and resistance at the beginning of the war to facilitate the subsequent large forces. That is the principle. I see. Then what about the Land of Hot Water? The Land of Hot Water? Its territorial area is larger, requiring more manpower and resources. Right now, our Konoha isn't a great undertaking, but if we can't achieve our goals and waste resources, that would be a loss. Moreover, the economy of the Land of Hot Water is quite good. Perhaps Hokage-sama wants to swallow it directly. The Land of Hot Water is a country without ninja. Destroying it would be detrimental to both sides. After occupying the Land of Rice, we can also recruit the wandering ninjas from the Land of Rice. I've heard that there are a few talented ones in the Land of Rice recently, and we can try to recruit them. Speaking of recruitment, Orochimaru saw that the battle had concluded before him, and that Inuzuka's side had sent news that they had taken over the entire Land of Rice. He said to Shursui, Inuzuka has taken over the Land of Rice, and the ninjas of the Land of Rice have been controlled. Let's go see if there are any usable ones. Surely we wouldn't mind having more ninjas in our ranks? That is true, but will they truly join Konoha? Shursui-san, you underestimate the power of Hokage-sama's unifying rhetoric and his personal charm, as well as the allure of Konoha village. They are already tired of instability. Orochimaru paused in his steps and slightly tilted his head. In this ninja world, thinking from multiple perspectives might yield more. But those who can think from multiple perspectives are not only the already confirmed companions. Those who are uncertain enemies may not necessarily be adversaries either. Shursui-san. After saying this, Orochimaru took off with a leap, while Shursui stood in place, seemingly frustrated, shaking his head. Teacher, Lord Orochimaru makes a valid point. We should experience more things and feel more. I didn't look at things from the perspective of the ninjas of the Land of Rice. Other countries can also become part of Konoha, so why should we be entangled in what are essentially human-established nations? I have still solidified my past thinking. It's like knowing a method that can solve problems faster, but still subconsciously using a more complicated method from the past. Shursui waved his hand, and Lamuru and the others followed suit, hurrying towards Orochimaru. Chapter 113. The situation in the Land of Grass compared to the training of the lower ninjas in the Land of Waves and the minor skirmishes in the Land of Rice. The situation in the Land of Grass is far more significant. Zhao Yun received intelligence from the Akatsuki organization that the IWA Shinobi and Suna Shinobi, along with the Akatsuki, could launch a small-scale local war. Therefore, the troops sent by Shen Yu were all elite ninjas, including Uchiha Itachi, Might Guy, Yamanaka Shikaku, and Maruhoshi Kogen, among other elite ninjas. Subsequently, Shen Yu, not trusting Do, sent Kisame and Fugaku as well. Most of the ninjas from the Land of Grass and their leader had already been beheaded by Shen Yu for the sake of Xianglin and her daughter. So when Do led his team into the Land of Grass, it was the Konoha ninjas who came to respond. After Shen Yu left, the Land of Grass was incorporated into the border defense area, and ninjas were dispatched for long-term patrols, effectively integrating it into their territory, but had not yet been governed. After all, how could a battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War be managed? Lord Do. Recently, the IWA and Suna ninjas have been frequently entering the Land of Grass and clashing with us, resulting in mutual losses, and we have lost quite a few people. Do patted the shoulder of the reporting ninja to offer comfort. Don't worry, we won't let them off the hook. We definitely won't. Do turned to look at his large troop, with hundreds of people standing closely together, many of whom are already well-known ninjas in the ninja world at the forefront. Guy, seeing Do looking at him, grinned and gave a thumbs up, and Do reciprocated with a smile. The Lord really trusts me, such a team. This was different from the team heading to the Land of Waves. These were all experienced veterans who had been on the battlefield. For someone like Might Guy, he had fought alongside the Reikage. Leading such a team relied entirely on Shen Yu's selection of generals, and even the confident Do felt tremendous pressure. Tell me the specifics. What has happened? Yes. Do listened to the report while recalling the intelligence Shen Yu had given him. The Red Sand Scorpion, a Suna rogue ninja, had killed the third Kazekage. The Black Ho, Reiga, and Pipa Shirzong were part of the original 7 ninja swordsmen. The brains of Suna were Maki, but he was unaware of the IWA side. It seemed they did not have higher-level spies there. Currently, the situation was that the IWA and Suna ninjas were advancing together. But both were wary of losses, especially the Suna ninjas, even knowing that the IWA would likely not be foolish enough to engage in a black-eat-black situation. Who would dare to gamble on that slim possibility? As long as Shen Yu did not reveal the power to suppress the ninja world, these people would never unite to fight against Konoha, which was also what Shen Yu desired. In that case, the ones who have killed the most of our people are actually those 3 from the Akatsuki. Is there any news on whether Wagakure has dispatched powerful ninjas? I haven't heard anything. If they had, they would have acted directly. Now our stationed ninjas in the Land of Grass can hardly hold on and are retreating. If they truly had a Jinchuriki or the like, we would have long retreated from the Land of Grass. Dove adjusted his Jounin vest and looked ahead. Not necessarily. Who knows if they're trying to take out our support team? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. If so, that would be even better. Without the intelligence from the Akatsuki and Suna, Konoha probably wouldn't have sent such elite troops. But Do glanced at the snake-like features on his body, then at Kai and the others behind him. Even if it's true, so what? If it really comes to it, then I'll summon the ancestors from the Pure Land. As long as the Tsuchikage doesn't come personally, he is still very confident. Even if he does, with Guy, they can still retreat safely. Pipa Shirzong and Reiga from the original 7 ninja swordsmen can be handled by me. I also excel in water style, so I won't engage the IWA ninjas. I will help Kisame deal with the Akatsuki. Maruhoshi Kogen spoke up after Kisame finished, saying that since he was needed by the Hokage, he would offer his strength. In that case, I am willing to take people to deal with the Suna ninjas. Yamanaka Shikaku raised his hand, and the Yamanaka clan ninjas behind him also stepped forward. I can go deal with the Red Sand Scorpion. All right, Itachi, the Scorpion is up to you. The remaining Fugaku, Guy, you will join me to confront the IWA ninjas. Yes. All right, it's time to unleash our youth. Guy team. Yes, the Guy team and Do's team were both brought to participate in this battle. Do's team members, Kimamaro, Kankuro, and Shin, had successfully promoted to Chunin last year. Meanwhile, the Guy team hadn't had the chance to participate in the assessments. Only Niji, who had joined the Umbu early, was now an elite Chunin, planning to practice more before aiming for Jounin. Then the decision is made. Let's move out to the Land of Grass. In the western part of the Land of Grass, people with different forehead protectors from 2 villages gathered together, eyeing each other with caution. Especially whenever the Suna ninjas saw the Scorpion, they always gripped their ninja tools tightly. The Konoha reinforcements have arrived. It's time to take action, everyone. Orochi, do you know who Konoha sent over? The Hokage would he come personally, would he? Maki inquired of Orochi, unable to help but twitch his mouth when the Hokage was mentioned, his voice even slightly changing. I don't know exactly who it is. Only that Konoha sent a team of about 200 to 300 people. Then are you that confident? Do you intend to swallow both Konoha's support forces together? If I remember correctly, your villages Shika and Bunya had half their bodies cut off. Orochi snorted coldly, his eyes gradually turning icy. The matter of Bunya and Shika was known to Suna ninjas because they had spies placed in a Wagakure. Now, mentioning this just meant telling himself that the black information would be relayed back to Rasha, and the Kazekage would come to seek justice, right? What time is it? Still thinking about infighting? My father was right. A bunch of people only thinking about immediate gains. Isn't it better to talk about dividing the spoils after occupying the Land of Fire? Everyone just wants to take all the advantages. Is that realistic? Maki couldn't care about Orochi's cold gaze. He still needed to warn him, as he had to be responsible for the lives of nearly 100 Suna ninjas. But the incoming people alleviated many of his concerns. I am the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Old Purple, with Itsuchiki's guards, Akatsuchi, and myself commanding Orochi, along with hundreds of elite IWA ninjas. Is that enough? Seeing Orochi trying to intimidate him, Maki was not swayed by this tactic. All right, we Suna ninjas have prepared 100 elite ninjas as well. Noticing that Maki was not affected, Orochi raised him a notch in his mind and then spoke to a nearby IWA ninja. Let the Akatsuki enter the field. If we paid for it, we must make them work. Lord Orochi, I've already urged them, but the Red Sand Scorpion said he is busy making puppets, telling me to get lost. Bastard. Go urge again. We will launch the attack in 10 minutes. Yes. After Orochi issued the order, he looked at Maki as if to say, this is your Suna's rogue ninja, unmanageable. Maki shot a glare back. This Orochi was letting the Akatsuki go first, quite cunning, and also wanted to consume the Akatsuki's strength. Just right, if this rogue ninja scorpion could die, it would also align with the interests of a Wagakure. The two, harboring their own motives, began to organize their troops, preparing to completely occupy the Land of Grass after the Akatsuki launched their attack, moving the battlefield into the Land of Fire in the future. Scorpion, let's go. The IWA ninjas are urging again. I not only dislike waiting for others, I also dislike others waiting for me. Do you know that? Black Ho Rega. Scorpion continued to fiddle with his puppets, his voice growing colder. Black Ho Rega snorted coldly. Puppets, what are they? He picked up his ninja sword and turned to leave. He was not afraid of death, but before that, he wanted to give his past friends and himself a perfect farewell as an exit. Pipa Shirzong, holding a beheading big knife, looked helplessly at the two. Fortunately, Scorpion had just finished handling the puppets and at least got up to go outside to find a place to vent his anger. These two are both crazy. After the escape of Black Ho Thunderfong, he began to reminisce about his past companions. However, his thoughts were one-sided. He only wanted to remember the good of his companions and not the bad, immersing himself in beautiful memories that he couldn't extricate himself from. Every funeral he held was a farewell to his past companions and to his future self. Scorpion had his own artistry, and he regarded holding funerals as his own art. Pai Pa Shirzong shook his head, deciding to let it go, thinking that whatever happens, he should complete the mission and return early. He then shouldered his beheading sword and followed his teammates' footsteps. Chapter 114, Itachi, Kisame, Maru Hoshikoji vs. Akatsuki Trio, Gift Update. Hold on. Our support is coming soon. It's over. We can't hold on anymore. 5 or 6 Leaf ninjas quickly retreated. Their terrified eyes only focused on the 3 individuals that were indeed overpowering. Damn it. The Jonin in the mountains have been killed. We can't avenge them. Lord Hokage will never let you go. Upon hearing this, Scorpion, who was controlling puppets to chase the Leaf ninjas, couldn't help but chuckle. Hokage? The 6th Hokage, Uchiha Shen Yu, does have a glorious record, but I wonder if he can really fight. I must turn him into a puppet and keep him well if the opportunity arises. Hearing Scorpion dare to speak about Shen Yu in such a way, the only Uchiha ninja there instantly became furious. You, how dare you insult Lord Hokage? Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Not running anymore. We can't escape anyway. Let us fight. Wind release, vacuous bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fireballs and wind bullets came from multiple angles, mostly targeting Scorpion, which surprised him a bit. Oh, are you angry? It seems Hokage is indeed quite respected. Enough with the nonsense. Let us finish this. Water release, water barrier. After forming hand seals, Pai Pa Shirzong created a stream of water that blocked all the fireballs, and the vacuous bullets only caused ripples on the surface. Do you need to say that? Such a redundant action. Pupe technique. The puppets controlled by Scorpion launched dozens of poisoned shurikens towards the Leaf ninjas. Don't forget, Scorpion is also a ninja skilled in poison. Earth release, earth wall. A Leaf ninja stepped forward to create an earth wall to block the shuriken attack, looking wryly at his companions. I have no chakra left. You guys hurry and run. I'll hold them off. You bastard. I don't have much left either. I'll stay here with you. Nanny? You two actually want to abandon us? Ha 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 ha. Uchiha ninjas only die in battle, not flee. I only regret why. Why am I so weak? Under intense stimulation, the Uchiha ninja's eyes transformed from a single Tomo Sharingan to a double Tomo Sharingan, but it was too late for everything. A bolt of lightning struck, and Black Ho Thunder Fong rushed forward with the Thunderblade. Fong, the bond of your comrades has touched me. I will hold a grand funeral for you, so go in peace. The Uchiha ninja widened his Sharingan and raised a shuriken in an attempt to defend, but it was too fast. He wasn't too familiar with the double Tomo yet and couldn't see clearly. Just as he was about to be killed, a large descended from the sky, forcing Black Ho Thunder Fong back, and Pai Pa Zong was also blocked by fire release, having to retreat. A blue-skinned person stood on the handle of the large, his eyes revealing killing intent, showing his steel teeth. Black Ho Thunder Fong? Bipa Shizing. You've made progress. Daring to kill my people? Lord Kisame Hashigaki? Previously in disbelief, it now seemed that you really have joined the leaf. Enough with the nonsense. D. Water release. Great shark bullet technique. A large shark was expelled from Kisame's mouth, rapidly charging towards Pai Pa Zong. Bipa Shizim Kurididosh. And then the large shark split into several smaller sharks, continuing to attack Scorpion and Black Ho Thunder Fong behind. Scorpion waved his hand, and the puppets blocked the attacks of the small sharks, slightly surprising him with the damage on the puppet. Black Ho Thunder Fong also swung his sword to cut through, retreating a few steps. Kisame Hashigaki is a tough opponent. After Pai Pa Zong dodged the large shark, it came crashing down, the sound of wind howling, causing Pai Pa Zong to tense up, using all his strength to swing the beheading sword. Hiss! Before Pai Pa Zong could ease his sore shoulders, Kisame charged again with the Kisame Hashigaki, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Do you really want to oppose me? Why not join my organization? I will definitely hurt my comrades, and you still want me to let you go? Comrades? Someone like you still has comrades? Ha 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 ha. When they call me Lord, I must be responsible for them. The beheading sword clashed with the large again, and as Pai Pa Zong gritted his teeth, he noticed the blood on the beheading sword was being absorbed. It was the sword self-repairing, and this was only after a few exchanges. Kisame wielded the giant, wildly smashing towards Pai Pa Zong, while launching even more powerful attacks in a 360 direction. What frustrated Pai Pa Zong was that from time to time, the flames from the giant turned his clothes and skin into charred remains. As a rogue ninja from the mist, shouldn't you be good at water release if you join the leaf? Where does the fire come from? Seeing this, Black Ho Thunder Fong wanted to help Pai Pa Zong, while Scorpion turned his gaze towards the leaf ninjas. It was time to end their lives. Water release. Water, severing wave. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A rapid, high-pressure stream of water sliced through Scorpion's ordinary puppets, and Scorpion pulled out a more powerful puppet to defend. Meanwhile, the flames surged towards Black Ho Thunder Fong, who quickly formed hand seals to block the incoming fire release with a water prison technique. Originally intended to deal with Scorpion, Itachi rushed towards Black Ho Thunder Fong. Scorpion, modified by puppets, couldn't control Itachi with his Sharingan. He needed to quickly deal with the eye-bearing Black Ho Thunder Fong. Maru Hoshikoji reacted quickly, switching targets with Itachi, and engaged Scorpion in close combat with his ninja sword. Black Ho Thunder Fong, the person in front of you has a Sharingan. Just as Black Ho Thunder Fong was getting used to the water prison technique, he heard Scorpion as reminder and quickly closed his eyes, using his hearing to block the approaching Itachi with his swordsmanship. This guy's swordsmanship is impressive. I can't take him down quickly, so Amaterasu, having already implanted Hashirama cells to prevent bloodline disease, Itachi didn't care about his Sharingan power. He directly activated his skill, and mysterious black flames surged towards Black Ho Thunder Fong. Sensing danger, Black Ho Thunder Fong instinctively dodged, but realizing he couldn't escape, he spat out a high-pressure water stream in an attempt to block the attack. But that was Amaterasu. The black flames of Amaterasu fell upon Black Ho Thunder Fong, and no matter how he tried to extinguish it with water, it was ineffective, and Itachi continuously attacked with his sword, increasing his pressure. What on earth is this? If that's the case, Black Ho Thunder Fong slashed a large piece of flesh from his back with the gap in his sword, and not completely cut off. He continued to slash. As long as he could still fight, he would keep slashing. Lightning release, Thunder Fong. The dual swords crossed, and a wide-range attack of thunder fell all around, attempting to temporarily push Itachi back and gain some breathing time. While engaged in his duel with Black Ho, Thunder Fong, Itachi had been observing the other battles. He didn't need to worry about Kisame, but Maru Hoshikoji had already been pushed back repeatedly by a powerful puppet. If he didn't go to support soon, under the attack from Scorpion and that puppet, Maru Hoshikoji might lose his life. Then Susanoo, an orange skeleton, appeared behind Itachi. Itachi frowned, continuing to increase his eye power, as muscle tissue began to gather on the orange Susanoo, firmly withstanding the strike of thunder. Yasukigami, perceiving the immense chakra and the unavoidable danger, Kuratsuki Raya opened his eyes, his entire body covered in blood, watching as the Tomo rushed towards him. It seems this is my funeral, and not when I arrange myself. Ha ha ha. In my next life, please don't let me be born in the Mist Village. I want to experience what it means to have companions, as the Leaf Ninja say. Kuratsuki Raya opened his hands, and, as the Tomo approached, he instantly dissipated into the void. Itachi didn't have time to care about him, and controlled Susanoo to rush towards Sasori. At this moment, Maru Hoshikogi was desperately resisting Sasori's assault, facing a rain of shuriken. After throwing a shuriken, he immediately formed seals. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Technique. Just as he managed to block the shuriken, he was met with a magnetic release. Iron Sand from the third Kazekage's puppet. Water release, Water Barrier. As the attack of the Iron Sand came to an end, a giant blade was summoned from the right sleeve of the third Kazekage puppet. The blade coated with deadly poison, slashing towards Maru Hoshikogi. He hurriedly blocked with his ninja blade, engaging in a struggle with the puppet. But Sasori's relentless attacks from the side were closing in. Leaf-style Willow. This technique, a combination of Jinjutsu and swordsmanship, was immensely powerful. But the problem was that Sasori and the third Kazekage were both puppets, rendering the effect quite poor. Maru Hoshikogi had no choice but to fend off the third Kazekage with his ninja blade, while the blade on his prosthetic left leg slashed towards Sasori. At this moment, he was grateful that he had become accustomed to the prosthetic and hadn't created a new leg using white Zetsu. However, the power of the prosthetic was too weak. Maru Hoshikogi simply couldn't withstand Sasori's onslaught, and Sasori grew increasingly frantic. Thousand Hands Manipulation. Several arms were summoned from the seal on the left arm of the third Kazekage puppet, and Maru Hoshikogi, already sweating profusely, detonated his prosthetic, along with some explosive tags, sending himself flying. Injured from the explosion, Maru Hoshikogi did not let up, lying on the ground and gasping for breath while rapidly forming seals. Even he, with his usually good temper, was cursing. How can I fight? Amida Nurai. Sure enough, after the smoke from the explosion cleared, Sasori and the third Kazekage, the two main puppets, only bore some scars. The losses were merely some ordinary puppets. But this had already darkened Sasori's face. It was truly troublesome. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Controlling the third Kazekage to defeat the flying Water Dragon Bullet, Sasori opened the tail stinger on his back, thinking this troublesome guy die. Bang! A massive orange hand swatted him away, protecting Maru Hoshikogi, before Susanoo launched a Tomo towards Sasori and the third Kazekage puppet. Baka! Ignoring Sasori's fury, Itachi hurriedly asked Maru Hoshikogi, Senior, are you okay? Cough cough. I'm fine, but my chakra is low. His weapons are probably poisoned, and that puppet can control Iron Sand, which is likely magnetic release. Sasori also has a tail stinger and can extend his arms. We must be careful. Don't worry, Senior. Itachi controlled Susanoo to engage Sasori, hiding himself within Susanoo. Just as Sasori was about to continue with his big move, the nearby Kiba JZ called for help. Sasori, help me. Sasori turned to see that one of Kiba JZ's arms had been smashed off, and the decapitation blade lay not far away. Damn it. Susanoo can't be dealt with immediately, and Kisame's strength is definitely not weak. The sounds in the distance must be the rock and sand ninjas clashing with the leaf. They've even transformed into tailed beasts. It seems the leaf knew the plan in advance. There must be many strong opponents over there. What is that glowing green thing? Did they kick the tailed beast away? No, we need to retreat. Sasori controlled the third Kazekage to begin unleashing large-scale magnetic release, blocking Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo from pursuing, unless he was willing to give up Maru Hoshikogi's life. Magnetic release, Iron Sand Rain. After forming seals with both hands, the third Kazekage could instantaneously summon waves of iron sand, which then formed countless fine needles that shot towards the enemy at high speed. The vast range, high damage, and prolonged duration made it extremely difficult to dodge. Kisame had to use his large sword to block the attack, seizing the opportunity for Sasori to take Kiba JZ and escape. As for the decapitation blade, it was abandoned. Kuratsuki Raya was already dead. The attack finally ended, and Kisame wanted to chase after them, but was called back by Itachi. Kisame, Maruhoshi Kogai needs treatment. He was injured in the explosion, and we can't catch up now. Go help Kabuto. Alright, at least we still have the decapitation blade. We'll settle the score later. Let's go. First, make sure the senior is taken care of. Chapter 115. Oil Woman Shimi vs. Maki. After the Akatsuki organization took the initiative, the Sand and Rock Ninjas quickly followed suit, pushing forward. Kabuto decisively ordered Itachi, Kisame, and Maruhoshi Kogai to confront the Akatsuki, while he led his team to resist the joint forces of the two villages. Itachi, Kisame, Maruhoshi Kogai. I'll leave that side to you. The three nodded and vanished in an instant, while Kabuto also didn't wave his hand, rising to move forward, with the Leaf Ninjas silently following his lead. The Leaf Ninjas engaged with the Rock and Sand Ninjas were retreating, as earth and flying stones and Aji's lava balls fell from the sky, forcing the Leaf Ninjas to fight while falling back. Aji, stop hiding. Go all out and kill the Leaf Ninjas fighting force. Alright, lava release, scorching river flow technique. Jumping in midair, Aji spat out dozens of lava balls, instantly burning any Leaf Ninjas they hit, and those struck directly were pierced through. Damn it, the rest retreat. Earth release, earth flow wall. An upper ninja from a leaf formed a wall of earth to temporarily block the lava balls, but it was soon smashed apart by Akatsuchi's punch. Leaf style, sword technique. This upper ninja engaged in close combat with Akatsuchi, whose rock-covered fist had become smart, unless he could land a hit. He wouldn't give the Leaf Ninja a chance to escape. Captain, get back. Several shuriken with explosive tags flew in, and he quickly dodged, hitting Akatsuchi solidly. Captain, continue moving. His rocky fists are thick. They can't deal much damage to him. Let's go. After saying that, the Leaf Upper Ninja swung his blade to cut through the wind blade, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Leading this team was quite taxing, and the losses among the border's middle ninjas wouldn't be small. However, our reinforcements are arriving soon. Let's retreat a bit more. Meanwhile, Aji in the air increased the chakra output, doubling the number of lava balls above. Just as the Leaf Upper Ninja was about to unroll a scroll for a shield, he found that the lava balls in the sky collided with incoming fireballs. Dropping halfway down, his spirits lifted, reinforcements had arrived, and they could finally settle the score properly. As an upper ninja, being chased around was quite infuriating for him. Behind him, Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha ninjas, still in the midst of releasing the Phoenix Fire technique, and seeing that the Leaf Ninja forces had arrived. Aji returned to the Rock Ninjas formation. The Leaf reinforcements are here. I know, but unfortunately, the number of Leaf Ninjas killed isn't high. It's not too late to kill now. Kabuto, holding a chakra scalpel, precisely struck the heart of a Rock Ninja, while nearby, kicked another Rock Ninja away, and Kimimaro drew his bone blade. That must be lava release. If so, it's probably the Four Tails Jinchuriki Aji. Jinchuriki? I can give it a try. Fugaku opened his 3-tomo Sharingan and, feeling his power restored, was eager to test out his abilities. As the deputy clan leader of the Uchiha, possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan, he should make a name for himself. Last time, they lost a bit of face while capturing the Two Tails and didn't manage to elevate his reputation. The Leaf's Azure Beast was also ready to sweat it out. Kabuto, what are we waiting for? It's time to make them pay. On the other side, Huang Tu reminded Majiki that he needed to exert himself soon. I advised Huang Tu that it's enough for him to manage the IWA Ninja, as I can handle the Suna Ninja myself. I hope to see you again later. With a knife in hand, Majiki saw that the IWA Ninja had already engaged in battle, leading the Suna Ninja to charge from another angle. The battlefield was divided into two parts, and it seemed that to avoid being attacked by allies, the combat area between Suna and IWA Ninja was becoming increasingly distant. Majiki knew that if they didn't get further away, how could they try to take down the separated Konoha Ninja, and how could they escape Iwa's large-scale Doton? Thus, the Suna Ninja, led by Majiki, and the Konoha Ninja, led by Shimi, confronted each other from a distance, with Shimi and Majiki already clashing. Secret technique. Insect Sphere. Parasites were summoned by Shimi and flew towards Majiki. If Majiki was attached by the insects, he would continuously suffer from eating damage. The elite Jonin Majiki did not halt his swift movements. This level of attack was too trivial for him. Wind release. Wind surge. The strong wind not only blew away the parasites, but also propelled him quickly towards withMangekyo. withMangekyo's eyes darkened. The strong wind made it impossible for the simple parasites to approach, and just as Shimi pondered for a moment, Mangekyo had already closed in. Shimi dodged several attacks, attempting to counter with punches and kicks, but was cleverly neutralized by Mangekyo. With a clang, Mangekyo's sword was resting on Shimi's kunai. Shimi's kunai trembled incessantly. He would not be captured easily, and a large number of parasites were summoned nearby. Insect wall. A multitude of parasites clung to both of them, and taking advantage of the gap, Mangekyo swung his blade at Shimi, attempting to kill him directly. He understood the principle of capturing the leader first. However, Shimi wasn't foolish. The parasites on him formed a layer of protective armor, which was the insect armor, and he fixed his gaze on Mangekyo's sword. During the roll, Mangekyo kicked Shimi away. After hitting the ground, Shimi disregarded the pain and clenched his hands, causing the parasites on Mangekyo to begin gnawing at his clothes, then at his flesh. Mangekyo moved at high speed, trying to shake off the parasites while continuing to pursue Shimi, but Shimi kept increasing the distance between them. Feeling a slight pain from the gnawing, Mangekyo furrowed his brows and looked at the situation, slicing off a piece of flesh while driving away the parasites. My elite Suna team is actually at a disadvantage against the Konoha team. I won't be dragged down. It's not just you I'm targeting. Wind release. Great tornado technique. The tornado in front of Mangekyo swept away all the parasites and, with the help of the wind, pulled nearby Konoha ninja closer, helping relieve the pressure on the Suna ninja. The absorbed Konoha ninja was cut down by him in one strike, and two Konoha jonin quickly approached, wielding their ninja swords and kunai to temporarily block Mangekyo. Baka, this is so embarrassing. Insect manipulation technique, parasite hurricane. A large number of parasites were controlled by Shimi, forming a powerful insect whirlwind that swept away two Suna ninja who couldn't evade in time and charged straight at Mangekyo. Seeing this, one of the jonin fighting Mangekyo quickly withdrew and began to form hand seals. Doton, heart decapitation technique. The Suna ninja trying to support Mangekyo were held back by Konoha ninja. Mangekyo did not hesitate. He chose to dodge the decapitation technique and face Shimi's parasite whirlwind head-on. Wind release. Wind blade dance. Mangekyo unleashed wind release, summoning a large amount of wind and sand around him and executed a series of wind blades aimed at the hurricane, disregarding the two Suna ninja caught in the whirlwind. He didn't believe those two Suna ninja could survive in the insect whirlwind, and if he didn't act, he would be affected himself. This cruel choice had long had its answer. A large number of wind blades forcibly cut through the insect whirlwind, and just as Mangekyo thought it was over, Shimi clasped his hands together from afar. Explosion. Nanny? An explosion erupted around Mangekyo, but from the smoke, he charged out with his blade, using the wind blade in conjunction with his sword technique to instantly kill a complacent Konoha ninja and rapidly close in on withMangekyo. Shimi saw clearly that the damage from the cut-up parasite's explosion was limited. Although Mangekyo was injured, it was not serious. The surrounding Konoha ninja were being obstructed by Suna ninja, and Mangekyo was already in front of him. The strength of the withMangekyo clan's leader was indeed formidable, but it ends here. Shimi couldn't evade and was directly hit, but unexpectedly, blood did not gush out. Shimi's body transformed into parasites that scattered and flew away. Is it a clone? Mangekyo looked around and finally spotted withMangekyo, gasping for breath while hiding among the Konoha ninja, with several withMangekyo clan ninja guarding in front of him. Similarly, on the battlefield, the Konoha ninja retreated back to Shimi's side, while the Suna ninja gathered around Mangekyo, using the smoke to switch the body with a clone. I didn't recognize the realism of the insect clone. Mangekyo took a deep breath. Although injured, his current strength was still capable of fighting, but he still needed to reserve some for dealing with the IWA ninja. Just as he wanted to continue pressing the attack, a Suna ninja reported bad news. Lord Mangekyo, the tailed beast was just kicked away, and it seems IWA is gradually retreating. This is going to put us in the rear. We should retreat as well. Understood. Mangekyo looked at the corpses on the ground. Even though he personally killed several Konoha ninja, the number of Suna ninja corpses on the ground was still greater than that of Konoha ninja. When did the quality of Konoha ninja become so high? He then glanced at withMangekyo, feeling a bit unsettled. The strength of the withMangekyo clan's ninja was definitely not weak. But the problem was that Konoha still had many such clans, plus Uchiha Kamisusanu that was hundreds of meters tall. It was said that Uchiha had come out with another Mangekyo. Lord Kazekage, can your policies really compete with Konoha? Konoha has been progressing and continuously improving its strength. How have the Sunin ninjas' capabilities changed? The boundless desert of the Land of Wind can no longer withstand the wood release of Konoha's Hokage. And where have the hearts of the people of the Land of Wind gone? Medical ninja came to treat Majiki's injuries, and as the Sunin ninja gradually retreated, Majiki stared at Shimi for a while before also pulling back. Why Nushi Shimi? Should we pursue? It seems Lord Kabuto's side is in the advantageous position. We can't pursue. My chakra is severely depleted. I can't deal with Majiki right now, and I'm afraid it would only lead to more casualties. Let's go help Lord Kabuto cut off the IWA in Ninja's retreat. That way, Faye can look out for us. The debt of the Sunin ninja I will definitely collect in the future. Shimi recalled that because he couldn't defeat Majiki, he had failed to hold him back, resulting in several Konoha ninja being killed. And his hands trembled slightly. But it was too late for regrets. Trapping himself was useless. After returning, he would request Kamiyu to allow him to look after their descendants. He must become stronger. He must become stronger. Upon returning, he would develop the usage of the parasitic insects. He would cultivate more toxic parasitic insects and invent even more powerful insect techniques. Let us go kill the IWA ninja. Yes. Chapter 116. Conclusion of the Land of Grass, Uchiha Faike. My guy, it seems Konoha has sent quite a few strong individuals. Everyone be careful and pay attention to my orders at all times. Yes. In response to Huangtu's instructions, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Atsuki, showed no change in his eyes. At the time of the battle between earth, lightning, and fire, he wasn't present and couldn't experience it firsthand. He only heard about it. His current thought was, regardless of their strength, let's just fight first. Don't let others gain confidence and diminish our own. As the Jinchuriki of the Four-Tails, he had yet to see anyone capable of stopping him. Huangtu was still pondering the person leading the Konoha forces at the front, which was Yakushi Kabuto. His intelligence was scarce. He only knew that he was the head of Konoha's research department, with his strength unknown. But since he can lead this powerful team, he should be able to bear the weight, right? Old Purple, be careful of that Yakushi Kabuto. Old Purple? Huangtu looked up and saw Old Purple already charging out, taking the lead with his lava release. The Rock Shinobi had already engaged with the Leaf Shinobi. Really, Sai? Huangtu waved his hand, leading the Rock Shinobi formation forward. As for Old Purple, even his father couldn't make him obey, so how could he truly command him? Ahead, a stream of molten flames shot out from Old Purple's mouth, and Yakushi Kabuto stood confidently in front, forming hand signs. Water release, water severing wave. The two direct attacks collided, and Old Purple instinctively increased his output, only to find that Kabuto was not at a disadvantage. Fire release, great fireball technique. The massive fireball spat out by Faike above joined the attack against Old Purple. Old Purple closed his mouth and retreated, turning around to roar. What are you waiting for? Huangtu's face darkened as he issued the command, and the Rock Shinobi all formed the same hand signs. He quickly formed his own signs. Earth release, Earth split palm. Earth release, Rock house collapse. The Earth split palm caused the ground beneath most of the Leaf Shinobi to collapse, leaving only a portion of the Leaf Shinobi on higher ground being besieged by the Rock Shinobi. The Rock house collapse caused falling rocks to rain down from above, intended to seal off the Leaf Shinobi from above. Kai, Faike, take your men and knock down the falling rocks. Earth release squad, follow me to use ninjutsu. Good, yes. Yakushi Kabuto, along with some Leaf Shinobi skilled in a particular ninjutsu, executed Earth release, Earthquake core. Earth release, Earthquake core. The collapsed area was pushed back up by rocks, thanks to Kami Yuki's preparations for a more complex battlefield, especially to counter the Rock Shinobi, who were the best at combined ninjutsu among the 5 great hidden villages. He gathered ninjas skilled in specific release techniques to teach the same ninjutsu and train them, enhancing their ability to retaliate when a small team encounters powerful ninjas. Of course, Kabuto, Faike, and Kai could choose to lead some ninjas directly into battle, but could they just let weaker ninjas get crushed by rocks below? When Kabuto returned to the ground, he found the situation was surprisingly decent. His student, Kimimaro, had at least taken several lives of Rock Shinobi. The Kagaya clan was indeed formidable in battle. Is this the Shikatsu Miyako? How could a ninja from the Kagaya clan be among the Leaf Shinobi? And the Leaf Shinobi have also become proficient in using combined ninjutsu Leaf. Huangtu, with his hands already clenched, gave Akatsuchi a look, commanding him to go kill Kimimaro while he directed the Rock Shinobi. Akatsuchi nodded and disappeared, while Huang Tu secretly formed hand signs. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. Having just killed a rock shinobi, Kimimaro wanted to continue fighting, but suddenly found himself surrounded by Earth Release. Outside, Akatsuchi had wrapped his fists in Earth Release to enhance his attack, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the struggling Kimimaro. Akatsuchi approached Kimimaro, and the Earth Release trapping Kimimaro began to crack. Eat my punch. Oh no! Kimimaro, breaking free from the Earth Release, had no time to dodge and had to harden his bones to withstand the attack. I must survive. I haven't seen Lord Hokage unify the ninja world yet. I can't die. Bang. While what? Akatsuchi was sent flying by a tail, and a massive creature appeared before him, drawing the attention of the entire battlefield. A giant serpentine creature coiled around Kimimaro, and a figure landed on the giant snake's head. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and looked at the rock shinobi forces. Want to bully my student? Have you asked me first? Summoning technique. Hundreds of giant snakes were summoned by Kabuto, ambushing from the forest to launch a surprise attack. Lord Kabuto, Green Snake, I'll trouble you. Don't worry, Lord, say hello to the master for me. The green snake let out a roar, its massive body rolling forward, while Old Purple wasted no time, clasping his hands together, and the chakra of the four tails began to overflow, forming a red-tailed beast cloak that enveloped his body, with a tail extending from his waist, increasing his chakra amount. Although he didn't know what was happening on the battlefield at that moment, if they wanted to contend with him, they should send out their Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and their Hokage. Lava Release, Scorching River Rock Technique. This time, the magma ball spat out from Old Purple's mouth was much larger, and the thick magma on it was terrifying, rushing towards the green snake and Kabuto. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Standing on the head of the green snake, Kabuto formed hand signs and released a massive water ball to completely block the lava release. Water Release restrains lava release, and having learned Water Release from the second Hokage, his water abilities were not weak. In the original story, it was actually Kisame who used Water Release to forcefully suppress Old Purple's lava release, easily taking him down. Old Purple, whose lava release attack had failed, was somewhat surprised. Had his usually unstoppable lava release actually been blocked by Water Release? Facing the charging green snake, Old Purple's tail behind him crashed into it, using the impact to retreat. At this point, the Leaf Shinobi had already engaged the Rock Shinobi. The Rock Shinobi excelled at maintaining formation in battle, while the Leaf Shinobi were led by Faike, Kai, and the elite J-Nin who broke through first. I originally thought my opponent would be the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Well, let's finish you off quickly. Faike, wielding a ninja blade, dueled with Akatsuchi, who had been pushed back by the green snake. Having exposed his Mangekyo Sharingan on the battlefield, Faike didn't hold back, keeping his eyes wide open, forcing Akatsuchi to close his eyes to fight. But even with his eyes closed, he was unlikely to beat Faike. With them closed, he couldn't win at all, and soon he had several cuts from a ninja blade all over his body. Akatsuchi realized he couldn't win, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain as he used Earth Release to block Faike and retreated. But Faike Wun-Ti let this opportunity slip away. Although his Mangekyo techniques weren't offensive, he also had the eternal Susanoo. In an instant, a black skeletal figure formed behind him. For Faike, since he could restore his eyesight to avoid blindness, a brief period of blindness was completely acceptable, so he had no worries. Once the black Susanoo formed, it didn't wait for its right hand to fully take shape before raising its left fist to strike Akatsuchi. Akatsuchi's eyes widened, his hands guarding his chest. But a thick earthen wall forcefully blocked the punch, buying him some time to retreat. By the time the Susanoo broke through, Akatsuchi had already returned to Huang Tu's side. Meanwhile, Huang Tu was still maintaining his hand signs, and dozens of rock shinobi were using the earth flow wall together to block Faike's Susanoo. Lord Huang Tu, why? Huang Tu didn't respond, his face filled with seriousness. Another Susanoo, that damned Uchiha clan, where did so many Susanoo come from? His father, Inoki, had always been wary of Susanoo, and he had grown up in this environment. Moreover, having seen Kami Yuki's Susanoo, he instinctively thought that this Susanoo was equally troublesome, and Huang Tu turned his head, seeing the rock shinobi beside him being scattered, their corpses lying in pools of blood, suffering heavy losses. And all of this was caused by a man glowing green and excelling in taijutsu. I didn't expect that even my guy would come out for this mission. It seems our intelligence might have been leaked. Susanoo is indeed not something you can defeat. The Rock Shinobi Corps were continuously releasing combined ninjutsu with massive chakra consumption. unable to engage in a prolonged battle. I will cooperate with Old Purple to fight back, and I will reserve chakra for retreat. Yes. At this moment, Kabuto found himself at a loss, and seeing Old Purple gradually becoming agitated. More chakra from the Four Tails was borrowed, and the deep crimson-tailed beast cloak enveloped his entire body, resembling a humanoid-tailed beast. This was his tailed beast transformation stage 2. The tailed beast chakra spun in Old Purple's mouth, forming a medium-sized tailed beast ball, which was suddenly launched at the Leaf Ninjas. Fugaku rushed to the front, as purple skeletal structures began wrapping around his muscle tissue, entering the second stage of Susanoo. The black Susanoo raised its sword, actively countering the tailed beast ball to protect the Leaf Ninjas behind him. After colliding with the tailed beast ball, Susanoo stepped back 2 paces and exploded. Just as the Leaf Ninjas were worried about Fugaku, a black sword cut through the smoke, and the slightly damaged Susanoo had been restored by Fugaku, appearing before the Leaf Ninjas unharmed, greatly boosting their morale. Fugaku stood inside Susanoo, glaring fiercely at the Four Tails Jinchuriki. It's Susanoo, the black Susanoo, Fugaku clan leader, Fugaku minister. In the eyes of the Leaf Ninjas behind, when a massive tailed beast ball came crashing down, a gigantic black figure appeared to protect them. Like their guardian deity, the earth behind them clenched his fists tightly, while Fugaku's expression was somewhat grave. The attack power of the medium-sized tailed beast ball fired by the not fully tailed beast form Four Tails was not weak, and Susanoo also suffered some damage. If they were to face the complete Four Tails later, he would have to unleash his full form, but the duration might not be long, so they needed to resolve this quickly. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Old Purple began to draw in more tailed beast chakra, revealing one tail after another. As the figure of the Four-Tailed Sun, Wukong, began to materialize, magma erupted from the ground, and the massive body brought immense pressure to the Leaf Ninjas. Fugaku's eyes spun rapidly. Just as he was about to increase his eye power input, Might Guy grabbed his shoulder. Fugaku, let me handle it. The consumption of a higher-level Susanoo is not small, and I can't protect the surrounding Leaf Ninjas while fighting the Rock Ninjas, but your Susanoo can. All right, Guy, be careful. Guy nodded, and Kabuto, along with Kimimaro, swiftly stood aside, preparing to lead the army to break through the Rock Ninjas' formation. Lava release, flower, and fruit mountain. Old Purple pressed his hands to the ground, creating a sea of lava within a certain range, and then the sea of lava erupted like a volcano, with torrents of lava coming at them. Both the Rock Ninjas and the Leaf Ninjas instinctively dodged the lava, while Might Guy braced his hands in front of his face. Now is the time for the Leaf's Azure Beast to make its appearance. Betting on youth. I won't let you fully tailed Beastie Fairy and then harm my comrades with a tailed beast ball. The 8th gate, the 6th gate, the gate of you, open. Green steam swirled behind Guy, and the aura made Kabuto and the Leaf Ninjas raise their hands to shield themselves. Lee, Guy's team, watch closely, this is youth. Fully tailed beast-formed Old Purple roared forward, as the yin-yang chakra in his mouth began to gather. Guy dashed forward at extreme speed, dodging several tail strikes, and slammed his foot down, driving the Four Tails head into the ground. Want to launch a tail beast ball? Eat dirt. Forget about Old Purple, we're going to. Earth release. Earth Dragon bullet technique. The Earth Dragon charged ahead toward the Leaf Ninjas, and the Rock Ninjas followed up with their attack. Facing the Rock Ninjas' assault, Kabuto's glasses reflected a beam of light. Is this never-ending? Do they really think others can't do anything? Kabuto slapped the ground, his body beginning to transform into that of a snake, with scales appearing on his skin and horns sprouting from his head. After studying sage techniques in the Dragon Cave for so long, it was time to make an appearance. Sage mode, sage art, white surge technique. In the astonished eyes of the Leaf Ninjas, Kabuto emitted ultrasonic waves from his mouth, generating a powerful shockwave that created several meter-deep pits, directly killing dozens of Rock Ninjas. Not only that, but the white surge technique produced strong noise and vibrations, causing the Rock Ninjas in the front who had narrowly escaped to fall to the ground, with some even losing their hearing. It wasn't over yet. After the battle, Kabuto used sage techniques again. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation. The surrounding inorganic matter was given life, allowing Kabuto to control them to attack the Rock Ninjas, instantly breaking the formation they had maintained. Among them, the earth behind was already drenched in sweat, as he was blocking Susanoo's rampage, with Akatsuchi commanding the team. Are you still thinking of anything else while facing Uchiha, Fugaku? Die well, and contribute to my reputation. Today is the day I, Uchiha Fugaku, make a name for myself The sword of Susanoo swung down, making Akatsuchi's ordinary earth release attack seem weak. Damn Susanoo. Earth release. Mountain earth technique. Earth release. Earth binding coffin. Old Purple, don't hold back. The massive half-moon technique directly covered Susanoo, with rocks pressing inward, temporarily suppressing Fugaku, who could barely hold back the 10 tails for a moment. But Akatsuchi knew that this so-called confinement would not last long. Fugaku would break free again in no time. Hearing Akatsuchi shout, Old Purple cursed under his breath. Did he not want to? The erupting magma caused little harm to Might Guy. Every time he attempted to gather a tailed beast ball, he would be kicked in the mouth. If he had known, he would have brought the injured Han along, who knew that Might Guy could actually contend with a tailed beast. Guy, having already entered the threshold of shadow level with the 6th gate, moved at high speed with powerful taijutsu, leaving Old Purple in agony. You've angered me. Old Purple gathered his strength and collided fists with Guy, whose power could have thrown the 8 tails, yet only temporarily pushed Guy back. The green steam on Guy grew more intense as he seized the opportunity left by Old Purple's power buildup, instantly moving beneath the 4 tails and delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying. To the peacock, Guy unleashed a high-speed jab, causing his fist to ignite from friction with the air, using the shockwave and flames generated to send the 4 tails soaring while it howled in pain. How is this possible? That's Old Purple, who once fought alongside Han against the 4th Hokage and the 3 legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Forget about them for now, Akatsuchi. I need to settle the score between us. Fugaku had escaped confinement, and Susanoo once again attacked Akatsuchi, who had no choice but to retreat, gathering the rock ninjas again to launch a joint ninjutsu to suppress Fugaku. Lord Akatsuchi, Lord Chitachi has fallen. What? Akatsuchi hurriedly looked over, as Kabuto in Sage mode pierced through Chitachi's body with the Sage Art, Chakra Scalpel, and Chitachi fell lifeless to the ground. Chitachi, Lord Akatsuchi. IWA Tai. The rock ninja, IWA Tai, pushed Akatsuchi aside, sacrificing himself beneath Susanoo, while the flying 4 tails coincidentally crushed several rock ninjas that fell beside him. Akatsuchi knew this was not the time for sorrow. He had to take responsibility for the surviving rock ninjas. Retreat! Old Purple, cover them. Old Purple, who had just gotten up, felt as if the sky was falling. How could he handle Might Guy, Uchiha Fugaku, and the one shouting Sage Arts, Kabuto? Is that Han? Fugaku, already engaged in battle, sensed something was off without waiting for others to remind him, and turned to see a genuine tailed beast ball coming at him. Not good. Fugaku's Mundi Sharingan spun rapidly, armor appearing on Susanoo, but it was too late to cover completely. Boom! Fugaku. Might Guy rushed in close, pulling the severely injured Fugaku out. The second stage of Susanoo was still too weak to contend with a large-tailed beast ball. Just as Might Guy was about to open the 7th gate, Kabuto grabbed his shoulder. The 5 tails Jinchuriki Han has come to provide support. We don't know if Inoki and other Akatsuki members have arrived, and we are still unclear about Kisame and Zetsu's situation. Although we have suffered significant losses, the rock and sand ninjas have suffered even more, and they are already in retreat. The tailed beast transformation of Han watched them from a distance, glaring but not approaching, instead providing cover for the retreating rock ninja, ultimately leaving together. After the enemies had completely departed, Kai turned back to check on Fugaku's condition, and Kabuto was already treating him. Minister Fugaku, I'll stabilize your injuries and provide basic treatment first. Detailed treatment will be done after we return, and you'll need to rest for a while. Thank you. Minister Kabuto. Itachi Kisame, along with the injured Maru Hoshikoji, also arrived, accompanied by a team led by Shirwei. Lord Kabuto, father, are you okay? Injured. It's fine, Itachi. How about you? Sasori took the injured Biwa Juzu and escaped, while Kurozai Rega has died, and Kisame retrieved the decapitation sword. After Itachi finished speaking, Shirwei stepped forward to report. On my side, Maki was repelled, and the losses were a bit heavier on the Sand Ninja side, but still quite limited. In that case, Shirwei, re-establish the defense line of the Land of Grass. Kisame, take the decapitation sword and escort Minister Fugaku and Senior Maru Hoshikoji back to the village first to report to Lord Hokage. I will personally record everyone's merits and compensations and submit them to Lord Hokage, and everyone can check them at will. The remaining people will wait for the Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja to completely retreat before returning to Konoha in batches. Yes, under Kabuto's orders, the Konoha ninjas began to collect their fallen comrades' bodies, treat the wounded, and return to Konoha in batches. Kamihiro, Sensei, how's your body? Kabuto asked with concern. Komahiro, who was already an elite chunin and possessed jonin strength, had just used the Shikatsumiyaku to take down dozens of ninjas, and the resulting bone forest made Kabuto realize that Komahiro had overused his bloodline limit. Sensei, I'm right, cough cough, fine. Hearing Komahiro's severe coughing, Kabuto hurriedly placed his hand on his shoulder to check his condition. Don't use it for now. I can only alleviate your condition temporarily. I will inform Lord Hokage and Lady Tsunade to come. We will find a way for you in the burning heaven fire domain. My lord, it's nothing, cough cough cough. There's no need to trouble Lord Hokage. What are you saying? Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, Dean Yano, Kanjuro, and Shin all treat you as family. Don't you care for your own life? Komahiro lowered his head in shame. Indeed, his life no longer belonged solely to him, but also to everyone who cared for and loved him. I understand, Sensei. I will be careful. I will definitely not let you die from bloodline disease. Sensei, Chapter 117. The Veil-Torn, Reactions of Each Village Konoha, Hokage Building. Shen Yu was processing documents, and the battle reports from the Land of Waves and the Land of Rice had already been sent back. Only the report from the Land of Grass was missing, which should be coming soon. Shen Yu had confidence in Kabuto. If there were really problems, he would go with the reverse summoning technique. Shen Yu looked at the documents on the table with one hand, while the other was grabbing fruit from Tsunade, who was sitting beside him and watching Hataki Sakomo. Tsunade could only adopt a "I want to bite you" expression and feed Shen Yu the already cut fruit. Here, please open your esteemed mouth, my Hokage. Ouch, don't mess around. It tickles, wrong. Tsunade grabbed Shen Yu's arm and leaned on his leg, patting her belly. Be gentle when you pat. I'm getting more afraid as time goes on. Why are you getting less afraid? Weren't you a bit panicked back then? Not panicking now? Eat less of the cold fruit. If you want to eat, I can heat it up for you. I'm not eating. Don't go anywhere. Let me sleep for a bit. Tsunade used Shen Yu's leg as a pillow, closed her eyes while leaving a gap, clearly not intending to fall asleep. Tsunade's belly was nearly 7 months along, making her increasingly reliant on Shen Yu. And he also couldn't rest easy with her moving around. The 7-month belly was visibly larger now, with dozens of fetal movements a day, making many activities inconvenient. At home, Shen Yu found Kanai, Shizen, Izumi, and dozens of Uchiha maids who were constantly surrounding Tsunade, while Shen Yu stayed close by every day. Do you think the baby will be a bit lonely? It would be nice if it were twins. Shen Yu lowered his head, and Tsunade's large eyes, like round black gems, looked at him. He stroked Tsunade's golden hair and comforted her. A 7-month-old baby can hear outside sounds. We are here, so it won't be lonely. Hey, do you think I got a bit big? Shen Yu smiled helplessly and leaned down to touch Tsunade's forehead. Gotten what? Gotta love the baby more, love me more. Love yourself more? Whether or not it changes, it won't affect the fact that I love you in this life. Tsunade blushed slightly and pouted. Want to say it was really cheesy, but then thought, well, that's fine. Happiness is something that others should comment on. An Umbu ninja suddenly entered the Hokage building with a body flicker, verified his identity, and quickly headed to the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The Umbu ninja gently pushed the door open, took 2 steps forward without raising his head, and lifted the battle report with both hands. Lord Hokage, this is the battle report sent back by Lord Kabuto. After Shen Yu took it, the Umbu ninja slowly retreated. Hey, Rain, is this the last one? Has it been completed? It's done. I'm very relieved about Kabuto. After quickly reading it, Shen Yu handed the report to Tsunade, who took it and skimmed through it before placing it at the edge of the table. Is Red coming back soon? I miss Red. Soon. They should be on the way, and Orochimaru's side should be returning soon too. Tsunade hesitated upon hearing this, but still said, it should be soon, Rain. After our child is born, have you thought about who will take care of it? I've thought it over. Besides us, I plan to let Kabuto take care of it. What do you think? Rain, do you think? That's completely fine. I support it. I will definitely protect you both. After adjusting Tsunade into a comfortable position, Shen Yu called for Shizune and asked her to hand the documents on the table to Kakashi, who would know how to handle them. The rest depended on how the various village leaders would respond. His Dongzhou had already thrown the order into chaos. And now it was time to see how these lords would act. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Sigh. Did Akatsuchi sacrifice himself? Yes, father. Anoki sat in the high seat, leaning forward from his originally reclined position, while the yellow earth knelt below. Old AI's face showed slight shame, but was very serious, and Han stood beside him with a blank expression. Akatsuchi was dead. The guardian who had protected him for decades was gone, and now, with the deaths of Tsuchikage, Fisher, one excellent rock ninja, after another had fallen at the hands of Konoha. Ha ha ha. Onoki's bitter and low laughter left several people feeling uneasy. He shook his head. Konoha is truly blessed, especially the Uchiha. That damned Uchiha Shen Yu, and the third generation, is also useless, unable to even hold onto the position of Hokage. Why can't they see the threat posed by Konoha? Orochimaru entered the land of rice, and Raikage, but didn't even lift a finger. The Sand Ninja seem arrogant, but they dare not cross a single step into Konoha. The Mizukage directly shut himself in. What are these people doing? Onoki suddenly threw the Chinese book in his hand to the ground, realizing that there were at least 2 Susanoo now, and might guy could contend with Raikage, and the third Hokage, that ninja hero, was still alive. Konoha was already so strong, yet these people were still watching from the sidelines. Thinking of this, Onoki roared. The Sand Village has not yet returned. Tell Maki to inform their Kazekage that if they want to get their children back and ensure the existence of the Sand Village, they should not send such a worthless army. Let someone talk to the Raikage, if he doesn't want to end up like Rasha or Sarutobi Hiruzen, submissively handing over his ninjas to survive, then he shouldn't hold back anymore. The Earth and Thunder must cooperate to weaken Konoha. Otherwise, once Konoha completely masters the tailed beasts, the situation will spiral out of control. As for the Mist Village, let them be. Those fools who isolate themselves. Lust nodded, preparing to go out and convey the orders, but was called back by Inoki. Also, secretly station in the Takigakure and take control of it. Lust was a bit surprised. Do we also need to learn from Konoha? Before he could ask, Inoki had already given the answer. Since the Hokage has set an example, shouldn't we follow suit? However, do not disturb their daimyo. And do not change it to a county, just gather the Takinen, and do not let our daimyo be alarmed. Inoki paused, seemingly unintentionally, but perhaps deliberately, saying something only for Lust to hear, making him widen his eyes. Even if startled, we should wait for Konoha's Hokage to take action first. Or let Iwagakure unify the ninja world. In the land of lightning, at Kumogakure, Raikage and his senior officials sat together discussing matters. Raikage looked expressionless at the documents sent by the IWA ninjas. Mabui reported to the Raikage. News from the Land of Waves indicates that it has already been occupied by Kakashi's forces, and the Mist Village has not reacted. Inoki's IWA Suna coalition has also not succeeded. The IWA ninjas claim that Konoha suffered heavy losses, but I estimate they lost more than Konoha. According to our plan, since the IWA ninjas did not win, we have not moved in the Land of Rice either. Regardless, maybe Konoha has made significant progress, but our military strength has almost recovered and will definitely not be weak. Tsutsumi spoke about the situation in Kumogakure, and everyone's gaze turned to A. Inoki sent a letter, using provocation to get me to cooperate in weakening Konoha, asking if I want to be like the third Hokage or Rasha. I will not be as cowardly as Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor as useless as Rasha, but I must also consider our own losses. The reason we have not acted or even avoided confrontation is to let Iwagakure take action first, to probe and weaken them. This way, even if we cooperate later, we can gain a bigger advantage when dividing the spoils, and this is something we all came up with together. Everyone nodded. This was the decision made after their discussions, and Raikage slammed the table. However, now Konoha's geniuses are truly emerging. Uchiha Fugaku has also acquired Susanoo, and there are strong taijutsu users like Might Guy. Moreover, the 1 tail, 2 tails, and 9 tails are all in Konoha's hands, and the IWA people have not been able to gather intelligence, probably because the Hokage has hidden it. We cannot wait any longer. Konoha's development speed in the prosperous Land of Fire is too fast for us to compare. We can only weaken Konoha together, like in previous wars. Tsutsumi, Raikage-sama, you will take Darui to station in the Land of Frost, completely take control of them like in the Land of Moon. I will talk to the daimyo. Do not worry. Yes. Tsutsumi accepted the order and went out with Darui to prepare the ninja army. Unlike Inoki's secrecy, Raikage laid out the situation in the Land of Frost openly and clearly communicated with the daimyo for a mutual benefit exchange. This exchange could succeed because the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, like the high-ranking officials of Kumogakure, often participate in governance, unlike other hidden villages that only provide financial support. Moreover, there is a clear division. No ninja believes that the daimyo will become the Raikage, nor that the Raikage can replace the daimyo. Raikage focused his gaze on the map of the ninja world, considering what places they could seize before Konoha acted. The Land of Iron? A neutral country cannot act. The Land of Hot Water? Directly connected to Konoha, cannot act without a firm decision to engage them. The Land of Waves? Konoha has taken first. The Land of Whirlpools? Already destroyed. The only option left is the Land of Frost. The others will have to wait a bit longer. In the Land of Wind, at Sunagakure, the sand outside was scalding hot from the sun, and the space seemed to fold, while inside the Kazekage building, Maki felt a chill. When did the Kazekage building stop seeing sunlight? Do you mean that the Konoha ninjas facing us are stronger than the sand ninjas we sent to battle? In the shadow above Rasha, there were still human fluctuations in the corner of the room. Yes, Kazekage-sama. After Maki answered respectfully, he lowered his head. Rasha's cold voice came from above him. Do not worry. The sand ninjas sent to battle are not our strongest ninja team. After training for such a long time, how could I not have a trump card? How could I send the strongest team of Sunagakure to work for the IWA ninjas? Maki suddenly realized that the Kazekage had his own considerations. Indeed, how could the most elite team be sent to work for the IWA ninjas? But we should also make preparations for the future and cultivate more ninjas. Maki, go find the daimyo and seek financial support. The daimyo? Kazekage-sama. Isn't the daimyo unwilling to provide financial support? I will ask him and let me know the answer. Maki slightly raised his head to express his doubts, but was startled and hurriedly lowered it again because at that moment, Kazekage Rasha was staring at him with a piercing gaze, and he quickly escaped from the Kazekage building. After Maki left, a sand ninja appeared from the shadows and knelt down. Chiyohao is a rock. Kazekage-sama, the ninjas around them have been dealt with over the years. Should we take action against them? Now is not the time to act. After Maki brings back the daimyo's news, if the daimyo still chooses the past, then you can take action. Rasha stood up and walked out of his office, and the voice of the ninja followed him. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Rasha did not stop, gradually walking into the darkness, regarding the previously mentioned stronger sand ninja team. The reason the sand village has not collapsed now is precisely because Rasha's reign of terror is maintaining it. Iraq understands this clearly, and he's also afraid that this fragile sand village will be pierced, which is why he's been maintaining the status quo without confronting his sister. Only by allowing this terror to continue can the sand village avoid becoming meat on the chopping block. In the Land of Rain, at the Akatsuki organization, Pain has learned of the death of Kuratsuchi Raiga, and Haiden has been taken away for treatment. Uchiha Fugaku also has the Mangekyo Sharingan, and there are reports from the Mist Village that Uchiha Tachi also has it, which makes 3 pairs. Moreover, according to Scorpion, they seem to have received news in advance. After hearing Scorpion's report, Conan summarized it for Pain. It's likely that the Sand and IWA ninjas leaked the information. You must know that Jiraiya and Orochimaru are aware that I have the Rinnegan. Conan nodded after hearing this, but she also expressed concern. Nagato, your body. It's fine. I will not fall until I have fulfilled Yahiko's wish. I have nearly mastered the Rinnegan over these years. And now, Konoha is indeed strong. I must wait. Wait until the major ninja villages truly start the war, suffering heavy casualties, before taking action to capture the tailed beasts and make them feel pain. Deva Path Pain instinctively raised his hands, his sleeves billowing in the wind, but then remembered there was no one else around and returned to the ground. But for now, we still need to continue strengthening the Akatsuki organization. Conan, keep an eye on the rogue ninjas in the ninja world. If there are any, I will go capture them. Good. The situation in the Hidden Mist Village is not much better than that of the Hidden Sand Village. However, under the influence of the God Rain kaleidoscope, the situation in the Land of Rain has become even more chaotic. In just a few years, it has caught up with the results that Kurigane Shikaku of the Hidden Mist Village achieved over a much longer period. After the Mizukage Kurigane Shikaku was severely injured by Itachi's Amaterasu while chasing Zabuza, he secluded himself, significantly reducing his public appearances, perhaps due to his diminished strength. Kurigane Shikaku used the excuse of Zabuza and the Kagaya clan incident to conduct another large-scale purge of ninjas to consolidate his rule as Mizukage. Terumi may increasingly doubt the Mizukage, but she also cannot be sure. After all, this is the Kage, a Kage who has ruled the Hidden Mist Village for decades. Her superior, elected by countless people. Given the current situation in the ninja world, she can only learn about it while on missions. And now she has received a new order to lead a team to support the pufferfish demon in the Watermelon Mountain and completely occupy the Bear Country. Occupying the Bear Country? Aren't they afraid of being scolded by the daimyos of other countries? Won't they be attacked en masse? Or has there been a new change in the ninja world? In any case, the order has been given, and she has no reason not to comply. However, due to the stagnation of information, the other ninja villages have already completed their occupation objectives before the Hidden Mist Village's team set off. Moreover, someone has already betrayed them. Chapter 1:18 Kakashi and Orochimaru return to the village. The sunset has begun its descent, and Kakashi has returned to Konoha with his team. Finally back in the village. I'm so tired. I must buy a few more books to comfort my soul. Kakashi wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, while beside him, Hong, Yamato, and the little ones looked somewhat speechless. Kakashi, have you stopped hiding your hobbies? And you think you need a girlfriend. Do you want me to introduce you to the beauties of the Uchiha clan? Huh? Forget it, haha. Kakashi, with an embarrassed expression, pushed his hands out. Did everyone know about this preference of his? Why did it spread so widely? Hey, Teacher Kakashi, the sisters of the Uchiha clan are very beautiful. Isn't that better than looking at the little prince? Kakashi's facial muscles twitched, grabbing Naruto's face and twisting it back and forth. Although everyone knows. They haven't said it out loud. Don't you care about the teacher's dignity at all? Ha, Kakashi-senpai. I think Hong is right. Are you really not planning to? Sigh. Yamato, you're joking with me too. Kakashi bent his body slightly, arms hanging down, suddenly spotting something that made him perk up again. Hong, look, it's the Hokage. He must be here to pick you up, right? Where's he? Trying to tease Hong. Kakashi only realized after Sakura pointed to the distance that Hong had already reached the Hokage. Nanny? So fast. It seems the Hokage and she have a deep bond. This is love. Kakashi's unspoken words were taken up by Sasuke, and Sakura instinctively looked toward Sasuke, while Kakashi speechlessly ruffled Sasuke's hair. At such a young age, do you already know what love is? Little did they know, behind them, a girl with white eyes was enviously watching Hong rush towards the Hokage. Hong, you, and Tsunade, why did you bring Tsunade out? Hong supported one of Tsunade's arms, touching her belly. It's fine. I asked you to bring me out, and he has been dragging me along. That is not okay. Is the baby kicking your belly? How amazing. The two chatted, while the God Rain joined Kakashi and the others. Hokage-sama, teacher. I already know about the situation in the Land of Waves. You all did well. Sasuke, Naruto, and Gaara are directly promoted to Chunin and will temporarily form a team to participate in the Jonin exam, while Sakura, Ino, and Sai will temporarily form a team to participate in the Chunin exam. I've already issued the achievements of the other ninjas. You can check them when you return. If there's anything wrong, come to me. Yes, Hokage-sama. After receiving the orders, the ninja teams gradually dispersed, and the little ones gathered around God Rain. Jonin exam? Hokage brother. Do Sasuke, Naruto, and I get to participate in the Jonin exam? Chunin exam? Teacher, isn't that every 2 years? You can defeat Jonin, although that Jonin is somewhat lacking. Your strength is enough to be promoted to Chunin after passing the Jonin exam. After the Chunin exam, it will be once a year, Shikumo. You are to deal with the enemies as a team, but I also want to see your individual combat strength, understand? Understood, teacher. Kakashi stroked his chin. The exams used to be every 2 years, and they just had one last year, and now they're having another. Well, Konoha has too many genin now, and the Chunin exam is overflowing, so this can relieve pressure and give way to geniuses. But most importantly, there might be further actions planned. All right, don't just stand outside. After being out for so long, I need to treat you to a meal with your 5th Hokage-sama. Great. On the path from the Land of Rice to Konoha, Orochimaru and Shursui were on their way to Konoha. A mocking wave appeared on Orochimaru's usually calm and teasing face, because there was one more person in the army, a Konoha ninja who hadn't returned to Konoha for many years. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to really return to Konoha. Sure enough, you still have Konoha in your heart. Also, you said that God Rain sent you to station in the Land of Rice and change it to the Rice County. What about the daimyo of the Land of Rice? Why go back? I need to talk to the old man. His policy is wrong. Jiraiya's incessant chatter was overwhelming for Orochimaru. Shut up. That is Hokage-sama. If you keep chattering, I can't guarantee that the surrounding Uchiha and Konoha ninjas won't take action against you. Even I can't defeat Uchiha Shursui. No way. You and I are the legendary 3. Hey. Jiraiya looked around. The Uchiha ninjas had surrounded him without him noticing, and even other Konoha ninjas were looking at him with slightly hostile eyes. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly, secretly shocked by God Rain's prestige as Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama. Yes, Hokage-sama. No more talking. No more talking. Orochimaru, this time I'm back in the village. Naruto should be almost in 6th grade, and he will graduate next year. I need to go back and get familiar with him. He is the child of Minato. After he graduates, I will teach him techniques like Rasengan and the summoning scroll of Mount Mayaboku, so he can also become a strong person known in the ninja world. And I will mentor him for a while. I heard Konoha is developing very quickly. I need to go back and take a look. In the land of hot water and other countries, I can hear their citizens envy the villagers of Konoha, and some even plan to escape to Konoha. Then I'll go see Tsunade, the old man, and then I'll continue gathering materials and search for the child of prophecy. All right, Orochimaru, you've learned to answer quickly, haha. Jiraiya laughed, while Orochimaru's expression had already frozen, his pupils narrowing, the corners of his mouth curling up as if mocking Jiraiya. Naruto has already graduated for almost a year. Tsunade has become Hokage's wife and is almost 7 months pregnant. As for Rasengan and the summoning scroll, Minato's Rasengan and the multiple shadow clone technique from the Sealing Book have long been taught to Naruto by Hokage. The Land of Flames, the Wet Bone Forest, and the Dragon Cave. As long as Naruto wants, which one can't he take? Does he really need to take your stinky frog? After not returning for a few years, do you still think the situation will remain unchanged like when the old man was in power, due to idleness and power struggles? Even now, the old man has seen the truth clearly and only hopes to live up to the reputation of Hokage in the upcoming battles. Do you still want to use the old man to interfere in political matters? Naruto has been completely taken care of by the Hokage these past few years. You think you could just go back and reap the benefits? It doesn't work that way. If it weren't for the Hokage driving away the darkness of the village, would he even consider going back? Jiraiya. Oh, Jiraiya. How did you not realize before that you're already out of touch with the times? What a pity, though regrettable. It is not worthy of sympathy. Orochimaru shook his head and quickened his pace. Recently, the Hokage had dug up historical materials about the Han Kingdom from the Uchiha archives. Communicating with Jiraiya is not as useful as studying these histories. Whether it's the governor system, the county system, or the imperial family with guardian spirit bloodlines. The imperial system, the external relatives, generals, ministers, princesses, and princes, that grand scale, far surpassing the current system of one village in one country. Along with the Han Kingdom's remaining wealth found in the dragon vein of Lulan, fascinated him. Sometimes he pondered what position he would hold, a scientific minister, or perhaps an external relative supporting Tsunade. Forget it, let us see how the Hokage takes that step first. Anyway, the ninjas and villagers of Konoha have all accepted the new changes. What will the other villages' reactions be? Chapter 119. Jiraiya caught peeping due to the proximity of the Land of Rice to the hidden Cloud Village and concerns about a possible attack from the Cloud Ninja. Orochimaru's return to the village was a few days later than Kakashi's. Orochimaru, you go back first. I'll go gather materials, haha. Hey. Orochimaru didn't even have time to react before Jiraiya had already disappeared. Orochimaru clenched his fists, making a loud, cracking sound. That bastard. Peeping is illegal in Konoha. If caught, he could be locked up for at least a few months, depending on the severity of the case. That annoying guy should be managed by the Uchiha Police Department. It's time to correct that bad habit. Orochimaru dispersed the team and went with sure sway to report to the Hokage building. He also wanted to check on Tsunade. Unknowingly, she was already 7 months pregnant. And as an old friend, he naturally wanted to show some concern. The simple-minded Shursui scratched his head. He heard Orochimaru's mumbling about gathering materials. Gathering what? A building architect? As long as it's not illegal. That's fine. The Uchiha Police Patrol team frequently patrols the village. He and Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage building and entered the Hokage's office. Inside were only Shen Yu and Tsunade, along with Shizune and Izumi helping Shen Yu while taking care of Tsunade, while Han was taking care of a few kids. Hokage-sama, Tsunade. Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade. After the two greeted, Orochimaru handed a document to Shen Yu. Orochimaru, sure sway. Any unusual movements from the Cloud Ninja? None. The Cloud Ninja wants to see us in a weakened state before they act, but unfortunately, Toby didn't let them succeed. Shen Yu understood. One could guess the Cloud Ninja's intentions. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya has returned. Well, he is back. It's no big deal. No need to report. Shen Yu didn't care about Jiraiya at all. This guy hadn't returned to Konoha since the raid on the Sand Village. So whether he came back or not made no difference. Konoha continued to function just fine without him. Seeing that everyone present had no emotional fluctuations, Orochimaru thought, of course. Konoha doesn't lack Jiraiya. Orochimaru then looked at Tsunade, who was visibly pregnant. She felt his gaze and turned to him. Tsunade, take good care of yourself. What a given. Are you coming when the child is born? With our friendship, I will definitely be there. Then Hokage-sama, I'll take my leave. Sure sway. You stay in the village for now? As a guard. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sure sway replied and left with Orochimaru. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Jiraiya skillfully searched for information and found a hot spring bathhouse. Konoha is really big now, and the security measures have improved. Finding a secluded spot is not easy, especially with some troublesome people to shake off. Sigh, since I've already been through trouble, it's time to enjoy Jiraiya showed a lewd smile and pulled out a telescope from behind. His sneaky actions caught the attention of the police patrol team. But he successfully shook them off and found a suitable place to gather materials, unaware that while he lost some of them, he didn't completely shake them off. Sasuke, why are you dragging me here? Idiot, lower your voice. Gaara, Naruto, come over here. I just received a distress signal from a police department member nearby. So I brought you two along. The three of them huddled together and looked ahead to see someone lying on the ground, wiggling there, but while peering through a telescope. Who is that, and what are they doing? Idiot Naruto, Sasuke's meaning is clear. Right in front of us is the most famous bathhouse in our village. Aren't we planning to soak in the hot springs here? The person wasn't wearing the Konoha ninja forehead protector, but had oil on their head. It must be the pervy sage Jiraiya, shamelessly peeping at the bathhouse. The love on Gaara's face turned into anger. If he wasn't mistaken, the police department members they had been tracking had been shaken off. Teacher Hong had already gone back, and they were gathering to check out the bathhouse recommended by Yamato-sensei. If they weren't careful. What? If we hadn't discovered this, Sakura and the others. Baka, don't be a baka. I was planning to recommend it to my teacher. If he came and something like this happened, I would never forgive myself in this lifetime. Let us go. Together. At this moment, Jiraiya was searching for gaps with the telescope. Why was the defense of this bathhouse so tight? Did they even have to use secret techniques? He finally found some white flesh. Bang. Jiraiya quickly blocked Sasuke's attack with a kunai. Kid, sneak attacks aren't a good habit. Sasuke squinted his eyes, using all his strength to press down on Jiraiya's kunai. So, peeping at the bathhouse is a good habit? You little brat don't understand. This is just gathering materials. Jiraiya awkwardly smiled, clearly embarrassed to be caught. Would you tolerate someone peeping at your important person? Sand hand. Sasuke flipped back, and the giant hand that appeared on the ground failed to catch Jiraiya, who dodged it. Sand, are you the kid who got caught earlier? Cut the crap. Come with us to the police department. Hey, there's no need for that. I'll just say hello to your Hokage and promise not to. Shut up. As the Hokage's teacher, how could I tolerate your behavior? Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke, let me help you. Wind style, great breakthrough. Seeing that the two had already attacked, Gaara silently prepared sand nearby to prevent greater destruction. Hey, three little Uchiha brats, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I'm really going to get angry. Not wanting to reveal his identity, Jiraiya, seeing their Uchiha clan attire, thought they were Uchiha ninjas. Earth style, earth flow wall. Before Jiraiya could catch his breath, Gaara's attack followed. Sand binding. Quicksand rushed towards Jiraiya, trying to wrap him up from all sides, but was blown away by the gale Jiraiya produced. Still not stopping? If this continues, I really will fight back. Jiraiya, annoyed by the sneak attack from Sasuke, felt his mood for gathering materials was disrupted and wondered what was going on. He also knows that his behavior is not quite right. But as long as he is not discovered, for the sake of art, I can't continue with this. All I know is that you broke the law. Come with me to the police department, Raijin Chidori. A large amount of chakra gathered in Sasuke's hand, and the high-speed vibration generated lightning. The sound of Chidori could be heard from afar. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. These three little guys were not simple at all. This is Chidori? Doton Yomi Swamp. The ground turned muddy, trying to hinder the 3's attack, but Sasuke's Chidori easily broke through the earth flow wall and charged at Jiraiya. However, the delay in speed allowed Jiraiya to kick Sasuke away, but he also didn't dare to easily receive Chidori. That kick was quite forceful, making Sasuke feel like he was falling apart. My Sasuke. Gaara, don't rush. I'm preparing sand binding coffin. As soon as Sasuke rushed out, several hands made of sand emerged from the ground, trying to obstruct Jiraiya's actions, increasing the hit rate for the sand binding coffin behind. The other little guys who came with the three also arrived at this place. As soon as Kiba saw the battle, he immediately wanted to help, but was held back by Shikamaru. That seems to be the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. What legendary Jiraiya? Sasuke has already used Chidori. What are you thinking, Shikamaru? Kiba shook off Shikamaru's hand and charged forward with Shino. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't help. This is really troublesome. Shadow imitation technique. Just as Jiraiya broke through the sand hands, he was suddenly immobilized, and although he successfully broke free afterward, that moment allowed the subsequent sand binding coffin to successfully trap him. Hurry up, Naruto, we can't hold him. After hiding for a long time, the two Narutos charged forward, moving quickly on the Yomi swamp covered with sand, with spheres swirling rapidly in their hands, containing immense energy. Here it comes, Rasengan. As Naruto was about to get close to Jiraiya, he noticed that the sand in front of him had begun to flow like water and then erupted, continuously impacting the thrown Rasengan. Ultimately, it was rebounded to the ground by Jiraiya, using the toad barrier, causing an explosion that formed a huge pit. Rasengan? Where did you learn that? Four-legged technique. Jiraiya turned around and kicked Kiba away with a few moves, then burned Shino's parasitic insect with a single burst of fire. He now wanted to know the answer about Rasengan. The members of the police department had also arrived, some with Byakugan, some with ninja dogs, some with Sharingan, and some with parasitic insects. That was invented by my father, and the Hokage brother taught it to me, to protect the village. Your father? Hokage brother? You are. Now you're surrounded. Come with me to the police department, Sannin Jiraiya. Uchiha Ryo rushed over with elite ninjas as soon as he received the news. With the 3 Tomo plus him, there were a full 12 pairs of eyes. At least they could hold out if a fight broke out. I haven't done anything wrong. Uchiha Ninja, you're talking nonsense. How could you, as one of the Sannin, be proud of peeping at a bathhouse with my master, Orochimaru? Sasuke's words made Ryo frown. He waved his hand behind his back, and the Uchiha police ninja tacitly surrounded the area, with more ninjas moving closer. Wait a minute, master. Who is the master? Tsunade? Kid, tell me how Tsunade became your master? Jiraiya stepped forward to grab Sasuke, but a giant shaku blocked his path. The returning Kisame stood atop it. Sannin Jiraiya. Peeping at a bathhouse. Come with the police department. This is already illegal. If you resist arrest, I can't guarantee what will happen. Uchiha Ryo and a group of ninjas also protected the children present. If a fight broke out, they should let these enforcers go first. Jiraiya still wanted to get the answer, but a hoarse voice stopped him. Jiraiya, come with the police department. Otherwise, even I will take action, and my actions will always be lighter than Lord Hokage's. Orochimaru? When did Tsunade become this kid's master? And who is his teacher? How could that kid know Rasengan? He said Rasengan was invented by his father. Could he be Minato's son, Naruto? And, before Orochimaru could respond, Shui, who had rushed over, couldn't hold back. Lord Tsunade is the wife of Lord Hokage. As a Konoha ninja, please maintain respect. Do you look down on Konoha and my Uchiha clan? Itachi gently rubbed Sasuke's back, standing next to Shui, and dared to hit Sasuke. I couldn't bear it, regardless of the Sannin or not. Jiraiya's words. With him, Shui, and Kisame. They should be able to take him down. The scene was very quiet. Jiraiya wanted to ask about Tsunade, but the situation wouldn't easily allow him to leave. Jiraiya, come with the police department. Peeping is indeed bad behavior, and I will explain the rest to you. Orochimaru couldn't hold back anymore, fearing that Jiraiya would do something foolish and get beaten up, pulling Jiraiya away. Jiraiya didn't really want to fight with Konoha ninjas. He took a step down and followed Orochimaru to the police department. He wanted to know what had happened over the years. He and T returned to the village for several years and seemed to understand nothing but that the current Hokage was Shen Yu. Chapter 120. Jiraiya confronted by Orochimaru. Tsunade's frustration. In the detention center of the Uchiha police department, Orochimaru stood at the door talking to Jiraiya about what he wanted to know. So, Tsunade is already 7 months pregnant. Naruto's parentage has been revealed, and Konoha has occupied the land of grass, the land of waves, and the land of rice. Orochimaru did not comment, his hoarse voice echoing in the empty space. Is he not afraid of Naruto being harmed? I don't think anyone would dare harm Naruto in front of Lord Hokage. Besides, Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki has never been hidden by the past higher-ups of Konoha. What they did, ISNT that the reason you, the great Jiraiya, left? Now you care about Naruto? In Naruto's heart, your status is not as high as mine. The goodwill for Minato and Kakashi has all been ruined by you. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, sighed, and lowered his head in disappointment. Then Tsunade, you have no right to meddle. They are truly in love. Hokage spoils Tsunade, and Tsunade cares for her husband. Jiraiya was left speechless by the rebuttal, but paused, and still said, as for the land of grass, the land of rivers, the land of rice, and the land of waves, this is destroying the system of one country, one village established by the first Hokage, which will inevitably lead to greater turmoil. Orochimaru revealed a mocking smile, making Jiraiya feel seen through. Oh my, I didn't realize you had such insights. After Minato left, why didn't you take the position of 5th Hokage? And if I remember correctly, you also participated in the plan to raid the Sand-Hidden Village. Why didn't you mention the land of rivers then? Jiraiya was silent for a moment. Where's the old man? He has stepped down. How do you think the old man did while in office? Well, if it was good, why did you run away? Since you ran away and didn't have the heart to trouble your own teacher, you shouldn't obstruct others who can't stand the darkness, right? Jiraiya didn't know how to respond and could only reiterate his question. Don't change the subject. I want to know what the Hokage thinks about the one country, one village system, with countless casualties in the Third Great Ninja War. Do you really think this so-called one country, one village system is so superior? Only one country can allow ninjas and civilians to avoid hostility due to different identities, gradually smoothing over decades of hatred. Only a truly prestigious figure, whom everyone follows, with the strength to suppress the entire ninja world and enough time to foster a sense of belonging among everyone, can become a ruler and bring about true peace. But is solving problems with violence acceptable? As long as everyone can reconcile and let go of grudges. Shut up. Go tell those who died decades ago. You blockhead. Even the current children know what happened in history, what is right and what is wrong. Why continue down a wrong path? The scene fell into silence, which lasted a long time until Jiraiya spoke up. Orochimaru, do you think I'm quite a failure? Orochimaru was also left speechless by Jiraiya's strange logic. He took a step back, closed the door of the confinement room, and locked it. If it's failure, then it's quite a failure. Not a single thing has been done thoroughly, instead relying on a prophecy from Frog. Originally intending to return and teach Naruto, he instead left Naruto with a particularly bad first impression. Do you know that the companions of the people you spied on that day were planning to go in? Stay here and reflect well. That hot spring has already sued you, and you need to prepare for compensation. Got it. Jiraiya felt somewhat powerless. What a sin. Getting caught while gathering material. He's already socially dead in Konoha. Being someone who frequently gathers material, he still didn't realize how severe the illegal implications of peeping would be in present-day Konoha, especially given his identity. He is the disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary three, Jiraiya, with many achievements, yet he committed such a severely impactful act. If not handled properly, what would the ninjas, especially the civilian ninjas, think? Seeing Orochimaru walking further away, Jiraiya couldn't hold his temper anymore. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, how long are you going to keep me locked up? Let me out. I still need to explain to Naruto and the others, and as Orochimaru walked further away, the number of black lines on his forehead increased. You never learn? The reputation of the legendary three has been completely tarnished. Why are you worrying about someone else's child? You will be locked up for at least 3 months, and possibly up to 9 months, and you will face hefty compensation, so reflect well. After saying this, Orochimaru hurriedly left, deciding to avoid talking to Jiraiya, because he was afraid of becoming stupid. The reason he just retorted was purely his past self clashing with the old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Next time, he would just go find the old man. Although the changed old man is hard to argue with now, he's still dozens of times better than Jiraiya. He might learn something. As for whether Jiraiya would escape later, with Konoha's current strength, who could get away? A green light shone on Sasuke's back, while Naruto, beside him, was animatedly recounting what had just happened. Tsunade, I really didn't expect Jiraiya, my father's teacher, among the legendary three, would actually spy on a bathhouse. Thank goodness Sasuke found out. Otherwise, if Sakura and the others had gone in, I would regret it for a lifetime. And Sasuke got hurt, it's just. Tsunade was treating the dent on Sasuke's back caused by Jiraiya's kick, while angrily complaining. This Jiraiya, peeping again and again, and even injured Sasuke. What did he come back for? It would have been better if he hadn't come back. He causes trouble the moment he does. Don't call me one of the legendary three anymore. It's too embarrassing. Master, what do you mean by again and again? Naruto slapped his forehead in realization. Again and again? Isn't that what Kakashi-sensei learned from him? His body is all worn out. Damn it. I'll warn Kakashi-sensei to stay away from little Huang Shu. Stay away from the legendary three, Jiraiya. Shen Yu watched the two kids grumbling from the side. In fact, he already knew what had happened when it occurred, but there was no need for him to intervene personally. Kisame, Itachi, and Shursui were all in the village. There was no need for Jiraiya's combat power anymore. His Rinnegan would be ready soon, just a few more months, and besides the special ocular technique, all other abilities would be unlocked. Currently, Konoha has a large number of shadow level and potential shadow level ninjas. Once the Rinnegan is ready and the plans for the Pure Land are perfected, the plan can begin. According to the laws of the Uchiha Police Department, he would be locked up for 9 months and required to pay compensation to the guests and the bathhouse for the damage to their reputation. As for the two of you, good job. Even recognizing Jiraiya, you dare to act. What reward do you want? Shen Yu grasped the shoulders of the two and gave them a gentle rub. Naruto scratched his head shyly, while Sasuke thought to himself that he had finally escaped the fate of being patted on the head. Teacher, this is what we should do. We lack nothing. Exactly. Hokage and I gave us all the good stuff. We remember everything. As soon as the two spoke, Tsunade, Hinata, Ino, and Shizen all looked at the two with satisfaction, realizing they had grown up. You two, all right, head back first. I'll clean up a bit and then go home. Okay, then Sasuke and I will head back first. See you, Sasuke. Teacher, I'll take my leave first. After the two left, the Hokage building continued to operate for the last bit of time today. Shizune and Ino chatted while sorting through documents and files. Ino had now grown into a tall and beautiful woman, calling out to you and referring to her as sister. The Uchiha clan was almost going crazy, desperately seeking Tsunade and Ino for leniency, thinking they were unwilling. But in fact, the two had already agreed when they went to comfort the late Kazekage's grandson, and even urged Shen Yu for Ino. It was Shen Yu who said to wait a bit longer. In 2 years, he would be here, and Ino often stayed with him, changing how she addressed him. There was no rush except for the final step. Ino was sorting through the confidential documents on Shen Yu's desk, still needing to prepare some for you. Meanwhile, Tsunade mysteriously pulled Shen Yu aside. What is wrong? I'm going to help Ino clean up. Let us go home together. When we get home, I'll cook for you all, making plenty of delicious food. I'm not worried about wasting. Shen Yu habitually wrapped his arms around Tsunade and kissed her forehead, checking her stomach and her health. Is it your body that is uncomfortable? Blood pressure is a bit high, adrenaline secretion is a bit excessive, and the stomach is a little uncomfortable due to excitement. Are you angry? Shen Yu gently rubbed Tsunade's belly, and she gradually calmed down. She bit her lip. Although she knew it was probably unnecessary, she still felt a prickly discomfort in her heart. Her straightforward personality made it hard for her to organize her thoughts, so she poured out her worries. So annoying. I'll just say it. I'm yours in every way. Do you understand? Spiritually and physically, I haven't liked anyone else besides you, and there has been no physical contact. Tsunade's eyes stared seriously at Shen Yu, and with Jiraiya back in the village, some old folks were once again talking about Jiraiya's one-sided feelings. What is this? Isn't this just picking at her wounds? It made her furious, letting Kisame deal with him properly. She naturally trusted Shen Yu, but she wouldn't allow anyone, even if it wouldn't harm their feelings, even just a little bad thought wouldn't work. If Shen Yu felt even a bit uncomfortable, she wouldn't feel good either. You're angry about this, Tsunade? Shen Yu found it a bit amusing, but he felt warm inside. His wife cared deeply for him, and who knows what that feeling is. It's not worth it. You and I have been together for over a decade. Do I not know you? They both opened their hearts to each other. Don't let anger affect you. Your well-being is more important. Shen Yu lifted Tsunade up, and Tsunade sighed in relief, relaxing in Shen Yu's embrace. It felt much better to say it out loud. Day by day, Tsunade instinctively held Shen Yu tighter. That's good. With Mito gone and SHJ gone, you're all I have left in this world. You can't leave me. I will never leave you. We'll die together if it comes to that. Besides, we still have children. Yes, we have children, and we have Hong, Izumi, Shizen, Sasuke, Naruto, and the others. Shen Yu comforted Tsunade's emotions, but a surge of ruthlessness rose in his heart. But those old geezers, how dare they chatter? Is it because I haven't acted for years that they think I'm too merciful? Indeed, after holding Konoha for so long, seeing Jiraiya return, those who usually wouldn't dare to talk back have found their backbone. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen has stepped down. How can there still be a few fools who can't see the situation clearly? I don't care. I will not tolerate anyone making Tsunade angry. Don't worry. After Tsunade and Hong fall asleep tonight, none of them will escape. Not a single one. Chapter 121. The Death of the Wind Country Daime. In the midst of the raging sands, over 100 sand ninjas surrounded a scarred leader, all gazing towards the distant capital of the Wind Country, the Daime's residence. Laisha, Lord Kazekage, said we can make our move. Understood, Laisha replied lightly. Laisha was not his real name. It was given to him by Lord Kazekage, hoping he could break through the raging sand that hindered the survival of the sand ninjas. He was also handpicked by Lord Kazekage. Even though he killed dozens of his comrades, that didn't matter. It was their honor to become his stepping stones. Those without ability merely consumed the vitality and resources of Sunigakure. It was better for them to die early to make way for stronger sand ninjas. He was a die-hard loyalist of Kazekage, Arsuna. On the surface, Lord Kazekage's trusted aides were Ryu and Maki, but in reality, the ones guarding Arsuna were this group of sand guards. The Daime of the Wind Country had obstructed the village's development for years. Not only did he refuse to allocate finances, but he also supported Konoha, which was a serious act of betrayal. This time, the goal was to kill them all. Yes, Some sand guards showed numbness on their faces, while others revealed cruel smiles, excited to kill and loot at the same time. Attack! Lisha charged forward with his sword, cutting down a guard who tried to ask questions with a single stroke. In the terrified eyes of the remaining guards, the sand ninjas surged forward and killed them all. Kill, kill, kill. A few sand ninjas, as if insane, licked the blood off their blades and rushed into the city gate, unleashing chaotic slaughter. Lisha ignored his frenzied subordinates, because the bloodthirsty thoughts in his heart also gradually surged. He silently chanted to himself, complete the mission first, complete the mission first. As for why they didn't stop, in their eyes, those following the daimyo were all betrayers of Sunagakure. There was no need for leniency. They had done similar things in other places. It was only because of the daimyo's protection that this place hadn't been touched, which led to even greater hostility towards the daimyo's residents. House after house was destroyed, and the people of the daimyo's residents scattered in fear. The daimyo's guard attempted to maintain order, but were all brutally slain by Lisha. Surrender? Let's see if you're lucky enough to avoid the sand ninjas' blades. Soon, Lisha's team reached the place where the daimyo resided, and the ninjas hired by the daimyo were guarding his safety nearby. What are you sand ninjas trying to do? Are you trying to assassinate the daimyo? A few trembling ministers dressed in wind country attire shouted, as the ordinary guards lay in pools of blood. And even an ordinary person was terrified. The sand ninjas said nothing, but the hand seals in their hands had already given the answer. Wind release, sand bullet. A high-speed sand bullet combining wind and sand struck down buildings while attacking the ninjas of the daimyo's residence. Dozens of hired foreign ninjas rushed forward to block it. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water bullet. The earthen wall blocked the sand bullets, but one ninja foolishly used water release as a counterattack. Haha, the ninjas of the daimyo's residence are truly weak. Using water release in the desert, it seems their brains are as foolish as the daimyo. You betrayers. Feel the wrath of Sunagakure. Wind release, great scythe. Several sand ninjas coordinated with Lisha to use this ninjutsu, countless wind blades whipping up the raging sand, instantly obliterating the water bullets. The wind blades tore through the earth flow wall, injuring and killing dozens of ninjas from the daimyo's residence. And one minister was torn to pieces. The few ninjas who managed to survive were either killed by the sand ninjas using shuriken or ninjutsu. Although some ninjas' counterattacks still caused casualties among the sand ninjas. Some hired ninjas from larger villages fought back desperately, with a few IWA ninjas using their signature techniques. But their numbers were too small. It was like an ant trying to stop a chariot, and ultimately they perished at the hands of the sand ninjas. Lisha and his team, losing over 20 ninjas, killed all the rebellious ninjas of the daimyo and stepped into the palace where the daimyo resided. The daimyo of the Wind Country sat at the top, surrounded by a group of ministers, all showing expressions of terror. I am the daimyo of the Wind Country. You, as ninjas of Sunagakure, attacking the daimyo's residence is a grave crime. Can you bear the responsibility? Moreover, if you kill me, the entire ninja world will not spare you. Hurry and retreat. I can choose not to pursue the matter. If not, once I inform the Kazekage, none of you will escape. Liasha's ninja blade instantly pierced the body of the daimyo of the Wind Country. The surrounding ministers were stunned. They actually dared to rebel, killing their own daimyo as sand ninjas. Daimyo, you bastards will definitely die without a grave. Don't kill me. The daimyo's actions have nothing to do with me. I supported the finances for Sunagakure. Don't kill me, please. I'm willing to work for you. I am willing. As the sand ninja swung his blade, not a single minister from the Wind Country escaped, all dying in the daimyo's residence. Another group of sand ninjas reported to Lisha that there were no men or women left in the daimyo's residence. Good. Collect the wealth and bring it back to the village tomorrow morning. Yes. The sand ninjas exchanged smiles. Tomorrow morning, meaning they still had one night to enjoy themselves. These sand ninjas were originally of ill intent. Under Asuna's deliberate cultivation and rampant killing environment, they ultimately became as cruel as the Mist ninjas, or even more so. Any sand ninjas who were still somewhat normal, like Ryu and others, were forced to stain their hands with the blood of their comrades and were pushed to the border areas to eat sand. Those who stayed by Arsuna's side were all a group of madmen who forged Arsuna's power with cold blood. This battle caused countless citizens of the Wind Country to lose all hope, and they fled towards Konoha with hatred in their hearts. In the Wind Country, death was inevitable sooner or later, but fleeing to Konoha meant survival. As the people in the border areas were still relatively normal and often let civilians go without extinguishing their humanity. Those people were then arrested and killed, leading to a decline in the quality of the sand ninjas in the border areas, even resulting in some sand ninjas leading the escape, giving Arsuna more excuses to attack them. Not only that, Luo Sha also made the sand ninja seize the bird country, which was preempted by the rock ninja, resulting in a tense situation. In order to maintain the overall situation, Inoki had to cede part of the territory of the bird country. But Luo Sha and the other sand ninja were still not satisfied. The rock ninja also got angry, asking, "Can't we defeat you, sand ninja, if we can't beat Konoha?" The two sides conducted small-scale battles privately, and in the end, the rock ninja won, resulting in Inoki withdrawing from the bird country to maintain ally relations. Just as Inoki's side withdrew their troops, a piece of news that shook the ninja world came in. The news of the Wind Country's daimyo being assassinated by the Sand Ninja openly shocked the entire ninja world. Chapter 122. Reactions from various countries in the Earth Country, Suna Village. Is Luo Sha crazy? That's a daimyo. On my back. Inoki slammed the table in front of him, causing a dent and hurting his back in the process. "Father, what should we do?" Huang Tu asked, concerned as he helped his father rub his sore back. "Hiss. Be gentle, what else can we do? I originally thought it would be the Hokage who would take the first step like this, letting him take the blame while we slowly change and only gain benefits. But I never expected that it was that idiot Luo Sha who messed this up, and now our alliance with Suna Village will change because of the daimyo. We're not like the Hokage. Regardless of whether he uses the Mangekyo Sharingan or not, the daimyo is still alive, and we have no way to verify it. So the Hokage won't have any obstacles. But we ninja, and the common people have not been able to change our views on the daimyo. The Hokage can occupy other countries and change them into counties at will. We can't. We must use other excuses to intervene with the ninjas of other countries. We also need to ensure the safety of the daimyo in that country and ensure his rule over the common people. Then, father, why don't we secretly?" Huang Tu made a slicing motion across his neck with his hand. "So I know, as long as the daimyo dies in our hands, whether we did it or not, it will be considered our doing. What does our daimyo think? The daimyo still has some influence and part of the ninjas. Although it can be dealt with after some effort, internal turmoil and restoring financial allocations will be very troublesome. If it weren't for the fact that it was definitely Luo Sha who acted, I would suspect it was the Hokage's conspiracy. Do you believe it? Our Earth Country daimyo is now in a state of panic. Even if we have no such intention, he must be on guard. Should we withdraw the rock ninja protecting the daimyo? But what if a group pretends to be rock ninja? No, they wouldn't even need to pretend and just assassinate the daimyo? In the eyes of other country daimyo, wouldn't this be me, Inoki, deceiving myself and deliberately killing the daimyo? Huang Tu felt a bit of a headache. Nothing seemed right. The daimyo must not have an accident. What should we do? Luo Sha's assassination of the daimyo has instead helped Konoha, putting other ninja villages in a situation of mutual vigilance between the daimyo and the Kage. Inoki thought for a moment. Now, there are only two situations: do a bit more to gain control over the daimyo, or do a bit less to gain the daimyo's trust. If we gain control over the daimyo, the rock ninjas are not good at jinjutsu, and right now the daimyo is like a startled bird. Making a move might not yield good results. Gaining the daimyo's trust is a matter of spreading rumors and proving oneself, which can't be cleared even if one jumps into the sea. Let me think. I got it. Follow the Hokage's lead. Huang Tuesday, Suchikage-sama. Go to the village and publicize the corruption and greed of the Earth Country's nobility, the disregard for human life, and promote the kindness and strength of the rock ninja. Quickly change the perceptions of the ninjas in the village and the nearby common people of the Earth Country. Send Jonin to show a respectful attitude under the pretext of the Wind Country daimyo incident, to protect the daimyo and monitor him, but do not obstruct his actions. If he wants to recruit ninjas, let him recruit. No matter how many he recruits, they can't be stronger than us. As long as it doesn't involve harming our village. Don't interfere. Yes, but what if it does involve harming us? The daimyo won't act quickly. He can't grasp our intentions. Over time, when it's time to act, I will have already minimized the internal influence. Regarding the daimyo, I gradually believe what the Hokage said. The daimyo is just an ordinary person. We as ninjas have much greater power, so why are we below them? Is the daimyo superior? It's just that we're accustomed to the rules set by the daimyo. The daimyo has already developed a crack in trust towards us. Once the influence is reduced, that position might not be impossible for our family to sit in. Do you understand? I understand, father. The death of the Wind Country daimyo filled the other country daimyo with great fear, fearing that they too might be assassinated by their own hidden villages. As Inoki expected, the Earth Country daimyo began to secretly recruit wandering ninjas. And some Earth Country ministers also hoped to reduce the increasingly rising allocations, which were rejected by the daimyo. Because the daimyo is also afraid that if the allocations are cut, it would give Inoki an excuse, and Inoki might take the opportunity to eliminate them. As for the Lightning Country daimyo, Reikage AI was honest as soon as he received the news, which reduced the suspicion from their daimyo significantly. But the Lightning Country daimyo also had to consider whether this was to stabilize himself, waiting until he was no longer needed, and when the war ended, he would be eliminated. He is just an ordinary person. Without the constraints of thought, how can he manage ninjas who possess chakra power? The Water Country daimyo quickly began recruiting ninjas. He wasn't sure whether his crazy mist ninjas would be stimulated and follow suit, getting their heads chopped off in their sleep. So he started secretly reaching out to high-ranking mist ninjas. The targets he was trying to recruit included the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, an ultra-advanced spy from Konoha. When Shen Yu found out, he couldn't help but laugh. Shen Yu instructed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost to demand things from the Water Country daimyo, to ask for everything. Shen Yu wasn't afraid that the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost would betray him. The shadow he left him would ensure that he would never forget it in his lifetime. When part of the fire god emerged, the water release techniques of the 7 ninja swordsmen seemed so laughable. Only the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, who was purposely let go, knew. Moreover, Itachi had already set up a layer of insurance. Although he couldn't completely control it, the influence was already sufficient. What happened, you? Why are you laughing so happily? Oh look, Tsunade Hongsi, old Luo did a great job. He really deserves to be Konoha's ally. The chain reaction he brought us is excessively beneficial. Nanny? Let me see. Tsunade, with her big belly, reached out her hand, and Shen Yu squatted down to unfold the documents in front of her. The two leaned in close to look at the documents, while Hong moved to the other side of Shen Yu to take a look. The Wind Country daimyo was killed by the Sand Ninja, and the daimyo's residence was nearly wiped out. Is Luo Sha crazy? Maybe. Eugene told me that recently there has been a surge of ninjas and commoners fleeing to Konoha, and I've settled them well. I'll let the Sand Ninja undergo reassessment, selectively integrating some into Konoha's ninja ranks. Other hidden villages will also generate conflict with the various country daimyo because of this. And the Water Country has also gained quite a bit, which doesn't matter to me, but I won't refuse the benefits gained for free. As for being happy, what's more enjoyable than seeing you all happy? Huh? Tsunade rolled her beautiful eyes at Shen Yu, handing the documents back to him. She had been paying less attention to village affairs, only occasionally taking a look. Tsunade squeezed Shen Yu's clothes again. Shen Yu leaned in with a questioning look. Tsunade had been thinking a lot since her pregnancy. Now that the Wind Country daimyo is dead, your grandfather won't hold you back. Just let it be a wealthy man in the future. So you won't fail, right? The child in your belly only has you as a father. Han also looked at Shen Yu. Although Shen Yu did not publicly state his intention to unify the ninja world, his actions were undoubtedly preparing for that. Shen Yu smiled confidently, shook his hair in front of the two blushing and smiling figures, and took their hands. At 25, they were at their most attractive age. Who wouldn't praise them as a talented man and beautiful women when they went out together? There would be no failure. After all, I possess the Rinnegan. Our children should have the best from birth, and you both should live better lives. This is what a father and husband should do, and it is also my ambition. Tsunade instinctively bit her lip. You know, I don't care about those things, but Hong and I will support you. Shen Yu patted their shoulders. I understand, but there are Umbu outside now. I need to handle something first, and we'll come back to accompany you shortly. After comforting the two, Shen Yu disappeared from the lounge and returned to the Hokage office. Hokage-sama, Suijetsu from the Watermelon Mountain has reported that Karui and others from the Kumo village are supporting him to attack the Bear Country. I understand. Calling Kabuto. Yes. The Umbu ninja quietly left, and soon Kabuto appeared before Shen Yu. Master, we need. Kabuto Yakushi respectfully bowed and, at Shen Yu's gesture, sat down beside him. He had only returned to Konoha a few days ago. Time flies, doesn't it? I remember when I first saw you. You weren't very tall, just a boy. Master, it was my honor to meet you back then, especially since you are now in your prime at 25 or 26. Haha, that's true. Prepare well. You'll have to choose one when the time comes. After Shen Yu's meaningful words, he handed the documents in his hand to Kabuto, and as Kabuto was still reviewing them, he spoke again. Karui, Ao, and others are the next generation elites of the Mist Village, especially Ao's Byakugan. I plan to send you to occupy the Bear Country and deal with this batch of Mist Ninjas. If you can capture them, that's even better. If not, then just cultivate the land and bring back Ao's Byakugan. Don't take too long. My wife is about to give birth, and you can't be absent then. Rest assured, I won't be absent. Kabuto raised his head, a confident smile appearing on his face. With such detailed intelligence, and his own strength. He believed he could return before the lady gave birth in no time. That's good. Let me know if you need anyone. Master, let Itachi accompany me. His strength is formidable, and he has great insight. You can make good use of him. All right, then let Itachi and Kisame go with you. Quick in and out. Yes. Master. Chapter 123, Windflower and Snow. 2 hours later, Kabuto set out with his team. Thanks to Shen Yu's planning, even though the Konoha ninjas were constantly on the move, a certain number still remained in the village. There were also hundreds of ninjas from the Uchiha Police Department, Umbu, and those directly under the Hokage, who could quickly mobilize through internal communication channels. While Tsunade and the others were resting in the lounge, Shen Yu was handling affairs in the Hokage office just a wall away. Jiraiya had complained more than once about his role as Hokage's assistant, sometimes feeling anxious and tired, resulting in some hair loss. Shen Yu delegated some trivial matters to Jiraiya, while he personally handled the more significant ones. Tsunade occasionally helped, but she was helping Shen Yu, not Jiraiya. Jiraiya was indeed experiencing some hair loss, and the dark circles under his eyes had become his signature look over time. Shen Yu put down his pen, capped his ink bottle, and took a sip of tea, sensing that Izumi was coming with someone. Jiraiya's workload was indeed quite large. It was time to add a few more assistants. Konoha was so big now. At least 2 more were needed. When the war breaks out, the affairs of the occupied territories will pile up even more. Who should he add? Shen Yu pondered, and he already had candidates in mind. Kakashi, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and Itachi still needed to be convinced and should be sent out to earn some merits first. Shen Yu wrote down a few names and decided to announce them after Kabuto returned. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Yu remained silent, holding his cup and sipping a few times. The door creaked open, and Izumi, holding the door with both hands, entered with a smile, quickly running to Shen Yu and leaning against his shoulder. Hey, brother Yu. Izumi now had long black hair tied in a high ponytail, smooth skin, and her eyes sparkled with playfulness. Only a few people could enter the Hokage office without Shen Yu's permission, and she was one of them. What's up, my Izumi? I have a good friend named Fujikaze Yuki. She wants to meet you. She told me she is the princess of the land of snow, and I thought this might be useful for you, so I came. Shen Yu understood. Izumi was responsible for the filming over there, and the two were of similar age. It was normal for them to become friends under the intentional connection of windflower and snow. Sure, let her in. Okay, I'll go find Sister Hong. Tsunade went next door. You go ahead. Izumi took Shen Yu's teacup, drank a couple of sips, then turned around to hug Shen Yu tightly, then shyly hurried out. Though she didn't look back, her cheeks were already flushed. This is youth. I'm only in my 20s, so it's fine. In the next room, Fujitaka's wife, Mikoto, came to find Tsunade, and Hong's friend, Anko, also arrived. Shen Yu intentionally avoided that side, as there was no common topic to discuss, and it wouldn't be good to go out. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the Hokage office was knocked again. Shen Yu called out to enter, and the elegantly dressed Windflower and Snow walked in, gently closing the door behind her. Shen Yu looked up and saw that the princess of the land of snow was indeed beautiful after her grooming, but not enough to catch his attention or warrant special treatment. He already had a beloved wife, who was more beautiful and cared for him more than anyone else. Hokage-sama. Windflower and Snow saw that Shen Yu only glanced at her before returning to write on the documents, feeling quite disappointed and inexplicably wronged. It was also true. The Hokage was so powerful, and his heart had already been taken. How could he possibly look at her? However, Izumi was indeed outstanding, but she felt she wasn't inferior either. Izumi said you wanted to see me, Princess Windflower and Snow. Is there something you need? Honorable Hokage-sama. My name is not. You know I'm called Windflower and Snow? Windflower and Snow was somewhat taken aback. Had she already been exposed? Or had the Hokage paid attention to her and conducted a special investigation? Don't underestimate my Konoha. I need to know the background of every outsider to ensure my people live in peace. Under your wise rule, every villager in Konoha can live and work in peace. Under your vast heart, people from the ninja world gather around you. The former princess spoke beautifully. If it were just flattery, I would reluctantly accept it. But if there are ulterior motives, it's better to speak plainly. I don't like wearing high hats. Shen Yu leaned back in his seat, looking at Windflower and Snow, who seemed flustered on the surface, her face showing some grievance. I was being presumptuous, but the praise was sincere. I truly admire you. Windflower and Snow's eyes seemed to glisten with a layer of mist, looking pitiful. Speak of business, otherwise. Indeed, she is a big star. Her acting skills are quite good. I hope Izumi won't be deceived. With this thought, Shen Yu's gaze turned cold. He liked beautiful women, but if there were other meanings involved, he would rather not pursue it. He hoped that emotions would not be mixed with interests. Fenghua Xiaoshue's heart tightened, and she dared not continue. With tear stains on her face, she knelt down. I hope you can save the people of the Land of Snow. My uncle killed my father and seized my father's position as daimyo, harming the people of the Land of Snow. As long as you can send someone to save them and avenge me, I am willing to give you this life. And I am also willing to make the Land of Snow a county of Konoha. They will become your subjects. Fenghua Xiaoshue understood the current situation in the ninja world. The position of daimyo in the Land of Snow was not for her to sit in, and any of the 5 great ninja villages could conquer the Land of Snow. But the people of the Land of Snow were innocent, suffering under the rule of Fenghua Nuteo. She hoped the Hokage could help them live better. Fenghua Xiaoshue lowered her head, and the ornaments on her head fell to the ground first, while Shen Yu kept tapping on the table. Okay. Fenghua Xiaoshue was overjoyed and looked up at Shen Yu with delight. Thank you for your kindness. I will serve by your side. Saying this, she approached Shen Yu, her slender hand almost touching Shen Yu's hand, but was repelled by a force, revealing a puzzled expression. Wait, I don't need your life. I see you because of Izumi, and I don't need your service. You are offering territory of the Land of Snow that you do not control in exchange. Where's the good in that? You said that as long as I can give it, I am willing to give it to you, Hokage-sama. I can avenge your father Fenghua Xiaoshue, kill Fenghua Nuteo, and save the Land of Snow. The reward would be the crystal around your neck. Crystal? Fenghua Xiaoshue looked down. It was the only relic left to her by her father, but if it could mean revenge, it wouldn't be too much to give up. Thinking of this, Fenghua Xiaoshue pulled off the crystal and handed it to Shen Yu. All right, you can go back now. I will keep my word. The Land of Snow was far from Konoha, and with the current turmoil in the ninja world, it would take a bit longer. Can you accept that? I can accept it. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Fenghua Xiaoshue reluctantly stood up and walked out. As a star princess, could she really be so unappealing? Izumi values you as a friend. What do you think? Fenghua Xiaoshue paused, unconsciously tightening her grip. He actually cared so much about Izumi. She is my only friend in Konoha, but I do want to meet you. But I promise my feelings for her are real. Remember your words. Fenghua Xiaoshue unsteadily walked out, and Izumi outside smiled and waved at her, indicating she couldn't accompany her anymore. She also smiled back to show she understood. She walked towards her old minister, Asaka Mitakami, who had waited for her and escaped with her. Izumi, you are so lucky, but I have been rejected by happiness, truly feeling unwilling in my heart. Princess, did Hokage-sama agree? Agreed. Asaka Mitakami happily clapped his hands. Great, the princess has found a good match, and the Land of Snow is saved. Fenghua Xiaoshue felt a twinge of bitterness as she walked outside. The Land of Snow is saved, and my father's revenge is taken, but I can't find a good match. Once I meet, I won't be able to accept it. Then, I need to start with Izumi. Princess? Don't call me princess anymore. I need to become more excellent. Asaka Mitakami, confused, followed his princess. Why does this Fenghua Xiaoshue feel a bit off, not quite matching her character in the original work? Shen Yu pondered the crystal. This crystal was the switch for the geothermal heating of the Land of Snow. Once installed, it could make the perpetually snowy Land of Snow warm like spring, suitable for people's survival. Perhaps fearing she wouldn't accept it, thinking that having 3 wives made him lecherous, planning to use himself as a condition to make himself agree, Shen Yu shook his head. As long as she didn't let Izumi down, he didn't care about anything else. Chapter 124. The Land of Bears Dough. Why haven't the Mist Ninjas arrived yet? I don't want to miss the first child of the Lord. 3 people dressed in jounin vests stood on a rock, gazing at the forest. The dried persimmon Kisame was getting a bit anxious and turned to dough, while Itachi also shifted his gaze, not wanting to miss it either. Just assume I want to miss it. They should be here soon. After Suigetsu sent a message, he fell silent to avoid detection. It should be about time. This time, Suigetsu led the team, including Terumi Mei from the Mist Village and some other Mist Ninjas, especially Terumi Mei, who should be considered the most talented of the next generation of the Mist Village. Just say it directly. Do you want the dead or the living? The Mist Village is this weak. How strong can this team be? The truly ambitious Mist Ninjas have defected or been absorbed by us, no matter how talented they are. Can they resist us? Do smiled but said nothing. He was confident too. If Terumi Mei was a genius, so was he. It was Itachi who spoke up. Kisame, don't be careless. Being caught off guard would be bad. Kisame wanted to retort, but the distant waves interrupted him. They're here. Don't rush. We need to fight with Suigetsu first, then capture Ao and the others. As for whether we want the living or the dead, we want the living if possible. Living people have value. But if there are no living ones, then they must die. I can't wait any longer. As soon as the Mist Village's boat docked, the Mist ninjas rushed ashore. The leading ones exchanged hostile glances, then split into groups and charged in all directions. According to their established plan, they aimed to take control of the land of bears in batches. Terumi Mei was just leading one of the groups when Ao walked up beside her and noticed Terumi Mei was standing still in thought. Terumi Mei, what are you thinking? Aren't we leaving? We'll set off soon. Terumi Mei casually replied, but some of the Mist ninjas underneath were already losing patience and started shouting. Yet she still felt something was off. The land of bears has a hidden village called Star Hidden Village, although it is not strong. Its methods of attack might be special. Wouldn't splitting into dozens of teams to attack cause greater casualties? Moreover, Suigetsu had put them all at the front, while his own team was at the back, taking credit for them while he went to scout Konoha's side and provide support. But was he really that kind-hearted? The village had been continuously sending ninja to Suigetsu. The number was definitely not small, but with the current scale, even with losses, it shouldn't be like this, right? Let's go. Suigetsu's team has already landed. If we don't hurry, we'll get scolded. Hearing Ao's reminder, Terumi Mei turned her head to take a look. Suigetsu was standing at the bow of the boat, watching her directly subordinate Mist ninjas disembark. Perhaps I'm overthinking. His team has already come ashore. Go. Let's head straight to Star Hidden Village. Terumi Mei relaxed and led the team inward, while Suigetsu at the bow watched her leave, silently thinking how vigilant she was. Lord Suigetsu, Konoha should be prepared by now, right? What should we do? A confidant of Suigetsu asked his boss. He was one of the few who knew that his boss was targeting Konoha, and he was also a Konoha ninja. Don't worry, send people to guard the ship. Wait until the entire team has disembarked, then move forward slowly, keeping an eye on their movements. What if we are mentioned? The excuse is that a Star Hidden Village isn't worth so many Mist ninjas, and we're going to guard against Konoha ninjas. Understood. Star Hidden Village. Boom! An explosion occurred in front of the Mist ninjas, blocked entirely by the water formation wall used by the Mist ninjas. Zhao Main wiped the water from her lips, glanced at the corpses of the Mist ninja on the ground, and the injured Mist ninja around her. She couldn't help but think that the firearms unit of Shingyin Village was indeed not weak. Their application of explosive tags was not only skilled, but also had unique insights. It seemed that quite a few Mist ninja had already been killed in the shadows. There was some pressure, but not much, especially since there would be reinforcements led by Shigua Mountain's Fugu Ghost. Peacock Mystical Art Wings. An old man wearing a hat resembling a shadow had wings manifest behind him as he flew into the sky. And it was none other than the third-generation Xingyin of Shingyin Village. Their peacock mystical art also had its origins, being a type of star chakra that could transform into various creatures. Over 200 years ago, a meteorite containing the chakra of the 10 tails fell in this village, greatly enhancing the chakra. The ninjas in the village would practice a ninjutsu called peacock mystical art around that meteorite. However, ordinary bloodlines could not withstand the effects of the 10-tail chakra, and practicing it would cause great harm to the body, so the third-generation Xingyin stopped this practice. Therefore, only the third-generation Xingyin could skillfully use peacock mystical art, and as for the later fourth-generation Xingyin, who killed the third generation to usurp the position, that would have to wait another 7 years. Moreover, the fourth-generation Hongxing had already died in the battle with the Mist Ninja. Zhao Main focused on the old Xingyin. The other Xing Ninja had almost been dealt with, leaving only this old man. She had underestimated the resistance of the Xing Ninja. Damn Mist Ninja. We clearly have no hatred, yet you ruthlessly kill the ninjas of our village. If you had come properly, we might have been able to submit, but you didn't even give us a chance to speak. You still want us to yield. Xingyin Village has always been soft, not hard. I will take you down with me before I die. Peacock Mystical Art Move. Peacock Mystical Art Attach. Peacock Mystical Art Dragon. The giant rocks on both sides were moved and fell toward the Mist Ninja. The third generation Xingyin activated all his chakra, transforming into a beast resembling a dragon to fight. Zhao Main, what to do? What to do? The fool in front didn't even greet me and got into trouble, asking me what to do. What good is saying this now? Think of a way quickly. Zhao Main cursed, while Qing looked at the terrain. Both sides were very high, making it impossible to dodge the falling rocks and the transformed dragon-like beasts. The surrounding Mist Ninja were also using water release ninjutsu to strike the falling rocks. But two massive boulders were simply indestructible against their water dragon bullet and other ninjutsu. Really, water release, water dragon bullet, lava release, dissolving monster technique. Zhao Main's water dragon bullet directly broke through the two massive boulders that many mist ninja couldn't penetrate, and the subsequent lava release turned all the rocks to ashes. For a moment, the surrounding mist ninja looked at Zhao Main in awe, and the third-generation Xingyin was also shocked to see her. How is this possible? Such an attack could be broken? In a moment of the third-generation Xingyin's days, Qing had already secretly placed his knife at his neck. Nothing is impossible. How could Shaoyin village compare to the Yin village? So you mist ninja look down on the lives of Shaoyin village ninjas like this? Faced with the angry question from the Xingyin, Qing was somewhat at a loss and looked at Zhao Main, who said gravely, I can only say that I will take good care of the remaining Xing ninja. The Xingyin cannot survive. If he does, he will definitely use his influence against the mist ninja, and that cannot be allowed. Then thank you for the mercy of the Yin village. In the eyes of the remaining Xing ninja and many mist ninja, Qing's blade cut through, and the body of the third-generation Xingyin lay on the ground. Lord Xingyin, we will not surrender. Kill us. Even before we die, we will take a mist ninja with us. The mist ninja present did not act on their own accord, instinctively looking towards Zhao Main, who had just established her prestige. Zhao Main was panting heavily in place, continuously fighting, and with the large-scale water dragon bullet and lava release she had just used, her chakra was running low. She was still not at the level she would reach years later when she became the Water Shadow, at most considered a genius beginning to develop her bloodline limit. Can't kill him. Boom. Before Zhao Main could finish speaking, a loud noise came, and she turned her head to see the distinctive giant blade standing on the ground. Damn, it really is the cruel mist ninja. They actually killed the Xingyin of Xingyin village. As a neighboring country to Xingyin, we from Konoha will not sit idly by. Nani? Kakashi Kisame? Konoha? In Zhao Main's incredulous gaze, Konoha ninjas surrounded the mist ninja who had just fought. Countless Konoha ninjas either stood on branches or lined up in formation. Itachi standing atop the treetops, facing the sunlight, and the mist ninja could only see his hair fluttering in the wind. The mist ninja felt like they were facing a great enemy, and Zhao Main quickly rallied their spirits. Don't worry. The mist ninja forces led by Lord Shiwa Mountain are right behind us. We just need to hold on for a while. After hearing this, the morale of the mist ninja indeed rose, and they resumed their combat stances. However, a Konoha ninja inexplicably smiled, which then triggered a burst of laughter. Kisame, wearing the Konoha forehead protector, also hefted the giant blade and beckoned to Zhao Main. Hold on for a while. I also want to see your abilities. Kisame rushed forward holding the giant blade, and Zhao Main simply couldn't handle such an attack, having to keep retreating. The mist ninja, trying to support her, were easily knocked away by Kisame. Kisame, you were once a mist ninja. How can you bear to harm your comrades? When did the mist ninja have comrades? I've lived for over 20 years. How would I not know? Zhao Main struggled to block Kisame's giant blade with a kunai and then retreated, quickly forming hand seals. Water release, water barrier. This ninjutsu, which would later be capable of extinguishing Madara's great fire, was now taking shape. A thick water column was spat out from Zhao Main's mouth, and, judging by its size, this move aimed to repel Kisame while supporting the disadvantaged mist ninja. But this was underestimating Kisame too much. Do you know why Lord Hokage calls me that? I'm a tailless beast of Konoha. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive amount of seawater surged violently from Kisame's mouth toward the water column, and the two collided, sending water flying into the sky. Zhao Main gradually stopped supplying the water flow, as her chakra was running low. But Kisame still had plenty. Water release, 5 shark bombs. From within the watery curtain, 5 large sharks shot straight toward Zhao Main. She managed to dodge 4, but used lava release to counter the last one, creating a mist of water. That mist combined with a mist ninja's mist technique nearby, enveloping the forest in thick fog. Zhao Main knew that the mist technique had almost no effect in blocking Kisame. After exchanging blows with him in the fog, she split off a water clone to confuse Kisame's vision and quickly moved towards her team, reuniting with Qing. How's the situation? We are no match for Konoha. Our team has already decreased by almost a third. While Zhao Main was shocked, she hoped that Shiwa Mountain's Fugu ghost would arrive soon and tried to recover her chakra as much as possible in the thick fog. Zhao Main. What's wrong? Zhao Main looked up, and in the thick fog formed by the mist ninja, countless pairs of blood-red eyes appeared, with the tomo spinning within, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure that almost suffocated the mist ninja. This all Sharingan? It's over. Ah! We're all going to die? Not only that, but I even saw that guy from the Kirigakure. It seems that quite a few rogue mist ninja have followed Konoha. Even Terumi Mei was shocked and stood still. How could they resist? The number of their opponents was greater, and there were so many Sharingan-wielding Uchiha ninjas. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan had established a fearsome reputation on the battlefield of the mist. Any Uchiha with their eyes open could easily overpower mist ninjas of the same level. Kisame, how could you let her escape? It would have been better to leave her to Itachi. Sage Art, White Light Technique. A beam of white light cut through the dense fog, directly attacking and splitting the mist ninjas into two. All the mist ninjas hit along the way vanished into thin air. Isn't it here now? How long can water clones hold me off? In an instant, amidst the fog, the Uchiha ninjas with their Sharingan activated and the rogue mist ninjas who had become Konoha ninjas began their slaughter. The wind released by the Konoha ninjas united blew away the thick smoke completely. When the mist ninjas saw the countless bodies of their comrades around them, their morale began to crumble. And when they looked up, a giant orange figure wielding a sword was harvesting the lives of the mist ninjas, filling their eyes with despair. The once hopeful scene now showed all remaining mist ninjas the reality. How could they possibly withstand this power? Surrender, under the Susanoo of my Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no escape for you. Itachi used some tricks to capture Ao, reaching out and ignoring Ao's painful cries, and gouged out his Byakugan. From the original 1,000 mist ninja vanguard, there were now less than 600 remaining, staring at each other with despair in their eyes. What? Haven't you had enough of living under the rule of Kiyagura? Kisame slung his giant sword on his back, and the Konoha ninjas also stopped attacking. But the gathered chakras might continue to suppress the mist ninjas. In the land of blood mist, what a ridiculous policy. Do you still want to go back to stain your own ninja blades with your comrade's blood and become irredeemable? Having lived a lifetime without experiencing what it feels like to entrust your back to a comrade, don't you feel like you failed? Why did 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen die and 2 escape? Why did mist geniuses like Zabuza Momochi defect? Don't you have your own answers? I know you are not afraid of death, but have you ever experienced the beauty of the world? Does dying have any meaning? Since you can't escape anyway. With their consciousness of resistance lowered, the somewhat dazed mist ninjas were inexplicably touched. They could not possibly be unaware of the reasons those people assassinated the Mizukage Kiyagura and defected from the hidden mist village. If they were strong enough, perhaps they would also attempt to assassinate the Mizukage and defect from the hidden mist village. Terumi Mei knew this was undermining the mist ninja's fighting spirit. But Uchiha Itachi was always watching her, and she didn't know how to refute him. How could she argue against the mist village's policies, which were seemingly flawless, or against the mist ninjas' care for their comrades, or against their own Mizukage's wise leadership? Just then, the previously mentioned Aoidri waved his hand anxiously toward the mist ninja squad and shouted loudly, "Why to come here quickly? If you still recognize me as your brother, the one who protected you, come here now." Aoidri wide a bit his lip and rushed out. Some mist ninjas tried to stop him, but were glared back by the Uchiha ninjas. Inspired by Aoidri, the original mist ninjas now began calling for their comrades, and dozens of mist ninjas left their original formation. "Lady Terumi Mei, what should we do?" The remaining mist ninjas surrounded Terumi Mei. This was the prestige she had just established, and a small number of mist ninjas still had families in the village. They would not betray the hidden mist village. "Those who are willing to surrender, then surrender, but I will not. We are willing to fight with you, to die for the village." Terumi Mei looked at the mist ninjas beside her, somewhat moved. So, the mist ninjas really do have true comrades? This feeling is wonderful. Then let's go. Lava release. Hazy mist technique. Terumi Mei's desperate counterattack was, in the eyes of the mist ninjas, an attack on their own comrades, causing them to lose any psychological burden about surrendering. "Hey, Itachi, honestly tell me, when we go on missions, are we one person or two?" Itachi glanced at Kisame, finding his lingering thoughts somewhat amusing. "2 people. This time was just a coincidence. She gave me the opportunity to control when looking at Susanoo. All right, I temporarily believe you. For 100 mist ninjas, it's not a wasted trip." Kisame had 2 Konoha Kunoichi carry the unconscious Terumi Mei, while the rest of the Konoha ninjas were cleaning up the battlefield. Kabuto was talking with the remaining Star Ninjas from Star Hidden Village about what to do next. "Thank you for avenging our Star Hidden Village. We can no longer defend our home and are willing to join Konoha. Please accept us, I beg you." An older Star Ninja knelt before Kabuto in a formal bow. As after the Konoha ninjas left, they did not know how to deal with the retaliation from the Mist Village. Moreover, they had heard about the situation in the ninja world. In front of the Great Hidden Village, the Star Hidden Village was genuinely insignificant, and they originally had the intention of relying on the Great Hidden Village. Kabuto quickly helped the Star Ninja up and said, "If that's the case, then let me report to Lord Hokage and wait for his decision." "No, sir. I'm afraid that after you leave, we'll be killed by the Mist Ninjas." Then things are a bit troublesome. Just as the deadlock was forming, a boy suddenly ran out and knelt in front of Kabuto, his forehead bleeding. "Sir, I am willing to be your servant, just asking you to take revenge for me." Kabuto was somewhat confused, wondering what this was about, but he still helped the child up. After the explanation from the Star Ninjas, he understood the situation. The boy in front of him was named Subaru. His father, Hatru, and mother, Natsu, had both been killed by the Mist Ninjas. He wanted revenge and saw the power of Kabuto's sage art, hoping to place his hope in him. "Sir, our Star Ninjas only have a dozen left, and we are willing to die for our homeland. But Subaru is still young. I hope you could take good care of him. This meteorite from outer space can be used by Konoha, and we are also willing to share our ninjutsu with you." Kabuto thought for a moment, sighed, and agreed. "I will send someone to temporarily guard the Bear Country, waiting for Lord Hokage's orders. As for what Subaru said, I will take him back and train him well. Subaru, remember, this invasion of the Bear Country was ordered by Mizukage Kiyugura. I will train you." "Sir, I will definitely kill the fourth Mizukage." Kabuto arranged for a small number of Konoha ninjas to guard the Bear Country. After Subaru bid farewell to the Star Ninjas, he followed Kabuto back to Konoha. At this moment, on the Sea of Bear Country, Kisame Hashigaki was holding his injured arm, receiving treatment from medical ninjas. It seemed Terumi Mei and the others had not escaped, or perhaps they had defected. It was unlikely they couldn't even take down the Star Hidden Village, right? The Mist Ninjas below began to chatter, while Kisame kept a solemn face. "Send someone to inform Lord Mizukage that we encountered Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki in the Bear Country. We were outmatched and had to retreat. I was unable to support Terumi Mei and caused significant losses for the Mist Ninjas. I hope Lord Mizukage will punish me. Lord Kisame, you were injured too. You were at the forefront. Uchiha Itachi's giant was indeed too powerful. This is not your fault." "That's right. Lord Kisame fought valiantly. We can't do without you on the front lines." "Sir." With someone backing him up, the other Mist Ninjas also agreed with this statement. At that time, Kisame had indeed been fighting at the front and had retreated after being overpowered by Konoha. Thus, everything was left to Lord Mizukage's decision. Yes, as the Mist Ninjas gradually dispersed, the once gloomy expression of Sujetsu Zuki turned indifferent. Uchiha Itachi, whether others knew or not. Was it possible that the Mizukage was unaware of the Amaterasu he had unleashed? He would not doubt that he was injured by Uchiha Itachi. This was something all the Mist Ninjas could testify to. It was not that they did not want to save Terumi Mei, but rather that it was impossible. Even the confidants arranged by the Mizukage among the Mist Ninjas could not say anything different. As for how much of it was true and how much was false, let the Mizukage guess. How ridiculous to think of opposing the Hokage when even Uchiha Itachi, one of the Hokage's subordinates, could not be defeated. Chapter 125. Zuki Mangetsu. Indeed, things unfolded just as Suigetsu Zuki had anticipated. When Kiyugura received the intelligence report and looked it over, he initially had a rather gloomy expression, his anger gradually rising as he cursed a bunch of useless people. However, when he saw the name Uchiha Itachi, he felt relieved. Uchiha Itachi was indeed not someone Suigetsu Zuki could contend with. As for Terumi, Mei, and the others, it was already quite difficult for them to survive under the Mangekyo Sharingan. But was Konoha's response speed really that fast? Did they also want to occupy the land of bears? There was indeed intelligence indicating that Konoha had mobilized a team of ninjas. That was probably just a coincidence. Kiyugura aligned his thoughts and no longer had doubts. He began to consider the border defense matters. Suigetsu Zuki reported that the Mist Ninjas border defense team had suffered severe losses, and he himself had sustained considerable injuries. He hoped to be replaced as a sinner who felt guilty towards the Mizukage and requested additional supporting troops. Replace? What could be replaced? Kiyugura threw the intelligence documents onto the desk, stood up, and walked to the window, looking down at the mist-covered Kirigakure. He had just considered candidates, but reached no conclusion. To think that one of the 5 great hidden villages, Kirigakure, had so few capable individuals. And even the geniuses were almost extinct, with only a few remaining. The 7 ninja swordsmen? 4 were dead, 2 had fled, and 1 was injured. Kisame Hashigaki had defected and joined Konoha. Terumi, Mei, and Ao had just died in battle. It was surprising that many of Kirigakuru's bloodline limit users were fighting for Konoha. Indeed, ninjas with bloodline limits had ulterior motives, a group of traitors. Had he known, he would not have held back and should have killed them all. But he still needed to detach from fantasy and return to reality. How should the border defense troops be handled? Keiki Yagura was somewhat troubled. Although Suigetsu H. was injured, he had to continue bearing the weight of border defense. As for the others, it would be sufficient to send more mist ninjas for support as in the past. But now the number of mist ninjas in the village was indeed insufficient to spare. Over the past few years, the border region had been in constant conflict with Konoha. Although they had achieved considerable results, lying about military reports, the losses were also immense. With 1,000 mist ninjas lost, they had just lost another 1,000 mist ninjas in the Land of Bears. During the invasion of Konoha, they had also lost over 1,000 mist ninjas. In recent years, the village had faced repeated rebellions, and the bloodline ninjas had been completely purged by themselves. Although this had made things simpler, it had also cost them many ninjas. Now the entire village could not even muster 7,000 ninjas. While there were several thousand in the border defense area, and they still had to allocate ninjas to undertake commissions to maintain finances. How could they divert mist ninjas for support? But those who needed support still had to be supported, even if it was less. Keiki Yagura stood in silence for a moment and called for his umbu. Mizukichi-sama, a mist ninja covering his face, immediately knelt before the Mizukichi. Reassign dozens of ordinary ninjas and have H-Zuki-Mangetsu lead the remaining H-Zuki clan ninjas to the front lines. Note, leave behind women and children, as well as some weaker ninjas as hostages. Do you understand? Yes. The umbu ninja responded and left, leaving the Mizukichi alone in the room, looking at the moon in the mist. H-Zuki-Mangetsu, this is an order from the Mizukichi. Set off immediately to support the front lines. H-Zuki-Mangetsu took the scroll and cast a cold gaze toward the umbu beside him, who returned the same expression. H-Zuki-Mangetsu opened the scroll and snorted. Sure enough, it was another task that sent the H-Zuki clan to their deaths. Fight for the village. How can this be called sending to death? He still ordered the personnel on the list to gather and set off immediately. Ultimately, H-Zuki-Mangetsu did not dare to disobey the Mizukichi's order and took the listed members along with the Mist Ninja support team to the Mist Ninja border. However, this team clearly divided into two sides. One side consisted of ordinary civilian Mist Ninjas, while the other was the H-Zuki clan with bloodline limits. Due to the village's policy, the two sides were wary and hostile toward each other. Mangetsu, the oppression from the village is getting worse and worse. If it weren't for the immense pressure from Konoha, we would have likely been exterminated, just like the Kagaya clan. What? The Kagaya clan was exterminated because of rebellion, wasn't it? I even heard that Kagaya Kimimaro was taken away by Konoha, and the Hokage found him a powerful teacher. An older H-Zuki ninja punched the young H-Zuki who was talking nonsense on the head. You fool. The Kagaya clan would have rebelled long ago if they were going to. Why wait until now? Mangetsu, Lon secretly sent me a letter. Several of our H-Zuki ninjas have become Konoha ninjas. The Hokage treats them well, with no discrimination, and they have found true companions. You think, shut up. We've already attracted the attention of those mist ninjas. There are still our clansmen in the village. Don't act rashly. After H-Zuki, Mangetsu reprimanded them. The other clan members fell silent. Mangetsu, who had previously acted independently, had recently conquered the H-Zuki clan with his strength, gathering others around him. While on the road, Mangetsu recalled what Kisame Hashigaki had said to him and clenched his fists. He still cared about the H-Zuki clan, as evidenced by his anger towards the blood mist and his feelings for his brother H-Zuki Suigetsu, along with his loyal character. But was it really necessary to do this? He remembered Suigetsu's smile. This time, the Mizukichi had even used Suigetsu as a hostage, leaving him in the village. What crime had the bloodline limit ninjas committed? After all, the H-Zuki clan had once produced a Mizukichi. Why treat us this way? H-Zuki Mangetsu took a deep breath. The H-Zuki clan had already lost too many ninjas. They could not pin their hopes on the mercy of the fourth Mizukichi. Keiki. They had to find a way out for their clan and for his brother. Chapter 126. Kurami Yakumo at this time. In the Hokage office, Tsunade was boredly teasing her Hokage. Hey, have you really become celibate? Shen Yu grabbed the finger that was poking him repeatedly and glared at Tsunade fiercely. I warn you, you're playing with fire. Haim and I have already planned to spend the last moments before your delivery with you. Tsunade chuckled, revealing her white teeth as she gently bit a few times. Sitting next to Shen Yu, Haim was sketching with a pen, and, seeing this, helplessly smiled, "Sister Tsunade, if you keep teasing him, it'll be me who suffers. Let us talk after you give birth." "Oh, come on, Haim, doesn't it look like he's having a tough time?" Hey, my lady. The reason I'm uncomfortable is that you keep provoking me. Just wait, in a month when the child—" Before Shen Yu could finish speaking, he suddenly looked up at the ceiling. His Rinnegan had activated, and a repulsive force pressed upwards. Boom! The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by thick clouds, and several bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Just as they were about to hit the Hokage building, they were repelled by the repulsive force. Then countless Umbu ninjas sprang up from nowhere, led by Kakashi. Meanwhile, in another place, the girl who had failed to succeed angrily drew even thicker lightning. The assembled Umbu ninjas opened the scroll together, and Kakashi even blocked the lightning with his hand, while the Umbu ninjas used ninjutsu to completely fend off the attack. "Zen, don't worry, I'm here." The divine rain waved his hand, and the thick clouds immediately dispersed, while he flew to the top of the Hokage building. "Hokage-sama." Kakashi did well, responding quickly. The divine rain praised him. The moment the clouds formed, Kakashi had sharply drawn the scroll of protection and stood firm. "It's good to hear that I didn't let you down." Kakashi stood behind the divine rain, and in the distance, dozens of Sharingan-wielding Uchiha ninjas were rushing over, and he could already see the figures of Uncle Dai and Guy glowing with green light. Tsunade, Sakura, Narashikaku, Mito Minion, and Shizun had already gathered behind him. "Hokage-sama, what happened? Should we issue a state of emergency?" "No need, just a small matter." "Shikaku, issue an announcement that this is a test of ninjutsu, and don't cause panic. Also, call Orochimaru and the sealing team to set up a small barrier around the Hokage building." "Yes, sir." Shikaku turned to leave, and some nearby ninjas had already gathered at the Hokage building. Guy and his son were already standing in front of the Divine Rain. "Divine Rain Hokage, is something happening? Is the fifth Hokage all right?" "It's fine, Guy. Uncle Dai, you're as reliable as ever." The Divine Rain patted Guy's shoulder, and in the distance, Naruto and the others training in the training ground were also rushing over. "Rain, huh? How did you get up here? I'll send you back first. I need to handle something, okay?" "Sure, then Shizun and I will head back. You and Sakura be careful." Tsunade probably knew what was happening. It seemed that no amount of care from Sakura had changed Kuruma Yakumo's misguided thoughts. "Kakashi, let the ninjas return. The rest can go back too. It's not a big deal." "Kakashi, you follow me later." "Yes. I want to go too. Divine Rain, I want to go." Guy stretched out his big hand to the Divine Rain, who accepted his team invitation. "All right, Guy. You can come with me, Uncle Dai. I'll just stay at the Hokage building. You can rest assured. Konoha has more than just Crazy Guy, but also Crazy Dai. So, Konoha will be fine." "Is it Kuruma Yakumo?" Turning the virtual into reality. It's her. It seems her inner demons have not only persisted over the years, but have also taken shape. "This matter. Hey, Sakura, it has nothing to do with you. Why are you feeling guilty?" The Divine Rain looked up to see Sakura, feeling somewhat guilty, and pulled her hand. "Those flashes of lightning can't destroy the Hokage building. At most. They'll just give a scare. You're doing this for her good. Her body is weak, so you sealed her abilities. I'll accompany you to handle it. Since the inner demons have taken shape, we must deal with it once and for all. She won't turn back until she hits the wall." The death of Kuruma Yakumo's parents. The Divine Rain had not managed to intervene at the time, nor had he had the chance to stop it. All these years of gentle treatment had not changed her thoughts. She only believed what she thought was right. Directly using the words of the Mangekyo Sharingan might hurt her. But if it's the inner demon ID, one just needs to reverse her thoughts to resolve it easily. "So, Tsunade, you know how large my sensing range is. As long as I wish, I can appear anywhere in an instant. Don't underestimate Tsunade. She's the fifth Hokage, and her blood phobia has long been cured. Mikoto has already come with Fugaku. Let her accompany her for a while, and let us wrap this up quickly." The Divine Rain took Sakura with him and instantly disappeared from the Hokage building, with several Umbu following. Kakashi got closer to the Divine Rain and informed him of some news. The Kuruma clan sent a letter. They have radical ninjas disappearing and want to use Kuruma Yakumo against the Hokage. They came to report immediately after escaping and sent people to pursue. "It seems my reputation is not strong enough, Kakashi. Hokage-sama, there's so many Konoha people. They haven't seen your power, and there are always some who are envious and causing trouble." That is true. Just a little while after the Divine Rain left, the youths led by Naruto rushed in urgently, only to find Tsunade smiling at them. "You're late. Rain just went out." then we'll guard by the teacher's side. Sasuke is right. The Divine Rain was quickly heading towards Kuruma Yakumo's location when several members of the Kuruma clan were anxiously lying in ambush along the way. Are we really going to ambush the Hokage? That's the Hokage. A Kuruma clan ninja trembled all over. He had really been misled, confused to this point. No, we must rescue Kuruma Yakumo. Our Kuruma clan was once renowned alongside the Uchiha clan, and only her talent can rival the Hokage. In the future, those who didn't come and those who betrayed us will all regret it. Another Kuruma ninja's eyes were burning with passion. Now the Uchiha clan's prestige and interests. The Kuruma clan might be able to seize. What? The Hokage is incredibly powerful? Although he had never seen it, no matter how powerful, it couldn't surpass the bloodline limit on Kuruma Yakumo. That has the power to turn the virtual into reality and control the five senses. Even the Hokage couldn't match it, right? Regret what? Eat my Konoha fierce whirlwind. Oh, what sound? The Kuruma ninja turned around, and a kick came, directly shattering his chest bones, killing him on the spot, while the Kuruma ninja he was speaking to instantly fell to his knees. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Several Kuruma ninjas who had allied together and attempted to use Jinjutsu to resist couldn't even break through the three-tomo Sharingan of the Umbu Uchiha ninjas, collapsing to the ground in an instant. The Divine Rain didn't even stop his footsteps, pulling Sakura along to continue on their way. Not everyone was worth his effort. The Kuruma clan, I'll deal with you later. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the villa where Kuruma Yakumo lived. Guy and Kakashi were guarding the entrance, and the Divine Rain took Sakura inside. When Kuruma Yakumo saw Sakura arrive, she fell in her arms in tears. And Sakura comforted her, unaware that Kuruma Yakumo, leaning on Sakura's shoulder, revealed an evil smile. What are you laughing at? Tell me about it. The Divine Rain lifted Kuruma Yakumo, and Sakura looked at him with some confusion. Wasn't Kuruma Yakumo crying? Are you the current Hokage? Quite alert indeed. The world in the eyes of the two began to spin, and suddenly they found themselves in another space. Sakura was pinned against the wall, while the indifferent Kuruma Yakumo picked up a drawing board with Sakura's picture on it. The Divine Rain was sent to another Konoha filled with monsters. Countless monsters standing before him. Side, this is really boring. On the other side, as Kuruma Yakumo painted a little, Sakura's body would lose a little. Just as she wanted to speak, she was suddenly grabbed by the neck and lifted up. You, how are you here? You should know that if it weren't for Sakura, I would have forcibly separated your wrong thoughts long ago, even if it would cause you harm. I would take care. Sakura was also rescued by the Divine Rain. She believed that the Divine Rain would help Yakumo dispel her inner demons. Look carefully into my eyes and reflect on the facts that are full of loopholes, yet you insist on believing. The Mangekyo Sharingan reflected in Kuruma Yakumo's eyes, allowing her to truly experience the truth of that day. A burst of crying ensued, and the Divine Rain let go of her. Kuruma Yakumo knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, Teacher Sakura. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. Yakumo, your parents wouldn't want you to remain in self-blame. It was unintentional on your part. Let's think of a way together, okay? Teacher, I can't forgive myself. I killed my parents, and I almost harmed you. Just as Sakura was comforting Kuruma Yakumo, and she was gradually calming down, the canvas behind them suddenly turned into a blade and stealthily stabbed towards the two. Bang! The Divine Rain grimly seized the blade, transformed by the heart demon Ito, the very thing that had been continuously disturbing Arima Yakumo's mind, infinitely amplifying her dark side. Do you still want to harm Hong? In terms of mental illusions, the kaleidoscope undoubtedly has few rivals, and the heart demon Ito was easily subdued by the Divine Rain. Raised and brought before Arima Yakumo. I want to make it clear, while it is indeed partly your fault, more importantly, it was the unexpected outcome caused by the bloodline explosion that led to the heart demon, who tempted your mind and harmed your parents. The dead cannot find peace. The living cannot feel at ease. You must either bid farewell to your past self or continue to sink deeper. The heart demon Ito struggled incessantly but was tightly grasped by the Divine Rain, while Arima Yakumo stared blankly at the Divine Rain. Hong gently patted her shoulder in encouragement. Go on. If you continue to sink, how can you let your parents, who are in the Pure Land, feel at ease? You are their beloved daughter. How could they blame you? Teacher Hong. Arima Yakumo made up her mind, picked up the razor, and thrust it fiercely at the heart demon Ito, completely resolving her inner turmoil. The illusionary space disappeared, and the three returned to the real world, with Arima Yakumo collapsing into Hong's embrace, her mind returning to normal. Teacher Hong. Hong gently patted Yakumo's shoulder and spoke to the divine Rain. Rain, I want to take Yakumo with me. She hasn't been out for a long time. All right, let me know when you're tired. Don't worry, let's go back. Tsunade is still waiting for us. Chapter 127, Returning to the Village. Hyuga consultant due to the matter with Arima Yakumo, and with Tsunade's pregnancy reaching 9 months, in just a few days, the Divine Rain's first child would be born. The Divine Rain didn't want Tsunade to go back and forth, so he simply worked from home, temporarily relocating his staff to the Uchiha clan grounds, taking care of Tsunade while handling some official duties. The current Uchiha clan grounds were not only guarded by Uchiha ninjas, but also had Umbu and Hyuga ninjas with their Byakugan activated. Daisuke and Guy had also come to stay in the clan. Today, Kabuto returned triumphantly with his team, bringing back not only the captured Harumi Mei, but also defecting mist ninjas and a massive meteorite. The Divine Rain, along with Kakashi and several high-ranking officials, along with the spontaneously arrived civilians and ninjas, welcomed Kabuto's team. At the forefront, Kabuto, Itachi, and Kisame hurriedly approached and bowed to the Divine Rain. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! The team behind them shouted loudly, and the mist ninjas all looked at the man in the Hokage cloak standing at the front, having been released from the illusion. The bound Harumi may also gaze at the man surrounded by Konoha civilians and ninjas, who was calling out loudly. The Divine Rain was smiling, conversing with the Konoha villagers and ninjas, and he could even call out most of their names. Is that the 6th Hokage, Uchiha Shen Yu? He seems a bit handsome. Terumi Mei shook her head, wondering what she was thinking, chuckling at herself. Whether she could survive depended on the will of the man before her. However, the Hokage of Konoha was surprisingly young, held high prestige, and was adored by the villagers, even making other ninja villages willing to defect to Konoha. And she was still unaware that she was under an illusion, and such a kaleidoscope Sharingan was not only possessed by Uchiha Itachi. On the surface, both the Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Shen Yu, and the head of the Uchiha Police Department, Uchiha Fugaku, had them as well. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village, the Bloodline ninjas had been completely purged by their own people, suffering repeated defeats in war, yet still foolishly dreaming of competing with Konoha. What could they contend with? Just look at the expressions of the defecting Mist ninjas. Fear of comparison is inevitable. Does Mizuki Kuriguchi have such prestige? Here, there is everything the Mist ninjas desire. She felt that if the Hokage could provide a little reassurance, the Mist ninjas would unhesitatingly embrace Konoha. The Divine Rain waved to the team, and then patted Kabuto's shoulder. Well, the banquet is ready. Let's celebrate your triumphant return, and I will distribute rewards from the village according to your merits. This isn't a place to talk. Konoha ninjas, follow me into the village. Woo, back to the village. Time to eat. The military rations really aren't tasty. I hear that, and I don't even need to guess. I know it's you, Akimichi Maru. Are you going to eat? I will. The Konoha ninjas clustered around their Hokage as they entered the village, while the surrendered Mist ninjas stood still, looking at each other, wondering what to do. Hey, ninjas over there. The Hokage has said that Konoha ninjas will enter the village with him. What are you waiting for? The Mist ninjas looked up, and several Konoha ninjas were waving at them. The clever Kiri ninja, Mizuki Jo, cleverly pulled his brother, Mizuki Yudo, who was standing inside, and ran while shouting. We're not Mist ninjas. There's no blood mist here. Why are we staying outside? The Mist ninjas, who had never been welcomed by civilians before, were somewhat moved. In the past, in the Mist Village, they were all at odds, and civilians avoided them. How could there ever be civilians who weren't afraid of ninjas? A few Mist ninjas, who had never had a good impression of the Mist Village, broke away from the crowd and were the first to enter Konoha, followed by the main force gradually walking in, accepting their identities as Konoha ninjas. You three did well. You've given me quite a surprise this time. Inside the Uchiha clan grounds, the Divine Rain praised as he stood in front of the meteorite. I'm glad we didn't let your expectations down. Kabuto replied respectfully, but his face also wore a confident smile. Kabuto, you've learned to speak a little more cleverly. Look at Kisame's happy expression. Kabuto turned to look at Kisame, who showed a row of white teeth. Pressure, my son. Kabuto and the Divine Rain couldn't help but chuckle, while Itachi closed his eyes and puffed his cheeks, then pulled out a bottle from his pocket containing the Byakugan taken from the Hyuga clan. Sir, this is the Byakugan left outside by the Hyuga clan, used by the Mist Ninja AO, which I managed to extract. Moreover, sir, I've screened the newly joined Mist Ninjas, but I still recommend closely observing them. The Divine Rain took the bottle and glanced at it a few times, accepting Itachi's suggestion. Well, AO, you go ahead. For those who truly wish to join Konoha and settle down again, I am not so narrow-minded as to refuse them. But I cannot tolerate any harm to other Konoha villagers, understand? I understand, sir. The Divine Rain turned his attention back to the meteorite, which contained a significant amount of Ten Tails chakra and had considerable radioactivity. While it could enhance a ninja's combat power, prolonged exposure would lead to premature aging. Moreover, the amount of Ten Tails chakra was not high, and it was too chaotic. He had originally thought there might be some gains, allowing him to step into the six paths sooner, but it seemed of little use. The system is stubborn. It's just Rinnegan, Sage Body, Ten Tails, Jinchuriki. The first two he already possessed, while the role of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was essentially to provide a massive amount of chakra, which could have a substitute. And that substitute, the Divine Rain thought, was the Dragon Vein. Dragon Vein chakra is high-concentration natural energy left by the God Tree or the Otsutsuki clan, very violent, and requires time to tame. It seems I can only go to Lulan after the destruction of Sunagakure to find and tame the Dragon Vein. High-concentration, violent natural energy. Although slightly inferior to the absorbable and transformable Ten Tails chakra, can still be used temporarily to achieve Six Paths combat power. Moreover, he had an idea that would need to be tested later, which also required Ten Tails chakra. Though, this meteorite has more drawbacks than benefits, but it also contains a lot of energy that can be utilized. Later, let someone take it back to the research department and seal it up for you to study. Yes. Additionally, Do, Itachi, you two come help me learn how to handle official business. Kisame, stop running around and come along to learn properly. Otherwise, you won't even know how to govern a place in the future. Yes, Lord. Do and Itachi understood that they had already made significant contributions, enough to win the villagers' trust, and they were about to truly participate in governance. Kisame also realized that he was not as capable as these two in terms of strategy. But the Lord really liked him, otherwise he wouldn't have personally brought him along. Couldn't he have let Rikuge assist instead? All right, Kisame, ask Hinata clan leader Hinata Hizashi to come over. Yes. The three of them left, and Kisame bid farewell to the two and immediately set off. After receiving the news, Hinata Hizashi quickly arrived at the Uchiha clan territory, where he saw many guards, including some from the Hinata branch family. Having Hinata ninjas guarding the Uchiha territory sounded somewhat strange. Hizashi was still pondering why God Rain had called him. Was it about Niji, or the caged bird curse mark? Or perhaps matters concerning the Hinata main family and branch family. The caged bird curse mark had been studied by Orochimaru, and it could be released, but the process was very troublesome. With the current means, there was almost no way to remove it. This was because the caged bird curse mark was linked to the neural system of Hinata ninjas. Trying to perform such a delicate surgery was extremely difficult. Hokage-sama. Clan leader Hizashi has arrived. Please sit. After Hizashi sat down, God Rain continued speaking. The curse mark developed in the Burning Heaven Fire domain is ready and can also protect the Byakugan. No one will be able to manipulate it and cause harm. Clan leader Hizashi, I will speak frankly. The main family opposes it simply because they cannot give up their elevated status and the power to control others' lives. It is also this factor that leads to some minor conflicts between the Hinata clan and the village. I understand Hokage-sama's words. Because of you, the main family no longer raises the issue of marking newborns with a caged bird. Instead, they seem to want to enter the Hokage's circle, Hizashi thought to himself. Oh, that's even better. The village will not mistreat them. God Rain smiled. Exchanging some benefits for the loyalty of most of the Hinata clan was quite a bargain. God Rain took out a bottle containing Byakugan and handed it to Hinata Hizashi. This is the Byakugan left behind by the Hinata clan. Not long ago, Itachi killed Ao. And now, giving this to you can be seen as fulfilling the wishes of the Hinata clan. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hizashi, who only reacted after receiving the bottle, quickly expressed his gratitude. This was indeed the long-held wish of the Hinata clan. Only by ensuring that the Byakugan remains within the Hinata clan can they secure their value. Originally, the third generation was afraid of offending the Mist Village and thought the return of the Byakugan was hopeless. Now Hizashi had an excuse to face his clan. He felt that if he did not align himself with the Hokage, the Byakugan might not return. After all, wouldn't it be better to leave it with the Hokage for the Umbun ninjas to use? Don't worry, clan leader Hizashi. I have always seen the contributions of the Hinata clan. They patrol the village to protect the safety of the villagers. Clan leader Hizashi has also personally fought against the Mist ninjas and actively responded to the village's needs. Your experience and adeptness in handling affairs are commendable. When Hizashi heard this, his heart raced. No one from the Hinata clan had ever held a high-ranking position in the village. Was this going to change? Currently, only Fugaku served as an advisor, but he had to manage the police department and could not come over. I was thinking if clan leader Hizashi is willing. The advisor position. Yes. Ahem. Since Hokage-sama has given the order, the Hinata clan will not refuse. Hizashi's face flushed. He was a bit too excited just now and needed to calm down. Calm down? When I go back, I'll scold those old dogs. I will take this advisor position for the Hinata clan and for the children. It's not surprising that Hizashi reacted strongly. As long as he became an advisor, the main family would almost certainly no longer oppose the curse mark. As long as Hizashi could establish himself, the main family would have the opportunity to serve the village and would no longer focus on the trivial matters within the clan. This could be seen as a kind of exchange. In short, the Hinata branch family had almost become a reflection of God Rain. And now the Hinata main family would also become a reflection of God Rain. All right, since clan leader Hizashi is interested, you will be referred to as Advisor Hizashi from now on. Hokage-sama, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Chapter 128 Uchiha Yuki, Uchiha, Clan Territory. God Rain's residence. Tsunade was lying in bed chatting with Sakura, while God Rain, sitting at the table in front of them, was reviewing several documents. God Rain, dressed in pajamas, shook his still somewhat dazed head, feeling a bit dizzy. He had no choice but to sip the tea that Sakura had poured for him and redirected his gaze back to the documents. The papers contained a summary of recent situations and some important matters waiting for him to handle. Do and the others had also begun to engage with some simple affairs within the village. The newly joined Mist ninjas had not acted irrationally. They accepted the fact of becoming Konoha ninjas. Their aloofness was somewhat similar to the Uchiha clan's pride. Their coldness was more like a protective facade. If there was a chance to improve, why not take it? The captured Terumi, Mei was imprisoned by God Rain. She was unwilling to join Konoha during the conflict. Konoha would not be significantly affected by her presence or absence. Therefore, God Rain had temporarily left her alone. After all, nothing in the world was more important than his wife and children. In recent nights, whenever Tsunade experienced contractions, he would instantly activate the power of the sun in his hands, and the medical ninjas waiting outside would rush in. However, contractions were a normal phenomenon. The reason he felt slightly fatigued from handling documents was entirely due to the excitement of not having slept well for several days. At night, Tsunade had difficulty sleeping, and to ensure she could rest well, he stayed awake. He also had to endure his own feelings while taking care of Tsunade, acting as a pillow to help her sleep better. Zen, Tsunade's voice came through. God Rain, who was processing documents, immediately perked up and moved to the edge of the bed, grabbing Tsunade's hand. Sakura also stood up, ready to call for help. What's wrong? Do you need me to call someone? Not yet, just a little excited. Tsunade smiled at God Rain's sudden alertness, but there was also a sense of reassurance. God Rain exhaled, knowing that Tsunade was likely experiencing another physiological reaction, which startled him. Don't worry, both Sakura and I are here. Izumi and Shizune went out to get some documents. They will be back shortly to keep you company. Try not to panic. After all, I am currently the most capable medical ninja in Konoha, apart from your power of the sun. Look at how startled you are. Tsunade felt a warmth in her heart. For her sake, almost all of Konoha's high-level combat forces have been summoned by God Rain. She also had the Rinnegan, but still felt a bit too nervous. With this level of support, how could Uchiha Obito possibly sneak in? His Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities were well known among Konoha ninjas. God Rain remained silent, only holding Tsunade's hand tightly. He felt that something was off, and Tsunade sensed it too. After a moment of silence, Tsunade's voice trembled slightly. Rain, Sakura, call someone. For Tsunade's delivery, God Rain specially converted his residence next door into a hospital. This would become the exclusive hospital for the Uchiha clan, open to both internal and external patients. At this moment, God Rain was anxiously pacing back and forth in the yard. Tsunade had pushed him out and wouldn't let him sense anything. Wasn't this driving him crazy? He could only extend his sensory abilities throughout Konoha, patrolling back and forth, trying to find non-existent dangers to vent his emotions. The Uchiha clan has been put under martial law, with 3 Tomo Sharingan Uchiha Jonin guarding the gate. Why guard the gate? Because those without Mangekyo Sharingan can only stay outside. Inside, aside from Shen Yu's Rinnegan, there are 3 pairs of Mangekyo. Kakashi leads the Umbu Ninja, setting up layers of defenses in the shadows centered around the Uchiha clan's territory, working with members of the Uchiha police department to guard against spies. Niji and the Hyuga clan ninjas have activated their Byakugan, patrolling the village continuously. while members of the police department are using the white Zetsu detector developed from Orochimaru's experiments to guard against underground white Zetsu. One-tail Gaara, two-tail Yujito, and nine-tail Naruto are all present, ready to respond immediately in case of any emergencies. Although Yujito can see the outside scene, she is still in a controlled state, and Shen Yu is prepared to sacrifice her life to use the power of two tails at any moment. In the courtyard stand Shikaku, Guy and his father, Shursui, Itachi, Fugaku Kabuto, and Kisame, along with the nearby Karui and Sasuke, with countless others rushing to the scene. Guy places a hand on Shen Yu's shoulder, comforting his dear friend. He feels it is his duty. Shen Yu, has it started? Yes, it has, Guy, Uncle Dai. Shen Yu, I'm not good with words, but Lady Tsunade is the Hokage, and she's one of the legendary three. Shen Yu smiles and hugs Guy, appreciating his sincerity. I understand. Thank you, Guy. Shortly after, Hachi and Dingzu arrive with the next generation, including Shikamaru, along with Orochimaru and the Hokage advisor Hyuga Hayashi, who hurriedly brings Hinata along. After greeting Shen Yu, they stand in the back, waiting for orders. Shen Yu pats Shikamaru and the others on the head, while Ino pulls Hinata along, and Karui engages in conversation with Shen Yu. Sensei, will Sensei's wife have a little brother or sister? Whether it's a boy or a girl, it's all good, right? Someone speaks up, and Shen Yu eases his emotions, nodding to those who have arrived. Hokage-sama. Yes, I appreciate your concern. Who has arrived? Shen Yu might not remember clearly, but his subordinates certainly will. Who hasn't arrived is something Shen Yu remembers distinctly. In the room, dozens of carefully selected medical ninjas are moving about, with Sakura, Ino, Tintin, and others helping inside. Lady Tsunade, don't be too nervous. Just listen to me and push when I say so. Tsunade, lying on the bed, responds with a hum, knowing how to cooperate, even if it's just theoretical. Sakura stands by, holding Tsunade's hand, while Ino, also a medical ninja, helps handle some matters. She's here, push hard. Lady Tsunade. Oh, okay. Tsunade begins to push. Her body is quite powerful, so she's a bit more tense, while the rest of the pain is ignored. The process has started inside, and news has reached outside. It's starting, Hokage-sama. Has it really started? Shen Yu twists his stiff neck and pulls Sasuke over, ruffling his hair. Sasuke, understanding the situation, remains still. It's the first time he has seen his teacher so anxious, and he is also quite nervous. Sensei, don't worry, Mom is inside too. Yeah, big brother Hokage, everyone is here. Shen Yu turns back. All the important people in the village are watching him, and he nods at them. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. He is not only the Hokage, but also the pillar of this village and his family, so it's normal to be concerned about Tsunade. After a long time executing secret missions without showing up, Su Huang makes his appearance with weapons, his massive figure drawing attention. One of the three guardian spirits is serving as the county governor. Another has joined the Akatsuki, and only he is by the Lord's side, training the direct Hokage military corps. My lord, do not worry. Everything will be fine. If all goes well, the Lord's bloodline will awaken the guardian spirit, and he is curious which general it will be. Shen Yu calms his mind. As long as everything is peaceful, that's best, even though he has his own concerns. Suddenly, the door swings open, and everyone's gaze shifts to the entrance, where an elderly medical ninja rushes out, panting heavily. Hokage-sama. Lady Tsunade Shiha. After 2 seconds of waiting without an answer, anxious Shen Yu disregards her and immediately flashes inside. No, stop panting. What happened to Tsunade-sensei? Hurry up and tell me. Naruto can't hold back any longer. Although it's only been 2 seconds, it's truly nerve-wracking. Can't someone younger be sent to deliver the message? Everyone's eyes are fixated on her, and she jumps in surprise, regretting not having taken credit for the news. Lady Tsunade has given birth to a daughter. Both mother and daughter are safe. Bang. Tsunade, it better be a big one, not a small one, The crowd inside is still smiling, looking at Shen Yu with confusion. Next to Tsunade is a baby wrapped in a blanket, crying loudly as she adjusts to breathing. You, Tsunade. The others step aside, and Shen Yu squats down beside Tsunade, grasping her hand and carefully cradling the child in his arms. Feeling the connection through blood, Shen Yu's heart melts. At this moment, talent and everything else doesn't matter. As long as she grows up happily, he can provide for everything else as a father. What do you mean protect the big one, not the small one? If something happens, it must be to protect the small one. Tsunade has no words left, giving Shen Yu a glare and using her other hand to cover the child's clothing. Let's give her daughter a name, and then go out to let them see. Yuhi. Uchiha Yuhi. Yuhi. That's a nice name. Yuhi. This name is given to you by your dad. Tsunade taps Yui's forehead, and the others smile watching this scene. While Sakura and Ino are moved, realizing what their own children will probably be named. Yu, meaning brightness, sounds very nice at the end. Shen Yu stands up and addresses the medical ninjas around him. Thank you all for your hard work. I will remember it in my heart. Hokage-sama is too kind. It's our duty. The medical ninjas present are also very pleased. Praise from the Hokage is rare. Shen Yu slightly nods, touches Tsunade's forehead, and lifts Yuhi as he walks out, gaining the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Big brother Hokage, let me see my sister. Get out of the way, let me see first. Naruto and Sasuke are competing, and Ino and the others also come over. Shen Yu squats down, supporting Yuhi with his legs to make her more comfortable and allowing Naruto and the others to take a look. Yuhi, still crying, waves her tiny hands as if she has endless energy. Indeed, having the same perfect sage body as Shen Yu, Yuhi will have inexhaustible vitality. Her hands are so small and soft. Naruto touches Yui's small hand and pulls back, while Sasuke pushes past him. Idiot, isn't that obvious? The little sister just got born. How could she not be small? Coming closer to see Yuhi, Sasuke's mind goes blank, staring dumbfounded at the crying Yuhi, feeling a bit at a loss. While Yuhi timely grabs Sasuke's small hand. Sensei, it seems Sasuke will become a big brother like Itachi. Nisan? Sasuke remembers his brother. Big brother? Am I also going to be a big brother? Just like my brother protects his younger brother, I will protect my sister. Sensei, I will protect my sister well. And me, Sasuke, my sister, and I both have the Uzumaki clan bloodline. You idiot, don't forget my Uchiha clan bloodline. Don't call me a bastard. Naruto, who always finds new perspectives, got into an argument with Sasuke in a fit of anger. Ino pulled Hinata over, and Hinata shyly greeted Shen Yu, saying, Brother Yu. Then Ino, Sarada, and Hinata curiously looked at Yushi. Brother Yu, what's her name? Upon hearing the name, Sasuke, who was playfully wrestling with Naruto, immediately came over. Uchiha Yuhu. No wonder she's your sister. Her name is really nice. Yeah, my sister's name sounds much better than yours. Ah, Sasuke, I'm going to fight you. Shikamaru shook his head aside, thinking these two could still cause a ruckus in such a situation. Shen Yu picked up Yushi and faced his subordinates. Do, come hold Yushi. Everyone looked at Do in understanding, who was a bit taken aback, straightened his back surreptitiously, and then walked up to Shen Yu to take Yushi. Yushi's limbs were moving around in Do's arms, making him a bit stiff, afraid to make Yushi uncomfortable. My lord, what merit do I have? There are so many people better than me, yet you chose me. It seems I can never repay your kindness in this lifetime. With Yushi's endorsement, those with insight already understood that Do was indeed a trusted confidant of the Hokage. Yushi was soon taken back by Shen Yu, and although he didn't cherish enough, he still needed to pave the way for the child's future. Just when everyone thought it was over, Shen Yu spoke again. Orochimaru, Tsunade said Yushi needs your care. Called out. Orochimaru clenched his hand tightly in his sleeve, realizing Tsunade really wanted to pull him up. Did he still have so many people concerned about him? Tsunade, Shinsuke. As the Hokage, I will not disappoint Tsunade's expectations. Orochimaru took Yushi, looking at her round little face, her adorable features. Perhaps for this child, he also needed an heir, one who could keep up with and protect Yushi. Tsunade believes in you, and so do I. Shen Yu patted Orochimaru's shoulder, took Yushi back, and instructed everyone they could go back, leaving the space to himself and Tsunade. After Shen Yu left, Ino clicked her tongue and noticed Hinata seemed a bit distracted. So she poked her arm. Hinata, what are you thinking about? Suddenly called out. Hinata instinctively voiced her thoughts. I was thinking about Yushi. Brother Yu and Lady Tsunade's child is so cute. If she's cute, then just have one in the future. With Brother Yu? Steam seemed to rise from Hinata's head, and Ino thought Hinata was thinking about having kids, so she and Sarada started playfully teasing Hinata. Unbeknownst to them, someone would later betray this trio. When Shen Yu returned to Tsunade's side, Hong and Izumi were chatting with her. Upon seeing Shen Yu enter, Izumi inexplicably blushed and hid behind Hong, not daring to look at him. What are you three talking about? Still talking about Yushi. Hong want a child too? Izumi shyly said, unable to speak. Shen Yu exchanged glances with Hong, who revealed a mischievous glint in her eyes, ready to make a killing tonight. Gently placing Yushi in Tsunade's arms, he sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the four. Hong curiously asked, You, does Yushi inherit your physique? I feel her body is very good. All eyes turned to Shen Yu, who smiled and said, Yushi has inherited my sage body, and she also has a guardian spirit. The rest will manifest later. It can't be seen now, She actually has a sage body. It seems Yushi won't be easily injured and won't lack chakra. Yes, Yushi's body is excellent. Her vitality is very strong. She will definitely grow up safe. Tsunade looked gently at Yushi, a physique even better than great-grandpa's. Meanwhile, Shen Yu secretly opened the system panel to check what Yushi had inherited. System, show me what my daughter has inherited. Uchiha Yushi, bloodline talents. Sharingan, Byakugan, Yang release, In release. Fire release, Wood release, Guardian Spirit bloodline. Shen Yu was somewhat surprised to see the Byakugan, but made sense, calculating the time. He had indeed exchanged for the Byakugan. All the system points he had saved over the years were used to exchange for the Byakugan and its bloodline. His Byakugan was right in the middle of his forehead, and when activated, it radiated a noble white like frozen moonlight, flowing with divine brilliance and tranquility. The Byakugan also requires later awakening, but with such pure bloodline, it should just be a matter of time for Yushi. Let the surprise be for the future. There's no need to raise their expectations for Yushi. As long as the child grows up properly, isn't that enough? Chapter 129. Enraged Raza Yushi's birth brought joy to everyone in Konoha while marking the end of the 59th year. In the border area between the Wind Country and Konoha, several ninjas wearing Konoha headbands under the cover of sandstorms were helping a batch of refugees from the Wind Country, wandering around within the Wind Country. One rough-skinned ninja, who was likely a newly joined sand ninja from Konoha, couldn't help but speak to his captain. Captain, I'm not afraid of death, but isn't this too risky? What are you afraid of? We dare to fight sand ninjas. They might not dare to retaliate. Once blood is shed, as long as they can't take us down. Konoha has a reason to take down Sunagakure directly. What if we can't win? Another squad member, a burly man, put his arm around his shoulder, his deep voice resonating. If we can't win, we find a forest to hide in. Any place with wood release is Konoha's territory. Sand ninjas won't dare to enter. You must be new here, right? I'm just a Jinin. I came out with my brother a couple days ago. I see. Our team is entirely made up of former sand ninjas. The captain isn't as lucky as you. His whole family is gone. My father was killed by sand ninjas, and he, like the captain, is alone and that skinny guy. So, each of us has an unresolvable blood feud with Sunagakure. We've already come out several times before this. The sand ninja hesitated and said indirectly, then, weren't we originally just sand ninjas? Will Konoha really protect us? Ha. Ironically, Konoha is really protecting us, while Raza hasn't spared us. The cold laughter of the squad leader echoed, continuing, I know what you're thinking. You're just worried that Konoha doesn't trust us and will send us out as cannon fodder. Your worries are pointless. Teams like ours have been sent out with 40 Konoha ninjas leading the way. I became captain because of my repeated merits. Not because you think I'm a cannon fodder captain. Don't treat the county lord like Raza, who cruelly treats his comrades as fools. The questioning ninja's face turned red from the scolding, and the burly ninja stepped in to smooth things over. All right, The sand ninjas have set up boundaries within the border to prevent the citizens and ninjas of the Wind Country from escaping, leaving no way for the common people. We also escaped with great difficulty, naturally wanting to help them, to kill the cruel sand ninjas, and to avenge our own blood feuds. As for whether a war will break out with a small village like Sunagakure, the county lord has said that if anything happens, he will take responsibility. There are nearly 3,000 ninjas in the Keikawa district, and Konoha has many such districts. What can Sunagakure use to fight us? All right, Kaido, the whole team, follow me to continue hunting sand ninjas. Yes. The group set off again, joining the other 40 Konoha ninja squads, hundreds of them waging war at the Wind Country's border, saving the common people. Wind Country, Sunagakure. Liasha submitted intelligence about the Konoha ninjas continuously killing sand ninjas at the border of the Wind Country to Rasha. Konoha ninjas are really arrogant. Do they think I'm afraid of Uchiha Shen Yu? Angered, Rasha directly punched through the wall in front of him, causing Liasha to hurriedly lower his head. He saw the sand on the ground gathering around Lord Kazekage, and he certainly didn't want to end up like the previous few who inexplicably angered the Kazekage and were killed. Lord Kazekage seems to be getting more and more insane. Seeing that Liasha didn't speak, Rasha kicked him, sending Liasha flying several meters before he crawled back on the ground, not daring to provoke Rasha at all. Rasha showed a look of regret on his face. Then suspicion arose again. If you say the Hokage is too strong, that's disrespecting me, and I can kill you. If you say I'm stronger than the Hokage, that underestimates Konoha, and I suspect you are a spy from Konoha, and I will kill you. But if you are too respectful, I suspect you are too good at enduring, and you should also be killed. Forget it. This Liasha is still a loyal dog, and he can still be used. Many Sand Ninja defected from Sunagakure and fled to Konoha. These traitors should have been killed long ago. Rasha suddenly charged in front of Liasha, his sleeve slapping against Liasha's head, and his hoarse voice entered Liasha's ears. This is no longer an ordinary ninja, nor a civilian, not leaving a single one. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Liasha stammered in response, then continued. So what about the team that Huju and Yujin sent into the Wind Country? What to do? Eliminate them all. I will personally lead the team to intimidate Konoha. Can Konoha still compare to my Sunagakure with just one county? The Sand Ninjas in the border area are just a bunch of bullies afraid of hard people. And you're even worse than Maki and Yura. Liasha desperately buried his head in front of his heart, revealing a sinister expression in the corner where Rasha couldn't see. Mentioning Maki and Yura again. If you have the ability to command them, why use me? Oh right, Maki and Yura have already been marginalized by you personally. Let me kill the daimyo of the Wind Country. I did it. Let me slaughter the villagers of the village. I did it. Let me lead the team to indiscriminately kill civilians. I also did it. In the end, I am the one being bullied, not as good as Maki and Yura, and still holding military parades, with the current Sunagakure unable to even gather 6,000 ninjas. Intimidate Konoha? You are worthy. But he still respectfully said, if Lord Kazekage personally acts to intimidate Konoha, the border area will definitely settle down, and the Sand Ninjas will no longer defect. Go summon the guards, leave personnel to monitor Chiyo and Ino, and set off immediately. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Liasha stood up, quickly walked out of the Kazekage building, and then instantly disappeared far from the Kazekage building. After looking around, he found a dark place and lifted his clothes. Marks of footprints imprinted on his skin, bruises everywhere, and indentations. Liasha gently covered his clothes again, his eyes filled with resentment. Lord Kazekage, what exactly did I do wrong? I have never disobeyed your orders. So why treat me like this? Since it's like this, don't blame me. After Liasha left, Rasha sat up and down, increasingly agitated, and in the deepest part of his eyes, a pair of enchanting kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotated. Chapter 130 Han Shu Author Uchiha Shen Yu, Uchiha Itachi. A few days after Yushi was born, the clan leaders and their wives, Dai, and his son, Kakashi, the Fugaka couple, as well as Kimimaro, Haku, and others all came with gifts to visit, and those who had good relationships hugged the first child of the Hokage. Speaking of which, Lady Tsunade is a descendant of the Senju clan, and the Hokage is the leader of the Uchiha clan. I wonder how the ancestors of the two clans would feel about this. When Yushi was born for more than 10 days, the Hokage building announced a transfer order signed by the Hokage, and a group of people gathered in front of the bulletin board to discuss. Although it could also be seen on mobile phones or dedicated software, many people still habitually check the bulletin board. Kabuto Yakushi was promoted to Hokage's assistant and concurrently served as Deputy Minister of Education and Deputy Minister of Research. The Minister of Education has always been directly appointed by Shen Yu to show importance, but the work is done by the deputy. Orochimaru was promoted to Hokage's assistant and concurrently served as Minister of Research. The head of the Umbu, position elevated, equal to Hokage's assistant. Kakashi's resume has long been sufficient. Zabuza is appointed as the governor of Bo County, and Marino Abiki is appointed as the lieutenant of Bo County, responsible for matters related to Kirigakure. As for the land of rice and the land of grass, they will still be considered within the defense scope and will not be governed for the time being. In fact, the heavy reuse of Kabuto and Orochimaru was evident from the presence of those who hugged Yushi. On that day, only Kabuto, appointed by Shen Yu, and Orochimaru, chosen by Tsunade, were the ones embraced. But being heavily reused was one thing. Unexpectedly, they both reached the position of Hokage's assistant, which in their perception is the second in command of the village. A group of returning ninjas focused on Konoha's major events, pouring out their thoughts to each other. With Assistant Nara and Lady Tsunade, Konoha now has 4 assistant leaders. Isn't that too many? Too many? Do you still think Konoha is like a few years ago? Now our territory has expanded dozens of times, all thanks to the Hokage. Those Sand Ninjas don't even dare to take a step into the Hujuin area. A group of ninjas showed expressions of course. The Sand Ninjas are not to be feared. Exactly, with such a large area, the administration must have increased several times. The Hokage needs to take care of himself and not overwork. It's probably because of the busy affairs that the Hokage has now had the first child. Sigh. There's no way. Konoha cannot do without the Hokage. While the daimyo and his nobles can indulge, the Hokage cannot. What you said makes me angry. The nobles of the Land of Fire are simply inhumane. dragging Konoha down all day, just like other ninja villages. So what to do? Can we change the daimyo? A young ninja casually chimed in, sounding quite helpless. Why is everyone silent? He looked up, and a group of ninjas were staring at him, their eyes wide, their brains suddenly opening up, thoughts flowing. Then, two Uchiha ninjas, Uchiha Akiha and Uchiha Emo, were surrounded by everyone, startling the two of them, and they instinctively exchanged glances. Hiss, you kid, you made a point. It seems like not needing this daimyo is also possible. An ordinary person, the Hokage, possesses the legendary bloodline of the guardian spirit, which is more noble than the daimyo. What do you two brothers of the Uchiha clan think? Uchiha Akiha and Uchiha Emo, both of whom underwent family training set up by Shen Yu and the concept of the Great Han. With some bravado, Uchiha Emo immediately clapped his hands. This position of daimyo, besides the clan leader, who else can sit in it? At that time, our Uchiha can also be a royal noble. I think it's great, Before Uchiha Emo could finish, he was covered by Akiha's hand, making only muffled sounds. Uchiha Emo, this fool, such things must be said well by others first. I only know that the Emperor of the Great Han indeed possesses the bloodline of the guardian spirit. The Great Han is for the fire virtue. And we're also called Hokage, and we also call ourselves Konoha. Don't you think it's destiny? Everyone has learned so much history. Haven't you heard that the will of heaven is hard to defy? It seems like it hasn't been said, but it seems like it has all been said. A Nara clan ninja with a quick mind observed Uchiha Akiha with an intriguing gaze. The Uchiha clan really produces talents. Is the new generation of Uchiha so excellent now? Not necessarily. That one over there called Uchiha Emo? Well, let us pretend I didn't say anything. The thoughts of Nara Shinin were interrupted by the urgent Uchiha Itachi, who opened his Sharingan with 2 Tomo at the age of just over 10. At such a young age, having awakened 2 Tomo, he was already on his way to becoming a powerful elite jonin. The Uchiha clan's bloodline was truly unreasonable, and their strength was terrifying. What? They are allies with our Nara clan? Then it's all good, ha 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 ha. How refreshing. Meanwhile, the matters being discussed gradually spread in secret, becoming something that everyone in the village was aware of, something that was expected but still required timing to act upon. In the Hokage building, Hokage's office. Knock knock knock. Komin. Tsunade's voice came from inside. Uchiha Itachi did not hesitate and pushed the door open to enter. Kamiyu was playing with his daughter, Yushi. The clothes, bedding, and toys on Yushi were all crafted by the workers from the Burning Heaven Fire domain, made from pure fire element creatures, able to adjust temperature and change shapes, and could transform into combat fire element creatures to protect Yushi if necessary. Seeing Itachi enter, Tsunade took Yushi from Kamiyu, made a silly face at him, and then took her to play with Sakura and the others. After Tsunade left, the door closed automatically. Itachi respectfully bowed before speaking. Hokage-sama, you called for me. Yes. No need to stand, sit down. Once Itachi sat down, Kamiyu set down his cup. Itachi, how do you feel about the administration after spending these days with Shikaku and the others? Regarding the administration, Itachi instinctively furrowed his brows. Every piece of administration is crucial. What I see in it is only responsibility and obligation, as if a mountain is pressing down on me. Even the slightest mistake could lead to huge consequences. Seeing this shows that you are truly attentive and wise. You're too kind, Hokage-sama. Kamiyu smiled. Itachi could always accurately find his place. Not inferior to Kabuto, and his strength was formidable. Among the Uchiha, he was indeed the best. What do you think about Kabuto becoming my advisor? Senior Kabuto possesses great strength with his sage techniques, sharp wit, and experience in handling affairs. I still have much to learn from him, Itachi replied earnestly. You, like Kabuto, are a bit too humble. In the whole village, the outstanding ninjas are none other than you few. You don't need to belittle yourself. Itachi, follow me for a while. I have something to teach you. Also, if you have any questions about administration or thoughts, you can ask me. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Itachi is willing to share your worries. Kamiyu pulled out a scroll from the drawer and handed it to Itachi. Inside is a record of the Han Dynasty history that I manifested with my Mangekyo Sharingan, along with the historical materials we obtained from our clan steel and my thoughts. The content is vast and varied, but I believe you will gain something from it. Han Dynasty historical materials? A dynasty from 1,000 years ago. Itachi took the scroll and nodded. I want to let Hokage-sama down. Remember to sign your name after finishing it. Although I wrote it, you organized it. It will become a required course in the ninja school and will be published as a history book by the Konoha publishing house. A history book? Itachi's grip on the scroll became more cautious. Such a thing, signing his name, meant that as long as Konoha existed, his name would be remembered for 1,000 years. Hokage-sama. Rest assured, Itachi won't make mistakes. Itachi has always been your subordinate. What terms have you learned from Kabuto? Go to the advisor's office. If you have any difficult decisions, discuss them with Shikaku and the others. You can also participate in the administration in advance to prepare for the future. Yes. Thank you for your guidance. Go. Itachi bowed again, took the scroll, and walked out, sensing the books within the scroll. There were at least tens of thousands of pages. Hokage-sama truly values me. How did I think of siding with Sarutobi Hiruzen back then? I need to read more. Hokage-sama is right. Learning from history helps one understand right from wrong. Itachi pulled out a page, on which was prominently written in Chinese characters, Book of Han. This is the encrypted script currently used by the Umbu. So, the encrypted script was actually the writing used by our ancestors in the Han Dynasty? Does that mean Kakashi-senpai already knows some things? I must consult him when I have time. There are some questions Sasuke asked that he couldn't answer, which is quite embarrassing for him as an older brother. Itachi didn't want to see Sasuke disappointed while he pretended to be indifferent to comfort him, as everyone knew he was quite the doting brother. Chapter 131. Current status of the Little Strong One's training ground. Kamiyu single-handedly sent both Sasuke and Naruto flying. Just as Sasuke and Naruto hit the ground, Kamiyu summoned swirling sand around him, attempting to trap Kamiyu and follow up with further attacks. However, Kamiyu merely stomped his foot, and the wood release rose to cover the sand, rendering the attack useless. Meanwhile, not far away, Gaara was entangled in layers of wood release vines, losing his combat ability. Looking at the pockmarked training ground, Kamiyu smiled and clapped his hands, restoring the training ground to its original state. Shikamaru's team, Sasuke's team, and Hinata's team all lay on the ground, panting heavily, while Tsunade and the others were teasing the more than 10-day-old Yushi, watching this scene. You all did very well. As your teacher, I am very satisfied. Seeing Kamiyu not even out of breath, Naruto let out a wail and lay flat on the ground, almost bumping into Sasuke, sitting nearby. Idiot, you almost bumped into me. Sasuke, Rasengan, Chidori, Gaara's sand, even if Kiba and the others have already scouted. And even if Shikamaru and the others have provided opportunities for attack, it still had no effect. But he's the teacher. How could he be easily resisted? I know, but we don't even have the ability to make Hokage and II use his Mangekyo, Susanoo, or with golem techniques. Gaara shook his head. This idiot was actually thinking about that. Such power was exaggerated for us little kids. However, even if we could borrow Shikaku's power, we still couldn't force out Hokage-sama's large-scale wood release. Tsunade, holding Yushi, pouted and exchanged helpless smiles with Sakura. Sigh, it seems Sasuke and the others have been hit again. Yeah, before the match. They said not to let the rain hit them, but it seems they are indeed a bit disheartened. Wah. Yushi, just waking up, curiously looked at this scene, stretching out her arms as if yawning like an adult, making an mm sound. Haha. It seems Yushi also thinks her older brothers and sisters have been hit. Kamiyu saw Naruto and the others lying on the ground resting, so he sat next to Tsunade, poking Yushi's cheek, only to be swatted by Tsunade. What are you doing? Did Yushi make you cry? Kamiyu retracted his finger and poked Tsunade's face again. Tsunade passed the child to Sakura and stood up to hit him. Kamiyu instantly returned to stand in front of Naruto and the others. This guy. Kamiyu's appearance made Naruto, who was lying on the ground, sit up. Feeling hit? Ha. Nanny? What's so funny, Hokage and II? How could we possibly be hit? My Naruto could easily take down that big guy. Ouch, damn it. Kamiyu ruffled Naruto's blonde hair, thinking long hair looked better. Naruto must not cut his hair short in the future. Your strength is already quite good. Ordinary Jonin in the village cannot defeat you. Cannot defeat? Hokage ni. But I can use Rasengan. Shouldn't I be able to defeat them? Don't underestimate the Jonin in the village now. A few years ago, the ninja re-examination, and with the constant updates over the years, each Jonin in the village has their own area of expertise. In a one-on-one match, perhaps you could gain an advantage with your powerful ninjutsu and taijutsu, but their combat experience will make them more cautious and keep them undefeated. Moreover, the ninjas in the village have repeatedly made achievements, and many powerful ninjutsu have been exchanged. Shen Yu has no intention of sidelining ninjutsu, allowing for learning and exchange except for some forbidden techniques. The young boys and girls present fell into thought after hearing this. Naruto scratched his head and curiously asked, so, Hokage brother, what was your strength at our age? At your age, facing Hinata and the others' curious gazes, Shen Yu recalled his own time. Back then, he didn't have a Mangekyo Sharingan, only the 3-Tomo Sharingan. He had just contracted the Burning Heaven Fire Domain and barely summoned the Fire God to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. That was a bit of external force, but it was also a skill. At your age, I only had the 3-Tomo Sharingan, and with the summoning technique, I was just a little stronger than you. Considered an elite Jonin, an elite among elites. Sasuke instinctively touched his eyes. Was the teacher already at 3-Tomo back then? It seems my brother also had 3-Tomo at about this age, but I still have only 2-Tomo now, which feels a bit beneath the title of my teachers. A hint of red flashed in Sasuke's eyes, but he didn't notice. Elite Jonin? Is it the same as that Bayun Junwei, who single-handedly killed 20 enemies? Shikamaru keenly found the comparison. Bayun had been in Heat County for a long time, resisting the rock and sand ninjas, gradually building up his reputation. His standard equipment became the vacuum sword and body flicker technique. Don't be discouraged. Once you become more proficient in your ninjutsu, there will be a qualitative leap. Naruto, your Rasengan has already begun to infuse other attributes of chakra. Once successful, its power will multiply several times. Sasuke's Chidori has become more skilled, and its form has taken shape. When a ninjutsu is truly mastered, there will be more changes. Take the body flicker technique, for example. Shursue's, the ancient Jiraiya's, Bayun's. Mine, all are body flicker techniques, yet they are completely different. Chidori can also have other variations. And Shikamaru's secret techniques, Hinata's gentle fist, you all have made great progress. Keep it up. I'm here to support you. Shen Yu reviewed the progress of each person and the directions they needed to work on, letting them know where the shortcomings were and where to explore. By the way, although it's a bit late, I want to congratulate you all on passing the examination and successfully being promoted to Jonin and Chunin. Yes, the examination ended before the new year, and at that time, Shen Yu had completely focused his attention on Tsunade and Yushi. The examination matters were all handled by Kakashi. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Hokage brother. I will strive to become an elite Jonin, and I want to personally lead the team into battle. Naruto raised his hand and shouted. Sasuke snorted, crossing his arms, and said, then I'll lead Naruto. Nanny? Why do you think that? It should be me leading you, and you'll be my number 1. No, my last ninja. Ridiculous. Sasuke. The two began to argue again. Shen Yu instinctively placed his hand on the shoulders of the people beside him, resting it on Shikamaru and Hinata's shoulders. Shikamaru didn't mind, but Hinata felt a bit shy. She sensed Ino was squeezing her hand and recalled that day Ino's joke. Teacher, is war about to break out? Oh. Shen Yu tilted his head slightly. Shikamaru, stroking his chin, asked seriously. Shen Yu smiled and explained the situation in the ninja world to his students. It won't be immediate, but a storm is brewing. Some small losses won't deter the major ninja villages. Instead, it will strengthen their determination to weaken Konoha through war. Right now, Iwagakure and Kimogakure have maintained a certain number of ninja troops, ready to attack at any time. However, they have their own conflicts and cannot work together, so they must wait for someone to take the lead and engage us first. Then, teacher, how should we respond? I ask you, do you think this cooperation has anything to do with us? Teacher, you previously said that without external strong pressure leading to a survival crisis, they won't. I see. Seeing Shikamaru understand, Shen Yu patted his shoulder. The way to break the situation may not be clear. The documents I am signing are quite extensive. Go find Hong and have him give you a task. Follow me around, learn more, and observe. The future belongs to you. I understand, teacher. Chapter 132, Border. Rasha moved quickly. After arranging for the ninja to monitor Chiyo's siblings that day, he led his guards to the border area and soon arrived at the border. At this time, the Konoha ninja team, composed entirely of sand ninjas, was fighting to escort a group of fleeing civilians against the sand ninjas. Keidu, we can't let them pass. Got it, Captain, Wind Release, Dust Devil. Keidu collaborated with several teammates to inject chakra into the wind, creating a cutting attack with the fierce wind to resist the enemy and take the opportunity to retreat. Damn, Captain, we've lost 3 teammates. This is combat, not playing house. As the captain, Sandstorm squinted his eyes, looking through the fierce wind at the sand ninja standing still. He always felt that the ninja opposite seemed to be holding back. Were they worried about other Konoha ninjas coming to support? That didn't seem likely. Killing ninjas is difficult, but killing unarmed civilians is not that hard, right? However, the opposite seemed to deliberately avoid harming civilians. It seemed to be a ninja with kindness. We should report back to the county governor and see if we can win them over. Let us return to Heat County first. We are almost there. A terrified scream made Sandstorm, who was deep in thought while hurrying, tremble. He turned back to see two teammates already wrapped in sand iron, lying directly on the ground. The sand iron wrapping them was like a coffin, sending them to their graves, and then it rushed toward the other members of the small team. Get out of the way. I can't dodge, Captain. Oh no, Captain, please take care of me. Keita hadn't finished speaking when the sand iron entered his mouth, directly bursting through his belly, and at the same time, several other ninjas died. More sand iron gathered in the air, charging towards the remaining 3 Konoha ninjas. Sandstorm's eyes trembled. This was sand iron. This was Wind Shadow Rasha, and this was not something he, as a Jonin, could resist. You two run, don't stop. Fire the signal flare, wind release, great breakthrough. The other 2 members understood Sandstorm's intention. The team only had 2 Jonin, one being the Captain Sandstorm, and the other was Keidu, who had already been killed. They were just Chunin, and staying in place would only drag the captain down. So they quickly withdrew after launching the red signal flare. The red signal flare indicated that they encountered a single powerful enemy that even Jonin found difficult to resist, and it informed nearby teams to retreat, allowing stronger ninjas to come for support. Sandstorm knew he couldn't confront Rasha, so this ninjutsu nearly infused all his chakra. A powerful wind erupted from Sandstorm's mouth, colliding with the sand iron. But the shadow is just a shadow. It is not something he, as a Jonin, can withstand. The sand iron momentarily stalled symbolically, but under Rasha's control, it instantly broke through the strong wind, wrapping around Sandstorm, bringing him face to face with Rasha. Raza forcefully pinned Sandstorm's neck, and from the skin, he could tell that Sandstorm used to be a ninja from Sonigekyo. That skin eroded by the raging sands couldn't be faked. You are AJ Nin, and the village has spent such a great cost to train you. Why did you defect? And you even defected to Konoha, opposing me. Train? Ha ha. When I arrived at Konoha, I was just a CH Nin. It was Konoha that trained me to become AJ Nin. What does that have to do with you? They gave me respect, avenged me, and didn't indiscriminately kill the innocent. How is that not better than Sonigekyo? Is that your reason for defecting? The village could also train you vigorously, could also respect you, and could also let you feel the power of life and death. Oh, that kind of power refers to when I issue a mission and have my whole family killed. As soon as Sandstorm finished speaking, the sand ninja behind Raza exchanged glances. Raza suddenly turned around and swept a glance, and the sand ninja all nervously avoided his gaze. Then you could go to hell. But before that, Yura, Kazekage-sama. Yura stepped out of the team, looking very dispirited, with a numb expression on his face. Yura, why'd you let that group of ninjas go? Kazekage-sama, they were civilians, not ninjas. Then what was my order? To kill the defecting ninjas. Was that not clear? What is there to say to this indiscriminate killer? You're all right. You should thank you for letting that group of civilians go. Sandstorm's voice grew quieter, and Raza's grip tightened, ultimately causing Sandstorm to hang limply. As soon as Raza released his hand, Sandstorm's body fell onto the soft sand, quickly being covered by a layer of fine sand, while the nearby forest swayed in the wind, as if sending him off. Raza turned to Yura and said faintly, "Do you have anything else to say? Kazekage-sama, you weren't like this in the past. I will go find that already deceased Kazekage." Yura drew a ninja blade and slashed it across his neck, returning to the Pure Land on the spot. Raza's heart beat irregularly a few times before returning to normal. Kazekage-sama, those 2 fleeing Konoha ninjas have been captured. Kill them. Yes. Raza did not turn back, but the sand ninja in front of him instantly drew their blades, and he turned to look. The 2 Konoha ninjas had already been saved, and lying on the ground were 2 sand ninja, one with a knife scar on his face. And a military officer wearing a hat stood before Raza, staring directly at him. Raza roughly counted. The number was several hundred, almost 1,000. Did Konoha really deploy that many troops in the Kawaguchi? Yujin, Baiyun, it seems you've crossed the line. Are you provoking Sonigekyo? We are just helping Sonigekyo relieve the pressure on the border. This is a summoning scroll. If the Kazekage wants to negotiate, I can call my lord over. Do you think I'm afraid of Uchiha Kamiyu? Sand iron rose behind him, soaring dozens of meters into the air, forming a tornado hundreds of meters high, with some iron filings sizzling as they hit Yujin's armor. Baiyun drew his blade, and the Uchiha ninjas activated their Sharingan, while the Konoha ninjas behind them were also ready for battle. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, eerily silent for a long time. Yujin silently opened the scroll, and vibrant fire elements burst forth, distorting the already scorching desert space. Enough, retreat now. From now on, no Konoha ninjas are allowed to enter the land of wind at will. Understood, Yujin replied, leading the Konoha ninjas to retreat. If not allowed to enter casually, then intentionally would be fine. Raza and the Sand Ninja silently watched the Konoha ninjas retreat completely, while the Sand Ninja wiped away sweat and secretly glanced at Raza with strange expressions. There is no gold sand underground in this desert. My magnet release cannot exert its full power, and the enemy has many ninjas. If we really engage in battle, I can retreat. You will be buried in the desert. Kazekage-sama is wise, truly wise. Gather all the ninjas in the border area. I will lead them to threaten Kawaguchi and intimidate Konoha. Yes, the Sand Ninja responded loudly, seemingly having missed their Kazekage. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called intimidation for several days had not dared to step into Konoha's Kawaguchi even once. Chapter 133. The storm rises again. Are you saying that Kazekage Raza led a team to clash with the Konoha ninjas in Kawaguchi? Yes, Sachikage-sama. And Raza has gathered thousands of border ninjas, a grand show of force, but the target is unclear. Good. In a Wagakure, Onoki clapped his hands excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. To maintain a large-scale ninja confrontation with Konoha, the village's financial burden was too great. I thought Raza was a softie, really not daring to step out at all. It turns out we misunderstood him. This guy has finally gotten serious. In Onoki's view, Raza had traveled a long distance to the border and gathered thousands of ninjas. Was this not preparing for war? Playing house. In the conference room, other ninjas were also revitalized. This war must avenge the fallen brothers and clear their own shame. Now gathering over 1,000 ninjas to cooperate with the station troops on the border. As soon as they start fighting over there, we will act immediately. By the way, Huang Tu, send someone to notify Reikage AI. We can't miss this opportunity to weaken Konoha. Yes, Sachikage-sama. Huang Tu nodded, and Han raised his hand, applying to be the vanguard. Sachikage-sama, I am willing to lead the troops to attack first. Good, Han, you go first. As soon as they start fighting over there, you will advance south into the land of grass, and I will lead the army right behind you. Yes. In Kumogakure, the high-level conference room. As the last one-armed T-Dai entered, the door closed. Maki and Reikage AI exchanged glances and began the introduction. Everyone is here. I will be brief. The news sent by Tsuchika Jinoki is basically consistent with the information returned by our spies in Sunagakure. The 4th Kazekage Raza has clashed with the Konoha ninjas in Kawaguchi. Now Kazekage Raza has gathered thousands of ninjas at the border, and the IWA ninja station at the border are also showing movements. You should be waiting for Raza to initiate the war. After speaking, Maki took a step back and retreated behind Reikage AI. AI slammed the table, drawing everyone's attention. Since the Tsuchikage has also moved, we cannot stay idle. Konoha's development is too fast now, and with Uchiha Kamiyu, who has the same eyes. There is also Uchiha Itachi and that might guy. So we can no longer wait. We need to jointly attack Konoha. This time, we must temporarily cooperate with Onoki. The hatred between Earth and Lightning can be discussed after Konoha is defeated. Understood? Understood. Upon hearing the crowd respond, Reikage AI nodded seriously and began issuing orders. T-Dai, take Omoy and lead the Cloud Ninjas still in the Land of Frost. As soon as they start fighting over there, move into the Land of Rice. I will lead by Samui, Darui, Karui, and she directly into the Land of Hot Water. But be careful. Wait until Kazekage Raza takes action. And until that old man Onoki takes action, we will act. This time, I will not give Konoha a chance again. I must defeat Uchiha Kamiyu and that damned might guy. When Reikage AI spoke the last sentence, lightning spread across his body, and the overflowing chakra's momentum directly overturned the table. Maki helplessly rubbed his forehead. Although Reikage-sama's actions were very imposing, it meant they would have to replace the table again. In the Land of Rain, Akatsuki Organization. After Black Hole Leia left, the members of the Akatsuki Organization were once again unable to gather. Even in the original work, Deidara had not yet joined the Akatsuki, the Tailed Beast Collection plan had not started, and Obito had not entered the Akatsuki under the identity of Akatsuki. Now, with the changing situation, Onoki is paying more attention to teaching his granddaughter Kuratsuchi and Deidara, making it very unlikely for Deidara to come out. At this time, the existing members of the Akatsuki were also using their rings to hold a meeting due to the commotion caused by Rasha. Pain naturally stood at the top, with Konan and Kakuzu beside him, followed by Sasori, Zhao Yun, and without the beheading sword, Kiba Shizuku, and Zetsu. Leader, why did you call us? Kakuzu, looking relaxed, asked first. Working with Wenshou on missions, money didn't matter much. It felt like life finally had some meaning. However, the topics Wenshou discussed with him recently were too advanced. But thinking about it, the leader's ideas were indeed a bit idealistic. It would be more cost-effective to conquer a nation. Wind Shadow Rasha was gathering troops in the Konoha River district, and both Rock Ninja and Cloud Ninja were also dispatching reinforcements to the border area, just waiting for Rasha to start the war. Does the weak sand village also want to be the first to go to war with Konoha? Pain glanced at Sasori, whose face was full of sarcasm. It didn't matter how many died in war. He only knew that he had to start preparing for the tailed beast collection plan. After this war ends, when a major hidden villages are severely damaged, it will be our Akatsuki's time to collect the tailed beasts. Are you all ready? The crowd nodded, and seeing that everyone understood, Pain waved his hand and ended the meeting. In a land of water, Kakuzu fiddled with his ring and saw Zhao Yun leisurely eating small dishes in the village. He couldn't help but sit down next to him with a smile. Wincho, you're eating again. The bounty I earn isn't enough for you to eat. Come on, Kakuzu, you've eaten your fair share too. Don't you know that food is the most important thing for people? This is called satisfying one's appetite. You talk too much, you're right. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he fell silent and just focused on eating. You should eat some vegetables. Vegetables cost money. Rice is free. Zhao Yun couldn't stand it anymore and laughed helplessly. I've never seen someone so stingy. Is it because of the small population? Are you saving money for Kaku Yuki? Little Yuki has become a chubby doll because of you. What do you know? I've lived for decades. How could I not know how to raise a child? Kakuzu grumbled as he scooped up 2 mouthfuls of rice. But a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's better if Yuki gains some weight. Hurry up and eat. I still need to prepare a birthday gift for little Yuki for 5 years later. I've only prepared 20 million Ryo so far. It couldn't be less than last year. So 30 million Ryo should be fine. But is that a bit too little? Let me think again. Seeing Kakuzu's contradictory thoughts, Zhao Yun shook his head. This guy, forget it. He'll just ask the Lord for a favor later. He does have a way with money. All right, you eat from my side. Hey. Leave some for me, you guy. Meanwhile, in the Konoha River district facing the pressure from Rasha, Eugene and Bayun stood together with a group of Konoha ninjas, looking at the moving sand ninjas in the desert. What should we do, District Chief? Bayun's face was full of worry. From that day's sand iron, he realized that he had no ability to resist. He was just an ordinary elite Jounin and couldn't fight against shadow-level ninjas. The District Chief's words also don't have corresponding means to counter Rasha. Don't worry, Konoha River District has nearly 3,000 ninjas. Moreover, I've already sent a message to the Lord. Once war breaks out, the National Army's support can arrive in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, this war may not necessarily happen. Eugene narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance, while Bayun slightly lowered his head, pondering the deeper meaning of Eugene's words. It may not necessarily happen? District Chief, what do you mean? Bayun, if it really breaks out, the conflict would have started already. Rasha is very fearful of the Lord. Then, is he gathering troops to wait for other ninja villages to attack us together? Other ninja villages aren't fools. They will definitely wait for Rasha to take action first. In my opinion, gathering without fighting and training without advancing is just for intimidation. Bayun was even more puzzled. Those 2 classical lines touched on his knowledge blind spots. Oh my, how much heritage has the ninja world lost? However, he could still understand the word intimidation. Is Rasha's purpose to intimidate Konoha? To intimidate us? With him? Probably. Yes. Overconfident, Humph doesn't know how high the sky is. Eugene mocked, and Bayun exchanged glances with the surrounding Konoha ninjas. District Chief, overconfident? Oh, Bayun, read more books. I have some historical materials. You can take a look later. Thank you for your cultivation, District Chief. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your cultivation. Chapter 134. Don't worry about it. What kind of clothes are these? You can't say they look pretty good. Pretty good, right? This is a wandering warrior. Wandering warrior? There's no time to mourn Uchiha Kamyu, Konoha Hokage. The one appearing now is Uchiha Kamyu, wandering warrior. Kamyu flipped his hair, wearing blue clothes, revealing a bit of collar. Holding Yushi in one hand and a tang knife in the other, smiling and showing off to Tsunade and the others. Tsunade and Hong were also wearing blue robes. The breeze lifted their robes, matching Kamyu. Seeing the 2 with flushed faces looking a bit dazed, Kamyu couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand in front of them. Hello. Beautiful ladies. Are you mesmerized? Madam, may I share a bed with you? Haha. Hong, look at how thick-skinned your husband is. Hearing Tsunade's joke, Hong sighed helplessly. Hey, Sister Tsunade, isn't he your man? Oh really? You can't say he looks pretty good in this outfit. Yeah, Sister Tsunade. You don't know how popular he was in ninja school. He was even more popular than Sasuke. Hey. That was almost 20 years ago. Look, we're a match made in heaven. Yushi, don't you think so? Hee. Wow, 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 wow. So good, hee hee. Seizing the leisure time, Kamiyu took Tsunade and the others out to have fun. Indeed, when handling official business became work, it was dull. It was much better to take his wife and daughter out to play. As for official duties, Kamiyu left them to the 3 Hokage advisors, and when something major happened, he would take a look himself. Just as they were having fun, Kisame, who was lurking in the distance, received news from the Umbu. What happened? Lord Kisame, we have received a letter from District Chief Eugene. We have had a conflict with the Sand Ninjas, and Rasha is constantly training ninjas at the border. Other ninja villages have also begun to mobilize. I understand. I will report to the Lord. Kisame instantly vanished from his spot, gradually approaching Kamiyu, and the surrounding repulsion did not hinder him. Hey, Kisame is here. Rain, Hamiyushi, I'll go with Shizune and the others to shop for a bit. All right, remember to think of me. Get lost. After Tsunade left, Kisame turned to Kamiyu and conveyed the words from Umbu. Has Rasha led a large army across the border? Sir, the intelligence says he hasn't. Then there's no need to care. Rasha is just putting on an act. Other ninja villages are still in a standstill. How do Kuku and the others see it? How do the villagers see it? Kamiyu waved his hand. He wanted to see how the villagers viewed this matter. The advisors are just a bit worried and suggested sending some ninjas to strengthen the border defense. And the villagers think the Sand Ninjas are ambitious, killing our ninjas. This is intolerable. Is that so? Shen Yu crossed his arms while holding a tang knife in his hand, slightly turning to the side. There were 2 things. One was to summon the Hokage assistants, Hokage advisors, and various department heads for a meeting. The rest need not be called. The second was to publicize this matter extensively. You should know that I, Xie Ganyang, cannot tolerate any harm done to our Konoha ninjas. Sir, rest assured, I will take care of it immediately. After Kisame left, flames erupted from Shen Yu's body, turning to ash and dissipating into the air. The Umbu ninjas responsible for the guard quickly rushed to the Hokage building. By the time Shen Yu appeared in the meeting room of the Hokage building, he was already dressed in the Hokage robe and wearing the Hokage hat, sitting in the high seat, and everyone else had arrived. The Hokage assistants Nara Shikahisa, Yakushi Kabuto, and Orochimaru were present. The Umbu head Kakashi Hatake, Uchiha Fugaku, head of the Uchiha Police Department, Mito Kurenai, head of the Finance Department, and Hokage advisor Hyuga Hizashi were also there. Additionally, Hokage Secretary Yui Kurenai was present. Tsunade was not there, but she came to help Shen Yu with some paperwork. Hokage-sama, please sit. After everyone stood up and shouted in unison, they sat down, and the formal meeting began. There was no need to worry too much about the situation with Rasha. He wouldn't dare to actually cross the border. You all understand that without someone leading, the IWA and Kimo ninjas won't easily join the battlefield. They're concerned about losses and don't want to be the first bird to stick its head out. As for holding this meeting, it is unnecessary to only discuss this matter. We need to discuss another issue. Han opened a new map at the right moment, directly incorporating the small countries occupied by Konoha and other hidden villages into their territory. The current ninja world has already passed through the spring and autumn periods. The era of a fixed country and village system is over. We have now entered a new warring states period, an era of seizing territory and unifying the ninja world. People like Shikahisa, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and Kakashi have already realized what Shen Yu was going to say and sat up straight. Shikahisa's legs began to shake under the table. Orochimaru had a cold smile on his face. Kakashi tightened his mask seriously, and Kabuto had a sunny smile, secretly thinking that the dark phase was finally about to begin. I also want the credit for this nation-destroying achievement. Fugaku was a bit confused at first, but after seeing the varied expressions of the assistants, he recalled the heartfelt conversation with his eldest son. This is Hokage-sama. Could it be? Fugaku felt a bit excited, unconsciously shaking his legs while pressing down hard with his hands. Only Mito Kurenai and Hyuga Hizashi still thought Shen Yu was going to analyze the situation in the ninja world. Shen Yu exchanged glances with those who understood, smiling while revealing a different meaning in his eyes. When the meeting ended, no one knew what was discussed. They only knew that when the head of the Hyuga clan came out that day, his eyes were wide open, walking mechanically, while Mito Kurenai was trembling and had to be supported out of the Hokage building, repeatedly mumbling, "Long live Hokage-sama, long live." The Mito clan is the most loyal subordinate of Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, was somewhat exasperated, thinking when didn't he get it? A bunch of beasts. Only Kakashi and the 3 assistants walked out happily, all smiling in unison. As the year passed, it was time for us to show our fangs. Chapter 135, Thoughts in the Village. Yushi, Happy New Year. Wow, 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 hee hee. Look, Tsunade Hong. My precious daughter is smiling. Ha woo. Shen Yu was playing with the large Yushi in the living room, gently holding her, while warm flames scattered around them, satisfying Yushi's curiosity. Tsunade and Hong were preparing gifts to return, working together with Shizune and the mother-daughter duo of Konoha. Seeing this, Tsunade smiled and shook her head, expressing helplessness. Yushi is only a month old. How could she have a social smile? Sister Tsunade and Sister Hong can't stop smiling. Where's the helplessness? Sister Tsunade, I was wrong. Ha ha ha. The Peking Izumi was caught by Tsunade and tickled, running away while laughing and begging for mercy. Hong was checking the bills, which included the gifts for various ninja clans on New Year's Eve, as well as gifts for the children. Seeing the earlier scene, she instinctively touched her belly, thinking, all right, for now, still nothing. I need to work twice as hard. Time flew by, and the spring year of Konoha 60 had arrived. The usual rituals of worship, reunion dinners, visits, and offerings were carried out, but unlike previous years filled only with joy, due to the spread of history and the gathering of honors. Everyone in the village was focused on one matter and gathered to discuss the situation. The matter was Rasha gathering troops, attempting to provoke war, and other ninja villages also mobilizing their forces, stationed along the borders, ready to attack Konoha at any time. Shen Yu was confident about this, and Tsunade and Hong also had faith in Shen Yu, so they were immersed in the joy of spending Yushi's first New Year together. However, the other villagers seemed to have a thorn in their hearts. It wasn't just the ninjas, but also the civilians, all voicing their opinions. In the home of the Nara clan leader, Shikamaru was sitting opposite Shikahisa, with a chessboard between them as they played. Shikahisa's wife Yoshino was in the kitchen preparing a sumptuous feast to reward their hard-working son and devoted husband. Father, I always feel a bit uneasy. Shikamaru put down his chess piece, a hint of worry on his face. Although he probably understood Shen Yu's intentions, as a 12-year-old chunin, he still had some things he couldn't comprehend. Oh, Shikamaru, what are you uneasy about? Shikahisa also put down his chess piece, knowing that Shikamaru had recently been sent by Hokage-sama to assist Itachi in organizing historical materials and notes, and perhaps he had some new thoughts to clarify. Father, Sunagekyo, Kimogekyo, and Iwagakure are gathering troops at the borders. Should we temporarily summon some ninjas as a precaution? Is this your opinion? Not just me. I, Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara all have such doubts. We trust Hokage-sama, but we just don't understand. Shikahisa understood. It was about this matter, and he felt relieved. I thought it might be about Han history. I was too happy. But, Shikamaru, you've only been helping Itachi for a few days. You still need to wait a bit longer. You think the situation is quite critical, and Hokage-sama should at least prepare something, right? Yes, father. This is also the view of some people in the village. Do you know about Hokage-sama's guardian spirit, Eugene Junsho? I know. Shikamaru nodded. He had learned that there were currently 3 guardian spirits revealed by his teacher. One was Eugene Junsho. One was General Su Huang, who appeared when his teacher's child was born, and one only appeared during the fight against the Eight Tails. Yu Junsho has been guarding Heejun for 4 or 5 years now. The policy implemented in Heejun is to relocate some meritorious ninjas to Heejun and develop local ninjas. Coupled with the turmoil in Sunagekyo, a large number of Wind Country ninjas and civilians have fled to Heejun. Yu Junsho and the early morning army will have quite a few troops under their command. Even if the Kazekage personally intervenes, they won't be afraid. Over in Kirigakure, they were just heavily damaged by Kabuto's assistance, and the remaining forces are under Hokage's guard, Momochi Zabuza, and Morinoa Biki leading the troop station there. They won't have any major movements in the short term. The only ones worth paying attention to are the IWA and Kumo ninjas. They won't easily enter the fray, understand? Father, my teacher has taught me about this, and I somewhat understand. Good. Even if they enter the battle, the land of grass, the land of rice, and the land of hot water are only incorporated into the defense system. They haven't been governed, which is equivalent to a buffer zone, and there are quite a few station ninjas, enough to withstand 1 or 2, no matter how bad the situation gets. To the point where it can't get any worse, the entire ninja world will attack Konoha. With the Hokage around, hum, we who serve the Hokage and all the people of Konoha are also willing to test their mettle. When Uchiha Jiku said the last sentence, his tone revealed a hint of sarcasm, and his fist slammed down on the table, causing the tea in the cup to shake a little. Shikamaru didn't pay attention to that. In his days, he felt his father's confidence, something his usually cautious father had never exuded before, and he was infected by Jiku's emotions. Father, Shikamaru, perhaps you might be a bit confused, but you who have never been on the battlefield cannot understand us who have seen the Hokage's power. The Hokage and the current Konoha are not afraid of provocations at all. As Jiku spoke, he even laughed at himself. Shikamaru couldn't know, but he knew. Just like that, he hadn't mentioned the more than 3,000 ninjas from the river country, nor the likes of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon and the now vast number of Konoha ninjas. The grievances Konoha had suffered in several wars had never been forgotten by the Konoha ninjas. They were just waiting for the Hokage's command to incorporate the ninja world into Konoha, into the territory of Han. The young Konoha ninjas yearned for achievements. The newly grown ninjas aspired to the honors of their predecessors. The older generation of ninjas was eager to take revenge, and the newly born children had faith, flowing endlessly. Konoha now is like a vigorous youth, wanting to soar into the sky. On New Year's Eve, the Uchiha clan grounds were decorated, and after the adults finished their business, they laughed and watched the children fight. Yes, fight. A group of Uchiha kids gathered together to play ninja games, naturally leading to ninja duels, which had become a tradition in recent years. Uchiha Yagami saw his own child hit by a wooden shuriken. Although it was a minor incident, he felt quite displeased. He wouldn't blame the child, as they had already put in a lot of effort. Hey Yaku, your kid is quite something. That shuriken throw has some skill. I'm ashamed, Yagami. Your kid's taijutsu is impressive too. Took down too. I've been feeling a bit restless lately. No, buddy. Don't think too much. We grew up together, just sparring. Uchiha Yagami blushed a little and immediately stated that he shouldn't think too much. I yield to you. You know we've grown up together. How could I not know what you're thinking? Come on, let's see if you can defeat me. My swordsmanship has reached perfection. How could I lose to you? Their departure caused a chain reaction, and a group of Uchiha ninjas found their buddies and went to the clan's training grounds for sparring during the new year. Now managing the Uchiha ninjas, Inazuma saw his old friend Uchiha Kaze, with whom he often argued and fought, and he hadn't seen Kaze for a long time. Kaze, long time no see. Are you still in charge of the affairs of the Fire Country's daimyo? Inazuma, yes. I must do well in the tasks given by the Lord. Uchiha Inazuma was surprised and patted Kaze's shoulder. Kaze, you matured. Do you need me to plead with the Lord for you? It's been 3 days since we last saw each other. How could you not notice the changes? Besides, we are all working for the Lord. The positions that don't belong to us might not be right. Get out of here. I'm constantly improving too. Don't you want to come back to serve? Kaze smiled, knowing Inazuma meant no harm and was loyal to the Lord. But was this really a matter of pleading? Moreover, he wasn't just monitoring the daimyo. He was also one of General Su Huang's subordinates, part of the first team to carry the Han banner. But that still needed to be kept a secret. In the orphanage, Yakushi Kabuto was having a reunion dinner with the director, Yakushi Nanoyu, and the children inside. Brother Kabuto, are you now an assistant to the Hokage? Yes, thanks to the Hokage's trust, I just became the Hokage's assistant a few days ago, doing what I can for the Hokage. Kabuto patted the head of the child, who asked him. Recently, the number of children in the orphanage had increased again. Orphans that had gradually decreased due to the stability of Konoha were brought back from the Wind Country, Wave Country, Grass Country, and Rice Country, which had no one to care for them. Fortunately, the Hokage supported the orphanage, and over the past 5 years, the children in the orphanage had grown up and could help out now. That's amazing. I want to become an assistant to the Hokage like Brother Kabuto in the future and serve the Hokage. Lu. Then you have to work hard. The 3 members of Kabuto's team, Kimimaro, Karui, and Jean, were also watching this heartwarming scene, helping the orphanage staff distribute New Year blessings to the children. Among the 3, only Kimimaro had become a Jonin, while Karui and Jean were still a bit short and were now elite Chunin. After the reunion dinner was over, Nanoyu took the children to watch TV. The Spring Festival Gala on New Year's Eve was a way for the new children to quickly identify with Konoha. After the children left, Kimimaro instinctively stood behind Kabuto. Teacher, have you 3 decided to join the Lord's direct subordinates? Yes, Teacher Kabuto. We have all benefited from the Hokage's grace and are just walking the same path as you. When I was rescued from the route along with Sai by the Hokage and settled down, feeling the warmth of family, I had no regrets. After my illness was cured, I entrusted this life to the Hokage. Jean stepped forward, clenching his fist. A few years ago, he was diagnosed with an early stage of a terminal illness, and it was the Hokage himself who used the power of light to treat him. In the original story, he also gave up his life with a terminal illness early on for Sai, because of the cruel selection system of root. Like Jean, I stayed in the Kagaya clan of Kirigakure, never experiencing the warmth of the village. Even the clan members treated me merely as a weapon, to be cared for like Teacher Kabuto and the Hokage, and to have friends like Jean is enough for me to give my life. Kimimaro looked down at his pale hands. The blood of the Shikatsuneku was being sustained by the power of light, and the god of rain was always looking for ways to heal him. This grace was too heavy. Sigh, I can only follow Kimimaro and the others. We promised to die together. When the time comes, we'll meet in the Pure Land. Hey, why are you hitting me, Teacher Kabuto? Yakushi Kabuto slapped Kanjiro, who hurriedly dodged behind Kimimaro. What are you talking about? Meet in the Pure Land? I'll pull you out from there and make you work for me and the Hokage for a lifetime. How could that be? Where would there be such a jutsu? Kanjiro laughed. As someone from Sunagakure, he had never been discriminated against by the Konoha people. Even Gaara, who was disliked by thousands in Sunagakure, was willing to become a Konoha ninja. His sister Tamari was also willing. Although it was said she was attracted to strength, such a thing was impossible. It was completely unrealistic. In the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, who had become an advisor to the Hokage, was almost free of pressure. He was currently watching Hanabi practicing gentle fist with Hinata, but secretly he was thinking about the meeting that day. The contributions of the Hyuga clan in the village are indeed too few, not comparable to many other ninja clans. But how can I increase my bargaining chips to let the Hokage see my sincerity? The Inuzuka, Nara, and the Kimichi clans had allied with the god of rain, while the Uchiha clan was still the god of rain's main family, with countless achievements. The Yamanaka clan, Inuzuka clan, and god of rain had allied early. The Yamanaka clan had declined. The Mito clan had completely pledged allegiance to the Hokage, and the Sarutobi clan had been low-key in recent years, not saying a word for fear of being punished. He indeed wanted to take Hinata to join Kamiyu, but on one hand, the Hyuga clan was not something he could decide alone. On the other hand, the Hyuga clan, once renowned alongside the Uchiha clan, still had some old stubborn members who believed that the Hyuga clan was not inferior. He had barely managed to deal with the issues of the main house and branch house, as well as Niji, with the help of the Hokage's power, and it was not yet fully resolved. Sigh. If he had known earlier, he should have disregarded the main house's obstruction and insisted on participating in that war between lightning, earth, and fire. Father, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Hanabi rushed over with her sister Hinata, and Hizashi instinctively embraced his daughter. Hanabi, your father is thinking about the village. Oh, since father is the Hokage's advisor, he needs to pay attention to village matters. Hizashi nodded with a smile, and he was glad that Hanabi had great talent, better than Hinata's when she was younger. Now, without the caged bird seal, neither of his daughters had to bear the burden of having a seal placed on them. Then, father, can you let mother take me and sister to visit Hokage and Ai's house? I want to see Yuki-chan. Hanabi crossed her arms defiantly, while Hinata, behind her, lowered her head and blushed. That could work. Let Ayano interact more with Lady Tsunade, and also let Hanabi, Hinata, and Yuki build a good relationship. The Hokage is celebrating the new year right now. How about you wait a couple of days for your mother to take you to visit? All right then, sister and I will go play. Go ahead. Chapter 137. Conflict. Just over a month after the New Year's Eve of Konoha's 60th year, the situation at the border of the river country became increasingly tense. Raza led the Sand Ninjas all day long to test Konoha's limits, showcasing the strength of the Sand Ninjas. At the same time, this also tugged at the hearts of other ninja villages observing him, but he had not stepped into the river country even once, leaving Inoki and Reikage AI to spend a flavorless New Year's Eve, thinking Raza would attack during the New Year's Eve, only to find that this guy was truly a turtle. However, if Raza wouldn't act, then they would force him to act. The order to secretly create friction between the Sand Ninjas and Konoha Ninjas had already reached the spies of the two villages in Sunagakure. Additionally, another person had arrived at the border between the two villages. At the river country border, the masked Obito stood on a branch of a tall tree, watching the Sand Ninjas amuse themselves, claiming it was to deter Konoha. Not far away, a Konoha ninja team patrolling the border was only slightly tense and hostile towards the Sand Ninjas, not noticing Obito's presence behind them. Seeing this, the corner of Obito's mouth slowly curled into a mocking smile. Raza truly feared Uchiha Kamiyu, expressing his dissatisfaction with an unwillingness to anger the Hokage. Killing a few Sand Ninjas who defected to Konoha to vent his anger and save face was truly laughable. The white Zetsu on Obito's body grinned and expressed its opinion. Maybe he was scared after being beaten? After all, Uchiha Kamiyu invaded Sunagakure in just 2 days, defeated him, and even took his 3 children. It was said that Raza's policies in Sunagakure were the result of being driven mad. With policies similar to those of Kirigakure. I have reason to suspect that the fourth Kazekage shares a common fate with the fourth Mizukichi. Nanny? You mean? It doesn't matter. What we need is for Sunagekyo to provoke an incident. Konoha ninjas can strike and kill sand ninjas, but if Sunagekyo kills Konoha ninjas, it will infuriate Konoha. The pampered Konoha ninjas will surely initiate a unifying war under the Hokage's leadership. Then Obito, since the Hokage is angry, why not immediately mobilize the ninjas to start a war? Obito was too lazy to answer White Zetsu. But internally, he provided his own answer. It was merely to build up anger and mobilize the emotions of Konoha ninjas. Although the villages appeared peaceful on the surface, conflicts had always existed behind the scenes. Small-scale conflicts couldn't surpass the ninjas' threshold, especially since Konoha was the party benefiting. While White Zetsu could not yet enter Konoha on a large scale, it still received a piece of news immediately. That is Konoha's Hokage Uchiha Kamiyu, along with his wife and daughter, the Konoha upper echelons, and the descendants of ninjas who died in the war, held a memorial for the ninjas who sacrificed for Konoha. They reiterated the losses caused by the greed and invasion of other ninja villages, recalling the repeated attacks on Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War. Under the influence of the public sheep theory, the Konoha publicity department, led by Flagwood Tsukumo, promoted their deeds and worship of the Hokage, as well as the desire for merit. Now it was Konoha calling for war, while the Hokage seemed to act like a conservative, suppressing the radicals among his subordinates. However, Obito noticed a hint of a trend in this approach. When the Hokage no longer suppressed the Konoha ninjas, what would the morale reach then? Therefore, he wanted to prompt Raza to take the initiative to start a war. As an Uchiha, pretending to kill some sand ninjas would be quite reasonable, right? If there was an opportunity, it wouldn't hurt to meet Raza and see if it was really an illusion. Captain, Nara Shunin's team has exceeded the return time. Morikawa Ao rushed into this small outpost at the river country border, speaking to Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin frowned at him. He was the person in charge of this small outpost, a Shunin with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Really? Leave someone to guard the base. And the others follow me to search for Nara Kiji. Yes, Uchiha Rin led dozens of Konoha ninjas, searching from south to north within the patrol range of the outpost. The further north they went, the heavier Rin and the Konoha ninjas' mood became. Rin silently tightened his grip on his ninja blade. Having spent a long time together, plus the two clans being allies, their personal friendship was also quite good. Could it be that they were ambushed by the sand ninjas? If that's the case, Kiji, I will avenge you. Captain Rin, look, it's the traces of wind release. There's a leg buried in the desert. Rin looked in the direction his team member pointed, where the aftermath of wind release had torn through the forest, leaving deep cuts on the stumps, telling the tale of recent unrest. In a nearby desert, only a leg was exposed, standing upside down in the sand. The Konoha ninjas felt something was wrong and immediately rushed forward to dig, pulling out what was indeed Narakiji, and then found the bodies of other team members nearby. Captain, it must be those damn sand ninjas. How dare they attack us? We have been too merciful. Indeed, they dare to fight back. It's simply unforgivable. Kiji, facing his subordinate's indignation, Rin tightly gripped his ninja blade and covered Narakiji's eyes with his hand. Kiji was always cautious. He wouldn't have led a team into Sunagekyo without a large-scale invasion. How could the sand ninjas, who fear the Hokage, step into the river country? Moreover, with Kiji's strength, leaving no intelligence behind means the enemy is definitely very strong. Could it be that Raza personally took action, intending to secretly weaken the river country's strength? If that's the case, it would be serious. Thinking of this, Rin bowed his head and wrote down his thoughts on a piece of paper, then raised his head and said to Morikawa Ao and Matsukawa Aki, Aki, you two inform the district chief and the district commander of this report. The rest of you go into a state of alert and notify the brothers in the nearby defensive areas. Yes, Ao and Aki quickly took the folded paper and left, while the remaining members were divided to notify other Konoha ninjas in the defensive areas, with the rest patrolling the border under Rin's lead. Meanwhile, Raza stood silently in front of the corpses of the sand ninjas, examining the wounds. For this battle-hardened man, he could tell at a glance that the cuts resembled Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Lord Kazekage, Konoha is truly going too far. We cannot swallow this anger. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Konoha ninjas have been lurking in the Suna village territory, killing our sand shinobi at will. We dare not act because of the ban. That treaty is the real culprit binding the development of our Suna village. Right? We might as well directly tear up that treaty. Even if we die, we must let Konoha know that we are not to be trifled with. The sand shinobi, who had remained silent under Raza's cruel rule, burst forth with their last bit of passion after the first person expressed their indignation. Raza turned around, and all the shouting Sand Shinobi dared not speak, lowering their heads in unison. Raza looked expressionlessly at the first Sand Shinobi who shouted. That Sand Shinobi had already lowered his head and was adjusting it nervously, appearing somewhat forced and guilty. Sand Iron slowly climbed up that Sand Shinobi's leg and then extended upwards to his body. The Sand Shinobi realized something was wrong and shouted in panic. Lord Kazekage, why is this happening? I was just expressing my anger for my comrades killed by Konoha ninjas. Lord Kazekage, ugh. As the Sand Shinobi felt intense pain and lost his vision, the last thought lingering in his heart was, for the Iwagakure. In the terrified eyes of other Sand Shinobi, the corpse of that IWA Shinobi spy fell to the ground. He was a spy from another ninja village, with irrefutable evidence. There was no need to panic. How can we not panic? Since he was a spy, why handle it at this moment? But the Sand Shinobi dared not speak, and could only lower their heads in response. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Raza nodded, just about to say something when he suddenly turned around, and the Sand Iron gathered in front of him, forming a shield that blocked the overwhelming flames. Protect, Lord Kazekage. The Sand Shinobi who rushed in front of Raza was cut in half by Obito's attack, and in the blink of an eye, several Sand Shinobi lay on the ground. How ridiculous! Does this Kazekage still deserve your protection? Raza's expression showed disgust at the familiar rhetoric from Konoha. Damn fire release. Damn Uchiha swordsmanship. Does an Uchiha ninja really want to kill me? Magnet release. Sand Gold Shuriken. Raza used Sand Gold to create a massive amount of shurikens, rushing towards Obito from all directions. Obito, wearing a mask, pressed his hands down. Wood release. Wooden block wall. Obito created a solid wooden wall in front of him, which had no spikes. He focused all his chakra on thickness, as Raza's magnet release ninjutsu was definitely not weak. The shurikens made a clattering sound as they struck the wooden wall, which managed to block most of the attacks. But still, some shurikens broke through the wooden defense and attacked Obito, all of which he dodged. Wood release. Raza looked at the wooden wall in surprise, and his shocked eyes were suppressed by Raza, whose sleeves flailed in anger. It's wood release. Damn Konoha, they really want to assassinate Lord Kazekage. The Sand Shinobi also looked shocked at the wood release. In their understanding, and in the understanding of the entire ninja world, wood release was something only Konoha possessed. So they were sure Konoha wanted to assassinate Lord Kazekage. Raza, you still have some skill. It seems Konoha has found a way to create wood release ninjas, but your wood release is not strong enough. Want to assassinate me? Go call Uchiha Kamui. As for Yumph, not worthy. Magnet release. Sand Gold Burial. An angry Raza stirred up a massive storm, with Sand Iron wrapping around Sand gathering around Obito as the center. Compared to Gaara's Sandstorm Burial, Sand Gold Burial had greater pressure and weight. Obito stood still, quietly watching the nearly 100-meter storm gathering, feeling secretly alarmed. This power, Uchiha Kamui was actually able to defeat Raza. It seems his eyes and wood release cannot be underestimated. It looks like after returning, I need to have the Akatsuki help other ninja villages resist Konoha together, at least to have White Zetsu secretly weaken Konoha's strength. Obito only had one Sharingan. He couldn't activate Susanoo to resist directly, so he could only use intangibility to avoid this attack. However, he also thought of another matter, which was that he couldn't use the third power. One eye is too much of a hindrance. I need to get back my other eye from Kakashi. Seeing Obito trapped by Sand Iron and a huge explosion occurring inside, the Sand Shinobi breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit anxious. Lord Kazekage is terrifying. Only Raza's eyes remained fixed on the sand pile before him. Could the Konoha ninja sent to assassinate him be so weak? Lord Kazekage, be careful. A Sand Shinobi, who could not help but kill quite a few people, hurriedly shouted, but Raza had already reacted. He turned around and waved his hand, attempting to push back the attacking Obito with Sand Iron, but, Nanny? Is this intangible? Raza looked at Obito, who was now close at hand, leaning back, raising his hands to retreat while pulling a layer of Sand Iron to protect him. However, the mask before Raza spun and opened a hole the size of an eye, and he saw a mesmerizing Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. Let me see if Uchiha Kamui has done anything. A clone? The Raza before Obito turned into quicksand and fell to the ground, and Sand Iron wrapped around again, easily evaded by Obito using Kamui. As expected, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, I said Uchiha Kamui wouldn't send someone to assassinate me. That would release is simply not a threat to me. The Kazekage is indeed very cautious. Raza's figure reappeared, and Obito also put his mask back on. His release indeed could not threaten Raza. Moreover, since Raza was prepared, part of his intention had already been achieved. So there was no need to drag it out any longer. It seems Konoha is going to tear its face with me, using the killing of Sand Shinobi as bait to assassinate me, the Kazekage. Now, Konoha ninjas should already be attacking Suna village, right? As soon as this was said, the Sand Shinobi all looked anxiously at Raza. Obito was also somewhat astonished. Raza's ability to speculate was quite strong, but with his mask on, no one could see it. Seeing Obito silent, Raza assumed he was right. He waved his hand, and the sand iron surged towards Obito. Since you Konoha have already attacked us, then we Suna village declare war on Konoha. This time it will be to the death. Obito used Kimui to avoid the attack, a smile revealing on his face beneath the mask. Although he didn't know why he achieved his goal, the outcome was good. To the death? You Suna village? Oof. Konoha is waiting for you. Haha. Obito's figure spun and disappeared into the desert, and the Sand Shinobi gathered around Raza, waiting for the next order. Konoha may have already launched an attack and will undoubtedly be prepared, likely led by people like Kakashi Hitaki, Itachi Uchiha, Might Guy, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. They're the only ones I can resist. Now, issue an announcement to summon the Border Sand Shinobi to retreat immediately, regroup, and then charge back with me. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Meanwhile, in the Kawaguchi, Jin and Baiyun had led hundreds of ninjas to the front line early in the morning. Governor, multiple small teams at the border have been attacked. It seems the Sand Shinobi have been discovered taking action in secret. Baiyun held the information he had just received. Not only Uchiha Ling, but also other teams have been killed by wind release. I've already informed the Hokage. Raza's magnet release strength is not weak. I can only delay for a while. Baiyun, hurry and support the various teams. We need to retreat and defend the key stronghold. For Eugene, as long as he does not forcibly consume the essence of his soul, actively detaching from his body will not lead to death, but rather he will return to the Divine Reign's warrior body. So it is still possible to delay for a moment. Good. Just as he responded in the morning and was about to leave, a leaf ninja rushed over. Jinshur, Junwei. Our ninja has detected that all sand ninjas in the border area are retreating, seemingly worried about something, or perhaps there is internal turmoil among them. Eugene and Baiyun exchanged glances in the morning, both revealing confusion in their eyes. Regardless, let's retreat first and wait for the news from our spies before making plans. Yes. Chapter 138. Along with the Pure Land after the New Year's Eve, the Divine Reign was not idle, gradually beginning to deploy elite ninjas and preparing the Leaf's elite ninjas mentally in advance. As the situation in the ninja world intensified, this action also invigorated the Leaf ninjas. Are they finally going to take action? They secretly braced themselves. The slightly tense atmosphere in the village was felt even by ordinary people, who were excitedly discussing the possible conflicts and wars that might occur. At this moment, it was evening, and their Hokage had just returned home from the Hokage building not long ago, playing dice with Tsunade while holding Yushi. Big, oh no. I lost again. Why is it small again? This one doesn't count. Rain, let's play again. Tsunade playfully snatched the dice from the Divine Reign's hand and pounced into his arms, while Yushi blinked her big eyes, watching her mother take her place. Hey, a bet is a bet, Tsunade. Yushi's watching here. Hurry up. The Divine Reign chuckled and pointed at his cheek, which was already covered with red lip prints, beginning to extend down his neck. Tsunade pouted fiercely. TCH, a bet is a bet. I admit defeat. It doesn't matter anyway. All right. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the Divine Reign. Just as the just awakened you, she started calling out. Wow, my daughter still loves me. Tsunade wanted to hug Yushi, but Yushi waved her hands to refuse, one hand grabbing the Divine Reign's clothes and the other waving in the air. Just as Tsunade was puzzled, the Divine Reign tapped her brow and handed the dice to Yushi. She's curious about the dice we're playing. Haha. It seems Yushi still wants to play with me. Tsunade. Aha, really? Tsunade looked dazed, and then snatched back half of Yushi's territory. No way, Tsunade. You wouldn't still. Shut up, don't say it. Red had been inside for so long, and Kakashi just took your incense and left. What on earth are you doing? Tsunade squeezed in, quickly changing the subject. Kakashi had just left with the Divine Reign's incense, and it seemed that the Divine Reign had just sent someone to deliver it to Neji and Naruto. You know, one of my Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil techniques is related to souls. Yes. Tsunade nodded playfully, her big watery eyes sparkling like gems, filled with the Divine Reign, making the Divine Reign reluctant to look away. How can it be so lovable carefree, and ever-changing, Tsunade. Now that I have the Rinnegan, my eyes can connect with the Pure Land. The incense from yesterday was made with ultimate in release, and when lit while thinking of the deceased, one can meet them. Does that mean it is related to the dream communication in the myths of the Han Dynasty? Sort of. This way, it allows the people of the world to let the souls in the Pure Land rest in peace, allowing young people with regrets to communicate with their ancestors. Do you want to meet your great-grandfather in them? The divine rain brushed through Tsunade's golden hair. With the Rinnegan, he could use the Pure Land's Een soldiers as an anchor point, and with the Een release incense as a medium. He could allow the souls from the Pure Land to temporarily return in the form of dreams and supplement the damage to the Pure Land souls after leaving it. He had also stimulated Kakashi's 3-tomo Sharingan with the Mangekyo, and Obito's eyes were slowly changing in Kakashi's eye socket, making it possible for him to meet Tsukumo Hatake, which might accelerate the evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for Naruto's father, Minato, to be cautious and avoid wasting the potential of Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength, he still planned to have the Shinigami mask. He had sent someone to search the Whirlpool Shrine, but found nothing. It seemed there were still some secrets. So he would let Orochimaru look into it later. Of course, if Tsunade was willing, just like Hong, there would be no need for dreams. He could directly pull out the souls of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uzumaki Mito from the Pure Land. The downside was exposing the ox head and horse face. And after a successful surprise attack, he would have to contend with the Sage of Six Paths for control over the Pure Land. Hearing the divine rain's response, Tsunade was somewhat moved, but felt it was not very humane. However, she really wanted her great-grandfather to see Uchiha. For this, how could the divine rain, who had been with Tsunade day and night, not understand? It won't harm their souls, right? The impure world reincarnation technique would have some cost. It won't. The Een release incense will offset the cost, and it won't harm them. Then, let's talk about it later. I'll think about it. Tsunade habitually leaned against the divine rain's embrace, listening to the beating of his heart, which made her feel at ease. The divine rain smiled. The Senju Tobirama of the Senju clan would eventually become a corporate slave to 007, but that was a matter for later. Besides Hashirama, he thought Tobirama would be more than willing to come out and stir things up. Senju Tobirama, all right, that Damacho brat. I'm going to personally recall the tears of the past, a colorful building, an embroidered ball for a good marriage. Bang! Hong, with red eyes, pounced on the divine rain's back. The divine rain understood. It seemed his father-in-law, Hinata Akane, had passed away. Don't cry, you will see him again. Let him work for us from the Pure Land, and next time let him see our child. You. Woo woo woo. Hong's tears soaked the divine rain's neck, and Yushi's tears soaked his chest. The divine rain looked at Tsunade, raised an eyebrow. How about you, cry a little too? Tsunade sniffed, pouted, and tears streamed down her face. No, you don't cry. We won't cry anymore. What? Woo woo woo. Seeing Tsunade also shedding tears, Yushi became even more excited, as if she had suffered a great grievance, her voice breaking through the clouds. Oh my little treasures, my aunt. Tsunade couldn't hold back anymore, burying her head in the divine rain's arms, trembling, and Hong couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Hee ha ha. Tsunade, you really tricked me, and you dare to laugh, Meanwhile, Kakashi, back at home, quietly lay on his bed after lighting the incense. The moonlight streamed in from the window, casting a blue glow on Kakashi's face. The Hokage's incense, in Han history, was offered to ancestors. What other meaning could it have? Kakashi always felt it couldn't be that simple, but couldn't think of a reason, so he drifted off into a trance. Obito, Rin, I miss you so much. Minato-sensei. Naruto is now an elite ninja, a 12-year-old elite ninja praised by even the Hokage. Father, your reputation will no longer be tarnished. Everything is getting better, even though it seems like I can't do anything. Kakashi self-deprecatingly smiled, falling into memories, not knowing when he fell asleep. After falling asleep, Kakashi found himself in a mist-covered place. He looked at his palm, cautiously glancing around. Is this an illusion? If it's a dream, it rarely lets people notice. Kakashi? A male voice echoed through the mist, and Kakashi felt a strange familiarity as he turned towards the direction of the sound. A slender figure with white hair stood before him. Kakashi. Father? Tsukumo Hatake stood in front of Kakashi, smiling, though tears had already formed in the corners of his eyes. Seeing that Kakashi was moved but showed no signs of weakness, he continued, Not bad, Kakashi, very cautious. Do you need to verify anything else? Kakashi remained silent, but his hand was still behind his back, wary of the unknown. I want to talk about childhood stories. As a father who couldn't accompany you while you grew up, I truly have no face to say those words. Kakashi, I came because the judge of the underworld sent me. The direction is the offering that Lord Hokage gave you. Lord Hokage. Kakashi seemed to understand. His Sharingan with 3 Tomo detected no abnormalities, and he lowered his guard, though still silent. The father and son fell in his silence. Kakashi, father, it has been proven that companions are more important than missions. Tsukumo was speechless, but had to continue the conversation, as his legs had begun to dissipate. Kakashi, I know everything that has happened. Although I cannot change it, and it may sound cliché, I'm sorry, Kakashi, for my weakness as a father that led you into a lonely path. As a father, I failed to shield you from the storms. And for my obsessive beliefs and selfishness, I made my child pay the price. Kakashi, I am not a qualified father, and I also owe an apology to your mother. You are right. Companions are more important than missions. You are a ninja, far superior to me. I am sorry, Kakashi, for not being there to watch you grow up, and for not being able to care for you. I cannot call myself a good father. Tsukumo paused, unable to continue, as his form had already dissipated to his chin, yet he had many unsaid words, and the tears in his eyes fell to the ground. Father, you have always been my role model, always have been, in the past, present, and future. Kakashi's voice came through, and Tsukumo's relieved eyes saw 2 streams of tears from Kakashi. Kakashi. Then Tsukumo's figure completely vanished, and Kakashi was startled awake, sitting up on his bed, removing his soaked mask, and looking at the ashes of the offering. Father, it was not an illusion. There were also Obito and Rin and Teacher Minato. Kakashi put his mask back on, touched his eye that felt strange, and realized he could no longer sleep. So he would go to Lord Hokage's side and protect him, asking questions tomorrow. With a thought, Kakashi used the body flicker technique to leave his master bedroom, leaving the moonlight to occupy the empty room. Meanwhile, in Niji's dream, Hyuga Hayashi touched his stubborn son Niji's head. Niji, long time no see. You are already a jonin, a 13 or 14-year-old jonin, much stronger than your father. Father, facing Hayashi's praise, Niji, with his head lowered, was already in tears, knowing what Lord Hokage had given him. Don't cry, at that time. I willingly chose to die in place of my brother. No one forced me. That was also the village's weakness, Sarutobi Hiruzen's weakness. They had nothing to lose. But I lost my only family, my father. Niji, you still have family. Isn't Hinata and the others all your sisters? My brother Hizashi is not what you think he is. To make a long story short, Niji, my time is limited. I don't want you to fall into the miserable fate of a caged bird. Niji, your father died in place of your uncle. Not because of the fate of the branch family, but because I chose to protect the future of the Hyuga clan, to protect you and the main family's bloodline. When you were young, you often said, fate is a natural cage. I might have had concerns, lamenting the caged bird, wondering when it would fly. But you will not stay in the cage. You are a free bird. Thanks to Lord Hokage, the newborns of the Hyuga clan have a new choice and no longer need to be labeled as caged birds. Hayashi's figure gradually faded away amidst Niji's calls of father. Awakening, Niji clenched his fists, veins bulging. Caged birds. No one will trap the birds that wish to soar freely again. In Naruto's dream, Kushina Uzumaki almost choked with emotion as she saw her longed-for son, calling out to him through her tears. Naruto. Startled by the embrace, Naruto was a bit confused. He hadn't seen Kushina's face yet. Hey, are you calling me? Big sister, do you know me? Where's this place? Hey, you look a bit like the mother from the photos that Hokage and Tsunade showed me. Naruto, my child. Kushina cried even harder. After not seeing Naruto for over a decade and learning about his growth from the judge, she couldn't stop her tears. You are my mother? I am. I'm sorry, Naruto. It's my fault. Naruto trembled slightly, wrapping his arms around Kushina and patting her back. It's okay. Hokage and the others take good care of me. I have Sasuke, Gaara, Sakura, and many other good friends. I eat well and have no worries. I'm already a jonin, a 12-year-old jonin, and my teacher is Kakashi, your father's disciple. They all like me, and I'm very happy every day. As he spoke, Naruto hugged Kushina tighter, his hands growing more forceful. The photo Tsunade gave him was something he looked at day and night, and he had confirmed that the woman before him was his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. He didn't even realize when his own tears started to flow. Mom, why is your figure disappearing? Naruto, I came from the Pure Land. I can't stay for long. Naruto, I'm sorry for making you go through so much harshness. I couldn't accompany you nor shield you from the storms. But you must believe that your father and I truly love you. I'm sorry, we really couldn't help it. It's okay, Mom, don't worry. Hokage treats me like family. And Tsunade takes very good care of me. I eat, well, every day. Look how tall I am now. Sasuke is not even taller than me. And about those who harmed you, I will definitely not let them go. I will find them and avenge you. Kushina took a step back, gently stroking Naruto's face and wiping away his tears. Naruto also raised his hand to wipe her tears. We chose to make you the Jinchuriki not because the village needed a weapon, but because you are our child. We believe you can transcend hatred and use this power to protect those who love you. Mom, I understand. I am friends with Kurama. He often helps me with ninjutsu. Is that so? No wonder you're my son. Much better than I was. I used to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, treated as a monster by the village. I only learned to use chains to control it. Naruto smiled through his tears, but found that the sensation on his face had already disappeared. Mom, it seems I have to go back, even though there's still many things I haven't said to you. Don't be picky, eat well, take hot baths every day. You don't need too many friends, just a few trustworthy ones. You can only drink alcohol when you're 20. Don't be fooled by strange women. Look for a girl like your mother. When you encounter difficulties, think of those who trust you. You are never fighting alone. I understand. I want to become Hokage, so I won't make you worry. Kushina opened her mouth to speak, but found that she couldn't get the words out. Looking at Naruto's uncontrollable tears, her own tears flowed even more freely, and she could only nod desperately. Mom, with tears streaming down his face. Naruto wanted to say something else, but realized he had returned to his bedroom. Right, the Hokage gave me incense. Naruto grabbed the incense ash that had already burned down to nothing. So it's all gone? Then the Hokage should still have some left, right? With this thought, Naruto lost the desire to sleep. He wiped his tears and figured since he was in the Uchiha clan's territory, he might as well go out for a walk until dawn. As soon as Naruto pushed open the door, he didn't notice someone sitting on the roof of his house. Naruto. Who? It's me. Kakashi jumped down from the roof and put his arm around Naruto's shoulder. Kakashi-sensei, why are you here? Did you see my mom? I did, Kakashi-sensei. Mom is very gentle and loves me a lot. I'm not a demon fox. What do you mean? Naruto, you met Uzumaki Kushina? Kyubi, that's very impolite to shout like that. No wonder, that incense had an extreme in-release power. I was wondering what the Hokage told you. What did he say? He told me to eat well, find a wife like my mother, and that I get along well with you, my dear companion. Companion? The Nine-Tails fell silent, clearly affected emotionally. Sigh, if your mother thinks like that too, the perfect Jinchuriki will resist the invasion of illusions even stronger, Naruto. Outside, Kakashi tightened his grip on Naruto's arm, feeling heartache for him while forgetting his own pain, only feeling a slight movement in his eyes. Although it's a bit greedy, I still want to see my father. The Hokage will understand. We'll go see the Hokage together during the day. Okay. Chapter 139, Rinnegan Rain. Why are you up so early? Tsunade said lazily. Yushi took turns caring for them in the middle of the night, which was good for companionship. Shen Yu was the one who woke up the most. Yeah, why don't you sleep a little longer? Yushi is asleep too. Hong draped her jade arm over Shen Yu's neck. So you can't blame the king for not attending morning court. Most people can't get up at all. You all keep sleeping. Someone has already been waiting outside all night. Shen Yu sat up, and Hong and Tsunade became more alert. Kakashi? Naruto? Or Neji? All of them. I came back early after handling some matters since Kakashi came the earliest. Okay, be careful on the way. Don't worry. Hong went outside, put on wooden clogs, and found clothes for Shen Yu, who casually draped them over himself, exposing part of his chest. It's cold outside. Shouldn't you wear more? Also, are we having breakfast at the Hokage building? Hong asked with concern, while Shen Yu smiled back at her. Yeah, let's go eat there. As for whether it's cold or not, it doesn't matter. Don't you know how warm I am hugging you? You always talking back. Then I'm off. Yeah, be careful on the way. I'll go shortly. With that, Shen Yu turned into flames and disappeared into the air. Hong bit her lip. Seeing that Tsunade was still sleeping soundly and feeling quite tired herself, she prepared to rest a little longer. However, with nothing to hold on to, she decided to embrace Tsunade. Sleep, Hokage-sama. Hey, Hokage brother. Neji, half asleep and half awake. Naruto was startled awake by Kakashi's call and realized Neji was also beside him. Ah, Kakashi, Naruto, Neji, good morning. At this moment, the sky had not yet fully cleared. Kakashi and Naruto, with Neji following behind Shen Yu, walked outside. You all saw her, right? Yeah. Neji stepped forward first and bowed deeply to Shen Yu. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Without you, there wouldn't be the current Hyuga Neji. I will prove my loyalty through my actions to repay your kindness. And me, Hokage brother, thank you for letting me see my mom. Sir, Kakashi is willing. All right. Shen Yu waved his hand, feeling the spring breeze coming towards him. I suppose this has fulfilled some of your wishes. I see the knots in your hearts. It pains me too. You are all my brothers, family, and subordinates. Mutual understanding is what matters. Shen Yu then put his arm around Naruto's shoulder and whispered, Watergate's soul is not in the Pure Land. If you really want to see him, you can view him through the Nine-Tailed Seal. Wait until I find the Death God's mask, and I will think of a way for you. Thank you, Hokage brother. Naruto didn't know what else to say, feeling a bit flustered. All he could do was clench his fist tightly, secretly vowing to help his Hokage brother. As for the Nine Tails who heard this, he snorted. Watergate and Kushina had indeed left a backup plan, unexpectedly inside the sealing technique. But it didn't matter. Right now, no one in Konoha was truly afraid of it. The villagers really believed in Uchiha Shen Yu. Was this really the destined person of the Sage of Six Paths? No need to be polite. Shen Yu patted Naruto's shoulder heavily to show encouragement. Hokage-sama. It's Orochimaru. Coming as early as before. Look at your dark circles. You need more rest. He. Assisting in heavy duties cannot be neglected. Orochimaru loosened his bones slightly. These dark circles were caused by his experiments. Regarding the birth of his offspring, Hokage-sama had already approved it. He was also thinking about what genes to add outside of his main genes, and he needed to hurry. Otherwise, if the age difference with Yushi was too great, he wouldn't be able to help much. As for the name, he had already thought of it. It would be called CU. Do as you wish. Let's go have breakfast together and then get to our respective duties. Shen Yu, walking in front, suddenly tilted his head. By the way, Kakashi will come by later. Yes. After finishing breakfast, Kakashi waited for a moment before arriving at the Hokage's office. Kakashi, Uzumaki Chikage, Uzumaki Chibo, can those two borrow the power of the Five Tails chakra? Sir, after years of adjustment, they can barely use boil release, steam, and the tail beast cloak, but if they want to mobilize more, it's still not possible. Shen Yu nodded, indicating he understood. Uzumaki Chikage and Uzumaki Chibo were the two strongest members of the Uzumaki clan, whom Shen Yu had reprimanded for not receiving support from the third Hokage back then. Plus, with Tsunade being the granddaughter of the first Hokage's wife, many Uzumaki clan ninjas returned to him. Of course, they weren't returning to Konoha, but to Shen Yu himself, serving in the Hokage's direct team led by Su Huang. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation was tarnished, the Uzumaki clan was more willing to trust Shen Yu's credibility. The same went for other ninja clans and individuals. Having read history, they could distinguish between the two. Reading history can be enlightening. It's not a joke. Moreover, the two were the strongest in the Uzumaki clan. Shen Yu had sealed the tails of the two five tails he had cut down using Susanoo within their bodies. As for the small amount of eight tails chakra that Zhao Yun had captured, Shen Yu left it for Sasuke, who used lightning release. Once he captured the eight tails, he would tear it apart and eliminate its spiritual power to present it as a gift to Sasuke. He had imparted all his fire release knowledge to Sasuke. So Sasuke's fire release was also quite strong, but he was still more talented in lightning release. After Kakashi's guidance, he had already approached fire release. Hokage-sama, about yesterday's incense. I still have someone I want to meet. Oh, Kakashi, the person you want to meet is not necessarily in the Pure Land. Facing the profound meaning of God Rain, Kakashi thought God Rain was talking about his teacher, Minato Namikaze, but before he could explain, he was interrupted by God Rain. Orochimaru and Kabuto have completed the chakra cannon and the corresponding flying ninja tools, allowing them to practice well. I don't care about their provocations, but it will accumulate people's anger to some extent. Kakashi, I can no longer wait. Sir, every ninja in Konoha will follow your footsteps. The call of Konoha has never stopped, and the ninjas are ready. That's good. I haven't experienced a decent battle in a long time. The review platform west of the village is ready. It's time to settle old debts. God Rain revealed his purple Rinnegan, a flawless Rinnegan that completely belongs to him. His Rinnegan is ready. Chapter 140, Declaration of War. Something is wrong, Governor. At the border of Konoha River District and Sunagakure, Baiyun Zhaojian held a knife in his hand, turning sideways to speak to Eugene, who had his hat pulled low. Dozens of ninjas had gathered behind them, and the border patrol teams continued to assemble here. The numbers growing. This morning, if all goes well, war is about to begin. The journey of unifying the Han Dynasty is finally starting. I have waited for over 20 years. Eugene touched the armor on his shoulder, holding the knife in his left hand behind his back like Zhaojian. Watching the Konoha ninjas rushing towards them, wearing both Konoha and Sunagakure headbands. What is that? Our spies, who no longer need to hide. Governor, the assassination of Kazekage Raza has failed. Raza thinks we have launched an attack and is gathering his forces to prepare to declare war on Konoha. Why haven't I, as a senior spy, received any news? The Konoha ninja looked slightly puzzled. If he hadn't seen the attacking forces, he would have continued to lurk. But sensing something was off, he exposed himself and left Sunagakure. Zhao Jin frowned, looking at Eugene, who turned around and confirmed. The Lord did not send anyone to assassinate Kazekage Raza, I am certain. Matsuyan, explain the matter more clearly. Matsuyan is the name of that spy. After hearing this, he was also baffled. No assassination of Kazekage means someone is sabotaging us. The person who attempted to assassinate Kazekage Raza has a Mangekyo Sharingan and possesses considerable fire release skills, as well as the ability to use wood release. I understand now. Zhao Jian, Matsuyan, do you remember the Ninetales incident? You mean the Uchiha traitor who manipulated the Ninetales incident? What should we do? Ha, what to do? Eugene looked back at the Konoha ninjas behind him. The previous conversation had not avoided them, and they all raised their heads with smiles. A small country dares to attack a big country. Do we need to explain anything? No. Then tell me, are you afraid of war? No. Tell me, do you want war? Yes. Tell me, do you want to prove your bravery and show the emperor? Yes. Then the question arises, Zhao Jian, are you afraid? The governor is joking. Zhao Jian drew his sword and raised it, his scarred face smiling slightly awkwardly. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have killed 34 sand ninjas and 14 rock ninjas at the border. I have earned this position through blood and sweat. Thanks to Lord Hokage's trust, I am willing to share the burden for Lord Hokage. Share the burden for Lord Hokage. The Konoha ninjas raised their weapons and shouted. Without merit, where does land come from? Without merit, where do ninjutsu come from? Without merit, where do ranks come from? Without merit, how can one defy the heavens and change fate? Where does merit come from? From war. The sand ninjas are finally no longer hiding. They have been executing justice at the border for years. Eugene smiled and plunged his sword into the ground. My lord, it seems my ability to command troops hasn't diminished with age. Now, as the governor of Konoha River District, Zhao Jian, you go summon over 1,000 River District ninjas, abandon the front lines, retreat to the rear valley, resist the sand ninjas, and wait for reinforcements. Also, Taki Kuno, lead over 100 River District ninjas to the border of the Land of Rain to set up defenses against the Akatsuki and Rock ninjas, and allow retreat if overwhelmed. Yes, governor, don't forget to inform Lord Hokage. Ha. My lord already knows. I am the guardian spirit of my lord, the left general of the Han dynasty. Eugene of Wunza, left general? Sounds mighty. Bai Indigen opened his mouth and then followed Eugene back to the valley to set up defenses. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building in Konoha, God Rain was handling official business after briefing Kakashi in the morning when he suddenly paused upon receiving news from Eugene. Uchiha Obito's assassination of the Kazekage failed and was pinned on Konoha. If you play like this, I will start spitting on you too. Others may not know your true identity, but I know exactly what you are. Rain, what are you laughing at? Laughing so happily. Hong picked up the tea on God Rain's desk, took a sip, and found it was a bit cold, so he went to refill it. God Rain doesn't like drinking cold things. Oh dear, war has already broken out, Hong. War? Hong paused. Did Rain just say war? That's right. Raza declared war on Konoha. Now we have just cause to mobilize. Hong immediately became nervous. Sunagakure started a war. Sunagakure. Oh, Sunagakure. Hong, go call the higher-ups for a meeting. Okay. After Hong left, the guard Shui, who was nearby, had already half-kneeled before God Rain. Shui, you go ahead and lead the Konoha ninjas to repel the Sand Ninjas' offensive first. Yes. After receiving the order, Shui vanished, and several Umbu half-kneeled before God Rain again. In the capacity of Hokage, issue an edict to summon Konoha ninjas who are on missions back to the village, and first organize the ninjas in the village to gather. At dawn the next day, assemble in front of the review platform. Issue an announcement. The ninja who attempted to assassinate Kazekage Raza, causing the war, is the impersonator of Uchiha Madara, who roams the ninja world, killing his teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's disciple, the creator of the Ninetales incident. The Konoha traitor Uchiha Obito. Kazekage Raza recklessly seeks excuses to declare war on Konoha. Here I, Uchiha God Rain, in my capacity as Hokage, declare war on Sunagakure. Yes. Several Umbu were shocked and went to handle their respective tasks. The large-scale mobilization of Konoha ninjas couldn't be concealed, as the villagers discussed intensely. The announcement board and everyone's phones all received the news. Kazekage Raza declared war on us. Ha, just by him? Stop the nonsense. Fight. Follow me. Lord Hokage has declared war on Sunagakure 2. You received the ninja assembly order. Gather quickly. We didn't wipe out Sunagakure last time, but this time I'll definitely kill him. Got it, got it. Hey, in the past, we were afraid of being overwhelmed, but this time I actually look forward to us fighting for against one. Uchiha Bito, a ninja from the Uchiha clan? You idiot, he's a traitor, the creator of the Nine Tails incident. Wow, he's also the disciple of the fourth Hokage? Isn't that killing his master? If I remember correctly, isn't Kakashi the disciple of the fourth Hokage? The person shouting had his eyes wide open, rubbing them vigorously and looking several times. You didn't remember wrong. That bastard, my father died during the Nine Tails incident. Grievances have their source. I must take revenge on him. Kakashi, who received this news, was in shock. How could this be possible? Obito, he had long been dead. Could it be that the Hokage meant that Obito was still alive? How could he possibly attack Master Minato? Master and Mistress treated him very well. How could he? Kakashi's eyes turned red, as if he was on the verge of breaking down. He had also received a message from the Umbu ninja to go to the Hokage building for a meeting, and he rushed there with all his might. He needed to confirm the authenticity of this news. Obito could not have done such a thing. Impossible, impossible. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was practicing swordsmanship at the training ground, exchanged a few words with the arriving Uchiha ninja, and then picked up his phone from the ground to check it, suddenly looking at Naruto. Naruto, Gaara, Shikamaru, and others were startled. Why were Sasuke's eyes so red? Sasuke, what's going on? Naruto. Sasuke didn't know how to explain. Kakashi's classmate, Naruto's father's disciple. The one who caused Naruto to lose his parents, leaving him without family. All the ridicule he faced in childhood was because of this person named Uchiha Bito. Hey, Sasuke, this isn't like you. Naruto was still asking, while Shikamaru had already picked up his phone to check, and the others followed suit, all looking at Naruto. Hey, why is everyone looking at me? Is it because you all noticed my handsomeness? Ha, I knew it. Naruto, war has broken out. What? War? Sasuke, you're not joking, right? We need to hurry and help. Naruto was a bit anxious. Seeing everyone silent, he picked up his phone to check. Upon seeing the news, he froze in place, the phone in his hand crushed from the pressure, his eyes reflecting the name Uchiha Bito. Sasuke and Shikamaru grabbed Naruto's trembling shoulders, and Naruto felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. Extreme anger turned his face red, his eyes fixed on his palm, feeling numb and devoid of emotion. Naruto, you still have us. We will help you take revenge and kill Uchiha Bito. That's right, Naruto. You must pull yourself together. Naruto. Just as the atmosphere was thickening, a faint voice emerged from Naruto's mouth, growing louder. Why? Kakashi-sensei said that my father treated everyone well, and my mother even invited Uchiha Bito to our home for dinner. Why? Why did he kill my parents? I must kill him. Naruto shook off their hands and rushed out. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately followed, while Shikamaru was about to move but paused and turned to say, you guys go tell the teacher. Gaara, a few of you come with me to catch up to Naruto. We can't let him do something foolish. Okay, Hinata, Kurenai, let's go. I'll go with you to catch Naruto. Gaara also looked anxious and joined Shikamaru, Shino, and others in pursuit. We won't let you do anything foolish, Naruto. Chapter 141. Mobilization. When Kakashi, filled with anxiety and red-eyed, entered the Hokage building, Kamaya and his assistants, along with Tsunade, Hinata, Finance Minister Mito-Gaiden, and Hokage advisor Hyuga Hisashi were already seated. Upon seeing Kakashi enter, they all turned their attention to him. This made Kakashi calm down, sitting in his designated seat as the head of the Umbu. National affairs come first, personal matters second. This is beyond doubt. Since we are all here, I will speak. Kazekage Raza thinks that Uchiha Bito was sent by me to assassinate him, and in anger, he declared war on us. The ambush on the squad was likely also disguised by this guy. Kazekage Raza has declared war on us, and Eugene has already engaged with them. At the same time, we have received reports of movements from the IWA and Kimo ninjas as well, who have also been stirred. The vanguard of the IWA ninja, over 1,000, has already stationed in the land of grass, while the Kimo ninja have just entered the border of the land of hot water. As for the Mist ninja, they are slower to respond, but have never ceased their attacks on us. Since we're going to fight, we must do it decisively. My lord, we are all ready. Kamaya smiled and began to deploy. I have sent Sure Sway to stabilize the situation in the Kawaguchi area. Now we are waiting for the ninja to assemble. Tomorrow, after mobilization, I will personally lead the team to wipe out the Sand Hidden Village. As for the Mist Village, Kakashi, Itachi, Zabuza and Morinoa Biki will lead over 6,000 ninjas to wipe out the Mist Village and retrieve the 3 tails and 6 tails. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will definitely take down the Mist Village and bring back the 3 tails and 6 tails. With personal grudges set aside, Kakashi stood up to salute. Such a great achievement of destroying a nation is hard to refuse. As for whether they would lose, the Mist Village was like a sieve, easily seen through inside and out. Let us not forget that the Kirigakure clan's Hozuki Mangetsu and the already turned rogue Mizukage, Suigetsu, can also be considered part Konoha. After cooperating with the two to eliminate the unwilling Mist ninjas at the border, both in quality and quantity, they were far stronger than the remaining ninjas of the Mist Village. Moreover, the 6 tails within was a rogue ninja and would not provide help to the Mist Village. Facing only one top-tier combat power, Mizukage Kagaya, it would be more than enough. Well, Kabuto, take chakra weapons and new ninja tools, lead a team of 4,000, and let Su Huang lead my direct army to help you deal with the IWA ninjas. I will send Dai, Ino, Fugaku, Jiraiya, and others to assist you. Kamaya's direct army also had more than 2,000 men, all carefully selected. Among them, the Uzumaki brothers, Chikage and Chiharu, could barely use the chakra of the 5 tails. Good, my lord. As for Jiraiya's words, first go fight. We can talk when we return. Yes. Kabuto nodded, and beside him, Hinata Hizashi, who had been silent, scrutinized Kabuto with the corner of his eye. The Hokage actually has a direct army? Not only that, but he also dares to entrust it to Kabuto? The Hokage truly trusts him. Orochimaru, the Kyumo ninjas will be entrusted to you. With the same strength as Kabuto, I will send the 3rd Hokage, Guy, Marisuke, Hachiji Dingzwa, and Shibi to assist you. My lord, rest assured. Seeing that the old man was also taking action, Orochimaru was excited. He wasn't worried about losing. If he truly couldn't win, he would just play dirty and call out the 1st and 2nd Hokages. He felt no psychological pressure, unaware that Kabuto was thinking the same. Your task with Kabuto is to intercept the IWA and Kyumo ninjas. Once I wipe out the Sand Hidden Village, I will head north to help Kabuto deal with the IWA Hidden Village, while Kakashi will lead the Mist ninjas to enter the land of hot water. As for the village, Tsunade, I will leave it to you for now. Have Hizashi, Kurenai, and then help you handle the affairs. And if there's anything, use the summoning technique. Rest assured, don't you need to bring some people? Kamaya smiled and waved his hand. The number of ninjas that could be summoned in a short time was limited. There would probably be 7,000 to 8,000 ninjas who would take longer to return. These would be the defending forces of Konoha. One sand hidden village. I can easily handle it with my little kitten and Kisame after meeting up with the Kawaguchi ninjas. In fact, the forces already dispatched had reached nearly 18,000, a number that exceeded the total number of Konoha ninjas 5 years ago by several thousand. However, even after excluding these teams, Konoha could still mobilize 3,000 ninjas from Kawaguchi and the thousands of ninjas and Umbu remaining in the village, along with the Uchiha police force. Overall, after 6 years of frantically absorbing the population and training ninjas, Konoha has produced nearly 25,000 ninjas without considering the consequences. After discussing the major issues, Kakashi hesitated to speak further. Seeing Shen Yu pause, Do timely presented a new topic, and Kakashi looked toward Shen Yu. Lord Hokage, is it really Uchiha Bido? After Do asked, the others also looked curiously at Shen Yu. Kakashi, with both hands on the table, said eagerly, Lord Hokage, you've met a Bido. With his personality, how could he possibly do such a thing? After hearing this, Shen Yu shook his head. Kakashi, in your eyes, Obito died in the attack by the Mist ninjas and gave one of his eyes to you. But Obito's corpse was never found, and the Mist ninja on the scene died from Mokutan. Lord, Obito didn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan when he died. What do you think happened when Rin was forced to leave? What did Obito see? Kakashi murmured to himself, his mind returning to the scene of Rin's death. If he had killed Rin himself, and Obito had not died but witnessed this scene, then it was indeed possible for him to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Wait, are you saying this is all an act? Hee, what a coincidence. Isn't it just a play? Orochimaru smirked coldly, having already seen the clues. The Mangekyo Sharingan ninja who invaded the base had the ability to become intangible. This was the same person, Uchiha Bido. If he had White Zetsu with him, then he and White Zetsu were in cahoots. The question arises, when Obito wasn't with White Zetsu, who was allied with White Zetsu? How interesting to perform such a play. The ninja world truly is full of hidden talents. It was also deep in thought. That being said, Kakashi's other eye was crucial. without Obito being able to access it. He couldn't use Susanoo. Otherwise, destroy it? Use it as bait? That wasn't wrong. Obito hadn't even unlocked it. And it wasn't the same as Shirsue's single eye. Kakashi still refused to believe that his teacher Minato and his mother Kushina had treated him so well. How could he dare do such a thing? Lord, how could he possibly survive with those injuries when he died? This doubt was immediately answered by Tsunade, who pressed down on the table. Kakashi, don't forget about White Zetsu. Research shows that White Zetsu has strong healing abilities. The current small-scale limb regeneration being conducted uses White Zetsu. Tsunade clenched her wrist. For Kushina's sake, she would not let Uchiha Obito off the hook. At this moment, Kakashi had no more words to say, and Shen Yu added the final comment. Kakashi, the person who assassinated Rasha, only used a single withMangekyo. Lord Hokage, since Kakashi Sharingan is Uchiha Obito's, shouldn't we? Kakush spoke up, while Shen Yu looked towards the downcast Kakashi. No need, Kakush, Kakashi has already handled it. Shen Yu turned to Kakashi, and everyone's gaze followed to Kakashi, who was still looking down. Kakashi slowly raised his head. In his left, I had transformed into the pinwheel-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Can Kakashi, without Uchiha blood, also unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan? The surprised Orochimaru looked at Shen Yu, who explained, it's not calculated that way. Kakashi just hasn't realized that at that time. This I had already completed its evolution. Furthermore, Kakashi's body has long been tolerant of a Sharingan. Lord Hokage, I hope you give me a chance to resolve this grudge. I will handle the matter with Obito. Kakashi, Naruto, and the others are already outside. Naruto? Before the meeting, Ino informed me that I'd sent Umbu to bring back Sasuke and Gaara, who were blocking Naruto from his duel. What about Naruto? Kakashi panicked. Naruto. After the meeting, Kakuj and the others immediately started their tasks, while Shen Yu, Tsunade, and Kakashi met with Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru in the Hokage office. Brother Hokage, I want to kill Uchiha Obito with my own hands. Let me go. Naruto grabbed Shen Yu's sleeve, and seeing Naruto lose control of his emotions, Shen Yu held onto Naruto's shoulders. Naruto had just seen Kushina and learned of this cruel truth. Facing this deep-rooted hatred, he couldn't help it. Naruto, calm down first. Sasuke and the others are very worried about you. Naruto found his composure and gradually calmed down, looking at Sasuke and the others' worried expressions, feeling a mix of guilt and helplessness as tears fell to the ground. I'm sorry for worrying you. Seeing Naruto lose his bravado, Sasuke patted him on the shoulder. Naruto, we're comrades. Aren't we here to help you? Teachers and their wives won't help you. That beast Uchiha Obito, I will take it down with you. And me, Naruto, my son can't wait any longer. Idiot, do you think I won't help you? Facing everyone's comfort, Naruto wiped away the tears that had come out again. Meanwhile, Kurama and Naruto's sealing technique snorted. That bastard Uchiha Obito dares to control me. I won't let him off. Sasuke, Gaara, Shikamu, brother Hokage Kurama. Thank you. Shen Yu stood up, feeling relieved, and stood alongside Tsunade. It seems Azura's chakra isn't all bad. Kakashi casually wrapped an arm around Naruto, his other hand touching his left eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto, not just you. I won't let him go either. He was familiarizing himself with the ocular techniques brought by the Mangekyo and was gradually beginning to understand what Obito relied on. Chapter 142. Reactions from IWA and Kimono Wagakure. After Inoki ordered a large-scale deployment of border troops to the Land of Grass, he instructed his son Kuratsuchi to quickly gather the ninjas of Wagakure. After several years of recuperation, the number of ninjas in Wagakure had recovered to a more robust level than before, capable of mobilizing nearly 10,000 ninjas, though they needed time to assemble. For this reason, Inoki often expressed gratitude to Konoha. The military competition among the villages and Konoha's reforms had accelerated Wagakure's development. It was like the old Cold War between America and the Soviet Union. TSK. I really didn't expect Uchiha Shen Yu to send a Mangekyo ninja to assassinate Rasha. Speaking of which, how many pairs of Mangekyo does Konoha already have? Even from the intel, this Uchiha ninja could also use wood release. Could it be that Konoha has found a way to create wood release ninjas? In Inoki's conference room, besides the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails Han, there were also Deidara and Kuratsuchi, who was holding clay, standing to the side. As for the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Oozu, he had already set out towards the Land of Grass. With Inoki's permission, Deidara and Kuratsuchi were also set to participate in this war. The current high combat power of Wagakure had dwindled. First, the fourth Hokage Minato eliminated a large number of strong ninjas like the East Dead, O Sure, and M Sure, who could lead teams. Just as they had managed to recover a bit, Akatsuchi died in battle, while the explosive release ninja, Bunya, was physically incapacitated and unable to fight. He needed to cultivate the next generation quickly. Inoki raised his head to look, and Deidara was still playing with that broken clay, instantly infuriating him. Deidara, stop fiddling with your clay. Think about the current situation in the ninja world. How can I trust you to take care of the village like this? Deidara pouted at this. TCH, what village or whatever? Isn't my art more important? Deidara, seeing his grandfather furious, Kuratsuchi tugged at Deidara's sleeve and quickly tried to mediate. All right, Grandpa, don't be angry. Deidara, you should say less too. Oof. Deidara raised his head and huffed, making Oenoki even more furious, while Kuratsuchi covered her forehead and waved her hand in helplessness. Just as Oenoki was about to lash out, he was interrupted by an incoming rock ninja. Lord Tsuchikage, this is the decree announced by Konoha. Let me see. After Oenoki took it, the rock ninja walked out, and Oenoki's casual demeanor turned serious. Uchiha Bido, he pretended to be Uchiha Madara, roamed the ninja world, was the disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the creator of the Nine Tails incident. Damn, doesn't that mean as a disciple he killed his master? Hiss, that's pretty ruthless, so we can't recruit him. Oenoki initially had thoughts of recruitment, but then feared he might end up being backstabbed as well. However, the enemy's enemy is a friend, and causing some chaos is still acceptable. Oenoki thought of some bad ideas, but ultimately they were just castles in the air. After all, could Uchiha Bido, who thought he had the situation under control, really cooperate with a mere Tsuchikage? Like a Wagakure, Kimogakure immediately held a meeting upon receiving the news and dispatched some prepared troops to head towards the land of the moon, then station themselves in the land of water. This time, Kimogakure's elite forces were fully deployed, including Reikage A, Tsuchikage, Mabui, Samui, Karui, Darui, and Killer Bee. From the lineup, one could tell why Orochimaru's elite forces were significantly more, because compared to the three major hidden villages besides Konoha, Kimogakure truly had a wealth of talent, coupled with their own strength. If it weren't for Konoha always having someone to turn the tide, Kimogakure would have been the most likely to succeed among the 5 hidden villages. At this moment, Reikage was standing in the valley looking at the gathered cloud ninjas, raising his strong left arm and shouting. As for why he didn't raise his right arm, well, a punch from Might Guy had caused irreversible damage to A's right arm, and no matter how hard A worked, the recovery effect was negligible. Might Guy, I've trained hard for years. Even with just my left arm, I will defeat you. A raised his trembling right hand, which he couldn't even make a fist with, and angrily smashed it into the ground. He didn't believe that Might Guy was unscathed. In that state, he must have sustained considerable injury as well. Divine Rain, sorry, after years of solar power, Guy's fine. Upon learning this, a thought, out of line. Chapter 143, Departure. The small vanguard had already set off, while the large army was gathering at the review platform in the western part of Konoha village the following morning, which Divine Rain had personally constructed using wood release during the expansion of Konoha. The area was vast, and the scale was grand, with a 10-mile-long street laid out like a ribbon, exuding an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Once merely a path for viewing, today it was filled with ninjas and villagers, the numbers so great that it stretched endlessly, making Konoha seem empty of people. In the very center were the gathered Konoha ninjas, various clans, and civilian ninjas, all solemnly arranged in order, wearing the uniform forehead protectors and vests of Konoha. Surrounding them were villagers watching, including curious children, proud villagers, and serious ninjas. In front of everyone, the dragon patterns on the columns. And on the high platform in the center, covered by a roof, were Konoha's upper echelons, with only the position in the center empty. The 4 Hokage advisors. Uchiha Tsunade, holding Hashigaki, Narashikaku, Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru, Umbu Minister Hataki Kakashi, and Hokage Secretary Yuikarinai stood somewhat calmly above, but still appeared a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Hokage Advisor Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Police Department's Uchiha Fugaku, and Finance Department's Midogate Flame looked noticeably anxious, especially Hayashi, who kept tugging at his clothing, as the ninja from the Hyuga clan below focused on him, making him feel inexplicably uplifted. One level lower were the old 3rd Hokage's bodyguards, Hokage secretaries, clan leaders, and some elite Konoha jonin. Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, and other Konoha little strong ones stood at the front of the Uchiha ninja team, in front of a group of red-eyed ninjas. While they were the future of the village, those standing above were Konoha's upper echelons, the main combat power, and, for now, they couldn't rise up. Forcing their way up wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. They still needed to earn their merits. Initially, the villagers were whispering to each other, but as the number of people grew, they were instead influenced by the solemnity of the ninjas, their eyes firmly fixed on the top, that one vacant spot. It should be noted that the gathering took only 20 minutes. Excluding those who arrived early, in just 20 minutes, the ninjas had assembled neatly. Just as everyone's resolve remained firm, flames suddenly appeared in the empty spot on the high platform, slightly condensing and transforming into the figure they hoped for. Their Hokage had arrived. Divine Rain did not smile and appear approachable, as usual. And the ninjas below did not cheer, but when the upper echelons of Konoha cast their resolute gazes down, it was enough to prove Divine Rain's authority. Sometimes, authority is not proven by cheers. When you gaze down with unwavering and fearless eyes toward your followers, you understand what they think in their hearts. Whether they're willing to fight alongside you for a shared future or secretly laugh, thinking they stand on a higher plane, they know it in their hearts. Just as everyone felt a surge of adrenaline, causing their vision to darken, Divine Rain spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, we are gathered here for a reason that is already known. War has broken out, and unfortunately, we are again the targets of siege, including the already engaged Sunagakure, the intervening Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and the always warring Kirigakure. This will add hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of names to the hero's monument, and yours could be among them. But I promise you, this will be the last time. I will not tolerate any more senseless wars. So, let us do this to the end. Victory! Victory! The cheers of thousands of people seemed to shake the blue sky, the cries soaring into the heavens, reflecting the people's emotions. Then, according to the established routes and members, the ninja army split into several teams. After Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Kakashi bowed to Divine Rain, they began to gather their own teams. What caught the attention of the Konoha ninjas was the white-skinned boy at the front of the team, led by Hokage advisor Yakushi Kabuto, who was holding a banner and marching with a strong step. Among the team was also a red-haired ninja, and the guardian spirit of the Hokage, Su Huang, was present as well. This reminded many of the Han dynasty in historical records, as the Hokage with the guardian spirit was indeed of the Han royal bloodline, and the Uchiha clan had also been royal in ancient times. Back then, there was only one country in the ninja world, the Han Kingdom, and they could also be considered descendants of the Han people. The main point was whether this was intentional or unintentional, whether it was Su Huang's personal opinion or his. Seeing the flag, people looked around in unison, and a clever person nodded, while others exchanged glances and nodded as well, the meaning clear without words. After all, in Konoha, many knew of Hokage Divine Rain, but not of the daimyo. Even when mentioning Divine Rain, the first person they thought of was this individual, not the title of Hokage. And when it came to Hokage, people thought not of Konoha's shadow, but of the fire element of the Han. As Hokage could use would release, and would produce his fire, which coincidentally matched. It seemed to be fate. I wonder if I can gain some support for my efforts. Chapter 144, Uchiha Obito. After confirming that Iwagakure had deployed troops, Obito finally felt relieved and returned to the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. The fourth great ninja war has begun. It seems it's time to enter the Akatsuki under the name of Tobi. However, before that, I need to meet Nagato once more as Uchiha Madara. Obito, there's something I need to tell you. Wait until I finish seeing Nagato, Obito thought to himself, interrupted by Black Zetsu, feeling a bit annoyed. He then entered the Akatsuki's inner sanctum and met with Pain and Konan, who was standing beside him. Upon Obito's arrival, Pain and Konan exchanged glances, and Obito felt a bit perplexed, but did not delay speaking. Nagato, the Moon Eye plan. Wait, it's time to inform everyone about the Tailed Beast Collection plan. Since you're here, why not meet with the members? Ha ha, I am Uchiha Madara. Obito's face under the mask frowned slightly as Pain had already locked onto him with his Rinnegan, and Konan stood behind him. Do you think you can keep me here, Madara? Our goals are the same. With your Rinnegan, you can bring peace to the ninja world. Uchiha Obito, you're putting on quite a show. Obito's eyes widened under the mask. Had he been exposed? How did Nagato know? Was Black Zetsu betraying him? Yet he still struggled. Nagato, what are you talking about? Don't you find it embarrassing to deceive yourself? Your identity has already been exposed by Konoha. Konan's sleeve was lifted by the wind, and papers danced in the air, pretending that Uchiha Madara was approaching them. What was said might not be trustworthy, but Nagato, Obito was absorbing the information from Konan's words. He had been exposed by Konoha, But why hadn't he received news from Black Zetsu? Could it be that what Black Zetsu just mentioned was this matter? That fool and that damned Konoha, their precautions against Black Zetsu were too tight, and the delay in information from Konoha made him very displeased. Although Obito felt somewhat troubled, he was not helpless. Is that so? If I'm exposed, so be it. But I just want you to believe me more easily. Compared to Uchiha Obito, the name Uchiha Madara is more believable, right? Besides, I am indeed the successor of Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha fan can prove it. Who knows where you got that fan? Facing Conan's cold inquiry, Pain turned his gaze back to Obito. I've gone through so much trouble to instigate war, but it's all for the Moon Eye plan. The authenticity of the Tailed Beast collection plan needed by the Outer Path Golem. Can't a god with Rinnegan discern truth from falsehood? The topic returned to Nagato, who pondered for a moment and felt that Obito could still be utilized. So he said calmly, "All right, Conan." Nagato. Conan hesitated, still staring at Obito. She always felt that Obito had ulterior motives, but Nagato's Rinnegan could not be false. The ninja world already knows you're Uchiha Obito, and Konoha has issued a bounty on you. Why not join the organization and work with Haiden? This meant having Haiden monitor him. He still needed to use the Akatsuki. However, this made certain matters difficult to handle openly. For now, he could not have a conflict with Nagato. I'm already a member of the Akatsuki. How could I join? Obito replied. Haiden, I accept. At worst, he could control them with his Mangekyo Sharingan. It would just be a bit tedious. After hearing this, Nagato turned around, and the atmosphere eased a bit as other members of the Akatsuki entered the hall. Sasori, Haiden, Zetsu, and along with Pain, Conan, and Obito, a total of 9 people were seated. Zhao Yun entered alongside Kakuzu, saw masked Obito, sneered, and spat on the ground. Damn beast. Obito's indifferent gaze shot over, and Zhao Yun met it without backing down, coldly staring at Obito. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Kakuzu touched his face with his fingers, expressing helplessness, standing alongside Zhao Yun, while Sasori and Haiden crossed their arms, watching the show with smiles. Beast, are you looking for death? Shut up, Kakuzu. I've never seen a beast with reason. As soon as the words fell, wooden spikes appeared on the ground beneath Zhao Yun. Clearly would release. Cutting technique. Zhao Yun and Kakuzu jumped up to dodge, but Kakuzu's face darkened. He actually dared to attack them. Fire release. Enough, Kakuzu. Pain's voice rang out. But Kakuzu did not stop. Fire release. Head hardening. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The two flames clashed, and having already started, Kakuzu would not hesitate. Activating Earth Grudge Fear and using more ninjutsu. Water release. Water wall. Lightning release. False darkness. Wood release. Wood pillar wall. The wooden walls managed to block Kakuzu's ninjutsu. Before Obito could catch his breath, Zhao Yun instantly charged in front of him, and the wooden release in front could not withstand the pressure, being forcefully broken through by Kakuzu's ninjutsu. Zulfast Kamui. Obito timely used his intangibility, dodging multiple attacks and solidifying to grab Zhao Yun's shoulder. Just as he was about to strike, he had to let go to evade Zhao Yun's counter spear, and then he engaged in close combat with Kakuzu, who was using Earth Release, Earth Spear. After a brief exchange, Obito felt the hairs on his back stand up and had to use intangibility to dodge Zhao Yun's spear from behind. Kakuzu. I don't believe he can stay intangible forever. Thunderous Might. Zhao Yun thrust his spear into the ground, and lightning surged from the spear's center. Kakuzu, who had been prepared, did not release his Earth Spear, while Sasori and the others each displayed their abilities to dodge the attack. This was Pain making a move, deflecting the spear back into Zhao Yun's hands, and Obito's figure coalesced behind Pain. Enough, Conan, Kakuzu. Looking at the chaos, Pain finally intervened, separating the parties. Behind Pain, Obito snorted coldly. They were probing his bottom line. Why did they choose now to act? Once the Moon Eye plan succeeds, none of you will escape. Hey, leader, you dare to use someone who kills their own teacher? Aren't you afraid of dying one day? Wench. Pain felt a headache coming on. If it weren't for needing Conan, he would have lost his patience by now. Which one in this ninja world was a good person? Especially one who stood out as a fool. Although his character reassured him, it was indeed troublesome. Leader, Conan is not in the wrong. Kakuzu shrugged, looking at Obito without meeting his eyes. Conan, this is for the peace of the ninja world. Zhao Yun snorted coldly. If it weren't for the leader telling him what was really going on, one might think he was genuinely for peace. There's only one peace in this ninja world, and that is the unification under the Han. But he said nothing, as the mission still needed to proceed, and he sat down alongside Kakuzu, appearing as if he had been persuaded. Kakuzu patted Zhao Yun's shoulder, seemingly comforting him, and Zhao Yun acknowledged with a nod. Seeing that everyone finally quieted down, Pain began this meeting in the chaotic hall. The fourth great ninja war has arrived, with the Kazekage Raza declaring war on Konoha, while Iwagakure and Kumogakure have also dispatched ninja armies to attack Konoha. Our tailed beast collection plan is about to commence. When a ninja world war is nearing its end, or when a village is severely damaged and has lost its value for use, we can make our move to capture. Be aware that Uchiha Shin also has not let go of capturing the tailed beasts, so be cautious during operations. Now, let us distribute the tasks for capturing the tailed beasts. Jiaodu, Wenqiu, you two go to the land of water and capture the seven tails. Biba Shizing. Obito, you go to the land of water, where there are the three tails and the defected six tails Jinchuriki. Scorpion, Conan, you go to the land of earth. The land of lightning will have to wait until the cloud shinobi and Konoha have exhausted themselves a bit more. Obito did not respond, which suited him just fine. However, he had already forced Guizhou to start a war against Konoha to exhaust the last value of Guizhou. After all, once this war is over, Guizhou will have no value left. As for the three-tailed beasts in Konoha, they could be dealt with after the war. Everyone nodded, and Pain announced the end of the meeting, allowing everyone to leave and prepare. Zhao Yun and Jiao Du turned their gaze to Obito, who remained silent and transformed into a vortex before leaving, forcing the two to depart as well. Wenqiu, it's nothing. Just don't get into a conflict with him alone. He's rather difficult to handle. He is who? Jiao Du naturally met Obito. Don't worry. Have you forgotten that you can't even beat me? Good intentions are treated as donkey liver and lung. Ha ha ha. I'm leaving. Jiao Shui is still waiting for you. I need to go back and check on the kids. Speaking of this matter, Jiao Du pulled Zhao Yun aside and asked him, what are you really thinking? I heard from Xiao Shui that Conan wanted to give the kids headbands several times, but you refused? Zhao Yun sighed. Jiao Du, you and I have been honest with each other, and now that war has broken out, to speak frankly, the leader's actions may not yield good results. The Rinnegan is powerful, but ultimately, everything in this world is about balance. Speak plainly. Trust me, I will find a good outcome for the kids, for you and me. Jiao Du narrowed his eyes at Wenqiu, his gaze growing more profound, but Zhao Yun looked back at him openly, leaving Jiao Du feeling quite helpless. How can there be such a person in the shinobi world? Is this still the cruel, bloody, and deceitful shinobi world? Fine, I understand. If there's anything, let me know. I will support you. Rest assured. Chapter 145. Jishui versus Luo Sha. One strong push leads to decline, and then exhaustion. This saying applies to most situations, and the Sand Shinobi are no exception. The morale of the Sand Shinobi, which was initially inspired by curiosity and anticipation, continuously declined in the brutal fighting. Kazekage-sama, we have been fighting for several hours now. We really cannot break through. Useless. Do I have to take action myself? Faced with Luo Sha's furious anger, Lai Sha could only lower his head and endure the scolding, while secretly cursing. Do you not realize how weak the Sand Shinobi have become, which you created yourself? Those who had faith and could fight persistently had long been eliminated by their own people. Those capable of countering the enemy were forced to turn against their own. So what are the remaining ones? A bunch who turn tail at the first sign of trouble, who flee when they see their comrades die, only to return and say that Konoha's ninja numbers were too many, and they were forced to retreat. How many heads have I cut off? What else is there to cut? But he dared not say these words openly because Luo Sha's authority still existed, and until it was broken, they had to fight desperately. Take my guards, Lai Sha, you personally charge in. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Lai Sha hurried away, leaving Luo Sha, who frowned, to assess the situation of the war on the map. Iwagakure has already joined the fray. They declared war on Konoha yesterday afternoon. The Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi will certainly not fall behind. I was the first to declare war on Konoha, so the support teams from Konoha should be arriving soon. Indeed, yesterday afternoon, Iwagakure allied with Sunagakure under the pretext of avenging the assassination of the Kazekage. Originally, Luo Sha planned to rotate and rest, allowing over 1,000 Sand Shinobi at the border to cause significant casualties to Konoha's ninjas under his command, waiting for the follow-up teams to arrive before launching a major offensive. However, the number and quality of Konoha's ninjas in the river country exceeded his expectations. He personally took action and eliminated dozens of Konoha ninjas before pushing the front line to this point. They ended up in a positional battle. Whenever Konoha ninjas encountered him, they retreated directly, unable to inflict large-scale casualties. Meanwhile, he also learned about the situation with Uchiha Obito and issued a warrant for his arrest in Sunagakure. But the war could not be avoided. Uchiha Obito, deliberately forcing me to initiate a war. Behind this, it's likely Iwagakure and the Cloud Shinobi want to exhaust the strength of Sunagakure and tie down Konoha. How could I be such a fool? I need to conserve my strength and let the two of them fight Konoha to the death. Only then can I choose the right time to strike and gain more benefits. Has Maki arrived? As soon as Luo Sha asked, a guard emerged from the shadows to report. Kazeke-sama, Maki is currently leading the ninja station in the bird country and is on his way here. It will take about half a day. Luo Sha nodded, placing his hands behind his back as he looked towards the distant forest where battles were taking place. Glancing at the surrounding, sturdy trees, the wood release of Uchiha Shen Yu has altered the terrain that originally belonged to the desert of the Wind Country, erasing the advantage of the Sand Shinobi. The guard standing behind Luo Sha remained silent, quietly leaving and hiding again. As Luo Sha said, the dense forest terrain is more of an advantage for Konoha's ninjas. The Sand Shinobi stationed at the border, who see the differences in the environments daily, often feel indignant. If possible, who would want to struggle in the desert, constantly eroded by the shifting sands, with the number of ninjas dwindling? On the other hand, there is lush greenery, without having to eat sand every day, a stable and hopeful target. After a moment of reflection, Luo Sha waited for several hours before personally leading the newly arrived army forward. To his surprise, halfway there, Lai Sha returned with the Sand Shinobi. Kazekage-sama. Lai Sha looked somewhat panicked, and the dozens of Sand Shinobi behind him also lowered their heads, with many newly joined Sand Shinobi looking confused. The Konoha ninja camp now has hundreds of ninjas. They should be from the river country. Luo Sha saw that the Sand Shinobi did not seem to be lying, but he still placed a hand on Lai Sha's head and applied slight pressure. Are you saying that there are already over 2,000 ninjas from the river country exposed? Where did Konoha get so many ninjas stationed? The gathered Sand Shinobi numbered only over 4,000, which was already a significant mobilization. Luo Sha realized that if they mobilized further, they would have to mobilize everyone. Then, a scorched earth strategy? But will the Sand Shinobi be willing to die with Luo Sha? Lai Sha swallowed hard and spoke the truth. Kazekage-sama. There are still dozens of small teams constantly moving nearby. There should be even more. Moreover, to kill 2 Konoha ninjas, we lose 3 of our own. And this is the result of your intervention. Ha ha ha, a bunch of useless fools follow me. Luo Sha sneered a few times and led the retreating Sand Shinobi to combine with his own forces and push forward. Governor, the Sand Shinobi have retreated. They have retreated. Eugene, holding a blood-stained blade, nodded slightly. This morning, gather the bodies of our brothers, tally the list, and let Ling, Mo, and other Jonin lead the chase and assist the nearby wandering teams. Show Jui, lead the team to reset traps. Yes, Bai Yin also breathed a sigh of relief in the morning. After such a long battle, he had also lost hundreds of ninjas. In fact, the losses incurred by those stationed here to block Luo Sha accounted for half, while the other half, which was the majority, was due to the obstruction of Sand Shinobi teams infiltrating Konoha's interior. As mobile units, ninjas still mostly fought in small teams, constantly pushing inward. In the morning, someone was handling the bodies of the fallen heroes from Konoha after a skirmish at the camp when they saw Uchiha Ling, Oil Girl Moku, and a few others from a damaged team returning covered in blood. What happened? The county lieutenant, our Sha, took action personally. Ed Sha, quickly Ling, go notify the brothers to prepare for battle. Moku, go inform. I'm here, said Zhaojin as he stood alongside Eugene. The huge commotion had already gathered the Konoha ninjas together, and an Akimichi clan ninja couldn't help but say, it's so tall. Yeah, it's really tall. The Konoha ninjas unanimously shared this thought. Eugene looked at the flowing sand and gold from the forest, crushing trees in large swathes. Was her Sha planning to strike a blow to lower the morale of the Konoha ninjas, and then have the more numerous sand ninjas swarm in to decide the outcome? Are you afraid? Huh. Eugene's question made Zhaojin, Ling, Tajino, and the Konoha ninjas nearby turn their heads. Bai and Zhaojin reacted first, a slight smirk on his scarred face. If I had to say, it's not that I'm afraid. I'm just shocked. After all, our destiny is to protect Konoha. The county lieutenant is right. Our Uchiha clan has never feared death. Hey, Ling, don't act like only your Uchiha aren't afraid of death. Our Oil Girl clan is no less. Seeing the morale was usable, Eugene took off his hat and sighed. After all, it's nothing more than going through fire and water for our lord. But the sand and iron are coming soon. Shouldn't we release the earth flow wall? A ninja in charge of earth release slapped his head and hurriedly led dozens of ninjas forward. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. The massive sand and iron collided with the dozens of meters high earthen walls like an avalanche, crushing wall after wall, breaking through the barriers and destroying all the traps set by Tajino. Eugene had already ordered the Konoha ninjas to retreat, dispersing them to the sides to face the enemy and avoid being surrounded. Our Shah, who had used magnetic release, Sand Gold, stood on the Sand Gold and flew into the air, looking down at the Konoha ninjas. You think you can act tough up there? Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Magnetic release. Sand Gold. Our Shah transformed his highly refined chakra into magnetic force, turning the Sand Gold into a shield that easily blocked Ling's fire techniques and the jutsu from other Konoha ninjas. With a slight wave of his hand, the Sand Gold transformed into various offensive forms, sweeping forward, instantly pulling down several Konoha ninjas from the ground, and then the Sand Gold pierced through them, taking their lives. Just as the Sand Gold was about to attack again, Eugene stepped forward, forcefully using his chakra to blast the Sand Gold away, then stood his sword upright, flames erupting from it. Though it's a bit forced, I'm not afraid of death. Everything is for our Lord. Eugene had already let Baiyun Zhaojian take over the battlefield, leading the Konoha ninjas to fight while retreating from the interference of the Sand Gold, slowly pulling back while he charged forward with his sword held horizontally, risking everything. Do you think you can defeat me? Wind release. Fierce wind palm. The powerful wind palm attack surged toward Eugene, who merely held his sword horizontally, cleaving the wind palm apart and continuing his charge. Eugene's mastery of chakra and the sharpness of his blade surprised our Shah, who hurriedly initiated a counterattack, engaging Eugene in close combat. Chop, chop, chop. The crescent-shaped attacks formed by our Shah's Sand Gold couldn't hinder Eugene in the slightest. In his panic, the thickness of the Sand Gold was too low. With no other option, our Shah had to pull out kunai and exchange blows, gradually retreating. The Sand Gold continuously transformed into spikes, attacking Eugene from the ground and air, but failed to succeed, only making his armor clank. Our Shah discarded the kunai that was on the verge of breaking, clasped his hands together, and the Sand Gold gathered around Eugene. But it was quickly broken through by him. Magnetic release. Sand Gold Cube. Dozens of Sand Gold cubes charged toward Eugene, who relied on the power of his blade to slice through them, but found that the cubes transformed into smaller cubes, which then became cones that directly struck him. Not only that, but these small cubes also exploded, causing cracks to appear in his armor. Too bad, I don't have General Goming's flames. It's tough to deal with an enemy like this. Under our Shah's focused gaze, the attack of the Sand Gold cubes missed, and Eugene transformed into an afterimage, moving at a speed that was no longer visible to the naked eye. His Sand Gold hadn't even had time to defend before being broken through. Our Shah realized that he was now directly targeted, raised his hands forward, and the Sand Gold completely enveloped him, reaching a thickness of several meters in an instant. Eugene had no choice. He had finished gathering his strength, and the blade was at its sharpest, unable to stop, and he forcefully cut into the spherical Sand Gold. His body came to a complete stop after entering several meters, barely less than a meter away from our Shah, but he still lost. You lost. Go accompany the Sand Ninjas I killed. The Sand Gold that wrapped around our Shah, under his control, turned to envelop the exhausted Eugene, trapping him completely in place. Then, with a loud explosion from below, the explosion caused by the Sand Gold created a deep pit several meters wide nearby. Our Shah had already regained his footing on the Sand Gold in midair, slightly recovering his chakra before joining the battle with the Sand Ninjas. Seeing this, the morale of the Sand Ninjas surged, tightly biting down on the Konoha ninjas who wanted to retreat. Vacuum Sword. Baiyun Zhaojian slashed back with his sword, the accompanying wind blade taking down 3 Sand Ninjas chasing him. I'm an elite J Nin. Do a few CH Nin dare to come forward? County Lieutenant. The County Lord probably left. Tajino threw out 2 explosive tags and stood with Baiyun Zhaojian to face the enemy. I understand. Has the team retreated? We've barely withdrawn halfway. The Sand Ninjas are too persistent, risking their lives. It seems they want to keep us here. Baiyun Zhaojian suddenly pushed back a Sand Village J Nin, frowning coldly at the Sand Gold that had entered the battlefield. It was her Shah. His swordsmanship, which he excelled in, couldn't compete with the overwhelming Sand Gold. If you want me to stay, you better see how many of you will die. Zhaojian no longer held back, starting to trade his life for lives. Baiyun Zhaojian's actions caught our Shah's attention, and the Sand Gold surged towards our Shah, while Zhaojian, skilled in body flicker technique, tried to avoid being entangled by the sand gold as much as possible. Damn it! Zhao Jin became increasingly strained, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Behind him, a massive ball of sand gold that had gathered to a certain extent came crashing toward him. Oh no! Earth release! Earth flow wall! Wind release! Great breakthrough! The earthen wall behind him temporarily blocked the attack, and the subsequent wind release blew away the sand gold that was trying to gather again. Bai and Zhao Jin looked back. The ninjas who had just withdrawn rushed back in again, and the person who had just saved him was wearing a mask, dressed as an Umbu ninja. Reinforcements have arrived? Fire release! Great dragon fire technique. Several fire dragons soared into the sky, rushing toward our Shah, whose might was overwhelming. He couldn't afford to participate in the battle and hurriedly formed layered thick shields from the sand gold to block the fire dragons. The previous fire release's overwhelming power made our Shah wary. However, the figure in front didn't respond, only spewing out a massive fireball again, forcing our Shah to redirect all the sand gold back. After all, this wasn't the desert of the land of wind, and our Shah had already consumed quite a bit of chakra. He couldn't dig out sand gold from deep underground again. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. Jisue used body flicker technique to appear behind the enemy, then employed a powerful diagonal slash to create a massive flame blade to attack Rasha. As usual, Rasha blocked the sand gold with his back. The reason was simple: he couldn't dodge. The speed of Jisue's sword technique and the afterimages caused by the body flicker technique were indistinguishable. He could only rely on instinct for defense. Body flicker Jisue. Body flicker Jisue. This was the body flicker technique from the three-body technique, overwhelming an Uchiha's ocular technique, turning other ninjutsu into mere decoration for the ninja. Uchiha style, sword jumping flame. When Rasha realized he had been cut, he knew things were serious. He hurriedly formed hand seals, disregarding the considerable chakra he had just consumed. Magnet release gold sand tide. A large amount of sand gold gathered in the air, spreading out like ocean waves, attempting to push Jisue back to give him a breather. However, although retreating would waste Rasha's chakra, Jisue didn't want to give up the advantage he had already established. He didn't want to gamble on whether Rasha would continue attacking the Konoha ninja. Itachi, let the struggle of life disappear under the lead of adults. So, it's time for me to give my life for it. Susanoo. Nani? Uchiha. When Rasha saw the green skeletal frame wrapped in muscle, then clad in armor, standing before him, he recalled the shadow cast by the golden Susanoo that day. Susanoo, third form. Jisue's Susanoo raised its right arm, clenched its fist, and the armor spread over the right arm, ultimately landing on the sand gold shield that Rasha was frantically stacking with chakra. Bang! Rasha was sent flying. The sand gold scattered helplessly in the air, and he ultimately crashed to the ground, creating a pit several meters deep. Jisue showed no expression, controlling Susanoo to continue charging forward. His eyes felt a bit sore, but if he could take down Rasha, he wouldn't mind being temporarily blinded. If you want to kill me, let your Hokage come. Magnet release gold sand burial. Rasha got serious. Hundreds of meters of sand gold entangled Susanoo's half-body. Jisue tentatively moved, realizing he was indeed bound, and casually swatted the Konoha ninjas away. Boom! The explosion caused by the sand gold made nearby sand ninjas vanish into thin air, and Jisue's Susanoo armor was also significantly damaged. But under the infusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan's power, the armor quickly restored itself. The Konoha ninjas who had just survived looked gratefully at Jisue, while the Uchiha ninjas looked excitedly at Susanoo. This was the glory of the Uchiha. Jisue, we need to retreat. The sharp-eyed Baiyin shouted loudly, realizing that the battle line couldn't deceive anyone. After reminding everyone, he hurriedly chased after the sand ninjas with the newly arrived Umbu ninjas. At this moment, the roles of offense and defense had changed. Jisue naturally heard Baiyin shout, drew the great sword of Susanoo, and charged towards Rasha's recent position. He casually slashed at the surrounding sand ninjas, killing large groups with each swing. The terrified expressions of the sand ninjas prevented them from organizing any resistance. They could only scatter and flee. Jisue suddenly stopped because Rasha was standing still, appearing as if he was about to fight to the death. But he knew this was merely Rasha's sand clone. Uchiha Jisue, I've consumed a lot of chakra, and you've taken advantage of me. Next time, in the desert, it won't be so easy. The sand clone transformed into sand gold, charging towards Susanoo along with the remaining sand gold. Jisue didn't care and instead looked into the distance. Can't catch up. Have we given up on the sand ninjas that couldn't retreat? Jisue shook off the remaining sand gold and began to crush the fleeing sand ninjas with an overwhelming stance. Some sand ninjas, terrified by Susanoo, knelt down and dropped their weapons. With this example, many sand ninjas followed suit and were able to save their lives. After chasing for a moment, Jisue voluntarily retreated. The massive Susanoo stood still, causing the surrounding disturbances to turn the forest into wasteland, with hundreds of sand ninjas kneeling beside Susanoo, leaving Bayun momentarily stunned. Is this Susanoo? The power to instantly change the situation. Immediately after, Bayun's spirit surged. With such a Susanoo, we still have 3 more. The Sand Hidden Village should be destroyed as well. Chapter 146. To River County. Prepare to annihilate sand after the mobilization of the Divine Rain was completed. Kakashi and the others bid farewell to the Divine Rain, and the ninja army split into 3, with thousands being taken away by Kakashi, Orochimaru, and Kabuto respectively. Aside from the ninjas already dispatched to the borders, the village would continue to recruit, sending out further precautions towards Orochimaru and Kabuto because the strength of the rock and cloud ninjas was greater, necessitating more resistance forces. As for the Divine Rain, after saying goodbye to Tsunade, Hong, and Yushi, he made a promise to the tearful Izumi. Once the war was over, he would bring her home. Then, he took only Kisame, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, and dozens of Umbun ninjas, heading towards the River County area. It's worth mentioning that Kabuto and Orochimaru's marching method involved laying out iron tracks overnight, with assembled trains carrying chakra cannons and new ninja tools directly heading towards the borders. The journey was discreet, mostly established in concealed places, coupled with the martial law in the border areas, ensuring that the chakra-powered trains could transport ninjas, ninja tools, and logistical supplies to the borders. By the time the spies from the Rock and Cloud villages discovered this and sent the information back to the village for sabotage, it would be too late. Kakashi, meanwhile, arrived at the border, disembarked with his team, and met up with Zabuza and Marino Ibiki before boarding the warship again. As for the Divine Rain, he tapped his foot lightly, and several wooden dragons rose into the air, carrying everyone swiftly towards the River County area. Standing at the head of the dragon, the Divine Rain enjoyed the rushing wind, his robes billowing, with Kisame and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki flanking him, followed by the resting Umbun ninjas. My lord, we don't even need ninjas to travel now. We can even extract chakra for use. Haha, there will be much more in the future, once the ninja world stabilizes. It will be the time for researchers like Orochimaru and Kabuto and architects like Yamato to shine. By the way, Kisame, what did you want from me yesterday? Kisame scratched his head, responding a bit awkwardly. My lord, I was afraid you would send me to attack the Mist-Hidden Village. Weren't you competing with Zabuza for this mission back then? Why don't one go now? The Divine Rain smiled slightly. He had Kisame follow him purely out of habit, as Kisame had been his side the longest, even longer than Jisue. It's still good to be with my lord. Yu. For Kisame, following the Divine Rain allowed him to witness higher-level battles, see a broader perspective, and remain an observer rather than getting lost in the fray. Moreover, he was used to it. Being with his lord every day made him feel withdrawal symptoms if he didn't follow. The Divine Rain shook his head, looking at the tools, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. When the Two-Tails Jinchuriki noticed the Divine Rain's gaze on her, her numb eyes sparkled slightly, silently watching him. Controlled by the Divine Rain's Rinnegan, although she couldn't act, he allowed her to still see the outside world to avoid a collapse of her mental state. Over the years, her will had been smoothed out. After all, she had no choice but to just watch. However, seeing the Cloud-Hidden Village abandon the rescue plan and the repeated assassination attempts ending in failure, how could she not feel a stir in her heart? Once again witnessing the harmony of the Hokage family, the foresight and unity of Konoha as high-ranking officials, and the continuous strengthening of Konoha Hidden Village's power, she herself didn't even know what her mindset was. After all, she couldn't do anything. In short, when the Divine Rain shifted his gaze away, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki inexplicably felt a sense of loss. Looking at the Divine Rain below, suddenly made a sound, and chakra gathered behind him, with Yujin's figure appearing behind him. My lord, I was unable to defeat Luo Sha. It's all right. Luo Sha's sand gold indeed counters you. As for the situation, you don't need to worry. Jisue has already arrived. Here. Eugene bowed and stood behind the Divine Rain. Here. Ghost Shark heard this reply for the first time and instinctively imitated Eugene's bow. My lord, I have heard that you have given birth to a daughter. What is the princess's title? No rush. Let's discuss it after I unify the country. The divine reign understood that Eugene meant that the title could only be conferred after the country was established. Eugene nodded and took a step back, while Ghost Shark took the initiative to find a topic and communicated slightly with him. Sir, we have arrived. I see. Inside the camp, Ji Shui, who took over the River County ninjas with Bai Yun in the morning, immediately sensed several familiar and powerful chakras approaching. Morning County Way, the Hokage has arrived. The Hokage? Yes, let us go out together to welcome him. With that, Ji Shui walked out of the tent and looked into the distance, where several large wooden dragons were flying towards them. The Konoha ninjas saw Ji Shui, and they all looked into the distance, following suit. What is that? It's a wooden dragon. The Hokage is here. What? The Hokage is here? Great. Let me follow the Hokage to attack Sunagakure. This time we must destroy them. Listening to the cheers of the Konoha ninjas, the captured sand ninjas exchanged glances, while Ji Shui and Bai Yun smiled at each other. This is the prestige of the Hokage. The wooden dragon descended from the sky, with the divine rain being the first to land, followed by the ninjas standing on the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon then circled a few times and flew in all directions before diving underground, waiting for its master's call again. Hokage, Yu Junsho, Hokage, Hokage, let us quickly attack Sunagakure. That bastard Luo Sha has killed many of our ninjas. Listening to the words of the Konoha ninjas, the divine rain pressed his hand down. Ji Shui, how is the battle situation? Hokage, Luo Sha led more than 3,000 sand ninjas to attack the camp. After repelling them, we killed about 701 enemies, captured 313, and we lost 461 ninjas. Here is the recently compiled register. Hokage. The divine rain took the register and saw one name after another listed. Even though the divine rain had a blank expression, he put the register into his arms and looked at the surrounding Konoha ninjas. I will not let the sand ninjas go. I will personally take Luo Sha's life. Bai Yun, leave some to monitor the movements of the land of rain and Iwagakure. The rest of the ninjas should rest for now, and then follow me to annihilate Sunagakure. Annihilate Sunagakure. Annihilate Sunagakure. Annihilate Sunagakure. Chapter 147. The Mist Ninja Rebellion. Kakashi-sensei. This train is really useful, Yamato exclaimed. He finally understood the purpose of the foundation he laid back then. The ninjas no longer needed to trek through the rain outside and could conserve their strength for battle. No wonder Do assisted in promoting science and education to strengthen the country. Ah, yes, Hokage is indeed farsighted. Itachi, Yamato, come here. Leaning against the car window, watching the rainfall, Itachi took a few steps forward and sat in front of Kakashi with Yamato. The Hokage told me that the Three Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage Kirige Nagura, was controlled by Obito using the Sharingan. So that is how it is? Yamato clapped his hands, a bit surprised, and then realized something, while Itachi thought more deeply. So, the blood mist in the land of water is because of Obito. Then we can take advantage of the Mizukage. Perhaps we can use psychological tactics. What about the blood sand in Sunagakure? Itachi blinked, as if he thought of something. It doesn't matter. Weakening the enemy is valuing the lives of Konoha ninjas. As a Konoha ninja, I want to show mercy. However, if it were me doing it back then, it would have been better. Itachi raised his head and saw Kakashi and Yamato looking at him, giving a helpless smile. Itachi, we are almost at the border. Do you have any ideas? The Mizukage Kirige Nagura has been under the control of Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, and the long-term mental pressure must have accumulated to a considerable intensity. When we fought last time, I felt that the Mizukage's mental state was like a tightly stretched string. A slight fluctuation would snap it. What do you mean? Hey, what are you guys talking about? Kakashi looked at Itachi, seemingly confirming something, while Yamato was scratching his head. If it were the normal fourth Mizukage Kirige Nagura, what would he think upon seeing what I've done to the village? Good, Itachi, we're on the same wavelength. Kakashi took a pen and drew on the map, circling a forest area not far from the eastern coastline, then drawing two curved lines from the land of waves and the land of fire, ending in the land of water. Although our Konoha hidden village is very strong now, we are still at a disadvantage in the number of ninjas. I do not have the divine power of the Hokage. So for us, the incorporation of the mist ninjas is quite important. Yamato, inform Sujetsu and JZ about the Mizukage being controlled by Obito and tell them not to hesitate any longer. Also, let Sujetsu send the mist ninjas who cannot be saved and harbor malice towards Konoha to the eastern forest of Konoha. We will kill them together. Yes. On the seas at the border of the land of fire, several large ships were filled with mist ninjas, and Sujetsu was conducting a mobilization. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure have declared war on Konoha. It's time for us to seize Konoha's fertile land for our village. Mangekyo, it's up to you. Watching Suigetsu put on a show, Mangekyo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, realizing that he was actually on Konoha's side. You damn it, stop acting. Do you think I can't tell you're laughing inside? Mangekyo, my injuries haven't healed yet. This time, I'm leaving these 100 elite ninjas to you. Suigetsu's expression was serious as he held the ninja sword upright in front of him, as if this journey was full of honor. And many who were inclined towards the Mist Village looked excited, staring at Mangekyo. Suigetsu, ugh. Damn it, let the Mist Village be destroyed quickly. Mangekyo gritted his teeth, took the ninja sword. His face was filled with ferocity, and seeing this, the aware ninjas from the Hozuki clan beside him couldn't hold back and hurriedly turned aside. Set off. Yes. Mangekyo led the Hozuki clan ninjas and over 100 selected elite ninjas from the eastern coastal area of Konoha towards the inland. After Mangekyo left, Suigetsu moved his injured right arm, turned around, and dozens of Mist ninjas knelt before him. Lord Suigetsu, take our ninjas and strictly control the remaining Mist ninjas, disrupt them, and wait for Kakashi Hitaki to lead the Konoha ninjas to arrive. Yes. Suigetsu's trusted subordinates responded in unison, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished, leaving him at the bow of the ship watching the surging waves. No wonder Kiriganagura, as a Jinchuriki, was controlled by a rogue Uchiha. You truly have some skills. The policies in the Blood Mist are wrong, and you don't understand the Hokage's strength at all. That kind of strength is not something a person can resist. I was also forced into it. However, with my cooperation and such a great merit, a county governor should at least grant me some riches and honor, right? Without mentioning the murmurings of the Watermelon Mountain and the Puffer Fish Ghost, withMangekyo led the charge, having already entered the heart of the eastern part of the Land of Fire. After a long march in the rain, combined with the tense atmosphere, the Fog Ninjas felt somewhat exhausted after the initial adrenaline wore off, but they still gritted their teeth and persevered. The rain decreased. withMangekyo held the explosive blade, Famon, one of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, in one hand, while catching the rain in the other. The explosive blade, Famon, is one of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, featuring explosive tags on the blade that can increase the power and range of attacks by detonating these tags. It can also perform continuous slashing explosive attacks, knocking enemies back and dealing damage, making it highly lethal in close and mid-range combat. The area of explosive damage is perfect for eliminating these people. withMangekyo, why don't you continue to advance? What are you waiting for? Are you honoring Lord Watermelon Mountain's instructions? Neen among the Fog Ninjas asked with dissatisfaction, not understanding why Lord Watermelon Mountain would appoint a bloodline ninja to lead this mission. Didn't he know that the village's policy was to suppress bloodline ninjas? These damned bloodline ninjas, when it comes to sacrificing their lives for the village, are afraid of dying and dare not move forward. withMangekyo impatiently swept his gaze around, and the Fog Ninjas looked at the Goeigen clan's ninja with cold-blooded eyes, as if they were inherently guilty. The explosive blade pierced this J-nin's body, instantly taking away his life, and the surrounding Fog Ninjas looked at him in horror. As the head of this mission, your leader, don't you understand the need to respect your superiors? This excuse was plausible, and the Fog Ninjas gradually relaxed. After all, deaths were quite normal in the Mist Village. It was precisely because withMangekyo killed someone and established his authority that the surrounding Fog Ninjas looked at him with fear. However, they did not notice that the ninjas of the Goeigen clan had already positioned themselves beside each of them. But whether you respect us or not, you have never regarded us as comrades, so why should we shamelessly call you comrades? In other words, our clan has produced the second Mizukage. Yet we have fallen to this state just a step away from extermination. It's no wonder we saved ourselves. Hearing withMangekyo's words, several Fog Ninjas sensed something was amiss. withMangekyo, what do you mean? I hope you all die. Explosive blade technique, burst death. The scroll unfolded, trapping several Fog Ninjas. As the explosive tags on the blade detonated, the trapped Fog Ninjas were thrown in all directions, while the Goeigen clan ninjas directly engaged, killing dozens of Fog Ninjas in an instant. Not good. The Goeigen clan is rebelling against the Mist Village. Let us kill them all. Water release, water bullet, water transformation technique. In the rush, the larger number of Fog Ninjas' counterattacks did not yield good results. The Goeigen clan's water transformation technique allows the body to partially or fully turn into a liquid state. This technique grants immunity to some physical attacks. allowing enemy attacks to pass through the body without causing damage, while also enabling rapid movement and transformation in liquid form. It is incredibly convenient against water-release ninjutsu. withMangekyo's killing intent surged. Since they had begun, they would see it through to the end, wildly swinging the explosive blade, causing explosions that quickly claimed the lives of the fog ninjas. However, the number of fog ninjas was indeed considerable. Under the organization of the J-Nin, they began to mount effective resistance. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, several fog ninjas suddenly found themselves unable to move. Looking down, they saw their feet entangled in wood. How would it grow like this? Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. The wood wrapped upwards, firmly ensnaring the bodies of several fog ninjas, ultimately dragging them underground. No, this is wood release. Everyone be careful. The Goeigen clan has defected to Konoha. Some fog ninjas reacted, but were struck by a bolt of lightning. Their bodies split in half. They could only cry out once before collapsing to the ground. That's rather unpleasant. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, lightning accumulating in his hands. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. The cries of 1,000 birds echoed from Kakashi's hands, and the fog ninjas couldn't even perceive Kakashi's figure, only to be pierced through by him, killing several ninjas. Kakashi-senpai is working so hard. I can't fall behind. Wood release. Great forest technique. Yamato's right hand transformed into a thick tree stump, sharp wooden spikes at the front, charging towards the surrounding fog ninjas. In conjunction with the Konoha ninjas, dozens of casualties occurred in an instant. They're all working so hard. Itachi suddenly thought of Kisame, shook his head, and charged forward with a kunai in hand. With his Sharingan activated, he swiftly ended the lives of the fog ninjas. Heavily injured fog ninjas used the mist technique to create a thick fog to resist the Konoha ninjas' attack, but this time attacking the mist village were many with Byakugan Sharingan, the oil woman, and ninjas skilled in water release, wind release, and earth release. The Uchiha and Hyuga clan ninjas led the charge with their eyes, rendering the so-called thick fog laughable. With almost no losses, the Konoha ninjas achieved overwhelming victory in this battle. The thick fog was blown away by the wind release, and Kakashi finally met withMangekyo. Hello, I am Kakashi Hitaki, the head of Konoha's Umbu. I'm withMangekyo, the clan leader of the Goeigen clan. withMangekyo sheathed his blade, secretly sizing up the Konoha ninjas behind Kakashi. Copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Itachi, and that ninja who can use wood release. The team behind them is also elite. None of these ninjas are weak, and Konoha is still fighting on 4 fronts. Have they really become this strong? I will honor the agreement with Lord Hokage and ensure the safety and future of the Goeigen clan. I hope so. withMangekyo suddenly felt a bit anxious. They said the 4th Mizukage was controlled by Uchiha Bito's Mangekyo, but is that true or false? If the Mangekyo Sharingan is that powerful, what could the 4th Mizukage do if he were once again controlled by Konoha? All he could do was hope for the reputation of the Hokage, which was praised throughout the ninja world, right? Don't worry, please, clan leader Mangekyo. Bring your clansmen back to the ranks of Lord Watermelon Mountain and the Pufferfish Ghost. After we lead the way into the Mist Village, you can follow. All right. Although somewhat confused, withMangekyo nodded in agreement. It seems Konoha still has some conscience. They didn't involve us. Chapter 148. Crack Sand at the same time. Orochimaru and Kabuto also led a ninja army to the border of the land of grass and the land of hot water. They did not display a grand military formation, as they did not intend to clash head-on with the Rock and Cloud ninjas. The two understood very well that if it came down to a fight, the numbers of the Rock and Cloud ninjas would vastly outnumber them. Even with chakra weapons and new ninja tools, it would only be possible to execute a surprise attack and reduce the impact of the numerical disadvantage, even inflicting heavy damage on the enemy ninjas. But it would not be possible to achieve everything in one go. Instead, it would prepare the enemy, rendering the new weapons ineffective. After all, current chakra weapons are not very convenient and quite heavy. When transitioning to squad-based combat, they cannot exert maximum effectiveness. For this reason, most of the new chakra weapons are under Kabuto's command. The Rock ninjas excel at leading large-scale battles, and this time, Kabuto was also prepared to tell Inoki that the times have changed. Therefore, after reaching the border, the two set up layers of defenses to ambush the enemy, aiming to buy more time for Kamiyu and Kakashi. Shen Yu was well aware of this, so on the day of his arrival, he led the Konoha ninjas to strike out in all directions. With Shen Yu's participation, the Sand ninjas were unable to resist at all. and the Konoha ninjas suffered no casualties, their morale reaching an all-time high. Luo Sha guessed that it was Shen Yu who had come and hurriedly ordered the Sand Ninjas to retreat back to the Land of Wind. However, nearly 1,000 Sand Ninjas were still left behind, with only less than 100 surviving who knelt quickly. When Luo Sha arrived, he had over 4,000 Sand Ninjas. But by the time he left, there were less than 2,000 remaining, with over half dead or injured, which nearly cost the Sand Hidden Village its life. Hokage-sama, it is reported that Luo Sha, fearing you, retreated repeatedly, directly returning to the Sand Hidden Village. Jishui stood slightly bent behind Shen Yu, and behind him, thousands of Konoha ninjas and hundreds of captured Sand Ninjas were clearly gathered together. Yes, the surrendered Sand Ninjas were also assembled together, and the reason was simple. Shen Yu was not afraid that they would waste their lives rebelling. He only needed to show his strength, and the Sand Ninjas would find reasons to fight for Konoha. It seems Luo Sha is unwilling to give up even a bit of the terrain. But it is all in vain. The farther one is from Hijun. The more there is no forested border area, and the endless desert would provide Luo Sha with the greatest support. Shen Yu smiled as he turned around, and the gathered Konoha ninjas likely guessed what Shen Yu wanted to say, focusing their attention on him, their expressions excited. When they heard Shen Yu's words, the captured Sand Ninjas only felt fear. Everyone, today I will lead you to destroy the Sand Hidden Village. Destroy the Sand Hidden Village. Follow me. Dozens of 100-meter wooden dragons that had been waiting broke through the ground, carrying over 2,000 Konoha ninjas westward, diving into the desert where chaos reigned. Kazekage-sama. Shut up. He has come. It must be him. That would release. It must be Uchiha Shen Yu. Luo Sha's chest heaved continuously, looking in a state of panic, while the surrounding Sand Ninjas silently watched him. Although they knew that Konoha's Hokage, Uchiha Shen Yu, was powerful, seeing the wood release made them flee without looking back, without even notifying their remaining comrades. What kind of Kazekage are you? As the Kazekage, you don't resist when facing the enemy and abandon your subordinates. Then the question arises, why should we risk our lives for you? At this moment, people's hearts were stirred. The figure of Lai Sha, who stood at the front with closed eyes, had his eyeballs rolling beneath his eyelids, as if pondering something. A ship that can no longer sail, and a captain who has no crew to follow him, clearly signifies that the ship cannot continue sailing and can only sink to the bottom of the sea. Luo Sha, forcing himself to calm down, also realized this, and his cold gaze met every Sand Ninja's eyes. The Sand Ninjas all lowered their heads, afraid to meet Luo Sha's gaze. At this moment, it was already the time of life and death for the Sand Hidden Village. Gathering all ninjas within the territory and sending someone to notify Maki to stop heading towards the border and return directly to the Sand Hidden Village to confront Konoha with me. Luo Sha clenched his fists, but the over 1,000 Sand Ninjas gathered remained silent. Did no one hear what I said? The sand gold wrapped around Luo Sha, and the chakra's momentum spread in all directions. Just when the situation was strange, Lai Sha stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Yes, Kazekage-sama. However, would it already be too late to notify Maki now? I told you to notify him, so go notify him. Why are there so many questions?" The sand gold wrapped around Lai Sha's body, muscles tensed, and the sound of bones cracking made the ninjas present show fearful expressions. Luo Sha was establishing his authority. But under such circumstances, could this method of establishing authority truly make the Sand Ninjas, who were in the enemy's camp but had their hearts with the Han, sincerely submit? Kazekage-sama, I know I was wrong. Lai Sha knows he was wrong. If there's a next time, I'll personally send you to die. Get out. Luo Sha left Lai Sha behind and walked away, and the Sand Ninjas began to disperse as well. Treating Lai Sha? What are you thinking? When did the Sand Hidden Village care about their comrades? Some even approached Lai Sha with ill intentions. But several Sand Ninjas rushed to take the bloodied Lai Sha away and treated him. Lord Lai Sha, your body has been severely damaged by the sand gold. If you move, you might bleed to death. The treatment for Lai Sha was done by one of the youngest Sand Ninjas, whose expression was indifferent. In the blood sand, it was because Lai Sha had once protected them that they survived. But they also did not know if it was Lai Sha's own trap. But after fulfilling their obligations, they left. It was not to say that Lai Sha was a good person. Rather, after Luo Sha repeatedly inflicted serious injuries on him, to avoid being left with no one to collect the corpses, he had inexplicably saved a few people, doing a personal favor. Unexpectedly, in the end, it turned out that a few people saved him. Lai Sha felt a mix of emotions, chuckling softly in despair. How had he fallen to such a state? Was it because he was not loyal enough? He had abandoned his wife and children for that ridiculous blood sand. Luo Sha, Luo Sha, Luo Sha. Lai Sha's eyes were bloodshot, filled with extreme anger. The Konoha ninjas would not accept me, one of the culprits of the blood sand. And the sand-hidden village had also abandoned me, but I would make those who made me this way pay the price. Lai Sha trembled as he controlled his body and walked out. As a former confidant of the Kazekage, his residence was very close to the Kazekage building. Almost losing his sanity, he saw several sand ninjas severely injured and on the brink of death, thrown out by the sand gold from the Kazekage building. Meanwhile, dozens of sand ninjas trembled with fear as they stepped inside, and this scene brought Lai Sha's reason back to the forefront. What could he take revenge on with his weak strength? Then, he silently stepped forward, dragging the severely injured sand ninjas back to his residence, providing emergency treatment in their confused gazes. After going back and forth dozens of times, Lai Sha's home was already filled with dozens of silent sand ninjas. And which of those who could come into contact with the Kazekage was weak? Chapter 149. Removing its limbs faster. The Kazekage has already engaged with Konoha. The ninja with red camouflage patterns on both cheeks, urging everyone, was none other than Maki, a former confidant of Luo Sha and a jonin of the Sand-Hidden Village. Luo Sha hastily initiated the war when he received the news and summoned hundreds of ninjas from the Land of Birds. It took a considerable amount of time to reach the border. Luo Sha only focused on fleeing and did not send anyone to notify Maki. When Maki arrived at the border, he did not see a single sand ninja. Just as he was wondering whether the Kazekage had gone into the Land of Fire, he was suddenly ambushed by Konoha ninjas within the Land of Wind. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Maki's team was attacked from the side by flames, and dozens of sand ninjas perished in the sea of fire. Maki frowned tightly. He saw a Uchiha ninja with the Sharingan charging at him, and immediately had a bad premonition about the sand ninjas who were supposed to be waiting at the border. Engage the enemy and blow away the flames. Wind Release, Wind Blade. Maki charged to the front, using a wind blade to split the flames of an Uchiha ninja in two, while the remaining sand ninjas who had calmed down after the surprise attack also retaliated. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Wind Release, Great Wind. Some sand ninjas used Wind Release to disperse some of the flames. After Luo Sha banned the use of puppet techniques, the sand ninjas had no choice but to use Wind Release. Wind Release, Sandstorm. Clever sand ninjas created a powerful sandstorm, blowing the sand and dust towards the charging Konoha ninjas. This is an attempt to use sand to reduce the visibility range of the Leaf Village ninjas and suppress the Uchiha clan ninjas who have activated their Sharingan. Although it will also affect their own people, the Uchiha Sharingan is simply too troublesome. In just this moment, several sand ninjas have already fallen under the blades of every Uchiha. How can there be so many elite Leaf ninjas? What is the situation over there with Lord Kazekage? Maki felt a chill in his heart, unaware that he was currently facing only a 100-man team that was spreading out to search for sand ninjas, while thousands more were encircling from behind. The leading Leaf Ninja is an elite Uchiha named Uchiha Yuru, who has activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. His skilled Uchiha swordsmanship keeps Maki from escaping, resulting in a stalemate. Body Flicker Technique, Uchiha Style, Gale Sword. Although it is called Gale Sword, it is actually a fire release sword technique within the Uchiha swordsmanship. It uses Body Flicker Technique to confuse the enemy, and then strikes with a lightning-fast attack using a flaming ninja blade. Uchiha's elite ninja flickered to Maki's back, and the flaming blade struck from behind. Tensing up, Maki bent forward, exerting force with his feet to twist his body, creating a pit with his right foot while pulling back with his left foot to intercept the blade. However, due to the hurried nature of his defense, he was knocked back several dozen meters, demonstrating the immense strength of the Uchiha ninja. Wind Release, Wind Blade. Maki transformed the wind into blades, similar to the Umbu's wind cutter technique, and used the wind blades to push back the Uchiha elite, gaining a moment of respite. The reason Maki did not directly dodge the attack earlier was to be able to react afterward. Now he had almost grasped the enemy's attack pattern and could attempt to counterattack. Just as Maki raised his ninja blade, preparing to resist the attack, he noticed Uchiha Yoru standing in place, somewhat embarrassed, glancing at him a few times before joining another battle. Just as Maki shook off his confusion and rejoined the fray, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed a massive amount of chakra surging from beneath his feet. He hurriedly used Body Flicker Technique to escape his original position. In midair, Maki looked back and saw thick vines bursting from the ground, spreading over a wide area of dozens of meters, creating a small forest in the desert, dazzling to behold. In just a moment, dozens of sand ninjas were dragged underground or killed by leaf ninjas working in conjunction with wood release. How could this release be possible? Oh no! Maki had no time to think, as the thick vines were already closing in on him from all sides. Wind release, wind blade. Chakra surged from Maki's fingertips, forming sharp blades as he attempted to cut through the vines, but only shallow scratches were left, and in the blink of an eye, they were as good as new. What? Stunned, Maki swung his blade to block a vine that was swung at him, the loud crash causing him to lose control of his expression. This level of toughness is this wood, but no matter what, he couldn't give up resisting. Wind release, dance of wind blades. With barely any space left, Maki, drenched in sweat, mobilized all his chakra, causing a large number of wind blades to appear, crashing into the layers of vines. And even the rebounding wind blades left him with sharp wounds all over his body. But he couldn't care about the pain, with the infusion of chakra. The wind blades grew larger and sharper. Finally, a gigantic wind blade burst through a gap the size of the wind blades. Although he couldn't break free, Maki could see the scene outside. He clearly saw the light, but everything outside was the color of wood. Was he wrapped in another layer? But light does not deceive. Maki gradually raised his head along the gap and saw a scene that filled him with despair. The wood receded, revealing its full form. A wooden giant nearly 100 meters tall, casually tossing away the corpses of 7 or 8 slain sand ninjas. On its shoulder stood a cold-faced man with a majestic aura, black hair billowing in the wind, resting his left hand on the blade at his waist. Looking down at the scene below, Maki knew very well who that man was. He had been present when the leaf attacked the sand village. Uchiha Shen Yu. Maki felt as if all his strength had been drained away, collapsing to the ground. Whether to resist or not, there was no longer any suspense or meaning. These several hundred sand ninjas would all perish here. Shen Yu, who was being watched, looked expressionlessly through the gap at one of the leaders of the sand village, Maki, who was recognized as an elite jonin, having been the one to kill Moonlight Breeze and promote Gaara to Kazekage. In an instant, the wood release tightened, trapping Maki securely and rendering him unconscious at the mercy of others. Shen Yu turned his gaze back to the battlefield, where over 400 sand ninjas had perished in the transformed terrain, now a small forest, leaving fewer than 100 sand ninjas who had surrendered. When the reinforcements arrived, led by Shirei, Kisame, and Eugene, it became clear that the surrender rate was quite low, indicating that these were ninjas who had a strong loyalty to the sand village. However, it seemed he hadn't been able to help. The others had arrived and resolved the battle while they were on their way. Hokage-sama, my lord. It seems this is the team led by Maki stationed in the Land of Birds. Aside from that, all the remaining sand ninjas have gathered in the sand village. The others looked down at the sand ninjas mixed among the leaf ninjas, who appeared dazed and fearful, secretly glancing at Shen Yu. That makes it easier. My lord, let me be the vanguard and charge into the sand village. I really don't like this dry desert environment. Kisame spread his hands and sighed. This place was just too dry. Seeing this, Shen Yu smiled. The troops below had finished clearing the battlefield, so they could continue forward. However, Kisame, there is no need for a vanguard. Let us charge in together and kill the Kazekage to subdue the sand village. My lord means that. I am willing to serve the king at the forefront of the battle. Where did you learn that? Shen Yu turned around with amusement, while Shizue and Baiyun watched the exchange in confusion, wondering what the king and the reins were. It was taught by Yuju and Shell. Haha, let us go. Let us set off. Yes. The morale-boosted leaf ninjas collectively raised their arms and cheered, continuing to follow Shen Yu as they marched towards the sand village. Chapter 150. Rebellion before the front lines. Just as Shen Yu was leading the army towards the sand village, Raza was making his final preparations. He had gathered all the remaining sand ninjas together, totaling fewer than 3,000, many of whom were unmotivated genin, all stationed around the rebuilt Kazekage building and on alert near the sand village. It may seem few, but let us not forget that Raza himself had dealt with over 1,000 sand ninjas and lost more than 2,000 in battle. Not to mention the annihilation of Maki's team. Where else could Raza possibly gather more? At this moment, Raza, who had just vented his emotions on dozens of sand ninjas, was sitting in the Kazekage building with his eyes closed, resting. Dozens of remaining elite ninjas had been requested by Raza to stand guard around him, providing him with some sense of security. He was also constantly controlling his chakra, gathering all the sand gold beneath the sand village, waiting for Shen Yu's arrival to make his final stand. Kazekage-sama, a sand ninja, silently entered, trembling as he delivered urgent intelligence obtained at the cost of losing a dozen sand ninjas. Under Raza's cold demeanor, he struggled to steady himself and calmly relay the information. The Leaf Army is approaching our sand village, and the leader of this force is the 6th Hokage of the Leaf, Uchiha Shen Yu. After he finished speaking, the dozen or so elite sand ninjas present remained silent, but the trembling hands revealed their emotions. One sand ninja could no longer endure it and stepped forward to face Raza. Kazekage-sama, the Konoha forces are attacking. Should we evacuate the village? Before he could finish speaking, Rasha, unable to control his rage, dragged the sand ninja down, and the screams that followed sent shivers down the spines of the sand ninjas present. Kazekage-sama has gone mad. Rasha's furious shouts only made the sand ninjas look forward to the Konoha ninjas breaking in even more. Evacuate what villagers? Having enjoyed the peace of Sunagakure, they should now contribute to the village by bringing all the villagers to the front lines. I want to see if that Uchiha Shen Yu will dare to harm the villagers. The silence of the sand ninjas only fueled his anger further. Hurry up. Yes, Kazekage-sama. As they fled the oppressive and dark Kazekage building, the sand ninjas hurriedly debated whether to release the elders Chiyo and Aiz to fight against the Konoha forces. Only Rasha remained, panting heavily. What did you say? You want us, a bunch of ordinary villagers without chakra, to fight against the Konoha ninjas? Rasha, you madman. May Sunagakure perish quickly. Shut up. Do you want to die? Dead is dead, whether sooner or later. If it were me, I would say, Rasha, you bastard, Come on, I curse too. Kill me, you beasts who turn on your comrades. Kill me, just like you did to your comrades before. Sunagakure, the sand ninjas lowered their heads, forcing the villagers to move toward the front lines. Just after Rasha's order was given, the villagers of Sunagakure, who had been under constant pressure and suffering the pain of losing loved ones, lost their last lifeline, their final psychological defense. They even hoped the sand ninjas would give them a quick end, actively trying to seize the kunai and shuriken from the sand ninjas, while the sand ninjas tightly gripped their weapons, avoiding eye contact with the villagers. You all attack? I'm insulting you. I'm attacking you, come on. Just like you treated your comrades, like you treated my brother, pick up your knives and kill me. Kill me. The numb sand ninjas showed no emotional fluctuations, merely clenching their weapons and dodging, causing the line to come to a halt. The halt attracted a sand ninja, a close confidant of Rasha, responsible for supervision, who quickly approached and swung his knife toward a villager. The sand ninja in front of the villager, already broken, trembling with fear, whispered continuously, raised his knife to block the blade embedded in the villager's shoulder. The supervising sand ninja looked at the trembling sand ninja in surprise. Feeling the hostile gazes of both villagers and ninjas surrounding him, he shouted loudly, feeling uncomfortable. What are you doing? Are you defying Kazekage-sama's orders? Are you going to betray Sunagakure? Such useless people who do not obey Kazekage-sama's orders deserve to die. Saying this, the sand ninja, determined to follow Rasha to the end, took advantage of the distracted sand ninja, holding the knife to slice the villager in half, causing the sand ninja in front of him to tremble as if in shock. Seeing the surrounding people intimidated, Rasha's confidant let out a cold snort, becoming addicted to this feeling of power. Hurry, hurry, don't delay, Kazekage-sama, ugh. You. This confidant of Rasha looked down at the kunai that pierced through his chest, falling to the ground with an incredulous expression as he stared at the sand ninja behind him. You Kazekage-sama will. He wanted to say more, but the sand ninja, as if gone mad, lunged forward and stabbed him repeatedly, tearing him into dozens of pieces without stopping. The surrounding sand ninjas did not stop him, merely watching silently. This commotion alerted several other sand ninjas responsible for supervision, who rushed over but were immediately killed by the leader, Raza. Now, all the sand ninjas and villagers present quietly watched Raza, once Kazekage-sama's trusted aide, now abandoned. Raza smiled sadly. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, and I want to live long. But before that, I cannot bear it any longer. It's that damned Kazekage Rasha who made me this way. Standing beside Raza, the sand ninja he saved also silently removed his clothes, revealing fatal wounds, and without needing to say more, everyone present knew it was all Rasha's doing. Although it may seem ridiculous and ineffective before I die, I want to let him have it easy. After saying this, Raza picked up his knife and left, charging in the opposite direction of the line, cutting down any supervising sand ninja in his way without mercy. His excessively violent actions caused his wounds to burst, blood dripping down his skin. The sand ninjas he saved, knowing they wouldn't live long either, followed him, engaging in battle with the sand ninjas on Rasha's side. Following them were countless hate-filled villagers and sand ninjas, but some still remained rooted in place. Though they did not move forward, their lack of opposition spoke volumes. Chapter 151, Sonigekyo. Already fallen, do not disturb Kazekage-sama. The sand ninja rushed into the Kazekage building, causing Rasha to feel a tightening in his chest. He exhaled deeply, preparing to struggle to the death. Have the Konoha ninjas already engaged in battle? Kazekage-sama. The Konoha army is already approaching Sonigekyo, but Raza and many of our own ninjas and civilians have begun to rebel, rushing toward the Kazekage building, saying they want to kill you. What? Is no one going to suppress them? Hearing about the rebellion of his own ninjas, Rasha frowned. He didn't care about the civilians, but the ninjas were the foundation of his rule, and now, just as they were about to go into battle, they had initiated a rebellion. And what about Raza? Is this resentment directed at me? Kazekage-sama. Many sand ninjas have chosen to stay put. The sand ninja's broken speech made Rasha feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Stay put? Ha 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 ha. Rasha laughed in anger, realizing that this group of half-hearted people hadn't been killed enough before to dare betray him. At that moment, another sand ninja rushed in with a terrified expression, not waiting to ask for permission, hurriedly speaking. Enemy attack, Kazekage-sama. Our station ninjas are collapsing. The Konoha ninjas are approaching the village, and we can already see dozens of wooden dragons. The arrival of these two pieces of bad news darkened Rasha's face entirely. He casually sent the unconsulted sand ninja flying, ignoring the other sand ninja kneeling on the ground. Rasha felt the vast amounts of gold sand beneath Sonigekyo, as if deceiving himself, yet also gaining confidence, muttering to himself, Rasa, traitor, Konoha, Uchiha Shen Yu. This time, I must leave you all behind, and anyone who dares to betray me, all must die. All must die. The gold sand beneath the ground quickly broke through the surface of Sonigekyo, continuously gathering toward the Kazekage building, soon reaching dozens of meters high and still accumulating. Rasha's eyes transformed into gold sand, separating from himself, a bloodshot eyeball forming high in the sky. The eyeball scanned back and forth, and anyone it focused on was killed by the incoming gold sand. Following this, the gold sand, swirling with sand, formed a sea of sand, sweeping toward the outskirts of the village, causing all buildings in its path to collapse, not even stopping for the sand ninjas or civilians caught in it. At this moment, Shen Yu, riding the wooden dragon, along with the Konoha ninjas, arrived at the outskirts of Sonigekyo, looking at the endless buildings and the sand ninjas facing them like a formidable enemy. The Konoha ninjas gripped their weapons tightly, their spirits lifted, while the surrendering sand ninjas, having seen divine power, accepted their fate, relieved that everything was about to end. The ever-flying wooden dragon, under the control of Shen Yu, showed no signs of stopping. The divine rain, watched by the army, did not disappoint them. With a slight wave of his hand, the wooden dragon charged directly into Sonigekyo. The sand ninjas, who thought they could fight using the buildings of Sonigekyo, had no time to evade and were buried along with the houses, as dozens of wooden dragons charged for hundreds of meters, destroying all buildings within nearly 1,000 meters. Countless sand ninjas had no ability to resist and were crushed into meat patties, with only a few traces of wind release left on the wooden dragons. The Konoha ninjas then engaged in battle with the weak-willed and less powerful sand ninjas, forcing them into retreat after retreat, but with the help of the wood release. The sand ninjas were nearly annihilated. My lord, there's been an internal conflict in Sonigekyo, just recently. After hearing the news brought back by the Konoha spies who had just returned from Sonigekyo, Shirzue quickly stepped forward to inform Shen Yu. Internal conflict? Shen Yu paused. Is it because Raza was too oppressive? My lord, look, the internal conflict is real. Otherwise, how could Raza be coercing his own people? Kisame pointed into the distance. Even from 100 meters away, one could see the waves stirred up by the sand and gold, with many people rolling within them as decoration. Feeling the shocking offensive from afar, a nervous Shay looked at Shen Yu, wanting to call for the team to assemble, but found that Yujin had already issued the assembly order, and the well-trained Konoha ninjas had regrouped behind him. Hokage-sama, what should we do? What to do? In the face of Shirzue's inquiry and the fiery gazes of the Konoha ninjas, Shen Yu smiled and slowly walked forward. Kisame and Yujin followed closely, and Shirzue instinctively trailed behind. The Umbu and Konoha ninjas showed no hesitation, following closely behind the few. Meanwhile, above the rolling sands, Raza's third eye was watching this scene. Behind his main body stood many sand ninjas, trembling in fear at Raza's displayed power. Why fear rather than feel honored? You would have to ask the sand ninjas who were lying on the ground, and those who stood still having been executed due to the rebellion, as well as the countless civilians of Sunagakure. Originally prepared to deal with Shen Yu, the butcher's knife killed several chickens first to prove its sharpness. Uchiha Shen Yu, so confident, huh? Do you think you can protect those thousands of Konoha ninjas with the massive amount of sand gold I've accumulated over the years? All of you will go to hell. Magnet release. Gold sand tsunami. The towering 100-meter-high golden sand rolled towards the Konoha army. Such power made many Konoha ninjas change their expressions, worriedly looking at their nearby comrades, then looking in unison at their Hokage. Ha 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 ha! The laughter of the Uchiha clan echoed on Shen Yu's face as the golden sand tsunami drew closer, his body trembling continuously before suddenly regaining calm as he sheathed his sword behind him. Fear? No, that's excitement. Hee, borrowing a phrase from Madara. Mere sand. Not even a fraction of me can hurt. Shen Yu's right hand moved forward and his left hand pulled back to grasp his right. In the barren desert, trees that only a few could embrace burst forth from the ground, quickly covering an area of 100 meters. The forest, growing to a height of 100 meters, bent forward, and the waves formed by the trees charged towards the golden sand, colliding violently. Ugh! Raza, behind the golden sand, gritted his teeth, chakra surging wildly within him as he desperately tried to control the sand gold behind him to climb upwards, attempting to engulf this forest that did not belong to the area. Shen Yu's expression was one of satisfaction, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. On the surface, Raza's golden sand covered the 100-meter forest at the front, seemingly a favorable situation, and the sand ninjas felt a slight boost in morale. But Raza was already drenched in sweat. Others might not know, but didn't he know what it meant to control the golden sand? Inside the golden sand, already. Bang! A thick tree, dozens of meters tall, broke through the golden sand, stretching like the sun in the sky, stretching after just waking up. And this was just the beginning. More large trees kept emerging from the golden sand, making the sand gold and sand difficult to move, and Raza's face showed despair. How is this possible? How can he have so much chakra? This can't be. Raza desperately squeezed his body, forcing out chakra to convert into magnetic force to continue controlling the sand gold. But the amount of sand gold he could control was decreasing more and more. After moving for dozens of meters, the sand gold was completely halted, trapped beneath the endless, dozens of meters high forest. As time passed, the sand gold was surrounded by wood release, and the amount of sand gold that Raza could control dropped drastically, making him increasingly panicked, unable to counter the wood release. Then just kill Uchiha Shen Yu directly. Yes, kill Uchiha Shen Yu directly. He must have also consumed a massive amount of chakra. Surely there is not much left. Magnet release. Great burial of sand gold. In a desperate attempt, Raza seemed to grasp the last straw, controlling the remaining sand gold to flow like a stream, weaving through the gaps in the forest, trying to gather together for a final decapitation. This scene even made Shen Yu laugh. The 100-meter-high golden sand had already deflated before his wood release, let alone he hadn't even used Susanoo and was still thinking about decapitation. Kisame jumped up, standing in front of Shen Yu, wanting to block the still considerable amount of sand gold. In his view, this kind of attack didn't require Shen Yu to take action. But the trees continued to grow densely, and the sand gold nearby was completely immobilized, unable to rise again. The towering forest began to grow hands, feet, and heads on the trunks, the branches transforming into wooden dragons, wrapping around the wooden giant, creating a magnificent scene that supported the tallest wooden giant among them. Shen Yu stood atop, looking down disdainfully at every remaining person in Sunagakure, including Raza. Behind him, all buildings had collapsed, and the 3,000 ninja army looked at him with gazes of awe. Even the surrendering sand ninjas had eyes filled with submission. In front, the sand ninjas dared not raise their heads to look, and Raza stared blankly at his own hands, suddenly raising his head in unison. Boom! With no reaction. Raza's last move, the massive explosion of sand gold, did not create any waves. Boom, boom, boom. A giant wooden hand grasped and firmly trapped Raza, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, lifting him into the air. The sand ninjas in front of the wooden giant had their pupils widen and tremble, not daring to move. When one sand ninja, possibly a Konoha spy, knelt down first, the rest of the sand ninjas and civilians fell to the ground like cut wheat, burying their foreheads in the sand to show their submission. The Konoha ninjas also knelt halfway, bowing their heads in respect toward Shen Yu. The thousands of Konoha ninjas, Sand ninjas, and civilians of WithMangekyo present all knelt at the feet of one person. The wooden giant's hand tightened slightly, turning Raza's body into mush, his head falling to the ground from the air as Shen Yu's voice echoed from above. Raza is dead. From now on, in the ninja world, there will be no WithMangekyo. Chapter 152, Battle with KaminariClaims, Part 1. Boom. The heavy rain that had been falling for a long time gradually diminished, and the recent thunder sounded like a final wail. Coincidentally, the ninja army led by Kakashi was approaching the defenseless KaminariClaims. The coastline had appeared, and the Konoha ninjas on the warship, with excited hearts, were in sync with the rising and falling thunder. We really made it this far? Yamato couldn't hide his excitement and couldn't help but speak. Kakashi let out a sigh after hearing this. With the help of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost and the Byakugan reconnaissance, after eliminating some unstable factors, the so-called maritime defense line of the mist-hidden village had become transparent to them, with no obstacles. Kakashi, Commander, give the order. I can't wait any longer. Zabuza, who set out from a land of waves, successfully met with Kakashi yesterday, bringing along over 100 Konoha ninjas stationed in the land of waves to participate in this battle. Kakashi scanned the surroundings. Yamato looked excited. Zabuza was enthusiastic. Itachi nodded calmly, and Ibiki appeared composed, though it would have been better if he wasn't trembling all over. Besides Kakashi, the designated commander as Hokage, the four of them were among the strongest who could speak on behalf of this ninja army aimed at obliterating the mist-hidden village. Of course, the members of Yamato's team, Gaara, Sai, and Kinomoto, along with Kakashi's three little ones, also followed their teacher into this battle. It was fine to broaden their horizons, but they were not yet in a position to participate in decision-making. All right, Zabuza, you're familiar with the road conditions. Lead the ninjas to seize the docks first and push forward. We will follow closely behind. Everyone disembark. No need to worry about the ships behind us. After we engage in battle, Zabuza, take your men to capture the original master to prevent the mist-hidden village from organizing a counterattack, and then intercept the mist ninjas to assist us in taking down the Mizukage. Understood. After Zabuza confirmed, he turned and rushed out, attracting the attention of the Konoha ninjas. He then stood at the bow of the ship, resting the executioner's great sword given to him by Shen Yu on his shoulder. Ninjas of the Land of Waves, follow me. Attack the mist-hidden village. Woo! The ninjas who defected from the mist-hidden village to Konoha raised their ninja blades in agreement, while the former Konoha ninjas jumped off the ship, stepping on the water surface and closely following Zabuza's pace. The cheering ninjas seemed a bit dazed at the sight and then rushed forward as well. Those who were slow would earn less merit. This group, having defected because of the blood mist, understood all too well the weakness of the mist-hidden village. After Zabuza left, the remaining few continued to discuss their next actions. Our ninjas are numerous and powerful, while the mist ninjas are few and weak. We can directly pressure them with our army. The strong of the mist-hidden village have dwindled. After the defection of the Six Tails, only the fourth Mizukage and the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Chugi, along with the elder Yuan-Shi, can gather the mist ninjas for effective resistance. Zabuza will handle the original master while we strike at the heart, capturing Chugi and using him to negotiate with the original master, apologizing to the mist-hidden village, stabilizing the mist ninjas, and then extracting the Three Tails to free up manpower to capture the Six Tails. Kakashi leaned forward, pressing his hand on the table as he laid out his deployment. The other three expressed their agreement, but Yamato seemed hesitant. Kakashi gestured for him to speak. Kakashi-senpai, don't we need to leave anyone to guard the ships? Kakashi didn't answer, but looked toward Itachi, who understood and spoke up. Yamato, although the mist-hidden village is isolationist, they still have ships. Moreover, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost is still drifting behind us. Once we engage, they will also enter the fray. After ensuring the safety of the members of the Ghost Lamp clan, along with Ghost Lamp Full Moon, they will deliver a huge psychological blow to the mist ninjas. I see. Thank you for the explanation. Yamato bowed earnestly, and Itachi also bowed in response, while the three of them looked at Kakashi. We should also set off. Zabuza has already taken the coast with over 1,000 people, so the four of us will disperse to land and gather towards the Mizukage. Yamato and Itachi will capture Chugi, while Ibiki, you will occupy the mist-hidden village and intercept the mist ninjas. Yes. The few dispersed to their designated locations. They were about to begin landing from multiple directions, not stopping along the way, and directly charging into the Mizukage building of the Mist-Hidden Village. This army was actually divided into 4 groups landing from various angles. Otherwise, with over 5,000 ninjas landing from a single point, how long would that take? And how crowded would it be? They were only attending a meeting of Kakashi's direct subordinate team, and after the 3 left, Kakashi also exited the cabin, leaning against the ironclad, closed-eyed Sasuke, scratching Naruto, while the anxious Sakura immediately turned her gaze to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, are we going to engage in battle?" Naruto was the first to ask, while Sasuke fiddled with his sword, his gaze unusually determined, finally able to help his teacher. Once the battle begins, I may not be able to look after you all. You need to understand, this is a war where people can die." Kakashi's previously lazy, dead-fish eyes were now exceptionally sharp, causing Naruto to gasp and pause for a moment. "Understood. In the past, I was sheltered under the wings of my teacher, father, brother, master, and the village. This time, I can help them as well. I also need this war to prove to those who protect and hope for me that I have grown up. I want to contribute to the village." Sasuke is right. "Kakashi-sensei, I also have the same awareness. We are comrades, and I will keep up with Sasuke and Naruto." The words of the 3 little ones made Kakashi feel as if he were seeing the 3 standing before Minato-sensei back then. "Teacher, Naruto and the others have also grown up. All right, be careful. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I can already use the power of Kurama." On the other side, at the back, Ibiki understood that with his strength, he couldn't engage in battle against the Mizukage. Even reaching this position was filled with a lot of uncertainty, and he needed to be diligent and steady. Moreover, as he led the most ninjas, occupying the Mist-Hidden Village was also a heavy responsibility, and his contributions would not be small. Therefore, he remained at the back, leading the continuous landing Konoha ninjas to begin taking control of the Mist-Hidden Village. Just as the Konoha army gathered and officially entered the Mist-Hidden Village for battle, behind a fleet of ships, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost Lamp, Full Moon, and a group of people not focused on the Mist-Hidden Village watched this scene. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost had a blank expression. The Mist-Hidden Village deserved this outcome. Lacking the corresponding strength, what could they expect from being one of the 5 great hidden villages? However, Ghost Lamp Full Moon felt a mix of emotions. If it weren't for the blood mist and the severe pressure from Chugi, forcing the Ghost Lamp clan to the brink of extinction, how could they, who had once produced the second Mizukage, fear death and not protect their village? In other words, even the Ghost Lamp clan, who had once held the position of Mizukage, was still affected by the blood mist. So the treatment of bloodline ninjas in the Mist-Hidden Village could be imagined. "You, take some people to guard the ships. Full Moon, we will also join the battle." Ghost Lamp Full Moon spun around with his explosive blade, and the 100-member Mist Ninja Border Defense Team began to land as Konoha ninjas attacked the Mist-Hidden Village. Among them were disguised Konoha ninjas and Mist ninjas who had already made up their minds to follow the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost to the end, along with members of the Ghost Lamp clan. It is worth mentioning that a considerable portion of the bloodline ninjas willing to follow the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost to the end were those abandoned by the Mist-Hidden Village. Having been cast aside by the Mist-Hidden Village, they too abandoned it. Chapter 153. Aftermath in the Sand-Hidden Village at the top of the Wind Shadow Building. Shen Yu stood the highest point with Kisame and Jin, overlooking the Sand Ninjas undergoing restructuring and watching Konoha ninjas comforting the civilians of the Sand-Hidden Village. After just experiencing a great battle, nearly 1/3 of the buildings in the Sand-Hidden Village had collapsed, and due to years of the Blood Sand policy, the number of Sand Ninjas had dwindled to just over 3,000, with countless civilians dead or injured. Just recently, Rasha had personally killed hundreds to quell the rebellion. Hundreds today, hundreds yesterday. Casualties had been a daily occurrence. The Sand-Hidden Village was already at the bottom among the 5 great hidden villages. How could it withstand such losses? Suddenly, a Konoha ninja rushed over from a distance, leaping onto the Wind Shadow Building and half-kneeling to report the information just received to Shen Yu, who nodded slightly after listening. Many rebellious Sand Ninjas have been eliminated by Raza, leaving only a few survivors. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Konoha ninja, who came to report, nodded and retreated at Shen Yu's gesture. Kisame, my lord, this morning I want to reorganize the Sand Ninjas. You should select those who are cowardly, have harmed their comrades, caused public resentment, and surrendered out of necessity, while harboring grievances against Konoha. Gather the surviving civilians and ninjas from Sunagakure, and make an example of these ninjas. We can't keep such ninjas. It's better to repurpose them to alleviate the public resentment in the Land of Wind and enhance their recognition of Konoha. Yes, my lord. Kisame understood the order, and a few Umbu ninjas followed him to carry it out. On the platform, only Shen Yu and Eugene remained, discussing the aftermath of Sunagakure and ensuring a strong rear. Bayun had gone to reorganize the remaining Sand Ninja army, using Konoha ninjas and early defectors from Sand as the backbone, along with some Sand ninjas who had killed less in the Blood Sand, to form a mixed army that would march north alongside Konoha to attack Sunagakure. Shen Yu would not show mercy to the Sand ninjas who were bloody, cruel, and had committed many atrocities against civilians. He had already sent Kisame to deal with them. As for the reconstruction of the Land of Wind and Sunagakure later, that would have to wait until the war was over. By then, the justification for the actions wouldn't be solely Konoha, but the Great Han. In fact, if it were termed as assistance, the other ninja villages would be more willing to accept it. Would it be faster for Sand ninjas to internally recognize Konoha, which they had opposed for decades, or to recognize a new country that treats them well and is part of their own nation? Clearly, it would be the latter. My lord, we need to establish relay stations and restore communications first, and station a small army at the border of the Land of Rain. If Sunagakure does anything again, we can suppress it. I understand. Shen Yu agreed, but his gaze drifted into the distance, and Eugene followed suit. Jishui was leading dozens of Konoha ninjas, rushing toward two elderly people, who were none other than Chiyo and her brother, Hai Laotsong, who had been besieged by Raza. In the distance, Hai Laotsong and Chiyo looked around in astonishment at the wood release, and upon feeling the gaze, they also saw Shen Yu standing on the imposing Kazekage building of Sunagakure. Seeing this, Chiyo opened her toothless mouth, raising her hand as if to shout something, but was stopped by her brother Hai Laotsong. Chiyo looked at her brother, who shook his head and sighed. Chiyo deflated, bending her waist, and followed Jishui to stand before Shen Yu. Chiyo still remained silent, so Hai Laotsong had to step forward. He placed his right hand on his chest and bowed, straining to open his eyes, which were covered by wrinkles, before speaking. Hokage, Hai Laotsong called out, wanted to say more, but unsure of what to say. As a person from a destroyed country and village, do you acknowledge that the Hokage has won, or do you choose to die alongside the Blood Sand? Resistance? Sunagakure has fallen, and after being forced into submission by Raza last year, can you really resist? Sunagakure has perished and become part of Konoha. You should refer to the Hokage as my lord, Hai Laotsong. Sunagakure has not perished, as long as I am alive. Sunagakure has not perished. After a brief confrontation with Jishui, Chiyo, persuaded by her brother Hai Laotsong for the sake of Sunagakure, could no longer hold back. She lowered her head, took a step back with her left leg, and was ready to act when Hai Laotsong tightly grabbed her. At the moment she opened her mouth, sensing something was off, Eugene, Jishui, and the Umbu ninjas blocked Shen Yu, surrounding the two of them. Shen Yu pushed aside Eugene and Jishui, and the Umbu ninjas scattered, staring intently at Chiyo. The question of whether Sunagakure has perished cannot be changed by your personal will. This is not only due to Konoha, but also because of your own reasons. We have not seen Elder Chiyo stop Kazekage Raza, nor have we seen Elder Chiyo protect her subordinates. We only see Elder Chiyo's weak compromise. Now, we see the Elder Spirit. Chiyo was furious and wanted to retort, but opened her mouth in silence. The Hokage already knows the changes in Sunagakure, so what else is there to say? After Raza signed the treaty, he began to shallowly promote the policy of Blood Sand, moved by Raza's contributions to Sunagakure, ignoring her brother's kind reminders. She rebuked those old fellows and handed over the dispersed power of Sunagakure to Raza. Of course, this was also what the people of Sunagakure wanted at that time. Why mention the dispersed power? This refers to the power distribution in Sunagakure. In Sunagakure, it is not just the Kazekage who can decide everything. There are elders like Chiyo and Hai Laotsong, as well as those with qualifications and influence since the founding of the village, who still stubbornly control parts of Sunagakure's resources and ninjas. Hai Laotsong wanted to keep some backup, but Chiyo gave everything away, which led to them being unable to stop Raza when he exposed his true motives. It was already too late. Under Hai Laotsong's planning, they had just regained some ninjas who supported them when they were caught in Raza's trap. When hundreds of Sand ninjas surrounded their residence, Hai Laotsong held on to Chiyo, hoping for a way out. Surely Raza couldn't eliminate all the Sand ninjas who opposed him, right? Sorry, but Raza indeed killed all who opposed him. Moreover, at that time, Raza frequently acted externally to shift the blame. They had no foundation and were worried about defeat on the front lines, so they naturally didn't dare to take action. Hai Laotsong understood even more that the way to intimidate external enemies at this time was through Raz's implementation of Blood Sand. Removing Blood Sand would mean forcibly weakening the majority of Sand Ninja's power. Considering the current situation in the ninja world, where war could break out at any time, they couldn't dare to act. Besides, there were only the two of them. Under Raz's strict orders, even approaching them would be a crime. How could they gather strength? Chiyo was left speechless, and Hai Laotsong had to step forward to continue the conversation. My Lord Hokage, Withmangekyo is an ally of Konoha. We have always stood together. My sister and I are willing to lead the Sand Ninjas to serve you. Shen Yu smiled. All right, stop playing coy. As the brains of the sand. These words are too dull. Allies? Who tore up the treaty and attacked the Konoha River District? Who initiated wars against Konoha during the multiple ninja world wars? You know, with my abilities, I could easily kill everyone here. So why haven't I? And why are you able to endure and talk to me? We both know the reasons. Even if I did it, I could handle the backlash. So let's be honest. Shen Yu casually snapped the chakra thread in Chiyo's hand, ignoring her furious gaze, and stepped in front of the bent-over Hai Laotsong. Just as the conversation fell silent, a noisy sound came from below, naturally attracting everyone's attention. Not far from the Kazekage building, thousands of former Withmangekyo ninjas and civilians surrounded a platform in the center, where Kisame stood executing the sand ninjas who had lost their humanity in blood sand. Each time he beheaded one, a native would kneel and cry, while others shouted as if driven mad, venting the pressure brought by the bloody oppressive policies. Chiyo, who had been angry, completely deflated, and Hai Laotsong sighed deeply. The justice of Withmangekyo actually had to come from Konoha. My Lord Hokage, how do you plan to deal with us? Simply, Shen Yu stepped forward and placed his hand on Hai Laotsong's shoulder. Since this place now belongs to Konoha, I naturally have to treat them as my subjects. The Land of Wind is divided from northwest to southeast, with the northeast being Wind County and the southwest being Sand County. Those who are willing to leave this sorrowful land can migrate to Wine County near River County, and I will provide them with a home. Those who do not wish to leave can stay in Sand County and rebuild here. As for the ninjas, the original Sand Ninjas will be incorporated into the army to resist the Rock Ninjas to the north. No matter where they are, I will treat everyone equally, with the same education, treatment, and promotions. However, the premise is that the original Sand Village ninjas and civilians must not resist. You two will lead by example. I hope you both value the lives of the original Sand Village ninjas and civilians. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what will happen. Originally prepared for a death struggle, Chiyo put aside her useless thoughts, but still raised her robe half-heartedly, looking at her brother, Aizu. Aizu, however, showed a bitter smile. What choice did he have? Although he knew the Hokage likely wouldn't do that, what if? He had just seen the wood release, and, with such great power, what possibility was there for resistance? I understand, Lord Hokage. That's great. Aizu, go help Asaka reorganize the ninja team and set an example. Chiyo, follow the army and go to battle together. Shen Yu clapped his hands, deciding the two's directions. He wanted to continue giving orders, but was interrupted by a hurried Umbun ninja. Lord Hokage. The Umbun ninja saluted and glanced at Chiyo and Aizu, clearly with urgent intelligence. There are no outsiders here. Aizu, who had just wanted to pull his sister back, paused and sighed again in his heart, falling silent. Yes, Lord Hokage. I just received reports from various places. Yakushi Kabuto's side has fought several times with the Rock Ninjas. Although there has been no exposure of new weapons, and they haven't suffered significant disadvantages, the front line has retreated from the Land of Grass. On Orochimaru's side, there has been a higher loss of ninjas. After a large-scale battle with the Cloud Ninjas, both sides have fallen into a standoff, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Over at Kirigakure, Captain Kakashi recently launched an operation against the village, and the current situation is unknown. Shen Yu understood. This situation was within his expectations. In their panic, each village could only gather 5,000 to 6,000 troops to fight, repeatedly clashing without achieving the desired results and falling into a stalemate. Naturally, they would need to gather over 10,000 ninjas from the subsequent army to launch a decisive battle. Of course, during the stalemate, both sides' ninjas would continuously suffer casualties. I understand. Tell Tsunade to send the newly recruited army, mostly to Orochimaru's side, and fewer to Kabuto. I will go personally. Yes. The Umbun ninja left immediately to relay the message. Chiyo and Aizu exchanged glances. Konoha was actively launching operations against the two hidden villages, and still keeping up in the wars with the Cloud and Rock Ninjas. Where did Konoha get so many strong ninjas? It seems we have to go help Kabuto. Yujin, my lord, you and Asaka take 100 men to meet with the ninjas monitoring the Land of Rain. Tsunade has sent a few hundred ninjas there to monitor the Land of Rain while participating in the battle with the rock ninjas. Yes, Shirzue, Lord Hokage. After the reorganization is complete, you take these several thousand ninjas to set out first, heading north from the Land of Birds, crossing the southern part of the Land of Earth, and joining Kabuto to flank the rock ninja army in the Land of Grass. Yes, Lord Hokage. By the way, Chiyo, Aizu, you two go together. Understood. Aizu cupped his hands, and Chiyo reluctantly nodded. Shirzue was somewhat puzzled. Why was he leading the army instead of following Lord Hokage? Did Lord Hokage have something to do? Shirzue, you go ahead with the army. When the decisive battle occurs in the Land of Grass, I will join you. Seeing Shirzue hesitate to speak, Shen Yu smiled and patted his shoulder, providing an explanation. After saying that, under the gaze of the others, Shen Yu, Kisame, and several Umbu ninjas left the Wind Shadow building on a wooden dragon. The remaining Shirzue signaled to the others with a nod, leading the rest of the Umbu to reorganize the army without delaying the opportunity for battle. Aizu wanted to catch up, but seeing his sister standing still, he stopped. Sister, brother, is the Sand Village really gone? Sigh, sister, don't think too much. Just consider for the sake of the surviving Sand Ninjas and the civilians of the Sand Village. What Raza did, neither of us anticipated at that time. You were also kind-hearted back then, entrusting the village to Raza, weren't you? Chiyo remained in place, understanding the reasoning, but still feeling hurt inside. Aizu understood his sister needed some quiet and left first to help Shirzue, setting an example for Konoha. He could only hope that the Hokage would not go back on his word. Now, Konoha, which was unprecedentedly powerful, was not something they could provoke. Chapter 154, Konoha's Internal Reaction, Bonus Chapter. So, has the rain already destroyed the Sand Village? Yes, Sister Tsunade. Izumi stood in front of Tsunade, her rosy face beaming with a smile as she waved the intelligence in her right hand before handing it to Tsunade. Tsunade took the document, quickly read it, and then passed it to the nearby Red, Hinata Hayashi, and Y, who also showed signs of impatience and joy on their faces. The Sand Village, one of the 5 great hidden villages, has been destroyed by the rain? Truly worthy of my, Yushi's father. Tsunade looked at Yushi, sleeping soundly in the crib, who turned over comfortably in her sleep and smacked her lips. Yushi, your father promised us that he would come back safely. He promised. Tsunade clenched her fists slightly. When the situation tightened, she had never gambled, nor dared to gamble. Yushi, who was just a baby, couldn't be without a father. And the child in Red's belly couldn't be without a father either. She couldn't lose her husband. Yes, just a few days ago, Red, who had been busy with official duties, subconsciously checked her body after taking a break and suddenly realized that she seemed to be pregnant. Red immediately informed Tsunade. Although she was very happy, she also felt a bit frustrated. How could it be so coincidental? This was during the 4th Shinobi World War. On the other hand, after reading the intelligence, Red let out a sigh, while Uchiha Y was deep in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Hinata Hayashi had a look of shock on his face, and Mito Gate Y held the intelligence tightly, looking bewildered. The Sand Village is gone? Just like that? In just a few days? Sister Tsunade, should we announce this news? Red's voice brought everyone back to their senses, and they all looked at Tsunade, who could make the decision. After thinking for a moment, Tsunade decided to announce it. Even if we do not announce the news of the Sand Village's destruction, other ninja villages will receive the information, just later. But we can still take advantage of that time difference to mobilize the Rain's troops. Let us wait 2 days before announcing it. By then, the war would have progressed to this point, and whether the Sand Village's destruction would provoke a united front from the other ninja villages would no longer be important. The Rain's intention is to unify the ninja world. I will not tolerate anyone slowing him down. Seeing Tsunade slam the table and make a decision, everyone present had solemn expressions. Izumi took the order signed by Tsunade and hurriedly left. By the way, the message just received from the Rain also mentioned support for Orochimaru and Kabuto. Advisor Hayashi, has the team already set out? Lord Tsunade, they have already set out. The newly assembled ninjas are dispatched in a 1-to-2 ratio, sent to the fronts against the Rock and Cloud ninjas. Hayashi, responsible for this aspect, responded in a deep voice. They couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a couple. Even before the Hokage had returned with news, they had already made the decisions that the Hokage would choose. That's good. Ryo, most of the village's ninjas have gone out to fight, but you must also be prepared for the defenses in the village. Lord Tsunade, don't worry, Ryo understands. Ryo Uchiha clearly understands Tsunade's deep meaning. As the only one besides Tsunade who knows that Lady Red is pregnant, Ryo Uchiha, who is in charge of the Uchiha Police Department and the village's defenses, feels tremendous pressure to make thorough preparations. If anything unexpected happens, he doesn't know how to face the clan leader, who is both a teacher and a friend, with whom he interacts daily. Even at night, exhausted, he keeps grasping his 3-tomo Sharingan, resenting that his eyes are not the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only then would it truly be foolproof and help the Lord share the heavy responsibilities. The Uchiha clan cannot drag the Lord down. In the eastern part of the Land of Grass, between the western part of the Land of Fire, beyond the front line of battle, at a defensible yet hard-to-attack location near the border of the Land of Fire, with a water source and concealment, thousands of Konoha ninjas are stationed. This is the battlefield camp chosen by Kabuto after he led the vanguard to the Land of Grass. They were pushed back by the large number of IWA ninjas. When the subsequent troops arrived, a battle involving thousands broke out, stabilizing the front line roughly between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. After several days of fighting, both sides have suffered hundreds of casualties. In team formations, the ninjas' fights in dense forests and mountainous terrains have not ceased. However, the characteristic of IWA ninjas in battle is to overwhelm their opponents with numbers and use their traditional and well-trained combined ninjutsu to suppress Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, Shen Yu also trained Konoha ninjas in ninjutsu coordination, allowing them to repel the IWA ninjas repeatedly. At this moment, holding a ninja sword and with a serious expression, Fugaku and Jiraiya, who bore a similar expression, strode into the place where Kabuto, as the commander, resided and held meetings. Inside the tent, Kabuto sat at the front, constantly flipping through documents, checking the maps frequently updated by the ninjas beside him, and discussing deployments with Su Huang. Might Dai, rubbing his legs, and Ryo Uchiha sat below. Upon seeing the two enter, Kabuto stopped his actions. How is the situation on the front line? The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han have already been repelled by me and Jiraiya. The tense Fugaku relaxed a bit. Although he had transplanted Hashirama's cells, the frequent use of Susanoo was still taxing. When the IWA ninjas found that their strategy of overwhelming Konoha ninjas with numbers was failing, they launched an assault on the Konoha ninja team with the two Jinchuriki as the spearhead. Kabuto, Fugaku, Jiraiya, Su Huang, and Dai took turns to fight, leading teams to attack the IWA ninja camp from the front, conducting sneak attacks and flanking maneuvers, and not only did they not suffer losses, but they also achieved significant gains. Sannin Kabuto, Fugaku who could activate Susanoo, the powerful Jiraiya, and Dai who could open the 8 gates with fewer injuries than in the original storyline, even almost captured the IWA ninjas Jinchuriki during the last attack. However, they were pushed back by the overwhelming numbers of IWA ninjas trying to surround them. Now, there's good news and bad news. First, the bad news, that Tsuchikage Inoki has likely led his troops into the Land of Grass, and the upcoming confrontations will escalate several levels. After Kabuto finished speaking, everyone nodded solemnly. Inoki's presence would make things difficult, even for Kabuto, Jiraiya, and Dai, who had the 8 gates as a trump card. However, once Inoki's army arrives, the number of IWA ninjas on the front line will exceed 10,000. Currently, Kabuto's deployed forces total only 4,000, with 2,000 serving as a surprise force. And Su Huang's army has not yet been deployed. Kabuto assisted. Given the current disparity in the number of ninjas, can General Su Huang's troops be deployed? Not yet. The new equipment can only be used when the IWA ninjas mobilize all their troops and are unprepared. Otherwise, there is no way to defeat most of IWA Hidden Village's combat power. Fugaku, who was denied, nodded, while Jiraiya stretched and smacked his lips. So, what's the good news? I see many more ninjas arriving. Has the village sent reinforcements? Having been released and pondering things through, Jiraiya participated in the battle against the IWA ninjas, feeling a bit confused. With the war breaking out, he couldn't care about anything else. Even the old man was personally involved in the battle with the Cloud Ninjas, and as a Konoha ninja, he naturally had to contribute. The good news is that Lady Tsunade has sent nearly 2,000 ninjas. Thus, after Inoki arrives, we can barely raise the ratio of combatants to 2-to-1. A very strained 2-to-1. What a cold piece of good news, Jiraiya slightly complained, while Kabuto, who was not on the same wavelength as him, continued. There's another thing. The Hokage has already destroyed Sunigakure. If we hold on for a few more days, the Hokage's army will come to support us. Bang! The crowd turned towards the direction of the sound, and a shocked Uchiha accidentally dropped his ninja sword on the ground. The others didn't pay much attention because they were also engulfed in surprise. Sunagakure, one of the 5 great hidden villages, was actually destroyed. Having been established for over 60 years, this was the first time, and the shock was indeed considerable. Ryo, Kabuto, and Su Huang, who had shifted their mindset, didn't feel much, but the older Jiraiya, Fugaku, and Dai still felt a bit unreal. Everyone, since the reinforcements have arrived. While Inoki has not yet reached the front line, I have decided to lead the team to launch a surprise attack on the IWA Ninja stronghold together with the reinforcements. After achieving success, the whole army will retreat and not get entangled. A small number of ninjas will be placed as sentinels, and when the IWA ninjas discover the situation, we will strike them hard. This way, the IWA army would not dare to move recklessly before Inoki arrives. Delaying a little time is better than nothing. Yes. Look, old man, isn't Hokage doing 100 times better than you? Sigh. Orochimaru, since I saw you, you haven't stopped finding joy at my expense whenever you have free time. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his once most hopeful and beloved disciple, Orochimaru, who was bandaging his own wounds. With a slightly teasing tone, fortunately, the Hokage timely burned away the darkness of Konoha. Otherwise, for your reputation, I would know what to do to ensure your name behind you. Teacher. Cough, cough, cough. Take it easy, take it easy. Hiruzen's cough caused a wound on his right arm, where the armor was broken, making the nearby Yamanka Ino and others worry a bit. For a moment, fighting was exhilarating, but continuous fighting was even better. However, after getting injured, he became a bit more restrained. Even Orochimaru didn't expect that the old man, who used to stay in the village, would fight so fiercely on the battlefield. He even doubted if the old man was from the Uchiha clan. Haha, just kidding. Hey old man, I haven't seen you fight in a long time. I didn't expect you to be so fierce, holding your own against A. Those ninjutsu techniques are truly worthy of being called a ninjutsu doctor. Orochimaru, in the past, I just needed to stay in the village. Oh, set for decades. You. Cough, cough, cough. The old third Hokage, who was being countered, coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment. This Orochimaru should at least give him some face. No, if I stay any longer, I'll be furious. Reikage, I beg you, hurry up and come to battle with me for 300 rounds. Orochimaru, lacking in conscience, stuck out his tongue and smiled, then turned to the ninjas nearby. After the teasing between the two, just now, the Konoha ninjas around also felt a bit more relaxed. The Cloud Ninja group, led by strong fighters like Reikage AI, Killer Bee, and Tsuchikage, charged in aggressively, resulting in fierce battles at the borders of the Land of Soup, which were among the most intense of the various battlefields. Fortunately, the strategy entrusted to him by Shen Yu had significant depth, and with the old man and guy facing off against Reikage and Killer Bee, along with a number of strong Konoha ninjas fighting against the Cloud Ninja, the battle was relatively back and forth. However, due to the disparity in the number of ninjas, the battlefield had already shifted to the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. The defensive line of the Land of Rice had been abandoned, and the Cloud Ninja even organized a group of ninjas to attack from the sea. Although they ended up being wiped out, it was clear what their attitude towards this war was. Lord Advisor, a Konoha ninja approached Orochimaru with a piece of intelligence. After quickly reading it, Orochimaru smiled. It seemed that he wouldn't need to disturb the souls of the two deceased. The Sand Village has been destroyed by the Hokage. The Sand Village is gone? This is first-hand information. Thanks to the new communication devices, only we have received this news. The boisterous guy, Yamashiro Aoi, and oil girl Shirwei all turned their eyes toward Orochimaru, who passed the intelligence around for them to read. He then squatted down next to the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not doubt the authenticity of the intelligence, but still felt somewhat dazed. The Sand Village, which had existed for more than 60 years, was just gone like that. It seemed the gap between Hokages was indeed significant. We still have nearly 3,000 ninjas coming to reinforce us. In the short term, Tsunade shouldn't be able to deploy more ninjas. The village has mobilized over 20,000 ninjas. Even if the village has multiplied several times, they're close to being drained. Fortunately, the 6th Hokage has already won, with the strength to single-handedly invade the Sand Village twice. The 6th Hokage's power should be on par with that of the 1st Hokage. Perhaps, Orochimaru chuckled, feeling no need to explain anything to the old man. What are you planning to do? I will feign defeat and continue to retreat, drawing the Cloud Ninja army apart. All right, the rear has already been fortified. The Cloud Ninja is coming on strong. We can't take them down alone. Once we can, we fear they will flee. We need to stretch their front line. By the way, Orochimaru, has Kakashi made a move? The fleet set off the day before yesterday. Don't worry. Itachi's strength is such that even the Six Tails cannot defeat him, let alone Gaara and Naruto over there. Under the Hokage's persuasion, they can now call upon the power of the tailed beasts. Itachi's strength has even been praised repeatedly by Shen Yu. Not to mention, there's also Kakashi with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "Then I can rest assured. I never expected there would come a day when we could defeat 4 villages with the strength of 1. This situation, at least, won't occur under your tenure. Haha. You, cough, Orochimaru, you're really going to drive me to death, you traitorous disciple. Aoi, gather the ninjas from all departments. I have new orders." Yes. Seeing Orochimaru hurriedly leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with a relieved smile, which quickly turned into a bitter one. Where was the bitterness coming from? It was probably from all sides. But there was no time to ponder that now. With the support of his second son, Asuma, who was rushing over from a distance, he headed in the direction Orochimaru had left. Chapter 155, Battle at the Hidden Mist Village, Part 2, In the Land of Water, Mist Village. After a prolonged rain, the people of Mist Village had briefly regained some vitality amid the blood mist, but soon it was shattered by the impending battle between the two sides. Swish, swish, swish. Leaf ninjas raced across the rooftops, casually throwing kunai at the mist ninjas wearing forehead protectors on the streets. Caught off guard, the mist ninjas were injured in various places. Some quick-reacting mist ninjas swiftly sounded the alarm, attempting to hold off the attack for a moment with their ninja tools. But ultimately, it was like a mantis trying to stop a car. The Konoha assault teams, led by Jonin, continuously pushed deeper, with a large number of leaf ninjas. The scattered mist ninjas could not mount an effective resistance. Upon realizing the situation, the mist ninjas, regardless of their comrades engaged in battle, retreated in unison towards the direction of the Mizuki's building. After the fighting broke out, the civilians of Mist Village hurried back home, tightly shutting their doors and windows. Civilians who narrowly avoided encounters with the Leaf Ninjas initially thought they were doomed, but later realized that the Leaf Ninjas were not there to take their lives, just passing through, causing them to rush into their homes for shelter, sometimes leading to conflicts with the homeowners. Lightning release, Chidori, Raikiri. The two thunderous sounds quickly overwhelmed a small team of over a dozen Mist Jonin, hastily organized to resist Konoha. Kakashi personally took down a Mist Jonin, while Sasuke discarded the body of a Mist Chunin he had pierced through the heart. Sasuke, Shun, Nara, notify everyone. Do not harm the unthreatening civilians of Mist Village. Require all civilians to return to their homes and not to watch. Anyone who attacks us from hiding will face death, regardless of age or gender, unless they report. Yes. Sasuke, who had been following Kakashi at the forefront, along with Uchiha Shun and Nara Rin, spread out, allowing their teammates to take the lead while relaying the orders to the entire army following Kakashi. Not only Kakashi, but other assault teams, including Itachi, Yamato, and Zabuza, issued similar commands. Even if you were a Mist Ninja, as long as you did not attack Konoha ninjas and stayed hidden in your homes, they would not actively hunt you down. This led to a small number of clever Mist Ninjas hiding away, biding their time. If Konoha won, then they could live. If their own side won, they would then take advantage of the situation. Conversely, some hiding Mist Ninjas chose to disregard the lives of the civilians inside and recklessly attacked, naturally resulting in their deaths as a warning to others. As for whether it was humane or not, this was a war taking place in a cruel and bloody world of ninjas, not a game. Regardless of whether it was Shen Yu, Kakashi, or anyone else, they had to be responsible for every Konoha ninja. Kakashi, who had been at the forefront after issuing commands, found a high spot to jump up, surveying the terrain and the enemy situation while also glancing at the situation of the Leaf Ninjas around him. He then caught a glimpse of Naruto and Sakura in the distance, who were smashing people with Rasengan, and felt relieved, adjusting his eye patch before continuing to lead the charge. The Gazuki clan had already received orders from Gazuki Manmoon to slack off in defense, even assisting the Konoha ninjas in clearing enemies. The resistance from the other Mist ninjas was surprisingly weak, allowing him to conserve a lot of chakra for using the Sharingan. Over the past few years, with the help of Shen Yu and Orochimaru, he had become increasingly adept at using the Sharingan. Although it still consumed chakra, it had improved somewhat. Almost there. We need to settle this quickly. On the other side, Yamato's wood release was constantly rolling, clashing with Itachi's fire release, as they led their teams directly towards the Mizuki's building in Mist Village. thanks to the fact that the land of water was composed of multiple large islands, small islands, and mid-sized islands. Mist ninjas who were out on missions had no time to return. Even among the mist ninjas in the land of water, the number that could respond in time was relatively small due to the challenges of communication across different islands. The closed-off mist village did not have advanced communication facilities like mobile phones or base stations. Quick, surround this area and launch an attack inside. Zaibujan stood tall, brandishing the bloodthirsty blade, as he swung the bloodied edge, surveying the larger building ahead where a significant number of mist ninjas were gathered, fiercely resisting. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water sphere bullet. Lightning release, earth walk. Coordinating with the ninjutsu of the ninjas beside him, Zaibujan broke through the stubborn defenses of the mist ninjas relying on the buildings, forcing them to retreat inward. With a fierce determination, he led the charge with his beheading blade, and the Konoha ninjas followed suit recklessly. While the outer forces continued their assault, the besieged mist ninjas were led by the calm and composed Jin Master, who commanded them to resist. He even sent his trusted guards, Bai and Quanbing, to obstruct Zaibujan's attack. Jin Master, our number of ninjas is too few. We can no longer hold back outside. The Konoha ninjas have surrounded us, and the leader is actually the rogue ninja Zaibujan. Bai, wiping the blood from her face, leaned close to the Jin Master, her expression filled with anger. She never expected that Zaibujan, a rogue ninja, would lead the Konoha ninjas against the Jin Master, and the blockade was so absolute, clearly premeditated. Sigh, it means we don't even have a chance to break out. Indeed, with an army of this scale, Konoha must have invested heavily to annihilate the Mist Village. But I can't help but wonder, does Konoha not care about the other ninja villages? Having lived for so long, the Jin Master, as a living fossil of the Mist Village in the Land of Water, showed no signs of panic nor anger towards Zaibujan's leadership. He was still analyzing the situation carefully. However, due to the lack of information from the closed village, he could not resolve his doubts no matter how he analyzed it. Regarding Zaibujan's defection, or rather the defection of people like Kisame Hashigaki and Raiga Kurisuke, the Jin Master understood that the Blood Mist Village played a significant role in this. He wasn't so much angry as he was helpless. Zaibujan, the district chief, and the former Hokage's bodyguard, Kisame Hashigaki, along with many mist ninjas holding positions in Konoha, had proven their excellence to reach such a point. But still, they were all once outstanding ninjas of the Mist Village. With a heavy heart, Quanbing, heavily injured and filled with resentment, was thrown to the ground by the panting Zaibujan, surrounded by Konoha ninjas filling the walls. The imposing atmosphere made the mist ninja Kikohana by the Jin Master tense, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The Jin Master, however, remained expressionless, casually scanning the Konoha ninjas on the walls. He paused momentarily, surprised to see several Konoha ninjas who should have been wearing Mist Village forehead protectors. The Konoha ninjas felt complex emotions, but they did not regret their decision. The blood on their kunai had validated their ninja way. Ultimately, the Jin Master focused his gaze on Zaibujan, who stood tall, his eyes firmly meeting the Jin Master's. Bai, unable to contain the tense atmosphere, opened her mouth to angrily confront Zaibujan, but was stopped by the Jin Master, who sensed her thoughts. Sigh, Zaibujan, are you here to take this old man's life? No. As a respected elder, there is no need for us to take your life. Konoha is here on the orders of the Hokage to rescue the Water Country ninjas and civilians trapped in the Blood Mist, to put an end to the endless wars that Mist ninjas wage against Konoha. The Mist Village has waged war against Konoha multiple times without reason, harming Konoha ninjas, especially the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Before Zaibujan could finish, Quanbing, lying on the ground, shouted angrily at him, Zaibujan, you are a Mist ninja. Mist Village gave birth to you. No, I'm a Konoha ninja. Do you not find it ridiculous to say that Mist Village gave birth to me? Using your narrow moral standards, without considering the circumstances of others, to judge them harshly. Why didn't you rebut Yagura Karatachi? Why didn't you oppose the policy of the Blood Mist? Or do you think the Blood Mist is right? To eliminate bloodline clans, to harm companions, to disregard life, is that right? If so, then we cannot work together. Quanbing was left speechless, and in her anger, she aggravated her wounds and spat out more blood. The Jin Master sighed. Zaibujan's words were not unlike those directed at him. Having withdrawn from the political arena for so long, only his prestige remained, while the Mizukage firmly held power. As for himself, sigh, it's not that I feel helpless. Perhaps I do have regrets. Maybe if I had spoken up back then, things would have turned out differently? Zai Bujan was not one to speak much, but today he had much to say, words that had likely been pinned up for a long time, grievances that needed to be released. What do you want to do? Kill me? If you want to kill me, do it quickly. Otherwise, when the Mizukage arrives, you won't be able to escape. Jin Master. I do not believe that an army of over 6,000 ninjas, comprised of strong warriors, cannot annihilate a weakened Mist Village. Continuing this battle is meaningless. Striking a rock with an egg will only harm the civilians of Mist Village. If you still consider yourself an elder of Mist Village and believe the blood mist should continue, then choosing to abandon them is fine with us. It's merely for convenience. Sigh. I'm ultimately an elder of Mist Village. Zai Bujan waved his hand, and Konoha ninjas brought the Jin Master to his side, while the remaining Mist ninjas were separated for detention. The Mist ninjas wanted to resist, but at the Jin Master's signal, they gave up and obediently surrendered, letting out a sigh of relief. The shadow cast by the blood mist had haunted the Mist ninjas for generations, and they may not be able to escape it. Hearing Zai Bujan's words, they began to waver, just waiting for the response of the esteemed elder, the Jin Master. Now that the Jin Master had made his choice, they would also choose to accept it. No matter how bad it gets, it would not be worse than the blood mist. Their emotional attachment to the Mist Village had been worn down in the decades of the blood mist, so the change might be good. Zai Bujan set off again, leading the Jin Master and the Konoha army toward the Mizukage Tower. How did you bypass our border defense troops? With so many ninjas, Suigetsu and the others couldn't possibly be unaware. Did he betray us? No. If he had betrayed us, the Mist ninjas under him would not follow him. Did you join forces with Suigetsu to surround and kill him? But that doesn't seem right. Seeing that Zai Bujan did not respond and focused on battle and travel, the Jin Master asked another question. Are we going to the Mizukage Tower to capture the Mizukage? Yes and no. Upon hearing Zai Bujan's reply, the Jin Master regained some spirit. Oh, then what is it? Are you not afraid I will turn against you? Even if I bring you along, the outcome of the war will not change. I bring you along so that you may know the true truth of the blood mist. The true truth? Chapter 156, Battle of the Mist Village, Part 2, in the Mist Village, Mizukage Tower. The childlike fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance as the continuous explosions around him made him feel somewhat irritable. Beside him, along with the Umbu, hundreds of Mist ninjas had gathered, with more and more Mist ninjas arriving. These hundreds were all the ninjas he could gather at the first sign of trouble after issuing orders. Yagura did not hastily lead the Mist ninjas to counterattack, as the explosions in the distance made him hesitant to charge in. He neither knew why the ninja army from Konoha had suddenly appeared in the hidden Mist Village, nor if it was due to the negligence of Suigetsu Zuki. He also had no idea about the number of Konoha ninjas who was leading them or what the situation in the village was like. Therefore, he stood at a high vantage point to observe the situation, gathering the Mist ninjas and sending people to organize a counterattack and gather intelligence. Moreover, he had already noticed that the sounds of battle were getting closer, and he could guess that Suigetsu Zuki had figured out Konoha's intentions. Assassination? Not entirely. The commotion was too great. The Mist ninjas were at least engaged in combat with thousands of Konoha ninjas. With such a large number, it seemed their only goal was to take down the hidden Mist Village. Konoha certainly had a big appetite. Understanding Konoha's thoughts, Kagura Yagura's eyes revealed a coldness. Did they really think the hidden Mist Village, ruled by me as the Mizukage, was made of clay? Since they have come, they shouldn't think about leaving unscathed. Mizukage-sama. Several Mist ninjas, covering their wounds and enduring pain, made their way through the Umbu to stand before Kagura Yagura. What is this? Did the Zuki clan betray us? Yagura's forehead furrowed. He had sent someone to gather the Zuki clan, so why had only a few returned? Mizukage-sama, the Zuki clan has attacked us, and we even saw Konoha ninjas among them. Several Mist ninjas said angrily while enduring their pain. How dare the Zuki clan attack them? It was simply unforgivable. In the past, under the Mizukage banner, they had always been hostile towards bloodline users, summoning and guarding against them, while the bloodline users would obediently comply. Now, it was completely upside down, a group of traitors from the hidden Mist Village. Some of the surrounding Umbu Mist ninjas also showed similar expressions of indignation. Indeed, bloodline users should die. At critical moments, they all betray their allies. Unlike the indignation of the Mist ninjas, Kagura Yagura seemed to understand. This made sense. Zuki Mangetsu must have also betrayed Konoha, and Suigetsu H. Zuki had likely encountered misfortune due to the sudden betrayal of H. Zuki Mangetsu. What? Suigetsu H. Zuki betrayed the village? He had considered it, but recalling how Suigetsu H. Zuki had repeatedly attacked Konoha and had achieved significant kills. How could the Hokage possibly tolerate him? I understand now. Once the enemy retreats, I will personally eradicate the H. Zuki clan. Yes, Mizuki-sama. Several mist ninjas respectfully withdrew, while Kagura Yagura turned to his trusted Umbu. Have all the ninja blades in the village been taken away? Mizuki-sama, the decapitation blade, the explosive blade, Mizu no Kiba, the lightning blade, Raikiri, and the shark skin are all in the hands of the traitors PPJZ, the traitor Kirok Raiga, the traitor H. Zuki Mangetsu, and Lord Suigetsu. The remaining 3 ninja blades were also taken away by the traitor H. Zuki Mangetsu and cannot be retrieved, likely sealed. Hearing this series of traitors, Kagura Yagura felt a headache coming on and paused before continuing to ask, have you gathered information? Who is leading the Konoha ninjas in their attack against us? And how many are there? Mizuki-sama, we have gathered some information. The one leading the attack from the east is the traitor Momochi Zabuza, along with Konoha ninja Hatake Kakashi. It is roughly estimated that there are more than 2,000 Konoha ninjas. In the west, among the nearest 1,000-strong Konoha army, there is a ninja who can use would release. Uchiha Shen Yu? Kagura Yagura raised his head to stare at his trusted subordinate, his chest rising and falling rapidly. If it's Konoha's Hokage, it will be troublesome. No, that person does not have Sharingan. He is someone named Yamato, the wood release user who was tested by the major ninja villages a few years ago. After the Umbu finished speaking, Kagura Yagura discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. If it was Konoha's Hokage, he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat him. As far as he remembered, Yamato's would release could not compare to the current Hokage Uchiha Shen Yu or the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. On the surface, Konoha had mobilized at least 3,000 ninjas. No, it should be more than 4,000 ninjas. Kagura Yagura scanned the area, not counting the mist ninjas engaged in combat. There were barely 1,000 mist ninjas gathered around him. Before the mist ninjas inside the village could react and provide support, they had to find a way to repel the Konoha army. It seemed that the breakthrough point was here. All Umbu, mist ninjas, follow me. Kagura Yagura made up his mind to first defeat the Konoha army led by Yamato. On the other side, leading the Konoha ninjas in a large-scale attack, Yamato was fiercely engaged in battle with the mist ninjas. The outline of the Mizuki building was already visible, proving that they were getting closer to the center of the hidden mist village. However, being the first to attack this area, they faced fierce resistance from the mist ninjas. Thousands of Konoha ninjas were fighting hundreds of mist ninjas in this small area, causing the aftermath to turn the surrounding area into ruins. There was no retreat now. They had to create a bigger commotion to attract the attention of the mist ninjas, allowing Kakashi-senpai and the others to arrive quickly. With his right arm transformed into a tree trunk extending dozens of meters, Yamato attacked, with 3 mist ninjas' bodies strung up on it, cutting the trees and transforming it back into an arm. He could reach here first not only because of the short distance, but also due to his large attack range and the ability to absorb chakra with wood release. In large-scale combat, his wood release was very efficient. Sensei, are you confident in dealing with Kagura Yagura? Next to Yamato, Gaara, having just thrown a mist ninja away with sand, asked while slightly out of breath. I'm not confident, but Itachi is to my north. If I calculate the time, Kakashi-senpai and the others should be arriving soon. The priority is to entangle more mist ninjas. This is not the time to be cautious. Yamato formed hand seals with both hands, creating space for more Konoha ninjas to push forward, giving him ample time. Fortunately, I've absorbed a lot of chakra during this battle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted this long. Wood release technique. In a larger area, trees rose from the ground, and some mist ninjas caught off guard were entangled by the wood release, dragged underground, or killed by Konoha ninjas. The wood release even slightly covered the bodies of fallen Konoha ninjas to avoid causing secondary damage. Damn it, we have to retreat from this forest. How to retreat? Behind us is the core area of our hidden mist village. The Mizuki building is not far away, so tell me how to retreat. Baka, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe that while I'm killing Konoha ninjas, I'll casually kill you too? Hee hee. I want to see who ends up lying on the ground in the end. Enough, you two. What time is it? And you're still arguing. Stop arguing, look. Our reinforcements are here. It's Mizuki-sama. A mist ninja exclaimed, looking excitedly at the distant figure dressed in blue with bordered sleeves, leading a yellow-haired boy. who was indeed the fourth Mizukage, Kagura Yagura. Kagura Yagura looked at the dense forest in front of him. At this moment, vines were already extending towards him, which he casually cut down and leaped to a high point. Water release, great waterfall technique. A powerful wave surged into the forest formed by the wood release, knocking down all the trees, with many Konoha ninjas being blown away several dozen meters, ultimately crashing to the ground and dying. Earth release team, come up and block for me. Earth release, earth flow wall. Yamato and the earth release Konoha ninjas behind him slammed their hands on the ground, raising a tall earthen wall to block the aftermath of the towering wave. Captain Yamato, this water release. It's Mizukage Kagura Yagura. When we fight, be careful of the aftermath and try to avoid his water release and tail beast bomb. Yes, the leaf ninja who had just responded seemed to have seen something, their eyes revealing tension. Yamato immediately turned around, and a curved embroidery needle larger than the person wielding it was already in front of him. Sensei, shield of sand. Quicksand gathered to form a shield in front of Yamato, but it was only able to hold for a moment before being broken through. In the fearful gaze of Gaara's team and the leaf ninja, Keiki Yagura struck Yamato's body. Would release? The hit Yamato did not bleed. Instead, trees sprouted from the weapon, spreading from the wound, and wooden spikes attacked from his back. Yagura casually flung away Yamato's wooden clone, dodging the incoming wooden spikes, then evaded the sand-binding coffin initiated by Gaara. The quicksand attempted to pursue, but was pressed down by a mouthful of water. The now heavier quicksand decisively abandoned by Gaara. At this moment, mist ninjas surrounded the Mizukage, and Gaara returned to Yamato's side, standing together with SG and Karui. I need to. Karui rolled up her sleeves, but was immediately silenced by Yamato. Gaara and SG didn't even glance back, their eyes fixed on Keiki Yagura, standing on the earthen wall. The earthen wall gradually lowered, and the mist ninjas standing above were naturally unwilling to give up the opportunity to attack from a higher position. Keiki Yagura slightly waved his weapon, and the mist ninjas at a height understood and jumped up, using water release techniques to smash down on the leaf ninjas. Counterattack. Would release. Forest of Birth. Yamato roared, causing a forest to sprout overhead, obstructing the high-flying water release techniques. In an instant, fire dragons, earth dragons, raging winds would release water dragons, and flowing water intertwined in the sky, ultimately rising or falling together into the dense forest. The battle was fierce with no clear victor, but the front lines could be seen. Yamato, engaged in battle with Keiki Yagura, kept retreating, moving back into the leaf army to reduce his pressure. Crack! Yamato's hands transformed into wood, taking Keiki Yagura's strike head-on and flying backward. Keiki Yagura, not letting up, continued to pursue, while the nearby trees attempted to obstruct him under Yamato's control, but instead, they were used as leverage for Yagura to approach Yamato. Don't be too arrogant among our army. Multiplication technique. Meatball battle chariot. At a critical moment, several elite jonin from various clans charged forward among the leaf army. Jonin Akimichi Tantatsu enlarged his body and rolled towards Keiki Yagura. Tailed beast transformation. Keiki Yagura, caught in the mass of the army, remained unfazed as the tailed beast cloak enveloped him, and a turtle-like phantom, covered in spikes and with 3 tails, appeared, one tail swinging fiercely towards Jonin Akimichi. Tantatsu. Jonin Akimichi was directly sent flying, crashing down onto a cluster of houses. Nara, who had grown up with him, and the jonin from the mountains were furious. But the shadow mimicry technique and mind turn technique could not interfere with Keiki Yagura, who had donned the tailed beast cloak. However, Tantatsu bought time as a group of jonin, along with Yamato and Gaara, launched an attack on Keiki Yagura. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Insect release. Insect bomb. Water release. Breaking current. Sand flow technique. Facing the multiple attacks, the Mizukage wore a smile that enraged the leaf ninjas. Water release is F Great Waterfall. Keiki Yagura instantly unleashed 3-tailed chakra, creating a powerful wave that extended outward from his body, swallowing the water release techniques, while almost clearing away all surrounding buildings and trees. Dozens of leaf ninjas were caught beneath the massive wave, never to resurface. The leaf army ultimately began to retreat step by step, as the invigorated mist ninjas were already charging at the Mizukage. Gaara, who had prepared the quicksand, shook his hand, and the water-saturated quicksand's weight increased, doubling the chakra he used. However, even with the doubling, it was still not enough. Sand-binding coffin. The water-saturated quicksand forcibly wrapped around Kiyagura. Just as Kiyagura attempted to break free, he was pulled by wood release that seized his limbs, layers of wood release trapping Kiyagura. Gaara turned to see Yamato, breathing heavily, nodding at him. Sand waterfall burial. Gaara gathered a massive amount of sand in the sky, and then let it pour down like a waterfall, burying Kiyagura, who had just broken free, beneath the sand. Even a trapped beast will struggle. How can you possibly defeat me? Who is using three-tailed is F. TCH, tail beast, I have one too. Shikaku. Tailed beast transformation. Haha, you should have let me out earlier. Is F, long time no see. Green chakra formed a tailed beast cloak around Gaara, while one side of his face took on a raccoon-like appearance. Shikaku? Is F, didn't you notice there's a tailed beast on the opposite side? I didn't notice. I just felt that guy had a layer of fire release on him, so it seems he was masked by fire release. But there's no need to worry. You and I are one. Shikaku looks like that. They haven't opened their hearts yet. I understand. Kiyagura once again broke through the quicksand attempting to suppress him, only to find that the half-tailed beast transformed Gaara had been charging up for a long time. Desert Layer Burial. Super Sand Waterfall Burial. Kiyagura sank into the quicksand beneath his feet, and a more powerful technique triggered a small sand waterfall that violently struck a single point, completely burying Kiyagura. Did we succeed? The ninjas watching the scene held their breath while fighting, and with a loud bang, the mist ninjas cheered, while the morale of the leaf ninjas plummeted. One of Gaara's eyes trembled, reflecting the fully tailed beast transformed three-tailed is F, while the other, resembling Shikaku, appeared somewhat lazy. Shikaku, is that all the power you have? Get lost. If I could fully transform into a tailed beast, I would smash you to pieces. Ever since Shikaku was allowed to share a small portion of chakra while wandering in the leaf, the relationship between Shikaku and Gaara improved significantly. But they still lacked the opportunity to reach the perfect Jinchuriki standard. Gaara could borrow Shikaku's power, but not entirely, so he naturally could not trap three-tailed is F. Shikaku, I am willing to let you out, just hope that for the sake of Hokage-sama, you can help the leaf against the enemy. Shikaku's little eyes were somewhat surprised. Could this little guy do such a thing for the leaf? Have you thought it through? If you tear the seal, I'll be free. Trying to use the Hokage to suppress me won't solve the immediate problem. You're from the Sand Village. Isn't it better for me to protect you and run? Shikaku, I'm a leaf ninja. My mother gave birth to me. The Sand Village sees me as a monster. And it was my father who ordered my uncle to assassinate me. The one who raised me is not the Sand Village, but the leaf, the Hokage. The ones who accompany me are you, my brothers and sisters. Shikaku, I beg you. Looking into Gaara's earnest eyes, Shikaku felt somewhat complicated but still spoke the truth. It's not that I don't want to, but to be able to release some chakra while also protecting you. Your Hokage has reinforced the remaining seal with a burning heaven fire domain. To even prevent you from making difficult choices, he didn't give you a chance to choose. It's also my fault. Compared to that guy Kurama's honesty, the Hokage saw through my hesitation, and since I didn't openly confess, he left a backup. Since there's no choice, I'll do my best. The three-tailed beast outside is already readying the tailed beast bomb. Gaara looked up to see three-tailed is F gathering a tailed beast bomb formed from yin-yang chakra in its mouth, then suddenly firing out. His teacher Yamato used all the remaining chakra to cast wood release, wood pillar wall, but it was quickly breached. The earth flow wall that the Konoha ninja managed to use was also broken through. Kagaya used a summoning technique, but ordinary fire element beings had no effect at all. The arrival of the shadow-level fire god guardian would take time, and there was no way to make it in time. Uchiha had already begun to hammer their foreheads, trying to awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan, but their emotions couldn't reach the threshold no matter what, or rather, most of them didn't have such high yin release talent. What to do? The tailed beast bomb, launched by the Three Tails Isabu, was already in front of them. Teacher Yamato's would release threw them away, and his quicksand actively protected the three of them. But what about the others? Yamato, who was still standing in front, couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. It seems I'm still not strong enough. I hope Gaara and the others can survive. In the distance, the Mist Ninja had already revealed a smile. This was a tailed beast bomb, and this Konoha army was finished. Yamato closed his eyes, then opened them again, still waiting for the tailed beast bomb to crush him. ZZ Tug, what sound is that? Chidori? Giving up resistance like this? Yamato, that's not like you. Kakashi. Chapter 157. Naruto's tailed beast transformation. When the tailed beast bomb disappeared in front of Yamato, Mizukage Kurage Nagura looked slightly confused and frowned at the newcomer. Hatake Kakashi? And me, water release, water dragon bullet technique. The grand water dragon bullet was shattered by the three tails Isabu with a flick of its tail, turning into flowing water that fell to the ground. The rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. It's me, but you should call me Konoha Ninja Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza waved the bloodthirsty decapitation sword in his hand and stood in front of Yamato, with Kakashi on one side and him on the other. The Konoha ninja reinforcements turned the situation around, surrounding the mist ninja with double their numbers in a triangular formation, tightening in on them. Seeing this, Yagura knew he had to quickly eliminate the few people blocking his way. The mist ninja couldn't hold out much longer. The decapitation sword is in your hand. That Pabai Shikaz should have been killed by you or Konoha. Perfect. Today I'll reclaim this blade that belongs to the Mist Village. The three tails, Isabu violently whipped its tail against the ground, turning everything in its path into ruins. Hey Kakashi, what should we do? Can you activate Susanoo? Can you control the tailed beast, like Lord Hokage? How could I? I just used Kemui to absorb the tailed beast bomb. I've already consumed most of my chakra. Kakashi, holding his white fang, fixed a serious gaze on the three tails. At this moment, half-tailed beast transformed Gaara landed back beside Yamato. As for Kaguya and Sai, they were driven into the battle against the Mist Ninja. This side was not something they could participate in. Teacher Yamato, Gaara, Chief, I can still fight. The three tails Isabu has been fighting for a long time and has already launched a tailed beast bomb, so it must have consumed quite a bit of chakra. Yamato stood up and moved forward alongside Gaara to stand with Kakashi. According to the timing, Itachi should have arrived by now. Why hasn't Tihi come? I don't know, but there must be an unexpected situation. Otherwise, Itachi wouldn't be absent. After Kakashi finished speaking, everyone dodged Isabu's water release attack. Create an opportunity for me. After saying this, Kakashi concealed himself, and Yamato formed hand seals and slammed down onto the ground. Got it, wood release. Thorn killing technique. Water release. Great water burst wave. The thorns wrapped around the limbs of the three tails, and then Zabuza's water release slammed straight into the three tails Isabu, trying to turn it into a water prison. Isabu roared in anger, forcefully tearing the thorns apart. The water prison was also broken through. As a tailed beast in Mizukage, unless it was a high-level water release, it couldn't cause him much damage. Just as he was about to assess the situation and make a move, a crackling sound of thunder echoed beside him. Knowing that ordinary ninjutsu was ineffective against tailed beasts, Kakashi immediately unleashed his signature technique. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. The heavy three tails Isabu couldn't dodge in time and took the hit, leaving a significant wound. The enraged Isabu roared, suddenly crashing towards Kakashi with its three tails. After dodging several times using body flicker technique, Kakashi was eventually hit. However, it struck Kakashi's lightning release, Shadow Clone. The real Kakashi had returned to the side of the group, and then Isabu unleashed a massive water cannon towards everyone. Shikaku, Sand Shield. Good. The sand shield reinforced by Shikaku absorbed the powerful water cannon thanks to its thickness and the softness of the quicksand. But Kakashi's effective attack invigorated the group. Just keep fighting. Wait a minute. Kakashi softened, half kneeling as he supported himself on the ground. I seem to have gotten a bit weak. Having been on the run, fighting, and using Chidori, Lightning Cutter, Shadow Clone, and Kemui, Kakashi was already exhausted. If it weren't for the intentional training of his chakra by the god of rain over the past few years, he would have been even more depleted by now. No, Kakashi, someone must take the lead in the attack. My condition doesn't allow me to be the main attacker. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? Naruto? Sasuke? Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke, who had jumped over. Naruto's face was full of anxiety, and he relaxed only after seeing that Kakashi was fine. While Kakashi and the others were fighting the three tails, Team 7 had arrived at the battlefield. The sharp-witted Sasuke pulled Naruto to the edge of the battle, while Sakura stayed back to fight the Mist Ninja. Kakashi-sensei, let me do it. I asked Kurama, and I can borrow his power. Hearing Kakashi's call, Naruto stepped forward, and Sasuke had already begun the summoning technique. Bang! A giant snake over 10 meters tall coiled behind Sasuke, its scales reflecting in the sunlight, with a red marking on its forehead. Blue Snake, I'm counting on you this time. I know, but I seem to be unable to fight. What is wrong with your eyes? We just need to help Naruto. My eyes have evolved. Witnessing his own powerlessness in war, Sasuke could only use the summoning technique given to him by his teacher. Accumulating the necessary chakra, Sasuke naturally activated his three-tomo Sharingan. The blue snake nodded in response, swinging its tail to knock away the three tails water bullets. Kakashi-sensei, leave it to me. We can't hesitate any longer. As a teacher, not being able to shield my students from the storm fields. Sigh, Naruto, it's up to you now. The Three Tails, Aisabu, had only been on the battlefield for a short time, but many Konoha ninjas had already perished. Ordinary ninjutsu could not compete with it, forcing Kakashi to let his students join the battle. Understood, Kurama. It's our turn to protect our comrades. I know. The raccoon in the jar, you can't do it. While mocking Shikaku, Kurama cooperated with Naruto to enter tail beast transformation. Naruto was enveloped in dark red chakra. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, and with a high affinity, Naruto directly activated the 4 tails form. The dense dark red 9 tails chakra enveloped Naruto, forming a small fox. Kurama, if I could come out, I would smack you all down with one hand. Kurama, who had increased the chakra input, ignored Shikaku's mumbling and instructed Naruto. Naruto, the chakra will keep increasing, but your father's sealing technique will become less stable. After a certain point, the chakras of your parents might come out. If you insist on using it, the sealing technique will fail. Pausing while sensing his own power, Naruto seriously responded to Kurama's words. Now is the time for us to protect our companions. And my father and mother will understand me too. Kurama, if the sealing technique fails, don't worry about me. At that time, you will be free. And Naruto won't have any plans to continue sealing you. You will be able to live freely in Konoha, and Naruto will take care of you. As long as you don't harm humans anymore. Naruto will not tolerate anyone harming you either. I just hope you can protect everyone, Kurama. Is it possible for Naruto to give up his life for his companions? Kurama sighed, as if everyone around Naruto was like that. Is this what the Sage of Six Paths meant by the Destined One? Naruto has gone through many things since he was young, resisting his own temptations while still being full of love for the world. Even now, Kurama believes that the Sage of Six Paths spoke of a person who could resolve the hatred between tailed beasts and humans, bringing peace. Little do they know, the Pure Land controlled by the Sage of Six Paths is being gradually consumed by the dark forces, and a battle for the Pure Land is about to erupt. Sasuke. 1 gram swoosh. 1 gram summoning technique. Flame giant. Another tailed beast? Yagura. It's the 9 tails. Its power is not something Shikaku can compare to. But we need to see if this Jinchuriki can bring it out. Be careful. Hiss. The 3 tails' painful howl echoed as several flame giants appeared out of nowhere, disregarding their lives to hug the 3 tails, causing the moisture on its skin to evaporate as the flame giants began to visibly vanish. The wood release that appeared on the ground wrapped around its limbs again, while quicksand pressed down from above, trying to trap it. Water release. Waterfall. Aisabu used this technique again, and the massive wave centered around it easily dispersed all the ninjutsu and creatures trying to bind it. Even the blue snake was blocked from a distance, except for Naruto in his 4-tailed state. The dark red fox-like Naruto, who had already reached Aisabu, instantly split into several clones and climbed onto Aisabu to attack. The heavy Aisabu couldn't do anything against the agile Naruto and in 4 tails form. Naruto was able to break through its defenses and inflict some minor injuries, but continuous light injuries could turn into severe ones. So Yagura made his move. Completely tailed beast transformed, he engaged Naruto in close combat wielding a weapon. Coral Palm, a technique used by Yagura in his tailed beast form. Any body part struck by his palm would grow coral, delaying Naruto's speed. Water release. Iron Cannonball, having once broken through the Crimson Lotus Crystal release. The water cannon powered by the 3-tail chakra pierced through Naruto's clone, and several high-pressure water cannons forced the 4 tails Naruto to retreat. Seeing that he couldn't effectively attack the 3 tails, Naruto shook off his chakra. A small ball of yin-yang chakra floated behind him. What is this? Realizing some of the details, Yagura immediately pursued. Tailed Beast Bomb? You've been charging for a long time to use it? Lightning Release. Chidori. Sand Coffin. Blue Snake. The Blue Snake and Kakashi rushed forward, while Yamato secretly approached with the sealing technique from the original work that sealed Naruto, and Zabuza stealthily tried to strike with his decapitation sword. You guys are really annoying. In his tailed beast form, Yagura easily sent the Blue Snake flying, but Gaara-san still allowed Kakashi's lightning release to hit, adding another wound to Yagura. Yagura formed hand seals with both hands, and a water mirror appeared before Kakashi, Zabuza, Yamato, and Sasuke, who were sending the Blue Snake back to Gaara. Water release. Water mirror technique. This mirror can create doppelgangers identical to the enemy, and it can use the same ninjutsu as the opponent with equal power. When Kakashi and the others fought against the doppelganger in front of them, they were shocked to find that even lightning release would release and Gaara-san could be used. This bug-like technique was capable of replicating Naruto's Rasengan and the Eight Tails techniques in the original work. Although there were many restrictions, he could finally calm down to deal with Naruto. Coming towards Yagura was Naruto, who had already swallowed the small ball of chakra. Naruto's belly began to swell, rapidly growing to several dozen meters. And with the infusion of chakra, his body continued to expand. Once it reached its peak, a massive energy burst forth, forming a solid beam of light that struck Yagura's turtle shell, which had transformed back into the fully tailed beast form of Aisabu. As the smoke cleared, a huge pit nearly 100 meters long appeared on the ground, and the ordinary ninjas fighting nearby had long since been stunned into retreat from this battle between tailed beasts. The three tails Aisabu stood in place, its body constantly rising and falling, with cracks in its turtle shell, clearly having suffered considerable damage from the prolonged battle and Naruto's attack. Tailed beasts have an inexhaustible amount of chakra, but a short burst of it can lead to a temporary inability to continue. Is it ineffective? Kurama. Understood. In Aisabu's view, Naruto's nine tails chakra rose again, and another tail sprouted behind him. At the same time, Naruto's body underwent a transformation, growing larger and donning a layer of white skeletal armor, standing opposite Yagura. Aisabu was continuously gathering chakra in its mouth, forming a ball-shaped mass, while Naruto, in his six tails form, also raised his head, beginning to accumulate power. Get out of the way, it's a tailed beast bomb. While fighting against the doppelganger and searching for an opportunity to recover his chakra, Kakashi quickly shouted. The ninjas from both villages, who were continuously battling, were not foolish. They instinctively fought while retreating to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. On nine tails, water shadow. The two opposing energies clashed in the air. On one side was the dark red chakra of the nine tails, and on the other, the blue chakra of the three tails, Aisabu, creating a massive shockwave that formed a huge pit within hundreds of meters. Yagura, don't stop to feed him. The three tails Aisabu continued to output chakra, and the scales of victory seemed to tilt in its favor. Kurama, I won't lose to Aisabu. Naruto also gritted his teeth, and Kurama responded by outputting even more chakra, sprouting another tail behind Naruto. The dark red chakra quickly countered, and a panicked Yagura exerted all his strength just to barely block it not too far away. This is impossible. How can a nine tails be so strong? He hasn't even fully tailed beast transformed. What Yagura didn't know was that the six tails chakra could overpower pain, and even forced Nagato to use Shinra Tensei while bleeding from his nose to barely contain it. Can the three tails defeat pain? That would raise a question mark, especially considering Naruto was already in his seven tails state. Just as Yagura prepared to endure some damage to escape, a bolt of lightning struck, bringing a change. Kakashi easily dealt with the doppelganger without the Mangekyo Sharingan and, having roamed the battlefield for a long time, provided timely assistance. A space vortex appeared, severing one of the three tails, and the powerless Aisabu endured Naruto's prolonged assault. This strike truly felt like the sky was collapsing. The massive sound could be heard throughout the entire hidden mist village, and the rising dust mixed with mist soared to 100 meters. Yamato, Sasuke, and the others, who had helped eliminate all the doppelgangers, had to retreat even further, staring intently at the dissipating smoke. Naruto, caught in the aftermath, saw the smoke gradually clear. Sasuke, with his three-tomo Sharingan wide open, did not see the figure of the nine tails Naruto and suddenly fell to his knees. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto! Sasuke rushed forward without hesitation, but was stopped by Zabuza. If Naruto really loses, then we. Zabuza suddenly stops, as he sees a pair of Sharingan eyes. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan? A purple skeletal form emerges on Sasuke, and Zabuza, unable to resist any longer, releases his grip on Sasuke, who quickly rushes out. Gaara, thank you, Yamato-sensei, for taking care of me. It's an honor to have a teacher like you. Gaara quickly catches up with Sasuke, leaving Yamato, who has almost exhausted most of his chakra, continuously shouting. Yamato, the Jonin, this. Zabuza, the army is in your hands. I still have sealing techniques I haven't used. I might still be able to help. Hey, you guys, The smoke dissipates first, indicating that Naruto was not attacked and did not show up. Could it be that Naruto has dispelled his form? You guys, if you didn't know, you'd think I'm the only cold-blooded one, the only one afraid of death. Zabuza, feeling helpless, has to leave a shadow clone behind while his main body goes to command the army in the encirclement of the mist ninjas. In fact, with 6,000 Konoha ninjas plus the already landed Suigetsu and the members of the Hozuki clan, The encirclement against the less than 3,000 mist ninjas is quite overwhelming. When he steps into the army, over 5,000 Konoha ninjas are tightly surrounding over 1,000 mist ninjas, and their resistance has significantly decreased. The only reason they are still holding on is that Keiki Yagura is fighting. When Zabuza meets Suigetsu and Hozuki Murasaki, along with the original master intervening, the battle between both sides comes to an end. The original master re-enters the Mist Ninja army, and, after waiting for Konoha to bring up the captured Keiki Yagura, completely surrenders, announcing the destruction of the hidden Mist Village. During this process, Zabuza sees a winged Susanoo fly by and realizes it is Itachi, shouting loudly but unable to make Itachi stop. Hey, Itachi, not Gomen. One by one, white, my white. On the other side, Sasuke, dressed in skeletal armor, is the first to see Naruto carrying Keiki Yagura while supporting Kakashi. Sasuke, Naruto, you're okay. Of course, I'm fine, Sasuke. Why do your eyes look so misty? Ha. Are you too worried about me? Feeling warm inside, Naruto chooses to use humor to ease Sasuke's worries. Realizing, Sasuke glares at Naruto and takes Kakashi's other arm after releasing the skeletal armor. Hey, Sasuke, have you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kakashi-sensei, I just awakened it. Naruto, I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the Nine-Tails must bow down to these eyes. In Naruto's mental space, Kurama snorts. Do you really think you're invincible just because you awakened a Mangekyo, just like the Hokage? There are differences between tailed beasts, and the Mangekyo is no exception. However, Naruto pays no mind to this remark and instead, Sasuke, just awakened. Are you too worried about me? Baka, who would worry about you, the dead last? Thunder Sasuke, but I'm just happy. Facing Naruto's smile, Sasuke, with a somewhat annoyed expression, quiets down. Kakashi, who is being supported in the middle, smiles slightly and forcefully brings the two together. Minato-sensei, Rin, Kushina-sensei, Naruto has grown up and has companions he can trust his back to. Sasuke, Naruto, seeing the scene, Gaara, who is rushing towards Sasuke, finally feels relieved and his half-tailed beast transformation dissipates as he takes over the unconscious Keiki Yagura from Naruto. Gaara, Naruto, I'm glad you're okay. Gaara. Naruto puts his arm around Gaara's shoulder, and Gaara does not struggle, instead wrapping his left arm around Naruto's shoulder. Gaara, where are you? How do I explain to your brother and sister? How do I face Sai and Ino? And Kakashi-senpai, huh? You're okay. Yamato, who is already crying from anxiety, wipes his tears, and the sudden joy on his face creates a contrast that makes the four of them unable to hold back their laughter. Yamato steps forward to carry Kakashi on his back, and Zabuza's shadow clone, upon seeing this, instantly dissipates to bring the latest news to the main body. The group hurries toward the army, and with a bang, an orange-red Susanoo lands in front of them. Seeing that Obito is okay, Itachi finally feels relieved, disperses the Susanoo, and picks up something that fell. Nachon, Itachi, brother Itachi. Sasuke helps Itachi up and notices that his brother is sweating profusely, his eyes revealing a hint of white. Oni-chan, Mifine, Sasuke. Itachi turns to Kakashi. On the way, there was a six-tailed Jinch Riki Yutaka blocking the road. I had the army take a detour and personally capture the six-tailed beast. That's why I'm late. Itachi, ISNT Yutaka, a rogue ninja? Kakashi does not express any blame. He knew from the analysis that the six-tailed Yutaka was strong and needed to be dealt with together for safety. Itachi was able to take down the blocking Yutaka in a short time and quickly arrived with his winged Susanoo, which was already doing his best. This guy was originally hiding on a small mountain, and after discovering our whereabouts, he said he didn't want to bring war to the hidden mist village. I told him that the dangers of the blood mist and the endless war are greater. We will stop the blood mist and bring peace to the land of water. Focusing on the present, he then acted. Itachi frowns tightly as he looks at the unconscious Yutaka on the ground, his frown enough to represent his anger. If something happened to his brother, he wouldn't know how to face anyone upon returning. Fortunately, everything is safe. Don't blame yourself either. The variables are not something we can predict in advance. Now the task is to be completed directly. Help the Mizukage dispel the illusion. Take over the hidden mist village. And we still need to support Orochimaru. Okay. Chapter 158. The Grave Alliance. Lightning and Earth when the Battle of the Hidden Mist Village ends with the destruction of the Hidden Mist Village by Konoha. 2 days after the fall of the Sand Village, Noki, leading tens of thousands of rock ninjas at the border of the Land of Fire, finally receives the news of the Sand Village's fall. At this moment, in the core camp of the Rock Ninja Army, a group of high-ranking rock ninjas sits quietly beneath Noki, not saying a word. Meanwhile, Noki, holding the intelligence in his hand, studies it repeatedly. The hands of the elderly tremble slightly before he throws the information onto the table in front of him. Aside from the serious-looking KZ, the other high-ranking members look somewhat puzzled. Lord Suchikage. Seeing this, the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han is about to ask. But Noki shakes his head and voluntarily reveals the unbelievable news he just received. The Sand Village was destroyed by Uchiha Shinya, who crushed Rasha with overwhelming force. Hearing this, Han and the other high-ranking members are terrified, originally thinking that the four-tailed Jinchuriki Old Purple, who interrupted the meeting, was too arrogant, with his eyebrows forming an inverted 8. Lord Suchikage, everyone, the Sand Village has been destroyed by the Hokage of Konoha. Without the constraint of the Sand Village, the Hokage of Konoha can free his hands to lead his army to re-engage in battle with us, making our operations much more difficult. KZ stands up and approaches the battle map in front of him, explaining his and his father's thoughts. Lord Suchikage, give the order. We will not evade. Han is the first to step forward, and the other high-ranking members look at Noki with determined eyes. Even Old Purple looks at Suchikage with tacit approval. Noki knocks on the armrest of his chair and says in a deep voice, perhaps in these dozens of days of battles, you have not realized that this war is more brutal than previous ones, and even in a single day, hundreds of ninjas can fall. However, the commander of the Konoha army, Yakushi Kabuto, has been using space to buy time, seemingly waiting for the Hokage to destroy Mangekyo. Moreover, Konoha's large army is still undefeated even while fighting on multiple fronts, and has even achieved victories. We can no longer wait. We must quickly eliminate the Konoha ninjas. Yakushi Kabuto cannot retreat anymore. He dares not hand over the Fire Country in Konoha's heartland. Our army has more than 12,000 men, while Yakushi Kabuto, along with reinforcements, has fewer than 5,000. We must charge directly. We cannot continue to fill the battlefield like a meat grinder. Lord Suchikage, I will lead the charge. You command the 5,000 ninjas who have finished regrouping to press forward, allowing the front-line troops to rest in the rear, while I lead the main army closely behind. Old Z, Han, you two lead your men to attack from both flanks. Make sure to kill as many Konoha ninjas as possible. I will personally take action to claim the head of that unknown Yakushi Kabuto. Yes, the high-ranking IWA ninjas stood up and responded in unison, then left to prepare under Inoki's signal, leaving only Lus and Inoki in the tent. Inoki rubbed his forehead and called out to his busy son, Lus, father, send someone to notify the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. If we truly lose, how will the Land of Rain withstand Konoha's army? We must also inform Reikage. Given the situation, we cannot hold back anymore. We must weaken Konoha. I understand, father. Seeing this, Inoki relaxed his brow a bit, and his tone became somewhat lighter. How are Kuratsuchi and Deidara doing? Compared to Kuratsuchi, Deidara's performance has been quite dazzling. Mentioning his daughter and Deidara, Lus's tone also relaxed a bit. Deidara was flying in the sky on his clay bird, dropping bombs. Ordinary Konoha ninjas could do nothing against him, so his achievements were quite remarkable. Good, protect them well. They are the future of our village. Just as Inoki sighed, he thought of Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Indra. His tone turned somewhat bitter. Konoha truly has an abundance of geniuses. Where did Yakushi Kabuto get picked up by the Hokage from some remote corner? At the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, Reikage A, who had just retreated from the battlefield, met with the high-ranking Cloud ninjas waiting for him. Unaware of the intelligence, he was still angrily discussing today's battle. Damn, my guy, what is the 8 gates of life? Even in lightning release chakra mode, I couldn't defeat him. Standing beside him, the Reikage guard, Darui, waved his blue glowing chakra sword. And that Sannin Orochimaru, I finally managed to injure him, but unexpectedly, he could still recover. His sword can actually shoot from his mouth. Seeing the serious expression of the person in front of him, Reikage forcibly patted Darui's shoulder with his injured right hand, signaling him to stop talking. What's going on, my boy? Lord Reikage, Mangekyo has been destroyed by the Hokage's army. Suchikage and Noki request that we no longer hold back and launch a full-scale attack on Konoha. Mangekyo has been destroyed? Upon hearing this news, they paused, and after his brain quickly processed the information, he erupted with chakra in anger, causing a cloud of dust. No more holding back. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, my guy, Sannin Orochimaru, and that water release ninja Maki, Those renowned ninjas of the ninja world are all against my Cloud Village. On the other hand, there's only one famous ninja from Iwagakure, Sannin Jiraiya. What is he doing? A Yakushi Kabuto, suddenly promoted by the Hokage, has held us off for so long. Useless, useless. The thousands of IWA ninjas are just for show. Lord Raikage, the urgent matter is how to respond. The one-armed Tsuchikage spoke up, and after the complaints ended, fell into deep thought. He ordered Karui to summon the 3,000 newly recruited ninjas to hurry and join the more than 10,000 Cloud ninjas on the front line. Bring by Ki and gather them. Konoha has only about 7,000 ninjas. Even if it's a numbers game, we must defeat Konoha. Yes. In the land of rain, Akatsuki, Pain, Konin, Zhao Yun, and Kakuzu were using rings to hold a meeting with the absent members. Kakuzu and Zhao Yun successfully captured the Seven Tails with the cooperation of Konin, handing it over to Nagato, which also relieved him of the constant vigilance against Winshou. Amidst the colorful lights, the physical entities and the virtual shadows connected by the rings stood in 2 rows. Leader, what happened? Sunagakure has been destroyed by the Hokage's army, and Iwagakure's Inoki has requested our organization to participate in the battle. Upon hearing Pain's words, the masked Obito silently calculated the cards in his hand. The unmodified white Zetsu needs a chakra source as a supply to become large-scale. They had only captured the Seven Tails because he had gone to Konoha along the way and was discovered on the outskirts, leading to a minor conflict. After seeing the arrival of the 5th Hokage Tsunade, he withdrew. As a result, he and Kakuzu had just arrived at the eastern coast of the Land of Fire, and the 3 Tails and 6 Tails had not yet been captured. The power of the Outer Path Golem is still too weak. They still need to wait for them to fight. With Nagato's Rinnegan backing them, maintaining the balance for a prolonged battle should still be feasible. Uchiha Shinyu's Susanoo and would release, with Rinnegan, can also withstand it. Still calculating, Obito heard Pain continue. Only by making the ninja world feel pain can they realize the preciousness of peace. War will continue until everyone involved feels it. Is that support or not? Kakuzu scratched his head. It seemed the leader had both said and not said anything. Pain glanced at Kakuzu and slowly spoke. I will let the war continue. Kakuzu. Then that means you still haven't said anything? Obito, Kakuzu, quickly capture the 3 Tails and 6 Tails. Yes, leader. I understand. After hearing the reply, Nagato cut off the meeting, leaving Pain, Konin, and Winshou in the towering building. Regarding Nagato's recent reply, Konin understood. Nagato will let the war continue, weakening the powers of the major ninja villages, and he hopes that strong figures from various villages, like Uchiha Shinyu, can be threatened and die in the war. However, if they mobilize Akatsuki's ninjas, or rather, the original Rain ninjas to fight, will it attract the Hokage to turn around and attack Akatsuki, exposing them prematurely? But if they don't take action, they fear that if Inoki collapses, the Cloud Village will be left unsupported. The balance must be grasped well. Such matters cannot be stated clearly, hence the vague response just now. Konin, the matter of mobilizing ninjas will be left to you. Let Winshou and Kakuzu assist you. Rest assured, with Zhao Yun's character and Kakuzu's talent, let them assist Konin. I understand. Konin looked at Pain with worried eyes. Nagato was getting thinner by the day. Pain nodded, turned, and left. After watching Pain leave, Konin looked at the two. Next, mobilizing the Akatsuki ninjas will require both of you to put in more effort. But Winshou, your kids have already. No, they are Akatsuki's ninjas. They have never worn the organization's forehead protector, nor have they ever joined the organization. It was the organization that sheltered them. It was I who sheltered them. It was you who valued my worth, promising me an ethereal promise, one that I have waited for years and still cannot achieve. I might as well have gone to Konoha back then to find that guy and place the kids in the wealthiest Konoha. Having seen Konoha, I do not believe they lack this little bit of magnanimity. Zhao Yun's cold words left Xiaonan at a loss for how to respond. She looked at Zhao Du, only to find that his expression was also quite serious. Xiaonan, those children are still too young, and they are not ninjas of the organization. Are you joking? Should I have my daughter, Jiao Shui, fight for her life with you? It would be better to do as Winshou suggested earlier and send them to Konoha. Can't you see that even I value my life? What if I can't see Xiao Shui? How can I live if Xiao Shui, who has never killed anyone, is gone? Seeing the determination in both of them, Xiaonan couldn't really cool their hearts. I understand, then prepare to go down. Zhao Yun and Jiao Du did not respond and turned to leave, their actions decisive, making Xiaonan rubber temples. Since Winshou's arrival, Jiao Du. Sigh. It's good that he can follow orders. But does Wenqiu really have such a good impression of Konoha? Along with Jiao Du. But Wenqiu has also captured the Seven Tails. It shouldn't be the same person. It shouldn't be. Chapter 159. Dragon Vein in the Wind Country. At the ruins of Lulan. Sir, what are we doing here? Kisame looked at the ruins in front of him, increasingly puzzled. Just now, the Hokage was talking to the air, and now he has come to this ruin away from the army. For what purpose? Given his close relationship, asking a suitable question wouldn't seem offensive. To see the power of this world itself. The power that Shen Yu spoke of naturally refers to the Lulan Dragon Vein, which can cause time and space travel. The Dragon Vein is a high concentration of natural energy formed by the power of the original planet combined with the roots left by the divine tree, capable of stabilizing stored natural energy, maintaining the balance of the earth veins, and repairing the planet's bumps and bruises. The divine tree, on the other hand, depletes the planet's natural energy, consumes the planet's vitality, turns the land into a desert, and converts it into chakra, slowly forming chakra fruits. The divine tree can transform. But that doesn't mean that the chakra used by ordinary ninjas can compare to this high concentration of natural energy. The key is that the ninjutsu and taijutsu used by ninjas rely on chakra, not the natural energy that cannot be used directly. At least chakra infused with natural energy transforms into senjutsu chakra, possessing greater power. Thinking of this, Shen Yu tossed the stone he had picked up and casually discarded it as he flew toward the ruins. Kisame and several Umbu members followed closely, spreading out to keep up. The deeper they went, the more alarming the ruins became for Kisame and the Umbu members. This ruin is quite large. Sir, this building, although not as grand as Konoha, is still quite tall. Was it from that country? Hokage-sama, is this Lulan? Shen Yu nodded in response to Nararan from the Umbu, stepping into a tall structure resembling an altar, and then crossed an elevated stone bridge to see the ceiling area. This was the place where Minato sealed the Dragon Vein 20 years ago. However, it seemed that someone was present. Who? Kisame drew his large sword from his back and charged forward with several Umbu members, while Shen Yu walked up calmly. He already knew someone was there. As for who, it was Baizu. Thanks to the blood sand, Baizu did not betray early but secretly escaped when Shen Yu annihilated the sand-hidden village, knowing he couldn't survive. Thus, he did not witness the scene of Luo Sha being easily crushed by Shen Yu, who single-handedly destroyed the sand-hidden village. The reason Shen Yu did not take action was that he was not very proficient in sealing techniques. With Susanoo, Wood Release, Rinnegan, and even some soul-related abilities, he was somewhat inept regarding sealing techniques, which he had never focused on. Although he could use the Rinnegan to perform abilities similar to the Heavenly Obstruction, sealing-tailed beasts, his talent in sealing techniques was quite average. After all, he had never practiced it. Of course, if necessary, he could use the points reserved for evolving the Byakugan into Rinnegan to exchange for sealing technique talent and start learning from scratch. Huh, Konoha ninjas? Seeing the forehead protectors on Kisame and the others, Baizu panicked a bit. He hurriedly manipulated the puppets around him to charge at Kisame and the others, while he himself attempted to sneak towards the sealing technique. Several Baizu puppets that had hidden in the blood sand for a long time were easily destroyed by Kisame and the others. Just as they were about to capture Baizu, Shen Yu landed in front of them. Baizu reached the sealing technique, placed his hands on it, and, feeling lucky and confused, looked up. What? Hokage? The distinctive Hokage cloak made him recognize who the man in front of him was. So, has the sand-hidden village been destroyed? Facing Baizu, half asking, half talking to himself, Shen Yu and Kisame did not provide an answer. Shen Yu's silence and obstruction made Baizu somewhat irritated. The Hokage coming here must have sensed the Dragon Vein and wanted to obtain it for himself, right? Dream on. Dare to underestimate me. I will make you pay the price. Half-bald and bare-chested, Baizu quickly formed several hand signs, placing his hands on the kunai inserted into the seal, chanting incantations. Then, a massive purple shockwave spread from Baizu's center, causing the bridge to collapse rapidly, about to reach Shen Yu's front. Hokage-sama, don't panic, follow me to take a look. After saying that, Shen Yu used Wood Release, locking on everyone with his Rinnegan, and proactively stepped into the purple shockwave. Seeing this, Kisame smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and led several Umbu members to follow. I told you, following the boss means more fun to see. What on earth is going on? How did the souls in the Pure Land escape my control? In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths, the eldest son of Kagaya Otsutsuki Yui, was holding his hands in surprise as he explored the Pure Land. As the last resort, he left in the ninja world to prevent his mother from escaping and to guard against the invasion of the Otsutsuki from outside. He absolutely would not allow anyone to destroy it. Why can't I investigate here? Although he was merely the chakra he left behind in life, which was constantly weakening over time, with his current strength, he could still probe the Pure Land. However, he was shocked when he checked. A significant portion of the souls in the Pure Land was missing, and some areas of the Pure Land were shrouded in gray mist, blocking his investigation. The scope and weight of this area actually reached nearly 10%. Now that he discovered this, he didn't even pretend anymore, clanging and dying. It occupied 40% of the Pure Land and was continuously spreading, stealing souls and occupying the Pure Land, which Otsutsuki's technique is this. Or is someone trying to seize chakra to resurrect his mother? Or perhaps try to eliminate the boundary between the living and the dead? The establishment of the Pure Land was to cut off the source of chakra, prevent future crises, shape the order of life and death, and balance power and ethics. Therefore, no matter who it is something he cannot accept. Immediately, he launched an attack on the gray area to reclaim the souls of the Pure Land. With his power, he should be able to... Is it blocked? Rest assured, can a small Otsutsuki like you comprehend the laws of the underworld? Although it was a bit hasty, dealing with the Sage of Six Paths you speak of outside should not be a problem. A bull-headed figure, with Shui written on the back of his robe, said to a white-haired man in front of him, who held a ninja blade and wore the clothes of a Yin soldier. Bull-headed Yin Shui, is it really okay? No one has ever been able to steal souls from our gate of hell, of course, in this world. The guardian of the gate of hell, the horse-faced figure, emerged from somewhere, looking into the eerie gate of hell. The Yin soldiers have already started registering, and many confused souls can't remember their names. After the erosion of time in the Pure Land, it's already good enough that they haven't been completely wiped out. The Emperor is improving his strength, so there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Once the Emperor secures that so-called dragon vein, I will elevate you too. However, this guy named Hatake Sakomo is quite strong. After transforming into a Yin soldier, he is stronger than the average Yin soldier and works diligently. Indeed, as a subordinate. No, as the leader, Hatake Sakomo officially got his position after being manipulated by the horse face, and he didn't resist. Compared to being eroded by time, another world is much more interesting. As for the transformed Yin soldiers, there's only this one for now. The other souls will have to wait and see. Just as Horseface was examining Hatake Sakomo, on the other side, the Sage of the Six Paths, unable to penetrate the gray fog no matter what, furrowed his brows. Then, as if receiving some news, his frown deepened. The dragon vein has been opened by someone. As someone who has always been repairing the wounds of the ninja world, he has been keeping an eye on it. He has heard about the events happening in the ninja world, but he generally wouldn't intervene. After all, he needs to reserve this power to deal with the Otsutsuki. No, although I can resist, it will continuously deplete my strength, and this gray fog is still growing. With this cycle, I am destined to fail. It must be a one-time solution, so I can only borrow. In the past, no one asked me to borrow power. Although it seems somewhat unreasonable, could it be the future? The Sage of the Six Paths wielded his power to borrow from the dragon vein, casting his message along the timeline. He thought rationally that in the past, no other version of him borrowed his power. Thus, he believed it was the Sage of the Six Paths borrowing his future power, completely unaware of the variable known as Divine Rain, which does not exist in other ninja worlds. Ultimately, not only did he fail to resolve his own troubles on this journey, but he also led the Oxhead and Horseface to lock onto another Sage of the Six Paths in a different Pure Land, pinpointing another ninja world. Chapter 160. 20 years ago, Minato on the other side, in the country of Lulan. When the purple light faded, Divine Rain opened his Rinnegan and found himself in a place resembling an altar. I remember it was 20 years ago, around the 40th year of Konoha, right? As Divine Rain pondered, he heard beautiful singing nearby, clear and melodious. He tilted his head to look, and a girl with deep brown hair sat on a stone, singing against the light. Divine Rain saw her, and she noticed Divine Rain as well. Originally, Sarah had been on guard, wanting to flee when she saw Divine Rain's figure, but upon catching a glimpse of his profile, she hesitated. Under the sunlight, his black hair, imposing demeanor, and the red and white Hokage cloak fluttering slightly made Sarah's face turn a bit flush, her gaze somewhat dazed. ISNT this too unfairly good-looking. Hello, is this Luan? How many times has the Ninja World War happened? Divine Rain's inquiry snapped Sarah back to reality, and she pinched the flesh at her waist with her left hand. Sarah, what are you doing? This guy may be handsome, but his sudden appearance here is definitely suspicious. Reminding herself not to be dazzled by his looks, Sarah stepped back a few paces, preparing to escape while responding. This is Lulan. Who are you? Why are you here? Seeing Sarah's actions, Divine Rain smiled and was about to speak when suddenly several mysterious puppets rushed in from the surroundings, attacking Divine Rain. An invisible wave trapped the puppets in midair, rendering them unable to move. Even retreating was impossible. Then, under the influence of gravity, all the puppets fell to the ground as a pile of iron. Seeing this, Sarah hurriedly ran out from behind the purple barrier stone door, and Divine Rain, using his Rinnegan, soared into the air and flew out as well. As soon as he emerged, he was greeted by the countless towering spires of Lulan, connected by stone bridges that seemed endless. But Divine Rain only glanced briefly because in front of him, hundreds of mechanical puppets had surrounded Sarah, protecting her. In the distance, other puppets were moving around constantly, with explosions heard repeatedly. Divine Rain was not worried about Kisame and the others. As regular members of his Umbu, if they couldn't handle a small scene like this, they might as well go home and eat. The hundreds of puppets surrounding Divine Rain all shot purple arrows at him, a coordinated attack. Spicy filling. Flying in the air, Divine Rain raised both hands, the sleeves rustling in the wind. Under the influence of repulsion, a white shockwave radiated from him, destroying all the surrounding puppets. And the buildings touched by the white wave collapsed with a crash. This overwhelming power made Sarah's pupils dilate, leaving her frozen in place. She didn't even move as the white wave approached her. However, Divine Rain controlled the force well, causing minimal destruction to the buildings. Only within the range of the puppets. By the time the white wave reached Sarah, it had already dissipated, and Divine Rain flew to her side. You, what exactly do you want? Was a man named Lushan here 6 years ago? Is he now a minister of your Lulan Queen? Are you and Lushan's enemy? And Lushan loves peace and inherits his mother's wishes. Our Lulan will not let you harm him. When he brings people over, you will. Confirming the information, Divine Rain understood and stopped paying attention to Sarah's words as Umbu ninjas began to gather behind him. Not far away, Kisame was forming seals to counter the pursuing puppets. Water release, great shark bullet technique. A massive water-based shark shattered the approaching puppets, and Kisame, carrying a large sword, landed behind Divine Rain, standing together with the Umbu. Hokage-sama, you're the Hokage? Sarah exclaimed with surprise upon hearing Kisame and the others. After thinking for a moment, she realized something was off. The current Hokage of Konoha was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, right? What kind of Hokage is this? But on this Hokage cloak, there's a 6. This is the third. Where did this 6 come from? You can't possibly be Hokage. Who exactly are you? Sarah, who still wanted to speak, was interrupted by Divine Rain, who looked toward the ruins of the collapsed tower behind him, and he and Kisame landed on the ground. Don't hide. Come out and meet me. After a moment of silence, the wind and sand stirred, but there was no movement from the ruins. Sarah, who was initially puzzled, now had a strange expression, but Kisame and the Umbu had already drawn their blades. Hokage-sama wants you to come out. Are you deaf? Kisame drew his large sword, and the Umbu were eager to act. The few people hiding in the ruins, unable to remain concealed, ultimately stepped out. 3 young men wearing cat and dog masks appeared, one wearing goggles, another with yellow hair, and one chubby, along with a masked boy dressed in black combat attire. Clan leader Shimizu, clan leader Dingzu, and Kakashi? Just as Minato was about to speak, he heard the quiet words of the Umbu ninjas, revealing a dazed expression. They're all ninjas, and the words of the Umbu were also overheard by the others. Clan leader? I'm not a clan leader yet. Akimichi Dingzu scratched the back of his head, shrugging his shoulders, while oil woman Shimizu, looking serious, took off her mask and looked at Divine Rain as she responded. The situation seems a bit off. Could this really be the Hokage? Your Excellency, we in Konoha only have the third Hokage and no other Hokages. May I ask your identity? The earlier display of power made Minato cautious, so he placed his right arm across his chest in a gesture of respect, slightly lowering his head as he expressed his doubts. Minato, I am the 6th Hokage, Uchiha Shen Yu. 6th Hokage? Except for the Umbu of Shen Yu. Everyone else present was shocked. The 6th Hokage? Someone from the Uchiha clan has become Hokage? Who is Uchiha Shen Yu? I haven't heard of anyone in the Uchiha clan by that name. The quick-thinking Minato had already guessed something and looked up to see Shen Yu nodding in agreement. Minato thought to himself, it should be true. Looking at his eyes and the Umbu attire, He can still recognize us, but we must still be cautious. Just as Minato was about to speak, Shen Yu opened his mouth. No need to be cautious. Minato, this is a time ninjutsu. I come from 20 years in the future, and the caster is the rogue ninja Baiju, also known as Lushan. If we deal with him, it will be over. Time ninjutsu? No wonder. Is he really the sixth Hokage? Wait, Lushan is a minister of the Lulan Kingdom, not some Baiju. Lushan hasn't done anything wrong. You Konoha can't harm him. Anxious and angry, Sarah interjected, stretching out her hands to block Shen Yu, but she was pushed aside by Kisame. How bold. Do you really think I'm just a slacker, Kisame? Seeing Sarah's reaction, Minato began to ponder. If that's the case, should they investigate before taking action? Suddenly, a chaotic noise came from afar, and hundreds of puppets glowing with purple light rushed towards them. Minato and the others put their masks back on, drew their kunai, and protected Kakashi behind them. Looking towards this future Hokage. Hokage, what we do now? What to do? I remember Lulan used the power of the dragon vein to resist the desert's encroachment. So I'll give you a forest. A forest? Sarah scoffed. Is this what handsome person talks about? But the subsequent tremors left her speechless. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Shen Yu. Minato and the others were equally shocked. Was this wood release? The Hokage of the Uchiha clan can actually use wood release? Wood release, birth of a world of trees. The trees that wildly grew along the path damaged the approaching puppets, solidifying the road while moving with Shen Yu's mind, destroying all the hundreds of purple glowing puppets. Then the wood release headed towards the civilians gathered for the Queen's celebration, smashing them into pieces, causing Sarah to panic. What are you doing? These are unarmed civilians. Kakashi stepped forward but was held back by Minato, who wore a serious expression. Kakashi, look closely. Those are just parts. There isn't a single person among these civilians. Not a single person? Young Kakashi followed Minato's gaze and discovered this truth. Hokage, how should we handle this next? Minato turned to Shen Yu and asked. Very simple. Kill Baiju and use the dragon vein to send me back. Shen Yu clapped his hands, and densely packed lines glowing with purple light appeared in the air, snapping under the influence of his Rinnegan, allowing Shen Yu to find the source. Let's go, Minato. I'm in a hurry to get back. A giant tree transformed into a wooden dragon, lifting everyone and flying towards a distance. Unlike the excitement and novelty felt by others on the wooden dragon, Sarah remained fixated on all the civilian parts in sight, collapsing to the ground. From everyone's words, she guessed that all of this was orchestrated by her most trusted minister, Lushan, who was also the rogue ninja Baiju in the sky. Tears streamed down her face, dripping onto the wooden dragon. What have I, the Queen of Lulan, done? Suddenly, the wooden dragon began to plummet, and the ninjas all bent down, but a sorrowful Sarah lost her footing and fell. Just as she closed her eyes, she felt herself flying again, landing back on solid ground. Sarah opened her eyes and found she had returned to the wooden dragon. It's the Hokage. It must be his doing. Sarah looked at Shen Yu, who was controlling the wooden dragon as it descended towards the ground, the wind billowing his shadow cloak and his long hair fluttering, causing her to lose her focus. This is what Mom said. We are about to crash. Kakashi. Minato, who originally wanted to grab Kakashi, found himself empty-handed, turning to see Kakashi already caught by the grinning Kisame. Kisame. He a wild young Kakashi, huh? Bang. The wooden dragon smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit, and the vines that grew from it prevented the collapse. The enormous noise causing the Lulan civilians laboring below to look up. It's empty. Minato, they are installing puppets. After speaking, Minato and the others jumped down from the air, destroying all the puppets supervising the civilians. Thousands of Lulan civilians, seeing this, mostly slumped to the ground, exhausted from the endless labor that had pushed them to their limits. Once they relaxed, they couldn't even stand. Similarly, Sarah, who landed with the wooden dragon, also collapsed to the ground, unable to believe that her mother and she had trusted in Lushan, who had secretly done such things behind their backs. Most importantly, they hadn't even noticed, leaving her with immense guilt and unsure how to face the civilians of Lulan. Let's go. I found the dragon vein. Shen Yu led everyone through the pipe to the junction of the dragon vein. I will seal the dragon vein. Sarah wiped her tears and was about to step forward when she was stopped by Kisame. Shen Yu had already stood above the dragon vein. If you seal the dragon vein, how will I go back? Let me see. Shen Yu placed his hands on the dragon vein seal, trying to feel the endless and surging power of the dragon vein, slowly drawing it into his body. Right now, I can't directly convert it into high-quality chakra like the divine tree. I can only merge it into my own chakra to enhance my chakra level before using it. What Shen Yu aimed to do was similar to chakra natural energy, Senjutsu chakra, but under the influence of the highly concentrated natural energy of the dragon vein. If successful, Shen Yu's chakra would be stronger than the usual Senjutsu chakra. Oil Girl Shimi looked at Kisame and the Umbu ninjas standing in front of her, then turned to Minato. Minato. Wave Wind Minato shook his head, just watching Shen Yu at work. As Shen Yu successfully combined the power of the dragon vein with his own, transforming it into a higher-level Senjutsu chakra, feeling the surging power within him. Just as he was about to celebrate, another problem arose. Although I can absorb a lot of the dragon vein's energy, a dragon vein without boundaries or intelligence won't recognize its master like the burning heaven fire domain. Nor will it respond at will. While Shen Yu was pondering how to brand the dragon vein with his mark, the creaking sound from outside caught everyone's attention. Looking out from the pipe, the puppets being installed lifted their heads, their eyes glowing purple, and countless puppets emerged from both sides. With the rogue ninja Baiju standing on a high platform above the dragon vein. Hokage, you really are relentless. Then you all stay here today, haha. Under Baiju's command, the puppets surged forward, and Shen Yu remained still contemplating how to form a contract or something akin to summoning. Also, if I inject my chakra in reverse, can the dragon vein retain its repairing characteristics while also evolving to become my form? Seeing Shen Yu unmoving, Baiju thought he was trapped and laughed heartily. Minato and the others, who also believed this, faced the endless army of puppets. Heaven is helping me. You are actually trapped by the dragon vein. Trap my foot. Water release. Water bullet. The water bullet hit Baiju, deforming his body, but it quickly restored, transforming into a giant human-faced spider. With the utilization of the dragon vein, I have already become immortal. As long as Sarah dies, the dragon vein cannot be closed, and I. By the way, the Queen of Lulon holds the switch of the dragon vein, and the authority is in her hands. Shen Yu stood up, and the overwhelming power of the celestial chakra emanating from his body made the centipede feel an immense pressure. How is this possible? I have carefully prepared for 6 years, mastering the power of the dragon vein. How can I not even withstand your pressure? The roaring centipede raised its sharp limbs, wanting to charge forward. But it couldn't even break through Kisame's defenses. What is this? The already enlarged centipede looked up and saw a golden giant holding a Han sword standing in front of it, making its spider-like human form look extremely ridiculous. Fluorescence. You dare to compete with the bright moon? Bang! With a loud bang, under the speechless gazes of everyone, the centipede, which seemed very troublesome to them, vanished into thin air, truly disappearing into thin air. Watergate, that is. The recent scene made Dingzu speak with some stuttering, as he and Watergate had just cut down a dozen puppets, but the countless remaining puppets were instantly reduced to ashes in front of this future Hokage. Watergate was also stunned. Had the battle just begun, and it was already over? This seems to be the legendary Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, coupled with wood release. And that overwhelming chakra pressure, this Hokage is indeed too strong. Shen Yu's sword not only scattered the centipede's soul, but also made the dragon vein start to become unstable. Watergate looked at Shen Yu, signaling whether to attempt to seal. Shen Yu shook his head and looked at Sarah. Sarah, come here for a moment. I'm coming. Sarah, who also felt the great power and sensed the gap, obediently walked over when she heard Shen Yu's call. Under Shen Yu's gesture, Sarah placed her hand above the seal of the dragon vein, while Shen Yu placed his hand on Sarah's shoulder. So that's how it is. The original source of the dragon vein has a hereditary contract-like relationship with Sarah, the Queen of Lulon, allowing her to directly use the power of the dragon vein. This contract is particularly important when Sarah calls upon the energy of the dragon vein. Coordinate with me. I'm going to contract the dragon vein. After hearing this, Sarah did not hesitate, mobilizing the power of the dragon vein. Shen Yu injected his own power into Sarah's body, forcibly leaving his mark on the contract. By using Sarah as a springboard, he inscribed his mark on the dragon vein, allowing him to directly manipulate the energy of the dragon vein, rather than simply controlling and borrowing it like Sarah. After all, the two were not on the same level at all. Shen Yu once again mobilized the dragon vein, and this time he could easily sense the power of the dragon vein and manipulate it. Under his control, the dragon vein became stable, and with the centipede already dead, his and Kisame's forms gradually became transparent. Thank you very much, Sarah. Before I leave, as a return, I will create a vast forest for Lulon. Shen Yu smiled slightly, bringing his hands together. Wood release, birth of the trees. Outside, forests began to grow all over Lulon, covering the entire nation. Seeing Shen Yu's form began to fade, Sarah, Watergate, and the others understood that it was time to go back. Hokage-sama, the existence of memories may affect the future. We will seal our memories here. And you? I will. Shen Yu smiled again, and his form completely dissipated, returning to his own timeline. Watergate let out a sigh of relief and nodded to Shirzue and the others. To avoid changes in the future, we need to seal our memories. Shirzue, Kakashi, and Dingzu nodded together, watching Watergate begin the sealing technique. Sarah, who was beside them, seemed to not have reacted yet, staring at the spot where Shen Yu disappeared, feeling a sense of emptiness in her heart. Is he really leaving like this? She took a deep breath and turned to walk out, where a large number of Lolon's commoners were watching their queen, also gazing at the suddenly appearing forest that brought them great joy. Sarah silently made up her mind. For her people, Sarah, you must take on this responsibility. Wow, my lord, that was truly a wonderful adventure. My lord, are you going to seal our memories? Kisame was somewhat excited. This was really interesting. Seal my ass. Come with me. Shirzue should have already passed the land of birds, and we need to solve the war with the rock ninja. Yes, my lord. The Umbu ninja, standing behind Shen Yu, Nara-ran, fell into deep thought after responding. It shouldn't be. Time hasn't left any traces on the Hokage. According to the timeline, how could they not recognize the Hokage? Unless... Nara-ran looked up and saw Shen Yu's meaningful smile, which startled her. Hokage-sama, that world... I also noticed there is no me there. Ran, your mind is quite meticulous. Seeing the two speaking in riddles, Kisame was left confused, not understanding Shen Yu's previous trajectory. Without the presence of the Hokage, it seems that ninja world, Konoha, will suffer many setbacks, let alone unify the ninja world. Nara-ran immediately thought that without the Hokage, Konoha would lack strong deterrence, and the war would not yield results. Moreover, according to Shimura Danzo's character, the Uchiha clan might really rebel. Losing the Uchiha clan, the fourth Hokage dying in the Nine Tails incident, and having Uchiha Obito as a rogue ninja, plus the Akatsuki organization and other forces. It's the end of the world. Facing Rant's lament, Shen Yu smiled but said nothing. Meanwhile, in another timeline, somewhere in the ninja world, a ball of flames appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 161. Aftermath of the Mist Village. In the Mist Village, following the defeat of Kagaya Yagura, the Mist Army was crushed, and high-ranking officials like Genji were captured, along with the entrance of Hozuki Mangetsu and Suigetsu. Except for a few who resisted, causing a small splash, most of the people in the Mist Village had already subconsciously accepted the outcome of the situation, having been defeated. After all, the village's shadow was captured, the army was defeated, the border defense troops, and the Hozuki clan that once produced a Mizukage rebelled, and the respected Genji was captured. The Mist Village no longer had the ability to resist. In the Mizukage building, Kakashi Hitaki, the commander responsible for the downfall of the Mist Village, sat in the main seat. In addition, all the elite jonin from the army that could participate in this meeting were present, along with the defeated high-ranking officials from the Mist Village. Mizukage Kagaya Yagura, after Itachi released the illusion, lowered his head with an ashen face, staring blankly at his trembling hands. I remember now. It seems I was controlled by those three people in red cloud clothing. The village, the blood mist, is indeed absurd. After breaking the deep illusion, Kagaya Yagura's high-pressure mental state was on the verge of collapse. In other words, he was already close to death. He could not forgive himself for personally implementing the blood mist in the village. This extreme guilt manifested itself as a lack of a bitter smile or other emotions. Only an ashen face. It truly was an ashen face on the verge of death. This is the price of being weak and unable to protect the village. Sasuke, who had already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and could participate in this meeting, placed himself in this scene. Now that there is a teacher present, there is no need to worry. But in the future, will such a situation arise again? Itachi keenly sensed Sasuke's emotional changes, patted his shoulder, and exchanged a nod with Sasuke, who looked slightly dim-eyed with some worry. Since Sasuke also has the Mangekyo Sharingan, he should go back and ask Hokage-sama about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The cells of the first Hokage are very useful, but they still need time to recover. Moreover, the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is even more formidable. Compared to the feelings of the Konoha ninjas, Yuan Master could only helplessly and powerlessly watch the Mizukage. Yakura, Karatachi. His helplessness stemmed from the fact that he had no way to deal with the situation of the Mizukage being controlled. As the strongest figure in the Mist Village, if Yakura was under control, the same fate would befall anyone from the Mist Village. His powerlessness arose from the realization that, regardless of whether Yakura awakens or not, the result could not be changed. The existence of the Mist Village depended entirely on the will of the Hokage. Yuan Master felt a bitter taste in his mouth, unable to believe that Terumi Mei was right. The Mizukage was indeed under control. But who would really dare to believe that the village's shadow was compromised? At that moment, a mist ninja beside Yuan Master wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yuan Master. At such a time, it was nothing more than questioning the authenticity of the situation. Without considering whether Konoha had the need for such a thing. We have already been defeated. With that kind of power, if Konoha wanted to, it would only be a matter of time before the Mist Village was slaughtered, and it would not cause significant losses. Moreover, he had personally seen the unsettling eyes deep within Yakura's spirit, those crimson, enchanting, and disturbing eyes. As for the few people who had defected, such as Zabuza Momochi, Suigetsu Hozuki, and Mangetsu Hozuki, Zabuza maintained an expressionless demeanor, observing everything. Now he was a Konoha ninja and had nothing to do with the Mist Village. He could not forget the day he was pursued by the Mizukage and Haku, nor could he forget the day he killed his own comrade. Suigetsu let out a few cold snorts, his face full of sarcasm, while Mangetsu fidgeted with the scroll on him, feeling indifferent to the truth that he knew. The atmosphere in the conference room fell into a brief silence. Yakura did not forget his identity as the Mizukage. With trembling hands, he lifted himself up, deliberately avoiding the gazes of Yuan Master and the others, and directly looked at Kakashi. The Mist Village has been defeated. How does Konoha plan to deal with us? The Mist Village no longer exists, and the original Mist ninjas have twisted minds within the Blood Mist and are wantonly harming civilians, leading to public outrage and the killing of those responsible. The remaining individuals will temporarily be incorporated into the army and put on hold. As for the original Mist Village area, I will send people to maintain the order of the Mist Village, abolish the Blood Mist, announce new policies, and await the orders of the Hokage. Mizukage do not harbor any hope. Kakashi glanced at Yakura, who understood the situation. The Hokage's intentions were known throughout the ninja world. He asked this question in pursuit of a glimmer of possibility. I understand. May I ask Yuan Master to speak with me for a moment? Kakashi paused and nodded. Yakura stood up and walked with Yuan Master to the adjacent room, allowing the Mizukage, who was about to surrender, to maintain some dignity in his final moments. Director, this. Kakashi raised a hand to stop Yamato's words, calling Itachi, Sasuke, and Naruto to give instructions to avoid or minimize the potential but meaningless outbreak of the Three Tails Aisabu. Sasuke gripped his sword, Injetsu, and touched his nose. Naruto had already fought the Three Tails, so it was now his turn. Three Tails, oh Three Tails, hurry up and let my third power fight you. I want to wash away the helplessness I just felt. After a moment, Yuan Master walked out of the adjacent room alone and bowed to Kakashi. I represent the Mist Village and am willing to accept all of Konoha's demands. Good. Konoha will not mistreat the former Mist ninjas or civilians. Seeing Yuan Master express his stance, Kakashi finally reached out to help him up. With Yuan Master, a figure of great prestige throughout the history of the Mist Village, assisting, there would be much less trouble, just like with Chiyo from the Sand Village. Kakashi looked towards the door. He could no longer sense any life from the people inside. Sasuke looked at his brother Itachi, who glanced back and shook his head. Outside the building, a loud bang caused a considerable tremor and disturbance. Kakashi, the Three Tails Aisabu has already been released by the Mizukage and now belongs to Konoha. A hint of sadness appeared on Yuan Master's face. The mention of the Mizukage already implied the Mizukage's instructions and feelings of regret and guilt. Kakashi nodded, realizing that the Mizukage had managed to persuade the Three Tails before his death. However, the Three Tails Aisabu had no other option, as several people present could take it down alone. I understand. Then please, Elder Yuan, summon 2,000 Mist ninjas to mix into the Konoha army. Rest for a bit, and then we will cross the sea together. The old man understands and will cooperate with you. Synopsis. Shen Yu arrives in the Naruto world with a system that summons famous ministers and generals, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. In the 54th year of Konoha, 6 years after the chaos of the Nine Tails, having established remarkable military achievements in the Third Great Ninja War, Uchiha Shen Yu, who has accumulated immense prestige within the Uchiha clan over 18 years, can no longer contain his ambition, and the power he has built up over 18 years moves with him.